My talent is, all learned skills are instantly maxed. This means a skill that takes others a decade of hard practice to reach level 3. I master to level 10 the moment I learn it. Damage, range, cooldown, I dominate in every aspect. They mock me for being just a common mage? Good. I'll let them experience firsthand just how terrifying a common mage with all max level skills can be. Look, that's Linny. I heard he's mastered elemental analysis, shadow magic, and even high-level spatial theory. He's definitely going to awaken a special class. On the Awakening Plaza of Star Interstellar Technology University, I, Linny, stood in the queue, inevitably nervous despite the surrounding buzz. My transmigration had mutated my soul, granting me extraordinary memory and comprehension, earning me the title of a once-in-a-century genius in Jiang City. Bro, look at that guy Li Kuang. His jealousy is written all over his face, my friend Wang Dong whispered. I smiled faintly. Li Kuang came from a prominent family, his father a gold-rank professional, yet he was always second best to me. Don't get cocky. If you fail to awaken, you'll never recover. Li Kuang sneered. He knew my family was poor, my mother a mere convenience store clerk, and that failure would be a devastating blow. The awakening ceremony began. Student after student stepped into the formation, most of them failing. Lu Wanqing, one of the 3 great geniuses of the freshman class, successfully awakened the special class, Storm Archer, drawing gasps from the crowd. Li Kuang also awakened a high-tier class, Fire Mage. Though unsatisfied, he surely found solace in my impending failure. Finally, it was my turn. Class 5, Grade 1, Linny. I strode confidently into the awakening formation. Instantly, a light even more dazzling than Lu Wanqing's erupted, and the silhouette of a tome of knowledge appeared. Could it be a hidden class? Principal Chen Yan's heart pounded. However, the light faded, and only 2 plain white words floated in the air. Mage. The plaza fell silent. Such a spectacular phenomenon, yet he's just a common mage? Principal Chen Yan murmured. Ha ha ha, so the so-called genius is just a common mage. Li Kuang's mocking laughter was piercing. The air filled with whispers of disappointment, doubt, and schadenfreude. But I just stood there, stunned, staring at my own attribute panel. Name, Lin Yi. Class, Mage. Talent, all learned skills are instantly maxed. Skills, Fireball, LV10, Meditation, LV10, Arcane Shield, LV10. So, the phenomenon wasn't from the class, but from my talent. My heart soared. In this world, leveling up skills depended entirely on comprehension. Reaching level 5 was a feat, but all my skills were maxed out from the start. Level 10 versus level 1 meant a world of difference in damage, mana cost, casting speed, and cooldown. This talent was more game-changing than any hidden class. I walked out of the circle with a confident smile, ignoring the pitying and scornful looks. Linny, I believe that even with a common class, you can become incredibly strong. Lu Wanqing came over, blushing, to encourage me. I smiled and nodded, then politely declined my friend Wang Dong's invitation to team up. In 1 week, all awakened students would undergo a unified trial. Starting tomorrow, the school's newbie dungeons would be open. But I couldn't wait. Back home, I told my mother the good news. Seeing the gray in her hair, I secretly vowed to make her life better. After dinner, my mother gave me an iron box. This is from your father. My father, Lin Jinan, had left on an important mission before I was born and was never heard from again. All I knew was that he was a professional even stronger than gold rank. I opened the box. A brilliant light shone forth from a sheepskin scroll. Arcanist Class Change Scroll. Arcanist, the progenitor of all mage classes. Incredibly powerful, but notoriously difficult to master. But for me, that wasn't a problem at all. The next day, I bid my mother farewell and, instead of going to the school dungeon, paid 100 credits for a teleport to the frontier outpost Wulong Town. My destination was the level 5 monster zone, the village of chaos. A newly awakened common mage venturing into the wild alone drew many scornful looks. TSK, another newbie eager to die. Can't you save him? He's all by himself. A kind-hearted female priest offered to let me join her party, but her teammates refused. I politely declined her offer. Teaming up would split the EXP. To level up the fastest, soloing was the only way. A mage's poor survivability? My level 10, Arcane Shield, could absorb 500 points of damage. Soon, I encountered my first monster, a level 5, Kino Goblin. It swung its massive club at me, dealing 130 damage. I activated Arcane Shield, and a white barrier enveloped me. Bang! I took the hit without flinching. Fireball. With a flick of my finger, a basketball-sized fireball instantly materialized and blasted the goblin in the face, dealing a 3x critical hit. Minus 600. A one-shot kill. Defeated level 5 Kino Goblin. Gained 79 EXP. This leveling speed was hundreds of times faster than my classmates. I began my massacre. With Fireball and my newly unlocked AoE skill, Arcane Shock, the EXP bar shot up. Flash! In just one day, after a series of blinding lights, my level skyrocketed from 1 to 5. A pity I haven't seen an elite monster yet. Could have dropped some good gear, I muttered. Just as I said it, a 3-meter-tall, giant goblin, LV7 Elite, appeared before me, holding a giant axe. My gear has arrived. I tanked the elite's heavy cleave and bombarded it with max-level spells, easily taking it down. Defeated level 7 elite giant goblin, gained 671 EXP. It dropped 2 pieces of black iron gear, gauntlets of swiftness, and exquisite leather boots, along with materials worth 40,000 credits. Just as I was about to leave, a system prompt appeared. Killing too many goblins in a short time has angered the Goblin Lord. Please retreat immediately. An intense killing intent filled the forest. For me, this wasn't a crisis, but an opportunity. I followed the energy fluctuation and charged deeper into the woods. In a clearing, I found my target, a level 8, Goblin Priest, Lord, surrounded by nearly 100 goblins. I used Arcane Shock to clear out the minions, then began my duel with the Lord. My max level, Fireball, Arcane Shock, and newly acquired max level, Ice Arrow, rained down on the Goblin Priest. Its attacks, however, couldn't even break my level 10, Arcane Shield. Finally, with a massive fireball exploding on its head, the battle was over. Killed Lord-rank Goblin Priest, gained 2,785 EXP, leveled up to LV7. Among the loot was a bronze-grade staff, 3 pieces of black iron gear, and a skill book. Just as I was about to collect a valuable material from the priest's corpse, a sharp shout came from the distance. "Kid, don't move." 3 black iron-rank professionals appeared. The leader was a warrior named Li Xiu. "Boss, no one else is around," their mage said after casting a detection spell. Their eyes glinted with greed. They were here to kill and loot. I immediately feigned innocence. "Don't kill me. I'll give you all the equipment." Li Xiu smiled smugly. "Don't worry. I, on the honor of the Li family of Jiang City, promise not to harm you if you hand over the gear. My cousin, Li Kuang, is a fire mage. That bronze staff would suit him perfectly." The Li family of Jiang City? Li Kuang's cousin? My heart filled with killing intent, but I kept my face docile. Li Xiu grew impatient. "Less talk, hand over the gear." I looked up, my eyes ice cold. "So, you're Li Kuang's cousin? In that case, I won't have to hold back." Before he could react, a blazing fireball had already materialized, hurtling towards their support mage. As the blazing fireball whistled towards him, the short and stout mage's expression tightened, and he hurriedly shouted, "Big brother, come save me." Before his words had even faded, he quickly waved his hands, preparing to cast a spell in defense. But the casting speed of an ordinary mage was no match for Lin Yi's swiftness. "Stop right there." Li Xiu's eyes widened as he roared, "You have some nerve." However, it was already too late. Lin Yi had feigned weakness earlier, leaving them unable to even assume the most basic defensive stance. Boom! The searing fireball exploded on the short and stout mage, instantly charring his entire body. A shocking dent was left in the center of his chest. In the blink of an eye, he was killed in one blow. Minus 3,481. A mere level 10 mage was simply too fragile. Without any protection, his health was even lower than that of an 8 or 9 level goblin. After the successful strike, Lin Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Seeing the short and stout mage fall instantly, Li Xiu realized they had encountered a tough opponent, so he turned to the female archer and quickly instructed, "I'll charge in head-on. You flank from the side to support. Tiger charge." Li Xiu activated his charge skill, a faint glow enveloping him. His speed surged to its limit, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. The female archer reacted exceptionally quickly, her longbow glinting coldly in the sunlight. After a brief moment of panic, the two immediately devised the most reasonable response. Normally, once a mage was approached, it was a dire situation. But was Lin Yi an ordinary mage? Whoosh! In the next instant, a white light armor suddenly covered his entire body. Lin Yi completely ignored the charging Li Xiu, lightly waving his staff. In the female archer's terrified gaze, a thick arc of electricity instantly condensed. Zzz. The electric arc was undoubtedly the fastest spell, landing on the female archer in the blink of an eye. Ah! A short, shrill scream echoed as the thick lightning pierced through her neck, her head split in half. Minus 3,179. Lin Yi's expression remained calm and unperturbed, sending a chill through Li Xiu's heart. The continuous deaths of his companions made him unable to contain his roar. Die. Double blade strike. Finally, Li Xiu charged right in front of Lin Yi. It should be noted that an 11th level Black Iron warrior had a bare attack power of 3 to 400. With equipment and skill bonuses, a single strike could easily exceed 2,000 damage. This was enough to one-shot any fragile mage. But in front of Lin Yi's shield armor technique, such damage seemed trivial. Bang! However, Li Xiu felt as if he had struck a copper wall or iron bastion with no sign of penetration whatsoever. How is this possible? He was horrified, unable to believe that Lin Yi was just an ordinary mage. Lin Yi wore a cold smile, using the recoil from the double blade strike to quickly create distance. With a wave of his staff, an extremely cold ice crystal arrow instantly formed. Ice arrow technique. Whoosh! This arrow's speed was second only to the electric arc impact, making it Lin Yi's most powerful single-target skill at the moment. Li Xiu's eyes were filled with terror as he shouted, "Block!" The ice crystal arrow was unstoppable, even with a block to reduce damage. It still thud-pierced through Li Xiu's skull. Minus 3,765. Li Xiu's body crashed to the ground, dead on the spot. At this moment, Lin Yi was stronger than anyone could imagine. A novice class player had killed a black iron class player. Even a newly promoted black iron was equally astonishing. The entire battle was quick and fierce. From Lin Yi's ambush to the 3 deaths, it was merely a matter of seconds. Lin Yi curled his lip in disdain, saying, "With such little skill, you dare to come out and rob?" He then began to carefully search the bodies. After rummaging through, Lin Yi ended up with 7 or 8 pieces of equipment. Sure enough, killing and looting is much faster, far more efficient than grinding boss monsters. Lin Yi focused intently, beginning to check the attributes of these items. Fine steel sword grade, black iron attribute, strength plus 7 crimson belt grade, black iron attribute, health plus 120 storm ring grade, black iron attribute, attack range plus 1 magic ring grade, black iron attribute, magic plus 120, recovery speed plus 0.1 per second. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had actually found 2 pieces of black iron equipment that could be used immediately. Moreover, one of them was quite impressive. Not bad. It seems these few people aren't exactly poor. Just 1 piece of black iron equipment could be worth over 100,000 huaxia coins. After tidying up, he looked up at the sky and saw the sunset about to disappear. Lin Yi's heart tightened. If he didn't retreat soon, he might encounter a powerful monster attack. Furthermore, visibility at night would be severely hindered, making combat extremely disadvantageous. With this in mind, Lin Yi hurriedly selected some valuable materials and rushed out of the confused village. Soon, the surrounding light gradually brightened. As he got closer to Wulong town, the number of returning adventurers increased. Each one exuded a murderous aura, with bloodstains on their clothing. Everyone maintained a respectful distance, their eyes filled with vigilance. Lin Yi's bulging backpack naturally attracted many gazes. However, people didn't think much of it, merely assuming this newbie had picked up some worthless trinkets. The entrance to the town was right ahead, and the adventurers all breathed a sigh of relief, their faces glowing with the joy of having survived. Suddenly, a surprised female voice rang out behind Lin Yi. "Little guy, you actually made it back alive." Lin Yi turned around and saw Bai Jia and her group looking somewhat dejected. It was clear that their mission had not gone smoothly. This team was composed entirely of black iron adventurers, totaling 6 people, with a balanced profession configuration. Lin Yi smiled and said, "I was lucky." Upon hearing this, Bai Jia suggested again, "How about you come out with us tomorrow? You've experienced the dangers of the wild. Not every time is this lucky." She looked at Lin Yi as if seeing her younger brother. They bore a slight resemblance. Years ago, her brother had just become an adventurer and had ventured into the wild alone, after which he went missing. Nearby, a few young men's expressions changed, urging, "Jia Jia, let's go. What are we doing with this trash? There's a lot to do tomorrow." Lin Yi didn't even glance at them, just smiled at Bai Jia. "Thank you for your kindness." With that, he quickened his pace to leave. Bai Jia watched Lin Yi's receding figure, gently shaking her head and sighing, a hint of sadness swelling in her heart. "He's really as stubborn as my brother." The other young men snorted coldly, "A trash mage, but he sure has an attitude." At this moment, Lin Yi had more important matters on his mind. That was to quickly convert today's gains into huaxia coins. He moved swiftly through the streets of Wulong town. As night fell, all adventurers returned from the wild and began to celebrate. Various taverns were brightly lit, with faint sounds of laughter echoing. In the depths of an alley, a heavily made-up woman waved gently at a man. After experiencing life and death trials, it was indeed necessary to relax occasionally. But Lin Yi's goal was not those places. Soon, he stopped in front of a luxurious building. Wanbao Pavilion, the largest commercial empire in Huaxia. It combined functions such as auctions, rare item trading, and information exchange. Rumored to have official backing. Most importantly, the prices here were fair. Although slightly lower than the black market, it was safe and reliable, and there was no worry about being tracked after transactions. "Hello, sir, what service do you need?" As soon as Lin Yi entered Wanbao Pavilion, a black silk bunny girl approached him, her attitude extremely respectful. "I want to sell some equipment and materials." With that, Lin Yi placed his backpack on the table. Bang! A heavy sound echoed, and the bunny girl's eyes instantly lit up. A big business opportunity had arrived. "Please wait a moment, sir, I will settle this for you right away." While waiting, Lin Yi savored the complimentary black leaf tea. It was said to be imported from the elven race, and only Wanbao Pavilion was generous enough to offer it. Alright, the total value of your equipment and materials is 980,000 huaxia coins. To make it a round number, let's say 1 million huaxia coins. As soon as the words left her mouth, the bunny girl respectfully handed over a black card. Lin Yi's face lit up with joy, his heart racing with excitement. 1 million huaxia coins. His mother, Yang Mei, earned only 2 to 3,000 a month, which would take her 30 to 40 years to save up. Yet he had acquired such a vast fortune in just one day. However, Lin Yi did not take the black card. Instead, he continued to ask, "Are there any skill books for sale here?" Of course. The bunny girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, "Please follow me." With that, she led the way, guiding Lin Yi to a hidden library. Inside the room, various skill books were laid out for him to choose from. Magic Missile, Earth Spike, Wind Blade, Detection, Delay. One after another, they dazzled Lin Yi, making him wish he could collect them all. Which one should I choose? Each book was quite valuable, around 60,000 huaxia coins each, meaning he could only afford to pick one. For attack, I already have single target and area skills, and I have shield skills for defense. What I lack now is a control skill. With that thought, Lin Yi's gaze settled on Delay. This skill could reduce an enemy's movement speed by 5% at level 1, which was quite good. I've decided to buy Delay. Lin Yi no longer hesitated and then spent another 100,000 huaxia coins to buy 5 small life recovery potions. Small life recovery potion effect restores 300 health points. Although it might not be necessary, it's always good to be prepared. In the end, the remaining 300,000 huaxia coins still stayed on the black card. Lin Yi did not continue to spend but turned to leave. He planned to keep this money aside. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, it would at least ensure his mother's life wouldn't be too difficult. Although Lin Yi was confident in himself, it was always wise to be prepared for the worst. Meanwhile, outside a certain room in Wanbao Pavilion, "Ha!" a pretty girl with short hair exclaimed. In surprise, "Is that Lin Yi?" Lin Yi's figure flashed by, leaving her somewhat uncertain. This girl, with beauty comparable to Lu Wanqing, had a stunning figure. She was Cheng Muqing, the jewel of the Cheng family, one of the 4 great families in Jiangcheng. Cheng Muqing shook her head again, murmuring, "It shouldn't be him. I heard that Lin Yi only awakened as an ordinary mage. How could he come to Wulong Town?" As Cheng Muqing pondered, a middle-aged man walked out of the room, smiling. "Miss, there is indeed a black iron level dungeon in the swamp plains. However, the entrance is not fixed and requires some time to locate. Some dungeon entrances are stable, while others are randomly generated. They are filled with numerous small monsters, and more importantly, there are always elite monsters and boss monsters. For the strong, it is a true treasure trove." A glimmer of joy flashed in Cheng Muqing's eyes. She didn't expect Wanbao Pavilion to have such news. "If you can clear this dungeon, your strength will surely soar. You might even reach the black iron level in the trial competition a week from now. You'll be able to outshine that girl from the Huang family." Cheng Muqing nodded and solemnly issued orders. "There's no time to waste. You must organize a team immediately. I will personally lead the way into the dungeon." On the other side, Lin Yi, of course, had no idea he had almost been recognized by Cheng Muqing. At this moment, he had settled into an inn in Wulong Town, quietly resting. He lightly tapped the Delay skill book in his hand, and with a flow of light, Delay directly leveled up to its maximum. The skill effect could have the enemy's movement speed and lasted for 3 seconds. This is enough for Lin Yi to smash the opponent into pieces. Mastering a variety of skills is essential to better face future challenges. Lin Yi called his mother to report his safety, browsed the monster encyclopedia for a while, and then fell into a deep sleep. After a day of intense battles, he was indeed tired. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Wulong Town became lively again as Lin Yi packed his bag and stepped out of the town. This time, the goal was to head to the swamp plains. There, even the weakest wild wolves had reached level 8, perfectly suited to his current leveling needs. Soon, Lin Yi encountered his first target, a level 9 Gale wolf. For most mages, defeating it in a one-on-one battle would be nearly impossible. But Lin Yi clearly did not belong to the ordinary. Slow spell, activate. As the incantation was spoken, a grayish-white halo enveloped the Gale wolf in an instant. Its speed dropped sharply, crawling as slowly as a snail. A smile crept onto Lin Yi's lips. This move is indeed powerful. Following that, a fireball spell completely ended it. Minus 2,457. Killed level 9 Gale wolf, gained 135 experience points. Lin Yi licked his lips, excitedly saying, "I can definitely reach level 10 today. As long as I absorb one more black iron gem, I will become a black iron level professional." Although the black iron magic gem is expensive, there are ways to obtain it. First, buy it at your own expense, which costs about 2 million on the market. Second, participate in the trials of the professional guild. If you perform well, you have a chance to receive rewards. Therefore, Lin Yi was not in a hurry. As long as the experience points were sufficient, promoting to black iron would be a piece of cake. Keep moving forward. Lin Yi jumped and weaved through the plains, killing wolves one by one. The record bar kept updating, and the numbers steadily climbed. Killed level 8 Wild Wolf. Gained 97 experience points. Killed level 9 Gale Wolf. Gained 126 experience points. Killed level 9 Blood Pattern Wolf. Gained 143 experience points. As the last Blood Pattern Wolf fell to the ground under the ice arrow, a strong white light burst forth from Lin Yi. Level increased to LV8. Suddenly, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Behind a boulder, 3 Blood Pattern Wolves revealed themselves. The light red patterns on their bodies exuded a mysterious aura. One of them was particularly robust, resembling a small bull. Giant Blood Pattern Wolf. Level, LV10 Elite Monster Health 13416 Skill, Bloodthirsty Charge. Lin Yi was overjoyed and laughed. Looks like my luck is really good. I've encountered an elite monster again. Oh whoa! The giant Blood Pattern Wolf spotted Lin Yi and immediately let out a deafening roar. The 3 wolves lunged at Lin Yi simultaneously, their speed astonishing. Lin Yi smiled calmly, lightly waving his staff, the grayish-white halo locking onto the Blood Pattern Wolves. The slow spell reappeared. The swift Blood Pattern Wolves instantly became sluggish, their speed halved. Zzzzz. The tip of the staff flickered with electric light, and Lin Yi controlled it with increasing ease. Arc shock. In an instant, they were turned to nothingness. Minus 2,148. Minus 2,371. A hint of mockery flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Only you are left. Taking advantage of the slow spell's effect, an ice crystal arrow began to form in the air. Whoosh! The slowed giant Blood Pattern Wolf couldn't dodge in time. The ice arrow exploded above its head, scattering into shards of ice flowers, severely injuring it. Minus 4,163. With just one strike, it took away nearly a third of the giant Blood Pattern Wolf's health. Oh whoa! In the next moment, the giant Blood Pattern Wolf finally shook off the effects of the slow spell. Its eyes were bloodshot, entering a bloodthirsty state, with both strength and speed enhanced. However, Lin Yi's combat wisdom was even more seasoned. After firing the ice crystal arrow, he quickly retreated. Fireball spell following closely. Boom! The scorching fireball exploded on the Blood Pattern Wolf, and the smell of burnt flesh wafted through the air. Minus 2,156. Inflicting damage was not the ultimate goal. Driving back the giant Blood Pattern Wolf was the key. Lin Yi once again created a safe distance, just as the slow spell finished cooling down and the gray-white halo once again enveloped the giant Blood Patterned Wolf's feet, and its restored speed plummeted once more. Oh whoa! The giant Blood Patterned Wolf howled at the sky, filled with rage, but it was of no use. At this moment, it could only wait to be slaughtered. Whoosh whoosh! 2 ice crystal arrows pierced through the giant wolf's eye sockets, flesh and shattered ice flying everywhere. Minus 3,021. Minus 3,149. In the next moment, the giant Blood Patterned Wolf's health points hit 0. Lin Yi looked at the 2 shining lights beside the giant Blood Patterned Wolf's corpse and smiled as he bent down to pick them up. 2 pieces of black iron equipment acquired. Swift Blade. Grade, Black Iron Attributes. Agility +6, Attack Speed +1. Blood Totem Ring. Grade, Black Iron Attributes. Spirit +5, Spell Lifesteal +4%. After reading, Lin Yi couldn't hide his excitement. The Swift Blade is a weapon for assassins. Although he couldn't use it himself, it could be sold in the Treasure Pavilion. Conservatively estimated, it could earn him 4 to 500,000. And the Blood Totem Ring made Lin Yi even happier. 4% spell lifesteal may not sound like much, but Lin Yi's attack power is extremely high. With a single arc lightning strike, the accumulated damage could exceed 10,000, allowing him to recover hundreds of health points directly. It's worth noting that even with the blood belt equipped, Lin Yi's total health points were only a mere 500. What a thrill! Lin Yi stored the Swift Blade and immediately slipped the Blood Totem Ring onto his finger. After dealing with the giant Blood Patterned Wolf's fur, he began leveling up again. Boom! Whoosh whoosh! Fireball and Ice Arrow alternated in firing, reaping the lives of wolves one after another. Kill level 9 Gale Wolf, experience +69. Kill level 10 Blood Patterned Wolf, experience +101. Brush! Suddenly, a thick white light surrounded Lin Yi. Level increased to LV9. He leveled up again. Once I reach level 10, a new skill will unlock. Keep pushing. Lin Yi chewed on some jerky and dove back into battle. It seems like the Blood Patterned Wolves have increased. What's going on? A fireball took the life of a Blood Patterned Wolf, and Lin Yi began to wonder. Could it be that a Lord-level beast has appeared? Back in Wulong Town, he had heard stories about the Blood Patterned Wolf King. However, many had searched in vain. He felt a stir in his heart and slowly advanced forward. It was a small valley that, from a distance, resembled a gourd. The closer he got to the valley, the clearer the roars became. In the valley Lin Yi was approaching, a fierce battle was unfolding. Healing spell. Bai Jia chanted the incantation, and several green lights fell upon her teammates, providing them with healing. But her own condition was already precarious, her mana nearly exhausted. 3 corpses lay around, their bodies charred, the scene utterly tragic. Opposite them, a well-equipped 6-person team was mockingly staring at Bai Jia and her companions. The leader was a young man in purple, his gaze lingering on Bai Jia, filled with greed. Whoosh! Arrow with an afterimage shot out, piercing the throat of a young assassin in by Jia's team. Blood splattered, the leather armor stained red, and he died instantly. Despicable. Seeing this scene, Bai Jia was furious. They had originally discovered the trace of the blood-patterned Wolf King but were ambushed by the opposing team. Now, only Bai Jia and the captain remained. The successive fall of their teammates made her heart ache. Seeing this, the young man in purple laughed. Stop your futile struggles, just hand over your equipment. I can consider giving you a quick death. You. The captain gritted his teeth. The blood-patterned Wolf King is yours, just let us leave here. As long as you offer her to me, I will naturally let you leave alive. The young man in purple finished speaking and the people behind him burst into frivolous laughter. As long as the young master was happy, they could also get a share. Bai Jia's body trembled slightly. Such gazes made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Captain Jia, I just want to survive. Bai Jia's eyes were filled with disbelief. The captain who once pursued her was now actually going to push her towards the enemy. Compared to death, the betrayal of a teammate shattered her heart even more. Don't blame me. The warrior captain closed his eyes tightly and roared as he charged at Bai Jia. The great sword was raised high, intending to subdue her. For a priest facing a warrior left almost no chance to fight back. Bai Jia reversed her staff, aiming it at her own neck. She would rather be shattered than remain whole. However, just at that critical moment, whoosh, Bai Jia's eyes widened as a chill swept past her ear. What was that? She saw an ice crystal arrow whizzing past her, heading straight for the warrior captain. Bai Jia, with her kind heart, had made Linny feel a bit of goodwill. Thus, he intervened to save her. This sudden change caused the charging warrior captain to widen his eyes in shock. At the brink of life and death, he could not halt his charge. Lin Yi's eyes were filled with killing intent. This young man had mocked him in every way before. Now, betraying his teammates, it was truly despicable. Swish, in the terrified gaze of the warrior captain, the ice crystal arrow pierced through his throat, leaving a bloody hole. Just as blood was about to spurt out, it was instantly frozen by the icy air. -3,785. A level 12 Black Iron warrior, even with exceptional physical qualities and decent equipment, had a health value barely above 3,000. Cough. Cough cough. The warrior captain clutched his throat, painfully collapsing to the ground. This method of dying from a throat piercing seemed particularly tragic. Lin Yi's goal was simple, to protect his equipment as much as possible, for it was his precious wealth. This series of actions was as quick as lightning, leaving no one able to react in time. To kill a level 12 warrior in an instant, one would need at least the strength of level 16 or 17, right? In the Black Iron profession stage, every level up increases the main attribute by 100 points, highlighting the vast difference. Linny slowly walked into the sight of the crowd, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. So young? And just a novice? How is that possible? Could it be a legendary hidden profession? To be able to kill a Black Iron professional as a novice, they could think of no other reason. Even a second-rate special profession could not achieve such an astonishing effect. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines, unable to help but marvel. This young man was simply a monster. The mage insignia on Linny was overlooked by everyone. They could hardly believe that he was merely an ordinary mage. Some magical treasures could alter a professional's external information, and the act of playing dumb to catch the tiger was not uncommon. Bai Jia, on the other hand, was shocked beyond measure. She looked at Lin Yi's handsome face, her mouth slightly agape, completely dumbfounded. It's you! Bai Jia recalled inviting him to join the team, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. With such monstrous strength, why would he still need her help? In her shock, she had yet to regain her composure. At that moment, Lin Yi's gentle voice suddenly rang out. Get behind me! Lin Yi's gaze swept over the 6 people opposite him, most of whom were level 11 or 12, with only one at level 13. Although they were stronger than Li Xiu and the others, Lin Yi had enough confidence to handle them. After all, in low-level areas like the swamp plains, high-level professionals were rarely seen. The young man in purple eyed Lin Yi with a look of wariness. Sir, if you wish to take her away, please feel free. The strength Lin Yi displayed made him hesitant to act recklessly. Being able to kill a level 12 Black Iron warrior, he feared he wouldn't last 2 hits himself. But would Lin Yi leave so easily? He had clearly heard that the blood pattern Wolf King was hiding deep in the valley. How could he let such a reward slip away? Then, Lin Yi coldly said, "You'd better get lost or die." The young man in purple turned pale, his anger boiling. Sir, you are being too unreasonable. Do you think we are soft persimmons? Before he could finish speaking, he felt a bone-chilling coldness wash over him. Before them, a blue arc of electricity, as thick as an arm, coalesced at the tip of Lin Yi's staff end. Shot towards them. Ziz! The terrifying blue lightning descended, and the rear of the team was instantly devastated. The initial anger quickly transformed into fear. In that electric light, they seemed to smell the scent of death. -3,152. -2,896. -2,957. In the back row, the priest, archer, and mage fell to the ground in an instant, the air filled with a burnt smell. The remaining 3 reacted swiftly, using acceleration skills to quickly create distance, cleverly avoiding the attack. After all, the arc shock, as a basic skill, had a limited range for jumping attacks. But for Lin Yi, taking out the support classes first was already enough. Lin Yi sneered and waved his staff again. Take care of that kid. Damn it. I will tear him to pieces. The young man in purple, furious, hurriedly commanded the remaining warriors and assassins to charge at Lin Yi. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi remained exceptionally calm, showing no signs of tension. With the support threat eliminated, these 3 were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter in his eyes. Delay spell. With a command, a gray-white halo rippled out. The fastest young man in purple was bound as if by invisible shackles, his eyes filled with shock. Then, a heavy pressure descended upon him, making each step he took extremely difficult. Another warrior gritted his teeth and continued to charge forward. As for the assassin, he silently blended into the air, attempting to launch a sneak attack from behind Lin Yi. Bang! Lin Yi lightly waved his staff, and a blazing fireball shot out in response. The warrior's body was instantly enveloped in intense heat. The moisture on his skin evaporated completely, like a desiccated mummy. -3117. Another person was lost from the team. The young man in purple's pupils constricted. The mage before him was more powerful than he could have imagined. In an instant, he had already killed 4 of his companions. Suddenly, the invisible assassin was rapidly approaching Lin Yi's back. The dark short knife was raised high and thrust forward fiercely. Seeing this, Bai Jia anxiously shouted, "Be careful." The battle was too swift. She had just given Lin Yi a 5-point mental boost when she witnessed the assassin's ambush. The assassin's lips curled into a wicked smile as he said, "Die." Backstab. But all of this was within Lin Yi's expectations. This was merely his strategy to deliberately lure the enemy into revealing their hand. Buzz. A thick layer of white light armor enveloped Lin Yi. The assassin's short knife was entangled by this white light. Unable to move, Lin Yi sneered, "Now you can't escape." The assassin was terrified, and he saw an ice crystal arrow coalescing. The cold emanating from it sent shivers down his spine. Whoosh! The ice crystal arrow sliced through the air, piercing the assassin's eyeball and striking his skull. The eyeball burst instantly, and before the blood could splatter, it froze, turning into shards of ice. -3795. The astonishing damage erupted, and the assassin didn't even have time to scream before dying on the spot. At this moment, only the young man in purple remained. He felt Lin Yi's gaze upon him, and his body trembled involuntarily. Run! The young man in purple quickly turned and desperately retreated. However, how could Lin Yi let him go so easily? Ziz! The arc shock suddenly descended, the paralysis effect making his movements stiff. At the same time, it dealt considerable damage. -1679. His health was instantly halved. Delay spell. The gray-white halo descended again, and the young man in purple was utterly despairing. He knew that under such a slowing effect, escape had become impossible. Spare me. The words of pleading had not yet fallen when a searing fireball came rushing towards him. Boom! In an instant, the explosive flames rendered him completely voiceless. -2973. The young man's limbs were blown off, scattered everywhere. Bai Jia's eyes were filled with shock. She couldn't help but rub her eyes, unable to believe that this was real. Just like that, their entire army was annihilated from start to finish. He only used a mental enhancement, without even having the chance to cast a healing spell. Is this really a mage? She looked at Lin Yi's back, filled with doubt. Undoubtedly, Lin Yi had completely overturned her traditional perception of mages. This guy is way too strong. Lin Yi didn't pay much attention to Bai Jia's shock and admiration. The reason he saved Bai Jia was more due to that unintentional act of kindness outside the town earlier. At this moment, excitement radiated from Lin Yi's face as he began to rummage through the corpses. Soon, a pile of various equipment appeared before him. 12 pieces of black iron gear and 18 pieces of novice gear. Lord's Cloak grade, black iron attributes, agility +5, movement speed +1, magical ring grade, black iron attributes, casting time reduced by 0.2 seconds. Among them, there were 2 pieces of black iron gear that Lin Yi needed. What surprised him the most was that magical ring. For other mages, a reduction of 0.2 seconds in casting time might seem trivial, at most making their spells slightly faster. But Lin Yi was different. His base casting time was already less than a second. This 0.2 second reduction had a significant effect. Once he wore the magical ring, his casting speed was nearly instantaneous, and his combat power skyrocketed. Lin Yi secretly rejoiced. Killing and looting really brought in great rewards. He then began to pack the equipment into his backpack. After keeping 2 pieces of black iron gear for himself, the rest, if sold, could be worth at least 2 million. Oh right. Deep in the valley, there was still a bloodstriped wolf king. Thinking of this, Lin Yi turned to Bai Jia. Witnessing Lin Yi collect the equipment one by one, Bai Jia felt a surge of envy. This haul was enough to equal the hard work of others for a year, or even several years, of monster grinding. At this moment, when Lin Yi finished and turned his gaze towards her, a smile instantly blossomed on Bai Jia's blood-stained face. My name is Bai Jia, and I really appreciate you saving me. After saying this, a hint of shy affection quietly grew in her heart. You're welcome. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. My name is Lin Yi. Could you tell me exactly where the blood-striped wolf king is? Although he knew it was hiding deep in the valley was so large that searching on his own would take too much time. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia quickly replied, in a cave in the valley, we previously sprinkled tracking powder on it. I can take you there. Originally, the blood-striped wolf king was guarding the entrance of the valley, but due to the conflict with Bai Jia's group and the purple-clad youth team, it took advantage of the chaos to escape to a deeper location. However, Bai Jia hesitated slightly and said, just the two of us? How about we go back to Wulong Town first and find a few teammates? It wasn't that she didn't trust Lin Yi, his displayed combat power was indeed impressive. But after all, he was a mage, and he might struggle with damage resistance. Logically, the team needed a few warriors to take the front line, with a priest responsible for healing. Other ranged professions would output from the back. Even so, unexpected events could often occur. Because the Lord-level monsters were powerful, not just anyone could handle them. Lin Yi decisively shook his head. No need, just the two of us is enough. What a joke. Going back to recruit people would not only waste time but also split the loot. Lin Yi would never do such a thing. He was full of confidence in his own strength. Taking on a Lord-level monster was a piece of cake. Soon, Bai Jia said no more and led Lin Yi deeper into the valley. The valley was quiet, with scattered trees dotting the landscape. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would blow, bringing with it the unique fresh air of the marsh plains. After entering the cave, Bai Jia lowered her voice. The blood-striped wolf king is elusive, especially fond of targeting lone adventurers. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. Without Bai Jia, he would have found it very difficult to locate the blood-striped wolf king's lair. Whoosh! A spark of fire shot from Lin Yi's palm, illuminating the dark tunnel. Soon, the two arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he spotted a massive wolf beast covered in blood-red patterns. Resting here, its fangs gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. It was clear at a glance that this was not an easy opponent. Blood Pattern Wolf King. Level, LV10 Lord Monster Health 39175 Skills, Bloodthirst, Rapid Assault, Summon. Bai Jia couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, that health is really thick. Although this wasn't her first time seeing the Blood Pattern Wolf King, she still felt a sense of shock. She couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Could the two of us really handle this? But Lin Yi showed no fear, instead appearing exceptionally excited. The stronger the Lord Monster, the more precious the equipment it would drop. Lin Yi signaled with his eyes, and Bai Jia understood, silently reciting a spell. Mental Enhancement. A faint blue light enveloped Lin Yi, increasing his mental value by +10. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. Having a priest nearby was indeed nice. With this, his mental value reached 120, and his damage increased another level. Lin Yi softly reminded, stay back and protect yourself. Looking at the sleeping Blood Pattern Wolf King, a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Ice Arrow Technique. Suddenly, an arrow imbued with a chilling aura coalesced. With the enhancement of the magical ring, Lin Yi's casting speed was astonishingly fast, leaving Bai Jia dumbfounded. Whoosh! A slight sound of air being pierced rang out as the ice crystal arrow instantly traversed dozens of meters, embedding deeply into the Wolf King's waist. -4379. The ice crystal arrow exploded in the Wolf King's abdomen, tearing open a wound wide enough to see bone. The high damage made Bai Jia's eyes widen. She could hardly believe that such a fierce attack came from a novice player. Severely injured, the Blood Pattern Wolf King immediately woke from its slumber. It glared at Lin Yi and Bai Jia, its wolf eyes turning blood red, filled with uncontrollable rage. The Blood Pattern Wolf King let out a deafening roar that shattered eardrums. Whoosh! A flash of blood-red shadow flickered in the air, its sharp claws glinting menacingly. A typical level 12 Black Iron warrior would probably perish under such a fierce assault. Bai Jia's face turned slightly pale, unable to hide her nervousness. Lin Yi's gaze remained steady as he raised his staff. A gray-white halo danced around his wrist, appearing beneath the Wolf King's claws. Delay spell. In an instant, the Blood Pattern Wolf King's speed suddenly slowed, as if it were carrying a 1,000-pound boulder on its back. Arc shock. A flash of electricity struck the old wound in its abdomen, tearing it open anew. -3357. Although it wasn't as lethal as the ice arrow, it was still incredibly powerful. Fireball spell. Lin Yi murmured the incantation, and the fireball blazed, instantly heating the cave. The flames struck the same wound, instantly charring the flesh. -3519. In just 3 spells, the Wolf King lost over 10,000 health points. Bai Jia, watching from the sidelines, was left speechless. Such results would have required an hour of bloody fighting in their previous team. Suddenly, the situation changed dramatically. The Wolf King not only regained its speed but also entered bloodthirsty mode. In the blink of an eye, it lunged towards Lin Yi. Bai Jia panicked, instinctively covering her mouth, fearing she would distract Lin Yi. But Linny was confident, looking as if victory was assured. With Baijia's buff effect, the shield armor spell could withstand 6100 points of damage. Even if the blood pattern wolf went berserk, it wouldn't be able to break through this ironclad defense. Bang! The blood-red claws, accompanied by a storm, struck down heavily. Yet it felt as if it had hit a rock, being forcefully blocked. Baijia silently praised, it actually blocked it. So impressive. Seizing the opportunity, Linny stepped back and shouted, "Fireball spell." The fireball exploded, pushing the Wolf King back. At this moment, the delay spell had finished its cool down. The gray-white halo reappeared, enveloping the Wolf King's feet. Linyi's single strength was comparable to that of a small team. In an instant, the blood pattern Wolf King's health dropped to 30%, and its injuries worsened. Roar! It howled to the sky, a blood-colored magic circle appearing around it. Then, one after another, blood pattern wolves suddenly leaped out from within. It's the Wolf King summoning skill. Seeing this situation, Baijia once again bestowed a mental enhancement on Linny. There was no other way. After all, Linny was unscathed, making healing spells seem unnecessary. The 10 blood pattern wolves appeared and rushed in, giving the Wolf King a moment to breathe. Lin Yi's eyes were filled with disdain as he lightly waved his staff, and blue light flickered. Instantly, arcs of electricity jumped among the wolf pack, causing massive damage. Minus 2,758. Minus 2,361. Minus 2,193. In an instant, the wolf pack was reduced to ashes. For others, this might cause some trouble. But for Linny, it was merely a trivial matter. Killing 10 blood pattern wolves granted him 500 experience points. It seemed that leveling up to level 10 would be faster than expected. The readily available blood pattern wolves saved him the trouble of searching. Linny looked at the blood pattern Wolf King, his gaze growing hotter, as if examining a fat pig ready for slaughter. You like to summon, huh? Then come on, keep summoning. Fireball. The flames erupted, grazing the side of the blood pattern Wolf King and leaving a charred mark. He deliberately aimed it off to entice the blood pattern Wolf King to continue summoning. Before long, the blood-red magic circle activated again. Another wave of 10 blood pattern wolves surged out, pouncing towards Linny. Linny felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately released an electric arc, easily earning 500 experience points. Come on, summon more for me. Otherwise, prepare to die. Baijia was shocked. Linny had actually begun to use the blood pattern Wolf King for a farming-style leveling up. Is this really happening? Can a Lord-level monster be played like this? She felt that what she witnessed today far exceeded the total of the past 20 years. Crackle! The electric arc flashed brightly, offering Linny 500 experience points. His experience points soared rapidly. Finally, a rich white light erupted from Linny. Level up to LV10. New skill unlocked, Swamp Domain. After a round of summoning blood pattern wolves, Linny finally broke through the bottleneck. Given that the battle was still intense, Linny did not rush to check the details of the Swamp Domain. After all, it was not applicable at the moment, so there was no need to hurry. Summon more wolves for me. Don't think you can play dead and get away with it. Linny looked at the now thin blood pattern Wolf King and urged loudly. He didn't want such a delightful leveling experience to end so hastily. Thinking of his classmates, most of whom were struggling between levels 1 and 2, while he was about to advance to a black iron professional. Another fireball exploded beside the Wolf King, the sparks nearly igniting its fur. At this moment, a deep fear flickered in the blood pattern Wolf King's eyes. Oh whoa! The blood-red magic circle reappeared, and the blood pattern Wolf King's size visibly shrank. Summoning blood pattern wolves consumed not only magic power but also drained its vitality. It had truly reached its limit. Lin Yi's expression changed slightly as he unleashed an electric arc, this time only earning 300 experience points. After leveling up, the experience points given by the blood pattern wolves had indeed decreased significantly. Continue. However, this time, no matter how much pressure Lin Yi applied, the blood pattern Wolf King no longer summoned. Looking at the trembling Wolf King, Baijia's eyes flashed with pity. The fate of the blood pattern Wolf King was truly tragic. As a Lord-level monster, it had not only lost its freedom but was like a sow ready to give birth. Even the last bit of its utility had been completely drained. Alright, it seems you really can't go on. Linny shrugged. Since you've lost your value, let me send you on your way. With 3 spells landing on the blood pattern Wolf King's wounds in succession. Minus 3,354. Minus 3,127. Minus 4,936. The damage exploded instantly, clearing the Wolf King's health. Linny even caught a glimpse of relief in the Wolf King's eyes. Kill the level 10 blood pattern Wolf King, gain 3,951 experience points. Linny felt a surge of joy in his heart, but what excited him even more were the various lights flickering around the blood pattern Wolf King's corpse. Among them, a bronze color was faintly visible, and there was more than one item. Wolf King rogue grade, bronze attributes, spirit plus 5, mana plus 300, magic resistance plus 40. This black robe, covered in blood red patterns, far surpassed the rare mage robe Lin Yi was wearing. He quickly put it on, instantly enhancing his already handsome features, making him even more charming. Bai Jia, standing nearby, couldn't help but stare. Then, Lin Yi looked at another piece of equipment which was also bronze grade. Blood pattern ring grade, bronze attributes, spirit +5, spell power +20. Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel. This blood pattern Wolf King was indeed a great boss monster. It not only provided leveling opportunities but also gifted equipment, truly deserving a best contribution award. If the blood pattern Wolf King knew of this in the afterlife, he would probably be so angry he'd come back to life. Besides these 2 bronze items, the remaining 4 were all black iron equipment. Lin Yi examined them one by one and found a pair of shoes with quite good attributes. He immediately changed into them, slightly boosting his strength again. Of the remaining 3 black iron items, 2 were temporarily useless, and there was a black iron staff. Seeing the envious look from Bai Jia, Lin Yi smiled and directly handed the staff to her. This black iron staff was definitely better than the novice staff she had. Is this for me? The sudden surprise made Bai Jia's voice tremble slightly, revealing her excitement. Take it, you deserve it. Without Bai Jia, he might not have found the blood pattern Wolf King. The joy of sharing was greater than keeping it all to himself. Lin Yi was never a selfish person. Thank you, Lin Yi. Bai Jia's eyes were filled with gratitude. If it were someone else, they might not have shared such benefits with her. After all, Lin Yi's strength far exceeded hers, and the distribution power naturally lay in his hands. Lin Yi said nothing more and continued to check the last piece of loot. Lightness technique. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with surprise as he eagerly held the skill book in his palms. With a flash of light, the skill book merged into Lin Yi's mind. The lightness technique was instantly learned and directly leveled up to max effect. Movement speed increased by 100%, lasting 5 seconds. This effect is simply outrageous. Lin Yi spread his form, maximizing the lightness technique, his speed comparable to that of a ghostly assassin. Thus, his ability to control the battlefield would greatly increase. Oh right, there's also the newly unlocked skill, Swamp Domain. Lin Yi suddenly slapped his forehead and hurriedly checked the details of this new skill. Creates a swamp area with a radius of 50 meters ahead, enemies trapped within will be bound. Moreover, movement speed reduced by 85%, lasting 5 seconds. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Once enemies stepped into this swamp area, it was almost equivalent to being immobilized. 5 seconds was enough for him to execute 2 arc strikes. Lin Yi secretly rejoiced. In future team battles, I'll have even more confidence. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi had quietly transformed, no longer a novice just stepping into the world. Even among black iron professionals, he could be considered a strong contender. Then, Lin Yi opened his personal profile interface. Level, LV10 4791/10000, attributes, strength 60, spirit 140, stamina 70, agility 75, health 800, mana 1650. If Bai Jia saw Lin Yi's panel, she would probably feel deeply ashamed. All skills at max level shone brightly. His equipment was all black iron grade, with 3 bronze items as embellishments. It was known that those at levels 12 and 3 mostly had only 1 or 2 pieces of black iron equipment, with the rest still wearing novice gear. Because of this, they wandered in places like the Confused Village, a low-level wilderness area, hoping to encounter elite or boss monsters for a chance at good equipment drops. In contrast, Lin Yi's setup was enough to make others envious. After admiring his profile, Lin Yi closed the panel and bent down to begin dissecting the blood pattern Wolf King. Bai Jia, understanding the situation, wandered idly in the cave, not daring to have any improper thoughts. The fur and claws of the blood pattern Wolf King were all valuable high-quality materials. Today, Lin Yi can be said to have reaped a great harvest. With the equipment he had previously gathered, the total value reached 3.5 million. Now, buying the black iron orb is naturally a piece of cake. After handling the spoils from the blood pattern Wolf King, Lin Yi was about to call Bai Jia to leave. At that moment, Bai Jia's exclamation came, "Lin Yi, come quick." Lin Yi's spirit lifted, and he hurried over. The flames between his fingers instantly expanded, illuminating the dim cave. Before Bai Jia, 2 small grasses emitting a purple glow swayed gently in the wind. Purple orchid grass contains strong vitality. Ineffective for professionals. Ordinary people who consume it can eliminate all diseases and restore to optimal health. After awakening, a professional's physical quality is already at its peak. Moreover, as their level increases, they continue to strengthen, with some strong individuals able to maintain their youth indefinitely. Unless they suffer continuous heavy injuries, their bodies will not decline. But ordinary people are not so fortunate. Diseases remain their burden. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with surprise. If this purple orchid grass were given to his mother, it would be perfect. How about we each take one? After all, it was Bai Jia who discovered it, and he only needed one. Bai Jia naturally had no objections. The 2 carefully harvested and sealed them in special bags. Look, there's light over there. After collecting the purple orchid grass, the dirt on the stone wall suddenly fell away, revealing a soft white glow. How could there be light in a dim cave? Linny frowned slightly and said cautiously, "You step back a bit." Bai Jia retreated, and Linny whispered an incantation, causing a huge fireball to appear in response. Instantly, the cave was as bright as day, and the fireball struck the stone wall. Crash! Stone chips fell like rain, and the white light grew even stronger. Then, Linny cast another fireball spell. Boom! The fragile stone wall finally shattered, and a rich white light gushed out. Immediately, the two couldn't help but gaze at the light source. They saw a light swirl, about 2 meters in diameter, floating in midair, seemingly possessing a pulling force. Linny and Bai Jia exchanged glances, joy evident on their faces. Secret realm of the instance. The experience points here are incomparable to the outside world. Not only are there elite monsters and lord monsters, but there are also generous rewards for successfully clearing it. However, it is also extremely dangerous. If an ordinary person rashly enters, they often face life-threatening situations. Therefore, whenever news of a secret realm entrance leaks, major forces swarm in, treating it as a priceless treasure and engaging in fierce competition. Buzz. Linny held his staff and gently touched the white halo before him. In an instant, a piece of information surged into his mind like a tide. Level 15 Black Iron Secret Realm, one of the entrances to the Dark Altar. Difficulty level, hard. Limited to level 12 and below, a maximum of 6 people can enter as a team. A hint of surprise flashed in Bai Jia's eyes. This is a hard-level Black Iron Secret Realm. Secret realms are divided into 5 levels based on difficulty: normal, adventure, hard, king, and hell. And hard level is already a high difficulty challenge. With Bai Jia's previous team, they could hardly cope with even the normal level. Linny was equally shocked, but then a fiery determination surged in his eyes. Hard means higher value. How about we venture in together? Okay. Bai Jia bit her lip. Although she hesitated in her heart, she quickly firmed her resolve. The scenes of Linny battling the blood pattern Wolf King were still fresh in her mind, filling her with confidence in him. Then it's settled. Let's set off now. Linny, worried about being overtaken by others, quickly stepped into that white halo, instantly enveloped by a dizzying sensation. On the other side, in the hidden forest of the swamp plains, adventurers flocked in, gathering in groups. In the center, Chang Muqing stood side by side with a middle-aged man. The surrounding onlookers had been cleared away, and no one dared to approach, enough to show the power of the Chang family in Zhangchang. At this moment, the two were looking forward with great anticipation at the white halo. Ahead, the long-desired secret realm had finally appeared. The information from the treasure pavilion is indeed reliable. Spending this 1 million was worth it. With this secret realm, it's not a problem for the young lady to advance to a black iron professional. Within a week, perhaps she could go even further. Generally speaking, when strong players take newcomers to fight monsters, the experience penalty is quite severe. But in the secret realm, this situation changes significantly. Chang Muqing's face was filled with excitement as she thought about the opportunity to surpass Lu Wanqing, and a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. The two of them, as the daughters of the 4 great families of Zhangchang, had never stopped competing. However, the middle-aged man frowned deeply. Dark Altar? Limited to 6 people below level 12? Chang Muqing was taken aback, then received a prompt from the system. In any case, let's go in and take a look first. I have a teleportation talisman from my father, so it's safe. The middle-aged man nodded and then instructed, Leihe, Wuji, you 4 go in with the young lady. Remember, this secret realm has another entrance. If you encounter others, your primary task is to protect the young lady's safety. Yes, Lord Changde. The 4 level 12 youths responded. Respectfully, their professions varied, and their combination was very balanced. There were no shortage of special professions, and their strength was formidable. Let's go. Chang Muqing waved her jade hand and stepped into the halo first. A trace of worry flashed in Changde's eyes as he commanded in a deep voice, maintain strict vigilance around. Do not let anyone approach this place. Yes. Linny, of course, had no idea that Chang Muqing had also entered the same secret realm. When he recovered from the dizziness and firmly landed on his feet, he found himself in a gloomy and dense forest, with ghostly flames flickering and an oppressive atmosphere. A timid person arriving here would likely be scared out of their wits. Unintentionally, Bai Jia tightly grasped Lin Yi's hand. Her heart raced, her cheeks slightly flushed, and then she shyly let go. Lin Yi secretly smiled and checked the log information. Entered the Dark Altar secret realm. Please stop the demon mage Cassio's sacrificial ritual. Demon mage? A glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. If it was a mage-type boss monster, it was very likely to drop mage equipment. So, he led Bai Jia, preparing to traverse the Siri forest. The scale of the Black Iron level secret realm was limited, and finding the boss monster was not difficult, provided they first cleared the small monsters along the way. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Strange sounds echoed in the forest, and Bai Jia instinctively tugged at Lin Yi's clothing. Lin Yi's expression sharpened, and white light armor quietly covered his entire body. Soon, one skeleton knight after another came into view. They wielded bone spears, and their eye sockets burned with a pale flame. Riding on skeletal warhorses, they appeared particularly menacing. After reaching level 10, the strength of monsters would undergo a qualitative leap. Lin Yi's expression grew serious. The real test had begun. Lin. He quickly made a decision: these 8 skeleton knights cannot be allowed to charge. Otherwise, it will be a troublesome mess. Invaders, die. The skeleton knight's jaw slightly opened, uttering a vague low growl, and then charged swiftly. But Lin Yi's movements were even faster. Swamp domain. Whoosh! A rich green light swept past, striking the ground where the 8 skeleton knights stood. In an instant, the land within 50 meters around them transformed into a bubbling quagmire. Gurgle. The quagmire clearly could not bear the weight of the skeleton knights. The charging momentum instantly collapsed, and the skeletal horses fell into it one after another. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. The newly unlocked swamp domain was truly impressive. Without hesitation, he lightly waved his staff. Thick arcs of lightning flashed, striking those struggling skeleton knights. Crackle. The damage dealt far exceeded previous amounts. Lightning magic had an innate extra restraining power against undead creatures. Minus 3,965. Minus 4,173. Minus 4,051. Minus 4,227. The damage numbers kept jumping, and Bai Jia's eyes widened. Just this one round of attack had accumulated damage exceeding 20,000. It was simply unbelievable. Looking at the struggling skeleton knight in the mire, Bai Jia felt a bit dazed. What kind of swamp domain was this? Not only was its expanse astonishingly vast, but its duration was also incredibly long. She gazed at Lin Yi's calm figure, as if witnessing the birth of a god of mages. Fireball. Ice. Arrow. Lin Yi did not pause, alternating between single-target spells for continuous output. The ice crystal arrow struck true, instantly killing a skeleton knight. Although the fireball's damage was slightly lower, it did not affect the overall situation, because the cooldown for arc shock had ended. Zzz. The electric light flickered, and the pale bones could hardly withstand such a violent thunder strike. High damage values kept appearing. Minus 3,861. Minus 3,613. Minus 3,972. 2 arc shocks completely annihilated all the skeleton knights. The combination of the swamp domain and the power of arc shock left even Lin Yi himself astonished. Killed a level 15 skeleton knight, gained 873 experience points. Killed a level 15 skeleton knight, gained 912 experience points. Just these 8 skeleton knights filled Lin Yi's level 10 experience bar to the brim. In fact, it overflowed quite a bit. Phew, that was exhilarating. Lin Yi thought to himself, then felt a twinge of regret. After level 10, if he couldn't advance to a black iron professional, killing monsters would no longer yield any experience. This was to prevent anyone from grinding experience in low-level areas. It would definitely be too late to go back and buy the promotion gem. What if someone else got there first? If it's a waste, then so be it. Being able to kill monsters for treasures is still good. If I could get a black iron gem from a monster, that would be perfect. Lin Yi walked towards the remains of the skeleton knight, where a piece of black iron equipment was gleaming. Skeleton lance grade, black iron attribute, attack power plus 35. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. As expected from a dungeon secret realm, even the small monsters can drop black iron equipment. This skeleton lance was worth at least 500,000. Lin Yi's backpack was almost full, so he handed it over to Bai Jia for safekeeping. Although Bai Jia couldn't help much in battle, she was quite competent as a mobile storage box. Then, the two continued deeper. The ghost fire forest was eerie and terrifying, but to Lin Yi, it seemed filled with treasures everywhere. Swamp domain. Arc shock. The combination of crowd control and area damage was simply unstoppable. These powerful level 15 small monsters had no chance to fight back against such an onslaught. Bai Jia watched in a daze. The young man before her was frighteningly strong. Lin Yi cleared away 2 more waves of skeleton knights. He had a feeling that this time, the harvest might reach tens of millions. Keep moving forward. Lin Yi led Bai Jia as they harvested 3 more waves of skeleton knights in succession. They arrived at the center of the dense forest, slowly approaching a mysterious altar. Lin Yi could sense that the dark elements floating in the air were gradually increasing. Miss, you go ahead. At that moment, a call from afar caught Lin Yi's attention. It's another group of people. Are they fighting the boss monster? Let's go check it out. Lin Yi made a decision, and Bai Jia followed closely behind, quietly moving towards the source of the sound. On the other side, Chang Muqing had just stepped into the secret realm when she was surrounded by a group of skeleton knights. Worse still, there was a demon mage, Cassio, nearby. Even though her 5-person team was exceptionally strong, they found themselves in a dire situation at that moment. Under the barrage of spells, team members fell one after another. In a critical moment, Chang Muqing acted quickly, pulling out a random teleportation scroll. Grabbing the barely conscious Lei He, she escaped from that hellish battlefield. Unfortunately, the 2 were randomly sent to the center of another group of skeleton knights, and the situation was precarious. Chang Muqing felt extremely unwilling. Do I really have to use a golden teleportation scroll? Although the golden teleportation scroll could directly take them outside the safe zone, but to escape in such a disheveled manner was truly hard for her to accept. Is there no other way? Her mind raced, and Leihe was already on the verge of collapse. Time was running out. At this critical moment, Chang Muqing caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye. Two figures were quietly approaching from a distance. In the dim light, she couldn't make out their faces, only that they were two adventurers. The adventurers at the other entrance might be able to cooperate. Chang Muqing's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly called out, "You too, I am Chang Muqing from the Chang Group in Jiangchang. Please help us fend off these skeletal knights, and there will be generous rewards afterward." The moment she revealed her identity, her heart raced anxiously as she awaited a response. It's actually her. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with surprise, the genius girl from Donghai University in Jiangcheng, Chang Muqing. I heard she awakened as a holy priest with extremely strong support abilities. Lin Yi thought to himself, contemplating whether to lend a hand. After all, he wasn't the type to be paralyzed by the sight of a beautiful woman. At this moment, Chang Muqing's plea for help became even more urgent. Only by cooperating do we have a chance to get through the secret realm. What do you need? Just say it. Lin Yi furrowed his brows and suddenly asked, "Do you have a black iron orb?" Chang Muqing nodded eagerly. Leihe was in increasingly dire straits. Although she didn't understand why the other party needed the orb, now was not the time to discuss conditions. "Yes. After the battle, I can give it to you right away." Lin Yi felt a surge of joy. It was truly a stroke of luck. Without delay, he quickly made a decision. "All right, have your companion step back." He then signaled Bai Jia to retreat with the equipment pack. With a thought, his staff glowed with a ghostly green light. Whoosh! A green beam sliced through the night sky, striking the feet of a dozen skeletal knights. In an instant, that area transformed into a bubbling quagmire. Gurgle, gurgle. The skeletal knights, who had just been so imposing, instantly sank into the mire. Leihe seized the opportunity and darted back to Chang Muqing's side. The two looked at the swampy area, their eyes filled with astonishment. This is too powerful, right? However, the shock was far from over. Lin Yi's mana surged within him, and thick arcs of electricity seemed to materialize out of thin air, accurately landing on the skeletal knights. ZZZZ. In an instant, damage value skyrocketed. -3,792, -3,918, -3,356, -3,547. The arcs jumped between multiple targets, accumulating over 40,000 points of damage. Chang Muqing watched in stunned silence. She had never seen such a fierce electric shock before. Lin Yi's magical feast continued to showcase itself. Fireball, ice arrow, waves of high damage skills bombarded the area, leaving the two in a daze. Chang Muqing even began to doubt whether this group of skeletal knights was real. Soon after, Lin Yi's electric arcs were ready to unleash again. ZZZZ. The terrifying electric light surged once more, almost wiping out all the skeletal knights, leaving only a few barely hanging on. Chang Muqing was completely dumbfounded. Who on earth was this? Why was the skill cooldown so fast? Don't just stand there, they're going to crawl out of the swamp. Go hold them off. With warriors charging into battle, Lin Yi naturally didn't need to step in himself. Leihe jolted and immediately rushed forward. As the distance closed, when Chang Muqing finally saw the faces of the two, her surprise and shock reached their peak. "Lin Yi, how could it be you?" Chang Muqing rubbed her eyes, as if that would dispel the illusion. But the person before her was undoubtedly Lin Yi. She recalled that mysterious figure in the Wanbao pavilion. "I wasn't mistaken, that really is Lin Yi. But how is this possible? He just awakened 2 days ago. Even if it's a hidden profession, it shouldn't be this strong." Chang Muqing felt her understanding completely overturned, and she couldn't help but stomp her feet on the ground. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled faintly. "Chang Muqing, don't be dazed. Your bodyguard is about to hold on no longer." Leihe felt complicated inside, fighting bravely on the front lines. Meanwhile, his young lady was back there playing a game of eye contact with someone. Chang Muqing suddenly woke up, the staff in her hand shimmering with light. She casually murmured a spell, and a healing spell blossomed on Leihe. Its effect was comparable to that of a level 11 Bai Jia. Lin Yi's gaze lightly swept over Chang Muqing, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This guy, this holy priest really had some skills. Bai Jia was also busy, casting healing spells, and Leihe's condition stabilized significantly in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi looked ahead and glanced at the Skeleton Knight Captain. Skeleton Knight Captain level, LV15 Elite Monster Health, 61354 skills, Undead Assault, Bone Spear Piercing, Arcane Shock. Lin Yi softly chanted the spell, the tip of his staff glowing blue, striking at the remaining Skeleton Knights. The remaining Skeleton Knights instantly turned to ashes. At this moment, only the Skeleton Knight Captain remained on the battlefield. With the burden on Leihe's shoulders lightened, his courage surged, and he even began to attempt a counterattack. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle, a gray halo spilling from his hand, enveloping the Skeleton Knight's mount. The galloping skeleton horse suddenly slowed down. Fireball. Ice Arrow. The scorching fireball, carrying intense heat, smashed hard against the skeleton knight captain's frame, charring the bones black. Immediately after, a series of icy arrows followed, freezing the bones and making its movements increasingly sluggish. Damage values jumped. Minus 4,571. Minus 4,193. Chang Muching added 10 points of spirit to Lin Yi, thus enhancing the power of his skills. The skeleton knight captain let out a mournful cry, futilely making its last stand. But under Lin Yi's delay spell, all of this was in vain. And, as a shield warrior, Lei He had astonishing defense. With two priests continuously healing from behind, he was nearly unbreakable. Lin Yi alternated between casting delay spells and swamp fields, pinning the skeleton knight captain firmly in place, unable to move. As the last ice arrow shot through the air, the skeleton knight captain finally turned into a pile of scattered bones. Killed the level 15 skeleton knight captain, gained 3,745 experience points. The light flickered, and the skeleton knight actually dropped bronze equipment. The three of them focused their gazes, and Lin Yi naturally bent down to pick it up. After all, this was a reward for his strength. Even without Chang Muching and the others, Lin Yi could handle these skeleton knights, it just required more time. And Chang Muching didn't consider the issue of loot distribution. Skeleton armor grade, bronze attributes. Stamina plus 40, health plus 400. The equipment information appeared in the team's shared view, and Lei He's eyes couldn't hide his desire. Lin Yi secretly laughed, knowing he wouldn't easily part with it. Just as he was about to put it in his backpack, Chang Muching asked, Lin Yi, can you sell me this armor? She wanted to use this bronze armor to enhance Lei He's strength. Lin Yi didn't refuse. It didn't matter who he sold it to, as long as the price was right. Make me an offer. How about 3 million? I'll transfer the money to you once we leave the secret realm. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. This price was significantly higher than the market price, indicating that Chang Muching was quite the expert. Handing the skeleton armor to Lei He, Lin Yi continued to check the remaining equipment. One of the robes had attributes inferior to his Wolf King robe, so he simply gifted it to Bai Jia. Now, there was one more important thing to do, which was to obtain the Black Iron Pearl. As long as he advanced to a Black Iron Professional, Lin Yi's strength would undergo a qualitative leap. With this thought, he looked at Chang Muching with burning eyes. Chang Muching's heart trembled and her cheeks involuntarily flushed. Lin Yi was not only handsome but also incredibly strong. Which lovesick girl could remain unmoved? Lin Yi caught sight of this scene and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Hey, don't think you can renege on that Black Iron Advancement Pearl? Chang Muching's forehead twitched with a few black lines, feeling both angry and annoyed. This guy really had no sense of romance. Immediately, she pulled out a Black Iron Promotion Orb from her backpack and shoved it into Lin Yi's hands. What a blockhead! Chang Muching secretly complained, then suddenly realized, a wave of astonishment surged within her. Are you really planning to use it to level up? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow in response, looking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. What else? Chang Muching felt both shocked and envious. She was still stuck at level 2. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had already crossed the level 10 threshold and was about to enter the ranks of Black Iron Professionals. This made her mutter inwardly, are we really both awakened professionals at the same time? This is just too outrageous. A hint of bitterness spread across Chang Muching's lips. As a genius girl from one of the 4 great families of Zhangcheng, she was now overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of defeat. She was filled with curiosity about what profession Lin Yi actually had. How could an ordinary mage be so strong? Lin Yi smiled faintly, saying nothing more. The Black Iron Promotion Orb was the size of an egg, radiating a deep black light. It contained a mysterious power, enough to help professionals break through their bottlenecks and reach new realms. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi immediately guided his internal mana to absorb the energy from the orb. In an instant, a dense white light erupted from Lin Yi's body. The white light then converged, all flowing into Lin Yi's body, and a powerful aura suddenly exploded. Successfully promoted to Black Iron Professional, level increased to LV12, thanks to the experience points he had accumulated earlier. Lin Yi directly leveled up twice, reaching level 12. Promoting to a Black Iron Professional not only resulted in a leap in attributes but also unlocked a series of new skills. New skills unlocked: Fire Meteor Technique, Ice Spear Technique, Light Shield Technique. The talent effect activated automatically, instantly, maxing out all skills. Then, Lin Yi immediately checked his attribute panel. Level, LV12 attributes: Strength 175, Spirit 350, Stamina 180, Agility 195, Health 2050, Mana 3700. After reaching level 12, Lin Yi's attributes were nothing short of exaggerated. What excited him even more were the 3 newly unlocked Black Iron skills. Compared to basic skills, Black Iron skills had a higher cap, reaching a maximum of 20 levels. This allowed his talent to be maximized. It could be said that becoming a Black Iron Professional was the true beginning for an ordinary mage. For Lin Yi, this was even more extraordinary. Looking at the descriptions of the maxed out Black Iron skills, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. Fire Meteor Technique summons fire meteors in a radius of 50 meters. Ice Spear Technique fires ice spears at the target after chanting. Light Shield Technique forms a shield of light to protect oneself. Just the Fire Meteor Technique, a ranged attack skill, could easily deal over 10,000 points of damage. After maxing out the Ice Spear Technique, a single attack could approach 20,000 damage. If he encountered that skeleton knight captain again, 3 ice spears would be enough to turn it to dust. As for the Light Shield Technique, it could allow Lin Yi to withstand over 30,000 points of damage. Against Black Iron level opponents, it was nearly impossible to break through this defense. Feeling the qualitative leap in strength, Lin Yi was overjoyed. His talent would increasingly show its advantages in the later stages. The upper limit of advanced skills was higher, and their power after maxing out was astonishing. From this moment on, this difficult level dungeon's secret realm was no longer a challenge for him. Lin Yi took a deep breath, ready to unleash his strength and sweep through everything. Just as he was about to take Bai Jia and continue exploring deeper, Chang Muqing jumped up anxiously and called out to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, wait a moment. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't respond, she gritted her teeth and resolutely said, "You take me to clear the dungeon, and I'll give you a storage bag. How about that?" A storage bag. Lin Yi's eyes suddenly lit up, and his footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Speaking of which, the most troublesome thing for Lin Yi these past few days had been the issue of having too much loot and not enough space in his backpack. Last time, to fit in those Black Iron equipment, he had to give up quite a few precious materials. Fortunately, this time Bai Jia was there to help carry the equipment, otherwise, he would have to endure the pain of parting with them again. If there were a storage bag, I wouldn't have this worry while venturing out alone to level up. Seeing this, Chang Muqing quickly interjected, "I have a 5 cubic meter storage bag. As long as you take us through this secret realm, it's yours." Lin Yi's earlier display of strength had already made her see him in a new light. Now that he had become a Black Iron professional, his strength had likely doubled or more. She was eager to seize this opportunity to gain a hefty amount of experience. Such a storage bag would cost at least several million if bought from the treasure pavilion. Not to mention, ordinary players didn't even have the qualification to purchase it. However, Lin Yi didn't want to take 2 people at once. Chang Muqing, as a novice professional, was manageable. But Lei He was already a level 12 Black Iron professional, which would significantly dilute his experience points. Deal, but I will only take 1 person, and you must follow my commands. No acting on your own. Before Chang Muqing could speak, Lei He grew anxious. How can this be? Miss, you can't agree to that. What if we encounter danger? Lin Yi said no more and turned to leave. With strength, he naturally had the capital to be willful. Chang Muqing frowned slightly and said in a coaxing tone, "Don't go, I'll agree to you. Lei He, you go out first. Tell Uncle De not to worry, I have my own means of survival." Although Lei He was reluctant, as a subordinate he didn't dare disobey the order. In the end, he could only leave the secret realm dejectedly, disappearing like a beam of light. Once Lei He left, Chang Muqing hurriedly turned around. She fumbled at her chest and took out a cross pendant. "Here, take this." Chang Muqing was very straightforward, completely unconcerned that Lin Yi might go back on his word, and directly handed over the reward. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he casually accepted the pendant. Space Pendant contains a 5 cubic meter dimensional space, can be used to store lifeless items. Lin Yi hung the pendant around his neck, complementing the Wolf King robe he wore, adding a touch of nobility. After retrieving his equipment from Bai Jia, he felt much lighter. Finally, he didn't have to carry that heavy backpack anymore. With the deal made, the 3 of them set off again. At this moment, they had crossed into the central area of the dense forest. They were getting closer to the Dark Altar, and the number of patrolling skeleton knights had noticeably increased. Another wave of skeleton knights surged in, a full 20 of them. Chang Muqing's expression tightened, and she instinctively wanted to call for Lei He, but suddenly remembered he had left first. Immediately, her gaze turned to Lin Yi. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, and flames erupted from the tip of his staff. Whoosh! The raging fire element gathered, and fireballs instantly formed in mid-air. Each fireball was over half a meter wide. Fire meteor, boom! In an instant, it was as if the sky was bombarded by a meteor shower. Lin Yi didn't even use the swamp domain to restrict the skeleton knights' movements. The fireballs poured down like a torrent. The terrifying impact shattered the skeleton knights, instantly turning them into burning bones. Minus 9,781. Minus 9,356. Minus 10,153. Minus 9,975. High damage numbers popped up one after another, and these skeleton knights were instantly killed. Lin Yi's strength had increased by more than 10 times compared to before, which was simply unbelievable. Killed level 15 skeleton knight gained 321 experience points. Killed level 15 skeleton knight gained 303 experience points. The records kept refreshing, and after this wave of attacks, Lin Yi gained nearly 6,000 experience points. Watching Lin Yi rummaging through the pile of bones for loot, Chang Muqing and Bai Jia were filled with shock. Is this guy really human? How can there be such a monstrous mage? At that moment, Lei He also appeared at the exit of the secret realm. What happened? Seeing this, Chang Does heart tightened, and he quickly asked, "Why did you come out alone?" Lei He forced a smile and succinctly recounted what had happened in the secret realm. After listening, Chengda's gaze gradually became heavy, sinking into deep thought. He knew that Cheng Muqing was always cautious in her actions. Since she made such a choice, this young man named Lin Yi must have extraordinary qualities. Go investigate Lin Yi's background and report back to me. Also, inform the family head about today's events. Yes, Lord Chengde. A warrior from the Cheng family accepted the order and quickly left. Let's wait for the young lady here. Chengde took a deep breath. Although he was curious and anxious, he could only patiently wait for now. On the other side, Cheng Muqing watched Lin Yi once again instantly kill a group of skeletal knights. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, "Lin Yi, what exactly is your profession?" But as soon as the words left her mouth, she felt a bit regretful. After all, this involved someone else's privacy, and her question was indeed abrupt. "I'm sorry." Lin Yi merely waved his hand and smiled, saying, "I'm just an ordinary mage, isn't that obvious?" However, Cheng Muqing and Baijia did not believe him. It was no wonder. Could an ordinary mage be this powerful? Lin Yi smiled and did not elaborate further, continuing to lead the two women forward. The difficult level dungeon before them now seemed exceptionally easy. Even Cheng Muqing felt surprised. In the past, even simple dungeons had never gone this smoothly. The two women could even chat a bit, and aside from occasionally providing Lin Yi with status buffs, they had almost nothing to do. Cheng Muqing's experience points were rapidly increasing, and she had just leveled up to level 3. Lin Yi's experience accumulation was also considerable, and he was about to level up again. It had to be admitted that this dungeon was indeed a great place to enhance one's strength. Suddenly, a heavy sound echoed, and leaves were sent flying in all directions. Lin Yi realized that the final boss monster had arrived. The thudding sounds grew more urgent, coming closer. In difficult level dungeons, there are usually 2 boss monsters, and the one before them should be one of them. Soon, one skeletal knight after another emerged from the woods ahead. 1, 2, 3. Cheng Muqing silently counted, unable to help but gasp. There were actually a full 30 of them. Moreover, among them were 3 skeletal knight captains. Even more astonishing was the largest skeletal knight at the front. It rode a nightmare horse made of flesh and blood, its hooves burning with black flames. Through the gaps in its armor, fresh blood and flesh could be faintly seen. This was clearly a boss monster, the skeletal knight commander. Cheng Muqing and Baijia exchanged glances, both seeing seriousness in each other's eyes. The previous ease completely vanished. Skeletal Cavalry Commander level, LV15 Boss Monster Health, 169810 Skills, Nightmare Piercing, Bone Spear Charge, Undead Armor. This boss monster had nearly 170,000 health points, and even though Cheng Muqing and Baijia had full confidence in Lin Yi, they couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. "Intruders, die!" Suddenly, the skeletal knight commander roared. But in Lin Yi's eyes, there was no fear. Ever since becoming a black iron professional, he had never truly gone all out. "You all step back and find a safe place to hide." After speaking, Lin Yi slightly raised his staff, and dense light elements gathered. In an instant, a milky white light shield formed, enveloping his entire body. Fire meteor technique. Boom! Fire elements gathered wildly, and massive fireballs were hurled at the charging skeletal knights. Minus 12,135. Minus 11,009. Minus 11,357. Minus 12,085. Astonishing damage values continuously emerged, and more than half of the 30 skeletal knight minions instantly fell. Killed a level 15 skeletal knight, gained 298 experience points. Killed a level 15 skeletal knight, gained 287 experience points. Lin Yi's experience points surged instantly, and a strong white light erupted from his body. Level increased to LV13. Lin Yi looked ahead, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Swamp domain. In an instant, the remaining skeleton knights were all trapped in the mire. At this moment, the skeleton knights struggled desperately to break free from their bindings. Even the captain of the knights was not spared, with only the commander remaining unaffected. The nightmare steed beneath it was extraordinary, flowing with ancient bloodlines. Even in this muck, it could still gallop like the wind. A chilling red light shone in the commander's eyes. Suddenly, it pulled out a bone spike from behind and hurled it fiercely at Lin Yi. Whoosh! The bone spike tore through the air with a thunderous sonic boom. This strike could deal tens of thousands of damage. Even a black iron level powerhouse would fall instantly. Ah! Cheng Muqing gasped in shock, instinctively covering her mouth. However, in the face of this heart-stopping blow, Lin Yi remained unfazed, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. With his current strength, casting the light shield spell could withstand tens of thousands of damage, so taking a hit was naturally not a problem. Bang! In the next moment, the bone spike collided with Lin Yi's light shield. Despite the tremendous force, the barrier of light stood firm, the bone spike firmly blocked outside. Suddenly, Lin Yi shouted, "Arc impact!" ZZZZ. Arcs of electricity surged forth, resembling a sprawling blue web. In an instant, it engulfed more than half of the skeleton knights, with damage numbers continuously fluctuating. Minus 7,150. minus 6,908, minus 6,517, minus 7,032. Chang Muqing and Bai Jia were both left dumbfounded. The crisis of being besieged was instantly resolved, and all the minor monsters were killed in one blow. At this point, only 3 knight captains and the skeleton knight commander remained. After 2 rounds of fierce attacks, their health had already dropped by more than 30%, and Lin Yi's performance had only just begun. Ice Spear. An extreme chill surged from Lin Yi's staff. A 3-meter-long ice spear, as thick as an arm, formed in the void. Accompanied by a booming sound, it shot straight towards one of the knight captains. Boom! The ice spear pierced through the target and pinned it against a tree behind. Minus 36,753. Killed a level 15 skeleton knight captain, gained 1573 experience points. Chang Muqing could hardly believe that such astonishing damage came from an ordinary mage. Lin Yi looked at the flickering light on the ground, feeling quite pleased, but he did not rush to collect it. At this moment, the cooldown for the fire meteor spell was over. Fire meteors fell from the sky again, covering the remaining 3 targets. Minus 17,934, minus 16,852, minus 18,753. Although the commander's magic resistance was slightly higher, it was still difficult to withstand such fierce attacks. Slow spell. A grey halo spread out, causing the nightmare steed's speed to plummet, nearly causing it to stumble as it charged out of the mire. Lin Yi decided to first deal with the remaining 2 skeleton knight captains. Undead charge. Although the 2 knight captains launched a frenzied charge, it was to no avail. Fireball spell. Lin Yi unleashed a flurry of spells, quickly ending them, leaving only piles of bones. The situation changed rapidly. The original group of over 30 skeleton knights was now reduced to just the skeleton knight commander. Chang Muqing and Bai Jia exchanged glances, their admiration for Lin Yi deepening. Roar! Suddenly, the commander let out a sharp roar. Lin Yi smirked coldly. What are you being arrogant about when your subordinates are all dead? Ice spear. The ice spear condensed in the void, whistling with a biting cold wind. Put! In the next moment, the ice spear instantly pierced through the commander's body, dealing terrifying damage. Minus 35,196. The commander's health, which was close to 170,000, was now dwindling. Faced with Lin Yi, it had no power to fight back. The slow spell and swamp domain were used alternately, greatly restricting the commander's speed. Its health continued to drop, and its speed was astonishing. With the final strike of the ice spear, the commander's head instantly exploded. Minus 31,709. The commander's health points hit 0, and the red light in his skull gradually extinguished. Killed the level 15 boss, skeleton commander, and gained 7,130 experience points. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the commander fell, a burst of light suddenly erupted. This was a massive equipment drop. Lin Yi's eyes were filled with surprise as he not only discovered several streaks of blue light but also flashes of white light among them. He never expected that this drop would include a piece of silver equipment. Bronze equipment was already a rare find, but silver equipment was truly exceptional. Without a second thought, Lin Yi bent down to pick up the dropped gear. Ghostly Swift Boots grade, silver attributes, agility plus 60, movement speed plus 2, with ghostly reconnaissance skill. Not bad, it even comes with a skill bonus. Although the equipment's skill couldn't be automatically enhanced by his max level talent, it was still quite powerful. Lin Yi quickly equipped the ghostly Swift Boots, lightly jumped, and felt an extraordinary lightness in his body. Chang Muqing and Bai Jia looked on with envy, but they also understood their place. Receiving the experience was already a stroke of luck, coveting the equipment would be greedy. Then, they helped Lin Yi gather the scattered equipment. Shadowbone ring grade, bronze attributes, spirit plus 25, mana plus 300. This ring had no class restrictions, but it was clearly most suitable for mages. Lin Yi replaced the ring on his left hand, and his spirit attribute instantly soared. Spirit potion grade, bronze attributes, increases spirit attribute by 300 points after consumption. Effect lasts for 3 minutes. This was a typical burst-type potion, often kept by adventuring teams for use against strong enemies. Lin Yi's face lit up with joy as he carefully stored the potion in his storage pendant. This could be a trump card in a critical moment, potentially saving his life. The last item was surprisingly a skill book. Bone Spike Technique. This belonged to the dark magic category at the Black Iron level, which was quite rare. Lin Yi was overjoyed, clasped his hands, and the skill book transformed into light flooding into his mind. The talent activated, and the Bone Spike Technique automatically reached max level. Bone Spike Technique casts and launches bone spikes with corrosive effects, enhancing subsequent attack power. Cooldown time 3 seconds. Although the damage couldn't compare to the Ice Spear technique, the corrosive effect made Lin Yi's eyes light up. Not bad, not bad, this is a huge profit. In total, he obtained 11 pieces of equipment. Besides the ghostly Swift Boots and Shadow Bone Ring, there were also 2 pieces of black iron equipment that Lin Yi could use. Ghostly Gloves grade, Black Iron attributes, Magic resistance plus 15, Strength plus 10. Commander's Bracers grade, Black Iron attributes, Health plus 300, Mana plus 200. After equipping these two new items, Lin Yi's attributes saw a significant boost. After taking stock, the haul was quite impressive. Lin Yi stretched lazily, a look of satisfaction on his face. The excess equipment could be sold later, and even a warrior skill book would fetch a good price. Lin Yi estimated that the earnings from this dungeon expedition would definitely exceed 10 million. He couldn't help but marvel at why adventurers flocked to dungeons. As long as one had the strength, this place was indeed a treasure trove. Watching Lin Yi upgrade his gear, Chang Muqing and Bai Jia could only feel envy. The black iron bracers Lin Yi discarded fit her perfectly. Thus, Lin Yi gifted them to her. As for Chang Muqing, she could only gain experience points and a hint of regret. The look in her eyes when she glanced at Lin Yi unconsciously revealed a touch of resentment. Lin Yi pretended not to see, his gaze already fixed on the black barrier ahead. Next was the final level of this difficult dungeon, the Demon Mage Cassio. It was easy to imagine that this final boss was definitely stronger than the commander. Let's go! Time is of the essence. Lin Yi took the lead, urging Chang Muqing and Bai Jia to follow him forward. Soon, a 100-meter diameter altar appeared before the three of them. The altar was constructed from bones and jade, exuding an ominous aura. As the height increased, the intricate patterns carved above became increasingly refined. At the very top of the altar sat a gaunt black-robed mage, murmuring incantations. Scattered around the altar were some bloodied and mangled bodies. They lay there quietly, providing the necessary energy for the ongoing ritual. Upon seeing this gruesome scene, Chang Muqing's face instantly turned pale. She recognized several of the remains as those of her earlier missing companions, including Wu Ji. Damn it! This cursed demon mage! Chang Muqing's gaze shifted to Lin Yi, hoping to avenge her teammates. Lin Yi's expression was grave, although he was confident in dealing with Cassio's bizarre methods. The mysterious altar before him gave him a headache. Lin Yi stared at the patterns on the altar and suddenly exclaimed, This is an attempt to establish a connection with the abyss of hell. At that moment, Cassio stopped meditating. His colorless face suddenly lifted, revealing a hint of savagery. A ghostly light flickered in his eyes, sending a chill down one's spine. Chang Muqing and Bai Jia both gasped in shock. Demon mages often accompanied the undead, existing like phantoms. The creature before them might have once been a human traitor. Three fresh bodies. Cassio floated down slowly, a cold smile playing on his lips. Your arrival brings my ritual to completion. At that instant, he also received information about Cassio. Demon Mage Cassio. Level, LV15 Lord Monster, Purple, Health 215,719, Skills. Levitation, Summon Skeleton Knight, Mental Decay. It was actually a Purple Lord Monster. Generally, people encountered ordinary monsters or elite monsters. However, even among Lord Monsters, there were levels. If it were an ordinary Lord Monster, an adventurer team might still stand a chance. But Purple and even Golden Lord Monsters were beyond the reach of ordinary professionals. Chang Muqing couldn't hide her surprise. He has become stronger. The last time they met, Cassio wasn't this powerful. Clearly, he had drawn energy from those remains, significantly enhancing his strength. A glint of excitement flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. A Purple Lord Monster can at least drop silver equipment, and there might be even greater rewards. Despite Cassio's formidable strength, he felt no fear, especially upon seeing Cassio's summoning skill. He couldn't help but recall the scene of defeating the Bloodmark Wolf King, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Perhaps this was another opportunity to quickly level up? Kid, your gaze makes me very uncomfortable. Cassio's harsh voice rang out, his staff poised for action. Uncomfortable? You'll feel even worse soon. Lin Yi snorted coldly and struck first. His skill activated almost instantaneously, faster than Cassio. Fireball. Boom. The massive fireball surged forward, interrupting Cassio's spellcasting. Minus 6,153. Lin Yi frowned. Cassio's magic resistance was astonishing. This strike only reduced his health by 3%. However, it was merely a probing attack. You little brat, you're seeking your own death. Cassio roared in fury, his right-hand staff releasing a dark glow. The temperature around them seemed to drop. At the same time, Chang Muqing and Bai Jia provided Lin Yi with mental support. In an instant, Lin Yi was enveloped in radiant light, his mental points suddenly rising to 510. The two quickly retreated. They found it difficult to intervene in such a battle. Lin Yi's gaze was calm, surrounded by light elements forming a solid shield. Cassio continued to cast spells, while Lin Yi's skills were all at max level, activating at lightning speed. Even if he was a Purple Lord Monster, he couldn't compete with Lin Yi in speed. Ice Arrow. Whoosh! The ice crystal arrow shot through the air, instantly piercing Cassio's right hand that held the staff. Minus 9,175. With a high explosive damage, Cassio's spellcasting was interrupted once again. This is the terrifying aspect of Lin Yi, who can match his casting speed. In the distance, Chang Muqing and Bai Jia were left dumbfounded. This purple lord monster was actually being suppressed to the point of having no ability to fight back? This is just too abnormal. Ah! Cassio was filled with rage, having his spells interrupted twice in a row, nearly driving him to the brink of insanity. And Lin Yi's assault had only just begun. Bone spike technique. A skeletal spear formed out of thin air, shrieking with a piercing wail, and lunged fiercely at Cassio. Minus 20,165. This time the damage increased significantly, and more critically, the bone spike technique also carried a corrosive effect. Those faint green lights flickered around him, filling him with both shock and anger. However, he had nowhere to escape. Lin Yi's spells came like a barrage, not giving him a moment to breathe. Ice spear technique. Boom! The ice spear pierced through the ghostly light, effortlessly penetrating Cassio's body. It tore through his robe, revealing frost that froze his decaying body. Minus 51,085. Coupled with the impact of the ice spear, it forcefully slammed Cassio against the altar behind him. At the start of the battle, Lin Yi had already dealt nearly 80,000 points of damage. Cassio was pinned to the altar, his eyes filled with terror. Buzz! Suddenly, the ice spear that pierced through Cassio was forcibly pulled out. He then floated into the air, quickly distancing himself from Lin Yi. This was the levitation technique. Although not particularly fast, it was an excellent means of escape, and Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. As Cassio created distance, he hurriedly began chanting a spell. In reality, Lin Yi could have interrupted him again, but he chose not to, because he recognized that it was a summoning spell. Sure enough, one after another, skeletal knights emerged from the magic circle, a total of 20. This was simply handing out experience. Fire meteor technique. In an instant, a massive fire meteor scorched the air, causing the temperature of the entire barrier to rise sharply. The skeletal knights that had just stepped out of the magic circle were instantly obliterated. Kill level 15 skeletal knight, gain 197 experience. Kill level 15 skeletal knight, gain 215 experience. 20 skeletal knights, nearly 4,200 points of experience. Lin Yi's gaze towards Cassio began to burn with intensity. A few more waves like this, and wouldn't he be able to level up again? With this thought, Lin Yi decided not to finish off Cassio just yet. Naturally, he wanted to squeeze out the last bit of value. Seeing Cassio attempting to cast a spell, Lin Yi sneered, "Save it, keep summoning skeletal knights." With that, an ice crystal arrow was swiftly shot out. In the blink of an eye, it struck Cassio's staff, extinguishing his spell once more. Chang Muqing and Bai Jia exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. It should be known that interrupting a mage's spell is not something that can be done with random attacks. First, the attack must be powerful enough, and second, it must be extremely precise. In fact, it requires an exactness to the point of not missing by a hair, and the timing must be just right. Coincidentally, Lin Yi's spells were all at max level, both in power and precision, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. This created the astonishing scene before them. An ordinary mage would absolutely gain no advantage against Lin Yi. Seeing Cassio summon skeletal knights again, Bai Jia's eyes gradually revealed a strange light. She remembered the last time with that blood-marked wolf king. It was also dealt with only after squeezing out its last value. Chang Muqing found it hard to believe as he witnessed this scene for the first time. Fire meteor technique. With wave after wave of attacks, Lin Yi's experience points soared rapidly. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves, until the end of the 7th wave, a rich white light shone upon Lin Yi. Level increased to LV14. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with joy, his strength climbing to a new level. He felt that he could still level up again. After all, Cassio's magic points seemed to be more than half remaining. Ah, I must kill you. At this moment, Cassio was almost driven to madness. He felt extremely frustrated. Every time he tried to cast a spell, everyone was interrupted by this kid in front of them, except for the summoning of the skeleton knight, which could succeed by a stroke of luck. At first, he thought it was a summoning skill with a fast release speed, but when he saw the intense white light of leveling up rising from Lin Yi, he understood that he had been played. With this thought, Cassio suddenly spewed out a wave of necromantic energy, pouring it into his staff. Spirit decay. Then, a pitch-black halo descended upon Lin Yi. At that moment, a dark halo, carrying the breath of death, quickly surrounded Lin Yi. It effortlessly penetrated the light shield that Lin Yi had carefully set up. Lin Yi's heart tightened, and he suddenly felt his mental power rapidly fading like a receding tide. Cassio. Cast Spirit Decay. Your mental value is instantly halved. Effect lasts for 60 seconds. Lin Yi gasped, his expression changing slightly. It was clear that after Cassio exhaled that wave of necromantic energy, he also paid a heavy price, but he was quite pleased with himself. Now let's see how you interrupt my spellcasting? Cassio secretly rejoiced, then began to chant a spell loudly. Chang Muqing and Bai Jia were so nervous that their hearts were in their throats. They could see that Cassio's strike was very tricky for Lin Yi. Having his mental power was enough to prevent an ordinary mage from even concentrating. However, Lin Yi appeared unusually calm. He realized that even with his mental power halved, it did not affect his spellcasting. Even with only half of his mental attributes, the damage was still considerable. Lin Yi looked at the self-satisfied Casio, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Bone Spike. The glowing white bone spear, like the kiss of death, struck heavily against Casio's staff. Minus 14,157. Not only that, this attack interrupted his spell. How is this possible? Casio's eyes widened in disbelief that Lin Yi still had such power after having his mental strength. Immediately after, an ice spear struck directly at his vital points. In panic, Casio hurriedly cast levitation to distance himself. At the same time, he hastily summoned the skeleton knight. Seeing this scene, Chang Muqing patted her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. She exchanged a glance with Bai Jia, both wearing bitter smiles. This series of ups and downs was even more thrilling than a roller coaster. Meteor fire. Fire meteors descended upon the altar once again, and batches of skeleton knights were summoned, only to be quickly sent back to the underworld. At this moment, Lin Yi's experience points soared like a rocket, and he felt extremely pleased. Although Casio tried to counterattack, a single ice spear made him behave much more obediently. Whoosh! After 25 waves, Lin Yi once again radiated a dazzling white light. Level increased to LV15. Lin Yi saw his mental value surge to 700 points again, feeling very comfortable. Chang Muqing shared the experience and easily leveled up to 5. She was very satisfied with this achievement. After all, many adventurers of the same period were still struggling between levels 1 and 2. But thinking that Lin Yi had already reached level 15 made her feel like a waste. At this moment, Casio had completely turned into a grotesque skeleton. His originally frail body was now just a skeleton. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Yi was filled with hatred and fear. Seeing this, Lin Yi's expression showed a hint of regret. It seemed he lamented that there was no more value to extract. Truly a one-hit wonder. Lin Yi's disdain almost made Casio cry out, "My God, who is the true master here? Then, I can only send you on your way." Lin Yi mocked, his eyes filled with killing intent. Bone Spike. The white bone spear, glowing with a ghostly light, directly sent Casio flying. Minus 31,057. Ice spear. This time, the ice spear pierced straight through Casio's body, pinning him to the altar. Minus 63,189. Human, you will ultimately not escape death. As Casio's words fell, he transformed into a cloud of black mist and suddenly vanished from the altar. Defeated the level 15 demon mage Casio, gained 13,482 experience points. Immediately, brilliant light burst forth and equipment scattered all over the ground. Silver. The lowest was even bronze. Lin Yi was even more delighted to discover 2 skill books. What a bountiful harvest. He eagerly walked over to a staff shimmering with silver light. Demon staff. Grade, silver attributes, spirit plus 165, attack power plus 850, with the additional spirit decay skill which can reduce the target spirit by 25%. After reading the description, Lin Yi's eyes were filled with ecstasy. This silver staff was simply incredible. The staff glimmered with a matte black finish with a black crystal embedded at the tip. Deep within, a blood-red glow flowed. This thing looked extraordinarily cool, and its attributes were even more exceptional. As expected of silver equipment, it instantly boosted Lin Yi's combat power significantly. What amazed Lin Yi even more was its special skill. Even a mere 25% spirit reduction was still fearsome. In specific situations, it was definitely a game-changing skill. Just after reaching level 15, to have such new equipment in hand was simply exhilarating. After equipping the new staff, Lin Yi's spirit immediately soared to 865 points. Now, even a basic fireball spell could deal around 16 to 17,000 damage. For black iron professionals, encountering Lin Yi was like a chick facing an eagle, with no chance but to surrender. Then, Lin Yi shifted his attention to the next piece of equipment. Ethereal robe grade, silver. Attributes, spirit plus 65, magic resistance plus 125, with the additional levitation skill, allowing the caster to float in the air, up to a maximum of 50 meters. The back of the black robe was adorned with a cluster of skull flame patterns, exuding an imposing aura. Wearing the ethereal robe, Lin Yi was enveloped in a mysterious and alluring aura. His originally handsome face gained an extraordinary charm. The subsequent pieces of equipment, although all bronze grade, were by no means simple. Bone ring level, bronze attributes, spirit plus 30, magic points plus 300, quick cool waist level, bronze attributes, skill cooldown time reduced by 25%, giant bone greatsword level, bronze attributes, strength plus 120, ignore defense plus 35, skeleton battle boots level, bronze attributes, agility plus 30, stamina plus 25. The bone ring and quick cool waist were solid enhancements to combat power, especially the quick cool waist. Despite having only one special effect, the reduction in skill cooldown was enough to double Lin Yi's combat power. This effect was nearly comparable to silver equipment. Without hesitation, Lin Yi immediately equipped these 2 items. As for the remaining 2, he stored them in his space pendant for future Rewards. After reviewing the equipment, there were finally 2 precious skill books. One was a black iron skill exclusive to mages, Soul Meditation. The other was a black iron skill for assassins, Shadow Cloak. Then, Linny clasped his hands together and decisively learned Soul Meditation. His talent activated instantly and the skill leveled up to max. Soul Meditation, while in use, restores 50 magic points per second, while enhancing dark spell damage by 20%. Linny couldn't hide his excitement. This effect was astonishing. The ordinary meditation method only restored 2 magic points per second, but this was a 25-fold increase. With his full state, Linny had 12,000 magic points. Using Soul Meditation, he could fully restore in just 4 minutes. Moreover, all his skills were at max level, and his magic point consumption was pitifully low. It was only a fraction of what others used. Level upgraded to LV15, new skill unlocked, Stun. Under the talents. Enhancement, Stun automatically leveled up to max stun, ignores defense, causing the target to enter a 10-second stun state. The effect is removed upon being attacked, cooldown time 10 seconds. A hard control ultimate skill. Lin Yi's heart surged with excitement. The previous delay spell and swamp domain could be considered forms of control, but at most they only slowed down the enemy's speed. However, this stun spell could leave opponents dazed for 10 seconds, a completely different nature. Thus, Lin Yi's combat strategy undoubtedly became more flexible and varied. Let's take a look at the attribute panel first. Lin Yi suppressed his inner excitement and immediately opened the attribute panel. Level, LV15, 13482/50,000, attributes, Strength 350, Spirit 1060, Stamina 400, Agility 410, Health 3600, Mana 12500. It was not hard to see that since entering the secret realm of the dungeon, Lin Yi's strength had already undergone a tremendous transformation, increasing by more than 10 times. There was still a week until the official start of the trial competition. Lin Yi was confident that he could completely advance to a bronze mage. By then, those novice players who started at the same time as him would be practically asking for punishment in their battles against him. Now, a single fireball spell from Lin Yi could deal nearly 20,000 damage. Even a newly promoted bronze professional would likely be reduced to ashes in the face of such power. Compared to Lin Yi, those so-called hidden professions were not even worthy of carrying his shoes, even if others had slightly superior attributes. Under the same conditions, they certainly could not match his max-level skills, which were simply outrageous. Once he transformed into an arcane mage, the last bit of difference would vanish, and Lin Yi would become even more terrifying. Among the equipment Lin Yi wore, 3 pieces were silver grade. The rest were mostly bronze level, with only a few pieces being black iron equipment. This scene was not lost on Chang Muqing and Bai Jia, their envy evident. Especially Chang Muqing, who felt it more intensely. Bai Jia might not understand, but Chang Muqing knew in her heart. Lin Yi had awakened only 2 days ago. In this short time, he could single-handedly kill a level 15 purple lord monster. Such a growth rate was simply astonishing. She even dared not to think about what would happen if Lin Yi were given enough time. Surpassing the 4 great families of Jiang City seemed not impossible. At this moment, her regard for Lin Yi reached an unprecedented height. Just as Chang Muqing was about to speak, she suddenly heard Bai Jia exclaim softly, "Strange, why haven't we received the completion score yet?" Logically, the demon mage Cassio should be the final boss of this secret realm, right? Bai Jia's question suddenly awakened Lin Yi. He had been immersed in the joy of his gains and had forgotten about this matter. The delay in calculating the completion score gave Lin Yi a vague premonition. This could only mean one thing: the secret realm had not truly ended. Immediately, Lin Yi's gaze involuntarily turned to the altar. He had felt something was off since he entered. Now it seemed that this altar was clearly a medium for communicating with the abyssal monsters. The position where Cassio fell had an extremely faint aura of necromancy quietly seeping into the underground altar. Although the demon mage Cassio had fallen, in his last moment of life, he completed the sacrificial ritual. Buzz. As if sensing the attention of the crowd, the long quiet altar no longer concealed itself. The intricate magic array carved upon it suddenly burst forth with blinding black light. A wave of abyssal energy continuously surged forth. Level 15 Black Iron Dungeon Secret Realm. Due to an unexpected unknown event, difficulty upgraded to Hell level. The dungeon secret realm is sealed by an unknown force, and explorers cannot exit temporarily. A series of log updates jumped into Lin Yi and the others' view, and they immediately understood the situation. The difficulty of the dungeon secret realm had actually increased. Upon seeing this scene, Chang Muqing truly felt like crying without tears. She just wanted to find a place to practice, but who knew she would encounter such bad luck with the sudden increase in dungeon difficulty. Hell level. Are we going to be finished? Faced with the inability to exit, Chang Muqing and Bai Jia were both flustered. They had thought they were about to clear the dungeon, only to encounter this unexpected turn of events. Before meeting Lin Yi, they struggled to complete even the difficult level dungeons. Now, with the difficulty suddenly escalating to Hell level, it was simply unimaginable. Chang Muqing tried to activate the golden teleportation talisman in her hand, only to find it completely ineffective, her mood plummeting. Instantly, Lin Yi was quick and serious, yet remained calm. Although the hell-level secret realm was terrifying, how could they easily concede without trying? The newly acquired powerful strength gave him ample confidence. Lin Yi tightly gripped his staff, gazing at the altar that was undergoing a transformation. The cause of the secret realm's upheaval was the abyssal monster summoned by Cassio. What kind of monster could it be? The three of them held their breath, anxiously watching the altar, their hearts filled with unease that was hard to calm. Meanwhile, Cheng Di and the others were waiting outside the dungeon's secret realm. Suddenly, a strange wave of energy broke the surrounding tranquility. The teleportation vortex, which had been glowing white, erupted with a dazzling light. Soon after, it was gradually shrouded by an ominous black light. A hint of panic flashed in Cheng Di's eyes, and he quickly stepped forward, trying to decipher the mystery of this sudden change. Not good. The young lady is in danger. Upon learning that the difficulty of the secret realm had sharply increased, Cheng Di's expression turned grave. He immediately turned around and urgently instructed, "Quick, we need to go in. Now." Although Cheng Di had suffered severe injuries in the past while protecting the family head Cheng Badian, causing his level to remain stagnant at 20, this became an opportunity for him to enter the dungeon. At this moment, the dense black light on the altar gradually faded. From the magic circle beneath the altar came a series of low growls and grinding sounds that sent chills down one's spine. Following that, an unknown monster leaped into the air, revealing its true form. This monster emanated a dark purple glow, with curved horns on its head. Its tail was covered in sharp spikes, constantly swaying. Its back unfolded to reveal a pair of bat-like wings. Ethereal demon beast. Cheng Muqing gasped, recognizing the identity of this unknown creature. "Insignificant humans, did you kill my servant Cassio?" The ethereal demon beast bared its fangs and claws, its voice booming like a bell, distorting her expression. Ethereal demon beast. Level, LV15 Lord level, Gold, Health 534907 Skills, Dragon Roar, Ethereal Flame, Violent Assault. Looking at these terrifying stats, Cheng Muqing's heart sank to the bottom. This ethereal demon beast was far more powerful than any enemy they had encountered before, especially that health value of over 500,000, which was enough to instill fear. Just then, Lin Yi was about to speak when a rift opened in the sky, and a new batch of adventurers was teleported in. "Uncle Dai." Seeing this, Cheng Muqing exclaimed. In surprise, it was Cheng Di and his group. "Miss, are you alright?" Cheng Di breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Cheng Muqing safe and sound. He then fixed his gaze on the ethereal demon beast, resolutely standing. "In front of everyone, this is an abyssal monster. Everyone must be careful." "Great." The ethereal demon beast flapped its wings and sneered, "Another batch of humans seeking death. Today I will enjoy myself thoroughly." Before Lin Yi could react, Cheng Di waved for him to step back. Then, Cheng Di and the other 9 quickly formed a battle formation. Various enhancement effects stacked rapidly. These 20-level black iron warriors had attributes exceeding 1,000. Cheng Di knew well the threat posed by a golden lord-level monster, but at this moment, they had no choice but to fight. Otherwise, if the young lady encountered misfortune here, how could he face the family head again? Cheng Di took a deep breath and shouted angrily, "Kill!" As the order was given, the warriors' weapons shone with light as they charged forward. The assassins concealed themselves, looking for the best moment to strike. The mages and archers in the back were poised to unleash their power. The 2 priests were sweating, ready to cast healing spells at any moment. Boom! Colorful skills converged like a flood, crashing forth. However, the nether demon stood arrogantly with its arms crossed, waiting for the attack to arrive. Lin Yi had intended to strike and kill, but Cheng Di's arrival disrupted the plan. Thus, he decided to observe the battlefield first to gauge the strength of the nether demon before making a move. Bang bang bang! Various skills landed on the nether demon, but the damage dealt was minimal. -453, -512, -397. This series of 3-digit damage numbers left everyone in shock. After one round of attacks, they had only inflicted a little over 2,000 points of damage. Compared to the nether demon's massive health pool, this damage was utterly insignificant. This is actually a demon body. A chill rose in Cheng Di's heart. The constitution of this nether demon was more noble than he had anticipated. Its defense and resistance far exceeded common sense. "This is troublesome. What should we do?" Cheng Di felt a wave of anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. They cast skills again and again, but the damage was pitifully low. The nether demon spread its arms wide, unreservedly welcoming these attacks, a hint of enjoyment appearing on its face. "Ha ha! You bunch of ants, haven't you eaten? Even scratching an itch is so powerless? Don't worry, I'll savor you. Bit by bit. It's been a long time since I've had a delicious meal." To it, adventurers had always been top-notch delicacies. Moreover, after devouring them, its power could rise even further. Whoosh! Suddenly, it snapped its wings together, and several carefully prepared spells from the mages instantly vanished. Immediately after, the nether demon counterattacked, a fireball striking Cheng Di and his group. minus 2137, minus 2095, minus 2071, minus 2286. The damage exploded in an instant, nearly emptying Chang De and the others' health points. It wasn't that the nether demon could only deal this much damage. Rather, it was deliberately toying with them, enjoying the thrill of the hunt. The nether fire burned on Chang Di and the others. Whenever their health points recovered, they were immediately consumed by the flames. Fresh prey is the real delicacy. The nether demon took a deep breath and charged straight at Chang De. Though fear flickered in Chang De's eyes, there was more regret. He couldn't protect the young lady. Uncle Dai. Chang Muching cried out sharply, tears brimming in her eyes. Just as everyone fell into despair and the nether demon was about to feast on its grand meal, boom! Accompanied by the hissing sound of burning air, a fireball the size of a millstone shot out instantly. Lin Yi had finally made his move. This kid's strength is actually terrifying. Chang Di and the others were dumbfounded, staring at the extraordinarily large fireball. Before this, Chang De had subconsciously overlooked Lin Yi. After all, how strong could a newly promoted Black Iron adventurer be? Thus, he hadn't considered letting Lin Yi join the battle. Now, he realized how foolish his thoughts had been. Boom! The nether demon was equally astonished. The massive fireball struck its chest, and its blood was almost instantly evaporated. Minus 25,739. The high damage value left Chang Di and the others speechless in shock. One fireball spell had caused over 20,000 damage. This was unbelievable. A glimmer of hope flickered in Chang De's eyes. Perhaps there was a chance to escape today. Seeing this scene, Chang Muching was overjoyed and cried, grateful that Lin Yi was there. Immediately, Lin Yi took out a bottle of mental potion. After drinking it, his mental points surged by 300 instantly. Chang De reacted quickly. All support classes give Lin Yi full buffs. Swish swish swish. Colorful lights intertwined, and Lin Yi's mental attribute broke through 1,500 points. It was so much stronger than before. Not only that, but it also added various buffs such as shortening casting time, reducing skill cooldowns, and increasing movement speed. Lin Yi truly felt the power brought by teamwork. He felt the surging power within him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With the levitation spell granted by the phantom robe, Lin Yi leaped into the air, his agility enhanced by the lightness technique, bone spike technique. Under the influence of numerous buffs, the already swift spell became even faster. Seeing this, the group of mages behind Chang De were left agape, their jaws nearly dropping. They could hardly believe that a spell could be released so quickly. Whoosh! The skeletal spear whistled through the air, instantly piercing the shoulder of the phantom monster. Put! Purple-black blood splattered, like raindrops, hissing as it hit the ground. Minus 51,853. In an instant, the phantom monster roared to the sky. But Lin Yi's assault was relentless, leaving no room for it to counterattack. Ice Spear Technique. Supported by powerful mental strength, the Ice Spear seemed to freeze the surrounding air, its power greater than ever before. Chang Muching and Bai Jia couldn't help but tremble, their shock evident in their eyes. The Ice Spear pierced through the demon's injured shoulder, tearing it apart. Sizzle! The demon's wing was severed in half, only a few tendons remaining connected, a sight that was chilling. Minus 127,863. The combination of bone spike technique and Ice Spear technique caused a terrifying amount of destruction. Chang Di and the others were utterly shocked. Could this really be the work of a Black Iron class practitioner? Gulp! A synchronized swallowing sound arose, carrying a hint of humor, yet it felt all too real. In just 3 spells, nearly a third of the phantom monster's health had evaporated. Even if it had strong vitality, it couldn't withstand such heavy blows. At this moment, the gazes directed at Lin Yi were filled with shock and disbelief. They speculated among themselves, what exactly was Lin Yi's profession? An ordinary mage? It couldn't possibly be that simple. Damn human, you dare to injure me. You shall die, I will extract your soul. The phantom monster was engulfed in raging black flames, more ferocious than before, as if it aimed to devour everything. Lin Yi merely sneered, lightly waving his staff. Stun technique. In an instant, a dazzling beam of magical light erupted from the tip of the staff. Before the phantom monster could finish its words, it fell into a state of dizziness. Although it had some resistance to dizziness, the halo appearing above its head indicated 5 seconds of slumber. 5 seconds, more than enough. Lin Yi moved like lightning, darting through the air in search of the best casting position. Bone spike technique. The skeletal spear reappeared, bolstered by powerful mental strength. The spear tip glowed faintly, almost materializing, sharp beyond compare. Whoosh! The spear shot through the air like a meteor, plunging deep into the phantom monster's gaping maw. The next moment, it awoke from its stupor, but it was already too late. The spear pierced through its mouth and emerged from the back of its neck. Minus 91,753. A massive burst of damage erupted, purple blood splattering everywhere, nearly tearing off half of its head. Flesh and shattered bones mixed, half of its face twisted and broken. The phantom monster howled in agony, but the spear filled its mouth, rendering it unable to make a sound. Ice Spear technique. Immediately, the ice spear, infused with extreme cold, surged toward the phantom monster. At this moment, the remaining half of its face was etched with endless fear. The pain from the last ice spear seemed to linger in its heart. Phantom shield. The rising black flames coalesced into a fiery shield, attempting to block the incoming ice spear. Although it mitigated some damage, it could not completely stop it. Sizzle. The ice spear pierced through the flame shield, crashing heavily onto the phantom monster's head. Minus 124,580. Had it not been for the shield's damage reduction, the outcome could have been even more devastating. In less than a minute, its health had dwindled to just 30%. Changde and the others were filled with layers of doubt. Was this weak phantom monster really the Lord Monster they had struggled against before? Why could Linny handle it so easily? A reluctant mage attempted to cast an ice spear. Minus 861. This meager damage left him feeling embarrassed, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Compared to Linny, it was like heaven and earth. He was just asking for a beating. Linny did not give the nether demon any chance to breathe. Delay spell. The fleeing figure of the nether demon suddenly became sluggish. Who said humans are weak? Why did it have to encounter such a freak? He wished he could drag out the Casio that summoned him and whip its corpse 1,000 times. Why did you summon me? At this moment, Lin Yi's spells continued to rain down. Frost, flames, thunder, the diverse elemental powers intertwined on the nether demon. Its originally robust body became riddled with wounds, and its health plummeted to the critical point. Suddenly, a massive ice spear pierced through its body, pinning it to the altar wall, and it fell instantly. Killed a level 15 nether demon, gained 38,951 experience points. Linny looked at his nearly full experience bar, feeling a wave of satisfaction. Whoosh! Immediately, beneath the corpse of the nether demon, a dazzling array of colorful lights burst forth. Equipment, skill books, a feast for the eyes. There was even golden equipment. Looking at the pile of shimmering gear, everyone's eyes were filled with envy. Especially a few young mages, their gazes were so fervent they seemed ready to ignite. But no one dared to act rashly. All of this was Lin Yi's loot, his exclusive glory. Lin Yi began to examine them one by one, and the first item that caught his eye was a brilliantly golden piece of equipment. Abyssal Demon Cloak grade, gold attributes, stamina plus 150, agility plus 150, movement speed increased by 5%. With the skill Abyssal Eye capable of detecting the location of silver tier and below hidden entities. Although it wasn't tailor-made for mages, Lin Yi could still use it. The accompanying Abyssal Eye skill delighted him. Detecting the location of hidden entities? This was undoubtedly a powerful aid, especially effective against enemies below silver tier. From now on, any assassin attempting to stealthily approach would have nowhere to hide before Lin Yi. After donning the new cloak, Lin Yi felt as light as a feather. Combined with the lightness spell, he was even more agile than an assassin. Next, Lin Yi examined the next piece of equipment. Flame Ring grade. Silver attributes, spirit plus 80, adds 20% burning damage when casting spells. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't hide his joy. In addition to the significant boost to his spirit, it also allowed his attacks to inflict burning damage. This elevated Lin Yi's combat to a new level. Storm Dragon Tongue Bow grade, silver attributes, strength plus 120, agility plus 60. Each attack additionally fires a storm arrow dealing 25% damage. Undoubtedly, this was a divine artifact for archers. Lin Yi put it away, trading it would be the best choice. Silver equipment was always in high demand on the market. The remaining two bronze items, while not top tier, each had a market value easily exceeding $1 million. After counting all the equipment, there were still two treasures. A gem the size of a dragon's eye, exuding a strong abyssal aura. Abyss Core Stone grade. Gold attributes can be used for embedding, granting equipment abyssal power, significantly increasing equipment level, limited to silver tier and below equipment. Upgrade equipment level. Lin Yi had just lamented not obtaining a golden staff. Unexpectedly, a solution appeared in an instant. If he could upgrade the demon staff to golden equipment, Lin Yi's strength would surely soar again. So, he carefully stored it away, planning to consult a blacksmith the next time he visited the treasure pavilion. The next treasure was a ticket to the Abyss. Abyss Pass, first layer, grade, special attributes. The user can enter the first layer of the Abyss, requiring silver tier strength or above. It is said that the Abyss has a total of 18 layers, and the deeper one goes, the stronger the demons become. That nether demon just now probably came from the first layer of the Abyss. Once I advance to silver, I will definitely explore the Abyss. This haul was truly bountiful. Even Lin Yi, who was used to grand scenes, could hardly contain his excitement. Finally, Lin Yi's gaze fell on two skill books. Each one was a priceless treasure to him. Hell's Mark. Wings of the Nether. Hell's Mark was a black iron skill that Lin Yi could learn right away. As for Wings of the Nether, it was a rare flying skill, but it belonged to the bronze tier, which Lin Yi couldn't reach for now. He quickly put away the Wings of the Nether skill book and casually touched the Hell's Mark skill book. The pages transformed into a shooting star, merging into Lin Yi's mind, and in an instant, he comprehended it. With his talent activated, Hell's Mark instantly reached max level. Hell's Mark condenses a mark on the target. The next time a spell is cast, it triggers the mark, dealing 5 times the damage with a cooldown of 1 minute. After reading the skill description, Linny felt an overwhelming excitement in his heart. This was definitely a trump card, a future ace against enemies. After counting his spoils, Linny let out a long sigh of satisfaction. This adventure had been a huge success. Originally, his goal was just to take down the Blood Pattern Wolf King. Who would have thought he would stumble upon a fortuitous encounter, entering a hard-level dungeon, and even upgrading to Hell difficulty? The rewards were astonishing. Linny looked at the equipment in the spatial pendant, and he couldn't be happier. At that moment, Chung De led Chang Mooching and others over slowly. He didn't dare underestimate the black iron young man in front of him. With his own strength, he had killed a Golden Lord monster. His potential was terrifying. Without a doubt, Linny would become an unparalleled master. His future was limitless, and it was very necessary to build a good relationship now. Young hero Linny, thank you so much for your help. If it weren't for you, we would have been in big trouble this time. Chang De was shocked to hear from Chang Mooching that Linny was a student from the Interstellar Technology University who had just awakened not long ago. In just 2 days, his strength had surpassed his own. He was definitely a genius among geniuses. Linny waved his hand and smiled. It was just a small effort. Besides, I made a promise to Miss Chang to help her clear the dungeon. Chang Mooching covered her mouth and chuckled, feeling like she had struck a great deal. Just with that spatial pendant, she could clear a hell-level dungeon. Although she spent most of the time watching from the sidelines, leading to a low score, the rewards she received were still considerable. All of this was thanks to Linny, and her eyes were filled with admiration. Bai Jia felt the same. Linny's flawless spell bombardment left a deep impression on her. While it couldn't be called infatuation, it was only natural to develop a fondness. Chang De quickly chimed in. The reward given by the young lady is truly not worthy of the value of this dungeon. When we get home, I will definitely report to the family head. I invite you to the Chang family as a guest, and there will be generous gifts as well, so don't decline when the time comes. Chang De was smooth in his dealings and kept a low profile. Although Linny was mature in mind, he still found it quite beneficial to hear this. Alright, I will definitely go then. He was also curious about what kind of generous gifts the Chang family would prepare as thanks. Could it be that they would betroth Chang Mooching to him? Thinking of this, Linny couldn't help but chuckle at himself for such wild thoughts. Just then, a sudden burst of golden light erupted in the dungeon, and the worlds will began to score them based on their performance. The golden light shot up into the sky, gathering into a massive light screen at the horizon. Soon after, everyone's scores were revealed one by one. First were Chang De and the others. In the footage, they had just landed in front of the Nether Demon and almost got wiped out in one wave. Chang De's face turned slightly red. This was a blatant slap in the face. In the end, they only received the lowest E-grade score, but the rewards were still decent. Then it was Chang Mooching and Bai Jia's turn. The two had almost just been along for the ride. Occasionally, they provided Linny with some buff enhancements, making the entire dungeon journey feel like a vacation. The two shyly covered their eyes and received a D-grade score. The prizes were slightly better than those of Chang De and the others, and the joy in their eyes was unmistakable. Finally, it was Linny's turn, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. On the screen, Linny faced 100 enemies alone. Whether it was the Casio or the Nether Demon, they were all blown to the sky by him. Chang De and the others watched in astonishment, having only seen him deal with the Nether Demon. Before and now he finally realized how monstrous his strength was. The golden light curtain slowly froze, and in the astonished gazes of the crowd, the dazzling SSS rating shone brightly. My god, it's actually a 3S rating? Upon witnessing this scene, everyone was taken aback. To achieve an S rating is already a rare occurrence, let alone that unattainable SSS rating. Congratulations on clearing the Hell-level difficulty dungeon. Awarded SSS rating. Reward, 30,000 experience points. Obtained Platinum Treasure, Skill Fusion Stone. Obtained Platinum Treasure, Wind Spirit Card. Linny's Adam's apple moved slightly. Faced with such generous rewards, he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. The richness of this reward was beyond imagination. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dazzling white light burst forth from Linny. Level upgraded to LV16. He leveled up again. And the next two platinum treasures were the real highlights. He initially thought that obtaining golden equipment was already rare, but unexpectedly, it was double platinum. First was the Skill Fusion Stone, about the size of a fist. The red stone, shimmering with a golden luster, contained a surge of magical energy. Skill Fusion Stone grade, Platinum attribute, can fuse two bronze skills into a higher level skill, ignoring level restrictions for early mastery. Typically, practitioners can only learn skills that match their own level, and learning across levels is extremely difficult unless one possesses special treasures, and the skill Fusion Stone is just that. Linny couldn't hide his eagerness and carefully stored this treasure. Wind Spirit card grade, Platinum attribute. The holder can win the favor of the Wind Spirit, which can be exchanged for Moonwater. It's actually a token. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. This type of treasure is very special. Its value depends on how the practitioner utilizes it. Moon water? I heard it can permanently enhance a mage's mental attributes. For me, it's definitely a priceless treasure. Looks like I need to find some time to inquire about the clues of the elf race. Lin Yi kept this matter in mind, planning to ask when he visited the Cheng family. As a prestigious family in Jiangchang, the Cheng family had extensive connections, far more efficient than personal exploration. At this moment, everyone also came back to their senses from the shock. The gazes directed at Lin Yi were filled with awe. This young man had limitless potential for future achievements. Cheng De's regard for Lin Yi deepened once again, and he extended another invitation. Young hero Lin, you must come to the Cheng family as a guest when you return to Jiangchang. Beside him, Cheng Muqing also said cheerfully, looking forward to our next meeting. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, sure. Soon after, Cheng Muqing and her group transformed into streaks of light and left the dungeon space. As the dungeon's secret realm was about to collapse, it was not suitable to linger. Whoosh! Lin Yi and Bai Jia's figures reappeared in the lair of the blood pattern Wolf King. Bai Jia let out a long breath. The twists and turns of this trip far exceeded all her past experiences, and the rewards were abundant. She looked at Lin Yi beside her, her eyes sparkling with a different kind of light. What kind of beauty could match him? Let's go! This dungeon journey not only allowed Lin Yi to leap to level 16, his equipment and skills were comprehensively upgraded and his strength multiplied by more than dozens of times. Even the fireball spell he casually cast had reached a power of 20 to 30,000 points, which was an absurd level of growth. This made Lin Yi's confidence even more robust. In this world, strength was the most fundamental guarantee, everything else was illusory. On the way back, all the monsters in the swamp plains were no match for him. Unfortunately, due to Lin Yi's high level, hunting monsters in the swamp plains no longer yielded experience. Occasionally encountered adventurers, sensing the murderous aura emanating from Lin Yi, cautiously avoided him. The convenience brought by strength was nothing less than this, no one dared to provoke him easily. Occasionally, casting a lightness spell, their speed doubled. Soon, Wulong Town came into view. Lin Yi, see you next time. After exchanging contact information, Lin Yi headed straight to the Wanbao Pavilion, ready to sell the treasures in his hands. Stepping through the door of the treasure pavilion, it was still the same bunny girl receptionist. A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in her eyes, clearly surprised that Lin Yi had returned so soon. Welcome to the treasure pavilion, how may I assist you? The bunny girl maintained a professional smile, elegantly bowing. Lin Yi smiled lightly. This time he planned to dispose of some idle treasures he no longer needed. At the same time, he wanted to gather mage skill manuals and inquire about blacksmiths. Let's deal with some equipment first. As soon as he finished speaking, the bunny girl was left speechless. Clatter! One piece of equipment and material after another spilled onto the polished countertop, dazzling in their brilliance. There were dozens of black iron pieces and quite a few bronze ones. Moreover, there was even a piece of silver equipment. Dear guest, please wait a moment. Such a significant transaction. I cannot make decisions on my own. I will immediately call the manager over. Please rest in the VIP room for a moment. The bunny girl's voice trembled slightly, her soft chest gently swaying as well. This scene was too shocking. The expensive equipment piled up like cabbages. Even she, who had seen much, found it hard to believe. Lin Yi watched with amusement in his heart. If he were to showcase golden equipment or even platinum treasures, she might be so shocked that her jaw would drop. After a display of strength, Lin Yi was quickly led into a private room decorated in utmost luxury. Inside the room, the chairs were made from high-grade magical beast bones. Not only was there a dedicated masseuse, but even the tea served was the precious white jade spirit tea, worth countless times more than what he had drunk before. This was the privilege and enjoyment that came with strength. Lin Yi calmly accepted all the thoughtful services. Before long, a thin middle-aged man hurriedly entered the room, slightly out of breath. Clearly, he had rushed over after receiving the news. Dear guest, I apologize for not welcoming you from afar. It is truly a great disrespect. Let's not waste time, let's get straight to the transaction. With that, the batch of equipment and materials poured out once more from the spatial pendant. Manager Zhang's eyes still couldn't hide his shock. He quickly made a decision. He must befriend this young man. Only then could his performance reach new heights and he could leave the small town of Wulong for the bustling Jiang city. With this thought, Manager Jiang began to carefully count the items Lin Yi wanted to sell. There are 20 pieces of equipment below level 10, totaling 4,910,000. I'll round it up to 5 million. Just from this batch of equipment, it was an income of 5 million, and a satisfied smile spread across Lin Yi's face. Manager Jiang counted, his excitement growing, and his speech unconsciously quickened. There are 13 pieces of black iron equipment above level 11, totaling 8 million. 7 pieces of bronze equipment, 16 million. As for this skill book Shadow Escape and this silver equipment, the Storm Dragon Tongue Bao, I cannot give you a price for now. Perhaps we can consider exchanging it for other items. What do you think? Such treasures often have a price but no market and would not easily be exchanged for Huaxia coins. Manager Zhang's tone grew increasingly respectful. This was an extraordinary deal. The young man before him either had an incredible background or unfathomable strength. Either way, he was not someone to be underestimated. Linny was filled with joy. This harvest was truly astonishing. If he counted the equipment and treasures he was wearing, his assets would easily exceed 100 million. After exchanging these two items for a bronze promotion orb, he would still have some left over, just enough to supplement some equipment and skills. With this in mind, Linny nodded in satisfaction. Then let's trade items. I need a bronze promotion orb. Also, please help me find equipment and skills suitable for mages. If there are suitable ones, I will exchange these items. The maid beside him was deeply attracted by Lin Yi's generous demeanor. Handsome and wealthy, he was simply the dream lover. As Lin Yi's words fell, Manager Jiang was filled with joy. Please sit for a moment. He then turned to signal the bunny girl behind him to prepare a detailed list of goods. Manager Jiang smiled as he shared tea with Lin Yi. Their conversation relaxed and casual. During their chat, Lin Yi learned that Manager Zhang's name was Zhang Fu. When Zhang Fu discovered that Lin Yi was a freshman who had just awakened not long ago, his astonishment was hard to contain. In just 2 days, you've achieved such accomplishments, it's simply unheard of. Amidst his amazement, Zhang Fu made a decision. I'll be a bit presumptuous and call you Brother Lin from now on. Given that the value of the items you're selling meets the standard, Wanbao Pavilion specially grants you a black gold card. From now on, any purchases at Wanbao Pavilion will enjoy a 10% discount. Zhang Fu smiled warmly, clearly seeing this as a long-term investment. According to convention, only transactions exceeding 100 million could earn a black gold card from Wanbao Pavilion. But Zhang Fu saw the endless potential within Lin Yi. He firmly believed that Lin Yi would become a great talent in the future, hence the exception. He had a premonition that if he could establish a relationship with this person, he might have a chance to become a senior manager. At Wanbao Pavilion in Zhang City, Lin Yi, being clever, smiled and said, Brother Zhang's kindness, I will remember in my heart. Soon after, the bunny girl approached, slowly, holding the list and a black sandalwood box in her right hand. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Inside the black sandalwood box lay a pearl the size of a longan. Zhang Fu introduced it in detail. Brother Lin, this bronze promotion pearl is usually worth 20 million on the market. But considering our friendship plus the exclusive discount from your black gold card, I'll only charge you 16 million. This transaction saved Lin Yi 4 million directly. Thank you, Brother Jiang. If I have any items to deal with in the future, I will definitely think of you first. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fu laughed heartily, perfectly pleased. After handing over the list, he leisurely sipped his tea. Brother Lin, take your time choosing, no rush. The more Lin Yi looked, the more excited he became about the vast privileges Zhang Fu had granted him. Each piece of equipment and skill on the list made his heart race with anticipation. Based on his needs, Lin Yi quickly made his decisions. He first exchanged the Storm Dragon Tongue Bow for a piece of silver equipment and 2 pieces of bronze equipment. Mage's Crown Grade, silver attributes, magic resistance plus 80, ignore. Defense plus 50, 15% chance to replicate the current spell when casting. Swift Gloves Grade, bronze attributes, spirit plus 5, casting speed plus 10%, resilient bracers grade. Bronze attributes, health plus 600, mana plus 650. The attributes of these pieces of equipment were all top-notch, especially the Mage's Crown. If Lin Yi triggered the replication effect while casting Ice Spear, it would deal unexpected heavy damage to the enemy. The casting speed increase from the Swift Gloves was also not to be underestimated. Although the resilient bracers were relatively ordinary, they still provided a significant boost to Lin Yi's other equipment. With this, all of Lin Yi's equipment had reached at least bronze level. Such a configuration, if made public, would surely attract countless envious gazes. After updating his equipment, Lin Yi also exchanged for a skill book titled Immunity Barrier. The other 2 books cost a total of 6 million, namely Lightning Strike and Swift Aura. In the end, Lin Yi still had 7 million left but did not plan to spend it all at once, because for his strength, this money wouldn't bring about a qualitative change. Now that he had financial support, Lin Yi wanted to buy a high-end residence for his mother, allowing her to enjoy her later years in peace. Lin Yi gently clapped his hands, instantly comprehending 3 new skills. Moreover, he upgraded them all to the maximum level. Immunity Barrier can resist all control skills, including stun, electrocution, fear, etc. Cooldown time of 10 seconds. Lightning Strike summons lightning within a 50-meter radius of the target, cooldown time of 3 seconds. Speed Aura, attach an aura to the target, increasing speed by 200% with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Originally, Lin Yi yearned to find a teleportation skill for mages. Unfortunately, such skills were not easily accessible at the Black Iron level. Thus, Lin Yi settled for the Speed Aura. Suddenly, Lin Yi remembered the Abyss Core Stone and asked, Brother Jiang, is there a high-level blacksmith in Wulong Town? Coincidentally, the golden blacksmith Kong Yuan from Zhang City is currently gathering materials here. You can go to the Emerald Villa to the east and mention my name. A spark of starlight flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. The higher the blacksmith's level, the greater the success rate for gem embedding. He quickly expressed his gratitude, had a brief conversation, and then took his leave. Jiang Fu watched Lin Yi depart, sighing, this person is no ordinary individual. He will surely make a name for himself in Jiang City and even throughout the entire Huaxia. The night was deep. Lin Yi planned to visit Kong Yuan the next day. He found an inn, bathed, rested, and soon fell into a deep sleep. At dawn, Lin Yi headed straight for the Emerald Villa. This place was a tranquil corner within the adventurers' gathering hub. The sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers made it feel like a paradise. Two burly men stood by the door, clearly formidable melee fighters. Lin Yi approached calmly and asked, I would like to ask Master Kong Yuan to embed a gem. Manager Jiang from Wanbao Pavilion recommended me. Could you please inform him? One of the big men's eyes shifted slightly as he waved his hand, saying, please come in. Shortly after entering the villa, Lin Yi met Master Kong Yuan. Ha, that old sly Jiang Fu really sent someone to me. Young man, what kind of gem do you want to embed? I am Lin Yi, paying my respects to Master Kong. Lin Yi replied with a smile, then took out the demon staff and the abyss core stone. In an instant, the aura of the abyss surged forth. A strange light suddenly flickered in Kong Yuan's calm eyes. A golden level gem. As a golden blacksmith, opportunities to handle such treasures were rare. He initially thought Lin Yi was just a junior recommended by Jiang Fu, intending to do him a favor. At this moment, he changed his mind. Kong Yuan's professional instincts were awakened, and he quickly brainstormed how to combine them to elevate the equipment to the next level. After a moment, Kong Yuan suddenly said, little brother, how about we make a deal? Lin Yi showed a hint of doubt. Master Kong, please feel free to speak. Kong Yuan took a deep breath and slowly said, I am willing to help you upgrade your equipment for free. I can even use my private stash of ores to enhance its power, but you need to help me with a small task. What task? Lin Yi remained alert. Golden equipment was indeed tempting, but if it involved too much risk, it wouldn't be worth it. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. To be honest, I have a piece of work that is just missing the final step. The key material is the fangs of the thunder crocodile beast. If you can retrieve it for me, I will upgrade your equipment. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi fell into deep thought. The thunder crocodile beast lurked deep within the thunder ruins, a lord-level monster with a strength around level 18. What's more troublesome is that the thunder crocodile beast is incredibly cunning, avoiding high-level professionals. There was once a silver-level expert who hunted it for a month but returned empty-handed. Kong Yuan was quite troubled by this. The task had been posted in the mercenary hall for a long time, yet no one had completed it. Seeing the powerful force hidden within Lin Yi, he hastily proposed the idea of cooperation. I agree, but please help me modify the staff first. If I fail to obtain the thunder crocodile beast's fangs, I will compensate for the ores and expenses at market price. Lin Yi had already planned to delve into the thunder ruins, seizing the opportunity to level up. He aimed to become a bronze professional within the last few days. Kong Yuan noticed that this young man was unusually calm and exuded a steady confidence. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to take a gamble. Alright, then follow me, I'll upgrade your staff right now. Soon, a roaring fire blazed. In the backyard, accompanied by the steady and powerful sound of forging, the scene appeared exceptionally grand. It is important to note that whether it is a blacksmith, an alchemist, or an enchanter, they are all highly sought after. One could even say that high-end support professionals are rarer than combat professionals. In the entire Jiang City, there may be nearly 100 gold-ranked combat professionals. However, those who can reach gold as support professionals are estimated to be around 20. Boom! In an instant, a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. Little brother, the effect of this finished product is even better than expected. Seeing this, Lin Yi excitedly stood up. It worked! Kong Yuan, with a beaming smile, walked out holding a staff. The demon staff had been completely transformed. The originally monotonous black staff was now entwined with strands of golden patterns. Lin Yi took the staff and felt a surge of power rushing into his body, the numbers on his attribute panel making his eyes light up. Abyssal staff quality, gold attributes, spirit plus 330, attack power plus 1800, comes with the spirit decay skill, which can weaken the target's spirit power by 35%. New skill abyssal pattern, temporarily increases spirit by 350 points for 20 seconds, cooldown time 24 hours. The enhancement level of the staff far exceeded Lin Yi's expectations, especially that abyssal pattern skill. Although it only lasts for a brief 20 seconds and can only be used once a day, it is undoubtedly Lin Yi's secret trump card, like carrying a bottle of mental elixir. Kong Yuan gazed at Lin Yi, a hint of concern flashing across his brow. Little brother, you must help find the fangs of the thunder crocodile beast. To maximize the potential of this staff, I even used precious mithril. Lin Yi, filled with gratitude, firmly promised, Master Kong Yuan, rest assured. Within 5 days, I will definitely bring it to you. After saying that, Lin Yi did not hesitate for a moment and turned to leave. The next 5 days were a sprint for him. The goal was to advance to bronze rank before the trial. Although he currently had no intention of joining any faction, the trial was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. If he performed well, the rewards would be substantial. Such an opportunity, Lin Yi would never let slip by. Walking on the Bluestone Road of Wulong Town, Lin Yi's mindset was completely different from 2 days ago. At that time, he was just a level 1 novice. Now, even if a bronze professional stood in front of him, he believed he could handle it with ease. At least in Wulong Town, Lin Yi had become one of the best among the strong. Before long, Lin Yi reached the edge of the town. However, a large group of professionals had gathered at the entrance. They were dressed uniformly, with a menacing wolf head pattern embroidered on their chests. "Excuse me, have you seen a young warrior wearing purple clothes, about 1.8 meters tall, around 23 years old?" The leader asked seriously, continuously inquiring of the adventurers coming in and out. "I haven't seen him," Lin Yi replied calmly, though his heart tightened. The leader's tone was firm. "Think carefully again. If you can provide clues about that person, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps will reward you handsomely. But if you dare to conceal anything, I will let you experience the methods of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps." Lin Yi felt a flicker of anger in his heart. Even though the person they were looking for had indeed died at his hands, the taste of such a threat was unpleasant. Lin Yi shook his head slightly, remaining silent as he walked straight out. This place was not suitable for trouble. He needed to hold back for now. The leader's face darkened, and he finally snorted coldly, turning to question the next person. Meanwhile, he secretly cursed in his heart, "Arrogant brat, if I run into you in the wild, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy." Numerous adventurers were intercepted and questioned one by one, daring to be angry but not speaking out. It wasn't until they left the town that they began to complain. That was Du Lingyi, the vice-captain of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. "I heard he is the youngest son of their captain. He was killed in the wild yesterday, and the scene was too gruesome to bear. Truly, evil begets evil. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps is so arrogant and overbearing, it's only a matter of time before they face retribution. Shu, keep your voice down. Do you want to die?" Their leader is a bronze-tier professional. "If the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps hears you, just wait and see what happens." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent and hurriedly made their way into the wilderness. The reason the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps could be so arrogant locally was due to their sheer strength. After listening, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, and he had already formulated a plan in his heart. So what if they were bronze-tier professionals? If they dared to provoke him, they should be prepared to bear the wrath. With Lin Yi's current power, bronze-tier professionals were nothing to him. Since a deep grudge had been formed, why not take the initiative and strike first? With this thought, Lin Yi quickly sent a message to Jiang Fu. "Brother Jiang, can you tell me about the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps?" Upon receiving the message, Jiang Fu's heart tightened. No wonder some of the equipment Lin Yi used yesterday looked particularly familiar. He understood a bit more now. However, Jiang Fu was determined to stand by Lin Yi's side. "Lin, there are a total of 82 members in the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, all of whom are Black Iron professionals. The leader is a level 27 bronze professional, and he has 7 or 8 bronze experts under him. Don't act recklessly, think twice before you act." In Jiang Fu's eyes, although Lin Yi was quite powerful, he was still far from being a match for the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Lin Yi's lips curled slightly. "Reckless? Brother Jiang, you seem to underestimate my strength." He cast a glance towards the direction of the town. Then he turned and left, his eyes flickering with a faint firelight. With the activation of the Abyssal Eye, the 2 shadows following him were completely exposed. Lin Yi's gaze instantly turned icy. "Come on, I'll catch you all in one sweep." After saying this, he pretended to be unaware and continued towards the Thunder Ruins. The deeper Lin Yi went, the higher the level of monsters he encountered. When he was surrounded by level 18 and above monsters like the Azure Serpent and Giant Lizard, Lin Yi finally stopped. With his current abilities, challenging monsters above his level was the fastest way to accumulate experience. Activating the Abyssal Eye again, the pursuers behind him had vanished without a trace. Lin Yi focused his mind, no longer needing to hide his strength. He lightly tapped his staff, and a faint white light transformed into a shield covering his entire body. Under the enhancement of the speed aura, the originally slow levitation spell became exceptionally agile. Light shield. Now, the light shield could withstand over 110,000 points of damage. Even bronze-tier professionals would find it hard to break through. The path to leveling up begins now. Lin Yi's eyes were filled with anticipation. After a significant boost in strength, this was his first test of true power. Soon, a large group of monsters, about 30 to 40, gathered behind him. Thunderbolt. A chaotic current surged from the abyssal staff. In an instant, a giant thunderball the size of an adult formed. Boom! The thunderball crashed into the monster horde like a falling star. The scorching lightning wreaked havoc, illuminating the entire ruin. With dazzling purple light, The air was filled with a burnt smell, and flesh flew everywhere. The monsters were instantly obliterated. Minus 51,376. Minus 50,425. Minus 51,294. Minus 52,383. Astonishing damage values kept popping up. At this point, for Lin Yi, killing these small monsters was as easy as drinking water. Just one wave of monsters granted him nearly 5,000 experience points. According to my current level, I need 80,000 experience points to level up, which means I need to clear about 16 or 17 more waves. One wave takes about 15 minutes, so today I might directly level up twice. This speed was truly monstrous, far exceeding that of ordinary people by more than 100 times. At this rate, reaching bronze level before the trial began was just around the corner. Lin Yi was filled with fighting spirit, casting fire meteor and thunderbolt spells in succession in the Thunder Ruins. The monsters, in fear and wailing, became stepping stones for his leveling up. Although the wilderness was vast and attracting monsters took time, Lin Yi's progress was still astonishing. As he leveled up, he did not forget to investigate the whereabouts of the Thunder Crocodile beast. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong white light erupted from within Lin Yi. Level increased to LV17. The upgrade was successful. Lin Yi was filled with joy. The continuous thrill of rising made him immensely satisfied. Unlike others, who struggled in teams for dozens of days with only slight increases in experience points, the gap between them was simply vast. At that moment, a violent disturbance occurred ahead, with green sludge splattering everywhere, accompanied by a nauseating stench. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed as he saw a massive thunder crocodile roaring proudly. This thunder crocodile was over 20 meters long, its barrel-shaped body appearing exceptionally fierce, with purple scales shimmering in the sunlight. The repulsive sludge flowed from its body, making one feel disgusted. However, upon seeing this, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. The boss monster, the Thunder Crocodile Beast, had appeared. Thunder Crocodile Beast level, LV19 boss monster health, 227835 skills, Thunder Flash, Crocodile Tail Charge, Death Roll. Lin Yi grinned. This time, I'll use my Hell Mark skill on you. Previous battles had always ended in a quick kill, leaving no chance to showcase many newly learned skills. Suddenly, a wild laughter echoed from afar, growing closer. Ha, finally caught you, kid. Oh, and you brought a boss monster with you, what a pleasant surprise. Lin Yi's expression remained calm, his gaze indifferent, as he locked onto the Blood Wolf mercenary corps ahead. At the front of the team, Du Lingyi led nearly 20 subordinates, slowly stepping into view. When Du Lingyi caught sight of the Thunder Crocodile Beast, a greedy glint flashed in his eyes. Looking back at Lin Yi, he added a hint of mockery. Earlier, Lin Yi's attitude at the town gate had greatly displeased him, so he secretly sent 2 black iron assassins to follow him. Of course, the most important thing was that Du Lingyi keenly sensed that Lin Yi's equipment was extraordinary. Even if he tried to conceal its brilliance, it was hard to hide its uniqueness. Just by appearance, it was at least several pieces of bronze equipment. This clearly ignited his greed. At such a young age, daring to flaunt bronze equipment in public, he was simply unaware of the dangers around him. Over the years, the Blood Wolf mercenary corps had risen rapidly, relying on their plundering activities. They avoided the major families and specifically targeted the offspring of smaller families. Du Lingyi grinned menacingly, fabricating a charge. Kid, you killed our captain's son, and you think you can just slip away? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, almost intimidated. Are you done talking? Any last words? Hurry up and confess. Otherwise, you won't get another chance. The killing intent in Lin Yi's heart gradually surged. Moreover, weakening the Blood Wolf mercenary corps was already part of his plan. Such an opportunity had come knocking. How could he let it slip away easily? Du Lingyi licked his lips and said viciously, Kid, you're quite arrogant. Let's see if your mouth is tough or if my lower half is tougher. The mercenaries burst into laughter upon hearing this. Knowing the vice-captain's habits, this handsome young man was likely to be in big trouble. Immediately, everyone quickly spread out, cutting off all of Lin Yi's escape routes. A wave of disgust surged in Lin Yi's heart, and his killing intent intensified. These people had to be eliminated. At that moment, Lin Yi caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. The Thunder Crocodile Beast was trying to sneak away. It must not be allowed to escape. Finding it later would be troublesome. For now, let you live for a few more seconds. With that, Lin Yi moved with incredible speed, the abyssal magic staff in his hand releasing a thick demonic aura. Hell Mark. Buzz. Instantly, dark energy coalesced into an illusory demonic rune, rushing towards the Thunder Crocodile Beast. Whoosh! The black mark was firmly branded onto the body of the Thunder Crocodile Beast. It twisted anxiously, seemingly sensing the aura of death. Lin Yi showed no signs of stopping, the incantations flowing from his mouth like a rapid-fire barrage. With the enhancement of the swift gloves, his casting speed was almost instantaneous. Ice Spear Technique. Whoosh! The ice spear shot out with a whoosh, a dull sound resonating in the air, creating ripples upon ripples. The power of the Ice Spear spell was no longer what it used to be, dealing over 60,000 points of damage. In the next moment, the Ice Spear pierced deeply, marking the position of the Hell's Mark. Boom! The effect of the Hell's Mark was triggered, multiplying the damage by 5. The Ice Spear became extraordinarily thick, almost effortlessly piercing through the head of the Thunder Crocodile beast. Ultimately, it was deeply embedded in the swamp. Minus 312,574. Minus 61,057. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp in shock. With the enhancement of the Hell's Mark, it actually caused a terrifying damage of up to 310,000. The Scorching Flame Ring was equally impressive, with an additional 20% burning effect erupting, dealing another 60,000 points of damage. With just over 200,000 health points, it was instantly reduced to 0. The level 19 boss monster, the Thunder Crocodile Beast, was actually killed in an instant. For a moment, exclamations of astonishment erupted all around. Du Lingyi's eyes were filled with shock, his legs trembling in fear. Hiss, what on earth is this guy's background? How could he be so formidable? The once arrogant mercenaries now wore expressions of terror. This can't be real, right? Just thinking about how they had threatened this young man moments ago made everyone swallow hard. Then, they all turned to look at Du Lingyi. The gathering of so many gazes made Du Lingyi's scalp tingle. He quickly forced a smile and stammered. This is just a misunderstanding. You are clearly not the culprit. I made a mistake. We should leave now. Lin. He sneered inwardly. This was the advantage granted by strength. Before demonstrating his power, they treated him like a little lamb. But now, they regarded him with awe as if he were a god. It's your turn. Lin Yi's gaze was deep, the black light swirling on the abyssal staff growing stronger. Bone spike. As the words fell, a white bone spear shimmering with ghostly light appeared out of thin air. With a chilling momentum, it shot rapidly towards Du Lingyi. Seeing this, Du Lingyi's heart trembled. As a level 23 bronze classer, even at full health, he had just over 30,000 health points. Even with damage reducing skills, it would be hard to withstand this fatal blow. Du Lingyi shouted hoarsely, "You fools, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack this kid." As he spoke, he quickly drew a longbow from behind. An arrow infused with fire elements shot straight towards the bone spear. Whoosh! The nearby priest was quick to react, casting a shield on Du Lingyi. But this did not bring Du Lingyi any sense of security. The whistling spear sent chills down his spine, and his pupils constricted suddenly. In the blink of an eye, the fire element arrow was easily pierced, its tip shattering into pieces. The bone spear was unstoppable, continuing forward. With a faint cracking sound, bang! The shield didn't even last a second before shattering. The spear was just too fast. Put! Du Lingyi's neck was brutally torn open, blood gushing from his throat. Minus 30,681. Under Lin Yi's precise control, although Du Lingyi did not die immediately, he was firmly pinned to the ground, howling in pain. This kind of suffering was even more torturous than dying outright. Lin Yi's eyes were exceptionally cold, although he did not take pleasure in killing. An eye for an eye was always his principle. The mercenaries watching this scene felt an uncontrollable fear rising in their hearts, swallowing hard. Brothers, let's all attack together. This guy won't let us go. Avenge Deputy Captain Du. Kill. Perhaps the shared anger temporarily overshadowed their fear. They all unleashed their skills at Lin Yi. With nearly 20 black iron classers, the total damage from their attacks was quite considerable. Fiery fireballs, sharp arrows, dazzling greatswords, skills from different classes swept towards Lin Yi like a storm. Levitation. Lin Yi remained unfazed, skillfully maneuvering in the air, easily dodging nearly half of the attacks. What remained, however, was unavoidable. The mercenary group members showed joy at the sight. Yet, hope vanished in an instant. Those overwhelming attacks struck Lin Yi's light shield, causing not a single bit of damage. How is that possible? The crowd was filled with disbelief. Lin Yi curled his lips into a cold smile. Everyone, it's my turn to attack. Fire. Meteor. The abyssal wand erupted with brilliant red light, and fire elements gathered frantically. Huge fireballs fell like meteors from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed, and the intense heat from the fireballs nearly made their hair stand on end. They wanted to escape, but the fireballs were densely packed, leaving no way out. Minus 38,153. Minus 40,173. Minus 37,952. Damage numbers kept flashing. Even those who raised their shields found it futile. This damage was far beyond what black iron professionals could withstand. In just an instant, they had already lost more than half. If the attacks became any more concentrated, they would likely be completely wiped out. The survivors' eyes were filled with deep fear. Run, quick, run. The remaining people were terrified, having seen a single spell instantly kill Du Lingyi. Following that, another strike caused most of their companions to fall. This guy was simply a reincarnation of a demon. Want to escape? Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. Lightning strike. Once again, a group attack skill. The blazing lightning ball was as large as a grinding wheel with dense currents wildly intertwining within it. Boom! The lightning ball shot forward, striking the center of the crowd, unleashing a terrifying explosion of electricity. The mercenaries were ensnared by the lightning, wailing in agony. The few remaining were also reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. One assassin, eyes filled with fear, attempted to sneak away. Linny immediately activated the abyssal eye. Invisibility was of no use before him. Whoosh! An ice crystal arrow, like a silent reaper, instantly pierced through his heart. This time, the entire area fell into silence. Nearly 20 Blood Wolf mercenaries under Du Lingyi had all perished. On the ground lay charred, twisted corpses, each in a different pose of death. Yet Lin Yi's heart was calm and unperturbed. He never showed mercy to his enemies. Lin Yi exhaled lightly, his eyes shimmering with intense light. After the death of the lightning crocodile beast, several treasures dropped. Among the corpses scattered around, there were dozens of pieces of equipment waiting for him to collect. Mask of the Hermit grade, silver attribute, 50% reduction in spell interruption probability, blocks reconnaissance skills below gold. This mask was as thin as a cicada's wing, interwoven with strange red threads, exuding an aura of sinister charm. Linny put it on his face and felt no weight at all. Under the activation of mana, the mask melded into his skin, revealing his handsome face. Reducing the chance of spell interruption was an extremely rare attribute. What excited him even more was another attribute that could block reconnaissance skills below gold. Generally speaking, the higher the level of reconnaissance skills, the more detailed the information obtained about the opponent. With this mask, most people would be unable to glimpse Lin Yi's true situation. Not bad, just right for dealing with the Blood Wolf mercenary group. As a large-scale mercenary group, it gathered various talents within. Lin Yi had to ensure that he had no flaws. In addition, he also acquired 4 or 5 pieces of bronze equipment. Some were looted from Du Lingyi, while the rest dropped from the lightning crocodile beast. As for black iron equipment, there were as many as 50 pieces. With this wave, Lin Yi became rich again. Just these pieces of equipment were worth at least 25 million. What delighted Lin Yi was that one of the bronze rings was just right to replace the blood pattern ring. Mana drain ring grade, bronze attribute, mana plus 600 with a 0.2% mana absorption effect. Although the mana drain ring did not have the mental value bonus of the blood pattern ring, its attributes perfectly matched Lin Yi. The increase in mana was needless to say, but the key was that mana absorption effect. For other mages, this might seem somewhat useless. But Lin Yi's situation was vastly different. This effect was akin to a divine artifact for him. With a single spell, he could deal tens of thousands of points of damage. And through this effect, he could recover dozens of points of mana. The mana required for him to cast a spell was only a few dozen points. As long as he operated skillfully, Lin Yi could even maintain full mana at all times. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth lifted. It was truly an unexpected surprise. However, the Blood Wolf mercenary group was ultimately a hidden danger. Lin Yi decided to take the initiative and eliminate the threat, but relying solely on himself to find the group leader Rin Mingshan and his accomplices was like searching for a needle in a haystack. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi sent a message to Jiang Fu. Brother Jiang, could you please find out Rin Mingshan's exact location? Also, how has their Blood Wolf mercenary group fared in the Duanhuan Mountains? I'll be returning to town today and there's a surprise waiting for you. After reading Lin Yi's message, Jiang Fu's heart jolted. Could it be that Brother Lin is planning to take action against the Blood Wolf mercenary group? He involuntarily gasped but still agreed to Lin Yi's request. Brother Lin, let's talk about it when you return. After their brief exchange, Lin Yi threw himself back into leveling up. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Duanhuan Mountains, dark clouds were gathering. Rumors spoke of countless unknown terrifying creatures hidden deep within. At this moment, a group of robust adventurers, their faces filled with ferocity, leaned against ancient trees to rest. There were about 40 to 50 of them, and they were none other than the Blood Wolf mercenary group. At the front of the group was the leader Rin Mingshan, whose skin, barely visible beneath his armor, had a gray stone hue. This was proof of his fortunate fusion with the bloodline of the stone giant. Beside him stood a scar-faced man, the vice captain Su Huai. The two were conversing, Su Huai's eyes filled with rage. Big brother, the third, he's dead. He had a deep friendship with Du Lingyi, and upon hearing the bad news, his anger soared to the heavens. Ran Mingshan's gaze sharpened as he asked in a deep voice, what exactly happened? I heard that he ran into trouble while intercepting a mage, and this person might be connected to Xiaozhua's death. Big brother, let's go find him and take revenge. Now! Su Huai clenched his fists. The Xiaozhua he mentioned was the purple-clad youth whom Lin Yi had killed earlier. Hearing this, a murderous intent surged in Rin Mingshan's eyes. The third and Xiaozhua both were done by this person? It seems that our Blood Wolf mercenary group has not acted for a long time, and the world has already forgotten our reputation. Once this matter is settled, I will personally tear him to pieces. Su Huai argued unwillingly. Big brother, why don't we take action immediately? That holy dragon cub is like a mirage. We've been wandering around the outskirts of the Duanhuan Mountains for several days, and several brothers have already sacrificed themselves for this. The Gao family is clearly toying with us. Smack! Ran Mingshan suddenly slapped Su Huai across the face, leaving a red and swollen handprint. Instantly, it drew the attention of the surrounding team members. Ren Mingshan stood up, his massive frame towering over Su Huai. Let's resolve this matter first. Do you not understand? This concerns my promotion as a silver class professional. Whoever obstructs me, even if you are my second brother, I will not show mercy. The news of Du Lingyi and his son's deaths filled Ren Mingshan with rage. But in his heart, finding the holy dragon cub always took precedence. As for Du Lingyi, if it weren't for considering the emotions of the other team members, he would have scolded him long ago. Clearly, he had instructed him to quickly bring reinforcements. Yet he went to intercept instead. As a result, not only did he fail, but he also lost his life. It was truly pathetic. Su Huai bore the immense pressure, feeling anxious and uneasy. He knew his big brother was ruthless, and he quickly swallowed his saliva, forcing a smile. Big brother, it was my oversight, I'm sorry. Ren Mingshan's tone softened slightly. The Gao family, as one of the four great families of Jinchang, is undoubtedly sparing no effort for their heir's upcoming trial. They invited numerous mercenary groups. They can't possibly deceive us. According to the information we received, we should continue searching. Once I advance to silver, the Blood Wolf mercenary group will also rise to a higher level. At that time, I will definitely do my utmost to help you advance to silver. Follow me, Ren Mingshan's brothers, and I guarantee you will live in luxury without worries about food and clothing. Rest assured, anyone who dares to touch the Blood Wolf mercenary group, I will make them wish they were dead. Ren Mingshan's words were like a shot of adrenaline. Instantly, they invigorated the slightly low morale within the team. The captain is wise. We are ready to go through fire and water for you. Meanwhile, deep within the Thunder Ruins, Lin Yi was still tirelessly enhancing his strength, alternating between fire meteor and thunder light, his experience points skyrocketing like a rocket. Wow! Suddenly, a dazzling white light erupted beside Lin Yi. Level increased to LV18, finally leveled up. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Yi decided to return to Wulong Town first. 1. To handle his equipment, and 2. To investigate the latest movements of the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Lin Yi was worried that his mother might be implicated due to the notorious Blood Wolf mercenary group. Therefore, he decided to eradicate them completely. Lin Yi activated his speed aura and hurried back. As he passed by the town entrance, he inadvertently overheard a few adventurers discussing why the Blood Wolf mercenary group hadn't come out to check. Lin Yi sneered inwardly. They had long since met their demise. At this moment, Zhang Fu was already waiting outside. Upon seeing Lin Yi return, he let out a long sigh of relief and quickly led Lin Yi into a private room. Lin, my brother, this Blood Wolf mercenary group is not simple. You must not act impulsively. Lin Yi smiled lightly and casually dumped 4 or 5 dozen pieces of equipment onto the table. Brother, take a look at these good things first. Zhang Fu was momentarily stunned, then his eyes widened in shock, his eyelids trembling uncontrollably. My goodness, Lin, you didn't go robbing, did you? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Du Lingyi brought people to cause trouble, and the result was his. After hearing Lin Yi's account, Zhang Fu gasped. A boy who had just awakened for 3 days could kill black iron professionals like chopping vegetables? Even bronze professionals were not spared. This was simply unheard of. Brother Jiang, can you help me appraise these first? Then, let's talk about the situation of the Blood Wolf mercenary group. To gain respect, one must demonstrate sufficient strength. Zhang Fu suppressed his astonishment and immediately began to count. After a while, he looked up. Lin, there are a total of 47 pieces of equipment, 7 of which are bronze level. According to market price, they are worth about 37 million. I'll round it up for you. How about 38 million? Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. 35 million is enough. The extra will be considered a reward for providing information. Zhang Fu's expression froze for a moment, then he smiled and said, all right, I'll go with what you say. With that, he handed over a piece of parchment filled with dense information. Lin Yi took a careful look, and his expression turned serious. Although the Blood Wolf mercenary group was powerful, he was confident he could deal with them. What are they doing at the outskirts of the soul-breaking mountains? Lin Yi knew that even at the outskirts, danger lurked everywhere, and high-level magical beasts could appear at any moment. The Gao family of Jiang City has invested heavily, hiring the Blood Wolf mercenary group at a high price to help find the Holy Dragon Cub. Lin Yi frowned, puzzled. The Gao family? What are they trying to do? Jiang Fu cleared his throat. I heard that this time the Jiang City Novice Professional Trial Tower is not only connected to other cities in the country, it may even have connections with other countries. The 4 major families of Jiang City have long been aware and are secretly preparing. The eldest son of the Gao family, Gao Jipang, awakened as an extraordinary beast master. He controls 3-4 times the number of pets as an ordinary beast master, and this holy dragon cub is prepared for him. Jiang Fu spoke slowly, and Lin Yi's heart surged with waves. To connect with other cities in the country, even the nation itself? This trial competition seemed to add a few more thrills. With your strength, little brother, you will definitely shine in the professional trials. By then, you can choose any major force to join, and the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps won't dare to touch a hair on you. Jiang Fu continued to advise earnestly, still feeling that caution was necessary despite having witnessed Lin Yi's strength. Lin Yi smiled lightly. There's no need for you to say more, just help me keep an eye on their movements. Once you have their exact location, tell me immediately. By the way, do you have any books on beast taming? Lin Yi's eyes burned with interest, equally fascinated by that young holy dragon. If he could tame it, at least it could serve as a meat shield, allowing him to cast spells from the back. Jiang Fu stopped persuading and simply reminded, alright, little brother Lin, please be careful. I estimate it will take 2 or 3 days to find their whereabouts. No problem. Lin Yi chuckled lightly and then asked, besides beast taming, do you have any other skill recommendations? Just a moment, I happen to have 2 good skill books here. With that, Jiang Fu immediately instructed someone to fetch them. Soon after, a bunny girl came in holding a wooden box. She didn't forget to throw a flirtatious glance at Lin Yi. Lin Yi quickly skimmed through the introductions of the skill books and decided to buy them all. Beast taming allows a mage to tame a pet. The higher the level, the stronger the control, and the pet's growth consumption decreases. Accordingly. Mirror reflection can reflect all types of attacks, whether physical or cursed, bouncing them back. Antidote removes the poison state. These 3 skill books were not simple. With a total price of 17 million, the wealth he had just acquired shrank by nearly half in the blink of an eye. But Lin Yi didn't mind. Once he took down the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, greater wealth would come rolling in. Perhaps he could even break through the 100 million mark in one go. Lin Yi gently slapped the skill books, and his talent was instantly activated, with the 3 skills leveling up to the max in an instant. This way, Lin Yi's strength became more balanced. He just needed to wait for the right moment to take action. Next, he only needed to practice leveling up in the Thunder Ruins, patiently awaiting news from Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu watched Lin Yi's departing figure, a hint of hidden worry flashing in his eyes. In the end, he decided to collect intelligence for Lin Yi. The next day, after a thorough rest, Lin Yi arrived at the edge of the Soul Fragment Mountain range. Levitation. Still the familiar operation, Lin Yi shouted, Fire Meteor, Thunder Light. Fire Meteor and Thunder Light shone together, exploding in this area. Instantly, it made the surrounding creatures tremble. Killed a level 20 Thunder Serpent, gained 237 experience points. Killed a level 20 Giant Lizard, gained 251 experience points. Each wave of monsters brought Lin Yi 4 to 5,000 experience points. Distant adventurers, seeing Lin Yi's frenzied hunting style, thought a silver tier professional had come to the low-level area for fun. They all hurriedly avoided him, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. Lin Yi felt his experience steadily climbing, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. But what excited him the most was the powerful aura hidden deep in the swamp, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Today, perhaps he could level up again. Boom! Suddenly, a thick column of lightning shot up violently from the swamp below. Lin Yi was already prepared, lightly waving his wand. Mirror reflection. A transparent mirror instantly formed in front of Lin Yi. The lightning column struck the mirror and was immediately absorbed, as if entering another space. Boom! Immediately after, a thick purple lightning column reflected out from the mirror at an even faster speed. It struck the crocodile monster ahead with a heavy blow. Minus 38,531. The newly acquired mirror reflection was indeed impressive. At this moment, the true form of the crocodile monster finally revealed itself, its size 5 times that of an ordinary thunder crocodile, measuring 20 meters long. Its body was not only covered in purple crocodile scales, but its claws were also exceptionally sharp. Giant crocodile Revos. Level, LV20 Lord Monster, Purple, Health 389252 Skills, Thunder Beam, Thunder Armor, Bloodthirsty Bite. Faced with the powerful attributes of the giant crocodile Revos, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could tame it, he would have a much better chance against the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Even if he couldn't find the Holy Dragon Cub, this giant crocodile would be a good choice. In fact, the Gao family had also attempted to capture it, but due to its cunning nature, they ultimately had to give up. Lin Yi stared at the giant crocodile Revos, dark energy swirling around his wand. Hell's Mark. Roar. The giant crocodile Revos let out a roar, its tail thrashing wildly. However, the mark was not a physical entity, it merely made a faint sound and firmly adhered to its head. The giant crocodile Revos was instantly furious, lunging at Lin Yi. Whoosh! The sharp sound of wind was enough to tear apart an ordinary mage. But Lin Yi was no ordinary person. A white shield of light surrounded him, firmly blocking its charge. Moreover, under the effect of the seer mask, Lin Yi's casting was not interrupted. Normally, such a fierce attack would be enough to disrupt any mage's spell casting. However, all of Lin Yi's skills were at max level, and with the seer mask reducing the chance of being interrupted by 50%, he successfully completed the casting of Ice Spear. In the next moment, the ice spear condensed in the void, exuding an extreme chill. With the enhancement of Hell's Mark, this strike's damage would reach over 400,000 points. Without any defensive skills, it could even one-shot some silver-tier professionals. Even considering the magical resistance of the giant crocodile Revos, this ice spear could still inflict heavy damage. At that moment, it would be the best time to use beast taming. Whoosh! The ice spear sliced through the void, tracing a frosty white trajectory, its power astonishing. Revos' eyes suddenly narrowed, quickly casting thunder armor. In the next moment, electric light gathered into a suit of armor, wrapping it layer by layer. Boom! Crack! Even with the thunder armor shield, under the enhancement of Hell's Mark, Revos' body was still torn apart, revealing its crimson flesh and bones. Minus 215,769. Roar! Fear flashed in Revos' eyes as it let out a deafening roar. Its tail whipped wildly, releasing a cloud of poisonous mist before diving deeper into the swamp. Trying to escape? Not that easy. Linny sneered, the light of his wand flickering. Stun spell. In an instant, Revos suddenly halted. Looking at the 5-second stun aura, he already had a plan in mind. He first cast detoxification to dispel the slight poison on him. Then, Linny calmly approached Revos, pointing his wand directly at its massive mouth. Ice spear spell. The magical energy surged, awakening Revos, who was in a stunned state. But in the next moment, its pupils were filled with horror as the ice spear erupted violently from its mouth. Boom! Minus 127,951. Linny held back, otherwise, Revos' health would have been reduced to 0 at that moment. The timing was right, and Linny no longer hesitated. Beast taming. Buzz. The wand erupted with soul-capturing power, leaving a mark deep within Revos' soul. Revos struggled desperately, intense pain gnawing at its soul. For ordinary professionals, using beast taming to tame a purple lord monster was extremely difficult. But Linny's skill was already at max level, significantly increasing the success rate. As time passed, Revos' struggles gradually weakened, losing its ability to resist. At this moment, a trace of resentment appeared in Revos' vertical pupils. Yet due to the beast taming mark, it had no choice but to submit. Linny didn't mind. Taming such an adult monster was inherently difficult to gain loyalty. It's just a temporary measure anyway. If you don't obey, I'll kill you and loot your gear. With that, Linny carefully examined Revos' attributes. Giant Crocodile Revos. Level, LV20 Purple Lord Monster Health 23571/389252 Skills, Thunder Beam, Thunder Armor, Bloodthirsty Bite. Note, with the enhancement of Beast Mastery, all attributes are increased by 20%. Lin Yi's expression brightened. Indeed, the max level Beast Mastery was impressive. Now, Levis's attributes were boosted by 20%. Its strength could rival some low-level Golden Lord monsters. Although its current health was low, that was not a problem. After all, Lord monsters had tenacious vitality and astonishing recovery speed. In just a short while, it had already regained about 40,000 health. In less than an hour, Levos would be back at its peak. Not bad. Lin Yi's gaze turned cold, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. At that time, I'll give the Blood Wolf mercenary group a big surprise. The sky gradually darkened, with still some time before nightfall. Then, Lin Yi threw himself back into the battle for leveling up. Fire Meteor, Thunder Light. Flames and lightning flashed once more, Lin Yi's movements becoming increasingly agile, like a dancer on the battlefield. An hour later, whoosh! A strong, white light suddenly burst forth from Lin Yi. Level increased to LV19. Another level up. Ever since the giant crocodile Levos joined, Lin Yi's leveling speed had skyrocketed like he was on a rocket. This guy only needed to release its pressure to force monsters to continuously gather around Lin Yi. Just then, Zhang Fu sent a message. Lin, I've got a lead on the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Where are they now? They're active on the outskirts of the Soul Break Mountain range, near Camp 178. Be careful, brother. If anything seems off, retreat immediately. Zhang Fu reminded him again, then sent over the route map. Lin Yi glanced at Levos beside him, secretly chuckling. The ones who should be careful are them. Let's go. Lin Yi locked onto the direction of the camp and rode forward on Levos. Levos moved with incredible speed, its 4 sturdy claws leaving deep marks on the ground. The oppressive aura it emitted made ordinary monsters dare not approach. The journey was smooth, and Lin Yi arrived at the outskirts of Camp 178 before night fell. To avoid exposing his trump card, he quickly stored Levos in the Beast Master space and quietly approached alone. Soon, a settlement came into view. Lin Yi gazed into the distance, where small gray stone houses were scattered about. These stone houses were free to use, available for anyone who did not occupy them. Many adventurers had set up stalls in front of the stone houses, trading the spoils of their daytime hunts. Lin Yi's arrival did not attract much attention. He casually chose a stone house to rest in. As per Jiang Fu's intel, the Blood Wolf mercenary group would come here to rest every night. Tonight was clearly not suitable for action. The key was to determine their exact location. The night deepened and the occasional low growls of monsters echoed in the wild. Clang, clang. Suddenly, a chaotic sound of footsteps approached from outside the door. Lin Yi's spirit lifted. He held his breath to listen. Hurry up and get inside. We lost another brother. The nights out here are just too dangerous. A group of bloodied figures rushed in, cursing as they entered. They were all fierce-looking, at least black iron professionals, with several bronze experts among them. The leading man was tall and strong, his muscles as hard as rock. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Ren Mingshan, a rock warrior? He does look impressive, but I wonder if he can withstand my ice spear technique. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, then he shifted his gaze to avoid drawing attention. The members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group were extremely arrogant, their conversations revealing a wealth of information. This holy dragon cub is really hard to find. If it were easy, why would the Gao family offer such a high bounty? Fortunately, our boss is capable. He can even find the dung of the holy dragon cub. How far can we be from catching it? Haha, once the boss becomes a silver tier professional, our status in Jiang City will rise with the tide. These remarks were made without restraint, and Ran Mingshan showed no intention of stopping them. He was in a good mood. After all, he had finally found a lead on the holy dragon cub after searching for many days. This camp had no strong individuals. The Blood Wolf mercenary corps was the strongest force here. Spreading this news not only deterred anyone from prying but also enhanced their reputation. Ha! Lin Yi grinned. What a stroke of luck, you actually found me. However, this holy dragon cub is mine. With that, Lin Yi closed his eyes to rest, preparing for the tough battle ahead tomorrow. As the sun rose, the adventurers began to pack their bags and set off towards their respective goals. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Continue yesterday's exploration. Brothers, put in more effort. Let's try to find the holy dragon cub today, and then I'll take you to the best club in Jiang City to enjoy some women. Long live the boss. The members of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps were full of spirit, as if victory was already in their grasp. Lin Yi wore a cold smile. He had cleverly sprinkled tracking powder on one of the team members last night. As long as he activated the spell, he could track their movements. Let you all jump around for a while longer. Once I find the holy dragon cub, I'll slowly deal with you. After the members of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps moved away, Lin Yi leisurely followed behind. Ren Mingshan led the Blood Wolf mercenary corps, quickly advancing along the edge of the Soul Fragment mountain range. Soon, they arrived at the exploration site from yesterday. Hong Yang, come here. As soon as Ren Mingshan finished speaking, a short-haired woman in a red outfit stepped forward. She then put on gloves, picked up the feces of the holy dragon cub, and quickly chanted a spell. Buzz! In an instant, a faint trace appeared in the air. Hong Yang's eyes lit up. Over there. Ran Mingshan looked in the direction she pointed, a surge of excitement rising in his heart. Let's go! The group moved forward along that trace. However, they were unaware. In the shadows, a pair of ghostly eyes were closely tracking their movements. This was the ghostly swift boots, which came with a reconnaissance skill, allowing Lin Yi to share vision with the ghostly specter. Big brother, we're about to catch the holy dragon cub. Su Huai nervously scanned the surroundings, then forced a flattering smile. It looks like your promotion to silver tier professional is just around the corner. Ren Mingshan raised the corner of his mouth, feeling gratified. This is a rare opportunity for me. I cannot afford any mistakes. Soon after, a massive cave about 30 meters high came into view. Brothers, rest in place and get ready. Next, we might have a tough battle waiting for us. Just as everyone relaxed their guard, a sudden change occurred. Lin Yi made his move. He waved his wand lightly, and the fire element instantly condensed upon it. Although Ren Mingshan reacted quickly, it was too late. Be careful. There's an enemy. Ren Mingshan's muscles tensed, and he raised his shield to protect his head. Fire meteor spell. Boom! Fire meteors rained down, accompanied by screams, and the air was instantly filled with the smell of burning. Minus 57,341. Minus 53,622. Minus 51,673. Minus 49,035. With just one fire meteor spell, the Blood Wolf Corps lost half of its members. The remaining members looked to the right and saw a figure in a long robe, holding a wand, standing quietly there. Ran Mingshan furrowed his brow, angrily asking, "Who are you? When did my Blood Wolf mercenary corps offend you?" But Lin Yi gave no response. Lightning strike spell. Violent electric light burst from the tip of the wand, like a writhing electric snake howling towards them. Scatter! Ren Mingshan's body swelled, gray energy wrapping around him as he charged towards Lin Yi. Boom! Another wave of shocking explosions erupted, the lightning orbs detonating among the crowd. Minus 51,275. Minus 53,904. Minus 49,156. Minus 50,358. Fortunately, they were prepared this time, and the casualties were much lower than last time. Even so, the consecutive magical attacks still cost the Blood Wolf mercenary group over 30 members. The remaining few were also terrified. At this moment, everyone seemed to awaken from a dream and prepared to counterattack. Ran Mingshan swung his heavy sword and charged forward recklessly. Su Huai, as a mage, also began to chant spells. The other members focused their attacks on Lin Yi, launching a fierce assault. Rain of arrows, blades of wind, spikes of earth, various attacks converged into a stream, showcasing the battle prowess of this seasoned mercenary group. If it were ordinary people, they might have collapsed under such a relentless barrage. Lin Yi looked at Ren Mingshan charging ahead and smirked coldly. Giant crocodile. Revos, come forth. In an instant, a massive crocodile covered in purple scales appeared, astonishing Ren Mingshan and the others. Roar! The giant crocodile Revos roared, charging into the battlefield like a war chariot, buying Lin Yi time to cast spells. Lin Yi lightly tapped his wand, and light burst forth around him. Levitation. Light shield. Once the spells were cast, Lin Yi floated in midair. All ranged attacks were blocked, the shield of light unbreakable. Witnessing this scene, Ren Mingshan was shocked. This guy doesn't seem to be a silver tier professional, but why is he so powerful? Lin Yi moved swiftly in the air, dodging a series of magical attacks. It seemed he had to deal with that mage first. Otherwise, the situation would only become more unfavorable for him. With this thought, Lin Yi suddenly pointed his wand at Su Huai. Hell's mark. Su Huai hurriedly cast a shield, only to find the mark penetrating through it, branding itself onto him. At this moment, Su Huai was filled with fear. Is this a damage enhancement skill? Ice spear. In the next instant, a massive ice spear formed instantly, causing everyone to gasp in shock. The mages were astonished. Could this be the ice spear technique that I can also use? Big brother, save me. Su Huai's eyes were filled with terror, and the rising shield did not provide him with any sense of safety. Ran Mingshan gritted his teeth, his muscles suddenly bulging, as he charged to Su Huai's side. Rock shield. If Su Huai fell, their chances of winning would be even slimmer. But Ran Mingshan couldn't believe it. That seemingly ordinary ice spear easily pierced through his muscles. A horrific blood hole appeared in his left chest, and the flesh was frozen into crystal. Minus 51,732. His health instantly halved, and Ren Mingshan flew backward like a kite with a broken string, landing dozens of meters away. Revo sensed Lin Yi's will end. Immediately pounced on Ren Mingshan. The fierce battle between man and beast shook the earth. Witnessing their leader in such a dire state, everyone was shocked. Now, no one can protect you. Lin Yi waved his wand, and a dark light suddenly erupted. Bone spike. Whoosh. Just as Su Huai's spell took shape, a thick yellow earth shield surged in front of him, and a bone spear pierced through. Bang! The yellow earth shield was instantly penetrated, followed by the next layer of magical shield, which was still pierced through. Minus 93,172. In an instant, Su Huai's body was pierced, and the immense force shattered him into several pieces. Internal organs scattered everywhere, and all signs of life vanished. Seeing this scene, fear filled the eyes of everyone present. Meanwhile, their leader was entangled in a fierce battle with Revos. For the first time, the members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group entertained thoughts of fleeing. However, how could Lin Yi allow that? Not a single one could escape. They must be eradicated completely. Fire meteor. Fire meteors once again covered the ground, with a diameter of about 50 meters. Even if they scattered to avoid it, many mercenaries still screamed and fell. Minus 61,835. Minus 63,972. Thunderbolt. A furious ball of lightning followed, sweeping across once more. These black iron professionals were utterly no match for Lin Yi, and they were all swiftly eliminated. Among them were not a few special professionals, but in the face of absolute strength, everything seemed pale and powerless. After 2 rounds of spell storms, the entire area returned to tranquility. Only the distant roars of Ren Mingshan and the growls of Levos echoed. The air was filled with the scorching breath of flames and lightning, crackling loudly. The remaining members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group had all fallen in pools of blood, with none surviving. However, Lin Yi did not relax in the slightest because of this. Abyssal Eye, activate. Black flames surged from his eyes, rendering everything hidden and exposed. Sensing a chill approaching, 2 assassins panicked and attempted to flee in different directions. Lin Yi's eyes were filled with mockery as he shouted, Ice Arrow Technique. The spell was almost instantaneous. Although it was a basic skill, its power after reaching the maximum level was still astonishing. Whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, 2 ice arrows ended their lives. Thus, the Blood Wolf mercenary group, except for their leader Ren Mingshan, was completely annihilated. Lin Yi fought alone, facing many. He even crushed everyone with overwhelming force. Lin Yi looked at Ren Mingshan. It's just you left. As long as he took him down, Lin Yi could reap another jaw-dropping fortune. At this moment, Ren Mingshan's eyes were filled with shock. In just a moment, his Blood Wolf mercenary group had been completely wiped out. This efficiency was even faster than slaughtering chickens. Gulp. Ran Mingshan instinctively swallowed, hurriedly increasing the distance between himself and Lin Yi, his voice trembling slightly. Who exactly are you? Lin. He stared at him quietly, his tone indifferent. Who did you provoke? Just guess for yourself. Talking nonsense was a foolish display. Upon hearing this, a hint of madness gradually appeared in Ren Mingshan's eyes. If you want to take my life, then you must pay the price. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a bottle of bright red potion bubbling with froth. This was a berserk potion. It could instantly increase strength by 20% but required 2 weeks of weakness. As a price, after drinking the potion, Ren Mingshan's gray-brown muscles instantly glowed with a blood-red sheen. His originally strong body swelled like a small mountain. Die! Ren Mingshan swung his great sword, turning into a whirlwind, as he charged at Lin Yi. Seeing this, Lin Yi curled his lips into a cold smile. Although Ren Mingshan was strong now, he was already within Lin Yi's calculations. Roar! Levos received Lin Yi's command, and a beam of lightning shot out from its massive mouth. Instantly, it collided violently with Ren Mingshan's great sword. Delay spell. A gray-white light flashed, and Ren Mingshan's movements instantly slowed, his attack and movement speed plummeting. Bang! Levos slapped down, and the unprepared Ren Mingshan was sent flying. Minus 16,321. Levos waved its limbs and soared into the air again. Bone spike technique. Before Ren Mingshan could raise his great sword, he was struck by a sudden bone spear, causing him to drop it. Then, the bone spear continued to pierce through his armor, tearing through muscle. The accompanying powerful corrosion turned half of Ren Mingshan's body pitch black. Minus 47,231. At this moment, Ren Mingshan was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Lin Yi's eyes showed no mercy as the wand's light shone once more. Ice arrow technique. Whoosh! The gravely injured Ren Mingshan was filled with fear, struggling to evade. However, the effect of the delay spell, combined with the pain of corrosion, nearly robbed him of his ability to move. The ice crystal arrow grew larger in his vision until it obscured all light. With a soft thud, the ice crystal arrow precisely pierced through his eyeball, exiting from his head, leaving behind spots of blood. Ren Mingshan's body convulsed, and the giant crocodile Levos took the opportunity to pounce, smashing him in half, instantly killing him on the spot. Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. From now on, Jiang City would no longer have the threat of the Blood Wolves. He also need not worry about the Blood Wolf mercenary group's revenge. With my current strength, dealing with those low-level silver professionals should be more than enough. Now, Lin Yi had a clearer understanding of his abilities. Achieving such results in just a few days was simply incredible, and his journey as a professional was just beginning. Whoosh! In the forest, the remnants of battle ignited a great fire. The flames spread rapidly, resembling a prairie fire. But Lin Yi was not worried. The rain from nature would soon extinguish it all. Before long, life would return to this place. For now, he had important matters to attend to. That was to count the spoils. What kind of immense wealth would the equipment of 50 or 60 professionals amount to? Lin Yi could hardly imagine. Even if some were slightly damaged in the battle, their overall value was still astonishing. This time, he had truly struck it rich. Without hesitation, Lin Yi began to search the bodies one by one. At this moment, Levos played its role, swinging its massive crocodile tail. The equipment was neatly piled into a heap, saving Lin Yi the time of searching everywhere. As each piece of loot came into view, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The harvest was beyond imagination. First were the black iron equipment, nearly 100 pieces, worth at least 50 million. Next were the bronze equipment, a total of 23 pieces. Although most were of low quality, they still exceeded 60 million. What delighted Lin Yi the most were undoubtedly the 2 pieces of silver equipment. One was the great sword in Ren Mingshan's hand. Green flame great sword grade, silver attributes, strength plus 600, ignore defense plus 350, and comes with the skill berserk charge. The other was the battle armor worn by Ren Mingshan. Light and shadow battle armor grade, silver attributes. Stamina plus 650, defense plus 400, comes with the skill guardian shield, which can resist 30% of damage. This guy really monopolized all the good equipment. Combined, the others didn't even have a single decent piece. However, Lin Yi was still quite satisfied. Just these pieces of equipment were worth 200 to 300 million. Besides the equipment, a skill book and a treasure also made Lin Yi's heart race. Song of the Wind Spirit. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he learned it, instantly reaching maximum level. Song of the Wind Spirit, Black Iron passive skill, upon learning, will receive the blessing of the Wind Spirit, increasing the power of wind spells by 40%. Incredible! Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim, it seems I need to learn more wind spells in the future. The other treasure was a tear-shaped green pendant. Tears of the Spirit grade, special attributes. After wearing, the comprehension speed of wind skills increases by 10%. Note, this item is formed from the tears of the wind spirit. Wearing it may cause displeasure to the wind spirits. It can actually speed up the learning of skills. This item was an extremely precious treasure, truly priceless in the market. Although it wasn't very useful to him at the moment, for members of those great families, it was a tremendous treasure. If he were to sell it, he could easily make tens of millions. Suddenly, a cloud of doubt crossed Lin Yi's face. Ren Mingshan wouldn't have killed a certain wind spirit, would he? If that were the case, there might be a settlement of wind spirits hidden around the soul-ending mountains. Lin Yi recalled the wind spirit card he had obtained earlier, which could be used to exchange for moon water from the spirits. With this in mind, Lin Yi carefully stored the tears of the spirit. This treasure would be an excellent breakthrough point. After tallying all his gains, Linny stretched his body. Next, it's time to look for the holy dragon cub. With that, Linny glanced at the giant crocodile Levos, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. If it weren't for the beast master Mark constantly suppressing it, this guy would have retaliated long ago. If that day came when its soul suffered a heavy blow, it could very well turn against him. But the cub was different. Because the monster cub's mind was not yet mature, it was more easily influenced by the beast master Mark, ultimately achieving complete loyalty. Whoosh! A flame ignited at Lin Yi's fingertips, instantly illuminating the dim cave. Levos led the way, and Linny followed closely behind. The ghost reconnaissance skill was activated again, and a shadowy ghostly figure appeared in the air. Although it had no combat ability, it was an indispensable helper for reconnaissance tasks. Tap, tap. Lin Yi's footsteps occasionally kicked up scattered gravel, colliding with the rock wall, and producing a crisp sound. Roar! Suddenly, a series of furious roars echoed ahead. Holy Dragon Cub! Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and he activated his speed aura, swiftly moving forward to explore. Before long, a figure appeared in Lin Yi's line of sight. The depths of the cave were radiant, and the holy dragon cub had a penchant for collecting ores, with various sparkling minerals surrounding it. Bang! A dull thud sounded as Levos was already engaged in close combat with it. Linny focused his gaze. Although the holy dragon was still a juvenile, it was only slightly smaller than Levos, measuring about 15 meters in length. Its pale golden scales covered its body, shimmering under the colorful minerals, with sharp claws glinting menacingly. Despite being at a lower level than Levos, this holy dragon cub had the upper hand. At this moment, Levos had several bloody wounds, blood pouring from its body. Linny clicked his tongue in amazement, his eyes filled with admiration. Holy dragon cub. Level, LV15 Lord Monster, Golden, Health 561793 Skills, Holy Dragon Breath, Rolling Impact, Earth Spike Assault, Claw Tier. These attributes are impressive. It will surely be a powerful ally in the future. Witnessing the fierce duel between the two beasts, Linny initially intended to cast a spell to quickly end the battle. However, after some consideration, Linny chose to observe, and the reasons were self-evident. Firstly, to reduce the holy dragon cub's hostility towards him, making it easier to tame it later. Secondly, to take the opportunity to let the giant crocodile Levos sustain serious injuries so he could then kill it in one blow. After all, Lin Yi's beast mastery could only bind one pet. If he were to dissolve the contract with Levos later, there was no guarantee it wouldn't turn on him. At this moment, Levos was covered in wounds, purple scales scattered all around. Nevertheless, the holy dragon cub did not have an absolute advantage. Levos still fought back fiercely. However, this was precisely the situation Linny had hoped for. The battle intensified, and the cave trembled as boulders fell. Fortunately, the holy dragon cub's lair was exceptionally sturdy, otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. Roar! Another desperate roar erupted as Levos' tail was brutally torn off. The holy dragon cub's eyes were fierce as it swallowed the severed tail in one bite. It was also battered and bruised, its body covered in burn marks, its pale golden scales curling. The time has come. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, and he immediately dissolved the contract with Levos' ice spear technique. Levos was momentarily stunned, unable to feel joy just yet. The familiar cold sensation made it shiver involuntarily, fear quickly spreading in its eyes. Whoosh! In the next instant, the ice spear pierced through Levos' skull, pinning it firmly to the ground. Minus 87,935. The damage value appeared vividly, and Levos' health instantly dropped to 0. A flash of light flickered, and several pieces of equipment scattered, some shining with a silver glow. Lin Yi's face lit up with joy, but he did not rush to pick them up. At this moment, the holy dragon cub appeared somewhat confused. Originally resting peacefully in the cave, it had not expected a monster to invade its territory. After fighting fiercely with the intruder, a human suddenly appeared and resolved the situation, causing its vigilance to lessen slightly. Linny looked at the holy dragon cub and smiled broadly. Come with me, and I will help you become the dragon emperor in the future. How about that? Without waiting for a response, Linny lightly tapped his wand. A circle of pale white light quickly formed, enveloping the holy dragon cub. Daze technique. The holy dragon cub fell into a dazed state, but the halo above its head only displayed 3 seconds, which surprised Linny. Truly worthy of its holy dragon bloodline, its resistance to such techniques was astonishing. But the stronger the holy dragon cub became, the more excited he felt. Beast mastery. Waves of energy were released from the tip of the wand, instantly wrapping around the holy dragon cub. It recovered from its daze and immediately began to struggle. Its massive claws scraped the ground, creating a deep trench. Soon after, the holy dragon cub ceased its resistance. When it opened its eyes again, a hint of docility was faintly visible in its pupils. This was in stark contrast to the resentment Levos had shown earlier. No wonder the Gao family prefers to capture juvenile monsters. They are indeed easier to control. Unfortunately, this holy dragon cub has already been snatched by me. Linny was quite satisfied as he reached out to stroke the holy dragon cub's head. Go ahead, eat it. The holy dragon cub needed to devour the flesh and blood of powerful creatures, supplemented by various precious resources to continue growing. Linny put away the fangs of Lavos, and the holy dragon cub began to feast. These fangs were far more valuable than those of the thunder crocodile beast, and fulfilling the promise to Kan Yuan could be considered an overachievement. Huff, huff. Before long, the holy dragon cub had completely devoured Lavos. Linny was amazed. Its appetite was truly astonishing. Swish. Suddenly, a strong golden light burst forth from the holy dragon cub. The holy dragon cub's level has risen to LV16. It actually leveled up directly. Clearly, this giant crocodile Lavos was an excellent tonic. The holy dragon cub's wounds gradually healed, and its body grew by more than a meter. Unable to contain his curiosity, Linny immediately opened the holy dragon cub's attribute panel. Holy dragon cub. Level, LV16 Lord Monster, Golden, Health, 675173 Skills. Holy Dragon Breath, Rolling Impact, Earth Spike Assault, Claw Tier. After advancing to level 16, the Holy Dragon Cub's attributes surged across the board. Adding in the 20% attribute bonus from Beast Mastery, it was simply shocking. Roar! The Holy Dragon, feeling the surge of power within, couldn't help but let out a low growl. A smile crept onto Linny's lips as he waved to store it in the Beast Master space. This was a powerful ally. In future trials, it would surely amaze everyone. Linny took a deep breath and began to tally the equipment dropped by Lavos. 1 silver item, 3 bronze items, and 2 black iron items, a bountiful harvest. Crocodile Tooth Bracers grade, silver attributes, health plus 1200. With the passive skill Thunder Shield, which can block 1 instance of skill damage. A built-in defensive skill, quite practical. Linny nodded in satisfaction and immediately equipped it. He was one step closer to his goal of full silver gear. The other 3 bronze items also had their unique features. Although they weren't specifically for mages, they could still fetch a good price in the market. Wanderer's Hood grade, bronze attributes, agility plus 60, ignore defense plus 40. Rune Battle Boots grade, bronze attributes, agility plus 80, movement speed plus 5. Black Ghost Cloak grade, bronze attributes, strength plus 40, backstab skill level plus 1. This Black Ghost Cloak was practically a treasure for assassins. Equipment that could enhance skill levels was extremely rare. Once it appeared, it was enough to double the value of the gear. Linny was thrilled and stuffed all these items into the space pendant. This trip to the Soul Break Mountain range had been incredibly fruitful. Not only had he successfully eliminated the Blood Wolf mercenary group, but he had also obtained a large amount of equipment and captured the Holy Dragon Cub. Moreover, he had unexpectedly learned about the clues to the Wind Spirit. Once the trial competition was over, he could start searching for it. Just as Linny was about to leave, the little holy dragon in the Beast Master space suddenly became restless. It turned out that the inconspicuous ores deep in the cave hid some secrets. Linny took a closer look and was instantly overjoyed. Among a pile of ordinary stones, several rare ores were hidden, including 2 shining gold ores and 5 or 6 silver ores. Lava Purple Gold grade, gold attributes, A. Precious or containing powerful fire elemental energy. Earth Emperor Secret Silver grade, gold attributes, effectively suppresses mana patterns, enhancing output. Gravity Crystals, Black Sandstone, all sorts of rare ores made Linny beam with delight. Without a second thought, he packed all these ores and took them with him. Once he returned to Wulong Town, he could reforge the bronze equipment and upgrade them all to silver gear. At this moment, the cave was completely empty, with only weeds and rubble remaining. Linny smiled as he walked out of the cave, activated his speed aura, and rushed towards Wulong Town. Not long after, a group of adventurers was drawn to the firelight outside the cave, along with a strong smell of blood. "Captain, look over there," a sharp-eyed archer in the team suddenly exclaimed. Everyone followed the direction of his gaze and saw that the area seemed to have been ravaged by beasts with severed limbs and a scene of devastation everywhere. "It's the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. That seems to be Ren Mingshan. Who is it? How could someone have the ability to completely annihilate the entire Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps?" The group exchanged glances and, from the traces at the scene, they deduced that a powerful mage must have been responsible. "Shanshan, use your shadow projection technique to check the specific situation." At the captain's command, a girl in a white robe stepped forward and began to chant a spell. Swish! An invisible ripple spread out, forming a distorted image in the sky. They saw a black-robed mage wielding a wand, fiercely battling the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Who is this person? Although the image was somewhat blurry, it could not hide the powerful aura of the mage. This was just a low-level shadow projection technique, capable of capturing only the general outline. Even so, everyone felt a shock, especially a few female adventurers, whose eyes revealed a hint of admiration. "This gentleman has eradicated the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, truly eliminating a great threat for Jun City. We must spread this news quickly. How about we temporarily call him the Shadow Mage Lord?" In no time, the name Shadow Mage Lord quickly circulated in the mercenary circles of Jun City. Although the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps was not a top-tier force, it was still quite famous in the industry. Its sudden downfall left everyone curious about the true identity of the Shadow Mage Lord. Meanwhile, the scene of Lin Yi's battle was made into a projection crystal, unexpectedly becoming a hot-selling item. His superb spellcasting skills captivated countless mages. Many novice adventurers even regarded the Shadow Mage Lord as their idol. After all, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps had committed numerous evils, and anyone with a sense of justice hoped for its swift disappearance. The outside world speculated that he was at least a silver-tier adventurer. Some even suggested he might be a gold-tier adventurer. At this moment, Lin Yi was riding a young holy dragon racing across the wasteland. As soon as he stepped into Wulong Town, he felt the strange gazes directed at him. TSK, another one pretending to be the Shadow Mage Lord. I've encountered several already, and this guy's outfit is relatively normal compared to the previous one. Listening to these discussions, Lin Yi was filled with confusion. Shadow Mage Lord? What is this all about? He never expected that his deeds of eliminating the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps had spread throughout Wulong Town. At first, some people tried to imitate the Shadow Mage Lord by wearing similar black cloaks. Soon, more and more admirers began to follow this style. But this inadvertently helped Lin Yi conceal his true identity. Lin Yi shook his head, not dwelling on it too much, and headed straight to the treasure pavilion. As soon as he entered, Jiang Fu greeted him with a beaming smile. Ha ha! Once they reached the private room, Jiang Fu could no longer contain his laughter. Welcome, Shadow Mage Lord. You are now the prominent figure of Wulong Town. Soon, you will also become the focus of attention in Jiang City. Jiang Fu's eyes were filled with admiration, even tinged with a hint of reverence, viewing Lin Yi as a rare treasure. He firmly believed that Lin Yi would undoubtedly become an extraordinary powerhouse in the future. This small Jiang city could not possibly contain him. Lin Yi frowned slightly, puzzled, and asked, Brother Jiang, what exactly is going on? Jiang Fu smiled but did not answer immediately. Instead, he took out a projection crystal and began to explain to Lin Yi bit by bit. After listening, Lin Yi was completely stunned. He had gained the nickname of Shadow Mage Lord for eliminating the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, and there were people imitating his outfit? Lin Yi was first surprised, then self-deprecatingly smiled. I just avenged myself, it's not that exaggerated. By the way, I gained quite a lot this time. I wonder if you can handle it. Before the words had left his mouth, Lin Yi dumped the equipment from the spatial pendant onto the table in one go. Clatter! In the blink of an eye, the equipment piled up into a small mountain. Seeing this, Jiang Fu was completely dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Even though he had anticipated that Lin Yi would have significant gains from this trip, facing this mountain of equipment still left him momentarily astonished. The dazzling array of colors shone brilliantly, exceptionally eye-catching. Receiving so much equipment at once was absolutely unprecedented for Jiang Fu. A rough estimate put the total value easily over 100 million. Suddenly, Jiang Fu's breathing became rapid. In recent days, he had received frequent praise from his superiors due to his outstanding performance. Once this deal was completed, his transfer to Jiang City was practically a done deal. At this moment, Jiang Fu looked at Lin Yi with eyes full of gratitude. Lin Yi smirked and teasingly said, Hey, why are you staring at me? Hurry up and start counting. Okay. Jiang Fu quickly responded, diving into the tedious counting work. Time passed little by little, and he raised his head to report to Lin Yi, Little brother, we've counted a total of 108 black iron equipment, 25 bronze equipment, and some monster materials of different levels. Then let's say it's 150 million. Lin Yi's eyes flickered. This was even more than he had expected. Jiang Fu continued, as for those two pieces of silver equipment, the green flame greatsword and the shadow armor, according to the usual practice, they can be exchanged for equipment or treasures suitable for you. What do you think? Sure. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Brother, please help me find suitable bronze skill books and level 21 equipment. I'll come by to pick them up next time. With only about 3 days left until the novice profession trial, Lin Yi was confident that he would definitely be promoted to a bronze professional before then. Therefore, preparing the necessary skills in advance was essential. Based on Lin Yi's speculation, even if this trial was different from previous ones, those from prominent families would find it hard to surpass him. In past competitions, the top genius professionals from Jiang City had barely reached the black iron level. Even if they poured resources into it now, by the time the trial began, they would at most reach level 14 or 15. Even special professionals would have to bow down. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Jiang Fu's eyes were filled with shock. In just a few days, Lin Yi was about to break through again. Jiang Fu marveled inwardly, his attitude becoming even more respectful. Don't worry, brother, I'll make sure everything is handled perfectly for you. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Although he didn't have a deep friendship with Jiang Fu, he was very satisfied with the latter's ability to get things done. His rapid growth was largely thanks to Jiang Fu. After chatting for a bit longer, Lin Yi headed straight to the Emerald Villa. Hey, what brings you here? Kong Yuan was forging in the backyard and was somewhat surprised to see Lin Yi's sudden visit. Could it be that he had completed the task? The thunder crocodile beast hiding deep in the thunder ruins couldn't possibly be dealt with in just a day or two, could it? However, the next moment Kong Yuan's eyes widened in shock, nearly drooling. In Lin Yi's hands, a row of purple fangs was neatly arranged, surrounded by electric power. Wow, these are actually the fangs of the Lavos, worth more than 10 times that of the thunder crocodile beast. Kong Yuan dropped his hammer and hurriedly walked up to Lin Yi, carefully taking the fangs. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled and said, Master Kong, I found the fangs. How about helping me upgrade a few pieces of equipment now? I brought the materials myself. No problem. Kong Yuan was already immersed in excitement, readily agreeing, don't mention upgrading a few pieces, even forging a few is fine. Lin Yi waved his hand with a smile. That's not necessary. Saying this, he dumped a pile of ore materials onto the table. Kong Yuan, witnessing this scene, instantly went from excitement to a daze: lava purple gold, Earth Emperor secret silver, gravity crystal, black sandstone. You brat, did you empty out some Lord Monster's lair? The ores he had secretly hoarded might not even be as many as what Lin Yi had brought out. At this moment, Kong Yuan felt a bit regretful for having spoken too boldly earlier. With so many ores, if he charged a handling fee, he would make a fortune. But once the words were out, there was no taking them back. Kong Yuan pretended to be angry and said, You little rascal, are you setting a trap for me? Lin Yi chuckled and then took off the few remaining bronze pieces of equipment he had. Just these 5 pieces, I'll trouble Master Kong. Kong Yuan was quite straightforward, taking the equipment and examining it carefully, surprise flashing in his eyes. My goodness, they're all bronze equipment. This guy is really a tycoon. The quality of these ores is extremely high. Not only can they upgrade these 5 pieces of equipment to silver level, if there are more silver pieces, we might even try to promote them to gold. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he immediately took off his ghostly robe. Thank you, Master Kong. Kong Yuan waved his hand. I will do my best. After saying that, he hurriedly walked towards the backyard with the equipment and ores. Lin Yi knew that forging this batch of equipment wouldn't be completed in a short time. So, he sat down in his room and closed his eyes to rest. Before long, the sound of hammering came from the backyard. Time quietly passed, and the backyard occasionally flashed with a silver sheen, accompanied by the last flash of golden light. Kong Yuan's booming voice rang out. You brat are really lucky. All 6 pieces of equipment have successfully upgraded. Zhang Fu strode over, the equipment in his hands radiating a much stronger aura. Lin Yi opened his eyes and took the equipment, checking each attribute one by one. Ghostly robe grade, gold attributes, spirit plus 200, magic resistance plus 300. Fire spell power increased 20% with the skill levitation, allowing the caster to float in the air, not exceeding 50 meters. The robe at this moment was already a far cry from before. The originally plain black robe was now interwoven with golden red patterns. Most importantly, due to the fusion of lava purple gold, it added a 20% bonus to fire spells. Lin Yi couldn't wait to put on the new version of the ghostly robe, his aura becoming even more formidable. He inspected the other equipment one by one, all upgraded from bronze to silver. Swift gloves grade, silver attributes, spirit plus 20, casting speed increased 20%, quick cool pants grade, silver attributes, skill cooldown time reduced by 30%. Skeleton ring grade, bronze attributes, spirit plus 120, magic value plus 1000, mana absorption ring grade, silver attributes, mana value plus 1500 with a 0.3% mana absorption effect. After the upgrades, not only did all the equipment level up, but their attributes also skyrocketed. Now, a simple fireball spell could deal 40 to 50,000 damage. The strongest ice spear spell even reached 150,000. Lin Yi was secretly overjoyed, putting everything on neatly. Thank you, Master Kong. Kong Yuan gently waved his hand, a hint of envy barely concealed in his eyes. In the future, if you come across any good stuff, don't forget about your old brother. If I can forge platinum equipment, I might have a chance to become a platinum blacksmith. He had been stuck at the golden bottleneck for a long time, eager to level up. Don't worry, I won't forget you. Lin Yi knew well what it meant to befriend a platinum blacksmith and silently committed this matter to memory. After a simple farewell, he didn't linger too long and turned to leave. Kong Yuan watched Lin Yi's back as the ghostly robe swayed in the wind, and couldn't help but sigh. This kid is actually a loyal follower of the Shadow Demon Lord? But in the next moment, Kong Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be? He is the Shadow Demon Lord? Hiss. I remember he said he just awakened not long ago. Kong Yuan gasped repeatedly, this discovery shocking him immensely. It seems that this time's novice profession trial, the 4 great families probably can't dominate anymore. Gao Jipeng wants to take the lead? I think he's overestimating himself. As the son-in-law of the Gao family, Kong Yuan had once been neglected due to his low status. It wasn't until he was promoted to a golden blacksmith that he was called back, but he resolutely refused. Thus, he was pleased to see the Gao family stumble. On the other side, Lin Yi returned to the inn and fell into a deep sleep. In just one day, he had tracked the Blood Wolf mercenary group and experienced life and death battles. Then he went to Wanbao Pavilion to handle the spoils of war and finally upgraded his equipment. Even with his remarkable stamina, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a bit fatigued. The next day, in the early morning, Linny tidied up briefly and headed straight to the Thunder Ruins to level up. Now, with the addition of the Holy Dragon Cub, his leveling speed had increased even more. Although the experience points provided by individual monsters gradually decreased as his level rose, the overall efficiency had not only remained the same but had actually increased. The little Holy Dragon was also busy, devouring a large amount of thunder crocodile flesh, its body growing increasingly robust. Fire Meteor Technique, Thunder Light Technique. The two large area attack skills were performed in succession by Linny, harvesting the lives of monsters. The information in the log bar was constantly flashing wildly. Killed a level 20 Thunder Crocodile, gained 197 experience points. Killed a level 20 Thunder Serpent, gained 156 experience points. Killed a level 20 Giant Mosquito, gained 173 experience points. Suddenly, a dazzling white light erupted around Linny. Level increased to LV20. Ha! Linny couldn't hide his joy, finally leveled up. Next, he only needed to accumulate another 120,000 experience points to advance to a bronze practitioner. The goal was within reach, and Linny was filled with fighting spirit. Thus, he continued to throw himself into battle. In the past 2 days, the number of monsters in the Thunder Ruins had drastically decreased, as if they had experienced a catastrophe. There were rumors that a powerful mage was using low-level monsters as punching bags. This frightened other adventurers, who took detours, fearing they might inadvertently provoke this strong individual. Upon hearing this rumor, Linny couldn't help but feel amused. I'm just quietly leveling up. Is it really that tense? Time passed quickly, and Linny's progress was surprisingly smooth. During this time, he also had a brief exchange with his friend Wang Dong through his phone, learning that Wang had also reached level 5. As the day of the trial competition approached, various rumors spread everywhere. It was said that this trial tower would connect other cities. Moreover, the winners would have the opportunity to represent Huaxia and compete against elites from 4 other countries. There were even rumors that the city lord's mansion and the 4 great families had prepared platinum treasures as rewards for the first place in the Jiangcheng trial competition. It might even be more than that. The official announcement would reveal the mystery at the last moment, stirring excitement in everyone. Everyone was eager to showcase themselves, bursting with unprecedented enthusiasm for leveling up. As a result, this batch of awakened practitioners generally had levels higher than previous years. Upon hearing this news, a smile appeared on Linny's face. Although he was unclear about the specific format of the trial, he was not afraid. Fire Meteor Technique. Thanks to the Phantom Robe, which provided a 20% boost to fire attribute spells, Linny's Fire Meteor Technique was even more astonishing. Killed a level 20 Thunder Crocodile, gained 127 experience points. Killed a level 20 Thunder Serpent, gained 131 experience points. Current experience has reached the limit. Excess experience will be transferred to the experience storage pool, with a limit of 240,000. Seeing this prompt, Linny's heart surged with excitement. He had almost killed monsters to the point of numbness over the past 2 days. And thankfully, the little holy dragon was there to help attract monsters, otherwise, he might have collapsed. Now, Linny could finally prepare to advance to a bronze practitioner. It was worth noting that most of his classmates were still lingering around levels 3 and 4. Even the top talents from the 4 great families or top universities had only just become black iron practitioners while he was about to step into bronze. The gap between them was more than tenfold. Then, Linny took out the bronze advancement orb and absorbed its energy without hesitation. Buzz! Suddenly, an unprecedented power surged within him. Successfully advanced to bronze practitioner. Level increased to LV21. New skills unlocked: Whirlwind Slash, Purple Flame Meteor, Sky Shield. I'm a bronze class practitioner now. Linny's eyes lit up as he eagerly checked his attribute panel. Class, Mage Level, LV21, 0/300 000. Attributes: Strength 1200, Spirit 3500, Stamina 1300, Agility 1250, Health 24,000, Mana 36,000. After being promoted to bronze, Linny's attributes had all achieved a qualitative leap. Awesome! I've unlocked 3 new skills. Let's see what their effects are. After advancing to bronze class practitioner, Linny automatically unlocked 3 bronze skills: Whirlwind Slash, Purple Flame Meteor, Sky Shield. Thanks to his talent, they had already reached the maximum level of LV30. Generally speaking, the higher the skill level, even at LV1, its power far exceeds that of lower level skills. Whirlwind Slash, channel the natural winds to form a rotating blade, delivering a fatal strike to the enemy. Cooldown time 2 seconds. With Linny's current spirit attribute of 3,500, a single strike could deal over 300,000 damage. Just 2 or 3 whirlwind slashes would be enough to kill a small holy dragon. Moreover, with the enhancement of the Wind Spirit Song, the power of wind spells could be increased by 40%. Linny gasped, realizing he was becoming stronger and stronger. Although as levels increased, both practitioners and monsters would possess various defensive and shielding techniques. It was unlikely that all attacks would be raw damage, but it was still exceptionally powerful. As for Purple Flame Meteor, it was an evolved version of the Meteor Fire spell. Purple Flame Meteor, summon a meteor fire rain within a radius of 120 meters around the target. Cooldown time 2 seconds. Both the coverage and damage far surpassed the former. If the enemies were clustered closely, a single strike could easily harvest hundreds of lives. As for Sky Shield, it was equally indestructible. Sky Shield, summon light elements. To construct a sturdy magical shield, cooldown time 2 seconds. This shield could withstand over 600,000 damage. Against opponents of the same level, even a combined force of hundreds would likely struggle to break through. Lin Yi's survivability skyrocketed. The casting and cooldown times of these three skills are even shorter than the previous ones. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he discovered this secret. His max-level talent had already been extremely powerful early on. As his level rose, it became even more monstrous. Oh right, there's also the Wings of the Nether. Lin Yi's eyes brightened as he recalled the skill book he obtained after defeating the Nether Demon. This was a rare flying skill, extremely precious. Since it belonged to the bronze level, he had not learned it until now. Now was the perfect time. He took out the treasured skill book and clasped his hands together. A mark immediately appeared, merging into Lin Yi's mind. The talent activated automatically, and the Wings of the Nether reached max level. Wings of the Nether, summon demonic wings to soar through the skies, maximum flight altitude 3,000 meters, flight speed increased tenfold, cooldown time 30 seconds. Lin Yi could hardly contain his excitement. This is too powerful. These max-level Wings of the Nether far surpassed the floating spell that came with the Nether robe. Lin Yi couldn't wait to try it out. Energy surged from the dark wand, and the incantation was completed in an instant. Whoosh! A pair of 5-meter-wide wings instantly spread open, as if they had naturally grown from Lin Yi's back, exuding an extraordinary aura. Whoosh! With a flap of his wings, he shot forward at an astonishing speed, leaving behind trails of afterimages. So exhilarating. Lin Yi soared into the sky, instantly reaching an altitude of 1,000 meters, far stronger than the previous floating spell. These Wings of the Nether, though only of bronze level, were extremely valuable. If priced in Huaxia currency, they might be worth at least 100 million, or even more. Soon, Lin Yi sped towards Wulong Town. I hope Brother Jiang can find me a skill book that's just as powerful. As he approached Wulong Town, Lin Yi retracted the Wings of the Nether in advance. Skills were prohibited in such safe zones. Lin Yi looked around, a bitter smile involuntarily appearing on his face. On the roadside, for every 10 or so mages, there was a Shadow Demon Lord. The various black cloaks were dazzling. In just 2 days, the entire Jiang city was buzzing with tales of the Shadow Demon Lord. Thus, the fervor for the Shadow Demon Lord not only did not diminish but became even more frenzied. A large number of adventurers began to follow suit. Especially among the newly awakened professionals in Jiang City, 1 in every 3 mages was a worshipper of the Shadow Demon Lord. Some people repeatedly studied the crystal images of that day's battle, speculating that the Shadow Demon Lord was not very old, perhaps only 18 or 19. However, this statement was soon rebutted by most who believed that the strength of the Shadow Demon Lord was comparable to that of a high-level silver professional. How could he be just a youth? After learning of this, Lin Yi shook his head inside. Can they see this? With various thoughts in mind, Lin Yi stepped once again through the doors of the treasure pavilion. The bunny girl, upon seeing Lin Yi, had a flash of brilliance in her eyes. She almost leaned closer to Lin Yi, exuding an undeniable enthusiasm. In just a few exchanges, Lin Yi had become the most esteemed guest of the treasure pavilion. Before long, Jiang Fu appeared before Lin Yi with a smile on his face. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Brother Jiang, I'm here." Jiang Fu's expression brightened, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Lin, you've become a bronze professional?" This was almost impossible. To rise from a newcomer to a bronze professional in just 7 days? It was simply absurd. Jiang Fu felt a wave of dizziness, his breathing slightly hurried. Although he had known for a long time that Lin Yi was extraordinary, witnessing this moment firsthand was a shock that words could not describe. "Come on," Jiang Fu said with enthusiasm. "Brother Lin, please sit, I'll get the skill books for you right away." Lin Yi could clearly feel Jiang Fu's enthusiasm suddenly escalate. This was not about the warmth of human feelings but the rules of the game in the real world. Only by enhancing one's own value could one earn respect and help in this world. Lin Yi's resolve grew stronger. Only strength could dominate everything. In an instant, Jiang Fu hurried back with a large stack of skill books. "Brother, pick whatever you like." A hint of excitement flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he began to carefully select. As his gaze flickered, Lin Yi quickly made his decision. Rapid teleportation, mist, array, immunity dispersion. These 3 skill books were worth their weight in gold, costing an additional 80 million. Even with a black gold card, enjoying a 10% discount, the price was still steep. But Lin Yi felt no regret. This money was well spent. After the transaction was completed, Lin Yi quickly flipped through the books, mastering all 3 skills. Rapid teleportation max level LV30. Mist array max level LV30. Immunity Dispersion max level LV30. Rapid teleportation. Instantly move to a selected direction with a maximum distance of 100 meters, cooldown time 3 seconds. This was an extremely rare teleportation skill for mages, and with a distance of up to 100 meters, it greatly enhanced survival ability. Coupled with the sky shield, it could withstand over 600,000 damage. Using both in alternation, almost no one could compete. Mr. A covers a radius of 60 meters, causing enemies to fall into chaos and randomly attack those nearby, lasting 3 seconds, cooldown time 2 seconds. If he had this skill earlier, Lin Yi wouldn't have had to struggle so much against the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Immunity dispersion condenses a magical aura that automatically dispels control skills below gold level, cooldown time 10 seconds. By maintaining this aura daily, Lin Yi would have an automatic immunity to control effects. At this point, Lin Yi's strength had reached a stable phase. As a newly promoted bronze professional holding 7 bronze skills was simply unbelievable. He was ready to face the challenges of the trial tower alone. Everything was in place, just waiting for the novice trial competition to begin. Lin Yi came back to his senses and said to Jiang Fu, "Brother Jiang, I'm returning to Jiang City today." Jiang Fu grinned, laughing heartily. "Thanks to your good fortune, I'm about to be transferred to Jiang City. When the time comes, I will personally be there to cheer for you." Lin Yi didn't indulge in too much sentimentality. After a few casual words, he headed straight for the teleportation array. Whoosh! A dazzling white light engulfed Lin Yi, and in an instant his figure vanished without a trace. What came into view was an entirely different scene, making Lin Yi feel as if he had crossed into another world. The intense battles over the past few days had kept his mind constantly on edge. Now he could finally go home and rest properly. Lin Yi pushed open the door and called out, "Mom, I'm back." Yang Mei's face lit up with surprise as she poked her head out from the kitchen. "Xiaoyi, why are you back? You didn't say a word in advance. I'll start cooking right away." Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly stopped her. "Mom, don't bother. Come on, let's go out to eat." Lin Yi couldn't contain his joy, eager to share his achievements with his mother. After all, he had plenty of money now. "What are you spending this money on?" "Mom, don't worry, we're not short on cash right now." As he spoke, Lin Yi casually took out a black gold card. Yang Mei curiously took it, her eyes widening in shock. 8 million. Hiss. Yang Mei gasped. This was a fortune she wouldn't even dare to dream of. Working hard, she earned only 2,000 to 3,000 a month, barely a few tens of thousands a year. The money on the card was enough for her to live several lifetimes. "Xiaoyi, you didn't sign some kind of contract, did you?" Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. "Mom, where are you thinking? Your son is a genius. This is just a little reward I got from a beginner dungeon." Suddenly, Lin Yi slapped his forehead, remembering the purple orchid grass he discovered with Bai Jia. "By the way, Mom, eat this." The glowing purple grass piqued Yang Mei's curiosity. Trusting that her son wouldn't harm her, she swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly, a faint glow radiated from Yang Mei's body. Waves of energy surged, sweeping away years of accumulated ailments. She looked in the mirror, unable to suppress her gasp. How is this possible? The silver strands in her hair had vanished without a trace, and her physical condition was gradually improving. Lin Yi's eyes were also filled with joy. "Come on, Mom, let's eat and chat." This time, Yang Mei didn't refuse, and Lin Yi pulled her straight to the Jiangcheng Grand Hotel. The exterior was luxurious and grand, and the interior was even more resplendent, making one feel as if they were in a royal palace. This was unimaginable in the past, but now Lin Yi had the means. Yang Mei felt incredibly fortunate, not just for the material enjoyment, but also because of her son's excellence. "If your dad saw how outstanding you are, he would be so happy." Lin Yi paused for a moment before asking, "Mom, can you tell me more about him?" To be honest, he didn't have much emotional attachment to this father. Even if he had left behind the arcane mage class transfer scroll, how could a powerful practitioner allow his wife and child to suffer? Yang Mei fell into memories and slowly said, "At that time, I didn't know your father's true identity. He seemed to be seriously injured, hiding his strength and drifting to this small town. We fell in love at first sight and quickly fell into a passionate romance. Actually, I didn't care whether he was powerful or not. I wished he were an ordinary person who could help me raise you, so you wouldn't have to suffer with me." Seeing her mother's eyes glisten with tears, Lin Yi quickly comforted her softly. "Mom, don't be sad, you still have me." Yang Mei's eyes were red as she continued, "I know, your father must have died in battle. Saying he was missing was just me not wanting to admit it." Lin Yi was stunned. "Mom, maybe he's still alive, don't be upset." Yang Mei shook her head. "If your father were well, how could those people be so audacious? Before you were born, someone broke into our home to search. Fortunately, I kept that arcane mage class transfer scroll hidden. At that time, I knew something might have happened to your father." Hearing this, a strong killing intent flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Who was it? He was eager to know who had barged into their home and treated his mother this way. One could only imagine how terrified his mother must have been at that time. Yang Mei realized she had misspoken and quickly grabbed Lin Yi. "Xiaoyi, it's all in the past, there's no need to dwell on it. Look at how well we're doing now, and everything is still here." Lin Yi was not willing to give up. He wanted to know who those people were. Mom, tell me. Seeing her son's insistence, Yang Mei regretted her words, worried that she had spoken too freely. Xiaoyi, they are very powerful. Don't worry about it, Mom. I don't want to lose you again. She didn't truly not care, she was just afraid that Lin Yi, being young and impulsive, would seek trouble unprepared. Lin Yi was her only support. She couldn't let any accidents happen. Mom, I won't be reckless. Tell me, and I will use it as motivation for my growth. Yang Mei was moved and after a moment sighed, Xiaoyi, if you want to know, you can. Unless you achieve first place in the trial competition, only then will I feel at ease to tell you. She understood that if Lin Yi could take first place in Zhangcheng, he would naturally have a powerful force backing him. If not, it would be a good excuse to refuse. Seeing this, Lin Yi stopped pressing and nodded in agreement. Alright, it's a deal. Achieving first place in Zhangcheng was not a difficult task for him. Then, the two shifted the topic, and the atmosphere gradually relaxed. By the way, Xiaoyi, there's a girl named Lu Wanqing who has come looking for you several times these past few days. She wouldn't be your girlfriend, would she? Yang Mei had a good impression of Lu Wanqing and was happy to have her help. Lin Yi was taken aback, unsure why Lu Wanqing was looking for him. She's my classmate, I'll ask her what it's about later. As for a girlfriend, Lin Yi felt it was best to go with the flow. Yang Mei smiled and nodded, her intuition telling her that her son's relationship with this girl was not simple. After dinner, they casually hailed a cab and headed home. Lin Yi had planned to deal with his family's property today and find a new place to live. But seeing that it was getting late, he decided to postpone it until tomorrow. Just then, Lin Yi's list of professional friends suddenly lit up. It was Chang Muqing. Lin Yi, are you back in Zhangcheng? If you are, remember to come to my house tomorrow. My dad wants to invite you to dinner to thank you for saving my life. This kind of message was not the first time it had appeared. About 2 days ago, Chang Muqing had started asking Lin Yi from time to time if he had returned to Zhangcheng. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. I just arrived today. What time tomorrow? I'll be there on time. How about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning? I'll come pick you up. Okay. After happily agreeing, Lin Yi gradually fell into a dream. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chang Muqing excitedly clenched her fists. Ever since Lin Yi took her to clear a dungeon last time, his handsome figure holding a staff kept appearing in her mind. This feeling made her both excited and nervous. Chang Muqing realized that she seemed to have developed a different kind of affection for Lin Yi. At this moment, she was rolling around on her pink bed, thrilled. Tomorrow, she would finally see Lin Yi again. The next morning, Lin Yi had just tidied himself up when Chang Muqing was already downstairs, riding a phantom tiger waiting for him. The Chang family had many vehicles, but Chang Muqing specifically chose to ride the tiger to greet Lin Yi. The intention was obvious. The two rode together on the phantom tiger, and the atmosphere immediately became ambiguous. The back of the phantom tiger was wide, and although they weren't tightly embracing while speeding, the occasional physical contact made Chang Muqing's cheeks flush. Lin Yi secretly laughed and casually changed the subject. Is the head of the Chang family a strict person? Hearing this, Chang Muqing quickly explained, don't worry, my dad is a really nice person. He knows you saved me and has been wanting to thank you properly. He even said that the 2 million he gave you back then was too little. As she spoke, Chang Muqing stuck out her tongue. Lin Yi's lips curled slightly. The value of his equipment had long surpassed 100 million. This 2 million was indeed nothing to him. My dad has prepared a surprise for you this time. Lin Yi nodded, feeling full of anticipation. In addition, he also planned to gather information about the wind spirit from the Chang family. Soon, the phantom tiger stopped in front of a private estate. The phantom tiger was taken care of by a dedicated person, and Lin Yi followed Chang Muqing inside. Precious plants are everywhere, flowers competing for beauty, and magical fountains shining in the sunlight. All of this showcases the luxury of the Chang family. Soon, Lin Yi met the head of the Chang family, Chang Badian. As a bloodthirsty warrior, he is one of the platinum powerhouses of Jiang City. Ha, so you must be Lin Yi. Indeed, you are quite the dashing figure, reminiscent of my youth. Upon hearing this, Chang Muqing frowned slightly. Dad, tone it down a bit. Lin Yi chuckled inwardly. It seemed Chang Badian was an easygoing person. I've met the head of the Chang family. No need to be so formal, just call me Uncle Chang. Chang Badian was filled with curiosity when he heard that Lin Yi had single-handedly challenged a Golden Lord monster. Seeing him in person, his evaluation of Lin Yi rose even higher. The reason was obvious. The equipment Lin Yi wore spoke volumes. As far as he knew, Lin Yi came from an ordinary single-parent family. Yet, he managed to reach such a level in a short time. Even surpassing the geniuses of the 4 great families, his potential was evident. This kid's profession is definitely not simple. An ordinary mage? Don't joke around. There must have been some unusual circumstances during the awakening ceremony. Chang Badian was shocked and speculated privately. I will be the first to discover this piece of uncut jade. I won't let anyone else get ahead of me. I'll just call you Xiaoyi. Come, let's eat and chat. Lin Yi smiled and took a seat with Chang Badian and his daughter. Xiaoyi, do you have a girlfriend? This opening line nearly made Lin Yi spit out the wine in his mouth, and the next line left him utterly dumbfounded. If not, what do you think of mooching? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes widened. Could this be the surprise Chang Bat-Ian was talking about? Offering his daughter to him? Chang Mooching's face turned beet red, and she instantly became furious, stepping on Chang Baishan's foot hard. Dad, what are you saying? Chang Bat-Ian gasped, although it didn't actually hurt. He pretended to be in pain to appease his angry daughter. Watching the two young people's completely different reactions, he felt reassured. This is interesting. Chang Bat-Ian chuckled, just kidding. This depends on the fate between you two. Lin Yi was momentarily speechless, helplessly smiling. Fortunately, the following conversation became much more normal. When the atmosphere was just right, Chang Bat-Ian finally clapped his hands. Immediately, a maid approached with 3 wooden boxes. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Chang Bat-Ian made some adjustments to the originally planned gift. Xiaoyi, why don't you open it and take a look? This, Lin Yi didn't expect Chang Bat-Ian to prepare such a generous gift. Chang Bat-Ian smiled and said, one is to thank you for saving mooching, and the other is a small token of appreciation from an elder. During their previous exchanges, Chang Bat-Ian discovered that this kid Lin Yi had limitless potential and decided to make an investment. Thus, he upgraded the originally planned single gift into 3. Chang Mooching, on the side, couldn't wait to urge him. Lin Yi quickly accepted. My dad has plenty of money, don't worry about him. This remark left Chang Bat-Ian momentarily speechless. Truly, daughters grow up and no longer listen to their fathers. After hearing this, Lin Yi no longer declined. He opened the lid of the first wooden box, and to his astonishment, it was a property certificate for a villa. Lin Yi's heart trembled. This was worth over tens of millions. Chang Bat-Ian said with a smile, I heard you plan to get a new house. I haven't lived in this villa yet. It's perfect for us to be neighbors. Young people, after spending a long time together, will naturally develop feelings over time. Chang Bat-Ian was creating a good opportunity for his daughter. He firmly believed that Lin Yi was no ordinary person and that he would surely soar to great heights in the future. Of course, if he could become his son-in-law, that would be even better. Lin Yi felt the goodwill released by Chang Bat-Ian and was filled with gratitude. This villa was indeed very nice, and his mother could live more comfortably. Following that, Lin Yi turned to open the second box, and it turned out to be a bronze promotion pearl. Chang Bat-Ian had thought this through, speculating that Lin Yi was not far from level 20, therefore, he prepared this second gift. He wore a somewhat proud expression. But upon seeing Lin Yi's surprised face, he couldn't help but ask in astonishment, have you already bought it? Lin Yi let out a bitter smile, offering no further explanation as he gently revealed his level. Since everyone would know tomorrow, there was no need to hide it. A bronze professional, level 21. At this sight, Chang Bat-Ian was instantly stunned. He rubbed his eyes, almost doubting his own vision. This kid Lin Yi had already become a bronze professional? His Chang Baishan's eyes were filled with shock. How long did it take me to advance to bronze back in the day? About half a year, right? You used to brag about it in my ear all the time. After saying this, Chang Mooching looked down at her own level, which was only 14, and couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. Although she knew Lin Yi's level was high, she never expected it to reach such an astonishing degree. Admiration flickered in Chang Mooching's eyes as she couldn't help but ask, how did you do it? Lin Yi shrugged slightly, just killed some monsters and leveled up. Upon hearing this, Chang Mooching couldn't help but roll her eyes. Advancing to a bronze professional was not as simple as just meeting the experience points requirement. The key lay in skill levels. She had spent an unknown amount of resources to raise several basic skills to level 3 or above in a short time. How could Lin Yi possibly advance so casually? But she didn't press further, understanding that this involved Lin Yi's secret. At this moment, Chang Bat-Ian snapped back to reality. From his shock, Xiaoyi, why didn't you say you were already bronze earlier? As he spoke, he waved his hand to dismiss the maid. Go, bring that bronze skill book here. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately knew that the third gift was also a bronze skill book. Now, he was going to receive another one. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and he felt a surge of joy in his heart. He then opened the third wooden box. Binding of Earth. The maid moved quickly, immediately presenting another skill book. Earth Spike. Both were Earth-type spells, and when used together, their power was immense. Moreover, these two skill books could also be fused. He hadn't forgotten about the Platinum Treasure Skill Fusion Stone he had obtained. It could allow the two bronze skills to fuse into silver and master cross-level skills in advance. Initially, he was still conflicted about how to choose the most suitable skill fusion. But now, the two Earth-type spells complemented each other perfectly in control and attack. After properly storing the gifts, Lin Yi developed a bit of fondness for the Chang family. The total value of these gifts was nearly 100 million. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Chang, I really like these gifts. Chang Bat-Ian nodded with a smile, as long as you like them. This girl is too shy to say it herself, but she has been going on about wanting to thank you since we got home. He cleverly assisted his daughter, causing a blush to appear on Chang Mooching's face. No way. But her voice, barely above a whisper, clearly lacked persuasion. A smile tugged at the corners of Lin Yi's mouth. He didn't reject this feeling. Chang Mooching was not only beautiful but also came from a prominent family. Such a girl was almost every man's ideal partner. Uncle Chang, are you aware of the rumors about the wind spirits in the Seoul mountain range? Linny had been thinking about that platinum treasure, the wind spirit card. He planned to embark on a search immediately after the trial competition ended. Chang Badian frowned. Wind spirits? I'm not really sure about that. However, I can inquire for you and I'll notify you as soon as I have any news. Shall we? The most important thing right now is the upcoming trial competition. Chang Badian kindly reminded, fearing that this junior might become overly confident. This assessment is crucial and will be conducted in multiple stages. The first stage is our Zhongcheng trial tower. If you can stand out, you can compete with elites from all over the country. It is said that not only Huaxia but also Donyin, Baishan, Yingjian, and Enghua countries will have major movements. This world is about to fully merge. A century ago, the Great Game Invasion, and 50 years ago, the Second Fusion, had already caused the integration of the two realms to exceed 80%. Once more, it would be a complete fusion. Thus, the promotion of professionals would become easier and the frequency of dungeon secret realms would increase. But at the same time, terrifying waves of monsters could strike again. Even more powerful deities might descend. For humanity, it is both a great opportunity for development and a severe challenge. If handled properly, human power may experience a qualitative leap. A single misstep, however, could lead to the extinction of their kind. Linny took a deep breath. No wonder this assessment has such significant changes. The country is determined to cultivate us, this batch of professionals? Exactly. Chang Badian nodded, speaking solemnly. Your generation of professionals carries the fate of both realms, and your growth rate far exceeds that of the past. For example, you have advanced to a bronze professional in just a week, which was almost unimaginable in the past. With your strength, you will surely rank among the best in Jiang City, and claiming the top spot is not impossible. But be wary of others, do not make mistakes. Linny frowned slightly and asked, specifically referring to whom? Chang Badian cleared his throat and said slowly, Gao Jipeng from the Gao family, who has awakened as an extraordinary beast master. Though his level is slightly lower, the Gao family will spare no expense to equip him with top-tier young beasts, and his combat power should not be underestimated. Then there's Nangong Ling from the Nangong family, whose identity is mysterious, and his specific profession has never been disclosed. Most importantly, there's Han Feng from the City Lord's mansion. It is well known that the strongest in Jiang City is the City Lord, Han Boyan. He helped his son Han Feng complete his job change 6 months early through special means. After hearing this, Linny was astonished. He can even change jobs early? Chang Badian chuckled lightly. This world is full of wonders. There are many strange and rare treasures. Some can even make a person youthful again, allowing them to awaken and change jobs anew. Chang Badian listed several rare treasures, broadening Lin Yi's horizons. So, do you have confidence? Chang Badian did not intend to discourage him but wanted him to understand the future opponents he would face. Uncle Chang, don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll bring my best state. I'm looking forward to the show. No problem. After a casual chat, it was already afternoon when Linny took his leave. Watching his back, Chang Badian smiled and waved to his daughter. Come back to your senses, he's gone. Chang Muqing's face flushed and she playfully chased after her father. After returning home, Lin Yi couldn't wait to take out 2 skill books and instantly learn them. Then, he pulled out a skill fusion stone. Skill fusion complete, obtained silver skill Earth Prison. The talent activated automatically, and the Earth Prison instantly reached level 40. Earth Prison summons earth elements to form a prison, covering a diameter of 200 meters, lasting 9 seconds, and every 3 seconds, it can gather earth spikes to attack enemies within the prison, with a cooldown of 1.8 seconds. Hiss! Linny gasped, his eyes filled with shock. As expected of a silver skill, its power is indeed extraordinary. Linny sensed that once the Earth Prison took shape, it would not be easily broken. Just relying on the skill itself, it could deal 3 astonishing hits of damage. Each hit exceeded 500,000. And with 3 times the stacking, it was simply monstrous. Moreover, during this time, Linny could still cast other skills. Linny took a deep breath. If I had this skill earlier, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps would be nothing. I could wipe them out with a wave of my hand. 3 attacks could reach 1,500,000 damage. Who could withstand that? This skill is a trump card and should not be used lightly. Linny calculated in his mind, feeling quite pleased. After all, his strength was growing increasingly formidable, and his methods were becoming more diverse. Knowing that the world would eventually merge, Linny also felt a sense of urgency. If deities truly descended, the world would surely change drastically. But Lin Yi's confidence remained unshaken. Give me time, even gods will tremble beneath my max-level skills. Linny organized his emotions. He still had to move today. He then headed straight to the convenience store where Yang Mei worked, spending lavishly to buy the store outright. This move made Yang Mei's colleagues envious. With Lin Yi's current wealth, she could afford to stay home without worry. But last night, when this matter was mentioned, Yang Mei insisted that she did not want to be idle and waste time. Therefore, the two reached a consensus to acquire this convenience store. It would give Yang Mei something to do without overexerting herself. On the way home, Yang Mei felt a sense of satisfaction. Her son had really grown up. The envious glances from her colleagues felt like sweet nectar to her. Linny smiled and said, "Let's go, time to move." Money is indeed a good thing. Aside from some change of clothes and a few precious items of special significance, everything else would be brand new. The neighbors, seeing the moving preparations at Linny's home, all came out to watch. "Ame, you have a good son. You two have finally made it through. Make sure to learn from your brother Linny and work hard to become a great professional. Ame, you must come back to visit when you have time." Amid the envious gazes of the neighbors, Linny took Yang Mei away from this familiar place they had lived in for many years. Soon, a magical car stopped in front of a luxurious villa. Chang Badian was indeed not one to be trifled with. The villa was located in the center of Baiguolan Street, not far from the Chang family estate. Chang Muqing had been waiting there for a long time and quickly greeted Yang Mei. "Hello, Auntie, I'm Chang Muqing, Linny's classmate. I'm here to help with the move." Yang Mei was filled with surprise. This young girl was truly charming, on par with Lu Wancheng. It seemed her son was quite popular with the girls. "Thank you for your help, Muqing. Stay for a meal, won't you?" "Sure." Chang Muqing's eyes sparkled, her smile like a crescent moon. The plan was a success. With the right connections, securing Yang Mei was just a matter of time for Linny. Before long, the moving project was successfully completed. Linny let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, classmate Chang." Chang Muqing handed him a cup of water, smiling. "Why be so polite? You saved me, so helping with the move is the least I could do. Just call me Muqing." Linny smiled slightly, and their relationship became much closer. Seeing this, Yang Mei felt a sense of comfort. Perhaps having both of them married wouldn't be so bad? Originally disliking fickle men, she was willing to make an exception for her excellent son. "Auntie, your cooking is so delicious," Chang Muqing said, looking enchanted, which made Yang Mei's heart bloom with joy. "Muqing, you're so sweet. You can come anytime, no need to be polite." "Got it. Muqing will remember that." Chang Muqing was overjoyed. This was the response she had been waiting for. "Linny, I'll be leaving now. See you at the trial competition tomorrow." "Okay, see you tomorrow." Linny thought that Chang Muqing was a nice girl. In fact, her willingness to help Yang Mei wash the dishes touched him. Yang Mei smiled and shook her head, turning to go back to her room to rest. Linny felt a sense of relief, lying down to start planning for the next day. At this moment, Jiang City was already buzzing with excitement. This was a grand event for the entire city and even for the whole of Huaxia. Especially today, the official announcement released to the city lord's mansion had everyone thrilled. The official confirmation. Major reforms in the professional trial competition. The pride of Jiang City who wins the crown will receive a platinum treasure. Moreover, the top 100 in Jiang City will represent Jiang City to compete with other cities for the national championship. As soon as the announcement was made, all awakened professionals were instantly filled with passion. His friend Wang Dong had sent Linny over 100 messages, expressing his excitement. Linny's heart was also stirred. If he could stand out nationally, even surpassing the prodigies of neighboring countries, that would be the most exhilarating thing. If I could win the national championship, would there be diamond-level treasures? Fame was indeed tempting, but he cared more about actual benefits. The so-called professional trial was to showcase one's skills in the trial tower. This trial tower was constructed by the top experts of Huaxia, modeled after the legendary Tower of Babel. Jiang City's trial tower had a total of 30 floors. In the past, the best results hovered around the 10th floor. If I can reach above the 20th floor, Jiang City's first place will be as steady as a mountain. This shouldn't be too difficult for me. I've heard that the number and difficulty of monsters increase geometrically with each higher floor. If anyone can pass the 30th level, it is said that they will receive a mysterious reward. That is my true goal. Linny clenched his fists, filled with this ambition, and gradually fell into a dream. The next day, in the morning, the atmosphere in Jiang City was bustling, with countless people filled with excitement. Today, the trial competition would be live-streamed in its entirety, and the entire city was on holiday to watch. Linny arrived early at the trial tower square. The square was comparable to hundreds of football fields, with hundreds of magical screens hanging in the air, ensuring that hundreds of thousands of spectators could clearly witness every professional newcomer. In the center of the square stood a towering giant tower, nearly 1,000 meters high, with a massive base about 100 meters in diameter. There were about 40 to 50,000 new professionals ready to participate in the trial. Organized by schools and classes, they formed square formations, standing in the central area of the square. At this moment, Linny was standing in the lineup of Class 5 at the Interstellar Technology University, waiting for the trial to officially start. Beside him, Wang Dong was whispering non-stop. Wang Dong had rapidly leveled up to level 6, much stronger than the average person. Most people were only around level 3. Wang Dong stroked the shadowy robe on Linny's back. "Brothery, your cloak is really cool. Where did you get this replica? I didn't expect you to like the Shadow Demon Lord too." Linny smiled wryly, thinking, this is the real deal. However, he couldn't blame Wang Dong. Looking around, various shadow robes were everywhere in the crowd. Almost 1 in every 3 mages wore one. It was truly exaggerated. Lin Yi ignored Wang Dong and waited for the trial to begin. But at that moment, Li Kuang came over to disturb him. He was also wearing a shadow robe, but it had been modified to suit a fire mage, with gold and red patterns. Li Kuang walked up to Lin Yi, circling around him twice, making annoying clicking sounds with his tongue. TSK, so our genius Lin Yi is also a fan of the shadow Demon Lord. Lin Yi's mouth twitched, unwilling to respond. He hadn't expected to have a brainless fan like Li Kuang. However, Li Kuang was relentless, his words dripping with superiority. But your robe looks pretty cheap. Did your mother not have enough money to buy you a good one? How about I help your mother find a good job so she can earn enough money to buy you one? Whoosh! A concentrated fire snake shot out from Lin Yi's fingertips, instantly igniting. Li Kuang, you bastard, are you looking for death? His mother was Lin Yi's bottom line, and Li Kuang dared to joke about it. Ah, help! Li Kuang screamed repeatedly, the flames nearly engulfing him. The homeroom teacher rushed over, immediately, demanding, what are you doing? A spell quickly extinguished the flames, but Li Kuang still looked miserable. The intense burning pain filled his eyes with fear as he looked at Lin Yi. He wants to kill me. Lin Yi suppressed the killing intent in his heart and calmly said, Teacher, we were just playing around, it was just a joke. It wasn't the right time to act. He had only given Li Kuang a little warning. Once they were inside the trial tower, it would be Li Kuang's end. Facing Lin Yi's terrifying gaze, Li Kuang couldn't help but shiver, a sense of inexplicable fear rising within him. Cursing inwardly, he quickly fled back to his class. Seeing this, the homeroom teacher scanned the crowd. The trial competition is about to begin, everyone get ready, and don't cause any trouble. Time passed quietly, and soon it was 9 o'clock. Ding! A clear bell rang, echoing in the trial tower square, and the previously noisy square fell silent in an instant. Everyone looked up at the sky, where a massive figure hovered above their heads. This person was none other than the city lord of Jiang City, the platinum powerhouse Han Boyan. Behind him were the silhouettes of one strong figure after another. In short, the prominent figures of Jiang City were almost all present. Everyone, the significance of this trial competition is something you all understand. Everyone must give their all, leaving no regrets. Now, please enter the trial tower waiting area in an orderly manner and prepare for group teleportation. As Han Boyan's voice fell, beams of intense white light suddenly poured down from the top of the trial tower. Instantly, they transformed into circles of light, hovering in the air. Following that, nearly 50,000 students stepped into the light circles in an orderly fashion. Buzz! A stream of light swept over each student, verifying their identities and information for the subsequent ranking display. Attention everyone, the trial tower allows a maximum of 3 people to form a team. Please participants form teams as soon as possible. Those who do not complete their team formation within 10 minutes will be assumed to be challenging alone. This rule was well understood by everyone. The trial tower, in a sense, was a great benefit for newly awakened individuals, because it not only offered abundant experience points but also had no penalty mechanism. Even defeating low-level monsters below their own level would still grant experience. Everyone quickly formed teams and stepped into the light circles for teleportation. Look, that's the young master of the Gao family, Gao Jipeng. I heard his profession is an extraordinary beast master. I think he will definitely take first place. As they looked at the screen, a cold-faced young man appeared, and the onlookers gasped in amazement. The scene shifted to another young man with a smile at the corner of his mouth appearing on the big screen. It's Nangong Ling, the young master of the Nangong family. This guy is quite scheming. Don't be fooled by his sunny smile. I heard his profession is a shadow assassin, specializing in ambushing enemies from the dark. Moreover, I heard he is already level 16. I wonder if that's true. Next, the genius Han Feng appeared. This Han Feng is a player who has already started to cheat. Those who understand know. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let the city lord hear you. Everyone joked, but deep down, they all knew. Han Feng, who had advanced his job 6 months early, was definitely the most qualified to become the best in Zhangcheng. Soon, one genius after another from various universities appeared on the big screen. Whenever a familiar face showed up, an astonishing cheer erupted from a corner of the square. Oh, is that the pride of the Cheng family, Cheng Muqing? I remember she is a holy priest. Why doesn't she have any teammates? Looking at Cheng Muqing, who was alone on the screen, everyone was filled with curiosity. They saw Cheng Muqing stand up and walk in another direction, seemingly heading towards the Interstellar Technology University. At this moment, a large number of students had been teleported into the tower, but it would not start immediately. Li Kuang looked at the lonely Lin Yi, his eyes filled with mockery. You always act so cool, and now you can't even gather a teammate. You deserve it. But just then, Li Kuang's expression suddenly stiffened. He saw Lu Wanqing walking towards Lin Yi. Then, another girl also walked towards Lin Yi. That seems to be the campus belle of Donghai University, Cheng Muqing? Li Kuang frowned tightly, puzzled. Could it be? But what does this guy have to offer? In the astonished gaze of the crowd, Lu Wanqing and Cheng Muqing actually invited Lin Yi at the same time. Lin Yi, can I team up with you? As soon as the two girls finished speaking, the originally noisy area fell into complete silence. The surrounding students stared in disbelief at this scene. What is going on? Two campus belles are inviting Linny at the same time? And the tone, it sounds like they are begging Linny. My goddess has actually become someone else's lapdog. Everyone was shocked. The scene was too overwhelming. Li Kwang was extremely frustrated and very dissatisfied. Why? I could still understand when he was good at studying before. Now he is just an ordinary mage, probably not even level 5. Are their eyes blind? Is it just because Linny is handsome? Li Kwang's eyes turned red with jealousy, his back teeth grinding. This was the thought of many, as in the eyes of most people. Linny was just an ordinary mage. Linny looked at the two women in front of him and felt a bit of a headache. Forming a team was not a problem. After all, it wouldn't harm him and could even help him. But the problem is, looking at the sparks flying in the eyes of the two, it seemed like an explosion was imminent. If I take both of them along, will it blow up? If I only take one, that wouldn't be good either. Linny hesitated, but Chang Muqing was bolder. She lightly bit her lip, stepped forward, and wrapped her arms around Linny's, gently shaking it. Linny, please. Chang Muqing's eyes were filled with anticipation, wanting to venture into the trial tower with Linny. Lin Yi's heart trembled. Anyone in this situation would find it overwhelming. At this moment, all the boys' gazes became fervent. Lu Wanqing's eyes widened slightly, her cheeks flushed, secretly muttering, what a play. In the next instant, she also linked her arm with Lin Yi's, swaying gently. Let's act together, okay? Lin Yi seemed to hear the grinding of teeth around him. If looks could kill, he would probably be riddled with wounds by now. With two beauties vying for attention, who could withstand that? Lin Yi smiled and said, then, let's go together, the three of us. Great. Seeing Lin Yi agree, the two girls quickly nodded like chicks pecking at rice, afraid he might change his mind. At this moment, the teleportation halo finally came around to Lin Yi. He stepped into the halo with the two girls, instantly disappearing from the spot. Meanwhile, the millions of spectators on site witnessed all of this through the display screens, equally shocked. Gao Anping looked at Chang Badian and Lu Jialiang, teasingly saying, you two have quite the skills in raising daughters. Previously, to facilitate things, Chang Muqing teamed up with his son. He had personally visited the Chang family, only to be rejected by Chang Badian. He had thought that the Nangong family or the city lord's mansion would take the lead. But unexpectedly, it was an unknown kid, which made Gao Anping quite furious. Lu Jialiang looked bewildered, not knowing when his daughter had quietly found such a little boyfriend. But upon hearing Gao Anping's words, he immediately became furious. You old man, what nonsense are you spouting? Say that again, and I'll make sure to take you down. Chang Badian also scolded angrily, if you keep talking nonsense, be careful that I and old Lu will beat you up together. Gao Anping was continuously countered, and he couldn't save face. What did I say wrong? You two rough men raised a daughter without brains, choosing an ordinary mage instead of a genius from a big family, just because of looks. I bet they won't even make it past the 10th floor. He admitted that Lin Yi was handsome, but in this world, being handsome wouldn't stop monsters from attacking you. Lu Jialiang was momentarily speechless, unable to refute. After all, he knew nothing about Lin Yi's background. But Chang Badian was different. He knew Lin Yi was a bronze-tier professional. My daughter has a good eye, she knows what a true genius is. Someone like Gao Jipang, that kind of waste, naturally wouldn't be chosen. Chang Baishan's sarcastic demeanor made Gao Anping grit his teeth in anger. Alright, since you're so stubborn, let's make a bet. Let's bet on my son and your daughter, who will ultimately climb higher. Do you dare? One piece of platinum equipment. Gao Anping gritted his teeth and placed a heavy bet. Upon hearing this, those around them were shocked. In Jiancheng, platinum equipment was extremely rare, even the four great families wouldn't easily part with it. Chang Badian showed no fear, sneering, look at your poor appearance, 2 pieces of platinum equipment. If you win, I'll give you 2 pieces of beast tamer equipment. If I win, you each give me 1 piece of mage and priest equipment, how about that? Lu Jialiang, seeing Chang Baishan's confidence, also spoke up, I'm in 4 pieces of platinum equipment, betting the same as old Chang. If I win, you give me 1 piece of mage and 1 piece of archer equipment, do you dare to come? The conflict escalated instantly, shocking all the big shots around. A battle of pride and such heavy stakes. Han Boyan quickly tried to mediate, everyone, calm down, the trial is about to start. But at this moment, Gao Anping was already blinded by anger. If we're betting, I'm not afraid of you. Someone's giving my son platinum equipment, why shouldn't I take it? With these 4 pieces of equipment, Jipang can also get a good ranking nationwide. Come on, whoever doesn't come as a grandson. Although he didn't know where Chang Badian got his confidence, he had more faith in his own son. Alright, let's establish a contract, with the lord of the city as a witness. Han Boyan could only respond helplessly, with a bitter smile. Soon, the 3 established the contract. Gao Anping sneered repeatedly and turned to talk to the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Zhe. The 2 families had occasional marriages and a closer relationship. Meanwhile, Lu Jialiang's enthusiasm faded and he began to feel a bit guilty. He poked Chang Badian and whispered, Old Chang, what's going on here? Any insider information to put my mind at ease? Chang Badian secretly rejoiced and pretended to be serious. What insider information? I just can't stand that old Gaoanping daring to say my daughter is brainless. Who cares? Lu Jiaolian's expression darkened, and he thought to himself, damn it, this time it's serious. Chang Badian smiled and said, just wait and see, there might be a miracle. We must believe in our daughter. At this moment, as the last student stepped into the halo, the trial tower suddenly erupted with an unparalleled bright light. It even obscured the blazing sun in the sky. The professional trial competition officially began. As long as someone passes the 10th level and enters the 11th level, the trial tower will display the rankings and broadcast live footage. It's so exciting. I wonder who will be the first to break through the 10th level. If only they could start the live broadcast from the first level, but we still have to wait for several hours. Just then, a flash of light appeared. Lin Yi, Lu Wanqing, and Chang Muqing found themselves in a dense forest. The first level of the trial tower. Chang Muqing took the initiative to say, Lin Yi, what should we do next? Lu Wanqing also turned her gaze towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi's expression turned cold. No rush. First, we need to deal with someone. Deal with someone? Upon hearing this, Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing were taken aback. Usually, Lin Yi was gentle and refined, never easily showing his sharpness. Lu Wanqing asked, who? Just say if you need help. Li Kuang. Lin Yi's eyes had returned to their usual calmness. He insulted my mother, a crime unforgivable. They had both interacted with Yang Mei, and the two women exchanged glances, a glint of killing intent flashing in their eyes. Chang Muqing suggested, should we split up to find him? We must resolve this before reaching the 11th level. Otherwise, once the live broadcast starts, his father will probably come looking for trouble. The interior of the trial tower was vast, and each level had ample space, making it not easy to find someone. However, Lin Yi shook his head. No need, I already have a plan. Lin Yi had previously sprinkled tracking powder on Li Kuang. Buzz. He lightly tapped his wand, and an invisible wave of energy rippled out. In the void, a faint white light trail extended into the distance. Let's go, I'll take you. There. After saying this, a pair of wings suddenly spread out from Lin Yi's back. With this power, even carrying two people, the flying speed was astonishing. Before the two could react, Lin Yi embraced them and shot up into the sky. Racing along that trail, the wind howled in their ears, and Lu Wanqing was utterly shocked. Unlike Chang Muqing, who had some understanding of Lin Yi, she knew nothing of his current strength. She still thought he was just an ordinary mage. In the first level of the trial tower, Li Kuang, accompanied by two bodyguards sent by his family, landed steadily in a dense forest. At this moment, Li Kuang was filled with anger. Damn it, what use is that pretty boy? Why would I, a dignified level 10 fire mage, choose him? Have Lu Wanqing and Chang Muqing lost their minds? Especially that Lin Yi daring to threaten me. After the trial ends, I will make him understand the power of authority. Li Kuang originally wanted to mock Lin Yi, but was startled into a scream by a fireball from Lin Yi, losing face. He didn't believe that Lin Yi's strength could surpass his own. He just hadn't expected Lin Yi to choose such an occasion to act. Li Kuang casually cast a fireball, instantly killing a level 1 long-haired rabbit in front of him, and his confidence gradually returned. I am a genius, how could that Lin Yi compare to me? The two bodyguards, seeing this, eagerly offered suggestions to please him. Young master, I think that Lin Yi kid really cares about his mother. How about we grab that woman after we go out? Right in front of him. He. Li Kuang's eyes lit up as he licked the corner of his lips. Good idea, I'll reward you with a nice piece of equipment later. Thank you, young master. I heard that woman is quite good looking. Don't forget to leave us some soup to drink. Ha ha. Li Kuang laughed heartily. Of course, we want to make Lin Yi furious. Let's see if he dares to oppose me again. The three laughed wildly, their eyes revealing a sinister glint. To them, Lin Yi was just a humble low-level person, easily manipulated by them. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp whistle cut through the air and an ice crystal arrow shot straight at them. One bodyguard stared in shock, fear evident on his face. He wanted to call for help, but it was already too late. The speed of the ice arrow was astonishing. Put! The ice crystal arrow pierced through his throat, and before blood could splatter, it was already frozen. Under the control of magic, he did not die immediately but endured the torturous pain of his throat being encased in ice. Ha! The strange sound of air escaping from his throat made Li Kuang and the other bodyguard look terrified. An 8th level warrior, killed in one blow. Who is it? Whoosh! Before he could finish his shout, another sharp whistle came, and the ice crystal arrow struck again. Block! The bodyguard swung his shield, sweat pouring down his forehead. However, the ice arrow pierced through everything, penetrating his throat, and he fell to the ground convulsing. Fear filled Li Kuang's eyes, cold sweat rolling down his face. Who is it? Show yourself! Li Kuang roared angrily, his staff igniting with crimson flames. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. He saw a figure slowly descending from the sky, with a beautiful woman in each arm. Lin Yi? The series of instant kills had pushed Li Kuang's mental defenses to the brink of collapse. How is this possible? You're just a little mage? The chill brought by the ice arrows still made his scalp tingle. Lin Yi had no interest in this clown. He suddenly swung his wand. In an instant, a massive fireball roared out. It stood in stark contrast to Li Kuang's fist-sized fireball. The latter's face turned ashen, utterly shocked. How could this fireball spell be so shocking? What profession is he? Suddenly, Li Kuang recalled the image in the projection crystal, and his pupils shrank sharply. You are the shadow demon. Lord? At that moment, regret surged like a tide, as if he could see his own destruction approaching. Excruciating pain tore at his soul, his body feeling as if it were being crushed repeatedly by a meat grinder. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the jungle, causing even the surrounding monsters to scatter in panic. When a professional is defeated, they can choose to surrender and leave. But Lin Yi would never give such an opportunity. Whoosh! Looking at the ashes of Li Kuang, the killing intent in Lin Yi's eyes gradually dissipated. Yang Mei was his bottom line that could not be violated, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so ruthless. Chang Muqing exchanged a glance with Lu Wanqing, and quietly asked, Lin Yi, are you okay? Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, then turned to leave. Seeing this, the tension in the hearts of the two girls eased slightly. The Lin Yi from just now was completely different from the usual. Their understanding of Lin Yi seemed to deepen a bit more. The sense of security brought by being close to Lin Yi made both girls feel enchanted. At this moment, Lin Yi suggested, shall we go level up first? The trial tower was a treasure trove. Even as bronze professionals, they could still gain experience by killing level 1 monsters. Such a good opportunity couldn't be found outside. Although they could only stay on each floor for half an hour, little by little, it would be enough for him to level up 1 or 2 times. Chang Muqing asked in confusion, Lin Yi, don't you want to take first place? What if someone else gets it first? The rules of the trial tower state that if participants are on the same floor, the ranking is determined by the completion time. Therefore, geniuses aiming for the rankings usually do not waste time leveling up on the earlier floors. Lin Yi smiled calmly. Who says I'm not interested? Anyway, I have to pass. Does it make a difference whether it's sooner or later? This composure was a display of strength. Lin Yi did not underestimate others. Even if they were given a year, they might not be able to pass the 30th level of the Jiangqing trial tower. So, he was not in a hurry. Letting others take the lead for now was no problem. The ultimate victor would only be him. Hiss. Are you confident you can clear it? Chang Muqing gasped, her eyes filled with admiration. In her view, Lin Yi never did anything without assurance. Saying this must mean he was fully prepared. Beside them, Lu Wanqing looked completely bewildered. What are you discussing? Clearing the Jiangqing trial tower? Initially teaming up with Lin Yi was merely due to her secret crush on him, wanting to lend him a hand. After all, she was also a level 15 storm archer. However, now everything seemed to exceed her expectations. Lin Yi actually wanted to clear the entire trial tower, a feat unmatched for decades. Wasn't Lin Yi just a newly promoted ordinary mage? At that moment, Chang Muqing suddenly let out a laugh like silver bells. Miss Lu, your perception really isn't very sharp. After saying that, she pointed to the team information interface, and Lu Wanqing instinctively looked over. In the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. Lin Yi, level 21 mage. Lin Yi, you have already advanced to a bronze profession? Lu Wanqing turned her head mechanically, her face filled with disbelief. Lin Yi nodded gently, and seeing Lu Wanqing's astonished expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. This is the result of my hard work leveling up these past few days. Lu Wanqing was completely stunned, advancing to bronze in just 7 days. What kind of genius was her crush? Lu Wanqing pouted, such a big thing, and you didn't tell me. Lin Yi smiled wryly, shrugging his shoulders. I just didn't have the chance yet. Alright, Muqing, Wanqing, we need to hurry up. There's only 20 minutes left on the first level. Call me Wancheng. Hearing this different address, Lu Wanqing felt a pang of jealousy. Okay. Lin Yi's expression turned serious. Wanqing, Muqing, you two are responsible for drawing the monsters to me, the more the better. Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing nodded quickly, spreading out to the left and right. They liked Lin Yi's demeanor, which was neither indulgent nor unreliable. Those who only sought to please were the most off-putting. Although the level 1 monsters gave little experience, clearing hundreds or thousands at once would naturally accumulate a lot of experience. Lin Yi could already foresee the scene of his level skyrocketing again. Charge! Lin Yi's wings suddenly spread wide behind him, his speed reaching its peak. At this moment, over 1,000 monsters gathered behind him, frantically chasing after him. Not far away, Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing also had a dense mass of shadows behind them. Although their numbers were not as large as Lin Yi's, they were still considerable, with about 600 to 700 monsters. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, glad to have brought the two of them into the team. Otherwise, his efficiency would have likely suffered greatly. Lin Yi shouted loudly, Muqing, Wanqing, you two move aside. The two girls immediately retreated to the sides, eagerly wanting to witness Lin Yi's skills. Instantly, 3 waves of monsters converged into one, forming an even larger group totaling over 2,000. The abyssal wand emitted a dazzling red light, and the fire element instantly condensed. The casting speed is so fast, it's almost instantaneous. The two girls exclaimed in amazement. Lin Yi waved his wand, fire, meteor, Boom! In the sky, huge fire meteors instantly condensed, releasing terrifying heat as they smashed down towards the small monsters. Using such a terrifying move against level 1 monsters? -113,576. -124,253. -113,724. 6-digit damage left the two girls completely stunned. Kill level 1 long-haired rabbit, gain 1 experience point. Kill level 1 tabby cat, gain 1 experience point. Kill level 1 little green snake, gain 1 experience point. In an instant, the system notifications flooded the screen over 2,000 times. With just one strike, Linny gained over 2,000 experience points. Although leveling up still required 200,000 experience points, it was fine, every little bit adds up. The higher the floors, the richer the experience. Stop dawdling, prepare for the next wave. Linny calculated the time, and after one more round, they could consider clearing the level. Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing nodded repeatedly, their eyes filled with admiration for Linny. The scene they had just witnessed was truly shocking. Moreover, although the experience they gained wasn't as much as Linny's, each of them still earned around 200. If they could clear the level, they might even level up several times. Having tasted the sweetness of success, the two immediately took the initiative to attract monsters. Fire meteor technique. The terrifying fireball engulfed everything, once again reaping over 2,000 experience points. Only a few minutes remained before the half-hour time limit. Let's go, we're heading to the next floor. Linny smiled as he picked up the two girls and soared into the air, passing by the boss guarding the level, instantly obliterating it with a fireball spell. Whoosh! A strong white light enveloped the three. Not only did it transport them to the second floor, but it also restored all their statuses to their best. After clearing each floor, the challengers' health, magic points, and other stats would be fully restored. Continue. Without needing Linny to say much, the two girls had already skillfully split up to take action. Their movements became increasingly proficient. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. At this moment, the trial tower square finally showed some signs of activity. According to past year's strength, challengers would soon break through the 10th floor. Everyone waited patiently, their eyes glued to the various magical screens, afraid to miss any details. Buzz! Suddenly, the entire trial tower emitted a faint glow. Who is it? Everyone craned their necks in anticipation, curious about which team would be the first to break through the 10th floor. On hundreds of magical screens, the figures of 3 people appeared simultaneously. The leader's eyes were filled with confidence. The young master of Jiangcheng, Han Feng. He led his team, stepping into the 11th floor first. At the same time, a huge golden leaderboard appeared above the trial tower. Leaderboard first place, Captain Han Feng, Dragon Knight, LV21, Han Chang, Fire Mage, LV14, Han Li, Rapid Shooter, LV13. Second place. The progress of the tower challenge and the basic information of the challengers instantly climbed to the leaderboard. Witnessing this scene, everyone was in an uproar. Wow, young master Han Feng is actually a LV21 bronze class practitioner. That's just too insane. Moreover, both teammates are also special classes, they're sure to take first place. Shoo, it's said that this time the platinum treasure is predetermined. The high-ranking figures were equally shocked, secretly cursing, this Han Boyan is truly a cunning old fox. Gao Anping smiled broadly, complimenting. Congratulations, City Lord Han, your young master is exceptionally talented. Promoted to a bronze class practitioner in such a short time, he's likely to become an epic powerhouse in the future. Han Boyan shook his head, chuckling lightly, little Feng, it's just because he awakened early. Chang Badian chuckled to himself, feeling quite pleased. Just wait until you see Linny as a bronze class practitioner, you might just drop your jaw. At this moment, on the magical screen, Han Feng's team quickly approached the 11th floor's boss position. The occasional bursts of battle had the audience calling out in excitement. The arena was filled with gasps of amazement. Next, the challengers' team information all appeared on the screen. Following closely was Gao Jipeng's team. With several boss monsters under his command, his progress was just a step behind Han Feng. Second place, Captain Gao Jipeng, Extraordinary Beast Master, LV16, Gao. Yangfu, Shield Warrior, LV14, Gao Hua, Scout, LV13. Gao Anping felt immensely proud. Judging from the strength displayed on the screen, it seemed his son hadn't even exerted his full power. Otherwise, the first to break through the 10th floor might have been him. This possibility excited him immensely, and he couldn't help but provocatively glance at Chang Badian and Lu Jialiang. You too, look at my son's strength, isn't it shocking? Lu Jialiang glared angrily, while Chang Badian appeared indifferent. Just wait and see, the surprises are yet to come. Soon after, the third place was announced. Third place, Captain Nangong Ling, Shadow Assassin, LV17, Nangong Zhan, Gunner, LV15, Nangong Shui, Priest, LV14. The Nangong family's lineup was extraordinarily luxurious, causing everyone to gasp in amazement. Initially, when Han Feng first broke through the 10th level, showcasing his bronze level strength, everyone thought the top spot was his for sure. However, as Gao Jipeng and Nan Gongling successively broke through, people realized that the battle was far from over. These two seemed capable of competing with Han Feng. The suspense mounted, stirring everyone's emotions as they cheered for their favorite strong contenders. Soon, more challengers appeared. As long as a team had 2 black iron professionals, they could basically advance to the 11th level. 4th place, 5th place. Teams came one after another and names kept appearing on the leaderboard, but the Lin Yi team was nowhere to be seen. Gao Wanping laughed uncontrollably. Unable to contain himself, even directly provoking, TSK, Chang Badian, where do you get the courage to bet with me? Lu Jialiang, are you also meddling? With your strength still stuck on the 10th level after more than 3 hours? Humph. Could it be that your daughter and that unknown kid are inside flirting and can't even pass the 10th level? Gao Wanping laughed heartily, his eyes full of mockery. I'll gladly take those 4 pieces of platinum equipment. Lu Jialiang was furious. He wanted to retort but felt guilty. After so long without clearing the level, could that kid really be a useless fool? Chang Badian was equally puzzled. What on earth is Lindy doing? Hiding his strength? Oh no, could it be that the 2 girls have internal conflicts? Seeing Chang Badian not respond, Gao Wanping sneered, taking it as a sign of the other's guilt. He turned to the screen, his eyes filled with pride. Gao Jipeng was already closing in on the 13th level, pressing hard against Han Feng. At this moment, on the 7th level of the trial tower, Lin Yi waved his staff, clearing the last wave of small monsters. Fire meteor. Suddenly, a strong white light erupted from within Lin Yi. Level increased to LV22. He leveled up. Lin Yi was overjoyed. This speed was simply exhilarating. If it were in the outside world, it would take several days of hard work, and the efficiency was more than 10 times higher. The trial tower was truly amazing. Looks like I can level up again before reaching the 10th level. Lin Yi was invigorated, very satisfied with his strategy. Although the initial progress was a bit slow, being able to level up twice in a row was impressive. Let's go, continue challenging the 8th level. Lin Yi waved his hand with enthusiasm, while the 2 girls looked at him with admiration. In a short time, they also leveled up. Lin Yi completely conquered them with his strength, and that subtle fondness deepened even more. In the blink of an eye, the trial tower had been open for nearly 5 hours. At this moment, Han Feng was at the top, having reached the 16th level. Gao Jipeng closely followed, also at the 16th level. The 3rd place was still Nan Gongling, slightly behind but also at the 15th level. At this moment, there were already 34 names on the leaderboard. It was no exaggeration to say that these were the elites among nearly 50,000 newly awakened professionals. In Jiangcheng, being able to advance to Black Iron within a week meant either a wealthy background or exceptional talent. With the 5-hour limit approaching, it meant that only these 34 teams had passed the 10th level. Gao Wanping looked confident, the sarcasm in his eyes was evident. Oh dear, I almost feel embarrassed about those 4 pieces of platinum equipment. If you feel heartache, just show it, no one will laugh at you. Lu Jialiang had completely lost his temper, allowing Gao Wanping to mock him. He regretted his impulsiveness in competing with Chang Badian and Gao Wanping. Meanwhile, Chang Badian was also feeling anxious. In just a few minutes, the 5-hour deadline would be up. Those who failed to break through lost their chance. Damn it, this kid better not mess up at a critical moment. He looked up at the sky, feeling anxious. Watching Gao Wanping's smug expression made him grit his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, on the 10th floor of the trial tower, after another fire meteor spell wiped out the last group of monsters, a dazzling white light once again enveloped Lin Yi. Level increased to LV23. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart. In just 5 hours, he had leveled up twice, nearly doubling his strength. Let's go, it's time to enter the 11th floor. With a quick ice spear spell, he instantly killed a level 10 boss monster, and the 3 of them stepped into the 11th floor. At the same time, the trial tower's leaderboard emitted a faint golden glow. Someone had entered the rankings again, and everyone instinctively looked over. A new ranking line stood out prominently. 35th place, Captain Lin Yi, Mage, LV23, Cheng Muqing, Holy Priest, LV16, Li Muwen, Storm Archer, LV17. Wow! At that moment, everyone was taken aback. Just at the last moment of the 5 hours, Lin Yi had broken into the 11th floor. Then, pairs of eyes widened in shock, almost uncontrollably springing up from their seats. A level 23 mage? Just these few simple words made people doubt their own eyes. They almost thought they were mistaken. He had actually surpassed Han Feng, and was a full 2 levels higher. This was definitely a dark horse. What the hell? Who is this Lin Yi? He's already level 23. This is too outrageous. I'm only level 3. I know. This person, I heard he had a mishap during awakening and was just an ordinary mage. I didn't expect him to make a comeback now. Hiss. An ordinary mage. How did he do it? At this moment, countless curious gazes were focused on the big screen. Everyone wanted to know how Lin Yi, an ordinary mage, had reached such an abnormal level. At this moment, Lin Yi's team had attracted all the attention. In the footage, Lin Yi, along with Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing, stepped into the 11th floor. Seeing this, Chang Badian felt a weight lift off his heart and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Upon seeing Lin Yi and his daughter, who had skyrocketed 2 levels, he finally understood what the 3 of them had been doing. Leveling up. Moreover, they were leveling up at the limit of each floor. This kid has limitless potential. Chang Badian marveled inwardly, deeply approving of Lin Yi's choice. To be able to forsake immediate fame and fortune for long-term growth was something that ordinary people could not achieve. Even though he had guessed this, he was still filled with shock. To level up twice, how many monsters had to be slain behind that? Lu Jialiang looked at Lin Yi's level, and his tense muscles relaxed. You old rascal. Still pretending not to know. Chang Badian said loudly, leave some suspense. It wouldn't be good if you stared the Gao family head. Don't you think so, Gao family head? 4 pieces of platinum equipment. Lu Jialiang and Chang Badian exchanged knowing glances, playfully wiggling 4 fingers in front of Gao Anping. Gao Anping's face turned ashen. He had thought victory was assured. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, the situation reversed, and his eyes nearly spat fire. Gao Anping coldly snorted, don't be too pleased too early. The outcome is still undecided. He's just an ordinary profession. What if he's bronze? Wait until he meets my son, let's see how he handles it. After dawdling through the first 10 floors, his combat power must be lacking. After saying this, the more Gao Anping thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Although his level was high, not understanding combat was futile. Thinking of the trump card he had prepared for his son, he felt even more confident. Chang Badian smiled without speaking. When Lin Yi encountered Gao Jipeng, the old man would naturally understand the severity of the situation. Other powerful figures were also shocked by Lin Yi's level, especially the city lord Han Boyan. Could it be that he awakened early too? Han Boyan immediately dismissed this thought. He had heard clearly that Lin Yi had also just changed jobs a week ago. Beside him, the president of the Mage Association, Ko Yuenda, was shaking his head in frustration. At the awakening ceremony, seeing that Lin Yi was just an ordinary mage he had left directly unexpectedly, Lin Yi would rise against the odds, becoming a bronze-level practitioner in just a few days. Could it be that his talent is so dazzling that the world's will, out of jealousy, only granted him an ordinary profession? The more Ko Yuenda thought this way, the more regret was evident in his eyes. He wished he could go back a week and slap himself twice for missing out on a genius. Undoubtedly, at this moment, most people were filled with curiosity about Lin Yi. They wanted to know what methods this sudden dark horse possessed. Everyone looked expectantly at the big screen, where real-time projections were available, and the truth was about to be revealed. In the 11th level of the trial tower, as Lin Yi stepped in with Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing, he immediately felt something was different. This was an incredibly wide canyon, as if split open by the hand of a deity. Lin Yi frowned slightly. The monster density seems to have decreased quite a bit. He spread his phantom wings and flew to a high altitude, discovering that the number of monsters was far less dense than in the previous 10 levels. Chang Muqing stuck out her tongue and said, of course, monsters undergo a qualitative change at level 11. If there were as many as before, I'm afraid not many would be able to pass. Not everyone is as monstrous as you. Lin Yi couldn't help but scoff. The reasoning was indeed sound. The rules of the trial tower were simple: kill the boss monster guarding the route. Countless monsters would intercept along the way, and defeating them after breaking through the encirclement would mean success in clearing the level. But this was by no means an easy task for ordinary practitioners. The basic attributes of the small monsters were not much different from their own. Even with a team of 3, defeating monsters of the same level was no simple feat. Moreover, there were also boss monsters of the same level. Unless one had a special profession, a hidden profession, or possessed powerful equipment and skills, it would be difficult to clear the same level, let alone climb higher. Therefore, among the remaining 35 teams, most were still struggling on the 11th level, with some even having exceeded the time limit and been eliminated. Lin Yi's lips curled slightly. Still, the old rule: seize every moment. Although there were fewer monsters here, it was no big deal. Lin Yi had a premonition that once he broke through the 30-level barrier, his level would soar to a jaw-dropping height. Faced with Lin Yi's insistence on sticking to the previous strategy, the 2 women were momentarily stunned. Chang Muqing spoke up. Shouldn't we reserve more time for the final boss monster? After all, the level 11 boss monster is not so easy to deal with. But Lin Yi waved his hand confidently. No need to worry, let's keep moving forward. With that, he had already soared into the air, his agile figure shooting straight into the clouds. The level 11 boss monster had at most 60 to 70,000 health points. How could it withstand a single fireball spell from him? The 2 women looked at Lin Yi's back, their eyes filled with admiration. They then continued to lead the monsters forward. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of eyes were closely following the steps of the 3, all filled with confusion. Split up? What kind of act is this? A few minutes later, the screen showed a large number of monsters gathering behind Lin Yi. Level 11 ironback wolves, white bear monsters, frost goblins, a wide variety, everything one could imagine. And when the audience noticed that a large number of monsters were also gathering behind Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing, they were all taken aback. What is going on? Monsters that others avoid, they actually took the initiative to lure for leveling up? Do they think the difficulty isn't enough? I get it, they are leveling up quickly by luring monsters. No wonder they were so slow in the first 10 levels. It turns out they were preparing to level up. At this moment, people suddenly realized. However, looking at the hundreds or even thousands of monsters behind the three, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. So many monsters, even a bronze-level practitioner would find it hard to cope, right? But soon, Linny broke all doubts with his actions. The crowd's mouths gaped open, as if witnessing a miracle. On the screen, Linny had already begun to chant spells rapidly. Buzz! A massive fire element gathered around Linny. Purple flame meteor. Boom! The astonishing fireball erupted in an instant, weaving into a dense rain of fire. The terrifying high temperature seemed to penetrate the screen, making one feel parched and dry-throated. And the area it covered was simply jaw-dropping. Boom! The shocking roar resonated clearly from the screen. The dense fire meteors instantly engulfed the horde of monsters. Minus 421,546. Minus 410,571. Minus 413,427. Damage reaching up to 400,000 was enough to wipe out countless small monsters with only a few thousand health points. At that moment, the once tranquil trial tower square fell into dead silence. Although they were not Lin Yi's teammates and could not see the terrifying damage numbers flashing, it was evident from the ashes of the monsters that the destructive power of these fire meteors had long surpassed the monsters' limits. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in astonishment. My god, is this still the mage I know? This is too amazing. How much experience must he have gained from this wave of instant kills? It must be over 10,000. I'm so envious. It would take me several months to earn that much experience, but for him, it's just a wave of his hand. No wonder he can be promoted to bronze in just a week. The gap is just too huge. People looked on in shock at the young and handsome mage. Shock, envy, admiration. A mix of emotions surged and intertwined. And Linny, for the first time, revealed a glimpse of his terrifying power to the crowd. Even this small display was enough to leave a lasting impression. At this moment, almost everyone's attention shifted from the other challengers to Linny. Watching others struggle through challenges was no match for watching Linny level up. Boom! The fire meteors continued to explode, harvesting wave after wave of monsters. The audience watched in a trance, captivated by this dazzling performance that never grew tiresome. More than 20 minutes later, with only the last minute or two remaining before the half-hour limit, Linny, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, rushed towards the gatekeeper boss with two women in his arms. The speed of his phantom wings left many insiders in shock. At this moment, the truth was revealed. The reason Linny appeared so slow was that he was precisely timing his level up runs. Realizing this, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in awe. Truly, comparing people can be infuriating, especially for the eliminated challengers. They had exerted all their effort to avoid the monsters, only to become tools for someone else to level up. This was simply hard to accept. Eventually, Linny and the two women arrived before the gatekeeper boss. The level 11 Ironback Wolf King had over 70,000 health points. For an average Black Iron class player, it was an insurmountable peak. Just when everyone thought Linny would finally face a challenge, on the screen he didn't pause for even a moment, lightly tapping his wand. Fireball! The blazing deep red fireball shot out, striking the Ironback Wolf King heavily. The Wolf King, about to pounce, was sent flying as if hit by a 10-ton truck. The searing fireball completely ignited it, instantly reducing its health to zero. Seeing this, the crowd exchanged glances. This terrifying fireball, over a meter in diameter, is actually a fireball spell? A mage, not believing it, casually conjured a fireball the size of an egg in his palm. Gasps of disbelief echoed, and the air seemed to heat up a few degrees. Watching Linny stride towards the 12th floor, everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. This young man was undoubtedly the most astonishing dark horse in this year's trials for professionals. At this moment, everyone was filled with anticipation. What do you think will happen when Nangong Ling, Gao Jipang, and Han Feng encounter Linny? What everyone looked forward to most was the clash between various geniuses. Moreover, Linny was a prime example of a grassroots comeback. In a short time, his story of rising from humble beginnings had spread throughout the entire Jiang city. Growing up in a single-parent family, relying on his exceptional talent and relentless effort, he climbed step by step to his current position, becoming a perfect model of a comeback in the hearts of countless people. This inspirational story has moved many to tears. Undoubtedly, Linny has resonated strongly with more ordinary people. After all, the majority of society is made up of the commonplace. Therefore, people are incredibly eager for Linny to triumph over his rivals in a head-to-head confrontation, making a stunning impact. At this moment, Linny seems to embody the ideal self that everyone dreams of. A comeback. Seizing the title of the best in Zhangcheng. In an instant, Zhangcheng erupted with excitement. Whether it was the viewers online or those present at the scene, the vast majority became supporters of Linny. Yang Mei at the venue was already in tears. A profound sense of pride welled up within her. She felt that the hardships of many years were finally paying off. At this moment, all eyes in Zhengcheng were focused on Lin Yi. People were eagerly anticipating what surprises this young man would bring next. What are his limits? At this time, Lin Yi was immersed in the joy of rapidly gaining experience points. If it weren't for Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing occasionally reminding him that time was running out, he would have wanted to keep leveling up until he reached his limit. Level 11, Level 12, Level 13, Level 14. Every time everyone thought he would stop leveling up at the next floor, the outcome was always unexpected. Lin Yi, along with Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing, continued to grind monsters without pause. Oh my god, how terrifying is his damage output? Why does it feel like there's no limit? Ah, if only I were half as strong as him. Even after watching Lin Yi level up for hours, everyone remained in shock. Level 11 Puppeteer, 1 shot. Level 12 Dragon Man, 1 shot. Level 13 Treant, 1 shot. Level 14 Dark Cultist, still 1 shot. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dense white light erupted from the three of them. They leveled up again. Wow! This leveling up is way too easy, right? No wonder the two school beauties want to team up with Lin Yi. I really want to cling to his leg. Witnessing the three of them level up, everyone was envious. Especially those who saw that just by drawing monsters, Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing could rapidly gain experience. Their eyes turned red with envy. Seeing this, Wang Dong was filled with regret. If I had teamed up with Brother Yi back then, I would be enjoying all of this. After saying this, he slapped his thigh hard. As Lin Yi leveled up again, the damage of a fireball spell could break 100,000. At this moment, the Trial Tower leaderboard was updated once more. First place, Captain Han Feng, Fierce Dragon Swordsman, LV21, Han Chang, Flame Mage, LV14, Hanli, Chain Shooter, LV13. Second place, Captain Gao Jipang, Extraordinary Beast Master, LV17, Ya Yangfu, Shield Warrior, LV15, Ya Hua, Scout, LV14. Third place, Captain Nangong Ling, Shadow Assassin, LV17, Nangong Zhan, Gunner, LV15, Nangong Shui, Priest, LV14. At this time, aside from Han Feng, Gao Jipeng, Nangong Ling, and Lin Yi's 7 teams, all other teams had been eliminated. After all, the difficulty of the Trial Tower increased terrifyingly as one progressed. The minor monsters became stronger, elite monsters appeared, and the attributes of the boss monsters continuously rose. Clearly, although some in the top 3 teams had leveled up, their pace of advancement had noticeably slowed. If it weren't for the fact that starting from the 15th floor, challenging the boss monsters could extend the challenge time, the teams ranked 4th to 6th would have long been out. As Lin Yi and his group stepped onto the 15th floor, everyone's hearts were stirred, because this meant that Lin Yi's team was about to confront other teams head-on. Although they were not in the top 3, they were still highly noticeable. Unlike the previous 14 floors, there were multiple passageways. Upon reaching the 15th floor, only one passageway remained. Moreover, the difficulty of the boss monster had suddenly increased, upgrading from ordinary to purple boss monster. Currently, the 3 teams ranked 4th to 6th were continuously trying. They were almost pulling their hair out, teetering on the edge of despair. Finally, we can see the showdown between Lin Yi and the others. As everyone looked towards Lin Yi leading the 2 women into the 15th level, their eyes were filled with anticipation. However, Lin Yi was feeling a bit of a headache. He discovered that the number of monsters here had decreased again. Among the small monsters, there were a large number of elite monsters mixed in. For others, the difficulty had sharply increased. They had to reach the boss guarding the checkpoint within half an hour. Any slight misstep would result in failure. It could be said that most teams that rushed to the 15th level had fallen on the way to the boss. Some hadn't even had the chance to see the boss with their own eyes. Even if they were lucky enough to encounter the level 15 purple boss monster, it would be enough to leave these professionals gasping for breath. The best record from the previous session was merely lingering between the 15th and 16th levels. This year, due to the emergence of many geniuses, especially with Han Feng's sudden rise, the historical record was broken in one fell swoop. However, for Lin Yi, this might not be a good thing. Although the elite monsters were equally vulnerable in front of the purple flame meteor, and the experience points were even richer, the decrease in monster density led to a significant reduction in overall experience points gained. Lin Yi once again unleashed the purple flame meteor, clearing the monster horde in front of him, silently calculating in his heart. At this rate, the expected experience I can gain from the next levels of the Trial Tower will be around 100,000 to 150,000. If I can break through to the 30th level, I might directly soar to level 27, or even higher. A smile crept onto Lin Yi's lips. Through the Trial Tower, it would take no more than a day to rise 7 or 8 levels in just one day. What a shocking feat! Lin Yi was not greedy and felt satisfied. Here they come. Lin Yi is about to encounter other teams for the first time. And the powerful purple boss monster. We can finally see Lin Yi facing obstacles. I don't know why, but I inexplicably look forward to Linny getting into trouble. Ha ha, same here, maybe it's because Linny is too invincible, making it feel unreal. Although everyone was certain that Linny would continue to cut through the challenges, the level 15 boss monster would not let him pass too easily. Moreover, other teams would not let Linny through without a fight. Want to break through first? Then show your strength. At this moment, Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing were nestled in his arms, their eyes filled with a hint of sweetness. Both had gradually gotten used to such flying. Soon, the three arrived at the final checkpoint area. In an open plain, a massive light gate of pale gold stood majestically. Passing through it would allow entry to the 16th level, but this was clearly not simple. Beneath the light gate, a mountain-like figure exuded a strong sense of oppression. Two-headed troll level, LV15 boss monster, purple, health 295217 skills, heavy slam, double bite, bloodthirsty strike. At this moment, a team was engaged in a fierce battle with the two-headed troll, but they were clearly at a disadvantage. With just one swing of its club, the troll nearly killed the shield warrior at the front, and it was only thanks to the priest's frantic healing that they barely held on. With all skills on cooldown, the three were powerless to resist. They stumbled out of the pale gold light ring's range, and only then did the troll stop its pursuit, returning to guard in front of the light gate. The leading boy shook his head and sighed. Sigh, this is just too difficult. How did those three teams get through? This was their 20th attempt, yet they still quickly fell. Looking at the three team marks engraved on the light gate, which were symbols of glory indicating that three teams had successfully passed, they could not see the trial tower's leaderboard and could only judge how far they had progressed by the marks of each level. The other teams watching from the side also shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Let's go, one last attempt. If it doesn't work, we'll withdraw. Just as they were about to step into the entrance surrounded by the halo, at that moment, Lin Yi descended rapidly with the two beauties in his arms. Who is this guy, so impressive? As soon as they saw the two women, the nine were instantly dumbfounded. Damn! Isn't that Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing? To be held in the arms of the same man? Who exactly is this guy? Seeing the two great goddesses in their currently docile demeanor, everyone's jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Is this really the untouchable ice queen they usually are? Facing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Lin Yi remained calm and composed. Everyone, since you are still hesitating, how about I go first? Upon hearing this, the remaining nine exchanged glances. This guy, how arrogant. Usually, before reaching this checkpoint, who doesn't observe a few rounds first? At the very least, one would want to understand the attack patterns and skill characteristics of the boss monster before daring to challenge it. Who would just charge in head-on right from the start? If it were someone else, they might have kindly offered a reminder. But seeing Linny with a goddess in each arm, jealousy surged within them like a tidal wave. Want to show off, huh? Just wait and see you crash and burn. They exchanged knowing smiles and said, then you go ahead. Outside, as the crowd witnessed Linny and the two goddesses so flamboyantly entering the challenge circle of the level 15 two-headed ogre, they couldn't help but look at each other, their faces filled with disbelief. Oh my goodness, is Linny really going to charge in like that? He doesn't seem to take the purple boss monster seriously at all. Don't forget, Nangong Ling and the others spent quite a bit of time here just to get through. I have a feeling Linny is going to take a fall this time. On the magic screen, the two-headed ogre let out a deafening roar, the sound waves reverberating through the void. Linny smiled lightly, fully aware of the crowd's anticipation for a spectacle. But was the level 15 purple boss monster really that powerful? Looking at the approaching two-headed ogre, a smile crept onto Linyi's lips. A thick concentration of ice elements gathered at the tip of his wand. Ice spear. A massive ice spear instantly formed in the void, followed by a thunderous explosion as it shot towards the two-headed ogre. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the ice spear pierced through the void and struck the two-headed ogre's heart with tremendous force. Its massive body collapsed like a small mountain, flung backward by the sheer power. It was firmly pinned to the ground, its entire body quickly covered in frost. Minus 375,612. The two-headed ogre's health was instantly reduced to 0. One-hit kill? At that moment, everyone was left dumbfounded. They saw the two-headed ogre, resembling a small mountain, suddenly pierced through, its blood not even having time to flow before it quickly froze. Bang! After that crisp sound, the crowd finally snapped back to reality, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Hiss! Whether at the trial tower site or watching the livestream, everyone gasped in shock. They had expected Lin Yi to be hindered by the two-headed ogre, but they never anticipated such an outcome. Another one-hit kill. After an extreme silence came a fervent uproar, the atmosphere at the scene instantly reaching its peak. Everyone excitedly spat out words, sharing this shock with those around them. Wow! Is that really Ice Spear? How come it's so different from mine? Hiss! As a fellow mage, why is the gap between me and Lin Yi so huge? Lin Yi was able to take down the two-headed ogre in one hit, even Han Feng couldn't do that before. So, Lin Yi is much stronger than those earlier ones. Not necessarily. High damage is one thing, true. Strength can only be determined in battle. The crowd's emotions continued to rise, their throats sore from shouting, but they didn't care. It seemed that only in this way could they vent their inner shock. High above, the gazes of the prominent figures were even sharper. Beside them, Ko Yuenda gradually began to see the clues. Lin Yi's skill power is immense, far exceeding that of ordinary spells, even several times or more. Is it because of the high skill level, or is there another reason? Ko Yuenda speculated in his heart but dared not conclude. After all, the integration of games and reality had only been a century, and many fields had yet to be thoroughly understood. Occasionally, there would be professionals awakening astonishing talents. Although rare, it was not impossible. Ko Yuenda's face was filled with regret. He firmly believed that Lin Yi was no ordinary mage. If only I could have recruited him into the Jiangchang Mage Association back then. Perhaps in the future, it can help me ascend to the position of a member of the Mage Association. As for now, Lin Yi displayed astonishing potential in the trial, so what did it matter to him? The more Ko Yuenda thought about it, the angrier he became, and he slapped himself across the face. The people around him were taken aback. Meanwhile, Lu Jialian laughed heartily, as Lin Yi's performance repeatedly refreshed his understanding. This kid, aside from being a bit of a flirt, isn't bad as a son-in-law. Chang Badian looked at Gao Anping's ugly expression and then teased, 4 pieces of platinum equipment, huh? Gao Anping was about to make a move but was stopped just in time by Nangong Zhe, though he still spat out a harsh remark, old man, just you wait. Let you be proud now, but soon my son will make you all shut up. Chang Badian chuckled, how about we gamble again? Upon hearing this, Gao Anping immediately fell silent. Although he still had some confidence in Gao Jipang, Lin Yi's displayed strength made him hesitant to make any guarantees. Meanwhile, after Lin Yi used the ice spear technique to instantly kill the two-headed ogre, the gasps from behind him made the corners of his mouth lift slightly, and he felt particularly pleased. Want to see me make a fool of myself? Not a chance. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, leading the 2 women into the light as they stepped onto the 16th floor. The teams that had struggled for hours facing repeated defeats exchanged incredulous glances, reading disbelief in each other's eyes. They could even hear the sound of someone swallowing. It turned out the clown was me all along? How is this possible? A level 15 purple lord monster can be killed in an instant? I don't believe it. One team, undeterred, gritted their teeth and approached the resurrected two-headed ogre. Boom! The wolf fawn club smashed down, instantly making their heads buzz, and the 3 of them rolled and crawled away. I'm done with this freak around. What's the point of playing? You all continue, we're leaving first. Then, let's go too. One by one, they gave up the challenge and vanished in a flash of light. At this moment, they were eager to know the details of that freakish mage. In the blink of an eye, the original 7 teams were reduced to 4. Lin Yi had indirectly eliminated 3 teams, causing the audience to burst into laughter. After struggling for so long, they had to give up because Lin Yi was too abnormal. It was indeed quite tragic. At this time, only 4 teams remained. The leader, Han Feng, was still in the lead, having climbed to the 21st floor. This was a record that had not been seen in the Jiangchang Trial Tower for decades. Just as he was about to break the Jiangchang record and step onto the 22nd floor, this step proved to be quite difficult. Han Feng was stuck here, unable to advance, because, on the 21st floor, the Guardian Lord monster had undergone a qualitative leap. A level 21 Golden Lord monster. The fierce dragon swordsman excelled in offense but was somewhat lacking in defense. Han Feng led his teammates to repeatedly challenge the Guardian Lord monster. Various dazzling techniques emerged one after another, as if dancing on a tightrope, but the effects were not significant. This was his 3rd challenge, and the first 2 had ended in failure. Han Feng's gaze was fiery, his fighting spirit high. I must surpass everyone and break through my limits. Aside from Lin Yi, he received the most attention. After all, Han Feng was very likely to break the historical record of Jiangchang. Next was Gao Jipang, who, despite his low level, had reached the 20th floor with the help of several Lord Monster pets. Witnessing this scene, Gao Anping nodded in satisfaction. Jipang, give it your all. In contrast, Nangong Ling, who followed, seemed slightly inferior. The shadow assassin was better at assassination, and when facing Lord Monsters, he inevitably found himself at a disadvantage. Moreover, his 2 teammates were not top tier. They had only reached the 18th floor and seemed unlikely to advance further. At this moment, on the 16th floor of the trial tower, Lin Yi and his group appeared, and everyone looked on with anticipation. This time, it should be a quick battle, right? However, the 3 in the screen dispersed, and the familiar monster drawing strategy was once again in play. Lin Yi naturally wouldn't let this excellent leveling ground go easily. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, the ultimate goal was to clear the level, and whether it was sooner or later didn't matter. Purple Flame Meteor. In an instant, the fiery meteorite devoured one monster after another, and Lin Yi's experience bar began to rise. Kill. Level 16 Blood Wolf, gain 10 experience points. Kill level 16 Eye Demon, gain 10 experience points. Kill level 16 Knight, gain 10 experience points. The log interface kept flashing, making Lin Yi feel immensely satisfied. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the ice spear spell once again obliterated the gatekeeper Lord Monster. Lin Yi and his companions reached the 17th floor. Lin Yi felt a bit regretful. According to the rules of the trial tower, these gatekeeper Lord Monsters were merely projections. Only the challengers who defeated them for the first time could obtain equipment or skill rewards. The Lord Monsters from the earlier floors had been defeated countless times, making it impossible to drop rare items. But Lin Yi was not anxious. After all, the current highest record in Jiang City was only the 21st floor. The subsequent Lord Monsters would all be new, and the rewards would surely be abundant. Soon, the three arrived at the 18th floor. At this moment, Nangon Ling was also on the 18th floor, still entangled in a battle with the gatekeeper Lord Monster. Nangon Ling couldn't help but sit up straight, feeling anxious for his son. Everyone understood that what lay ahead was not just a contest with the gatekeeper Lord Monster, but also an intense confrontation between the two teams. Nangon Ling knew he was ranked third. Therefore, he would never allow Lin Yi to pass easily in front of him. The top three meant generous rewards. More importantly, it meant direct participation in the upcoming national trial, which was the real battlefield. If he could attract the attention of the top tier, the benefits would be immeasurable, far beyond a few treasures. Thus, everyone was acutely aware that this was a competition for opportunity, and no one was willing to give an inch. Hundreds of thousands of eyes were glued to the magical screen, afraid of missing any details. They thought Lin Yi would feel a sense of urgency, but to everyone's surprise, he continued to level up leisurely. I really admire Lin Yi, this calm and unhurried confidence. Isn't that right? I'm almost mesmerized. People were discussing animatedly, while Lin Yi remained unfazed, continuing on his path of leveling up. Purple flame meteor. Soon after, a dense white light erupted from Lin Yi. Level increased to LV25. He leveled up again. People admired Lin Yi even more. This was the demeanor a strong person should have. Unfazed by honor or disgrace, accumulating strength to unleash it. Lin Yi is about to do something big. At this rate, his level will rise. Further, he will create an unprecedented miracle. Everyone held such expectations, wishing time could fast forward tenfold. Half an hour passed in a flash, and Lin Yi, along with Cheng Muqing and the two girls, headed towards the gatekeeper Lord Monster. On the 18th floor, Nangon Ling was still tirelessly trying. Facing the level 18 purple Lord Monster, the dark tree spirit within the circle, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Nangon Ling had to end this trial journey early. Looking at the golden light gate behind him, there were two team marks. He knew that must be Han Feng and Wang Jipeng. Don't get too smug. When the national trial comes, that will be my true stage. Nangon Ling clenched his fists tightly. The trial tower overly restricted his profession, preventing him from fully showcasing his strength. It was said that the national trial would have various formats, and he would surely achieve better results then. But for now, securing a top 3 position was crucial. It not only meant generous treasure rewards but also a direct pass to advance, without needing to participate in the preliminary rounds. To the latecomers, I can only say sorry. Immediately, Nangon Ling and his two teammates guarded the entrance. With him there, no one would pass the 18th floor trial today, even though he believed that, aside from Wang Jipeng and Han Feng, no one else could reach the 18th floor. To be safe, he did not directly exit to watch the trial but chose to block the door. Witnessing Nangon Ling's actions, everyone became excited. Blocking the door was not a new tactic. Any major family would make the same choice. The most important thing was that the show was about to begin. At this moment, everyone in Jiang City was focused on this scene. What kind of shocking spectacle would it be when Lin Yi faced Nangon Ling? Soon, Lin Yi quickly arrived with the two at the final challenge of the 18th floor. In a dense black forest, the massive dark tree spirit stood out prominently. Lin Yi slowly landed, and 3 people approached from the opposite side. The man at the forefront was none other than the young master of the Nangon family, Nangon Ling. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "Want to block the way? You should ask for my opinion first." At this moment, Nangon Ling, leading his two companions, blocked the path of Lin Yi and his two companions. This confrontation was undoubtedly the most thrilling scene in the trials of professionals. Despite Lin Yi's astonishing strength, which had swept through the challenges, everyone present still anticipated the clash between the two teams. Because Nangon Ling was no ordinary opponent. Reaching the 18th floor of the trial tower was enough to demonstrate his strength. Moreover, a rogue against a mage inherently held an advantage. And Nangon Ling was a rare shadow assassin, skilled at moving silently in the dark. Therefore, the outcome of this battle became the focal point of discussion for everyone. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Nangon Ling slowly stopped in front of Lin Yi. He scrutinized the three, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Although he was not familiar with Lin Yi, he knew everything about Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing. Observing the intimacy displayed by the three, Nangon Ling's mind wandered. Could he be a pretty boy? His eyes narrowed slightly. Even if he wasn't one of the two women's suitors, a trace of displeasure arose in his heart. He had struggled to reach the 18th floor, while this handsome man had arrived at the same height accompanied by two women, which was undoubtedly a mockery of him. "Stop right there," Nangon Ling said sharply. "The 18th floor is not a place for you to tread. It would be wise to give up early." Lin Yi was slightly taken aback, then suddenly realized the Nangong Ling before him clearly could not break through the 18th floor. Thus, he resorted to intercepting newcomers to preserve his third-place position. A cold smile crept onto Lin Yi's lips, as he disdainfully replied, "Oh, so you can't move forward and want to block others' paths? When did some nameless rookies dare to underestimate me, Nangong Ling? I'll give you one last chance, withdraw from the trial tower immediately, or don't blame me for being ruthless." With a wave of his hand, his teammates assumed a combat stance. Although the trial tower had been live-streaming since the 11th floor and violence was not allowed under the watchful eyes of the public, being seen defeated by thousands would also result in a loss of face. 10 seconds. Nangong Ling's countdown made the audience clench their fists in anticipation of Lin Yi's counterattack. Daring to count down against me? Simply overestimating yourselves. You two step back. Lin Yi turned and instructed, instinctively wanting to protect the two women. But Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing exchanged smiles and resolutely shook their heads. Lin Yi, let us handle this. You take a break, there are more important matters for you to deal with later. That's right, we want to contribute too, we're not just pretty faces. Since entering the trial tower, the two had always played the role of drawing monsters. They felt quite unwilling in their hearts, worried about being seen as mere support. Now was their chance to prove their worth. Chang Muqing had already reached level 18, and Lu Wanqing had even surpassed him at level 19, exceeding both Nangong Ling and Gao Jipang. Lin Yi sensed their determination and then stepped aside. He was happy to take it easy without having to fight. Personally, the audience's anticipation instantly froze, then erupted into a flurry of discussions. Oh my, Lin Yi actually let the two school beauties face Nangong Ling's entire team alone? Can they do it? Anyway, Lin Yi is there to back them up. If they can't handle it, he can step in, no need to rush. You underestimate the two goddesses too much, just look at their levels, and everything will be clear. As these words were spoken, the crowd gasped. They realized that Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing's levels had soared at some point. Although they could only gain 1/5 of Lin Yi's experience, it was still quite considerable when accumulated, but the previous brilliance was overshadowed by Lin Yi. Even without witnessing Lin Yi's actions firsthand, the audience's anticipation did not wane in the slightest. Lu Zheliang and Chang Badian were also filled with expectation. Nangong Ling, seeing Lin Yi retreat, became even more convinced of his judgment. This guy is just a freeloader. Very well, since you stand against me, let me show you true pain. First, deal with these two women. That pretty boy can wait. Nangong Ling's figure melted into the shadows, activating shadow stealth. In this dark forest, although constrained by the dark Treyant, the environment was like water to a fish for the shadow assassin. Shadow stealth. Then, Priest Nangong Shui quickly stacked buffs, while Gunner Nangong Zhan charged forward. Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing exchanged a knowing smile. Their rival had unexpectedly become a partner in battle. Holy blessing! Chang Muqing chanted the incantation, and a golden shield instantly enveloped the three. Even Lin Yi, far behind, was surrounded by the shield, feeling a warmth in his heart. After leveling up, the power of the holy priest began to shine, far beyond that of an ordinary priest. Holy light enhancement, holy radiance. Layer upon layer of buffs were placed on Lu Wanqing, and she felt her strength and agility significantly increase. Leave Nangong Ling to you. I'll handle the gunner. Although the holy priest leaned towards support, they were not without combat power. Dealing with a level 15 gunner was more than sufficient. The holy radiance made it impossible for the assassin to hide. Even Nangong Ling revealed a faint shadow under the light. Though it flickered and vanished, it was enough. Lin Yi secretly marveled that with the abyssal eye he could clearly capture Nangong Ling's every move, not expecting Chang Muqing to have such ability as well. The cooperation between the two women was surprisingly coordinated. They responded to each other, moving flexibly. They maximized the distance from the enemy's melee attacks, striving for more casting space. Eye of the Wind insight. Lu Wanqing's eyes sparkled with a green light, her vision suddenly enhanced. The shadow that had already revealed itself became even more pronounced. Found you, Lu. Wanqing smiled confidently, her green longbow in hand, knocking an arrow and drawing the string. Storm arrow. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the piercing sound of sonic booms echoed as several long arrows shot towards Nangong Ling's hiding place. Nangong Ling's expression changed. How is this possible? Shadow clone. In a moment of desperation, he immediately cast the clone technique, and 4 clones scattered in all directions. Lu Wanqing remained unfazed, controlling several long arrows to suddenly change direction and pursue the 4 clones. Bang, bang. The 4 clones exploded in response, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. However, Nangong Ling took the opportunity to close in on Lu Wanqing, holding a blood-red dagger. You little brat, once I get close, you'll see. Lu Wanqing's gaze shifted slightly, mocking, just a clown. Earlier, Nangong Ling's gaze towards Lin Yi had displeased Lu Wanqing. She wanted to vent her anger for Lin Yi. Explosive arrow. A thick arrow flew towards Nangong Ling, the sound of the explosion even louder, as if ripples were forming in the air. The sharp sensation made his exposed skin tingle. Nangong Ling was taken aback. What level is she? Why is her skill so powerful? Nangon Ling had investigated beforehand and knew that Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing were not high level, so they shouldn't possess such might. At this moment he was utterly confused. Boom! A violent gust of wind erupted, knocking Nangon Ling out of stealth and sending him retreating 100 meters. Minus 4,193. Although the Storm Archer had a growth coefficient bonus with an attack power exceeding 2000 at level 19, dealing tens of thousands of damage was not difficult under skill enhancement. But Nangon Ling, after all, came from one of the four great families of Jiangcheng, and naturally had plenty of rare equipment and skills. Just now, it was thanks to his life-saving skill that he mitigated a large amount of damage. Lu Wanqing, however, was undeterred, a provocative smile curling at the corners of her mouth full of confidence. An assassin unable to approach the target was nothing but trash. From this moment on, Nangon Ling was completely trapped in Lu Wanqing's control. Nangon Ling exhausted all his means to try to get close to the two, but to no avail. Chang Muqing and the others displayed their unique skills, their various techniques dazzling to behold. As long as Lu Wanqing maintained her distance, Nangon Ling was nothing to fear. The crowd watched in astonishment, not expecting Lu Wanqing to be so fierce, having previously been overshadowed by Lin Yi. Wow, so Lu Goddess is this strong. I thought she was weak. This is a level 19 Storm Archer, not something an ordinary person can compare to. Perhaps it's because Lin Yi is too strong. One remark awakened the dreamers, and everyone suddenly realized. Looking at the calm and composed young man, questions quietly arose in their hearts. Just how strong is Lin Yi? Even Lu Wanqing's brilliance could be overshadowed. This seemingly intense battle of geniuses appeared in Lin Yi's tranquil gaze, like a child's game. I really want to see Lin Yi make a move. I wonder if Gao Jipeng can force out Lin Yi's true skills. Lu Wanqing's participation not only failed to diminish the crowd's expectations but instead heightened their curiosity about Lin Yi's strength. So far, Lin Yi had only showcased Fireball, Ice Spear, and Purple Flame Meteor. They were all very curious about where Lin Yi's limits lay. Lin Yi chuckled, arms crossed, looking relaxed. At this moment, Chang Muqing had already dealt with the nearby gunner and priest. Both lay on the ground, heavily injured and filled with resentment. After Chang Muqing joined the battle, Nangon Ling, who was already under pressure, appeared, even more disheveled. In just a minute, the holy spear pierced through his shadow shield. His health was critical, and he fell to the ground. At this moment, Nangon Ling looked utterly miserable. His body was covered in wounds. His splendid black leather armor was in tatters, and a bloody hole in his chest was gushing blood. Nangon Ling looked at Lu Wanqing and the others filled with shock. The two women he had previously disregarded were actually this powerful. Why are they so strong? Nangon Ling was utterly confused, and what frustrated him the most was Lin Yi, who was merely watching. At this moment, after Lu Wanqing and Chang Muqing's victory, they were as joyful as little birds, eagerly awaiting Lin Yi's praise. Lin Yi, sorry to keep you waiting, Lu Wanqing said with a smile. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Not too long, you did great, let's go in. The two women exchanged smiles, sticking out their tongues, both thinking in unison, if it were Lin Yi, he might be able to take down Nangon Ling in an instant, right? As the three stepped into the challenge halo, the dark trance slowly awakened. Nangon Ling shouted unwillingly, defeating me doesn't guarantee you can pass the 18th level. The power of the dark treant is beyond what you pretty boys can imagine. He hoped Lin Yi and the others would fail so he could still keep his third place. Lin Yi turned back, coldly saying, the dark treant, is it really that strong? Dark treant. Level, LV18 Lord Monster, Purple, Health 849723 Skills, Dual Life, Vine Whip, Night Glow, Rapid Regeneration. In a sense, the dark treant was indeed a formidable existence. Its health could even rival that of Golden Lord monsters of the same level. But this only applied to ordinary people, and Lin Yi was different. Sensing Nangon Ling's unwillingness behind him, Lin Yi's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. He decided to showcase more of his strength, making Nangon Ling understand what the gap truly was. Under Nangon Ling's puzzled gaze, the previously dominant Lu Wanqing and Chang Muqing surprisingly retreated behind Lin Yi. What the hell is going on? Are they really letting this pretty boy take on the dark treant alone? Just as he was confused, he saw a rich black glow emanating from Lin Yi's wand. The astonishing casting speed made Nangon Ling's pupils constrict sharply. Could it be that this person is the true powerhouse of the team? Witnessing this scene, he suddenly realized. Nangon Ling fixed his gaze on Lin Yi's movements as a dark mark sped towards the dark treant. Hell's mark. In an instant, the towering dark treant, over 100 meters tall, trembled uncontrollably. Vines dozens of meters long lashed out at the mark like pythons, but it was all in vain. In a flash, it was branded onto the dark treant. Lin Yi's spellcasting was fluid and seamless, leaving the onlookers exhilarated and dazzled. This is a born mage genius. Ku Yuenda regrettably slapped himself, causing the big shots around him to instinctively keep their distance. Ice Spear Technique. Whoosh! In Nangon Ling's widened eyes, the frost giant spear instantly broke through the air. He swallowed hard, feeling the piercing chill contained within the ice spear. Even from hundreds of meters away. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The dark tree spirit seemed to sense the crisis, and countless vines wildly waved, attempting to intercept the ice spear. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The ice spear pierced through one thick vine after another, embedding itself into the dark tree spirit in an instant. It activated the Hellmark, achieving a 5-fold damage bonus. Put. Although it was a wooden trunk, it emitted a dull sound of piercing flesh. Streams of black liquid gushed out, only to be instantly frozen by the chill of the ice spear. Crack, crack. The dense sound of freezing echoed throughout the dark forest, sending chills down spines. The 100-meter-tall dark tree spirit's body was covered by a layer of rapidly spreading white frost. The closer it got to the ice spear, the thicker the white frost became. Bang! A crisp explosion sounded, and the dark tree spirit's originally dark body turned into a silvery white. 11275593. Over 1 million terrifying damage erupted in an instant, causing the dark tree spirit to fall immediately, leaving Lu Wanqing and Chang Muqing in shock. Even though they were accustomed to Lin Yi's extraordinary abilities, they were still stunned when the million damage appeared. Every time they thought they had reached Lin Yi's limit, he always managed to deliver an unexpected shock. Nangong Ling's mouth dropped open in disbelief. No, it can't be real, right? An 840,000 health dark tree spirit was actually killed in an instant? How is that possible? Nangong Shua, standing beside them, was equally horrified, voicing Nangong Ling's thoughts. They had fought fiercely on the 18th level multiple times and knew everything about the dark tree spirit. Thus, they felt even more directly the terror of that ice spear technique. Is this really the ice spear technique? Hiss. In the next moment, the three of them gasped in unison. They never expected that this person, who was seen as a pretty boy, was the true powerhouse. One hit of the ice spear technique killed the dark tree spirit. If he was still considered a pretty boy, what did that make them? Useless? Even less than useless. A wave of frustration surged over Nangong Ling's heart. So it wasn't Lu Wanqing and Chang Muqing who brought him up. He just couldn't be bothered to make a move. The truth was so cruel that he realized he didn't even have the qualification to make him act. Nangong Ling's eyes dimmed, as if he had lost all strength in an instant. He couldn't help but spit a mouthful of blood on the ground, feeling utterly defeated. Lin Yi's ice spear technique not only killed the dark tree spirit in an instant but also crushed Nangong Ling's pride. Let's go. At this moment, the specific ranking no longer mattered. Nangong Ling just wanted to escape from here. The onlookers were equally shocked, and the rising and falling gasps were enough to prove everything. Instant kill. Another instant kill. And it was against the high health dark tree spirit. This can also be an instant kill? Just how high is Lin Yi's damage? At this moment, everyone's doubts reached their peak. Some vaguely estimated that, based on the damage, Lin Yi had surpassed silver professionals. It should be noted that a typical level 35 silver professional would need a bare attribute of 60,000 to deal hundreds of thousands of damage through skill bursts. Yet Lin Yi, a first-tier bronze professional, had achieved this as well. It was evident how monstrous he was. Even more shocking was that this seemed not to be Lin Yi's limit. With this thought, everyone felt a sense of horror. This had transcended common sense. Even a hidden profession shouldn't be this powerful. Many big shots exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with suspicion. Han Boyan slowly exhaled. The two worlds are about to merge, giving birth to many fated children whose strength surpasses ordinary people. Lin Yi is very likely the legendary child of fate. It is said that those associated with the child of fate can share a bit of destiny's favor. As the saying goes, when one person ascends, even their chickens and dogs rise to the heavens, and that is how it is. Many nobles held a consensus on this speculation. Uenda couldn't help but slap himself a few more times. It was well known that he was on the verge of bringing Lin Yi under the Mage Association's banner. If that had come to pass, Uenda would have reaped enormous benefits. But now, everything had turned to dust. How could he not feel regret and hatred? Gao Anping saw that everyone was becoming increasingly convinced, but he inappropriately poured a bucket of cold water on them. The child of destiny, how could he possibly be just an ordinary mage? Lord Han must have guessed wrong. I still believe my son is the child of destiny. He was undoubtedly the one who least wanted to see Lin Yi rise here. The wager of 4 pieces of platinum equipment, while not enough to severely injure the Gao family, would certainly result in heavy losses. Han Boyan nodded slightly in response. There is indeed a possibility of being mistaken. Let's wait and see. Chang Badian, however, wore an unhappy expression. Even if Lin Yi isn't the child of destiny, how could that brat Gao Jipeng be? Don't dream. Gao Anping sneered, his confidence gradually returning. If he wasn't the child of destiny, how could Gao Jipeng contract 2 level 17 Golden Lord monsters? Gao Anping shot Chang Badian a sidelong glance. Just wait and see how shocked you will be. Lin Yi was strong, but my son also had a chance. Only he knew that Gao Jipeng, who was currently battling on the 20th floor, had not yet given his all. Gao Anping was holding his breath, determined to shock everyone. At this moment, Lin Yi, accompanied by 2 women, stepped into the 19th floor of the trial tower. Everyone was already familiar with Lin Yi's habits and began to wait patiently. In the familiar leveling segment, the actions of the three were smooth and in sync. As usual, Linny sent some elite monsters' flesh and blood into the Beast Master space for the little holy dragon to devour and grow. Watching the little holy dragon nearing level 21, he was filled with joy. After devouring tens of thousands of monsters, if the little holy dragon didn't level up, it would undoubtedly be a waste. Just out of the trial tower, Nangong, Ling and the others witnessed the scene of Linny and the others leveling up, and they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. No wonder they were so powerful. Yet took so long to reach the 18th floor, it turned out they were leveling up. At this moment, Nangong Ling was even more convinced. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the Guardian Lord monster of the 19th floor still hadn't posed any trouble for Linny. For him, the difficulty was even less than that of the Dark Tree Spirit. After all, its health wasn't that thick. Soon after, the three of them climbed to the 20th floor. Everyone's hearts were once again lifted, their eyes filled with anticipation, because Gao Jipang was still battling on the 20th floor. Beast Masters can be as strong as the world or as weak as dust. It truly reflects one's identity and background. An ordinary Beast Master, if they have a powerful pet, can even fight against hidden professions. But without a pet, they are even weaker than the weakest priest. Gao Jipang was undoubtedly a standout among Beast Masters. As a transcendent Beast Master, the number of pets he could control was 3 times that of an ordinary Beast Master. This time, in order to let Gao Jipang break records in the trial, the Gao family spared no expense. They offered bounties for Lord Monster Cubs, just to maximize Gao Jipang's strength. Being able to control 6 Lord Monsters at once showed Gao Jipang's power. What a pity! If I could get a Holy Dragon Cub, I would have 3 Golden Lord Monsters, and my strength would be even greater. The Blood Wolf mercenary group is truly useless. They were actually wiped out by the Shadow Demon Lord. A hint of regret flashed in Gao Jipang's eyes, but he quickly regained his confidence. But it doesn't matter, at least breaking the Jiang City record is no problem. Even the siege of 6 Lord Monsters could not be matched by a bronze professional like Han Feng. At this moment, aside from the 2 Golden Lord Monsters that had not been summoned, the other 4 Lord Monsters had all appeared, surrounding the Guardian Lord Monster of the 20th floor, and the battle was evenly matched. Han Feng decided to reveal some trump cards. Forget it, summon the Shadow to battle, and quickly resolve the 20th floor. Swish! A golden halo flashed, and a mighty shadow silver wolf appeared, joining the battlefield. Those paying attention to Gao Jipang were shocked and all stood up. Golden Lord Monster. The good show is about to begin. Linny must take action this time. These 5 Lord Monster pets are just too formidable. Who is stronger, Gao Jipang or Linny? The crowd was in an uproar. Nangong Ling had failed to force Linny into action, and this time he would finally get his wish. Linny looked at the young holy dragon, his eyes barely concealing his joy. It was the best thing that the little holy dragon could grow alongside him. Let's go! Once we break through the 20th level, we can start farming for equipment. Countless pairs of eager eyes were glued to the magic display screen, afraid to miss any exciting moments. At this moment, Gao Jipang was still in battle, and he was finally about to confront him head-on. With the boost from his Golden Lord level pet, the shock brought by Gao Jipang far surpassed that of Nangong. Linny, can you still crush him with overwhelming force? The crowd held their breath unconsciously, their hearts pounding like drums. Despite Linny's performance always seeming monstrous, whether facing fierce monsters or the boss guarding the level, even the life-heavy Dark Treant fell with a single blow. However, Gao Jipang was no ordinary opponent. The strength he displayed was that of a level 17 Lord level pet. 1 gold, 2 purple, and 2 common, a luxurious lineup with astonishing combat power. At this moment, they were working together to besiege the boss of the 20th level. Suddenly, the shadowy silver wolf spat out a silver light, sharp as a blade. Gao Jipang stood in the back with his arms crossed, fully focused on commanding the battle. Although these pets were exceptionally intelligent and could autonomously respond to threats even without a handler, if a Beast Master had superb combat skills and actively coordinated their cooperation, their combat efficiency and power would reach another level. If there was a single weakness of a Beast Master, it was themselves. Due to their weak self-defense capabilities, if an enemy bypassed the pets and targeted the Beast Master directly, even the strongest pet would be helpless. From this perspective, Nangong Ling, as a shadow assassin, could, in a sense, better counter a Beast Master. Once he got close, no matter how many Lord-level pets Gao Jipang had, it would be in vain. Therefore, the shield warrior Gao Yangfu stood guard closely by his side, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Young master, at this speed, we will soon clear the 20th level. Gao Jipang smirked coldly. That girl Chang Muching, although her level is slightly lower, as a holy priest, she can greatly enhance my pet's combat effectiveness. If she joins my team, perhaps I can break through the 22nd level, or even further. How dare that girl refuse me? Gao Jipang. What a blind woman. In the future, when I take control of the Gao family, the first to be eliminated will be your Chang family. At that time, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. Gao Jipeng looked at the boss's health, which was already below 15%, and his smile grew more pronounced. He seemed to foresee himself clearing the 20th level and surpassing Han Feng, breaking the record in Zhangchang. Just then, a faint shadow appeared beside him. It was the scout Gao Hua. Young master, a team is coming this way. In battles of this level, scouts were of little help. Gao Hua was responsible for keeping watch around them, and had discovered Lin Yi and his group's trail. Gao Jipeng raised an eyebrow. Is it Nangon Ling and his group? Unfortunately, he just reached the 20th level, and I'm about to step into the 21st. Gao Hua hesitated for a moment and shook his head, denying it. Young master, it's not Nangon Ling. It's Cheng Muqing, Lu Wanqing, and a man I don't recognize. Gao Jipeng was momentarily stunned, almost unable to believe his ears. Cheng Muqing? Just her? Even with Lu Wanqing, they wouldn't pose a threat, right? How dare she refuse me? Gao Jipeng. So she has another man. That shameless woman. Well, this is just great. Gao Jipeng gritted his teeth. Although nothing had happened, he felt a sense of betrayal. Let's go take a look. Gao Yangfu, watching the boss about to fall, couldn't help but urge, young master, shouldn't we clear it quickly? Gao Jipeng scolded. What are you in a hurry for? It's just a matter of 2 or 3 minutes. That girl Cheng Muqing, since she dares to reject me, I will crush her hopes with my own hands. The 20th floor will be her end. Does she still want to move forward? As long as I, Gao Jipeng, am here, she can just dream. Gao Yangfu and Gao Hua exchanged a knowing smile. Their young master was exceptionally talented and treated his subordinates fairly. However, he was overly pampered by the family head, unable to tolerate even the slightest grievance. To put it bluntly, he was a giant baby who never grew up. The two had no choice but to follow Gao Jipeng out. Outside, everyone was astonished to see Gao Jipeng choosing to give up just as he was about to clear the challenge. The entire trial tower square erupted in an uproar. What deep hatred does the young master of the Gao family have with Lin Yi, to choose to withdraw at such a critical moment? They had thought that with Gao Jipeng about to clear the challenge, the duel would be postponed to the next level. Unexpectedly, Gao Jipeng took the initiative to trouble Lin Yi. Who is stronger, Lin Yi or Gao Jipeng's pet army? We will soon have an answer. He probably knows. We can't wait, so he's coming in hard. As far as I know, Gao Jipeng has a very childish personality. In school, if anyone offended him, he would pursue it to the end. It's likely that Lin Yi did something to offend him. The crowd buzzed with discussion, while the prominent figures in the sky wore various expressions. Gao Anping almost couldn't catch his breath, his vision darkening as he shouted angrily, "This ungrateful son! Ungrateful! Do you know that once you go out, your equipment will likely be gone? It's all his mother's fault for spoiling him too much." Sigh. Gao Anping shook his head repeatedly, regretting that he had been too busy with family affairs and neglected to discipline Gao Jipeng. Although his son might not necessarily lose, in a favorable situation he should seize the time to clear the challenge instead of provoking others. It all seemed rather childish. Lu Jialiang and Cheng Badian laughed heartily, slapping their thighs without hiding their delight. Old Gao, your kid's not using his head, he's really foolish. Just as he was about to clear the challenge, he comes to stir up trouble? Isn't that just asking for trouble? At this moment, on the 20th floor of the trial tower, Lin Yi had just descended from the sky with the two girls when he ran into the three coming towards him. Here to block the way again? Lin Yi frowned slightly at this familiar scene. First, it was Nangon Ling, and now it was Gao Jipeng. Were they all so bored? Gao Jipeng did not speak directly to him but coldly sneered at Cheng Muqing. Cheng Muqing, didn't expect it to be me, did you? You refuse me, Gao Jipeng, and still want to pass the 20th floor smoothly? Dream on. Cheng Muqing was momentarily stunned, filled with confusion. She had explained her reasons and found a new team. How did it come to this guy, as if she had committed some unforgivable sin? Lin Yi furrowed his brow, curiously asking, your pursuer? Cheng Muqing quickly shook her head, resembling a rattledrum. No, just a weirdo. He probably came to cause trouble because I didn't team up with him. Sorry, Lin Yi. There was a hint of apology in her eyes, along with a touch of grievance. Lu Wanqing also felt helpless, snorting. I've heard that the young master of the Gao family acts impulsively. It seems the rumors are true. Lin Yi suddenly understood, looking at Cheng Muqing and smiling. It's fine, just a small matter. When you encounter trash, just kick it away. He didn't take Gao Jipeng seriously at all, treating it as a minor episode in the challenge tower. What a big mouth. Today, I will personally eliminate you. As he spoke, the star mark on Gao Jipeng's forehead flickered, and the summoning arrays appeared one by one on the ground. One after another, pets broke through the formation. Roar! A shadowy silver wolf, a striped giant tiger, a frost giant python, a magic claw black bear, and a cyclops, 5 level 17 lord-class pet monsters in total. Seeing the scene, the audience erupted in excitement. Although Gao Jipeng acted childishly, his strength was undeniable, and he never held back when it came to action, with such a powerful lineup in place. Lin Yi had no choice but to respond. Gao Jipeng waved his hand and coldly said, go, crush them for me, let them taste some bitterness. Roar! The beast roars echoed as 5 Lord-level monster pets charged swiftly towards Lin Yi and his companions, Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing's. Expressions changed slightly, not expecting Gao Jipeng to possess such strength. Lu Wanqing had already drawn her longbow, while Chang Muqing's staff gathered light, ready for battle at any moment. Yet Lin Yi appeared unusually calm. Beast taming, who can't do that? As he spoke, the wand in his hand shimmered with starlight. A massive summoning circle appeared on the ground, instantly shocking everyone present. Could it be? Amidst the astonished gazes, a roar like a dragon's cry pierced the sky. Roar! Then, from the magic circle, a gigantic figure slowly rose. A 20-meter-long body covered in thick golden scales was none other than the level 21 Holy Dragon. Holy Dragon, growth stage. Level, LV21 Lord Monster, Gold, Health 2523, 971 Skills, Holy Dragon Breath, Rolling Charge, Earth Spike Ambush, Claw Tier. With health exceeding 2 million, under the full level beast taming bonus it had even surpassed 2.5 million. Lin Yi's gaze was sharp. Little gold, go, crush them. Although he couldn't kill, eliminating these pets would be enough to make Gao Jipeng pay a painful price. Roar! The furious Holy Dragon suddenly charged out, causing several Lord monsters to tremble in fear, with only the Shadow Silver Wolf remaining unaffected. Blood splattered, the brutal battle between monsters was intensely thrilling to watch. Gao Jipeng could hardly believe that Lin Yi could summon such a powerful pet. Gradually, he recognized the appearance of the Holy Dragon. Previously, adventurers tracking the Holy Dragon had publicly shared its illustrations. Although the Holy Dragon's level had skyrocketed and its appearance had changed somewhat, some old traces were still visible. How is this possible? How could the Holy Dragon be in his hands? Gao Jipeng's eyes widened in confusion. After Lin Yi summoned the Holy Dragon, everyone was momentarily stunned. Even an audience member dropped their snacks and drinks without noticing. This shock struck at the very soul. Everyone had thought Lin Yi would cast other spells. Who would have guessed he would summon a terrifying Lord Monster pet? The ferocity of the battle clearly surpassed Gao Jipeng's pets by more than one level. It was undoubtedly a golden Lord Monster. Finally, someone recognized the identity of the Holy Dragon. Hiss! Isn't that the Holy Dragon that appeared recently in the Soul-Breaking Mountains? How did it become so strong? I heard the Blood Wolf mercenary group was trying to capture this Holy Dragon, but they were wiped out by the Shadow Demon Lord. The Holy Dragon in Lin Yi's hands means Lin Yi is the Shadow Demon Lord? At that moment, everyone was utterly shocked, their eyes wide open. The fearsome Shadow Demon Lord was actually Lin Yi? This speculation hit like a bomb, deeply touching the soul of everyone present. Have you noticed, Lin Yi's casting speed is strikingly similar to that of the Shadow Demon Lord. Previously, someone speculated based on the projection crystal that the Shadow Demon Lord was quite young, not over 20. I was still half in doubt. But the moment Lin Yi summoned the Holy Dragon, I was completely convinced. The onlookers pondered more and more, finding it increasingly reasonable. After all, faced with so much evidence, there was only one conclusion. This Lin Yi was definitely the Shadow Demon Lord. Damn, just how monstrous is Lin Yi's strength to easily wipe out the Blood Wolf mercenary group alone. Not only that, you might have overlooked that Lin Yi has been improving. In the trial tower, in just these short 10 hours, Lin Yi's level has risen by 4 levels. I have a feeling that this time Jiang City will welcome an unprecedented celebration. At this moment, in the trial tower square, the fervor and excitement were almost overwhelming. Wang Don's eyes were about to pop out, ultimately transforming into deep admiration for Lin Yi. You are truly amazing. Those big shots felt it, that overwhelming cheer, exchanging glances with one another. The fact that the Shadow Demon Lord is Lin Yi left them equally shocked. Han Boyan smiled wryly and shook his head, sighing, how many more surprises does this kid have in store for us? At this point he had to admit, even if he spent a fortune to have his son advance his job 6 months early, he couldn't compete with Lin Yi, because they were simply not on the same level. The gap was just too vast. But it's fine, it's a blessing for Jiang City. It seems that the record of Jiang City that has stood for years will be broken today. I wonder how far Lin Yi can go. Is it 26? Or 27? Or even higher? Han Boyan adjusted his mindset quickly, since his own son couldn't compare, there was nothing more to say. It was better to look forward to Lin Yi bringing glory to Jiang City. After all, in the upcoming national trials, Lin Yi would represent Jiang City. This broader perspective was necessary. In contrast, Gao Anping's mindset was not as good. When he witnessed Lin Yi summon the Holy Dragon, he suddenly stood up. So it was this guy who wiped out the Blood Wolf mercenary group and took the Holy Dragon cub. What a despicable act. If it weren't for him, such a powerful Holy Dragon would belong to Jipeng. Gao Anping was extremely gloomy, his dissatisfaction reaching a peak. Han Boyan seemed to sense something, scanning the room meaningfully, and said sternly, everyone, the top 3 geniuses who have entered the trial tower today. In the future, they will represent Jiang City in the national trials, and it is our responsibility to protect them. I hope they remain safe during this period. Do you understand? Han Boyan's powerful aura instantly filled the room, making the surrounding dignitaries feel breathless. Even among platinum professionals, there are distinctions in strength. Han Boyan, as a LV58 platinum powerhouse, could firmly hold the position of City Lord of Jiang City. Immediately, everyone hurried to express their agreement. Rest assured, Lord City Master, whoever dares to touch Lin Yi and the others is opposing all of us and will surely pay a heavy price. Chang Batian and Lu Jialiang patted their chests in assurance, casting displeased glances at Cao Anping. Cao Anping's heart tightened, quelling the bad thoughts that had just emerged. If he was careless, the Gao family would face utter ruin. Cao Anping took a deep breath, hoping for a miracle. Otherwise, he would have to hand over 4 pieces of platinum equipment. While the outside world was in a frenzy, on the 20th floor of the trial tower, the battle between the Holy Dragon and 5 Lord-level monster pets continued. The monsters were torn apart, the scene extremely brutal. The 2 weaker ordinary Lord monsters were already on the brink of serious injury. The Holy Dragon was very clever, specifically targeting the weak. Sizzle! The Shadow Silver Wolf spat out crescent-shaped blades of light, slashing at the Holy Dragon's golden scales, leaving traces of blood and causing tens of thousands in damage. But to the Holy Dragon, this was insignificant. In front of its staggering 2.5 million health points, it was clearly trivial. Roar! The Holy Dragon charged, its golden claws slashing. It tore a terrifying wound on the Cyclops. Muscles and shattered. Bones flew, with internal organs exposed. So terrifying. This brutal scene caused everyone to erupt in exclamations. Gao Jipeng snapped back to reality from his shock, seeing the Cyclops' miserable state, and thought to himself that things were not looking good. So, he no longer held back and immediately summoned his pet again. A level 17 Golden Lord monster appeared, instantly causing everyone to gasp in amazement. Oh my, another Golden Lord monster. Although the young master of the Gao family seems a bit dull, his strength is indeed formidable. If it weren't for Lin Yi, he might really crush everyone and take first place. Even the young city master Han Feng might not be able to defeat him. What a pity, he brought trouble upon himself by provoking Lin Yi. It seems he can only stop at the 20th floor now. Even with Gao Jipeng revealing his trump card, everyone still had full confidence in Lin Yi. After all, up to this point, Lin Yi had not cast any spells. After realizing that Lin Yi was the Shadow Demon Lord, everyone felt reassured. Lin Yi taking first place in breaking the historical record of Jiang City was already a foregone conclusion. The only mystery that kept people on edge was how far he could advance. In the trial tower, whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Shadow Leopard had charged into the battlefield like an arrow, posing a tremendous threat to the Holy Dragon. More critically, the gathering of these 6 Lord-level monsters perfectly formed a hexagram power matrix, which was an exclusive skill of extraordinary beast masters. This divine skill enhanced all pet attributes by a full 10%. If cultivated to a higher level, the enhancement effect would be even more astonishing. Gao Jipeng was seething with rage, gritting his teeth, daring to steal my Holy Dragon. I'll make you pay. Hexagram power, activate. In an instant, the 6 Lord-level pets were surrounded by dazzling starlight. The intense starlight intertwined, and the aura suddenly surged. Roar! The 6 Lord-level pets joined forces to launch a fierce assault on the Holy Dragon. Both sides were evenly matched, neither giving way. Seeing this, Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly. He hadn't expected Gao Jipeng to have such a trump card. Although he could win by relying solely on the Holy Dragon, it wasn't a wise move. Firstly, it would take time, and secondly, the Holy Dragon would likely suffer severe injuries. Lin Yi's figure shifted, taking a light step forward. The seemingly simple step sent waves of excitement through the onlookers. Here it comes! Here it comes! Lin Yi is finally going to make his move. After waiting so long, we can finally see Lin Yi showcase his skills. In the previous battles, whether it was grinding monsters or swiftly defeating the Lord guarding the checkpoint, no one could accurately gauge Lin Yi's true strength. At this moment, Gao Jipeng was undoubtedly the most suitable test stone. Beside him, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing were also filled with anticipation. Especially Lu Wanqing. Until today, her impression of Lin Yi was still stuck at the stage when he had just become a mage. Lin Yi's expression was calm. Gao Jipeng might be considered strong among his peers, but in his eyes he was merely a fleeting cloud. A few mere Lord pets dare to flaunt their power in front of me? Then let me strip away your proud capital. Lin Yi sneered, and a mysterious mist-like glow wrapped around the abyssal wand. Mist formation. Before anyone could react, Lin Yi's spell had quietly completed. The gray mist surged like a tide towards the 6 pets, carrying a chilling aura. Whoosh! The 6 pets, which had been working in perfect harmony, instantly froze, their eyes turning blood red. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The 6 Lord pets actually began to turn on each other. The Shadow Leopard tore at the wound of the Cyclops with lightning speed, worsening its injuries. The Phantom Silver Wolf unleashed several silver light blades, viciously striking the Frost Giant Python, nearly severing it in half. In an instant, the scene spiraled out of control. All the pets seemed to lose their sanity, recklessly attacking their companions nearby. What the hell is going on? Such a twisted crowd control skill? It can actually make them turn on each other? As expected of Lin Yi, the shock he brings is truly relentless. The spectators' inner shock was evident. Gao Jipeng was completely thrown into chaos, desperately trying to control his pets with his mind, but it was still ineffective. The once docile pets suddenly became frenzied, resisting every command he gave. Why is this happening? What on earth is going on? Watching his beloved pets slaughter each other, Gao Jipeng felt as if his heart were being torn apart. Lin Yi sneered disdainfully, using his mind to make the holy dragon retreat temporarily. The wand in his hand burst forth with dazzling red light as fire elements gathered. Like a tide, dyeing the sky crimson. Purple flame meteor. In an instant, massive fire meteors formed and solidified. Boom boom boom. Unprecedented rain of terrifying fire fell from the sky, leaving everyone wide-eyed. 61325 -624512. -602,781. This strike directly caused over 600,000 points of damage. Not to mention, under the baptism of this fiery meteor, 6 Lord Pets were almost instantly blasted into the ground. The raging flames ravaged, mercilessly devouring their life force. Even those 2 golden Lord Pets turned to nothing in an instant. This scene left everyone present in shock. Previously, when the purple flame meteor was used to clear small monsters, people had not yet realized its terror. But now, the scene of it instantly killing Lord Pets showcased its destructive power to the fullest. That apocalyptic moment, reflected in the remnants of several Lord Pets, appeared particularly chilling. Gulp! On the trial tower square, waves of swallowing sounds rose and fell. At this moment, Lin Yi became the focus of everyone's admiration. On the other side, Gao Jipeng was actually crying uncontrollably. People were both amused and exasperated. The heir of one of Jiangqing's 4 great families was actually brought to tears by Lin Yi. This scene was simply too absurd. Woo woo, my shadow silver wolf, shadow leopard. At this moment, Gao Jipeng was weeping bitterly. It is no exaggeration to say that these pets meant everything to him. The Gao family had spared no expense to prepare 6 Lord Pets for him, worth as much as several pieces of platinum equipment. Ha ha ha. The crowd witnessed this scene, first stunned, then erupted into deafening laughter. One of Jiangqing's 4 great families, the Gao family, actually produced a giant baby. Utterly ridiculous. What the hell? What did I just see? Gao Jipeng was actually brought to tears by Lin Yi. This is too absurd. I'm dying of laughter. Definitely the funniest thing this year. Actually, thinking about it, it's not surprising. If anyone's carefully nurtured Lord Pets were all wiped out, the blow would indeed be significant. At this moment, the atmosphere in the trial tower square was exceptionally joyful. The continuous shocks had nearly numbed everyone, and this sudden interlude greatly alleviated the tense mood. Gao Anping's face was dark. He never expected his son to be of such temperament. He would cry when his childhood demands were not met, but he would never act so embarrassingly in public. Unfilial son. Unfilial son. A surge of hot blood rushed to Gao Anping's chest, almost spilling out. At this moment, Lu Jialiang and Chang Badian pretended to mimic Gao Anping's tone. My son Jipeng will definitely surprise you all. Old Gao, your son indeed surprised us, just not in the way we expected. Upon hearing this, Gao Anping felt a lump in his chest, nearly fainting. He glared fiercely at Lu Jialiang and Chang Badian, mounted his steed, and angrily left. He had no face to stay any longer. Seeing Gao Anping eager to leave, Chang Badian shouted urgently, there are still 4 pieces of platinum equipment. Don't think you can back out, bring them before the trial ends. Hearing this, Gao Anping's vision darkened, almost causing him to fall from midair. This bet was a total loss. 6 Lord Pets gone to waste, and he still had to pay 4 pieces of platinum equipment. It was enough to set the Gao family's strength back 10 years, directly placing them at the bottom of Jiangqing's 4 great families. Humph. Don't worry, they'll be sent over soon. After a heavy voice, Gao Anping disappeared into the horizon. At this moment, Lu Jialiang and Chang Badian were in high spirits. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yi gets 2 pieces, our daughters each get 1. The 2 laughed heartily, and the observing nobles were envious. Clearly, Lin Yi had a close relationship with Chang Muqing and Lu Wanxing, and he was likely to become a son-in-law of both families in the future. With the potential Lin Yi had shown, he would at least be a legendary strongman, possibly even a god-level powerhouse. By then, the Chang and Lu families would truly soar to great heights. On the 20th floor of the trial tower, facing the sobbing and broken Gao Jipeng, Lin Yi felt somewhat helpless. A grown man crying like this was truly inappropriate. But Lin Yi would not let Gao Jipeng off because of this. He must pay a painful price. Arc shock. The blue electricity on the abyssal wand surged, and the power of the long-unused spell increased dramatically. Zizizizi. The electric arc instantly crossed over, wrapping around Gao Jipeng and the other 2, while the power of lightning, under Lin Yi's precise control, gnawed at their health points. Gao Jipeng was terrified, quickly stopping his cries and using life-saving items and skills. However, all of it was in vain. The power of that electric arc far exceeded the bronze level, capable of inflicting over 100,000 points of damage. The precise damage control left the three of them in a life-threatening state, heavily injured. Occasionally, the electric arc flickered, and the health points they had just recovered evaporated in an instant. Gao Jipeng's eyes were filled with bitterness. If this continued, he would have no choice but to exit the trial tower, or else he would suffer irreparable injuries. Now, his heart was full of regret, wishing he could go back a few minutes and give himself a few hard slaps. What was he trying to show off for? Why make trouble for himself? He had intended to breeze through the 21st level, making Chang Muqing regret rejecting him. Instead, he was the one filled with regret. This was the consequence of his own actions. Watching Gao Jipeng and the others turn into light and disappear, Lin Yi felt an immense sense of relief. The admiration of the two women for Lin Yi reached its peak, and their fondness for him quietly rose. A man like Lin Yi, handsome, powerful, and with a good personality, was extremely rare in Jiangcheng and even in the whole of Huaxia. When they encountered him, they naturally wanted to hold on tightly. The two women exchanged glances, both reading each other's determination. Lin Yi is mine. Lin Yi seemed to sense something and quickly smiled. Let's continue. Without Gao Jipeng's obstruction, the boss monster of the 20th level posed no threat to Lin Yi. The holy dragon could make it kneel and beg for mercy, not to mention Lin Yi's presence. After casting a spell or two, they successfully cleared the level. This time, everyone was not too shocked. After all, the feat of instantly killing 6 boss pets was fresh in their minds, making the clearance of the 20th level seem less impressive. But soon, people's expectations were reignited, because the 21st level was currently the highest record in Jiangcheng. And now, the young Lord Han Feng was battling on the 21st level. The hidden Dragon Knight was indeed powerful, but challenging a level 21 golden boss monster one-on-one was still quite difficult. Generally speaking, the attributes of ordinary boss monsters are 30 times that of regular monsters. As for purple boss monsters, the attribute gap can reach 50 times. Golden boss monsters exceed the attributes of regular monsters by over 100 times. Therefore, it is indeed challenging for humans to challenge a golden boss monster of the same level. Those who can do it are all exceptional individuals. Han Feng seemed to be someone who was on the verge of touching the sky but just fell short. He could no longer remember how many times he had challenged the boss monster. The best he had done was to reduce its health by 50%. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Breaking through this 21st level was truly too difficult. Speaking of which, if that Gao Jipeng guy didn't tie himself up in knots, he has more hope than the young lord to break through this 21st level. Someone mentioned Gao Jipeng, which sparked a wave of resonance. This was true, the extraordinary beast master indeed had the upper hand. Otherwise, Gao Jipeng wouldn't have come this far with just his level 17 strength. Now, all hope rests on Lin Yi. With the strength Lin Yi had shown so far, the mere 21st level was just a piece of cake. If he could surpass Gao Jipeng, it would be enough to prove everything. But Han Feng won't come out to block the way again, will he? Everyone couldn't help but refocus their attention on Lin Yi. As expected, Lin Yi continued to accumulate experience methodically. With the increase in challenge difficulty, relying solely on the two women to draw fire was becoming a bit strenuous. So, Lin Yi decided to summon the Holy Dragon to fight alongside them. The 4 of them. And the dragon went all out, and the purple flame meteor continued to fall. The information in the log bar kept flooding the screen. Killed. Level 21 Bloodclaw Tiger gained 19 experience points. Killed level 21 Earth Brown Bear gained 23 experience points. Lin Yi's experience bar grew at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, a dense white light rose from him. Level increased to LV26. Lin Yi's mental attributes soared once again, and the power of all his skills increased comprehensively. Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing also leveled up, both reaching LV20. Everyone present watched in envy. For Lin Yi, leveling up seemed too easy. In a short time, he had already reached LV26, even helping Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing rise to LV20, making others wish they could take his place. A short-haired woman couldn't help but exclaim, "If only Lin Yi would be my boyfriend. I could help him find 100 girlfriends." The surrounding men were all envious. It was truly a case of comparison kills. They struggled to find even one girlfriend, while he could easily have countless admirers. Such thoughts were not uncommon. If Lin Yi wished, he only needed to call out. Who knows how many women in Jiangcheng would be willing to follow him? The discussions around them rose and fell. With every move Lin Yi made drawing attention. Even the most trivial actions could provoke waves of screams. When he flew towards the finish line with Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing, it attracted even more envious gazes. At this moment, Lin Yi finally set off towards the location of the gatekeeper boss. This scene tugged at everyone's heartstrings. There, the young city lord Han Feng was still fighting. Would these last two teams spark any excitement? As Lin Yi moved swiftly, he got closer to the finish line of the 21st level. It was a Special place, an ice field covered in solid ice, seemingly unmelting for ages. Walking on it, one could clearly see their own reflection. As soon as they stepped in, a thin layer of frost clung to Linny and the others, bringing a slight slowdown in stiffness. Beneath the solid ice lay the final gatekeeper. Boss. The ice worm. Linny had expected other competitors to block his way, but surprisingly, he faced no obstacles. As he and Chang Muching entered this ice field, they happened to run into Han Feng and his two teammates resting. Han Feng was gulping down a life potion, sensing someone approaching but not taking it to heart. His thoughts were simple: if one wanted to break through, they should rely on their own strength. Interfering with others was not what a true hero would do. If you can make it, then come and try. He closed his eyes to rest until Linny and the others got closer, then opened them. Looking at the two women and one man before him, a glimmer of surprise finally flashed in Han Feng's eyes. He secretly warned himself, Chang Muching, Lu Wanqing, who is this man? He was well aware of Chang Muching and Lu Wanqing's strength. Although they were secret professions, their levels were insufficient. It was impossible for just the two of them to reach this place. There was only one answer: the man before him was incredibly strong. When did such a person appear in Jiangchang? Could he be a genius secretly nurtured by some prominent family? With this thought, Han Feng took the initiative to be friendly. I am Han Feng, may I ask your esteemed name? As the young city lord of Jiangchang and a future leader, Han Feng's mindset far surpassed that of Gao Jipeng. Linny was slightly surprised that he didn't come looking for trouble. They had encountered Nangon Ling and Gao Jipeng, who were both looking for a fight. At this moment, a rational person appeared, which was quite unexpected. Nangon Ling was willing to block the door to maintain her top 3 position, while Gao Jipeng was simply a spoiled big child. After learning of Chang Muching's presence, he sought to provoke a conflict with Linny's team. Han Feng, however, was different. He had a broader perspective and looked down on using despicable means to interfere with others. Clearly, Han Boyan was much more visionary in teaching his son than Gao Anping. Linny, I've heard much about the young city lord. Then, the two exchanged compliments. In reality, Han Feng had never heard of Linny only knew a little about Han Feng from Changbadian. For a moment, the atmosphere felt a bit awkward. Han Boyan sighed with a wry smile, thankful that his son wasn't as clueless as Gao Jipeng. Finally, Han Feng broke the silence first. Brother Lin, why don't you try your hand as well? He had just completed a challenge and had not fully recovered yet. This was a perfect opportunity to observe Lin Yi's strength. Although Han Feng was humble, he had a strong sense of pride within. In his view, having changed jobs 6 months early, he was undoubtedly the best in Jiangchang. If he couldn't break through, then Lin Yi in front of him had no hope either. However, Han Feng kindly reminded him, the attack of the iceworm is quite peculiar. It can suddenly burrow up from beneath the ice. Brother Lin, you need to be cautious and dodge. Lin Yi nodded in thanks, having a good impression of Han Feng. Thank you for the guidance, Brother Han. I'll give it a try now. At this moment, even Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Once he broke through this layer, it would mean shattering the historical record of Jiangchang. Moreover, starting from the 21st layer, no one had ever defeated the Guardian Lord monster. According to the rules, successfully challenging each layer would grant the challenger a piece of suitable equipment. With the rapid increase in levels, the equipment Lin Yi wore was already somewhat outdated. Therefore, the need for an upgrade was imminent. Looking at the vast ice field before him, it seemed as if a colossal creature was hidden beneath the ice. Lin Yi took a deep breath and softly said to Cheng Muching and the other girl, let's go. The two women obediently followed him, and the three stepped into the challenge circle together. Han Feng and the others were taken aback, and Han Chang exclaimed, how can he be so reckless, charging in without any preparation? It's simply foolish. Han Li nodded in agreement, saying, that's right, even the young city lord wouldn't dare to enter rashly. How can an ordinary mage have the courage to challenge directly? I bet he will definitely be defeated in less than a minute. Han Feng slowly shook his head, not necessarily. Lin Yi gives me a different feeling. Perhaps he's stronger than Nangon Ling and Gao Jipeng. Even if it's his first challenge, he should at least be able to reduce the iceworm's health by 30%. Han Chang and the others were taken aback, not expecting the young city lord to hold Lin Yi in such high regard. It's worth noting that when Han Feng first challenged, he only managed to reduce the iceworm's health by 35%. After repeated attempts, the battle gradually improved. Even so, the maximum reduction was only 60% of its health, still far from defeating it. After all, the lower the Lord Monster's health, the more likely it was to enter a berserk state, which was the most difficult time to endure. Han Chang asserted. Impossible, at most 20%. Young city lord, you're exaggerating. Han Feng chuckled lightly. Let's wait and see what the result will be. Although they didn't understand Lin Yi's true strength, the audience already had a sense of it. There was no doubt Lin Yi would pass the 21st layer. The key was how much time it would take. In the trial tower square, everyone was discussing animatedly. I guess within a minute. With the typical data of a level 20 Golden Lord monster, its health is about 2 million and its magic resistance is extremely high. Even Linny can't solve it too quickly, right? Don't forget about the holy dragon. This ice worm is going to suffer. I guess 30 seconds. Various speculations poured in, and aside from a few dissenting voices, almost everyone firmly believed that Linny would definitely clear the challenge. At this moment, Linny and the two women had already stepped into the center of the ice field. Hiss! Cheng Muching couldn't help but gasp. The cold here was even more intense. Fortunately, a warm holy light enveloped them, making it feel somewhat comfortable. Be careful, Linny said as the light on his wand surged and the shield of the sky instantly took shape tightly, wrapping around him like an eggshell. He could feel the ice worm lurking beneath the ice, ready to break through at any moment. Then, Linny took one step at a time toward the center, intending to lure out the ice worm. Under Han Feng's astonished gaze, Linny seemed completely unguarded, exposing himself to the ice worm. How dare he do that? In the past, the three of them had always been on high alert, waiting for the ice worm to lose patience. To attract it like Linny did was risky. A slight misstep could lead to losing combat effectiveness. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock, and a look of astonishment gradually spread across his face. Beneath Linny's feet, a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed, like a giant hammer striking down the thick ice surface suddenly exploded, and a massive white figure, accompanied by a piercing roar, lunged straight at Linny. It was 20 meters long and so thick that it would take 4 people to embrace it, resembling a white train. Dense, short tentacles stretched and contracted beneath its body. Dozens of compound eyes flickered with a cruel light, and its bulging segmented body was unsettling. Upon witnessing this scene, Cheng Muching and Lu Wanqing nearly screamed. Just as Han Feng thought Linny was in imminent danger, a vast array of light suddenly erupted beneath his feet. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar shook the heavens, charging at the ice worm. The holy dragon flicked its tail and sent it soaring high into the air. At this moment, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he examined the ice worm's attributes. Ice worm level, LV21 Lord Monster, Gold, Health 2 138, 247 Skills, Ice Breath, Worm Sonic Wave, Freeze Resistance. This ice worm might be a headache for others, but for me, the hardest part is actually making it show itself. If it hides beneath the ice, it could be quite tricky. Lin Yi's hands did not stop. Rich wind elements gathered on the abyssal staff. Waves of emerald green wind intertwined with each other. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying wind blade, broad enough to be 10 meters long, materialized. Even more astonishing was that the wind blade spun at high speed, sending chills down the spine just by witnessing it. Whoosh! Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, the emerald whirlwind slashed and spun rapidly, seemingly splitting the void in two. In an instant, it hurled towards the ice worm, which was engaged in a fierce battle with the holy dragon. Put! The sound of flesh tearing echoed across the ice field, and the ice worm was nearly bisected. An exaggerated gash opened on its body, and white liquid shot out like raindrops. Hiss! Instantly, the ice worm's shriek grew even more mournful. Minus 915,312. The astonishing damage number flickered, almost cutting the ice worm's health in half. Fortunately, the worm had decent magic resistance and could withstand a fatal blow, otherwise, the damage would have been far more than 900,000. Lin Yi pouted, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. However, Han Feng and the others outside the circle were completely stunned. Han Feng's sword slowly drooped, inadvertently poking Han Chang's foot, yet he remained oblivious. It wasn't until Han Chang let out a scream that the three of them snapped back to reality. When did the ice worm become so weak? The extent of that gash was enough to witness that Lin Yi's strike had reduced the ice worm's health by at least 45%. Was this guy even human? Cough cough. Han Feng cleared his throat twice and asked leisurely, Han Chang, what did you just say? That Lin Yi could only take away 20% of the worm's health at most? Han Chang forced a smile. Didn't you say Lin Yi could only take away 30% at most? Did I say that? Han Feng looked bewildered, as if he had amnesia. Han Li quickly interjected, I remember the young lord didn't say that. It was you, Han Chang, who said it. Upon hearing this, Han Chang's eyes nearly popped out. You, slippery old fox, trying to please, actually turned black and white upside down. Han Chan understood that this was just the young lord's way of expressing astonishment. They had fought hard for half a day, only managing to whittle down the ice worm's health a little. Yet, someone else had taken away nearly half with a single strike. The gap was simply as vast as a chasm. Han Feng's expression was complex. He had thought he was firmly seated as the top in Zhongqing this time. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi had emerged out of nowhere, crushing his pride. Reflecting on his previous judgment, believing Lin Yi couldn't clear the level, now seemed utterly ridiculous. Lin Yi's stunning performance once again shattered the defenses of Zhongqing's geniuses. If I'm not mistaken, is Lin Yi about to clear the 21st level? Not just the 21st level, it's probably even higher. At this moment, Han Feng's heart was filled with both envy and admiration. He had changed jobs 6 months in advance, yet he was still no match. What else could he say? He was simply outclassed. The crowd outside was equally shocked, but having gone through the earlier ordeal, their mindset was somewhat steadier watching From the sidelines, Nan Gongling saw Han Feng in a daze, and his mood couldn't help but improve significantly, even accepting the fact of his defeat. After all, happiness is all about comparison. Look at Han Feng's demeanor, it's only natural for me to feel this way. Aside from that freak Lin, I'm still the genius of Jiang City. With this thought, Nan Gongling's gaze became even more determined and bright. The audience, watching the still ongoing battle, stood up in excitement. It was clear to everyone that Lin was really about to break Jiang City's record. Even those big shots couldn't hide their rapid breaths. How many years had it been? Finally, someone was about to break Jiang City's record. At this moment, Lin became the light in everyone's eyes. In this moment of public attention, the Holy Dragon unleashed a storm of attacks, preventing the worm from burrowing into the ice layer. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's spellcasting was effortless. Hell's Mark. Whirlwind Slash. In the next instant, the wind blades howled and spun, slicing through the air. Empowered by Hell's Mark, the wind blades extended to 20 meters, almost the same length as the worm's body. This time, the spinning wind blades struck down vertically instead of horizontally. The 20-meter-long wind blade was unmatched in sharpness, its edge carving a 100-meter mark on the ice surface before striking the icy worm directly. Sizzle! Like fabric tearing, the worm was sliced in half along its spine under the wind blade's assault. Minus 1,813,517. 1,813,000 damage instantly cleared the worm's health. The gushing white liquid misted, covering the entire ice field with a layer of frost flowers. In less than 10 seconds, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin furiously slashed the icy worm. The challenge on the 21st floor of the trial tower was a success, breaking a record that had stood for decades in Jiang City. This is incredible. At this moment, the entire city erupted in unparalleled cheers. At this time, whether in the audience at the trial tower square or the citizens of Jiang City watching the live broadcast, their faces were all filled with excitement. The historical record of the trial tower had finally been broken. The trial tower in every city is not only a symbol of the city's identity but also a mark of strength. The higher the record in the trial tower, the more exceptional the city's geniuses, heralding the city's future power. They could become the guardians of the city. For a long time, Jiang City's trial tower record had stagnated at the 21st floor. For decades it had remained unchanged, almost at the bottom among surrounding cities. After Han Boyan took office, he had been dedicated to changing this situation. He spared no expense, even arranging for his son Han Feng to change jobs early, hoping to restore Jiang City's prestige. Now, the hope that Han Feng could not fulfill was achieved by Lin in one go. Good. Very good. Well done. Han Boyan didn't mind at all, his eyes brimming with joy, unable to contain his laughter. No matter who breaks the record, Jiang City shines even brighter because of it. In this era of rampant monsters, having strong guardians is undoubtedly the most reassuring presence. And Lin, this extraordinary talent, is the future powerhouse. Lin God. Lin God. Shadow Demon Lord. Shadow Demon Lord. At this moment, cheers celebrating Lin Yi's record-breaking achievement echoed throughout the city. No matter where one was, they could feel that enthusiasm. Some were so excited they were in tears, while others embraced and laughed, unable to contain themselves. I knew it. I knew Lin God could do it. He really did it. He really did it. I never expected to witness the breaking of Jiang City's trial tower record in my lifetime. This kid is something else. Truly remarkable. From today on, Lin God is my only idol. Yes, whoever dares to slander Lin God is going against me. The crowd freely expressed their emotions. For Jiang City, this was a historic moment. Witnessing her son achieve such a high honor, Yang Mei's eyes were filled with tears. Xiaoyi, you are amazing. Cheng Batian and Lu Jialiang smiled at each other. Zhang Fu trembled with excitement, and Wang Dong's face turned bright red. Meanwhile, on the 21st floor of the trial tower, Han Feng watched the icy worm fall at Lin Yi's feet, his mind blank. He really won. Although Lin Yi demonstrated the first whirlwind blade, Han Feng knew that he was likely to pass the 21st level. However, seeing it with his own eyes still left him utterly shocked. For the first time, Han Feng felt admiration, even a hint of worship for a peer. He had fought against the ice worm and knew how terrifying it was. Yet, such a formidable enemy was powerless in front of Lin Yi, and the gap between the two was self-evident. Moments later, a flicker of relief crossed Han Feng's eyes. As long as he made it, the invisible burden was lifted. His father had sacrificed so much for Jiang City's record. Han Feng had also tried his best to break it, and that pressure was sometimes almost suffocating. Now, Lin Yi had succeeded, and Han Feng felt an unprecedented sense of ease. He even thought that perhaps he also had a chance to challenge the 21st level. Beside him, Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing were equally elated. Looking at the invincible figure of the young man, their eyes were filled with awe. At that moment, Lin Yi occupied all of their hearts. As for Lin Yi, he did not feel overly excited, but he was not without feelings either. After all, he had broken Jiang City's historical record. However, compared to his goal of conquering the entire trial tower, it seemed he had not yet reached the point of ecstasy. Lin Yi smiled slightly. This is just the beginning. Suddenly, a piece of equipment wrapped in golden light hovered in midair. This was the reward from the trial tower for first time conquerors. Linny eagerly took it down. It was a pair of boots with black and gold cloud patterns carved on the surface. Boots of the victor, grade, gold attribute, agility plus 600, movement speed plus 20, casting interruption chance reduced by 75% with the skill Earth Escape. Upon seeing the boots of the victor, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. A full 600 agility bonus was equivalent to leveling up once. The increase in movement speed was also significant, not to mention the feature that reduced the chance of casting interruption by 75%. Moreover, the accompanying Earth Escape skill further enhanced Lin Yi's survivability. Without hesitation, he swapped out the Phantom Swift boots. Although the Phantom Reconnaissance was also a good skill, it paled in comparison to the boots of the victor. With such powerful equipment at the 21st level, I am looking forward to what comes next. A desire to climb surged within Linny as he continued to the next level, to obtain more equipment. With that thought, Linny couldn't wait any longer and turned to Han Foam outside the light circle, smiling. "Brother Han, I'll go ahead." Han Foam had recovered from his shock, full of fighting spirit. "Brother Lin, I'll catch up soon." Linny smiled lightly, taking Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing with him as they stepped into the next level of the trial tower. Witnessing this scene, the citizens of Jiang City, immersed in the jubilant atmosphere, gradually came back to their senses. What is the limit of Linshan? This was the question in everyone's hearts. The 26th level, or even further, perhaps clearing it? Thinking of this almost miraculous possibility, everyone felt a dreamy expectation rising within them, only to shake their heads wildly. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. They wouldn't even dare to dream of such extravagant hopes. Yet deep down, there was always a glimmer of anticipation. Let us witness together and discover the limits of Linshan. Under the gaze of the crowd, Linny led the two beauties into the 22nd level. It was still the old routine of leveling up, even though Linny longed to clear it and obtain equipment as soon as possible. But he knew well that the equipment was right there, it couldn't run away. This time, the people of Jiang City had become more patient, because they understood that the more Linny accumulated at this moment, the more his strength would increase, allowing him to climb higher floors. Everyone was looking forward to that final explosive moment. Pulling monsters, purple flame firefall. Pulling monsters again, purple flame firefall. It continued in a cycle. The monotonous path of leveling up was given a unique flair by Lin Yi. The entire process was smooth and natural, without a hint of redundancy. After 21 levels of seamless cooperation, the three had already developed a deep understanding, working together effortlessly. Each rise in the experience bar made Lin Yi's lips curl up. Every bit of accumulation now was a foundation for surpassing limits in the future, and he enjoyed this process of accumulation. The Guardian Lord Monster of the 22nd level, the flame-scaled beast, fell at Lin Yi's feet as expected, amidst the tense anticipation of the crowd. After all, the flame-scaled beast was stronger than the iceworm, but its enhancement was not overly exaggerated. Given Lin Yi's displayed strength, this battle was without suspense. He did it! He did it! Linshan is still moving forward. The crowd trembled with excitement. Each breakthrough at every level was enough to make them cheer and roar, shaking the heavens and the earth. Lin Yi felt joy as well. After clearing the 22nd level, he obtained a piece of golden equipment that he cherished dearly. Wrist of the Victor grade, gold attributes, health plus 12,000. Mana plus 12,000 with the skill Victory Guard, automatically triggers, absorbs 1 instance of damage. Clearly, the attributes of this Wrist of the Victor were far superior to those of the Crocodile Tooth Bracers. The bonuses to health and mana were a full 10 times higher. Moreover, the accompanying skill, Victory Guard, had a higher priority than the Thunder Shield. Most importantly, Lin Yi realized that every piece of equipment rewarded for clearing a level was part of the Victor set. A set means power. A single piece of equipment might not show its brilliance yet, but once a full set is gathered, the attributes would receive a tremendous boost, along with extremely powerful skills that a single piece could hardly match. To some extent, a golden set was even more precious than platinum equipment. To collect the full set, I must clear the levels. Lin Yi's eyes were filled with determination. Now he had even more reasons to push forward. After equipping the Wrist of the Victor, Lin Yi's strength rose once again. With the crowd's anticipation, Lin Yi advanced at a steady pace, defeating monsters, clearing levels, then defeating monsters again, clearing levels. Each time he cleared a level, the entire Jiang City erupted in earth-shattering cheers. At this moment, although the spectators had been watching for over several hours, their enthusiasm remained high. From sunrise to moonrise, the bright moonlight bathed the trial tower. The 23rd level, the 24th level, the 25th level. Lin Yi charged through like a hot knife through butter, and his experience points were once again maxed out. Brush! Suddenly, a dense white light burst forth from Lin Yi. Everyone erupted in celebratory shouts, increasingly impressed by Lin Yi's wise decisions. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to reach such heights. Level increased to LV27. A smile crept onto Lin Yi's lips. At this moment, his skill damage would rise another tier. Not only that, but clearing 3 levels in a row also earned Lin Yi 3 pieces of the Victor set. Victor Gloves, Victor Hat, Victor Belt. It was estimated that soon he would be able to activate some of the set's attributes. Victor Gloves grade, gold attributes, defense plus 600, magic resistance plus 600, casting speed plus 50%. Victor Hat grade, gold attributes, magic resistance plus 600, ignores defense plus 600. With the skill Trick Hat, no cost, replicates the current skill once, damages 50% of the original skill. Victor Belt grade, gold attributes, health plus 12,000, mana plus 12,000. With the skill Victory Guard, automatically triggers, absorbs 1 instance of damage, can stack with the bracer effect. Looking at the powerful attributes of these 3 new pieces of equipment, Lin Yi's eyes brimmed with joy. The base attributes were needless to say, being both gold and high-level equipment, they were almost 10 times the enhancement of his original low-level silver equipment. The accompanying skill Trick Hat would allow Lin Yi's burst damage to increase by another 50% in the short term, and after stacking Victory Guard, his defense would be even stronger. Most importantly, Lin Yi sensed that he only needed one more piece. The Victory set would unlock the first stage of the set effect, which filled him with anticipation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yi, along with Chang Muqing and the others, entered the 26th level. Before long, they arrived in front of the Guardian Lord Monster. Seeing this situation, the crowd couldn't help but feel tense, because there was one more Lord Monster at this level. Unexpectedly, there were actually 2 level 26 Golden Lord Monsters: Flame Sawtooth Tiger, male/female, level, LV26 Lord Monster, gold, health, 7 135 631 skills, Flame Assault, Cutting Erosion, Flame Protection Circle, Scorching Claws. The Flame Sawtooth Tigers, 1 male and 1 female, possess a combined strength that cannot simply be described by the sum of their numbers. Each one alone has a health value exceeding 7 million. Challenging even one of them is already quite tricky, let alone facing both. The citizens of Jiang City, witnessing the Sawtooth Tigers stepping on crimson flames, felt their hearts tighten. Can Lin Yi handle 2 Sawtooth Tigers? Contrary to the crowd's worries, Lin Yi showed no fear. In fact, he felt a surge of excitement. It is no exaggeration to say that he had conquered every Lord Monster before this with absolute strength. Now, he finally had the chance to go all out. 2 LV26 Golden Lord Monsters, quite interesting. Lin Yi smiled, calmly and softly instructed Chang Muqing beside him, "You two stay back for now." With that, he stepped forward alone. The 2 giant beasts roared at Lin Yi, one on the left and one on the right, preparing to encircle him. Roar! The deep roar of the Sawtooth Tiger revealed its menacing fangs. In the next moment, a fierce sound wave surged toward him. If an ordinary person were affected by this, they would surely become easy prey, at the very least needing to use a life-saving skill. But Lin Yi was no ordinary person. His response options were rich and varied. Just as he felt a hint of dizziness, the spell was instantly completed. Immunity Dispel. A white glow enveloped Lin Yi, instantly awakening him from his dizziness. A smile crept onto Lin Yi's lips as the effect of the Immunity Dispel skill took immediate effect. Wings of the Nether. With wide black wings unfurled, Lin Yi soared into the air, evading the combined attack of the 2 tigers. The attack density of these 2 Sawtooth Tigers was several times stronger than that of his previous opponents. The 26th floor truly lived up to its reputation as a watershed, with the difficulty increasing several-fold. But Lin Yi showed no fear. The flame impact surged forth, and the shield of the sky was unbreakable. The silver-white barrier steadfastly protected him, keeping the flames at bay. The subsequent attacks were enough to suffocate an ordinary person, yet Lin Yi navigated them with ease. Finally, Lin Yi found an opening to create some distance. "Time for me to counterattack, little tigers." A cold smile appeared on Lin Yi's face as the massive body of the Holy Dragon, a pale gold, materialized instantly. After devouring the monsters on the 6th floor, its level had risen to 23. With a 20% attribute boost from Beast Mastery, its strength was comparable to that of a 24th level Golden Lord Monster. Although it was not as strong as the Flame Sawtooth Tiger, it was more than enough to buy time. That was all he needed. Lin Yi's casting speed was incredibly fast. A wave of grey mist surged from his wand, invigorating the onlookers. This skill had previously manifested when dealing with Gao Jipeng, capable of causing enemies to turn on each other, especially Gao Jipeng, who trembled involuntarily as painful memories resurfaced. "Fog Array!" Lin Yi shouted angrily, and the grey mist instantly enveloped the 2 tigers. Their already crimson pupils turned blood red, sending chills down spines. However, this time their ferocious target was not Lin Yi, but each other. Roar! Once close combat partners, they now tore at each other with madness, more brutally than sworn enemies. Large chunks of flesh were ripped away, and bright red blood splattered onto the scorching ground, evaporating in an instant. The high temperatures of Flame Mountain were equally terrifying, harsher than the icy plains where the iceworms resided. As one ascended the trial tower, it was not only about battling various Lord Monsters but also adapting to vastly different environments. Watching the Sawtooth Tigers descend into chaos, Lin Yi still wore a cold smile, crimson light gathering on his wand. Purple Flame Meteor. Boom! A fire meteor several meters in diameter, carrying devastating power, crashed down on the battling Sawtooth Tigers. minus 715,256, minus 709,215, over 700,000. In damage burst forth from the heads of the sawtooth tigers, instantly reducing their health by 1/10. Coupled with the mutual harm between them, the damage was even more severe. Such exaggerated damage, if caused by someone else, would surely be met with great satisfaction, but Linny gently shook his head. The real trump card was the silver skill he had previously fused. Earth Prison. Although it was gradually depleting, the life of the sawtooth tiger was still a method. But Linny was unwilling to waste any more time. At this moment, the sawtooth tiger was still in a state of confusion, its health visibly declining. Linny no longer hesitated, as the abyssal staff gathered rich earth elements, forming a pale golden curtain. Seeing this shocking omen, everyone was filled with excitement. The knowledgeable ones felt the terror of the skill and gasped. Hiss! The speed of element gathering far exceeds that of bronze skills. This is definitely a silver skill, and a high-level one at that. Linny actually mastered a silver skill in advance. Ha, there's hope now. Witnessing this scene, joy radiated from everyone's eyes. Ha ha. Han Boyan's anxious heart instantly relaxed, excitedly saying, this kid Linny truly has limitless potential. Even when Han Feng surpassed his limits and broke through the 21st level, he had not been this happy. Just as Ling Yi's offensive surged like a bamboo shoot after a rain, a heavy sense of oppression dissipated from Han Feng's heart. After 2 hours of fierce battle, he had finally defeated the iceworm. Once again, a genius had broken the historical record. Although he could not compare with Lin Yi, this achievement was equally exhilarating. Seed contestant. As soon as Han Boyan's words fell, the powerful figures present were all shocked. The flicker in their eyes was not just surprise, but more so, astonishment. Everyone was immersed in the joy of Lin Yi's continuous breakthroughs, almost overlooking this matter. Han Boyan's words awakened the dreamers, and everyone's thoughts quickly converged. The omen of the fusion of the two realms has begun to appear, and our Huaxia kingdom has responded swiftly. We have decided to hold a national trial aimed at selecting extraordinary talents. Han Boyan continued, the trial in Jiang City is just the prologue, followed by the main city professional competition, and finally the national trial competition. As long as Linny can pass the 26th level, he can directly become a seed contestant. He will be exempt from competing with the main city professionals and directly advance to the national finals. Upon hearing this, the crowd could hardly contain their excitement. The Huaxia Kingdom has 5 main cities: Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu, and Qilin. Each main city governs nearly 1/5 of the territory. Jiang City, a small city under the Baihu main city, is about to give birth to an extraordinary talent capable of participating in the national trials. This was simply a fantasy in the past. Although Wang Jinyan, Han Feng, and others had the opportunity to continue fighting in the main city professional competition, whether they could ultimately stand out remained unknown. Lin Yi, you must succeed. At this moment, the tension among the big shots quickly spread. Time seemed to freeze, while Lin Yi's earth prison skill was completed in an instant. Boom! Within a 200-meter diameter area, dense earth elements condensed into sharp and dense earth spikes. In an instant, they wove into a terrifying cage, firmly enveloping the area. Not only that, but enormous yellowish hands also emerged from the ground, each several dozen meters wide. In comparison, the sawtooth tiger seemed as small as a toy. Gripped tightly by these giant hands, it had nowhere to escape. The earth prison lasted for 9 seconds, unless it could break free from these giant hands. Puff, puff. The sharp earth spikes pierced through from all directions. They deeply stabbed into the bodies of the 2 blazing sawtooth tigers, leaving shocking wounds. And this was just the first wave of the 3 earth strikes. 1402153. 1419127, 1395794. Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing, witnessing this string of numbers, both widened their eyes in disbelief. Whenever people thought Lin Yi had reached his limit, he always managed to bring unimaginable surprises. The 2 of them were already speechless, only staring blankly at his tall and heroic figure. As for Lin Yi himself, he was secretly amazed. The power of the earth prison, which he had cast for the first time, far exceeded expectations. He had worried that the 9 seconds of confinement would not be enough to ensure the stability of the cage, but it seemed he had overthought it. Unless the opponent is exceptionally powerful, they will be forced to endure all the damage from 3 earth strikes. However, this also means that Lin Yi cannot attack directly for 9 seconds. After enduring a series of attacks, the health of the 2 sawtooth tigers is nearly depleted. As the earth cage dissipates, Lin Yi prepares his purple flame meteor, which roars forth once again. Boom! 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 The fiery meteor reduces the recently freed sawtooth tiger's health to 0 in an instant, turning it to ashes. A slight smile appears at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. Everything feels so effortless. The crowd transitions from initial silence to witnessing Lin Yi crush the 2 golden lord monsters, elevating their admiration for him to unprecedented heights. Lin God is just too fierce. My goodness, I can hardly believe my eyes. Who would have thought that our Jiang city would produce a true dragon like Lingard? Everyone, do you think Lingard can create a miracle and conquer the entire trial tower? As soon as this was said, the venue fell silent. Could this be possible? I believe in Lingard. To me, he is synonymous with miracles. The crowd erupted, silently hoping that Linny could create a miracle. Meanwhile, as Linny passed the 26th level, in the Trial Tower Management Center of the White Tiger main city, in a hall with a dome resembling a starry sky, various small trial towers were arranged in the center. Some were nearly a meter tall, while others were only half a meter, totaling in the thousands. Surrounding the trial towers, over 100 powerful trial officials were diligently performing their duties. All of them were platinum-level experts, closely monitoring the dynamics of each trial tower. This was an annual grand event, with various factions sending representatives to supervise. Once an outstanding genius was discovered, they would immediately send someone to recruit them. This year, amidst the dramatic changes in the world, the Elder Council of Huaxia had issued strict orders. They were determined to dig up talent at all costs, making this year's trials receive unprecedented attention. Occasionally, a trial tower would emit dazzling light, drawing everyone's attention. This indicated that a trialist within a certain tower had reached a certain level, at least the 26th level, because this was the threshold for igniting the light of the trial tower. Once this phenomenon occurred, someone would immediately go out to report and send personnel to that city to grant seed player qualifications, even bringing them under their wing. However, most of the towers that triggered the light were tall ones, with few short towers. Until among the cluster of trial towers, an inconspicuous small tower also emitted brilliant light, attracting the attention of many trial officials. How is this possible? This is Jiang City's trial tower? At this moment, many trial officials murmured in astonishment. Jiang City? Isn't that the small city near the soul-ending mountain range? If I remember correctly, it seems to have stagnated at the 21st level for several years. I never expected that someone would actually break through to the 26th level. Could it be that the trial tower malfunctioned? They quickly shook their heads in denial. Impossible, the trial tower is the cornerstone of our Huaxia. It was forged by several demigod-level experts, modeled after the Tower of Heaven, and its stability is beyond doubt. It seems Jiang City has produced a rising star. A hint of admiration appeared in the eyes of the trial officials, but they were not overly shocked. After all, such achievements were not particularly remarkable under the White Tiger City. He is fully qualified to become a seed player for our White Tiger City. Everyone felt secretly pleased. The more outstanding talents that emerged within White Tiger City, the greater the chances of achieving good results. The subsequent resource allocation would also be more abundant. In this fiercely competitive era, precious resources were extremely scarce. Should we send a few people to investigate? The foundation of a genius from a small place may not be as solid as that of a big city, but they often have boundless potential, and with careful cultivation, they will surely become great in the future. Everyone nodded in agreement. This statement was not without reason. Achieving the same accomplishments under resource scarcity demonstrated their extraordinary talent. Just as they were discussing whom to send, an energetic old man with flowing silver hair stepped in. He was dressed in a simple battle uniform, a massive sword hanging on his back, and he spoke loudly. Jiang City, right? I'll go there myself. The crowd quickly stood up to pay their respects. Greetings, Director Wu. They were puzzled as to why this elder suddenly took an interest in Jiang City. It should be known that this person's identity was not simple. He was Wu Weilong, the vice president of the Baihu Academy, one of the top 5 elite academies in Huaxia and an epic-level peak powerhouse. Wu Weilong waved his hand, looking at the shimmering Jiang City emblem, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Beside him, another elder in black joked, "Old Wu, aren't you just bored? Why go to such a remote place?" The trial officials present were taken aback. Someone who dared to speak like that must be a big shot of the same level. Someone quietly raised their eyes, their heart racing, and couldn't help but gasp. Elder Xiebin of the Mage Association. The Mage Association was the pinnacle force in Huaxia, spanning 5 core regions, and the Xiebin before them was a figure at the top of its power pyramid. His strength was probably even above Wu Weilong's. Wu Weilong didn't mind Xiebin's address, chuckling, "Just so happens I have a disciple in Jiang City, and since I have nothing to do, I might as well take the opportunity to have a look. Want to join?" Xiebin casually nodded. "Let's go, it'll only take an hour or two." With that, the staff in Xiebin's hand emitted a faint golden glow, and a 2-meter-high teleportation portal appeared out of thin air. "Let's go. You mages have it easy. You don't even need to step outside for the teleportation array." Wu Weilong exclaimed in wonder as he stepped into the portal with Xiebin, leaving behind a stunned crowd. This is a fixed-point teleportation technique. No wonder it's the Mage Association. Their foundation is deep. After a moment of astonishment, everyone returned to their posts. Since Wu Weilong and Xiebin were personally involved, there was naturally no need to arrange for others. Jiang City, the 26th floor of the trial tower. Linny had just defeated 2 flame sawtooth tigers and was unaware that the higher-ups of Baihu City had already taken a liking to him. At this moment, he was examining the victor's set before him. Victor's cloak. Grade, gold attributes, spirit plus 1200, stamina plus 1200. With the attached skill victory contract can establish a temporary contract with creatures, mutually non-harming. A joyful smile spread across Lin Yi's face. It was indeed high-level gold equipment. The victory contract skill is also quite good. It might come in handy at a critical moment. After putting on the victor's cloak, the attributes of the victor's set finally activated the first item. Attribute 1, 6/9 Mage's Spirit attribute increased by 10%. Seeing this set attribute, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled. For him, the most important attribute was none other than Spirit. The max level skill granted him an exaggerated skill bonus, and every bit of Spirit attribute increase was crucial. With the victor's cloak on, Lin Yi's Spirit attribute reached 12,000. Adding the 10%, it became 13,200. This was an attribute that only silver professionals could achieve, filling Lin Yi's heart with sweetness. With this, his speed in clearing levels would soar. He had to admit that every time Lin Yi cleared a level in the innovation zone, it formed a positive cycle. The stronger his strength, the higher the levels he cleared, and the more abundant the rewards he received. Thus, his strength grew even stronger, reaching higher levels. Charge. Only 3 pieces of equipment left to complete the set. Lin Yi was full of energy as he led Chang Muqing and the others into the light gate leading to the next level. Watching Lin Yi step into the next layer, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. At this moment, only 4 layers remained until the final challenge. That once unreachable dream was slowly becoming within reach. The powerful figures within Jiang City were no exception, all clenching their fists. Even though they had experienced countless storms, they still felt a suffocating tension. If the previous record were to be broken, it would be enough to make them rejoice. But clearing the 30 layers of the trial tower was a myth they didn't even dare to imagine. Just as everyone was focused on the competition, a faint golden light suddenly illuminated the void beside them. A portal suddenly appeared, accompanied by faint magical fluctuations. Then, 2 imposing figures stepped through the door. They moved as if walking on solid ground, standing effortlessly in the void. The eyes of many big shots in Jiangcheng were drawn to this magical disturbance. They turned in unison, their expressions filled with disbelief. A teleportation portal. This was a high-level spell that even ordinary epic-level mages could not master. Those who could use it were either the elite among epics or even more powerful legendary figures. Teacher, what brings you here? Han Boyan, riding a griffin, respectfully landed in front of Wu Weilong, his attitude exceedingly deferential. He had studied at the White Tiger Academy, and, by chance, became a disciple of Wu Weilong. One could say that his achievements today were largely due to Wu Weilong's guidance and support. Seeing his disciple, Wu Weilong was also pleased and patted Han Boyan on the shoulder. Xiao Han, well done. When I suggested you go to which city to be the city lord, you insisted on returning to Jiangcheng, claiming you wanted to break the record of the Jiangcheng trial tower. I didn't expect you to actually do it, and far exceed expectations. Receiving his teacher's praise, Han Boyan's eyes brimmed with excitement and his chest puffed out with pride. Then, he scratched his head awkwardly and said, actually, Lin Yi's appearance was purely accidental, I just happened to benefit from it. Oh, Lin Yi is the young man currently challenging the tower. Han Boyan knew that his master must have learned that someone in Jiangcheng had passed the 26th level, so, he quickly introduced Lin Yi's current situation to the two. The big shots around Jiangcheng, upon realizing this was the city lord's master, were all extremely respectful. In this world, the hierarchy was exceptionally strict. Although legendary was only 1 level above epic, the difference was like heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, both Wu Weilong and Xiabin showed interest. A wild genius? This sounded intriguing. Their gaze turned to the screen, where Lin Yi was cleverly luring monsters on the 27th level. Wu Weilong smiled. A clever child knows how to seize every opportunity to improve himself. But this trick has been tried before, the growth is limited. Before he could finish, Wu Weilong's expression suddenly changed. On the screen, a fiery meteor instantly obliterated the monsters. Surprise flashed in his eyes as he turned to his old friend Xiabin, who also looked puzzled. Is this the purple flame meteor? Xiabin naturally recognized this technique, but the key was that the power of this purple flame meteor seemed excessively abnormal. An ordinary golden mage shouldn't be capable of this, right? The two unconsciously glanced at the leaderboard beside them. Lin Yi, mage, LV27. He's just an ordinary mage? The two were completely stunned. They had initially thought Jiangcheng had merely produced a talented individual, but they hadn't taken it seriously. After all, they had once challenged these levels themselves, even further. However, at this moment, witnessing this extraordinary purple flame meteor, their interest was thoroughly piqued. This genius from Jiangcheng seems a bit unexpected? Wu Weilong waved his hand to interrupt Han Boyan's explanation. He wanted to observe personally. On the screen, wave after wave of monsters fell beneath the purple flame meteor. Wu Weilong and Xiabin, seeing this for the first time, were astonished and turned to Han Boyan to ask, has Lin Yi always been like this? Han Boyan quickly replied, yes, Lin Yi should have started from the first level. He stayed half an hour on each level before advancing, estimating he has at least leveled up 6 times. Upon hearing this, Wu Weilong and Xiaobin gasped in shock. 6 levels? Such efficiency, with a little calculation, revealed the staggering number of monsters that had perished under Lin Yi's hands. This also indirectly proved Lin Yi's strength. Their interest in Lin Yi reached an unprecedented height. Soon after, Lin Yi stood once again before the Guardian Lord monster of the 27th level. Still 2 of them. All the residents of Jiangcheng held their breath in anticipation, feeling a bit nervous. But recalling the terror of that cage, confidence surged instantly. Wu Weilong and Xiaobin were filled with curiosity, wondering how this young man would break through the challenges. The battle quickly unfolded, and Lin Yi, dressed in the victor's outfit, displayed an even greater level of power. The damage from the Earth Prison was approaching an astonishing 1,800,000. With 3 consecutive waves, the total damage exceeded 5 million. What terrifying destructive power! The 27th level Golden Lord monster had a health pool of only around 8 million. Fog array. In the next moment, the 2 Lord monsters began to fight each other. Purple Flame Meteor. As the first round of meteors fell, the health of the Lord monsters visibly decreased. Earth Prison. Waves of spikes caused exaggerated damage, leaving huge wounds on both Lord monsters. Purple Flame Meteor. The final round of meteors finished off the 2 Lord monsters, who fell in response. Level 27, cleared. Everyone in Jiangcheng was unable to contain their excitement. Wu Weilong and Xiaobin exchanged glances, both utterly shocked. What kind of monster is this kid? Hiss. Wu Weilong and Xiaobin exchanged a look, unable to help but gasp in awe. They had seen many geniuses, but none like Lin Yi, who stood out so distinctly. They had witnessed the battle scene just now in its entirety. The casting speed that surpassed normal, the explosive damage output, the nearly seamless skill rotation, and the prolonged control effects, all of it showcased Lin Yi's extraordinary talent. Wu Weilong couldn't help but speak up. Old Xia, you should be able to handle copper and silver level spells with ease now, right? Xiaobin's shock was clearly deeper than Wu Weilong's, even causing him to blurt out a curse. Handle with ease? More like it's close to instant release, just like this guy. In comparison, the sense of shock grew even stronger. The 27th level, which was thought to be incredibly difficult, was easily surpassed by him? Most astonishingly, this guy not only mastered silver skills ahead of time but also had an extremely high proficiency in them. This point left Xiaobin the most stunned. While some could use treasures to master advanced skills early, most could not wield them freely. Not to mention, achieving mastery like Lin Yi. With the insight of 2 epic level powerhouses, they could naturally see the power of the Earth Prison. What a treasure we've found! Xiaobin's eyes instantly sparkled with uncontrollable delight. If we could bring this kid into the Mage Association for careful cultivation, he could at least reach our level in the future, or even step into the legendary tier. He never expected that just accompanying an old friend for a stroll would lead to encountering such a monstrous genius. Xiaobin looked at Lin Yi continuing to break through the challenges, unable to help but laugh heartily. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, curious about how far Lin Yi could go. The higher the levels he cleared, the greater his potential proved. Wu Weilong's expression turned serious as he said, "What are you laughing about? This is the genius of our White Tiger City. He should join the White Tiger Academy. The professional academy is where newly awakened individuals should go." Xiaobin scoffed, "You old ghost, don't have any crooked ideas." Nonsense. The professional academy only produces showpieces. Which powerhouse didn't grow through life and death battles in the wild? Moreover, for mages like Lin Yi, who possess extraordinary talent, the Mage Association is the best choice. Nowadays in Huaxia, the professional academy was a new establishment in the last 30 years, and the 5 major academies had a history of only 30 years if one did not trace their origins. However, there were always 2 opposing views in society regarding it. One side believed that newly awakened individuals entering the academy could better lay a foundation and have a brighter future. The other side argued that the professional academy nurtured sheltered flowers whose practical abilities were far inferior to those of adventurers honed in the wilderness. But both supporting and opposing sides were evenly matched, ultimately adopting a compromise. Newly awakened professionals could freely choose their development paths. Whether to enter the academy for study, join adventurer organizations, or become free adventurers was entirely up to personal will. After hearing Xiaobin's words, Wu Weilong's beard nearly stood on end in anger. "Old ghost Xie, you want to fight, huh?" He regretted deeply in his heart, wondering why he had called Xiaobin to come and watch. How could he steal someone from him? Unbelievable. Wu Weilong gripped the giant sword behind him, ready to strike. Xiaobin sneered, his blue staff glowing with flickering light. "Afraid of you? Let's see who wins." Whoever wins, this kid belongs to them. The prominent figures of Jiangcheng watched as the 2 epic-level powerhouses became tense over Lin Yi's allegiance, all feeling a mix of fear and shock. Lin Yi's performance exceeded everyone's expectations, actually forcing 2 strong figures to publicly compete for him. Han Boyan felt a chill run down his spine. If these two really fought, how would Jiangcheng survive? However, he knew his teacher's temperament and understood that they wouldn't actually come to blows, so he quickly intervened. Teacher, and this esteemed mage, please don't rush. Lin Yi is still challenging the tower. We can decide after he finishes. Ultimately, it depends on Lin Yi's own wishes. Teacher, why not wait until he comes out and discuss it with him personally? Han Boyan chose his words carefully, caught between his teacher and an epic-level peak mage. He couldn't offend either side, but he naturally leaned more towards his teacher. In his view, letting Lin Yi choose himself would be best. As a native of Jiangcheng, he would likely prefer to join the White Tiger Academy. Upon hearing this, Wu Weilong and Xie Bin's momentum subsided. This guy is from Jiangcheng, and the city lord is a student of Old Wu. I don't have the advantage here. It seems I need to offer something substantial to get Lin Yi to join the Mage Association. Xie Bin's eyes flickered, already calculating in his mind, then turned to continue observing Lin Yi's challenge. Wu Weilong was the same, pondering what conditions he should offer Lin Yi to attract him to join. The two weren't truly at odds, after all, they were longtime friends. However, encountering a prodigy like Lin Yi made them both feel a sense of admiration and a desire to recruit him. As the storm calmed, Han Boyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a bitter smile on his lips. After many years, his teacher's temper hadn't changed at all. A single disagreement could lead to violence, truly a bloodthirsty warrior. After all, what flowed in his veins was the gene of battle. At this moment, Lin Yi had delved into the 28th level, continuously leveling up with a calm and orderly demeanor. The purple flame meteor erupted brilliantly, intensifying the admiration in Xie Bin's eyes. The precision of his spellcasting was something even he couldn't match at the same age. A genius of such caliber has emerged from a small city. It's truly astonishing. The curtain of a great era seems about to rise. Perhaps Lin Yi is the one destined by heaven. I must invite him to join the Mage Association. Under Xie Bin's watchful gaze, Lin Yi's spellcasting exuded a wild and unrestrained aura. Whoosh! A burst of intense white light suddenly exploded around Lin Yi. Level increased to LV28. Witnessing Lin Yi level up again, everyone's spirits soared. The stronger Lin Yi became, the greater the hope of clearing the challenges. Lin God, go for it. The crowd's cheers echoed through the air, rallying for Lin Yi. Nangong Ling, Han Feng, and others looked at this wave of enthusiasm with envy in their eyes. Which young person hasn't dreamed of being the center of attention, standing at the peak? However, what they felt more was admiration. To silently climb in solitude, maximizing self-improvement. Even with strength like Lin Yi's, they wouldn't dare to claim such resilience, because a restless mindset could lead to unintentional worries about being surpassed by others. Completing challenges first. Mist Fog Array, Purple Flame Meteor, Earth Prison, Purple Flame Meteor. The familiar skill combinations made the challenge of the 28th level equally easy to pass. The crowd's emotions gradually boiled over. They had reached the 29th level. Here, there were actually 3 level 29 Golden Lord monsters, significantly increasing the difficulty. But for Lin Yi, no matter how many there were, it seemed there was no essential difference. After all, the Purple Flame Meteor and Earth Prison Cage are both large area damage skills. Adding one more wouldn't make much difference. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, the 29th level was successfully cleared. At that moment, the entire venue erupted, the atmosphere reaching an unprecedented climax. Because this meant that as long as he cleared the final level, Lin Yi would achieve an unprecedented feat, conquering the Jiangcheng Trial Tower. What an honor this was, unmatched by anyone in the surrounding cities. Now, Jiangcheng was about to witness this moment. Incredible, we have such a genius in Jiangcheng. When I grow old, I can boast to my grandchildren. Back in the day, his grandfather witnessed it firsthand, the unparalleled genius Lin Yi conquering the Trial Tower. Everyone was extremely excited, and the two epic powerhouses were no exception, especially Wu Weilong. If Lin Yi regretted calling Xie Bin when challenging the 27th level, now he wished he could go back 2 hours and give himself a good beating. Why did he have to call that shameless old guy here, who was now competing with him for genius status? The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with unyielding determination. Xie Bin snorted confidently, let's see who has the better skills. He believed that no ordinary mage could refuse his conditions. At this moment, Lin Yi's heart was also filled with joy. After clearing 3 levels in a row, he once again obtained 3 pieces of the Victorious set. Victorious Staff, Victorious Robe, Victorious Pendant. The familiar black and gold cloud patterns intertwine, increasing the sense of mystery. Victorious Staff Grade, Gold Attributes, Spirit plus 1200, Ignore Defense plus 1200, Magic Value plus 12,000, Additional Skill, Light of Victory, releases a holy light impact on the target, causing a knockback effect. Victorious Robe Grade, Gold Attributes, Spirit plus 1200, Magic Resistance plus 1200, Defense plus 1200. Additional Skill, Guardian of Victory, can stack. Victorious Pendant Grade, Special Attributes, Skill cooldown reduced by 20%, contains a storage space of 500 cubic meters, can store lifeless items. These 3 pieces of equipment were exceptionally powerful, truly a set designed for mages. Without hesitation, Lin Yi replaced his original equipment. Dressed in golden gear, he looked even more striking. His tall figure and perfect profile were constantly displayed on the magic screen, causing girls to scream in delight. Wow, so handsome. I want to be his girlfriend. However, for Lin Yi, what delighted him the most was that after collecting the complete set of 9 pieces, the set attributes were fully activated. Victorious set attribute 1, 6/9, total spirit attribute of the mage increased by 20%. Victorious set attribute 2, 9 out of 9, activated set skill, Blessing of the Goddess of Victory. After use, gain the Blessing of the Goddess of Victory, entering an invincible state for 10 seconds, cooldown time 3 days. Seeing these 2 set attributes, Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp, this is so powerful. His eyes sparkled with surprise. This was definitely a top-tier life-saving skill. If paired with suitable teleportation treasures, he could easily escape when facing enemies he couldn't overpower. Compared to before entering the trial tower, Lin Yi's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. The increase in attributes far exceeded his expectations, so he quickly opened his attribute panel. Level, LV 28 attributes, Strength 5100, Spirit 14300, Set bonus plus 20%, Stamina 5700, Agility 6300, Health 89,000, Magic value 215000. Although there weren't many changes in skills, just slight adjustments to the skills that came with the equipment, the explosive growth in basic attributes was astonishing. Now, even an ordinary fireball could easily deal over 300,000 damage. If he cast Earth Prison Cage, it could deal 3,200,000 damage in one round. After 3 rounds, the damage would soar close to 9 million. Such terrifying power was enough to make a Golden Lord monster of the same level fall instantly. Generally speaking, a practitioner capable of battling a Lord-level monster of the same rank is a rare super genius. Perhaps in the entire city, one might not even be able to find a single one. For example, Han Feng, who only managed to defeat a level 21 Golden Lord monster after achieving a personal breakthrough. In Jiangcheng, aside from Han Feng, only Lin Yi has this potential. However, Lin Yi's strength is closer to instantly killing a Golden Lord monster of the same rank. The gap between them is as vast as the difference between clouds and mud. If Han Feng is a super genius, then Lin Yi is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime talent, a genius among geniuses. Lin Yi took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with joy. His steady strategy had yielded rich rewards, and the growth in strength was astonishing. Such growth, if it were in the outside world, would be impossible to achieve in a short time, even with the talent of skills automatically reaching max level. This trial tower is undoubtedly a treasure trove for his rapid growth. Only one last level left. It is said that completing the trial tower challenge will yield astonishing rewards, but who knows if it's true? Excitement surged in Lin Yi's heart. This is a long-standing legend in Jiangcheng, never verified by anyone. And now, he will personally unveil this mystery. Everyone in Jiangcheng became excited. This moment is just within reach. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Lin Yi stepped into the 30th level. An unprecedented dense golden light surged up, instantly enveloping him. Under the shocked stares, Lin Yi seemed to vanish into thin air. Chang Muqing and the others were left in a state of bewilderment. It was as if the 30th level was a forbidden zone, not allowing others to reap the benefits. Everything depended solely on personal strength. The crowd couldn't help but gasp, even Wu Weilong and Xiebin wore serious expressions, fully aware of the uniqueness of the 30th level. Perhaps passing through here could yield rewards related to the legendary Tower of Heaven. The live broadcast shifted, and Lin Yi's voice came through again, allowing everyone to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Faced with this scene, Lin Yi's heart was also shocked. Unlike the layouts of the previous 29 levels, what lay before him was a dark green swamp, with not a single small monster in sight. Above the swamp, deep green bubbles occasionally burst, releasing thick poisonous mist. It permeated the entire area, exuding an ominous aura. The poison mist was incredibly toxic. Even with the protection of the sky shield, Lin Yi could still faintly smell a hint of decay. Lin Yi felt a sense of vigilance. There are actually no small monsters? The more unusual it was, the more it hinted that the 30th level was extraordinary, far exceeding the previous difficulties. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar echoed from the sky. A real dragon. Wu Weilong and Xiebin's eyes sparkled with shock. They were experienced enough to discern the truth just from the dragon's roar. It was not a dragon subspecies, but a true dragon. Hiss! The 30th level was actually this difficult. The two of them smiled bitterly in their hearts. In the early stages of a practitioner's career, wanting to contend with a dragon was simply a pipe dream. Only by advancing to epic or even legendary status, leveraging the enhancements of their class characteristics, could they have a chance to fight. The audience in Jiangcheng stood up in unison, their eyes filled with disbelief, even tinged with despair. How could it be a dragon? Following Lin Yi's gaze, accompanied by that dragon roar, a dark green figure slowly emerged on the horizon. Over 50 meters long, even a level 25. Holy Dragon appeared small in its presence. The crowd gasped, feeling the terror of this dragon just from its appearance. Green Dragon Khalees. Level. LV30 Lord Monster. Purple Gold. Health 23, 572, 915 Skills. Corrosive Dragon Breath. Dragon Suppression. Toxic Fog. Green Dragon Roar. Hiss. Lin Yi's heart tightened. It's actually a Purple Gold Lord Monster. Purple Gold Lord Monsters hold a status that surpasses that of Golden Lord Monsters with attributes that are twice as high. But in actual combat, 10 Golden Lord Monsters of the same level would probably not be a match. Although the opponent in the final stage was unexpected, Lin Yi did not feel fear. So what if it's a dragon? With his current strength, he could still slay it. The desire for battle surged violently within him. The green dragon, Khalees, swooped down from the sky, its massive wings generating tremendous kinetic energy. In the blink of an eye, it was before Lin Yi. To the astonished gazes of the crowd, the dragon slowly spoke. Human, I am the final guardian of the trial tower. Defeat me, and you shall earn supreme honor. Please give your all to showcase your power, without worrying about whether you might harm me. Within this trial tower, I have countless opportunities for rebirth. Likewise, I will hold nothing back. Even if you suffer a fatal blow, the trial tower will allow you to be reborn, so do not worry. It was clear that this giant dragon had been tamed by a powerful human and placed here to assist in nurturing the talents among humans. Lin Yi nodded slightly to acknowledge this. The green dragon raised its head and let out a long roar, causing the green bubbles above the swamp to burst in succession, and toxic mist immediately spread around. Lin Yi instantly fell into a poisoned state, while the green dragon seemed to thoroughly enjoy the scene. Then, it spread its wings and charged fiercely at Lin Yi. Its tail whipped like a lash, distorting the air. Lin Yi's current sky shield could withstand over 3 million damage. However, facing the green dragon's 200,000 attack power, he did not dare to take it head-on. Otherwise, after several strikes, the shield might shatter. Lin Yi quickly activated the rapid halo. Although the boost from the phantom wings was not as strong as before, it still elevated his speed to a new level. Whoosh! Lin Yi reached his speed limit, easily dodging the green dragon's dive and tail strike. Roar! As a naturally combat-oriented race, the dragon's instinct for battle was deeply ingrained in its bloodline. After diving, it turned its head and unleashed a breath of corruption. The dark green, viscous breath carried a pungent stench. If it hit the sky shield, it could likely shatter it in just 2 hits. However, Lin Yi had gradually adapted to this rhythm of battle. Rapid teleportation. The light on his staff flickered and vanished. Lin Yi's figure instantly moved 100 meters away. Xia Bin's eyes widened. What the hell? Instant rapid teleportation. This guy is too abnormal. Lin Yi teleported to a position 100 meters behind the green dragon, causing it to lose its target momentarily, and the confusion in its eyes was unmistakable. Sensing Lin Yi's presence behind it, the massive body could not turn around quickly. Lin Yi's opportunity had come. The staff gathered a rich earth element, and the casting time was astonishingly short. Everyone in Jiangchang was thrilled, already familiar with this move. Here comes Lin Shen's signature move. Lin Yi shouted, Earth Prison. Massive earth spikes instantly rose to form a cage, firmly locking the green dragon inside. The giant earthy hands held down the dragon's strong limbs, tail, and even its head, rendering it immobile. Roar! The green dragon let out an extremely furious roar, spewing forth its breath of corruption. Landing on the giant hand, it left behind faint traces of corrosion. Fortunately, at least I can withstand 2 earth stabs. Countless terrifying, hard earth spikes sprouted from the earth prison, each with a diameter of over 10 meters. The continuous piercing tore a massive blood hole in the green dragon, a sight that was shocking. -2,518,629. -2,842,154. 2 terrifying damage. Numbers erupted, totaling nearly 5 million. The green dragon instantly lost 1/5 of its health, followed by an even more astonishing roar. The breath of corruption was unleashed again, and the already strained earth prison was instantly broken. Roar! The green dragon's eyes gradually filled with blood, viewing Lin Yi as a formidable enemy in a life and death struggle. Toxic mist. A dense green toxic mist immediately surrounded Lin Yi, continuously eroding his sky shield. This persistent damage seemed trivial, but accumulated, it was quite alarming. Lin Yi's expression changed slightly, but he did not panic. The staff radiated brilliant light, and pure magical energy washed over him. Detoxification. In the next moment, the layers of green mist visibly dissipated. Truly a max-level skill, a regular detoxification spell would have been useless, generally speaking. Low-level skills face significant suppression when confronting high-level monsters or professionals, resulting in greatly diminished effects. High-level professionals possess advantages that go beyond mere attributes compared to their lower-level counterparts. However, Lin Yi's max-level skills minimize the restrictions he faces. Rapid teleportation. Lin Yi swiftly teleports again to evade the dragon's dive. This 3-second cooldown. Teleportation is truly a divine skill. Unless one can predict Lin Yi's next position, he remains invincible. The wings of the underworld create distance, and the staff glows with a blue light as an unprecedentedly massive wind blade begins to take shape. Whirlwind slash. This time, Lin Yi even activates the Wind Spirit Song, which boosts wind attribute spell damage by 40%. Whoosh! The giant wind blade spins and slices through the air, leaving a clear white trail before striking heavily against the green dragon's body. Rip! The dark green scales shatter, and even though the green dragon has high magic resistance, it cannot withstand this terrifying wind blade. The entire tail of the dragon is nearly severed, a bloody gash running across the green dragon's body, shocking to behold. 2972531. With the enhancement of the Wind Spirit Song, the damage from the whirlwind slash even surpasses that of the Earth Prison's single impact. In just a brief moment, Lin Yi has inflicted extremely terrifying damage on the green dragon, Khalees. This has nearly reached 1/3 of the dragon's health. Witnessing the dragon being repeatedly battered by Lin Yi's spells, while he remains composed and in control of the situation, everyone erupts in excited cheers, signaling that victory is within reach. Even Wu Jiangwei and Xiaobin unconsciously hold their breath, their minds filled with a single thought. What kind of monster is Lin Yi? Lin God. My Lin God. I'm about to faint, I can't take it anymore. Oh my gosh, the shock I've felt over the decades doesn't compare to today, I can hardly believe it. Who would have thought? Before Lin God appeared, who could have predicted that Jiang City would not only break through but also surpass decades of trial tower records and conquer the 30th level? One can only say that Lin God is truly a super genius bestowed upon Jiang City by the heavens. These words spread like a virus, quickly permeating every corner of Jiang City. Especially among the older professionals, their excitement is even more exaggerated than that of the younger ones. They have witnessed too much, always hoping for miracles each year, only to be met with disappointment year after year. Lin God, he will end all of this. As they watch the green dragon's health steadily decline, the faith of the people of Jiang City grows ever stronger. Even the once mighty dragon is destined to fall before Lin Yi. Roar! The green dragon Khalees roars in fury, but it cannot touch Lin Yi at all. Even when its breath occasionally sweeps by, it cannot break through the rock-solid sky shield. The shock in its heart is no less than anyone else's. When did low-level human professionals become so powerful? Humans establish themselves in this monster-filled world relying on those epic, legendary, and even demigod-level powers. Early humans were far from strong enough. Those unparalleled geniuses grow increasingly astonishing as they progress. Dealing with monsters of the same level, they can often take on multiple foes. This is the key to humanity's survival. But now, the young mage before them can actually suppress a dragon of the same rank, which is truly terrifying. However, thinking you can defeat our dragon clan with just this is far too easy. The green dragon suddenly roars at the sky, its voice louder than ever before. Lin Yi feels dizzy. Immunity dispersion. The immunity dispersion aura within him activates automatically, instantly dispelling the dizziness. In the next moment, the green dragon visibly regenerates before everyone's astonished eyes. Dragon regeneration. In an instant, the green dragon reappears before everyone in its prime, its might undiminished. The health that had been reduced by more than half is restored to full. Witnessing this scene, Wu Weilong and Xiaobin can only shake their heads and smile wryly. This is the true dragon. Defeating it one-on-one is incredibly difficult, almost impossible at lower levels. The onlookers gazed at the green dragon, now back at its peak, their eyes filled with awe. How is this possible? Can it really come back to life again? That's just too shameless. Someone couldn't help but curse out loud. The old man beside them, who had been silent and worried, slowly spoke up. Not only a second life, I've heard that dragons have incredibly strong vitality, able to regenerate at least 3 times. I wonder how many times this green dragon can come back. Hiss. Upon hearing the old man's words, everyone gasped in shock. Regenerating once is already shameless enough, but it can come back several times? Damn, that's truly outrageous. At this moment, everyone wished they could rush in to help Lin Yi, their eyes filled with concern. Can you hold on, Lin God? Everyone knew that the spell resembling a cage was extremely powerful. But such a powerful spell also took a huge toll on the caster. Could Lin Yi's mana sustain him through such a long battle? Their hearts hung in suspense once again. Lin Yi, seeing the green dragon restored to its peak state, was also slightly surprised. Human boy, I admit you are strong, but the nobility of the dragon bloodline is beyond your imagination. Come on, let's continue our battle. The green dragon roared again, charging forward, its roar filled with pride. Feeling that familiar attack pattern, Lin Yi's surprise gradually faded. Is that all? Do you think this can wear me down? You're underestimating me. If it were anyone else facing a dragon that could regenerate multiple times, they might truly feel despair. But Lin Yi felt the abundant mana within him, a smile creeping onto his lips. With a staggering 210,000 magic points, he had enough to cast the Earth Cage spell 200 times at its highest consumption. You want to play a war of attrition with me? As long as you don't have new tricks, I'll outlast you. I want to see how many times you can regenerate. The more times you come back, the more times I'll kill you. Lin Yi's heart surged with confidence. Rapid teleportation. Earth Cage. The familiar scene played out again, the green dragon trapped like a chicken in instant, then pierced repeatedly by the long sword. One by one, blood holes erupted, spilling green blood that dripped into the swamp, even sizzling as it hit the ground. -2,951,321. -2,713,452. 6 seconds later, the green dragon broke free, delivering another whirlwind slash. -3,157,431. With skilled maneuvers, Lin Yi immediately took away a third of the green dragon's health. Seeing Lin Yi's relaxed demeanor, the crowd in Jiangqing's eyes lit up. Wow, why do I feel like Lin God seems quite at ease? This can't be an illusion, right? I told you, Lin God is always reliable. What are you all worried about? Bullshit. Who was just trembling like a sieve, almost wetting their pants? Everyone, keep watching. I hope Lin God can keep being this fierce. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Yi's earth cage skill activated again, instantly binding the green dragon that attempted to escape. It was firmly suppressed by an invisible force, sharp earth spikes piercing through. In the blink of an eye, it reduced the green dragon's health by nearly 5 million. At that moment, the crowd was shocked to discover how short Lin Yi's skill cooldown time was. Xia Bin gasped, nearly tearing off his own beard in excitement. Just with the earth cage alone, Lin Yi's efficiency in slaughtering monsters even surpassed that of golden professionals. It wasn't that his skill damage was more outrageous than theirs. Rather, while others could cast one skill, he could continuously cast 4 or 5, or even more. The accumulated power was astonishing. This guy, if he ever steps onto the battlefield, will undoubtedly become a super killing god, a nightmare for monsters. Xiabin was determined to bring Lin Yi into the Mage Association and even personally train him. Just thinking about nurturing a future giant made him feel elated. The nearby Wu Weilong snorted, interrupting Xiabin's fantasies. The two had their own thoughts as their gazes turned to the magical display screen. The dragon regenerates. Light erupted again, and the green dragon's damaged body quickly restored to its optimal state. This time, Lin Yi not only did not show any shock but instead burst into laughter. I want to see how many times you can be reborn. The girl's faces revealed obsession, and the eyes of Chang Muqing and others turned into heart shapes. Rapid teleportation. Lin Yi used the same trick again, flashing behind the green dragon, followed by a frenzied barrage of spells. Soon, another earth prison struck directly at the vital point. The green dragon screamed repeatedly. Although it could regenerate its life, the pain forced it to roar continuously. If it weren't for the rules of the trial tower, which required it to fight to the end, it would have fled long ago. At this moment, the green dragon even regretted why it had so many chances to be reborn. Fewer rebirths would mean less pain. This human kid in front of it was not human at all. He was simply a complete freak. Not to mention the terrifying speed of his spellcasting, it seemed utterly burdenless, which was outrageous. Once, twice, 3 times. The green dragon actually resurrected 6 times. If it were someone else, they might have despaired long ago. But Lin Yi not only showed no signs of fatigue, he seemed to be enjoying himself. Whirlwind slash. A massive azure wind blade howled and spun, cutting through the void, leaving deep white marks as it fiercely slashed towards the green dragon's head. The terrifying wind blade, over 20 meters long, directly severed the green dragon's head. Dark green blood sprayed like a fountain, staining the entire sky green. Watching that enormous, hideous head fly off and land in the swamp, Lin Yi looked slightly astonished, even feeling unsatisfied. Is that it? Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to wake from a dream. Just a second ago, they were silently counting the number of times the green dragon had resurrected, secretly worrying for Lin Yi. But the next second, that terrifying green head soared high into the air. Is it really over? Did we clear it? Did we really clear it? That green dragon won't come back to life again in the next second, will it? People stood there in a daze, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Their bodies struggled to suppress their trembling, fearing that any sudden movement would shatter this dream. Until golden light enveloped Lin Yi completely, and the trial tower emitted a thunderous long cry. Only then did people fully believe it. Lin Yi had truly cleared the level. That handsome young man bathed in golden rain had really done it. He had cleared the trial tower. Since the establishment of the tower, the people of Jiang City had never dared to imagine such a thing, yet this young man had accomplished it. Jiang City was in a complete uproar. At this moment, the boy wrapped in golden light became the only one in the hearts of the people of Jiang City. I knew it, Lin God would definitely succeed. Lin God, you are my only god. A miracle, this is a miracle. The trial tower emitted a long, deep cry that resonated throughout Jiang City. People flocked to the streets and alleys, sharing the joyous news with one another. This moment was a celebration for the people of Jiang City. The trial tower erupted with dazzling golden light, enveloping every corner of the city. Bathed in the golden light, the fatigue of ordinary people dissipated. Even diseases deep within their bodies were greatly alleviated. Minor ailments were directly healed, and their bodies became incredibly healthy. For professionals, the benefits were equally immense. Some discovered they had actually leveled up, while others experienced bursts of inspiration, enhancing their skill levels. Whether ordinary people or professionals, everyone gained tremendous benefits in this golden reign. And all of this was brought by the boy named Linny. Thank you, Lin God. May his future career path be smooth, and may he soon become an unparalleled powerhouse protecting our human prosperity. Some even knelt in gratitude towards the trial tower. Epic figures like Wu Weilong and Xiaobin were also infected by this atmosphere, unable to help but smile. It was foreseeable that with this golden baptism, the future of Zheng City would undergo earth-shattering changes. The emergence of geniuses would no longer be mere talk. This kid is definitely the true child of destiny. The two exchanged a glance, both eyes filled with determination. Once Linny came out, they would definitely bring him into their own forces. At this moment, the magic display screen had completely gone dark. It was clear that Linny was receiving the rewards for clearing the level. Both of them were incredibly curious about what this reward could be. As the magical screen slowly dimmed, the curiosity in people's hearts reached its peak, but almost no one felt greed. After all, being able to enjoy the blessing of this golden rain was already a stroke of luck thanks to Linny. On the 30th floor of the trial tower, Linny was immersed alone in the golden rain. Immediately, Linny's experience bar began to rise at a visible speed. Level increased to LV29. In an instant, he leveled up. Level increased to LV30. Soon, he leveled up again. Not only that, the 1.2 million experience required for level 30 was quickly filled. Even the experience reserve pool of 2.4 million reached its limit. It was only at this moment that the golden light stopped pouring into Linny's skin. Instead, it transformed into gentle whirlwinds, swirling around him. It was as if celebrating, or perhaps cheering. Linny felt a surge of joy in his heart, never expecting that after the trial, his experience bar would be completely filled. This meant that once Linny completed the silver level promotion task, he could become a silver professional and leap directly to LV32. What incredible speed! In just one day, thanks to the assistance of the trial tower, Linny's level jumped from LV21 to LV30. Feeling the surging power within him, Linny's lips curled into a smile. It was no exaggeration to say that Linny now could crush silver professionals like a gale sweeping away leaves. Once I go out, I'll start completing the promotion task and become a silver professional, getting one step closer to becoming a gold professional. By then, I'll be able to use the arcane mage job change scroll. And this time, I will definitely be the best in Zheng City. My mom should finally tell me who broke into our home back then. Thinking of this, a hint of coldness flashed in Linny's eyes. He was not in a hurry, his growth rate far exceeded what ordinary people could imagine. Just a little more time, and those villains would be personally dealt with by him, paying the price for their past mistakes. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of items flying interrupted Linny's thoughts. Linny took a deep breath and looked at the golden blood drop closest to him. Blood of the Earth Tyrant. Grade, Epic Attribute, Sacred Domain Giant Dragon. The Essence Blood of the Earth Tyrant can allow subspecies dragons to undergo ancestral evolution. An epic level treasure. Linny's eyes widened. He had thought that the first 29 floors had golden equipment and the reward for the 30th floor would at most be diamond level. But he never expected it to be an epic level treasure. Moreover, it was a drop of Sacred Domain Giant Dragon's Essence Blood. The Earth Tyrant was clearly a Soil Attribute Giant Dragon, and the Sacred Dragon was also a subspecies dragon of the Soil Attribute, making them a perfect match. Ha ha, Lin. He laughed heartily and said to the Sacred Dragon beside him, Little Jean, your moment to change fate has come. At this moment, the Sacred Dragon, bathed in the golden rain, had also reached LV30 and its size had dramatically expanded to 30 meters. Although it was not as formidable as the previous green dragon, the LV30 Golden Lord monster was undoubtedly a powerful assistant. Moreover, the blood of the Earth Tyrant was right in front of him. Once the transformation was completed, Linny was very much looking forward to how powerful Little Jean would become. Roar! A faint golden hue appeared in Little Jean's eyes, and its low growls echoed endlessly. Linny smiled calmly and said, Go, Little Jean, don't let me down. Little Jin's body transformed into a beam of light, lunging towards the drop of golden blood in the void, swallowing it in an instant. Roar! The furious dragon roar resounded through the sky, creating waves of air. As that drop of golden blood merged into its body, Little Jin's dragon bloodline began to awaken. Its already 30-meter-long body started to elongate at a visible speed. Dragon blood and shattered bones splattered, like a rubber band being forcefully pulled, but were quickly repaired by the power of the Earth Tyrant's blood. Its forelegs continuously sprayed dragon blood, and its limbs became even thicker and stronger, covered in golden scales. Then the changes in the hind legs were even more exaggerated, with thick muscles continuously swelling. They were strong enough to support its massive body, nearly 60 meters tall, and sharp claws extended from its toes. It seemed that with just a light swipe, it could pierce through a mage's shield. The dragon's tail also kept elongating, with golden barbs extending from the tail and the joints of its body. Sizzle! The sound of flesh tearing echoed as a pair of golden wings unfurled from its back. Just a gentle flap could create a powerful airflow. If these wings were to flap at full speed, how fast would it be? Roar! The blood of the earth. Tyrant was completely digested, and Little Gold had completed its transformation. Looking at the 60-meter-long, muscle-bound, and fanged Little Gold before him, Linny was filled with admiration and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Little Gold, you must work hard to become a being that can rival the Earth Tyrant in the future. No, a being even stronger than the Earth Tyrant. Roar! Little Gold roared in response, fully aware of its master's extraordinary nature and knowing it could not afford to be the slightest bit lax. Immediately, Linny opened Little Gold's attribute panel. Earth Sacred Dragon, Growth Stage, Level, LV30 Lord Monster, Purple Gold, Health, 26 million Attack Power, 310,000 Skills, Holy Dragon Breath, Rolling Impact, Earth Spike Assault, Claw Tier. There was no doubt that after transforming into the Earth Sacred Dragon, Little Gold had also entered the ranks of Purple Gold Lord Monsters. At this moment, even without considering the additional 20% boost from Beast Mastery, its strength had already surpassed that of the previous Venomous Green Dragon. If that boost were included, the overwhelming advantage was evident. Great! Lin! He stood on the broad back of the dragon, imagining soaring through the skies with it, and just the thought was enough to stir his emotions. And this was merely the first treasure he had obtained. The next item was surprisingly a skill book. Fool's Mist, Grade, Epic Attribute, can be mastered. Upon acquisition, an epic skill Fool's Mist, protected by the Trial Tower, can be learned at any level. Hiss! Lin Yi's eyes widened, another epic treasure. If this were to be auctioned, it would definitely be worth a fortune, easily trading for dozens of epic equipment. Of course, only a fool would choose to sell it. Linny couldn't wait to clasp his hands together, successfully learning Fool's Mist. His talent activated automatically, and Fool's Mist instantly reached max level. Fool's Mist LV70, passive effect, can cover oneself with an invisible layer of Fool's Mist, shielding against the probing of all beings below the divine level, including all monitoring and prediction methods such as insight and foreknowledge. Faced with the max level Fool's Mist skill, Linny was completely stunned. Then came an uncontrollable ecstasy. If there was one thing Linny had always worried about, it was the exposure of his max level talent. While it might not necessarily be a bad thing, that innate sense of unease compelled him to refuse being spied upon by others. The Hermit's Mask had its effectiveness, but it was virtually useless in front of true powerhouses. Now, with the max level Fool's Mist, Linny felt a tremendous sense of security. Not only could monitoring skills like insight not see through him, but even foreknowledge could not predict his future. At least in the current human world, no one can see my attributes. Although this skill did not directly enhance his combat power, even when facing epic damage spells of the same level, Linny would unhesitatingly choose Fool's Mist. After all, safety was paramount. He did not want to be suddenly captured by some legendary or demigod figure for inhumane experiments. Linny sighed again. This Trial Tower challenge was truly worth it. Then, his gaze turned to the last treasure. Invitation to the Celestial Tower Grade, Special Attribute. The holder of this invitation can enter the legendary Celestial Tower to undergo extreme trials. Condition, epic level or above practitioners. Upon seeing this invitation, Lin Yi's breath quickened and his mind went blank. It wasn't that Linny wasn't composed, it was simply because the shock was too immense. The Celestial Tower was the myth of becoming a god. It was said that those who passed the trials of the Celestial Tower, it is even possible to be directly promoted to the legendary god among gods. The world knows that the Jiangcheng Trial Tower, as well as all the trial towers in Huaxia, are built as imitations of the Tongtian Divine Tower. It is said that they were constructed by powerful individuals who had entered the Tongtian Divine Tower, merging the treasures they obtained. Linny never expected that after clearing the Jiangcheng Trial Tower, he would receive an invitation to the Tongtian Divine Tower. This is an opportunity that leads straight to the heavens. It cannot be missed. Although it cannot be used yet, once he advances to an epic class, this will be his shortcut to rapid advancement. At this point, after reviewing all the treasures from the Jiangcheng Trial Tower, Linny felt a bit dazed. These three treasures, each more precious than the last, gave him a sense of unreality. It's time to go out. After a moment, Linny took a deep breath and walked towards the nearby golden teleportation array. At this moment, in the trial tower square, the night was deep, but the crowd had not dispersed. Everyone was eagerly waiting, staring at the flickering lights of the trial tower. The hero of Jiangcheng, Lin Yi, was inside the tower receiving his rewards, and they were there to witness the hero's return. Suddenly, the trial tower erupted with bursts of white light. Then, under the gaze of thousands, a young figure appeared in front of the trial tower. In an instant, an unprecedented thunderous cheer erupted. Lin God! Lin God! The overwhelming shouts reverberated through the air like a tsunami. The entire city heard this call, knowing that Lin Yi had emerged from the trial tower. This scene was shocking. Even Wu Weilong and Xieben were momentarily stunned. The power of the voices of 10,000 people gathered was beyond ordinary imagination. As soon as Linny appeared, he was drowned in this overwhelming roar. Listening to the crowd calling his name, he was first taken aback. Then, a surge of excitement welled up in his heart. Raising the victor staff high, a smile spread across the boy's lips. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour later that the cheers of Jiangcheng gradually subsided. The prominent figures watched as the boy surrounded by eager gazes. Even Han Boyan couldn't hide his envy. It is no exaggeration to say that from now on, Linny will be the most renowned person in Jiangcheng. Even the city lord himself would find it hard to match him. As the cheers began to fade, two epic-level peak figures could no longer contain their excitement and instantly flew to Linny's side. "Hey, who are these two old gentlemen? I've been paying attention. It seems the city lord holds them in great respect." Hiss. Even the city lord has such an attitude? Could they be guests from the White Tiger City? My goodness, has Lin God's fame reached that level? Of course, the news of clearing the trial tower has not been heard of in surrounding cities. Do you think it's ordinary? Lin God is truly amazing. No wonder he is the supernova of Jiangcheng in 100 years. The crowd witnessed Wu Weilong and Xiaobin approaching Linny, and discussions erupted around them. To attract the attention of such high-level powerhouses, Lin Yi's achievements were evident. At this moment, Linny was also taken aback. He did not know who these two old men were, but he could sense their extraordinary strength. Before he could speak, the two elders had already squeezed forward eagerly, vying to speak first, creating a tense atmosphere. "Hello, Linny, I am Wu Weilong, the vice president of the White Tiger Academy, and I have come specifically for you. If you are willing to join the White Tiger Academy, not only will you be exempt from all tuition fees, but you will also receive a generous scholarship." Wu Weilong spoke first, being an epic-level warrior, while Xiaobin beside him couldn't get a word in. "Linny, I am Xiaobin, the sixth elder of the Mage Association. I believe you are smart enough to understand that the benefits of a practitioner academy for you are limited. As a mage, the Mage Association is definitely more suitable for you than the White Tiger Academy." Upon hearing this, Linny was taken aback. White Tiger Academy? Mage Association? He was somewhat familiar with the White Tiger Academy, one of the 5 top practitioner academies in Huaxia, belonging to the White Tiger main city. Before awakening his talent, joining the White Tiger Academy was his biggest dream, as it had a strong faculty, with no shortage of epic-level practitioners teaching, which would greatly benefit his understanding of professional skills. It is a dreamland sought after by countless professionals, and Linny was once the same. As for the Mage Association, to be honest, he knew very little about it, only that it was famous far and wide. He knew it was an organization that gathered top mages renowned throughout the Huaxia nation. After all, Linny had only recently become a professional, and much of the information was not comprehensive. "Greetings, seniors," Linny politely nodded, his eyes showing a hint of vigilance. Just coming out of the trial tower, he was surrounded by two unfamiliar figures, inviting him to join their forces. Anyone would be on guard. Who knows what they are really after? The two elders were taken aback at the sight. This script was not right. Logically, with epic powerhouses like themselves personally involved, the young man should be overly excited, hesitating about which side to join. How could he be so calm? In comparison, their excitement was like playing a lute to a cow. City Lord Han Boyan, fearing an awkward situation, quickly signaled to Chang Badian. Among them, Chang Badian was the most familiar with Linny, making him the most suitable to step forward. "Uncle Chang," Linny smiled as he saw Chang Badian approaching. The eyes of the two elders instantly brightened, and they hurriedly said, "You quickly explain to this young man that we mean no harm, we purely want to invite him." Upon hearing this, Chang Badian felt a chill run down his spine. It was clear that both wanted to recruit Linny, and they had almost come to blows just moments ago. If he explained poorly and angered either side, the consequences would be unimaginable. He carefully considered his words and gently said, "Shaoyi, both Dean Wu and Elder Xia are epic peak powerhouses. They came to Jiang City because you passed the 26th level of the trial tower. Thus, you have obtained the qualification of a seed player. You need not worry, both gentlemen sincerely invite you to join. The White Tiger Academy is the dream institution for new professionals, and the Mage Association is also a holy place that mages aspire to. How you choose is entirely up to you." Chang Badian cleverly introduced both sides while highlighting the characteristics of the two major forces, ensuring neither side was offended. Linny felt relieved. It turned out it was because he passed the 26th level and obtained the seed qualification. So, they had been waiting here, not expecting him to succeed? At this moment, Wu Weilong spoke again. "I'll just call you Shaoyi. You are from Jiang City, so you naturally know the weight of the White Tiger Academy. Don't listen to Elder Xie's nonsense. Our academy has a complete training plan. As long as you come, from now until you become an epic professional, we will plan everything you need, including equipment, skills, and even promotion routes. We guarantee you will at least become an epic powerhouse. As long as you are willing to work hard, legends are not impossible." Wu Weilong directly proposed the conditions. Suddenly, Han Boyan and the others gasped, their eyes filled with envy. All expenses for reaching the epic level covered? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's heart also surged. But Xiaobin sneered and waved his hand, saying, "Is the White Tiger Academy so petty?" Not to mention anything else, Lin Kid, coming to the Mage Association means not just having all the resources for the epic level. When you advance to epic, we will also gift you 2 epic treasures, equipment or skills of your choice. Among the many mages in the association, if you have someone in mind to study spells with, just let me know. I can even personally guide you. Not only that, if your profession is an ordinary mage, that's fine too. When you advance to a golden professional, the association can directly provide you with a hidden profession transfer scroll for elemental mages. How about that? Once Xiaobin's conditions were laid out, Han Boyan and the others were even more shocked, feeling a pang of jealousy. This truly makes one envious. Epic treasures. Elemental mage transfer scrolls. My goodness. This is too tempting. These conditions are much more aggressive than what Wu Weilong offered. If Lin Yi agreed, he could instantly surpass the 4 great families of Zheng City. Feeling the envy projected from all around, Xiaobin felt quite pleased with himself. It could be said that he had laid all his cards on the table. Lin Yi was also somewhat dazed by this sudden attention. Xiaobin smiled and said, "Young man, you should now understand the gap between the White Tiger Academy and our Mage Association, right? What's there to hesitate about? If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another chance." Beside him, Wu Weilong was nearly spitting fire, unable to contain his anger. How could they propose even better conditions on top of what he had offered? Wasn't this a blatant show of force? Finally, unable to endure any longer, Wu Weilong erupted, "Old man Xia, do you think I'm easy to bully? Today, I'm going to take you down, you old bone." Wu Weilong drew his giant sword, while not forgetting to turn to Lin Yi and shout, "Young man, our White Tiger Academy can also provide epic treasures. We can help you find hidden class transfer scrolls. You don't need to rush into a decision." Xiaobin glared, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" With that, the 2 epic powerhouses actually started to grapple. "You hit me with your sword, I poke you with my staff. You pull my beard, I tug your ear." It was like a street brawl, the scene chaotic and disordered. Clearly, both big shots were aware of the situation and didn't use any extraordinary powers. Otherwise, the entire square would likely be leveled. My god, what am I seeing? 2 epic powerhouses are fighting over Lin Yi? This is too intense. Lin Yi's charm is actually this great? The crowd was astonished, gaining a more intuitive understanding of Lin Yi's extraordinary nature. This was a man who could make epic powerhouses lower their guard to compete. The prominent figures of Jiangchen were frozen in place, at a loss. It was Han Boyan who first regained his senses. He quickly hugged his teacher, signaling others to pull Xiaobin apart. "Teacher, Elder Xia, stop fighting. If this goes on, Lin Yi will be scared away." At this moment, Wu Weilong and Xiaobin were still tugging at each other's beards when they suddenly turned their heads. They saw Lin Yi indeed stepping back, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. Lin Yi wasn't afraid, he just wanted to avoid this place of trouble. If these two got upset and really started fighting, a random skill could finish him off. Seeing this, Wu Weilong and Xiaobin immediately stopped their brawl and flashed in front of Lin Yi. "So, how about joining our White Tiger Academy, Mage Association?" Their eager gazes made the onlookers envious, especially young talents like Han Feng and Nangon Ling, who wished they could take his place. Lin Yi took a deep breath and asked a crucial question. "Director Wu, Elder Xia, I want to ask, if I accept these conditions, what price do I have to pay?" Lin Yi was naturally tempted by these conditions, but he knew things were not that simple. The two were momentarily speechless, and Xiaobin spoke first. "You don't need to risk your life. A talent like you is definitely a treasure for the Mage Association. Before reaching epic level, you don't have to do anything, but afterward, you will need to complete some tasks assigned by the Mage Association. Additionally, you will need to serve in the Mage Association for 50 years, after which it will be much more relaxed. If you're worried, there's no need. The association doesn't impose too many restrictions. Only in critical moments will you be forcibly recalled." Wu Weilong nodded as well. The conditions of the White Tiger Academy are similar. Initially, you just need to focus on improving your strength. In the future, you will teach at the academy for 50 years, but the courses won't take up too much of your time. In critical moments, you will be summoned to fight for the academy, and the rest of the time is free. Considering the 300 years of life of an epic powerhouse, this isn't excessive. The two answered very candidly, as once a contract was signed, it could not be violated. A normal organization must have rules to follow. Doing as one pleases cannot last long. Indeed, with no ties, no one is willing to cultivate you for free. The turmoil in Lin Yi's heart gradually calmed. He didn't find it unreasonable. If he couldn't create value, why should they waste resources to cultivate him? The conditions of the White Tiger Academy and the Mage Association were indeed tempting, but they held little attraction for him. Lin Yi's strength far surpassed that of his peers, allowing him to venture into dungeons and secret realms alone, and he could secure resources on his own. Therefore, asking Lin Yi to give up 50 years of freedom for these resources was simply not worth it. Moreover, the feeling of being forced into a summons at a critical moment, having his fate controlled by others, was the worst. Once the contract was signed, how easy would it be to go back on it? With this in mind, Lin Yi no longer hesitated. Thank you, Dean Wu and Elder Xia, for your kindness. But I have dreamed since childhood of becoming a free adventurer, so I hope you both can understand. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room was stunned. Wu Weilong and Xiebin exchanged incredulous glances. They had thought Lin Yi's choice would be either the White Tiger Academy or the Mage Association, but instead, he outright refused? Was this guy crazy? In that moment, everyone stared at Lin Yi in shock. Such tempting conditions, and he rejected them all. What the hell, what is Lin God doing? With two top forces extending their hands, anyone else would have nodded like garlic. For Lin God, freedom is supreme. From the question Lin Yi posed, everyone could glimpse his mindset. He did not want to be bound. Han Feng and the others' eyes turned red, wishing they could take Lin Yi's place and accept this heavenly opportunity. Unfortunately, in the eyes of Wu Weilong and Xiebin, there was only Lin Yi, and they looked down on the others. Han Boyan and the others were equally shocked, unable to believe that Lin Yi would give up such a great opportunity. This was a direct springboard to the epic level. Coupled with Lin Yi's extraordinary talent, he was almost guaranteed to step into the epic realm, and there was even a good chance of touching the legendary level. To save countless years of hard training and serve the organization for 50 years was simply not worth mentioning. If it were them, there would be almost no second choice, at most hesitating between the two forces. Only Cheng Badian sighed inwardly. He had been in close contact with Lin Yi and could tell from their previous interactions. This young man appeared low-key and humble on the surface, but deep down, he was proud and unyielding. Such a person had a strong sense of pride and was unwilling to be driven by others. From the moment Lin Yi posed that question, he had vaguely guessed Lin Yi's choice. Wu Weilong and Xiebin also stared blankly at Lin Yi. Over the years, they had extended olive branches to other geniuses, and there were many who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yi. But someone as resolute in refusal as Lin Yi was truly one of a kind. They naturally understood that what Lin Yi pursued was freedom. In fact, compared to the epic level, which has a lifespan of at least 300 years, the legendary level has at least 1,000 years. 50 years is really insignificant. I also walked this path back in the day. Xiebin couldn't help but advise, his fondness for this talented mage hard to conceal. Wu Weilong also spoke up. That's right, most of the tasks at the White Tiger Academy are just to teach disciples. The real dangers are few. Lin Yi was well aware of this, and he was grateful for the goodwill in their words. Thank you both for your kindness, but I have no plans to join any forces at the moment. If one day I achieve something, perhaps I will consider joining a certain force. Han Boyan and the others sighed in regret. Although it was Lin Yi's personal choice, they could only feel anxious. How could they know that these seemingly generous conditions held no appeal for Lin Yi? With his max-level talent, he had no need to enter an academy for further study. No matter how excellent the mentor's explanations were, they couldn't match the growth speed of his own talent. In fact, the mentor's skills might not even be at Lin Yi's level. Moreover, with the arcane scroll, the Mage Association held much less allure for him. Lin Yi preferred to freely explore the wilderness and personally experience the wonders of this world. Well, since you have made up your mind, I won't force you. If you change your mind in the future, the Mage Association will always welcome you. Xiebin's eyes revealed regret as he handed over an ancient sheepskin scroll, then opened a portal in the void, his figure vanishing in a flash. Old Wu, you can go back by yourself. An epic powerhouse had their pride. Having done this much was already the limit. How could they lower themselves to plead with a junior to join? Seeing Xiebin leave alone, Wu Weilong cursed under his breath. He knew that this old fox was angry with him for previously competing for Lin Yi. Turning back, Wu Weilong sighed lightly. I share the same opinion as old Ghost Chow. Before the national trials, you can come to me. The conditions are negotiable. After saying this, he also handed over a token. In recent years, the White Tiger Academy's momentum had weakened slightly, and he indeed yearned to recruit more talents for the academy. Fortunately, Lin Yi was ultimately from Zhengcheng. During the national trials, he would still compete under the name of the White Tiger main city. Wu Weilong recalled the purpose of this visit, the seed player quota. He slapped his forehead and said, right, as a reward for passing the 26th level of the trial tower. You have been selected as a seed player for the White Tiger main city, directly skipping the White Tiger main city's professional competition. This is proof. Keep it safe. Lin Yi was somewhat bewildered, with Xiebin's parchment, Wu Weilong's token, and the proof all suddenly in his hands. Upon hearing the news of being a seed player, he immediately reacted, and a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had anticipated this, as the World Fusion was reopening. This batch of awakened professionals would welcome an unprecedented grand event. The Zhengcheng trials were just the beginning. The outstanding ones would continue to participate in the main city's professional competition, followed by the national trials. This time, the rewards for the national trials were exceptionally generous, with the Elder Council even offering legendary and even demigod-level treasures. And Lin Yi becoming a seed player, directly accessing the national trials, was undoubtedly a good thing. It was said that the outstanding participants of the national trials would fight for the country, competing against the geniuses of the other 4 nations. Rumor had it that these geniuses' duels even related to the fate of the nation. Lin Yi sincerely thanked him. Thank you, Dean Wu. Wu Weilong waved his hand. The main purpose of this meeting had already been achieved. Discovering Lin Yi's talent was merely an unexpected gain. In 2 weeks, the main city's professional competition will commence. Although you don't need to compete personally, the ranking battles among seed players are of great significance. If you can rank high, you will have a significant advantage in the national trials. Be sure to keep this in mind. Lin Yi repeatedly agreed. Okay, I will remember. Wu Weilong couldn't help but sigh lightly. Not joining the White Tiger Academy might actually be a blessing. If you can stand out in the national trials and become a star in the spotlight, resources will certainly not be lacking. Good luck. I look forward to your performance. Lin Yi felt a surge of gratitude and nodded earnestly. Thank you for your guidance, Dean Wu. Alright, see you again at the White Tiger main city. Xiao Han, I'll head out first. Why don't you come to the White Tiger main city to see me? Instead, I have to come find you. Wu Weilong feigned anger, lightly kicking Han Boyan's backside, clearly venting his frustration at Lin Yi's refusal onto him. Han Boyan smiled helplessly. Teacher, I'll see you off. No need, with your slow pace, bring the little guy along in a few days and I'll train him personally. After saying this, Wu Weilong's figure vanished in an instant. Truly an epic powerhouse, even as a warrior, he possessed mysterious means of teleportation. In a moment, the 2 epic powerhouses who had once competed for Lin Yi had disappeared without a trace, leaving the surrounding crowd somewhat dazed. Lin Yi, however, appeared calm and unbothered. The onlookers felt quite regretful, their gazes towards Lin Yi filled with pity. Han Boyan hesitated to speak but ultimately chose silence. After all, this was Lin Yi's own choice. After a moment, Han Boyan put on a smile again. Lin Yi, not only did you break the Jiangcheng record this time, you also cleared the entire trial, making you the undisputed #1 in Jiangcheng. He then turned to face the hundreds of thousands of spectators and announced loudly, everyone, I declare that the Jiangcheng trials have concluded successfully. Next, we will award the top 3 teams. Lin Yi's team firmly held the top spot, Han Feng's team ranked second, and Gao Jipeng's team came in third. Under everyone's gaze, they stepped onto the prepared podium, with almost all eyes focused on Lin Yi. The others seemed to become mere background. In the past, Han Feng, who had reached the 22nd floor, would have received countless cheers. But under Lin Yi's brilliance, he appeared dimmed. The projection crystal recorded this moment, and for a while, Lin Yi's name would surely rise to the peak of popularity. However, what delighted Lin Yi the most were the 2 epic-level treasures. Examining the ring and rune in his hand, Lin Yi began to study them carefully. Ali's ring grade, epic. Attributes, Spirit plus 5,600, Magic value plus 120,000, with a spell lifesteal of 10%. Lin Yi's eyes widened. So strong. He had thought that an epic ring would at least require a silver-tier professional to wear. He never expected it to be an epic piece of equipment that could be worn at level 30. It was simply unbelievable. He continued to examine the next treasure. Fixed teleportation rune grade, epic attributes, can fix a location, teleport instantly within a range of 10,000 miles, incurs no damage when used, cooldown time of 5 days. A permanent teleportation rune. Lin Yi was overjoyed. Jiangcheng had indeed invested heavily this time, and the first prize was incredibly substantial. For Lin Yi, this teleportation rune was extremely practical. Setting up a teleportation point at home would allow him to return instantly after outdoor adventures, saving countless hours. Lin Yi secretly rejoiced, a life-saving artifact. Soon, all the ceremonies came to an end. The night was deep, and many processes were handled simply. The audience gradually dispersed, and the Jiangcheng trial officially concluded. Lin Yi also felt completely relaxed. After more than 10 hours of intense battles and taking photos, he was physically and mentally exhausted. Finally, everything settled down. Han Boyan earnestly reminded him, Lin Yi, when the main city professional competition starts, I will notify you. In the remaining time, work hard to level up 1 or 2 more levels, and strive for an outstanding performance in the seed ranking competition. Half a month later, Han Feng, Gao Jipeng, and others would continue to participate in the preliminary rounds for the White Tiger main city professionals, personally sent off by Han Boyan. In everyone's eyes, Lin Yi was currently LV28. It seemed unlikely for him to advance to a silver-tier professional in half a month. But with Lin Yi's speed, reaching LV30 was not a difficult task. They did not know that Lin Yi had quietly reached level 30. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, not revealing that he was about to complete his promotion task. Lu Wanqing's face turned slightly red as she shyly said, Lin Yi, see you tomorrow. Chang Muqing smiled playfully, Lin Yi, I'm coming to your house for a meal tomorrow. Okay. Lin Yi gently nodded in agreement. Cheng Batian and Lu Jialiang smiled broadly at Lin Yi, saying, Lin Kid, tomorrow we have a surprise for you. Muqing and Wanqing will bring it. The platinum equipment promised by the Gao family was already on the way and would arrive tomorrow. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with curiosity, but he did not ask further. Alright, I look forward to it. Thank you, Uncle Chang. And Uncle Lu. After receiving the award, he had become quite familiar with Lu Jialian. After socializing with everyone, Lin Yi walked towards Yang Mei, who had been waiting for a long time, feeling a warmth in his heart. No matter when, his mother was always the one silently accompanying him. Xiaoyi, I'm so proud of you. Yang Mei's eyes sparkled with tears. Today's excitement surpassed the past decades. It was even stronger than when she fell in love with Lin Jianan back in the day. Lin Yi was filled with joy. No amount of admiration from the outside could compare to his mother's recognition. Let's go home. Then, the two took the special car arranged by the city lord's mansion, slowly driving away. In the car, Yang Mei kept relaying the praises everyone had for Lin Yi today, looking happier than if they were praising herself. Lin Yi listened happily, feeling a sense of tranquility in his heart. This was the family bond he wanted to protect. He did not bring up his past questions at this moment. It was not the best time. Asking tomorrow would not be too late. The next day, in the morning, the sunlight streamed through the glass window into the bedroom, gently waking Lin Yi. Although he had only moved here for 2 days, he had quickly adapted to his new home. Lin Yi opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented comfort. Yesterday, he had conquered 30 floors in the Jiangcheng Trial Tower, and both his physical and mental strength had undergone a tremendous test. At this moment, a deeply relaxing sleep left him feeling joyful both physically and mentally. Xiaoyi, come have breakfast. With the sound of Lin Yi getting up, Yang Mei's gentle call came from outside the door. Lin Yi took a gentle breath. A wave of fragrance invaded his nostrils. His eyes brightened, and he quickly got up. Since the improvement in living standards, both eggs and pork were no longer the discounted items from the supermarket. These were special ingredients provided by the family, both delicious and nutritious. He took a bite of the crispy yet tender fried egg, while his other hand skillfully sprinkled chili powder and cumin on the grilled meat. So delicious. Yang Mei's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as she chuckled. You child, eat slowly, don't choke. And remember to drink the fresh milk that Mu Qing sent over the day before yesterday, don't forget. Lin Yi nodded and began to enjoy his breakfast. The two occasionally chatted, mostly with Yang Mei talking, focusing on Lin Yi's heroic performance in the trial tower yesterday. After waking up, the city was celebrating yesterday's golden rain, with many businesses taking the opportunity to offer discounts. There were even proposals to designate that day as a city festival exclusive to Jiangcheng. The citizens referred to it as Miracle Day, and related proposals were being prepared. Yang Mei's eyes were filled with pride. Any mother would feel immense pride facing such an outstanding child. You'd better not go out today to avoid being surrounded by enthusiastic citizens. Also, Wan Cheng and Mu Qing will come over later and we'll have lunch together. Yang Mei smiled as she reminded him, then slowly carried the dishes to the kitchen. Splash! The sound of water was delicate, accompanied by Yang Mei's slightly heavy voice. Xiaoyi, Mom promised before that as long as you became the number one in Jiangcheng, I would tell you the truth about the past. You've done it, so naturally, Mom won't go back on her word. Yang Mei had long noticed Lin Yi's hesitance to speak, so she took this opportunity to reveal the mystery. The previous silence was merely out of concern for Lin Yi's safety. However, yesterday's series of feats proved that her son's strength was already formidable enough to impress even epic-level powerhouses. Promise me, no matter what you do, think twice before acting. Don't be impulsive. Lin Yi was taken aback, not expecting Yang Mei to bring this up. He nodded seriously and assured her, Mom, you know my character well, right? Without absolute certainty, I would never act recklessly. Yang Mei took a deep breath. This was also one of the reasons she was willing to tell Lin Yi, as he was more mature and steady than his peers. It was the blood-killing tower. The ones who broke into our home back then were members of the blood-killing tower. That was on a deep night, 6 months after your father left. I was pregnant with you, and your grandmother was taking care of me. A few people wearing blood-red masks and cloaked in blood-red capes suddenly broke in. They had powerful auras and ignored us, only frantically searching the house. Yang Mei fell into memories, her body slightly trembling, fear evident in her eyes. The house was turned upside down. At first, I didn't know what they were looking for. It wasn't until I occasionally heard them mention scrolls that I realized they were looking for your father's belongings left for you. At that time, I knew something might have happened to your father. Fortunately, I hid very well, and no one knew. They even wanted to harm us, but seemed to be stopped by some force and eventually left quietly. Yang Mei's narration became smoother, the fear in her eyes gradually dissipating. She turned around and took out a scroll from the room. At that time, I didn't know their identities, but I have a good memory and noted the symbols on their clothing. Later, I learned that the blood-red mask and blood-red cape were indeed the symbols of the blood-killing tower. Lin Yi's spirit lifted as he took the scroll. On the scroll, the blood-red mask, as if soaked in blood, was engraved with a delicate serrated blade. I remember the leader very clearly. On the back of his blood-red cape there was a fierce tiger head pattern. It should be one of the 5-star assassins from the Blood-Kill Tower, but I'm not sure who exactly, Yang Mei said, feeling a weight lift off her shoulders. For years, since Lin Yi's grandmother passed away, these secrets had weighed heavily on her heart. Now, she could finally speak her mind. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on the blood-red mask and cloak in the painting, his eyes filled with murderous intent. How could anyone treat his mother like that? It was simply unforgivable. If it weren't for an unknown force stopping those assassins at the last moment, whether he could be born safely would have been in question. The Blood Kill Tower, a well-known top underground organization in Huaxia, specializes in assassination. Its scale and influence rival that of the Mage Association, if not surpassing it. Most members of the organization are assassins, but there are also other professionals skilled in stealth. The Blood Kill Tower accepts all kinds of bounty tasks and never refuses. There are two possibilities. First, someone might have issued a task through the Blood Kill Tower to hide their identity. That mastermind is the most despicable. This person is likely connected to my father in some way. Second, it could be the Blood Kill Tower itself at work, which would make it easier to deal with. In the future, I will personally uproot the Blood Kill Tower. Mom, don't worry, I've got this. Such things won't happen again, Linny said, quickly suppressing his murderous intent and shifting the conversation to mundane topics, trying to create a relaxed atmosphere. Time flew by, and soon it was nearly noon. Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing arrived as promised. Auntie, sorry to disturb you. Lu Wanqing was as polite and considerate as ever. Chang Muqing cheerfully said, Auntie, I'm here to mooch off your food again. Facing the two girls, each with distinct personalities and charms, Yang Mei's eyes were filled with smiles. Clearly, both girls had a good impression of Lin Yi. If they could become daughters-in-law of the family, it would be even better. Come in, Wanqing, Muqing, let's go inside. It's enough that you're here, why bring so many gifts? Yang Mei greeted the two with a beaming smile, and Lin Yi also wore a broad grin. All along, he had few close friends at school. Wang Dong was the only classmate he could talk to a bit more, let alone bring classmates home. Chang Muqing blinked playfully and asked, Can we interview our genius Lin Yi? What are your thoughts on clearing the trial tower? Lu Wanqing appeared more reserved, her gaze quietly resting on Lin Yi. Lin Yi shrugged lightly, I can only say it was too easy, not challenging at all. This pretentious response left the two girls momentarily speechless. They had expected him to be modest, but he was so calm and composed. He. The two couldn't help but burst into clear laughter, and Yang Mei in the kitchen smiled broadly. At the sound, Lin Yi smiled and welcomed the two girls, and the three began to chat casually. Upon learning that Han Feng was setting off for White Tiger City soon, he was slightly surprised but didn't think much of it. After all, his path was different from others. Lu Wanqing continued, We're also setting off tomorrow to further our studies at White Tiger Academy. I hope we can stand out in the main city's professional competition. Although the two had cleared the 29th level with Lin Yi, the trial tower had a more precise evaluation mechanism to prevent free wins. Therefore, while Lu Wanqing and the others had qualified for the competition, they were not seed players like Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded and smiled. Work hard at White Tiger Academy and strive to break through to the bronze level so you can get closer to my level. Both girls' cheeks flushed simultaneously. After chatting for a while, seeing Lin Yi still calm and composed, Chang Muqing couldn't help but complain, so boring. Lin Yi, aren't you even a little curious about the surprise my dad prepared for you? Lin Yi laughed heartily. He had already seen through their little scheme. It was Chang Muqing who was getting anxious. By not asking, tell me about it. Chang Muqing pouted when her teasing didn't work and took out a ring from her storage bracelet. Soon after, Lu Wanqing also pulled out a ring. Yesterday, the head of the Gao family, my dad, and Uncle Chang made a bet. Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise, the Gao family must have suffered a huge loss, having me take down 6 lord pets and also losing 4 pieces of platinum equipment. Lin Yi gladly accepted the goodwill from both families and casually took the rings. One was silver white, the other fire red, resembling a pear. Frost ring grade, platinum attribute, spirit plus 4200, additional skill, frost heart. When activated, ice magic damage increases by 30%. Lava ring grade, platinum attribute, spirit plus 4200, additional skill, lava heart. When activated, fire magic damage increases by 30%. Don't you think these rings are like proof that Uncle Chang and Uncle Lu sold you to me? Facing Lin Yi's direct words, even the cheerful Chang Muqing couldn't help but blush. The two girls ran to the kitchen like startled rabbits, while Lin Yi laughed heartily behind them. It seemed that having two beauties by his side wasn't a bad choice after all. Throughout lunch, Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing dared not look Lin Yi in the eye. However, the overall atmosphere remained harmonious, and Yang Mei grew increasingly fond of the two girls. Come play here often, okay? After lunch, Yang Mei smiled as she sent the two off. They still had to return to prepare their gear for their journey to White Tiger City tomorrow. Lin Yi stretched lazily and then headed out. He had a full schedule today, first putting on the hermit mask just in case, and his first stop was the Chang family. He had two main tasks. First, to secretly commission Chang Badian to send guards to protect his mother. Although he had gained fame from clearing the Jiangcheng trial tower, there would always be those who might take risks, and having the Chang family's protection would ensure safety. Second, he wanted Chang Badian to help gather information about the Blood Kill Tower. Although it was still early, it was always good to prepare in advance. Chang Badian asked no questions, having long regarded Lin Yi as the future son-in-law of the family, completely binding the fate of the Chang family to Lin Yi. After leaving the Chang family, he went to the Lu family, and the same agreement was readily accepted by Lu Jialiang. With everything settled, Lin Yi felt a weight lift from his heart. He could now advance to a silver-tier professional without any worries. Without hesitation, he immediately set off for the professional promotion monument in Jiangcheng. Advancing to silver was different from black iron or bronze. In addition to the usual requirements, one also needed to complete specific promotion tasks. This was a test from the world's will for human professionals. Early human professionals had no significant advantage over those monsters. To be frank, the reason humans triumphed over low-level monsters was merely due to their intelligence and skills. However, once they stepped into the silver realm, the world's will would bestow upon them the silver halo. Different professions would receive varying effects from the silver halo. Some could double their health, others would see a surge in magical energy, and some would experience a spike in skill damage. Because of this, silver professionals became a small elite group among humans. But the path of transformation was never easy. The promotion to silver came with tests set by the world's will. After fulfilling the other three conditions, one could receive the task at the professional promotion monument. Upon completing the task, they could successfully advance under the protection of the world's will. Lin Yi quickly made his way toward the promotion monument, adjusting his hermit mask. Soon, he arrived at the promotion monument square. A massive stone tablet stood before him, intricately carved with complex totems, golden light shimmering across it. There was no need to touch it. Communication could be established through the mind alone. If the professional's experience points and skill levels meet the standards, they may receive the silver promotion task. Would you like to accept it immediately? Lin Yi did not hesitate. Accept. However, in the next moment, the anticipated task notification did not arrive. Instead, it asked, detected that the professional holds the Platinum Treasure Wind Spirit card. Promotion task has been changed. Completing the special promotion task will grant a more powerful silver halo. Do you agree to the change? Lin Yi was taken aback, then his eyes sparkled with joy. He had unexpectedly encountered a special promotion task. It was recorded in textbooks that some people had astonishing luck. During their promotion, they would receive special attention from the world's will, replacing the regular promotion task with a special one. The difficulty has increased sharply, but the rewards are equally abundant. The aura after being promoted to silver is even more formidable. Others may only enjoy a single bonus, while you might possess double or even triple. For Lin Yi, difficulty has never been a problem, and he firmly declared, choose to change the task. The professional has chosen to change the promotion task. Special promotion task issued, redemption of the wind spirits. In the Soul Mountain range, a group of wind spirits is currently in trouble. Save them and earn their recognition to complete the task. Redemption of the wind spirits. Gain the recognition of the wind spirits. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he recalled the treasure, the tear of the spirit he obtained after defeating the Blood Wolf mercenary group, which could accelerate his comprehension of wind-based skills. But what mattered more to Lin Yi was winning the favor of the wind spirits. Fortunately, I didn't sell it. The key now is to find clues about the wind spirits. I had already asked Brother Jiang and Uncle Cheng to keep an eye on the situation. Since the Blood Wolves can encounter the wind spirits on the outskirts of the Soul Mountain range, it shouldn't be hard to find. No rush, take it slow. Lin Yi was cautious in his heart. Special promotion tasks come with both opportunities and risks. He needed to gather sufficient intelligence. Acting blindly would only lead to his downfall. Ordinary people take months or even years to complete ordinary promotion tasks, and they may not succeed. He was prepared to spend time on this. Leaving the promotion monument, Lin Yi turned and walked towards the Wanbao Pavilion. This time, he would fully upgrade his equipment, selling off the old gear to prepare skill books and other supplies for his promotion to silver. Moreover, he needed to head to the Soul Mountain range, and outdoor adventure supplies were essential. This included tracking powder, healing potions, and disposable protective formations. The Wanbao Pavilion in Jiangcheng was far more luxurious than that in Wulong Town. The golden dragon sculpture at the entrance was lifelike, as if roaring into the sky, leaving Lin Yi in awe. Jiang Fu, who had heard the news, was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing Lin Yi, his eyes were filled with barely contained excitement. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he hurriedly pulled Lin Yi into a private room. Little brother, you are truly a remarkable person. Not only did you break the historical record of Jiangcheng, but you also conquered the entire trial tower. I was there yesterday, and it was exhilarating. Jiang Fu's eyes were filled with admiration. He was glad he had invested in Lin Yi when he was in Wulong Town. Otherwise, how could he have quickly risen to the second seat in Jiangcheng? Last night, the head of the Wanbao Pavilion in Jiangcheng returned and learned of Jiang Fu's relationship with Lin Yi. He directly promoted Jiang Fu to the second-in-command, specifically to serve Lin Yi. It was foreseeable that, with this momentum, it would only be a matter of time before Lin Yi was promoted to the top position. Lin Yi was undoubtedly Jiang Fu's benefactor. Hearing Jiang Fu's sincere admiration, Lin Yi smiled in response. Brother Jiang, you flatter me, I just had a bit of luck. Jiang Fu's eyes sparkled with appreciation, not to mention anything else. Just being able to call you Brother Lin is a gain for me. All my achievements today are thanks to you. He was well aware of his position, tightly holding onto Lin Yi's leg. This person was destined to become a legendary powerhouse in the future, perhaps even a god-level one. Jiang Fu continued to express his stance, don't be polite from now on, if there's anything you need from your older brother, just say the word. The card I gave you before, this time I used my highest authority to apply for a black gold dragon card for you. Not only does it give you an 80% discount on purchases, but you can also overdraw 10 billion Huaxia coins. Moreover, you will enjoy the confidentiality rights of information at Wanbao Pavilion. Wanbao Pavilion will no longer sell any information related to you. As a businessman, Jiang Fu was serious and straightforward, and every benefit of the black gold dragon card made Lin Yi's eyes light up. What he valued most was still the last item. Wanbao Pavilion would no longer sell any information related to him. Not only that, Jiang Fu added, there's one more thing. Didn't I ask you to help find the traces of the wind spirits? I just got promoted to deputy manager and used my authority to investigate. I have news. At that moment, Lin Yi was genuinely excited. He had planned to gather some information, but Jiang Fu had proactively searched for clues for him. Where are the wind spirits now? Jiang Fu, seeing this, felt certain that he had made the right move. Someone once witnessed an elven squad in conflict with humans near Camp 88 of the Soul-Severing Mountains. This is the elven blood sample and hair I managed to collect. After saying this, Jiang Fu took out a transparent crystal box from the side. The bluish blood and dark green hair inside exuded a strong wind elemental power. Lin Yi took it, and various strategies for tracking wind spirits began to form in his mind. The most direct method was, of course, spells. Just as he was about to ask, Jiang Fu smiled and pulled out a skill book. This tracking technique only requires a small amount of blood and hair to lock onto the target's approximate location. If Lin brother needs it, feel free to take it. Lin Yi felt warmth in his heart, and his satisfaction with Jiang Fu increased a few notches. Having such a thoughtful assistant was indeed a blessing. How can I take the skill book for free? I happen to have a batch of equipment to deal with, so I'll deduct it from there. Although not wealthy enough to rival nations, Lin Yi's assets were not to be underestimated. He carefully stored the tracking technique along with the blood and hair of the wind spirit, deciding to act quickly to avoid missing this lead on the wind spirit. This was related to his promotion task, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. Without further pleasantries, Lin Yi immediately took out various equipment from the victor's pendant, including the once famous Netherworld robe. Are you planning to sell all this equipment? Jiang Fu's arm trembled slightly, as it contained not a few golden items, at the very least silver, which could be considered a windfall. Lin brother, are you in a hurry to sell? Lin Yi felt a bit confused and shook his head gently. Jiang Fu spoke rapidly, it's best not to rush, Lin brother, you may not realize your influence. The Netherworld robe and these pieces of equipment symbolize your identity as the Shadow Demon Lord, unique in the world. I plan to hold an auction in Jian City, and it will definitely fetch an unimaginable high price. Who knows, it might even be exchanged for epic equipment. Selling golden equipment for epic prices sounded unbelievable. But this was the celebrity effect. As a once-in-a-century genius of Jiang City, there would naturally be people willing to pay for it. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded. Brother, you handle it all, and later help me prepare some silver spells. I'll take my time selecting. And one more thing, help me gather information on the Blood Kill Tower. Jiang Fu's heart jolted, then he nodded. I will keep an eye out and discreetly inquire when I meet with the high-ranking officials of other cities in a few days, ensuring your whereabouts remain confidential. Lin Yi nodded. The necessary expenses will come from the equipment I sell. No need to rush, take your time. The two said no more. The wise knew how to act. Afterwards, Lin Yi quietly left after purchasing some outdoor adventure supplies from Jiang Fu. Before heading to the Soul-Severing Mountains, he still needed to return home. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Fu's role seemed to gradually transform into that of a loyal retainer to Lin Yi. If Lin Yi were to establish a family and power in the future, Jiang Fu would undoubtedly be among the first followers. Just as Lin Yi was preparing to head to the Soul-Severing Mountains in a luxurious manner somewhere in Jiang City, though not as deeply rooted as the Chang family estate, it was equally magnificent, showcasing the owner's wealth and status. It should be noted that not every golden professional could establish such a family business. At this moment, everyone in the Li family trembled, not daring to breathe, the oppressive atmosphere making them anxious. Li Jun sat at the head, his face filled with sorrow. Yesterday, his only son had died in the trial tower, like a bolt from the blue, causing him immense pain. Although Kwang'er was unruly and of average strength, the treasures I gave him were enough to save his life. He could not have died in the trial tower. In previous years, while there have been casualties among trial participants, they were mostly impoverished commoners. It is extremely rare for a noble child to meet such a fate. It must have been foul play. Someone killed Kwang'er. A fierce look flashed in Li Jun's eyes. Have you investigated everyone who had conflicts with Kwang'er in the past month? The butler beside him trembled, swallowing hard. We found out that the young master had conflicts with 80 people in the past month, but most were just verbal disputes. There are very few capable of killing the young master. However, there is one person who was very suspicious. Who? Li Jun clenched his fists, the joints cracking. Lin Yi. The Lin Yi who broke the record yesterday? That's right, someone witnessed it. Before entering the trial tower, Lin Yi had a dispute with the young master. Lin Yi even used magic to attack the young master, seemingly because the young master insulted his mother. Now it seems, Lin Yi is the prime suspect, both capable and motivated. Li Jun enunciated each word. Good, continue. The investigation. If it really is him, even if he is a hero of Jiang City, I will make this hero pay the price. Go to Wanbao Pavilion to purchase information about him. The butler's face showed difficulty as he helplessly said, we went there this morning, but Wanbao Pavilion refused to sell. Li Jun squinted, pondering for a moment, then said, then please contact Bloodkill Tower. Let them track down Lin Yi's whereabouts. Some matters were inconvenient for him to handle directly, but having the assassins from Bloodkill Tower do it would have fewer concerns. At this moment, Lin Yi was still unaware that he had been targeted by Li Jun. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care too much. From the moment he killed Li Quan, he had anticipated the confrontation with this golden-class professional, which was why he sought the Cheng family to protect his mother. After explaining everything to Yang Mei, Lin Yi headed straight for the soul-cutting mountains. Sitting on the broad back of the dragon, the biting wind was blocked by Xiao Jin. For Lin Yi, it felt as if he were in a tranquil harbor. The wind elemental blood and hair he obtained from Jiangfu exuded the aura of wind power, and he could even smell a hint of a strange fragrance. It is said that elementals come from another world, all female, and reproduce through the elemental mother tree. I wonder if it's true. Wind elementals are skilled at manipulating wind elements, naturally born archers and mages. This time, aside from completing the promotion task, if I can obtain a treasure, it would be an unexpected joy. In this world, humans from 5 major nations, including the Huaxia Kingdom, reside. There are also many intelligent races, among which are not lacking in powerful beings. For example, elves, goblins, dwarves, dragons, and orcs. They are races scattered during the fusion of the 2 realms, with complex relationships with the 5 nations, which cannot be explained in just a few words. This magnificent world, if it truly is as the legends say, when the world merges and the gods descend, what kind of scene will it be? Lin Yi sighed lightly, then put away his thoughts. These were too distant. Before the world completely merged, he needed to accumulate enough power to face the unknown crises. Immediately, Lin Yi examined the introduction of the tracking technique. Tracking technique, by using the blood and other related items of the target creature, one can trace its trajectory with a maximum range of 1 kilometer and the target's level not exceeding LV50. The level 30 tracking technique had become much more powerful, with greatly increased tracking distance and target level cap. Lin Yi was not worried about finding the traces of the wind elemental tracking technique. Lin Yi did not hesitate, casting the spell on the blue blood in his hand. A faint light rippled, gradually forming a faint shadow, revealing a vague path in the air. Xiao Jin, follow closely. Roar! Xiao Jin chirped lightly, flapping its wings to fly, its speed increasing once more. Lin Yi closed his eyes to rest, leaving only a trace of spiritual awareness to observe his surroundings. Deep in the soul-cutting mountains, Lina was breathing heavily, her hair disheveled, the sexy leather armor adding to her allure due to its damage. Her pointed ears and eyes shimmering with a green light revealed that she was a wind elemental. However, at this moment, Lina's face was filled with worry. A group of 5 had emerged from the tribe, and now only she remained alone. Is the prophecy of the priest truly real? Is the hope of our wind elemental tribe really in that direction of the human? Why are the humans I encounter either greedy, trying to capture us, or completely unresponsive to the tokens? Lina's confidence began to waver. She had embarked on the journey following the mission of the elemental priest but had faced repeated setbacks. For companions had either been hunted by humans or fallen victim to the beasts of the soul-cutting mountains. Witnessing her companions perish helplessly caused her immense pain. No, the priest's prophecy cannot be wrong. I must find the human, he is our savior. Lina gritted her teeth, regaining her determination. A hissing sound came from behind her, and fear flashed in her eyes. The azure glass longbow was drawn back, and the arrow shot through the air as she dashed forward without hesitation, her figure agile. As a naturally gifted elven archer, Lina's abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people. Damn it! If it weren't for the corruption of the elven mother tree, causing my strength to drop to LV30, I wouldn't be at the mercy of these monsters. Lina fled in panic, glancing back occasionally. She saw a black spider, about half her size, rapidly pursuing her, leaping through the jungle with astonishing speed. The LV28 venomous black-striped spider was manageable, but the real threat lay in the group of spiders, nearly 10 of which were LV30 elite black-striped spiders, doubling in size and increasing her pressure. Not to mention, at the end of the spider swarm, there was a howling LV30 purple lord monster, the venomous black-striped spider queen, that made her face change dramatically. Even at her peak, she would have to treat such a formidable enemy with caution. Despair surged within Lina as she cried out internally, damn it, my mission is not yet complete, I cannot die. Whoosh! A sharp spider silk whizzed past, and Lina instinctively dodged to the side, a blood streak appearing on her pale face, tragically beautiful. At this rate, she would surely become a meal for the spiders. What should I do? What can I do? Great elven god, please grant me insight and guide your humble follower. Nearing desperation, Lena began to pray to the deity. It had been 100 years since a miracle had appeared in this new world. Whoosh! Another round of swift arrows blocked her pursuers. The azure power of the wind surrounded her, accelerating her skills, and Lena's speed instantly increased. Just as she was about to shake off her enemies, a smile broke on her face, only to freeze immediately. Ahead, a group of massive black spiders pushed through the underbrush, glaringly visible. Somehow, a group of black striped spiders had circled around to the front. Lena's heart sank to the bottom. It's over. Her eyes filled with desolation as she could only watch the dark swarm of spiders closing in on her. Roar! At that moment, a deafening dragon's roar exploded in her ears. She instinctively looked up at the sky, her azure eyes narrowing in shock and fear. Above, a figure shimmering with golden light caught her eye. A massive body, sharp claws and horns, and a tail covered in barbs. Holy dragon! The holy dragon is hidden in the soul-breaking mountains. Oh no! It's coming closer to me! Fear surged through Lena like a cold wave. However, in the next instant, her expression froze, her beautiful azure eyes filled with disbelief. Because on the back of that golden holy dragon stood a human. She rubbed her eyes to confirm it was not an illusion. The pride of the holy dragon would never allow a mortal to ride it. The only explanation was that this person must be the master of the holy dragon. Lena speculated inwardly, a dragon knight? Suddenly, the wooden compass in her arms, resembling a guiding needle, shook violently, and joy spread across Lena's face. It's the human prophesied by the priest. Just as she was excited to find the prophesied one and prepared to shout, fear instantly crept back into her heart. In that moment of distraction, the surrounding black striped spiders surged like a tide, about to engulf her. No! The drop from hope to despair nearly shattered. Horror! Boom! Just then, the roar of the holy dragon accompanied by a strong wind made it impossible for her to open her eyes. Purple flame meteor. A massive deep red meteor cleverly bypassed the wind spirit and immediately turned the surrounding venomous black striped spiders to ashes. These mere LV-28 minions were no match for Lini. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Otherwise, if this wind spirit encountered misfortune, her promotion task would be delayed again. Hey, silly elf, hurry up! Lini urged, looking at Lena, who stood still as if waiting for death. Though the elf before him was exquisite and striking, why was she so slow? Lena opened her eyes, and before her was the golden holy dragon. The boy on its back, extraordinarily handsome, was calling out to her. She was stunned. Could there really be such a beautiful human in the world? Immediately, Lena leaped and grabbed Lini's hand, jumping onto the dragon's back. Little Jean spread its wings and soared high, leaving a trail of sharp spider silk behind. These foolish venomous black patterned spiders dared to attack even in the presence of the holy dragon. Little Jean, deal with them, Lini said lazily, turning to Lena, his eyes filled with surprise. The wind spirit had finally been found. Lena was also secretly observing this human boy, realizing he was not a dragon knight but a mage. A handsome mage who rides a holy dragon? Is this the person the priest is looking for? Ripples stirred in her heart. This image perfectly matched her vision of a hero. Sensing the presence of the holy dragon beneath her, Lena did not dare to be negligent. The powerful venomous spider queen had no resistance and was easily destroyed. Mage, I am Lena. Thank you for saving my life. Lena placed her hands together, performing the highest gesture of respect from her elven kin, as he was her savior. Lini smiled in response. No need to be polite, I just happened to pass by. You can call me Lini. He pondered how to naturally showcase the elven token in his hand. After all, this was the real world, not a game. Gaining the trust of the wind spirit was crucial. Otherwise, not only would he fail to complete the task, but he might not even find the door. Although saving the wind spirit was a good start, he still needed to tread carefully. However, Lini soon realized he was overthinking. The elven girl before him suddenly knelt down at his feet. Lord Lini, please save our wind spirit tribe. The young elf was straightforward, her thoughts immediately evident. Lini was taken aback. Could the wind spirits recognize him? Lena, are you mistaken? Aside from the two elven-related treasures I obtained before, I have never interacted with elves. Lena quickly shook her head. Lord Lini, I did not make a mistake. You are the priest, the prophesied elven savior who will save our race. Look, this is the token the priest gave me. It has been vibrating since I saw you. It must be right, please save us. Lena was extremely excited, bowing deeply, her snow-white skin shining in the sunlight. Lini nodded slightly, pondering Lena's words, finally piecing together some clues. So, the wind spirits do not know that the world's will has given me a promotion task? They know me because of that priest's prophecy? TSK, in that case, the operational space seems quite large, perhaps I can gain more benefits. Lin. He chuckled inwardly, showing a kind smile to the little spirit before him. Lena, get up first. If possible, take me to meet your priest. I also have matters to attend to. I need to go to the wind spirit tribe. If I can help, I certainly won't refuse. If he could receive additional rewards from the wind spirits while completing the promotion task, that would be excellent. Lord Lini, you can ride the holy dragon, you will definitely succeed. Tears of excitement sparkled in Lena's eyes. After days of wandering, she finally returned with hope. At this moment, little Jean was engaged in a fierce battle with the venomous Spider Queen, and Linny laughed. Alright, little Jean, stop playing around and finish it. Boom! With a roar, a pale golden light surged from the dragon's mouth. The next moment, a devastating breath of the dragon erupted, instantly killing the venomous Spider Queen. A level 30 purple lord monster was enough to bring despair to Han Feng and the others. In front of the holy dragon little Jean, there was no need for Linny to take action himself. He picked up the 2 fallen pieces of silver equipment, took a quick glance, and tossed them into the pendant. For Lin Yi now, silver equipment was no longer of interest. Lena, lead the way. Okay. The elven girl was filled with excitement, whether it was the hope of finding her kin or the experience of riding the holy dragon for the first time, both thrilled her immensely. Along the way, the two chatted casually, gradually becoming more familiar. Lin Yi also began to understand the crisis facing the wind spirits. Related to the underground city? Dark pollution? It seems this task is not simple. Lena's knowledge was limited, she was merely the captain of the elf squad. More detailed information could only be obtained by meeting the wind spirit priest. Little Jean sped through a verdant ancient forest, which quickly came into Lin Yi's view. In front of him, the green forest was filled with towering trees that pierced the clouds. Even from a high vantage point, one could feel the enormity of these giant trees. Lena hurriedly stood up and said, Lord Lin Yi, ahead is the location of our elf tribe. However, it is covered by a magical barrier, so you need to have the holy dragon lower its flight altitude. Lin Yi suddenly understood and nodded. So there is a magical barrier. That makes sense. It was known that the Soul Disconnect mountain range was fraught with dangers. Without protection, this tribe might have long been crushed to pieces by monsters. With a thought, the holy dragon spread its wings and swiftly dove toward the dense center of the forest. In an instant, it descended to just a few hundred meters above the ground. Lena quickly shouted, all right. She then closed her eyes, her delicate, fair fingers tracing the air as if performing an ancient ritual. Not only that, but she also murmured incantations. Buzz. With a subtle sound of vibration, circles of light green aura spread out from Lena as the center. Above the entire forest, a transparent protective shield appeared. The waves continued to expand, revealing an opening like a great door. Lena urged, Lord Lin Yi, we must enter quickly, or the entrance will close soon. Lin Yi gently nodded, and the holy dragon's golden wings suddenly flapped, increasing speed as it smoothly entered through the opening. Whoosh! It felt as if they had crossed into a different space, and the view ahead suddenly opened up. Lush greenery stretched infinitely before them. The vitality felt was almost 10 times stronger than before. Towering trees reached up to the clouds, and even the massive body of the holy dragon seemed small in comparison to these giants. At that moment, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from Lena, causing Lin Yi to pause in surprise. With joy in her eyes, Lena explained, since entering the new world, we cannot use the wind barrier at will, to avoid provoking the world's will, which would suppress our strength. If it weren't for finding you, Lord Lin Yi, I wouldn't have risked coming out. The priest said that once the two worlds merge, we will be completely free from our constraints. Hearing this, Lin Yi's heart trembled. For a long time, although the 5 great nations on Blue Star had interactions with many intelligent races, the relationships were complex. He never expected that the worlds would impose such restrictions on other intelligent races. Once the restrictions were lifted with the merging of the two worlds, how turbulent and unpredictable the situation would be. With this in mind, Lin Yi felt a surge of urgency. He needed to possess enough strength and establish his own power before the two worlds merged. Lord Lin Yi, please follow me. The dark pollution spreading from the underground city is terrifying. The mother tree of the elves has been contaminated. This year, our tribe hasn't even been able to give birth to new little elves. Lena spoke to Lin Yi without reservation. Upon returning to a familiar place, she began to pour out her heart. No little elves? Was the situation that serious? No wonder they sent Lena and the others out to explore. Lin Yi gained a deeper understanding of the elf tribe's predicament. Don't worry, if I can help, I will definitely assist you in resolving this. Lena nodded vigorously. Lin Yi was now her only hope. The two walked and talked at a rapid pace. At that moment, a rustling sound came from ahead as the bushes parted. Several delicate figures resembling Lena appeared before Lin Yi and Lena. Most of them were wearing leather armor, with only one dressed in a robe. This was the patrol squad of the elf tribe, occasionally encountering external threats. Sister Lena, you're back, the leading girl exclaimed in surprise, and excitement flashed in Lena's eyes as she joyfully embraced her companions. You finally returned safely. What about Linda and the others? Upon hearing this, a shadow crossed Lena's eyes. They died. I was the only one who survived. I'm sorry. The faces of the crowd were filled with sorrow, and a few young ones even shed tears. Soon, Lena suppressed her sadness. Linda and the others' efforts were not in vain. I have found Lord Lin Yi. He is the hero foretold by the high priest who will save our elven tribe. Lena's words drew everyone's gaze to Lin Yi. What a handsome human youth. Could he possibly have elven genes? A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. Hello, everyone. The elves shyly lowered their heads. Lord Linny, please. You must save our tribe. These elves were quite powerful, possessing the strength of silver-tier professionals. Therefore, the higher-ups of the elven tribe must be even stronger, at least reaching platinum level. Even platinum-level experts find it difficult to solve this problem? Can I do it? However, since the will of the world has set this as my promotion task, there must be a way to resolve it. Linny felt a bit puzzled but soon realized the issue. Let's hurry to see the high priest. The elves temporarily set aside their grief over their lost companions and led Linny forward. The wind magic of the elven mages surrounded everyone, instantly increasing their speed. The deeper they went, the more Linny could feel the richness of life energy. It was even denser than where they had landed, but at the same time he sensed an unusual power. A dark aura. The level of pollution the mother tree of the elves has suffered is even more severe than I expected. Soon, a dreamlike scene unfolded before them. Thick giant trees were scattered harmoniously and various vine-like plants intertwined to form a sturdy ecological nest. Among them, many elves frolicked and darted about. Lena respectfully led the way. Lord Linny, please follow me. The high priest has been waiting for a long time. Lin Yi's unexpected appearance undoubtedly astonished many elves. Ah, a human. A human we haven't seen in a long time. Is this human a guest of the high priest? Could it be that he has come to resolve the pollution of the mother tree? The young elves, feeling Lin Yi's gentle smile, gradually gathered the courage to approach him, with the bolder ones even coming closer, curiously examining him. Seeing Lena leading Lin Yi toward the high priest's dwelling, their eyes couldn't help but reveal excitement. Soon, Lin Yi met the elven high priest, Catherine. In the tribe, the high priest, as a bridge to communicate with the elven god, held an unparalleled status. In this new world, although communication with the divine had become a thing of the past, Catherine still governed the entire tribe due to her own strength and the peaceful nature of the elven race. However, recently, Catherine appeared unusually fatigued. The mother tree of the elves was suffering an unprecedented assault, and the situation had reached a critical point. If no solution was found, the mother tree would suffer irreversible damage. Catherine's eyes brimmed with joy. Lord Linny, I am so glad to see you. Elven vision. She instinctively activated her talent to observe Linny. In the new world, humans were favored. Professionals could intuitively sense the general information of others, while other intelligent beings had to rely on specific skills. A green light flashed in Catherine's eyes, which soon turned to surprise, stirring up waves of shock within her. Her elven vision had actually failed. The attributes of the young man before her were a blur, and she couldn't see clearly at all. How is this possible? As a level 78 epic elven high priest, I can't even glean his information face to face? Catherine was shaken inside. Fortunately, she had experienced many hardships, or she would have lost her composure long ago. She recalled the fragments that flashed in her prophecy technique. The powerful mage in the floating city, the hope of the elven race, billions of beings worship. But since yesterday, the prophecy technique had completely failed. She had thought it was due to her overuse. Little did she expect that even face to face, she couldn't probe any information about Linny. Catherine's regard for Linny increased sharply, and the fire of hope burned brightly. The future of the elven tribe rests on him. She was unaware that Linny had obtained the epic skill, Fool's Mist. Even at the demigod level, one would find it impossible to glean even a hint of information about it. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's heart was also in turmoil. The beautiful and delicate face before him, which seemed to be only a few years older than his own, had actually lived for hundreds of years. Wind Spirit Priestess Catherine. Level, LV 78. This simple information was enough to shock Lin Yi. He had thought that the higher-ups of the elf tribe were only at the platinum level. To his surprise, they had reached the epic level. However, given that he had previously encountered the epic powerhouses, Wu Weilong and Xiebin, Lin Yi did not lose his composure. Lady Catherine, I am also very pleased to meet you. He slightly bowed, neither losing his courtesy nor being overly humble. Now that the elf race needed his help, even if the other party was a legend, it was nothing to be concerned about. Catherine spoke softly. Lena, you may leave now. In the small house woven from green vines, only Lin Yi and Catherine remained. Lin Yi was neither anxious nor impatient, savoring the fruit drink prepared by the elves, fresh, sweet, and full of vitality. Finally, Catherine spoke. Lord Lin Yi, Lena should have mentioned some situations regarding the tribe to you. On behalf of all the elves of the elf tribe, I earnestly request your assistance. Lin Yi curiously asked, I am just a bronze class practitioner. Why does the priestess, as an epic powerhouse, still need my help? Catherine explained, 100 years ago, our tribe fell to this state, and after a brief panic, we quickly settled down. However, the good times did not last long. 50 years ago, the second fusion of the world caused a spatial rift to appear in our tribe. Lin Yi's spirit lifted. This seemed to be the crux of the matter. That rift connects to a special instance dungeon, and from my sensing, there seems to be a vast underground city inside, filled with powerful dark energy. At first, everything was normal, but 30 years ago, this dark energy began to seep into the tribe. Its power is too strong. Although our mother tree of the elves has been resisting with all its might, it was manageable at first. But over time, it has become increasingly difficult. To this day, we can no longer nurture new elves. If this continues, once our generation grows old, the elf tribe will fall into a dire situation. Catherine's eyes were filled with heaviness. What she described was only part of the truth. In reality, the crisis facing the elf tribe was far more severe. That dark energy not only aimed to eliminate the elves but also to transform them into dark elves. Once the mother tree of the wind spirits was completely polluted, the existing elves would also fall into darkness. This was the most urgent reason for Catherine. Lin Yi pondered, then why doesn't the priestess enter the instance dungeon herself? To resolve the root cause? Catherine shook her head helplessly. I would wish for that, but the dungeon stipulates that only those below LV30 can enter. So that was it. No wonder they needed him to take action. Lin Yi felt relieved and even a bit excited. Entering the instance dungeon could not only complete his promotion task but also yield rich rewards. Lin Yi candidly expressed his doubts. The mother tree of the elves can nurture epic elves like the priestess, and that dark energy can pollute it. I fear I might not be able to eradicate it either. Catherine quickly nodded. Indeed, according to my capture of information about that dungeon, it has inner and outer layers. Lord Lin Yi, you only need to enter the outer layer to obtain what is needed to temporarily suppress the encroachment of the dark energy. She had a simple calculation in her heart. As long as they could hold on until the world fully merged. At that time, with the help of the priestly deity, everything would naturally be resolved. Priestess, I hope to receive some small assistance. If the dark pollution brought by the underground city could not be eradicated, the consequences facing the elf tribe would likely be far more severe than what Catherine had mentioned. After all, when discussing cooperation, no one would naively lay all their difficulties bare. That would be showing their weaknesses to their opponents. Catherine appeared slightly taken aback but soon responded with a smile. Of course, there is no problem, Lord Lin Yi. As long as you are willing to lend a hand to the elven tribe, feel free to mention any needs. Lin Yi did not speak but stood up under the confused gaze of the elven priestess and took out 2 tokens, the wind spirit card and the tear of the elf. A trace of sadness flashed in Catherine's eyes as she gently caressed the tear-shaped tear of the elf, understanding that Lin Yi was the hero who avenged the elves. Thank you, Lord Lin Yi. After the 2 tokens were revealed, Catherine's favorability towards Lin Yi significantly increased. You will be a forever friend of the elven race. If you are willing to assist the elven tribe, I am willing to give you 3 bottles of moon water. This is a treasure extremely beneficial to mages. Surely it will suit your needs. Lin Yi's eyes brightened, but he quickly shook his head. Priestess Catherine, it seems you do not have much sincerity towards me. I only need the moon water. As for the matter of the dark pollution, you will need to seek someone more capable. Catherine furrowed her brows slightly, confused. Lord Lin Yi, please wait. The moon water is a treasure nurtured by our ancient elven trees. Currently, the ancient trees are disturbed by dark pollution, and new production has ceased. These are all that remain. Please believe in the sincerity of our elven race. Lin Yi chuckled lightly. Priestess, to this day you still refuse to be honest with me. First, you have not detailed the specifics of the dungeon's secret realm. You haven't even revealed what the target is. It's hard for me to believe that you have never attempted to explore. I fear that most of the elves who entered have already met with misfortune, haven't they? Secondly, you also seem to withhold the severity of the dark pollution. Do you think I, Lin Yi, am so easily satisfied with just 3 bottles of moon water? Is this the attitude of the elven tribe towards their benefactor? Lin Yi let out a cold snort, shaking his head in disappointment as he turned to leave. Whoosh! Catherine's figure instantly appeared in front of Lin Yi, nearly causing him to bump into her. Her chest rose and fell erratically. Catherine's eyes were filled with anxiety, completely flustered. Lord Lin Yi, it's not what you think. I just haven't had the chance to explain. Faced with the survival of her race, even Catherine could not help but panic. Moreover, Lin Yi's words were not unfounded. The elven tribe indeed sent their kin into the dungeon, but the situation was worse than he had anticipated. No one returned. Only a small amount of information and treasures were brought back. Noticing Catherine's emotional fluctuations, her epic level power began to surge. Lin Yi's heart grew wary, and he coldly said, What, does the priestess intend to force me? Catherine hurriedly shook her head, her imposing aura dissipating. Lord Lin Yi, please feel free to state your demands. As long as it is within the capabilities of the elven tribe, we will certainly fulfill it. Lin Yi felt a sense of relief in his heart. It worked. First, he used Lena's life-saving grace, and with the 2 tokens, he built up goodwill, then pretended to be dissatisfied and wanted to leave. Retreating to advance, Catherine indeed could not withstand it. He secretly rejoiced in his heart but kept a calm expression, his tone gradually becoming more peaceful. Really, any request is fine? Really? Then good. First I need 10 bottles of moon water. Secondly, I need a treasure that can store experience. Furthermore, I need practical skill books and equipment to strengthen myself. After all, my strength is still shallow. Acting rashly not only endangers myself but may also implicate the elven tribe. Lastly, I need to know detailed information about the dungeon, otherwise, I cannot comply. Lin Yi listed his conditions one by one, leaving Catherine speechless. Humans are indeed so greedy. Lord Lin, your demands are excessive. Catherine even questioned whether her prophecy was wrong. This was not a savior, but more like a vampire. Lin slightly curled his lips and smiled. Priestess, the conditions are negotiable. Take your time. Priestess, you wouldn't want to see the destruction of the elven tribe, would you? Striking at the heart of Catherine's anger, her expression stiffened, her rage gradually dissipating, her gaze dimming. After a long while, she sighed. You are right. But your demands are truly too many. It's not that I am unwilling to give, it's just that the elven tribe has very little left. Lin raised an eyebrow. Tell me more. He hadn't expected to apply too much pressure. If the elven tribe were to be destroyed, wouldn't his promotion task be in vain? Taking on the task again would mean waiting another month, which was a waste of time. The moon water is limited to 5 vials at most. That's the maximum for individual use. Any more would be useless. Lin readily agreed. Sure. As for the treasure that stores experience, there is one, but it must be returned once used. This is a sacred object of the elven tribe. Storing experience is merely an additional effect. That's fine. After all, it was just for the vast experience that couldn't be obtained in the dungeon. With that, the problem was easily resolved. You can only receive one skill book and one piece of equipment. The elven tribe has been cut off from the gods for too long, and their stock is scarce. If you agree, I have the right to hand these over to you first. The condition is that you must at least bring back enough dark crystals to sustain the elven tribe for 3 years. Catherine stared at Lin. This was her bottom line. Deal. Lin said, knowing when to stop. The dark crystals are treasures that alleviate dark pollution, right? Correct. The entire dungeon is actually the lair of a powerful black dragon. It's vast and complex inside. You need not worry about the black dragon appearing at the periphery. Your target is in the outer city, where the dragons can reside. Defeating them will yield the dark crystals. The elven tribe once sent elves there and indeed harvested some dark crystals, otherwise the ancient tree would have long since fallen into ruin. This time, Catherine no longer held back. Lin Yi's task log was also updated accordingly. Special promotion task, new information on the redemption of the Wind Elf. Task objective updated. Obtain dark crystals to save the Wind Elf. Target quantity, 30 pieces. Note, the more dark crystals collected, the higher the task completion rate. A very high completion rate will yield additional rewards. Catherine looked at Lin and said softly, please wait here, I will go get the moon water for you. With that, she stepped alone outside the vine-wrapped hut. It was evident that Catherine's attitude towards Lin had cooled considerably. She was still dissatisfied with his earlier reckless behavior. However, Lin merely smiled slightly, unbothered. One must look out for oneself, otherwise, heaven and earth would conspire against them. Moreover, he would still assist the Wind Elf. It was just that he would act while ensuring his own interests were maximized. He occasionally waved at the curious little elves peeking through the window, his heart filled with joy. Soon, Catherine returned. Lin turned around, his gaze fixed intently on the few treasures before him. Catherine sighed lightly. These are all for you. I hope you can do your utmost to obtain as many shadow crystals as possible. Though the prophecy was not a certainty, Lin was undoubtedly the one with great potential. She had learned from Lena that Lin could even command the holy dragon, displaying talents beyond that of ordinary people. If even Lin had no solution, she would be utterly despairing and would have to resort to her last means. But that would come at a great cost. Unless absolutely necessary, she would never wish to do so. Lin nodded seriously. Rest assured, I will do my best. If I can obtain more shadow crystals, I will deliver them all to you. Having been entrusted with a task, one must be loyal to it. Having already benefited, one should give their all. Moreover, this was related to Lin Yi's grand plan for promotion. He would never take it lightly. After speaking, he began to examine the treasures on the table. To Lin Yi's surprise, the moon water was not measured in bowls but existed as individual drops. Exactly 5 drops of silvery liquid, not in the shape of droplets but crescent-shaped. Quite marvelous. Moon water, grade, platinum attribute, increases mental attributes by 2,000 points upon consumption. Note, A. Treasure of the elven race, intricately linked to the birth of elves. Each person can consume a maximum of 5 drops. 1 drop of moon water can increase mental attributes by 2,000. Lin Yi's eyes widened, far exceeding his expectations. After all, this was a permanent attribute increase, incomparable to equipment or other external items. For practitioners, consuming treasures like the moon water signifies an innate advantage over others. He was filled with surprise and drank it without hesitation. Gulp, gulp. Just 5 drops of moon water surged into his body like a torrent. In an instant, the immense energy within the moon water erupted, a refreshing sensation flooding his heart. Lin Yi's mental attribute instantly skyrocketed to 10,000 points, reaching an astonishing 42,000 points, and with the 20% bonus effect from the Victor set, it totaled a whopping 50,400 points. Just these 5 drops of moon water had propelled his strength to new heights. With a fireball spell, he could deal a staggering 1,000,000 damage. If he cast the strongest Earth Prison, a single round could inflict over 80 million damage. In just 3 rounds, it could even one-shot the venomous green dragon from before. It was clear that compared to when he challenged the 30th floor of the trial tower, Lin Yi's strength had increased several times over. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Yi turned his gaze to the second treasure. A blue horn, engraved with elven runes that Lin Yi could not comprehend. Horn of the Wind Spirit Grade, Special. Attribute, a sacred artifact of the Wind Spirit, a wondrous item that can communicate with deities, allowing the holder to store 20 times their current class experience. Lin Yi marveled inwardly. So, it was indeed a wondrous item for communicating with the Wind Spirit and the deities. No wonder it needed to be returned after use, but it didn't matter, it would only be used in the dungeon anyway, storing 20 times the experience. That's enough. Lin Yi rejoiced and stored it in the victor's pendant. However, a flicker of struggle crossed Catherine's eyes. Losing this wondrous item in the dungeon would be a huge loss. Lord Lin Yi, please be sure to bring back the elven horn, it is crucial for us as well. She couldn't help but remind him again, feeling a pang in her heart. Lin Yi nodded and turned his gaze to the third treasure. A light green ring, also intricately engraved with elven runes, mysterious and unfathomable. Blessing of the Wind Spirit Grade, Platinum Attribute, Mana plus 200,000, Wind-type spell. Damage below epic level plus 20%. Additional skill Elven Blessing. After activation, mental attribute increases by 10%, lasts for 1 minute, cooldown 24 hours. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. Another platinum ring. With this, all 4 rings on his hands had reached platinum level, leaving only the Hermit's Mask as silver equipment. Catherine did not deceive herself. It was clear she had chosen this ring after careful consideration. Lin Yi looked at the final treasure, a rare summoning skill book. A bronze level skill, Summon War Ancient Tree. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed, and he clapped his hands together decisively, instantly comprehending it. His talent activated, and the Summon War Ancient Tree immediately reached max level. Looking at the attributes of the War Ancient Tree, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud, setting off towards the dungeon. War Ancient Tree, Summon Entity, Grade, LV30 Lord Monster Health 4, 735, 229 Skills, Root Binding, Vine Shot, Rapid Regeneration, Wood Activation, Vision Sharing. As the skills reached max level LV30, the capabilities of the War Ancient Tree underwent a qualitative leap. In the face of danger, Lin Yi could dispatch the War Ancient Tree to scout without hesitation, especially the combination of Wood Activation and Vision Sharing, which made all enemies in forested areas nearly unable to hide. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy. Not bad, even before entering the dungeon, I've already gained so much. Seeing Lin Yi ready, Catherine's emotions gradually stabilized, and she softly suggested, Lord Lin Yi, if you are prepared, we should set off immediately. Clearly, she did not want to delay for even a moment. With every second wasted, the erosion faced by the elven mother tree would deepen. For the elven race, this was akin to a catastrophe. All right, Lin Yi readily agreed, stepping out of the vine hut with Catherine. The elves' gazes converged, especially the elders, who, upon learning that Lin Yi was their savior, looked at him with even more reverence. Lord Lin Yi, wish you a safe return. Suddenly, the sound of blessings rose and fell. Lin Yi smiled in response, raising the staff in his hand, causing the little fairies to gaze at him with admiration. Lord Lin Yi is so handsome. Catherine watched this scene, shaking her head helplessly. She had not mentioned to her kin Lin Yi's previous opportunistic actions. After some thought, she felt it unnecessary to bring it up, as long as Lin Yi genuinely helped the fairies escape their plight. Yet, thinking of those 5 drops of moon water, she felt a slight pang in her heart. We're here. Lin Yi followed Catherine, weaving through the vine houses, and soon stopped in front of a gigantic, lush ancient tree. Just as he was admiring the mature grace of the fairies beside him, he suddenly halted, nearly colliding with Catherine. Looking up, a towering ancient tree stood against the clouds, over 1,000 meters high, with a diameter close to 100 meters. Its vitality and the essence of wind elements were incredibly rich. However, dark forces were equally potent. This was the mother tree of the fairies, the foundation of their existence. Lin Yi noticed that half of the ancient tree had been eroded by darkness, and it was continuously spreading. The azure-like cocoons that should have nurtured life on the tree were eerily silent, interrupting the source of new fairy births. As time passed, the fairy tribe might vanish into the annals of history. The entrance to the dungeon is at the back of the ancient tree. Catherine led the way to the tree's rear, where the sight was even more astonishing. A black vortex slowly spun, its dark aura tainting the ancient tree, weaving a web of black threads, grotesque and terrifying. It turned out that the entrance to this secret dungeon was actually located behind the mother tree of the fairies. The black dragon sensed the presence of the ancient tree, wanting to use it to merge the secret realm into reality, escaping its fate of imprisonment. Lin Yi knew that most secret realms were fragments of worlds left behind during the collision of 2 realms. For certain intelligent beings, a confined space was akin to torment. To encounter something like this, truly Linny cast an unusual glance at Catherine, only able to say that luck was indeed not on their side. Perhaps this is a trial from the gods for my fairy tribe. If we overcome this difficulty, the tribe will surely be reborn. Lord Linny, please help us obtain enough dark crystals. After speaking, Catherine bowed again. No problem, just leave it to me. Linny nodded seriously. His earlier demands were merely to secure his own interests. Now, with such a heavy responsibility in hand, how could he stand by idly? Moreover, this was related to his promotion task, so he would naturally give it his all. Catherine hesitated for a moment. This is a solo dungeon, you must go alone. If you encounter something you can't handle, you can temporarily withdraw. Linny said nothing further, using his mental power to touch the black vortex. In an instant, information flooded into his mind. LV35 Silver Dungeon, entrance to the Black Dragon Dungeon, Hell level. Difficulty, entry restriction, profession level LV30 and below, maximum number of entrants, 1. Hell level dungeon. Moreover, being a solo dungeon doubled the difficulty. This is just the outer city. The inner city is probably even more terrifying. Linny sighed inwardly, thankful that he didn't need to delve deeper. Catherine, I will go in now, look forward to my good news. With that, Linny resolutely stepped into the black vortex. In an instant, he vanished from his original spot. Catherine stood frozen, the images shown by the prophecy spell echoing in her mind. In the floating city, powerful mages existed like deities, slaying formidable demon lords. Millions of lives surrendered. Among them was her own figure. Could it be that the fairy tribe will ultimately submit to Lord Linny? This was also the root of her leniency towards Linny. After all, the strong also had dignity and could not easily endure threats. Let's wait and see if the fairy god truly abandons us. Catherine's eyes flickered, filled with uncertainty. Linny stepped into that dark vortex, and in an instant, a wave of dizziness coursed through his body, striking deep into his soul. It was a unique sensation of crossing spatial boundaries, transcending world barriers, something that magic could not resist. Soon, this discomfort completely dissipated. When his vision became clear again, he found himself in a vast, dimly lit land. Above him was not a blue sky, but equally deep purple rock layers. This was indeed the underground world. Then, Lin Yi's gaze was drawn to a solitary peak. Around it, winding paths could be faintly seen, like a staircase leading straight to the sky. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening dragon's roar echoed, resonating throughout the underground world. Enter the Hell-level dungeon's secret realm, eliminate all monsters, and find the key to the inner city to complete the task. Defeat the first Lord Monster, and you will gain the right to leave the dungeon freely. Always remain hidden. Exposing your whereabouts will attract the assault of all monsters in the dungeon. Unlike other dungeons, the exit here requires personally defeating the Lord Monster to unlock. However, Lin Yi's goal from the moment he stepped in was singular: clear the dungeon. Clearing all monsters and obtaining the key to the inner city? Perfectly aligned with my intentions. He was equally curious about that mysterious inner city. Lin Yi's wings suddenly unfurled behind him, soaring into the air like an arrow released from a bow. Stay hidden? No need. The more, the better. It saves me the trouble of searching everywhere. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, the Victor's staff in his hand radiating dazzling light as a massive magic circle appeared out of thin air. Roar! In the next moment, the holy dragon let out an impassioned roar. The black dragon was furious, continuously roaring in anger. It seemed to be summoning its subordinates from the outer city, vowing to eliminate the intruders. Linny stood on the dragon's back, stroking the head of Little Gold, and said with a smile, "Don't rush, we'll strike when we're stronger. I will help you slay the black dragon, assist you in advancing further. Summon the War Ancient Tree." Linny waved his staff, and an enormous, armored ancient tree appeared before him. Its sharp branches were as lethal as swords. He finally understood why Catherine had taught him this skill. In the outer area of the dungeon, aside from the rough stone houses, there were only scattered small trees of a ghostly purple hue. For other elves, it might be a cautious advance, carefully avoiding groups of monsters, waiting for the right moment to hunt down isolated enemies to obtain shadow crystals. But Linny clearly had no need for such caution. What activation? Shared vision. The two skills of the War Ancient Tree activated instantly, and a flood of information surged into Lin Yi's mind. Not far away, a group of goblins was rushing towards him. "Little Gold, let's go hunting." Linny laughed heartily, guiding Little Gold to charge forward. The holy dragon's golden wings spread wide, blocking the sky as it flew at an astonishing speed. Before him, a dark mass of goblins was clearly visible. LV32 Normal Goblin, LV33 Elite Goblin, LV34 Lord Goblin Captain, LV35 Purple Dragon Blood Goblin Lord. All levels of goblins were present, and under the baptism of the black dragon's blood, their strength had significantly increased. Especially that LV35 Purple Dragon Blood Goblin Lord. Its attributes were even approaching those of certain Golden Lord monsters of the same level. Dragon Blood Goblin Lord Grade, LV35 Lord Monster, Purple, Health 42.4 million skills, Goblin Roar, Giant Axe Slash, Dragon Blood Slash. Even Linny found it hard to believe such attributes. This was just the first Lord Monster, and it was already so powerful. Not to mention the numerous small monsters and elite monsters. Even the best LV30 Wind Elemental would struggle to compete with it. The Hell-level Dungeon's Secret Realm seemed like a challenge not meant for humans. Not everyone could possess such monstrous abilities like Linny before reaching the silver level. Great, little gold, let's get to work. Linny's eyes burned with battle intent. These were the sources of experience and equipment. He could feel that a bountiful harvest was about to come his way. Although in the vision of the war ancient tree, another wave of wolfmen had appeared further away, Linny remained completely unflustered. He had to quickly deal with this batch of goblins before the second wave of monsters arrived. After that, he would change locations to avoid being surrounded. Not only can he efficiently clear out monsters, but he also won't be surrounded by the Lord Monsters. Isn't that wonderful? Those who dare to infringe upon His Majesty Caesar shall die. The deep roar of the dragon-blooded goblin Lord echoed, and goblins in the distance began to hurl their spears, some even accompanied by deafening sonic booms. Sky Shield. As the spears came flying in, they merely stirred a few ripples on the shield. Earth Prison. This skill has a wide coverage area, with a diameter of 200 meters. It couldn't be more suitable for dealing with the goblins before him. Boom! Huge stone hands crushed the goblins, and thick, sharp earth spikes darted back and forth. Minus 8.11 million. Minus 8.23 million. Minus 7.96 million. Minus 8.05 million. A series of astonishing damage numbers soared. Whether it was the goblins, the dragon-blooded goblins, or the Lord Goblin Captain, all were instantly killed. Linny's 3 waves of Earth Prison dealt a total damage close to 26 million. Even the dragon-blooded Goblin Lord lost half of its life from this strike. In an instant, the task log was frequently refreshing. Linny's gains could be described as overflowing. Kill LV32 Normal Goblin, gain experience plus 462. Kill LV33 Elite Goblin, gain experience plus 1457. Kill LV34 Lord Goblin Captain, gain experience plus 14517. The messages in the log kept jumping, nearly drowning Lin Yi's vision. Fortunately, he had borrowed the Horn of the Wind Spirit from Catherine. Otherwise, losing such a massive amount of experience would have left him extremely regretful. At this moment, within a 200-meter radius around him, the goblins retreated like a tide, leaving behind a wide open area. Just by casting Earth Prison once, he had wildly gathered over 500,000 experience. Such results would surely drive an ordinary person into a frenzy of joy. The speed at which ordinary people gain experience is far from what one might imagine. After all, the life and death struggles of the real world are not something everyone can endure continuously. Soon, Linny cast Earth Prison again. The purple dragon-blooded goblin lord's eyes were filled with terror. The massive surface fissures and sharp earth spikes surged up, squeezing and penetrating every goblin. Dark red liquid flowed like a stream, seeping into the ground, and a foul stench filled the air. Minus 7.26 million. Minus 7.49 million. Minus 7.86 million. This time, the goblins were somewhat prepared, resulting in only over 400,000 experience gained. Even so, after 2 rounds, Linny had already accumulated 1 million experience. Only in this dungeon can one enjoy such a thrill. Where else can you find such dense monsters outside? Linny licked his lips, excitement barely contained. At this rate, leveling up to a silver profession would no longer be a dream. Purple Flame Meteor. For the scattered goblins, Linny chose the more efficient Purple Flame Meteor. Although it wasn't as shocking as Earth Prison, it could still deal 4 million damage with equally significant effects. Kill LV32 Normal Goblin, gain experience plus 483. Kill LV33 Elite Goblin, gain experience plus 1789. Linny's mood was exceptionally pleasant. The last time he had such a smooth upgrade was in the Jiangcheng Trial Tower. Kill LV35 Dragon-Blooded Goblin Lord, gain experience plus 61274. Unknowingly, my strength has increased so much. As his thoughts flowed, Linny rode down on Little Gold, and before him lay a glimmering array of equipment. There were quite a few silver pieces, and he even spotted a piece of golden equipment. Even the low-tier minions had dropped gear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mana transformed into giant hands, instantly gathering the equipment scattered on the ground. Roughly counting, there were 50 to 60 black iron pieces, about 10 bronze pieces, 3 to 4 silver pieces, and the rest was that golden piece. This haul, if converted into Huaxia currency, would probably amount to billions. Undeniably, as the strength of the professionals increases, the accumulation of wealth becomes increasingly effortless. No wonder it's a hell-level secret realm at LV35. Linny said with joy, after organizing the equipment below silver grade, his gaze fixed on the last piece of golden equipment. His taste had become more refined, and ordinary gear no longer caught his eye. Berserker armor grade, gold attributes, constitution. Plus 12,000, defense plus 12,000, health plus 120,000, additional skill, Berserk after activation, increases strength and constitution by 10%, decreases agility and spirit by 10%. This piece of equipment could be considered a small gem among warriors, with a market price of at least several hundred million Huaxia coins. Not bad, not bad. I can ask Jiang Fu to help me exchange for some mage equipment later, Linny said, satisfied as he stored the Berserker armor and turned his attention to the true purpose of this trip, the dark crystal. Looking at the diamond-shaped crystal in his hand, about the size of a fist, Linny clicked his tongue in amazement. Dark crystal grade, special attributes, can absorb and store dark power. An ideal container for storing dark power. Linny suddenly realized and understood Catherine's plan. It turned out that she needed him to find the dark crystal. It was to temporarily siphon off the dark power from the mother tree of the elves, significantly alleviating the pressure on the ancient tree. But this was merely a stopgap measure. Only by eradicating the source of darkness could the problem be truly resolved. It seems Catherine is quite confident in completely resolving the source of dark power within 3 years. Linny thought to himself, but then he stopped probing further. He had only recently awakened, and in 3 years he might have already stepped onto the divine stage. This time he had obtained 12 dark crystals, a good start. Previously, the elites among the elves who ventured into this area fought hard and even sacrificed themselves, barely managing to obtain 1 or 2 crystals. Compared to Linny's efficiency, it was like comparing heaven and earth. Linny turned and gazed at the desolate dark purple land and the dilapidated underground city upon it. A surge of desire for endless experience and treasures welled up in his heart. Keep moving forward. Little Jean spread its wings and soared towards another unknown region. At this moment, through the vast vision of the ancient war tree, waves of monsters were surging from the horizon. The number far exceeded that of the previous kobold army. Just as the mysterious hint of the underground city suggested, if their whereabouts were exposed, it would mean that the hunters of the Black Dragon family would swarm in. Although Linny was unafraid, hunting them one by one was the true way. The outer area of this underground city was vast and boundless. Although it was called the Outer City, it was mostly desert and crumbling ruins, with sporadic stone walls. The offspring of the Black Dragon were scattered across the fields, yet they provided Linny with enough space to maneuver and evade. Utilizing the vision of the little purple tree, Linny cleverly circled around the encirclement of the army. Little Jean raced forward, quickly locking onto a new hunting ground. Roar! The arrogant dragon's roar shook the sky, once again provoking the Black Dragon Lord in the distant central city. Roar! Then, an enraged voice echoed back. Linny immediately sensed that a mixed troop of wolfmen and kobolds was charging towards him. Further away were even more formidable monsters, like black-scaled flying dragons, hellhounds, and trolls. However, they were still far away and could not reach him for the time being. Hunting begin. Looking at the approaching tide of beasts on the horizon, excitement flickered in Lingy's eyes. There lay richer experience and equipment than before. LV-32 Ordinary Monster Kobold, LV-33 Ordinary Monster Wolfman, LV-34 Elite Monster Dragon-Blooded Wolfman, LV-34 Lord Monster Dragon-Blooded, Kobold Captain, and even a Golden Leader. LV-35 Golden Lord Monster Dragon-Blooded Wolfman King, Dragon-Blooded Wolfman King level, LV-35 Lord Monster, Golden, Health, 81.5 million skills, Black Dragon Bloodline, Dragon Blood Eruption, Dark Triple Strike, Wolfman Roar, Wolfman Bite. Linny exclaimed excitedly, finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. The Dragon Blood Ward King, a LV-35 Golden Lord Monster. As a member of the Black Dragon family, it possesses the blood of the Black Dragon, its power far surpassing that of an ordinary Golden Leader. With over 80 million health points and 790,000 attack power. Coupled with the primary Black Dragon lineage, it undoubtedly surpasses the previous Holy Dragons of the same level. This is already an exceptionally powerful dragon blood creature. After all, it was once the king of the wargs. But Linny showed no fear. The stronger it was, the more it suited his intentions. The previous kobold leader had already gifted him a piece of golden equipment. The warg king before him might bring a piece of platinum equipment. At the very least, he could harvest several pieces of golden gear. Linny decided to take the initiative, shouting, "Kill! Roar!" Little Jean dove down with a roar, spewing forth scorching dragon breath, sweeping away the monsters below. For these dragon blood-infused creatures, the dragon had an innate suppressive power, preventing them from unleashing their full potential. Linny held the staff of the victor, a yellowish light gathering upon it. Earth Prison. A 200-meter diameter area instantly transformed into a dense forest of yellow spikes, a pale yellow giant hand tightly grasping. Like crushing ants, red, black, and green liquids mixed together, creating a nauseating sight. That was a mixture of blood, meat sauce, bone marrow, and internal organs. Minus 8.01 million. Minus 8.13 million. Minus 8.07 million. Damage surged like waves, but Lin He remained unfazed. The log bar refreshed rapidly, causing a smile to unconsciously appear at the corner of his mouth. Killed LV32 Ordinary Monster. Kobold gained experience plus 457 points. Killed LV33 Elite Monster Dragon Blood Kobold gained experience plus 1195 points. Killed LV34 Dragon Blood Kobold. Captain gained experience plus 16,310 points. Killed LV33 Ordinary Monster Warg gained experience plus 619 points. A single wave yielded over 600,000 experience, with many wargs mixed in, far richer than the previous Kobold experience. The Warg King was clearly more cunning than the kobolds, a black dragon blood shield rising all over its body. The earth piercing, which could originally deal over 7 million damage, only dealt half. Although it still had over 3 million compared to its 80 million health points, that was merely a scratch. Moreover, it began its counterattack. Bang! With a loud bang, the Warg King's powerful thigh suddenly kicked the ground, instantly unleashing astonishing power, leaving a massive pit where it stood. It leaped into the air, its height surpassing Little Jean, truly worthy of being a Golden Lord monster. Dark Triple Strike. The giant sword in the warg's hand glowed with a deep black light, accompanied by a descending momentum. One after another, long black sword energies, extending 30 to 40 meters, slashed directly at Lin Yi. The sword energies were mysterious, carrying the power to erode shields, creating layers of black waves in the air. With its terrifying attack power of 790,000, it could deal millions in damage, enough to instantly kill any adventurer below silver rank, and even most silver professionals would be no match. The Hell level dungeon is indeed extraordinary, much more difficult than that dark altar. Lin Yi sighed, yet he was not panicked. Unfortunately, it encountered me. His sky shield was enough to withstand nearly 10 million damage, so what was there to fear? Moreover, he never made unnecessary sacrifices. Teleport. Lin Yi lightly waved his staff, instantly dodging two sword energies. The last one, due to distance limitations, could not be avoided. The teleportation range was only 100 meters, but that was of little consequence, as the final sword energy struck the sky shield. It stirred up subtle ripples before dissipating. Lin Yi sneered, "You can't break my shield. And you still want to fight me?" He spread his phantom wings, rising into the air. "Little Jean, go down and play with those little trash, the sky I'll handle myself." Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with battle intent, seizing this opportunity to test his recent strength growth. Roar! The holy dragon flapped its wings and dove down, its flesh wings extending sharp barbs, reaping the lives of the monsters. Watching Little Jean clean up the battlefield on its own, Lin Yi no longer paid attention, instead turning his gaze to the Warg King. Teleport! Lin Yi silently chanted in his heart, his figure flickering, instantly appearing beside the target. Delay spell. In the next moment, the speed of the Wolf King suddenly dropped. Whirlwind slash. The staff in Lin Yi's hand burst forth with a dazzling light. Under the blessing of the Song of the Wind Spirit, the damage of the wind attribute spell reached over 8 million. The wind blades, several dozen meters wide, continuously spun and sliced. Bang! The Wolf King's defense nearly collapsed, and he was sent flying backward. Minus 7.94 million. In the blink of an eye, his health dropped by a tenth. Panic flashed in the Wolf King's eyes, just a few more strikes like that, and he would be reduced to ashes. Yet Lin Yi appeared incredibly excited, like an eagle soaring in the sky, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Ice Spear. Fireball. Lin Yi unleashed a series of spells, each step precisely striking, forcing his opponent into a desperate situation. Whirlwind slash, again. The massive wind blade was thrown out once more, almost severing the Wolf King's arm. At that moment, the opponent finally counterattacked. A dragon blood shield enveloped him, attempting a final struggle. But in Lin Yi's eyes, this was merely a dying gasp. "Do you think this will be enough?" With that, Lin Yi gently waved his staff. A thick white shockwave shot toward the Wolf King. Boom! Holy light impact. This was a skill attached to the victor's staff. Although it couldn't compare to Lin Yi's max level skills, the most important thing was that it could cause a knockback effect. At this moment, the Wolf King had no means to defend himself, making it the perfect opportunity to press the attack. Whirlwind slash. Hat trick. The skill attached to the victor's hat could replicate 50% of the damage. With both attacks coming at once, the opponent was caught in a pincer. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two wind blades flew out in succession, striking fiercely at the Wolf King. Minus 11.43 million. Minus 5.69 million. The terrifying damage erupted, not only severing the Wolf King's thigh but also inflicting severe injuries on his body. Awah! In the next moment, the Wolf King let out a desperate howl. Seeing this, Lin Yi's expression brightened. He had always overlooked the skills attached to his equipment. Although they weren't as powerful as his max-level skills, if used well, they could still play a decisive role. Next, Lin Yi completely seized the initiative on the battlefield. As a subordinate of the Black Dragon, the Wolf King's only hope was to receive support from the Black Dragon, but Lin Yi would not give him that chance. Earth Prison. Gradually succumbing to his injuries, the Wolf King couldn't even tear free from the bindings of the Earth prison. Whirlwind slash. Lin Yi's eyes were filled with indifference as the azure wind blade spun rapidly, flying past the Wolf King's head. Minus 12.94 million. The massive, fierce wolf head was severed, brown blood splattering everywhere. Kill LV35 Golden Lord Monster Dragon Blood Wolf King. Gain experience plus 136,215 points. Lin. He smiled slightly, satisfied with this experiment. Being able to slay a Golden Lord monster of the same level, aside from Lin Yi, only Han Feng could barely achieve that in the entire Jiang city. And now, Lin Yi could easily crush Golden Lord monsters 5 levels higher. If Han Feng was a genius, then Lin Yi was undoubtedly the genius among geniuses. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the spoils, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Platinum-level treasures. Lin Yi quickly gathered all the items into his bag. Now was not the time to check. At this moment, the remaining wolfmen and dog-headed men, witnessing their king fall at Lin Yi's hands, felt as if doomsday had arrived, their hearts filled with dread. Fear spread in the hearts of every monster, yet the tyrannical oppression of the Black Dragon Emperor made them dare not show any signs of retreat. Through the shared vision of the ancient war tree, Lin Yi had already sensed several waves of monsters surrounding from behind. Let's speed up and end this battle. He had no intention of clashing head-on with multiple Golden Lord monsters at once. In contrast, taking them down one by one and then shifting the battlefield was much easier and more reliable. After all, the goal was always to pass through smoothly, so naturally, the safest route was chosen. Xiao Jin, give it your all. Lin Yi shouted with a smile as he stepped onto the broad back of the Holy Dragon once more. Earth Prison, Purple Flame Meteor. The 2 area damage skills were cast in succession, producing astonishing effects. In the face of such terrifying damage, even ordinary Lord monsters were no different from small monsters, falling with a single blow. Killed LV32 Ordinary Monster Goblin, gained experience plus 536 points. Killed LV33 Elite Monster Goblin, gained experience plus 1,359 points. Killed LV34 Dragon Blood Goblin Captain, gained experience plus 16,893 points. Killed LV33 Small Monster Wolfman, gained experience plus 723 points. After several waves of monsters, the experience points in the Horn of the Wind Spirit had already surpassed 3 million. Now, this experience could directly allow him to level up to LV33. And this was just the beginning. It was foreseeable that if he could clear all the monsters in the dungeon, Lin Yi might accumulate enough experience to reach LV35. At that time, once he completed the promotion task, advancing to a silver-level professional would instantly increase his strength by more than 10 times. Besides the experience, the abundance of equipment also delighted Lin Yi. Hundreds of pieces of equipment of various levels sparkled with enticing luster, pleasing to the eye. The loot from the 2 battles was enough to equip a mercenary group. Whoosh! A giant magical hand formed, quickly gathering the scattered equipment. These were small spells bought from Jiang Fu, such as Jump and Mage Hand. Lin Yi stretched lazily, satisfied, and looked towards the monster army faintly appearing on the horizon. Bye-bye. Xiao Jin, let's retreat. He stepped on the broad back of the Holy Dragon, heading straight for the sky. Although he was in an underground world, far from sunlight, the rock and soil above were still several thousand meters away. Roar! Soon after, the Black Dragon's subordinates arrived on the battlefield. Black-scaled wyverns, Hellhound Lords, Halflich Kassos. The last 3 LV35 Golden Lord monsters in the outer city stared angrily at everything. The scene was no different from before, with the ground littered with the corpses of wolfmen and goblins. Even the same level Golden Lord monster, the Wolfman King, had been beheaded. Roar! The monsters let out furious roars, a blatant provocation to the Black Dragon. Emperor! The black-scaled wyverns and hellhound lords roared in anger, their eyes revealing fear. The fear stemmed from the Black Dragon. Emperor, it was truly pathetic that so many of his followers couldn't catch a single intruder. The next time they entered the inner city for an audience, they would surely face severe punishment. The 2 monsters looked at the Halflich in unison. Kassos, we can only rely on you to track him. The Halflich, not yet fully transformed, though not immortal, still possessed powerful magical abilities. Under the black robe, the Halflich began to chant a spell, but was soon forced to stop, a shocked voice coming from him. How is this possible? My dark tracking spell can't lock onto this intruder? My dark tracking spell can even track LV40 beings. With the Black Dragon Emperor's barrier, the dungeon should only allow beings below LV30 to enter. We can only wait for the intruder to appear again. Next time, the 3 of us must act together. The black-scaled wyvern scoffed, sarcastically saying, useless lich, next time I'll be the first to arrive and behead the intruder to present his head to Emperor Caesar. After saying this, the black-scaled wyvern flapped its massive body and flew towards the distant lair. The Halflich's expression darkened as he pulled the Hellhound Lord to plot a strategy. The monsters dispersed. At this moment, Linny was unaware of the internal strife caused by the failed tracking. If he knew all this, he would probably laugh out loud. His full-level Fool's Mist could not even be tracked by demigods, let alone a mere LV-35 Lord Monster. It was precisely because of Xiao Jin's mobility and the dual protection of the Fool's Mist that Linny dared to expose his position so recklessly. After learning about the situation in the outer city from the elf priestess, Linny had planned this series of actions. He took a deep breath and landed in a simple stone building. In the vast underground city, as long as he didn't expose himself, it would be difficult for the monsters to find his hiding place. Linny did not immediately check the loot. Instead, he cautiously observed the distant sky. According to Catherine's intelligence, the underground world is about to face a dark tide. That surging power was something even the dark creatures struggled to bear, forcing them to hide within the buildings. Only the inner city, under the protection of the Dark Dragon Emperor, could move freely amidst the dark tide. Buzz. Soon, layers of dense black energy began to gather and overflow, quickly weaving into a black curtain that covered the horizon. This curtain spread rapidly, shrouding every corner of the underground world. He could even hear the occasional screams that echoed through the air. The survival environment of this underground world is indeed harsh. No wonder they are willing to go to any lengths to pollute the mother tree of the elves and integrate into the new world. Then, he cast the sky shield just as the dark tide reached the building. The stone walls flickered with a faint light, resisting the impact of the tide. Looking at the increasingly dilapidated building, Linny was convinced that the intelligence was accurate. Hiding within specific stone structures allowed one to avoid the dark tide. Linny breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze toward the central, solitary peak in the distance where the inner city was located. There, the dark tide was even thicker, and even the barrier seemed to weaken. Linny's eyes lit up. After clearing the outer city, perhaps I can take advantage of the dark tide's eruption to sneak in and investigate? Of course, the prerequisite was to obtain the key to enter the inner city. He was very interested in that Dark Dragon Emperor. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. However, there was no need to think too much for now. After confirming safety, Linny began to check the loot from the recently slain Wolfman King. He had just cleared that wave of monsters and had gained quite a bit. In the Hell-level dungeon, even the drop rate of minor monsters had significantly increased. These pieces of equipment were merely items to be exchanged for cash in the future. He glanced over them casually and lost interest. What truly caught his attention were a few rare treasures. In his hands, they were a pair of battle boots with a pair of small black dragon wings faintly visible at the back, looking quite impressive. Black Dragon Battle Boots grade, platinum attributes, agility plus 20,000, stamina plus 10,000, movement speed plus 50, additional skill. Black Dragon Leap. Note, can leap in any direction without rebound damage, cooldown time of 5 seconds, and undeniable excitement sparkled in Lin Yi's eyes. It could be said that half of the value of these platinum boots lay in this skill. Lin Yi had never seen such a short cooldown for an additional skill. It was almost on par with the efficiency of his max-level skills. This would definitely become a staple move in his combat system. The swift leap of the Wolfman King had left a deep impression on him. He hadn't expected it to be entirely reliant on these boots. These boots are probably a reward from the Dark Dragon Emperor to his subordinates. What a pity! They fell into my hands. With the Black Dragon Leap combined with the Wings of the Nether, Lin Yi's mobility was greatly enhanced. In situations where teleportation was not suitable, this would become the key to victory. For example, when facing the Wolfman King's shadow. Triple slash. A teleportation of just 100 meters could only evade 2 attacks. But with the Black Dragon Leap, he could perfectly avoid them. Unfortunately, these boots can only be worn at LV-35. Lin Yi sighed lightly, but that's okay, clearing this underground city and leveling up to LV-35 won't be difficult. By then, completing the promotion task will naturally allow me to wear them. Moreover, the current set of Victor's gear had already formed a system. A single piece of platinum equipment was not enough for him to abandon this set of golden gear. After all, a hasty change could lead to a drop in strength. Just right, no rush. Taking down the remaining 3 Golden Lord monsters will surely yield a few more platinum pieces, and then I can change everything at once. Today they fell for it, but tomorrow, when the dark tide recedes, it won't be so easy to deal with. We'll see then which one to tackle first. Setting aside distractions, Lin Yi continued to examine the remaining 2 pieces of golden equipment. Ring of the Wolfman grade, gold attribute. Strength plus 4,000, with an additional 50 cubic meters of storage space. This ring is considered top-notch for warriors, not only increasing strength by 4,000 but also possessing the rare storage function. Not bad, not bad. This storage function at least doubles the value of the ring, even rivaling some low-level platinum equipment. The other piece of golden equipment was a pair of bracers. Bloodthirsty. Bracers grade, gold attribute, defense plus 5,000, health plus 50,000, universal lifesteal 1%. Lin Yi could also use these, especially the universal lifesteal effect, which caught his attention. This meant that both physical and magical damage could be converted into vitality. Not bad, not bad. When I switch out the winner's set in the future, I'll replace it with this. These 3 pieces of equipment were the most precious, but among that pile of golden treasures, Lin Yi also discovered a treasure suitable for himself. A bronze skill book, Fire Explosion. Just what I need to supplement my output. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with joy as he learned Fire Explosion without hesitation. The talent activated automatically, and Fire Explosion instantly reached max level. Fire Explosion LV30 detonates fire elements beneath the enemy's feet, creating a pillar of flame explosion. Cooldown time 2 seconds. Coupled with the 30% fire skill boost from the lava ring, its power rivaled that of the enhanced whirlwind slash. Not bad, this will make dealing with the boss monsters much easier. Additionally, Lin Yi also collected over 20 dark crystals, directly aiding him in completing his promotion task. If he wished, he could leave the secret realm right now. Handing these dark crystals to the elven priest would promote him to a silver class. But how? Could Lin Yi be satisfied with that? He aimed to gather more dark crystals and exceed the promotion task. Even exploring that inner city was his true goal. After tallying his gains, Lin Yi felt quite content. At this moment, the dark tide outside began to stabilize. From afar, the distant peak echoed with the faint, furious roar of the Black Dragon. No wonder the Black Dragon is willing to go to any lengths to return to the New World. What a pitiful creature. From another perspective, the Black Dragon wasn't entirely wrong. It was merely seeking survival. Forced to curl up in a cramped space whenever the secret realm opened, and limited by the will of the world, it could only remain in the inner city. Just thinking about it was frustrating. Thus, the Black Dragon's pollution of the elven mother tree was not hard to understand. But understanding or not, for the elves, that was a deep-seated grudge against the destruction of their homeland. Lin Yi shared the elves' stance and naturally felt no sympathy. In the new world formed by the fusion of 2 realms, strength was the only truth. Lin Yi slightly closed his eyes, immersing himself in a moment of tranquility. According to the intelligence gathered by the elves, the fluctuations of the dark tide were completely unpredictable. They could last as short as a few hours or as long as a full day. Therefore, he decided to wait patiently. Time passed quietly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of retreating tides disturbed Lin Yi's meditation, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Before him, the pitch-black curtain shrouding the underground world dissipated like a receding tide. This made Lin Yi marvel at the power of nature. Continue the hunt. He was unwilling to waste time waiting for the unknown dark tide to strike again. Summon the War Ancient Tree. The winner's staff waved gently, and the dark War Ancient Tree stood tall before Lin Yi once more. Though its combat power was average, its unique vision sharing ability was a significant aid for Lin Yi. What activation? Vision sharing. In an instant, the distant purple saplings sprang to life, and Lin Yi felt as if he had thousands of eyes. Then, he signaled Little Gold to roar. Roar! The furious dragon's roar echoed through the underground space, startling the surrounding monsters. Following that, waves of monsters surged toward the distance. But what made Lin Yi frown was that the 3 golden-level boss monsters were still gathered together. This is a bit tricky. Unless necessary, Lin Yi was unwilling to challenge 3 LV35 Golden Lord monsters at the same time. Unknown trump cards are always the most dangerous. After hunting the Werewolf King, he could exit the dungeon at any time. But clearing the dungeon was the ultimate goal. Let's retreat for now. Lin Yi commanded the holy dragon to soar high into the sky, instantly distancing himself from the area. With the eye of the War Ancient Tree, he could attack or defend, placing Lin Yi in an invincible position. Soon, the monster army arrived at the spot where Lin Yi had just been. Faced with the empty scene, the black-scaled dragon let out a thunderous roar. Damn it! This kid actually toyed with us. Foolish half-lich, your plan is utterly futile. That little thing hiding in the shadows won't confront us head-on. The half-lich's eyes beneath the black robe suddenly turned icy. Dragon, remember the fate of the werewolves. The black-scaled dragon flew away, roaring, you all play your games. I will catch that cunning little mouse and crush his head. After saying this, it led its army to retreat first. Witnessing the arrogant demeanor of the black-scaled dragon, the half-lich was nearly furious. All along, the black-scaled dragon had looked down on other subordinates. At this moment, the half-lich's dissatisfaction erupted completely. Stupid dragon, if it weren't for Caesar's grace, you would just be a little reptile. In that case, go die. A malicious glint flashed in the half-lich's eyes as he turned to plot strategies with the dog demon lord. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, from a distance, peered through the purple little tree and saw everything. Unexpectedly, the 3 golden lord monsters had turned against each other. A typical dark creature, irritable and lacking strategy. The opportunity has come. Looking at the isolated black-scaled dragon, excitement flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Little Jean, your promotion opportunity has arrived. At this moment, the holy dragon had devoured numerous monsters and was nearing the LV30 limit. If it could devour the black-scaled dragon, it would surely leap to LV31. At that time, its strength would greatly increase, making it easier to deal with the remaining 2 Golden Lord monsters. Others might worry that their pet would go out of control after surpassing their level, but Lin Yi had no such concerns. On one hand, beast taming was already at max level. On the other hand, Lin Yi had tamed the holy dragon during its infancy. He had even gifted it the rare tyrant's blood to aid its transformation. With such a debt of gratitude, little Jean would never defy his orders. Charge! Lin Yi waited for the right moment, and after the monster army dispersed, he rode the holy dragon towards the black-scaled dragon's lair. Soon, a black stone cliff came into view. The black-scaled dragon resided atop it, while the foot of the mountain was densely populated with various monsters. LV32 dog-headed men, LV33 werewolves, LV33 shadow spiders, nearly 5,000 in number, including elite monsters and lord monsters. A rough estimate suggested that clearing them all would yield at least 2 million experience. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi did not rush to act. After dealing with the black-scaled dragon, he would have time to eliminate the remaining threats. This time, little Jean did not actively screech. Lin Yi approached the black stone cliff unobstructed, feeling the overwhelming aura. He snorted coldly, and the victor's staff in his hand gathered a rich red light. The newly acquired skill, Fire Explosion, was about to be unleashed. Fire Explosion. The surging fire elements wildly gathered at the cliff's edge, disturbing the black-scaled dragon, which had just emerged to investigate. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. The crimson pillar of fire erupted instantly, and the unprepared black-scaled dragon didn't even have time to react, relying solely on its physical body to withstand it. The raging flames engulfed the black-scaled dragon, igniting its black-scaled armor, and its entire body almost transformed into a fire dragon. Minus 8.73 million. The terrifying damage value flickered. Not only that, but due to its unpreparedness, the blazing flames continued to scorch its body, emitting sizzling sounds. Minus 270,000. Minus 210,000. Minus 290,000. Damage values of varying sizes flickered intermittently. The black-scaled dragon instantly lost over 10 million health points. Black-scaled flying dragon level, LV35 Lord Monster, Golden, Health. 85, 690,000 skills, Black Dragon Bloodline, Dragon Breath, Black Scale Shield, Claw Assault, Shadow Radiance, Shadow Spear. The information about the black-scaled flying dragon appeared before Lin Yi, more powerful than the previous Wolf King. However, its fate was destined to be even more tragic, because it was trapped at the entrance of its own lair. Once a sturdy dwelling, it had now become its burial ground. Holy light impact. A thick beam of white light knocked the dragon back into its cave, immediately followed by a fire explosion, causing the black-scaled flying dragon's health to plummet. A cold smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. Want to escape? Today, I will prepare a braised dragon for you. Damn intruder! The black-scaled flying dragon roared madly in the dim cave. Once an impregnable lair, it had now become a cage that bound it. Every time it tried to break free, Lin Yi would always counter with a fire explosion. Boom! The already deafening sound echoed even more in the narrow cave, adding a sense of intimidation that made the black-scaled flying dragon feel unprecedented pressure. Although this pain was unbearable compared to its body that was about to be burned and the scales that were continuously shedding, it seemed trivial. Dragon Breath Rampage. Dark black light spewed from its mouth, attempting to carve a path with its breath. However, Lin Yi was already prepared. Sky Shield. A white light shield appeared around him, enough to withstand millions of damage. Even this dragon's breath could not shake it. Hiss hiss. The sound of the light shield colliding with the dragon breath was like flames scorching grease, sharp and piercing. At this moment, the black-scaled flying dragon was filled with regret. Regret for not heeding the half-lich's advice. Otherwise, how could it be trapped here by this intruder? Roar! It exerted all its strength to let out a roar that shook the valley, calling for reinforcements as its last hope. If the monster army at the foot of the mountain could come to its aid, then the situation could be reversed. Oh woo! Woo woo! In the next moment, the monster army at the foot of the mountain responded to the call. Various beasts, dog-headed men, werewolves, shadow spiders, dark goblins, converged into a black torrent, roaring as they surged toward the black cliff. The black-scaled flying dragon's plan seemed perfect, but how could Lin Yi let it have its way? Little Jean, go with the war ancient tree to intercept them. The long-awaited little Jean suddenly dove down, its light golden dragon breath sweeping through the army. It forcibly carved a path through the monster horde. Lin Yi's log was constantly refreshing, with every monster killed by Little Jean bringing him valuable experience points. The war ancient tree was not idle either, activating the trees along the way into Treant warriors. Although it would eventually be torn apart by the monster army, it bought Lin Yi a lot of time. Want to escape? Dream on! Fire explosion! Crimson flames erupted, the black-scaled flying dragon's body gradually charring, scales falling off one by one. The most terrifying part was that the damage from the fire explosion was accumulating. Once its scales were completely burned away, its magic resistance drastically decreased, almost to real damage. Shadow Radiance. The black-scaled flying dragon's health had dropped to half, its roar becoming a dying song. Whirlwind Slash. The azure wind blade danced like death, slashing toward the black-scaled flying dragon's body with extreme speed. Slash. Like fabric being torn, the dragon's body was split open. Black blood splattered, dripping onto the stone wall, making a sound that made one's teeth ache. Minus 9,120,000. The massive damage once again reduced the dragon's health. Now, its health was below 20 million. Intruder, the great black dragon king will not forgive you. You will accompany me to the underworld. The black-scaled flying dragon weakly roared, making its final struggle. Holy light impact. However, it was all in vain, as the massive pillar of holy light slammed it against the stone wall. A hint of coldness flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he lightly waved the victor's staff in his hand. Fire explosion. Hat trick. Two towering pillars of crimson fire, carrying terrifying burning power, completely engulfed the black-scaled dragon. Minus 9.08 million. Minus 4.53 million. Looking at the black-scaled dragon, now paralyzed and hanging by a thread, Lin Yi sneered, "Great Black Dragon Lord? Don't worry, I will send it to you as company when the time comes." Whirlwind Slash. The azure wind blade sliced through everything like the scythe of death. Sizzle. In the despairing gaze of the black-scaled dragon, the wind blade pierced through the remaining scales on its neck, severing its head. Kill LV35 Golden Lord Monster Black-Scaled Dragon, gain experience plus 163781. As expected, the black-scaled dragon dropped a platinum treasure, along with several pieces of golden equipment. Lin Yi quickly collected the gear. Now was not the time for careful examination. After dealing with the monster army outside, he could appreciate them in detail later. Watching the life ebbing away from the black-scaled dragon, Lin Yi called out to the little golden dragon frolicking in the sky, "Come enjoy the feast." Roar. Hearing its master's call, the little golden dragon immediately descended and rushed into the cave. Crunch, crunch. It eagerly began to feast on the corpse of the black-scaled dragon. Lin Yi looked towards the approaching monster army at the mountain's peak, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. This was a massive amount of experience. Whoosh! With the wings of the underworld unfurled, Lin Yi began his slaughter feast. Purple flame meteor. Huge fireballs fell like meteors, turning the monsters crowded on the mountain path into fish on a chopping board. This exhilarating killing spree almost made Lin Yi laugh. The effect of this purple flame meteor was comparable to the total of the previous two. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued, harvesting the lives of the monsters. Kill LV34 Shadow Spider, gain experience plus 715 points. Kill LV32 Knoll, gain experience plus 461 points. Kill LV33 Dark Goblin, gain experience plus 573 points. Kill LV34 Dragonblood Werewolf, gain experience plus 694 points. The experience from the Horn of the Wind Spirit surged like a tide. One spell, hundreds of thousands of experience. The thrill of leveling up was simply exhilarating. If others knew how easily Lin Yi leveled up, they would be astonished to the point of dropping their jaws. It should be noted that many talented individuals from prominent families rose quickly not just because of their talent and abundant resources, but because they held the secret to experience bonuses. For instance, a certain magical item that could triple or quadruple the experience gained instantly, or treasures that could alleviate some growth obstacles, allowing the strong to lead breakthroughs personally. Of course, such shortcuts were not available to everyone. Firstly, these treasures were extraordinarily precious, and even the four great families of Jiangcheng might not possess them. Secondly, those cultivated through such means often ended up being mere shells lacking practical combat ability. A significant amount of time and effort would still be required to hone their combat skills. Therefore, very few chose this path, unless in particularly special circumstances. However, regardless of the experience-boosting methods employed, the speed of leveling up could hardly surpass Lin Yi. Lin Yi was enjoying the thrill of battling the monsters below as their numbers visibly dwindled. At the same time, he utilized the vision sharing of the War Ancient Tree to keep an eye on movements in the distance. Strangely, the remaining two Golden Lord monsters had not appeared. Lin Yi shook his head lightly, sighing, could it be that they are just going to abandon the black-scaled dragon? These dark creatures are truly cold. After all, they were once companions. Lin Yi knew that the Half-Lich and the Dog Demon Lord were surely plotting something significant. But he was not in a hurry. Turning to look at the holy dragon behind him, a powerful aura was growing at an astonishing rate. Once the little golden dragon completes its promotion, what is there to fear in directly challenging those two Golden Lord monsters? Lin Yi sneered, no longer paying attention to these changes, and continued his hunting journey. The purple flame meteor and the earth prison alternated in their display, dyeing the entire black rock cliff a fiery red. In the end, with the last wave of purple flame meteors pouring down, the monster army was completely eradicated. Lin Yi used his spellcasting hand to collect the scattered equipment on the ground. Another 100 or so treasures. What a windfall! As for experience points, it exceeded 3 million. Xiao Jin's promotion was still in progress. Lin Yi had the ancient war tree keep watch around them while he began to tally the treasures left by the black-scaled flying dragon. Flying dragon. Belt grade, platinum attributes, health plus 200,000, mana plus 200,000, flight speed plus 100%, additional skill, flying dragon spread wings, instant acceleration of 100%, effective against skills below platinum. The attributes were exceptionally outstanding, with the increase in health and mana being about 20 times that of the victor's belt. Coupled with the flying dragon spread wings skill, it was enough to triple the speed of the wings of the underworld. In short distances, it was almost teleportation. What a pity, it's equipment that can only be worn at LV35. A flicker of joy passed through Lin Yi's eyes, but there was also a hint of regret. If he could obtain 1 or 2 more pieces of equipment suitable for him after promoting to a silver profession, he might consider replacing the Victor's set. After all, the Victor's set was a LV25 golden gear, hardly comparable to high-level platinum gear. But Lin Yi was not in a hurry. Based on the current progress, reaching LV35 after clearing the dungeon was not a difficult task. The other 2 pieces of golden equipment were not suitable for Lin Yi. One was the black-scaled giant shield, exclusive to shield warriors, which had the black-scaled block skill that allowed one to evade the next damage if successfully blocked. The other was the poison dragon dagger, exclusive to assassins, which significantly enhanced strength and agility and had a toxic effect. Both pieces of equipment were excellent, especially the black-scaled giant shield, whose block skill was particularly powerful. After properly storing the equipment, Lin Yi's gaze turned to the depths of the cave. At this moment, Xiao Jin had completed its transformation. Roar! The deafening dragon roar echoed through the skies. The holy dragon soared into the air, its length reaching 100 meters, its momentum no less than that of the previous black-scaled flying dragon. Holy Dragon, Juvenile Stage, Level, LV32, Purple Gold, Health, 85 million skills. Holy Dragon Breath, Rolling Impact, Earth Spike. Assault, Sharp Claw Tier. Lin Yi's eyes were filled with surprise. Indeed, it had promoted to LV32. The black-scaled flying dragon was simply the best supply for Xiao Jin. Just in basic attributes, it was not inferior to the previous Wolf King, slightly weaker than the black-scaled flying dragon. But if the 10% additional bonus from the maxed beast taming skill was taken into account, it had actually surpassed it. Great, this way, Xiao Jin can help me hold off the remaining 2 Golden Lord monsters. This time, we can confront them head-on. Lin Yi's heart surged with excitement. With Xiao Jin's promotion, the end of the dungeon was within reach. It's a pity that my beast taming skill is only at Black Iron level, and the bonus after Xiao Jin promotes to LV32 is only 10%. If it promotes to LV41, I won't be able to provide any bonus effects. In the future, if there's an opportunity, I must seek a higher level beast taming skill. Standing on Xiao Jin's back, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. The feeling of riding a 100-meter holy dragon could only be truly understood through experience. Xiao Jin, let's go find the last 2 Lord monsters. Just as Lin Yi's thoughts moved, and Xiao Jin spread its wings to fly, the sky suddenly changed. A layer of darkness quietly enveloped them. The half-lich Aziri voice echoed in the distance. You little brat, you will pay a heavy price for your transgressions. As the half-lich's chilling voice pierced the sky, a pitch-black barrier materialized above them. Amidst the swirling black mist, one monster after another emerged on the plains at the foot of the mountain. The sheer number was in the tens of thousands. It turned out that at some point, the half-lich had led an army, silently approaching, and had set up a massive magical barrier at the edge of the black cliff. No wonder they couldn't be detected through the vision of the ancient war tree. It turns out they used concealment techniques. Lin Yi's mind suddenly cleared. So, they arrived early? Just to set up the barrier, they have remained hidden? And that black-scaled dragon and its monstrous subordinates just let themselves be eliminated one by me? Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. If the black-scaled dragon knew you were standing by, it would probably wish to swallow you whole. The half-lich rose into the air, standing opposite Lin Yi, its wide black robe billowing in the wind. That arrogant fool, I warned it long ago, but it was stubborn. In that case, why not let it make the final sacrifice? For the esteemed Emperor Caesar? As long as you fall here, its death will have meaning. The half-lich appeared quite pleased, having trapped the invader in its grasp. With the help of the dog demon lord and countless monsters, it was certain to slay this little brat before it. Especially that holy dragon. If it could be presented to the Black Dragon Emperor, it would surely bring great joy. Not only would past losses be forgiven, but there would also be a chance for a generous reward. Lin Yi, however, chuckled lightly and shook his head, examining the information of the 2 Golden Lord monsters. Dog Demon Lord. Level, LV35 Lord Monster, Gold, Health, 81, 250 000 Skills, Black Dragon Bloodline, Dog Demon Roar, Power Concentration, Frenzied Slash. Half-Lich Karsos. Level, LV35 Lord Monster, Golden, Health, 72, 510 000 Skills, Immortal Body, Dark Shield, Physical Immunity, Dark Canopy, Undead Spear, Corpse Explosion. The Wolf King seemed to be the weakest among the four, while the half-lich's strength even surpassed that of the black-scaled dragon. Especially its immortal body, which not only could resist most physical attacks but also partially withstand spell damage. Combined with the dark shield, it seemed to have insufficient health, but in reality, it was more troublesome. Yet, there was no fear in Lin Yi's eyes. In fact, even before Little Gold evolved, he might not have been unable to deal with the two Golden Lord monsters at the same time. Choosing to temporarily avoid confrontation was merely a way to explore the dungeon more easily. And now, Little Gold had risen to LV32. Its strength was not inferior to that of the four Black Dragon subordinates. In fact, it might even surpass them. He didn't expect they would come knocking on his door. Lin Yi snorted coldly, "Just right, saves me the trouble of searching everywhere. Want to kill me? Then let's see if you have the ability." With that, the victor's staff in his hand burst forth with dazzling light. Earth Prison. The nearly instantaneous spell left the half-lich with little time to react. A vast area with a diameter of 200 meters suddenly erupted with a massive yellow hand. Then, sharp earth spikes began to pierce back and forth. In an instant, countless monsters were instantly killed. The half-lich was also firmly caught by the giant hand, suffering heavy damage from two waves of earth spikes. -3,870,000. -4,190,000. Although the immortal body reduced some spell damage, this had already sent the half-lich into a rage. "Despicable brat, I will extract your soul and trample it underfoot." "Fool, you talk too much." Lin Yi did not stop his movements, and the staff glowed with a deep red light. Fire elements gathered wildly, then erupted beneath the half-lich's feet. Flame burst. A massive crimson fire column erupted like fireworks. In the next moment, it enveloped the half-lich in flames, shattering its dark shield instantly. The raging flames rolled and boiled, distorting the air. -5,710,000. In just a short moment, the half-lich's health had been reduced by over 10 million. Even more ridiculous was that the half-lich's black robe turned to ashes in the flames. Its head resembled a skull, with only a few scraps of flesh remaining. Beneath the head, the shriveled muscles clung tightly to the bones, forming a terrifying visage. The true lich had transformed into a void form, capable of completely immunizing physical damage and even some spell damage. The older the lich, the more powerful it becomes, with some even able to rival deities. Far from being comparable to this half-lich. TSK, no wonder it's hiding in its robe. It turns out it has a face that's neither human nor ghost. Lin Yi's mockery was unrestrained, thoroughly enraging the half-lich. "You little brat, I will make you die," the half-lich roared. "Hound Demon, attack together and offer him to the Black Dragon Emperor." "Awah!" The Hound Demon Lord immediately responded with a deafening roar. The Hound Demons were completely different from the dog-headed people. The former had human faces and beast bodies, while the latter were the opposite. The Hound Demon Lord's massive black body was about 20 to 30 meters long, like a small mountain. Its muscles bulged, exuding immense strength. Its head was humanoid, but its jagged sharp teeth revealed a ferociousness. It was said that the Hound Demons were once a human branch punished by the gods, ultimately falling into darkness. Facing the charging Hound Demon Lord, Little Gold could no longer hold back. It spread its wings and unleashed a breath of holy dragon fire, charging forward. Roar! The battle was about to erupt. "Ha ha ha!" Lin Yi laughed heartily. "Come and fight." Although the monster army was numerous, they could at most be considered a minor nuisance. The most critical target at the moment was the half-lich, Karsos, across from him. As long as he eliminated the half-lich, Lin Yi could free his hands to deal with the Hound Demon Lord alongside Little Gold. At that point, the remaining ordinary monsters would merely be like chives waiting to be caught. Taking advantage of the time delayed by the Hound Demon Lord, the half-lich's incantation was nearing its end. The staff in his hand erupted with a dark radiance, instantly enveloping the entire defensive barrier. Dark canopy. Thick black mist surged like a giant wave, covering all sight. Any monster touched by this black mist let out ecstatic roars, their attack power soaring. Even the Hound Demon Lord, who was fiercely battling Little Gold, was no exception. Meanwhile, Lin Yi felt his own movements slow down, even the power to cast other spells significantly diminished. Lin Yi's heart sank. Is this a domain skill? It could strengthen allies while weakening enemies. Its effects were remarkable, making one covetous. In an instant, the pressure on Lin Yi's shoulders increased dramatically. Previously, the monster army could only cause slight disturbances, but now, any misstep could accumulate enough damage to pierce through his sky shield. "No wonder you're so confident you can kill me. It turns out you have such a trump card," Lin Yi realized, understanding that while the half-lich might be slightly lacking in offense, its support capabilities far exceeded those of other Lord monsters. "However, I can regenerate my shield every 2 seconds. Do you know that?" Lin Yi used teleportation to dodge the undead spear thrown by the half-lich. Whirlwind slash. Hat trick. The staff in Lin Yi's hand emitted a cyan glow. 2 wind blades, one large and one small, spun towards the half-lich. In an instant, they sliced away millions of health points. But looking at Lin Yi, who was overwhelmed by various attacks, the half-lich felt a surge of exhilaration. The monster army under the dark canopy was simply unstoppable. Bang! After enduring several waves of attacks, the sky shield finally shattered. The half-lich could hardly contain its excitement, letting out a strange laugh. With this, it only needed to wait for the next round of attacks, and this kid in front of it would surely perish. However, Lin Yi showed no signs of panic. Victory Guardian. The winner's set of equipment carried this skill. Stacked together, the resulting Holy Shield, while not as strong as the Sky Shield, was still quite solid. The half-lich's strange laughter abruptly stopped, not because of the Victory Guardian, but because it sensed that the strength of the new shield was far inferior to the previous one. Just 2 seconds later, Lin Yi's Sky Shield reappeared. How is this possible? The half-lich was filled with doubts. How could there be a spell with such a short cooldown? Yet, the facts were right before its eyes. Lin Yi smirked. Out of tricks, huh? Now, it's my turn to perform. Whirlwind Slash, Flame Burst, Earth Prison. 3 damage skills took turns attacking, each strike capable of dealing millions in damage. Lin Yi relied on the high durability of the Sky Shield and chose to confront head-on. If the shield broke, he would switch to the Victory Guardian buffer. Alternatively, he could temporarily leave the battlefield, wait for the Sky Shield to cool down, and then launch a fierce attack on the half-lich again. This shameless tactic infuriated the half-lich, as such a perverse mage was unheard of. Damn it! Canine Demon, come help me. When his health dropped below 20 million, the half-lich finally panicked. If this continued, he would surely fall. As a non-true lich, death meant the end. In the distance, the Canine Demon Lord, locked in battle with Little Jean, couldn't believe it. The strongest half-lich, along with an army of tens of thousands of monsters, was about to be defeated by a single person in such a short time. It roared in anger, wanting to interrupt Lin Yi, but was met with Little Jin's powerful suppression. The LV32 Golden Lord monster, combined with the Beast Mastery bonus, left the Canine Demon Lord equally distressed, with its health also reduced by nearly 10 million. Lin Yi's gaze was fiery as he said sternly, "No one can save you now." As long as he eliminated the half-lich, the Canine Demon Lord and the remaining thousands of monsters would be nothing more than fish on the chopping block. Taking the half-lich's undead spear head-on, Lin Yi began a spell duel. -4.57 million, -5.09 million, -5.83 million. As time passed, the half-lich's mana began to show signs of exhaustion, and the dark shield often failed to open in time. Whirlwind Slash. With the last azure wind blade slicing through, the half-lich's skull was cleanly severed. Kill LV35 Golden Lord monster. Half-lich, gain experience plus 181,507 points. Looking at the completely fallen half-lich, Lin Yi's eyes were filled with excitement. Undoubtedly, this was the hardest battle he had faced since entering the dungeon. But the outcome was perfect. The half-lich was eliminated, and next up was the Canine Demon Lord. Lin Yi suppressed his excitement and collected the several treasures dropped by the half-lich. Among them were 2 platinum treasures, undoubtedly another great harvest. Roar! The Canine Demon Lord let out a terrified roar, never expecting the half-lich to be defeated so quickly. Under the joint assault of Lin Yi and Little Jean, the Canine Demon Lord's remaining health of over 60 million without the half-lich's dark shield could only endure Lin Yi's heavy blows. Fire! Explosion! With the final eruption of a crimson flame pillar, the Canine Demon Lord perished with a mournful cry. Its massive body was covered in burn marks, a desolate sight. Kill LV35 Golden Lord monster. Gain experience plus 161,583 points. Lin Yi looked at the refreshed information in the log and a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. However, this wasn't over yet. At the foot of the mountain, there were still 8 or 9,000 monsters waiting for him to reap. This was a huge amount of experience. Lin Yi shouted excitedly, "Little Jean, let's kill together." Purple Flame Meteor. Earth Prison. Standing on the back of the Holy Dragon, Lin Yi continuously waved his staff. One by one, the monsters fell, howling in agony amidst the raging fire and earth spikes. From time to time, some equipment would drop. Kill LV33 Dark Spider. Gain experience plus 617 points. Kill LV32 Canine Demon. Gain experience plus 526 points. Kill LV34 Undead Warrior. Gain experience plus 753 points. Kill LV35 Great Canine Demon. Gain experience plus 829 points. Awesome! This is simply amazing. To level up, I still need to come to the dungeon's secret realm. Purple Flame Meteor. In the next moment, the monsters before Lin Yi fell completely silent, all turning into corpses, with only the raging flames still burning. Lin Yi's magical hand continuously reached out, collecting the dropped items into the winner's pendant. A total of over 200 pieces of equipment made Lin Yi grin from ear to ear. Adding the previous waves of loot, there were over 500 pieces in total. From black iron to bronze and silver, everything was there. Especially, bronze equipment made up the majority, conservatively estimating that this batch of equipment could sell for tens of billions. It was simply exhilarating. And the experience points were even richer, around 5 to 6 million. At this moment, the Horn of the Wind Spirit had accumulated over 12 million experience points. Only 9 million remained until the maximum value of 22 million. As long as I hand over the Dark Crystal to Catherine, my promotion task will be complete, and I can directly level up to LV35. Not only that, but there are still some monsters left in this dungeon. After clearing them out, I should be able to gain another 2 to 3 million experience points. By then, reaching LV36 will be quick. If it were outside, how could one achieve such gains in just a day or two? The remaining small monsters aren't urgent. The Dark Tide is about to come. I'll avoid this wave of Dark Tide first, then come out to deal with them. It's a good opportunity to take stock of the equipment dropped by the Halflich and the Hellhound Lord. Linny did not forget that the condition to clear the dungeon was to eliminate all monsters and obtain the key to the inner city. So, this was actually a challenging task. Fortunately, he had the vision-sharing ability of the ancient war tree, which would allow him to accomplish it with some time. Xiao Jin, let's go. Linny rode the holy dragon and sped towards a stone structure, quickly stopping there. Before long, the black curtain in the sky once again filled the entire underground world. The Dark Tide was coming again. Fortunately, I have the information provided by the Elven Priest, otherwise, encountering this Dark Tide would truly be a big trouble. Linny sighed and decided not to worry about it anymore. It would retreat on its own, and at most, it would waste a bit of time. Right now, the more important thing was to take stock of his gains. When he had slain the Halflich earlier, Linny had seen 2 platinum treasures. Moreover, one of them was a staff. Staff of the Lich grade, platinum. Attributes: Spirit plus 20,000, Ignore Defense plus 10,000, Additional Spirit Attribute plus 20%, accompanied by the skill Dark Barrier, can form a solid barrier that prevents escape. Hiss. Looking at the powerful attributes of the Staff of the Lich, Linny instinctively gasped. Powerful. Extremely powerful. The surprise in his eyes was almost overflowing. He wished he could equip this staff immediately. It was more than 10 times stronger than the Staff of the Victor. As for the accompanying Dark Barrier, it made Linny even more delighted. Previously, the Halflich had used this move to block him. Although it ultimately became the Halflich's burial ground, the strength of the barrier was evident. This Staff of the Lich is definitely a top-tier item among platinum staffs. My luck is simply off the charts. Linny couldn't help but laugh heartily, not expecting the first item to bring him such a big surprise. He then eagerly looked at the next treasure. Ring of the Lich grade, platinum attributes, Spirit plus 12,000, Magic value plus 200,000. Accompanied by the skill Dark Shield, uses the Lich's power within the ring to form a dark shield. Although it wasn't platinum equipment for other parts, Linny was still very pleased. He thought to himself, after reaching LV35, I can replace Ali's ring. Although Ali's ring increased his spirit attribute by 5,600, the accompanying spell leech effect was of little use to him. With the sky shield in place, he would hardly need this effect. Linny stored the equipment and then looked at the next treasure. Silver skill, Dark Canopy. Ha ha. Linny couldn't help but laugh. This Halflich is really a good person, dropping all his belongings. In the previous battle, if it weren't for the Dark Canopy, Linny's sky shield might not have even been broken. After taking stock of the treasures dropped by the Halflich, what remained was a piece of platinum equipment dropped by the Hellhound Lord. It was a black cloak engraved with the image of a 3-headed hellhound. Cloak of the Hellhound grade, platinum. Attributes: Constitution plus 10,000, Defense plus 20,000, Magic resistance plus 20,000. Accompanied by the skill Summon Hellhound, you can summon 10 elite hellhounds, proficient in hunting and tracking, able to see through the enemy's invisible positions. Without a doubt, this is a typical blood cow equipment. Although it is not exclusive to mages, Linny is equally satisfied. It's impossible for every piece of equipment to suit him perfectly. As long as it's usable, that's good enough. Aside from the Hellhound cloak, none of the other golden equipment that dropped this time can be used by Linny. But he doesn't feel regret. After all, he already has 3 pieces of usable platinum equipment. 2 of them are specifically for mages, and there's even a silver skill book. With such a bountiful harvest, what more could he want? Besides, these pieces of equipment aren't wasted. Later, he can exchange them with others for gear he can use. In fact, this is the norm for most professionals. The equipment that drops is often not usable for oneself, and one can only find someone to trade with. Therefore, the higher the level of the equipment, the less likely professionals are to sell it for huaxia coins. They would rather exchange it for equivalent gear, at most using huaxia coins to make up the price difference. After all, at a certain level, no amount of money is more important than strength. In addition to these pieces of equipment, there are also over 80 dark crystals. Combined with the previous 30 or so, there are exactly 120, which is 4 times the target of 30. Linny secretly anticipated, I wonder if the silver halo obtained from exceeding the promotion task will be even more powerful. It's foreseeable that after exiting the dungeon, his strength will absolutely skyrocket. Attributes: Silver Halo, Skills, Equipment. Every dimension has undergone earth-shattering changes. Linny couldn't imagine how monstrous his strength would be by then. It's very likely that even high-level golden professionals wouldn't be his match. Finally, Linny turned his gaze to an ordinary white crystal. Key to the inner city of the dungeon grade, special attribute, can break through the barrier of the inner city when the dark tide descends. Lin Yi's eyes widened instantly. Break through the inner city barrier? According to the information provided by the Elven Priest, the dungeon can actually be considered as two separate instance realms. The first is the outer city, and the second is the inner city. He had originally thought about sneaking in to take a look when the dark tide descended. He didn't expect to find a method so soon. A glint of excitement flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he exclaimed, "Wow, it seems I definitely have to go take a trip. Anyway, with the protection of the Goddess of Victory, even the Black Dragon Emperor can't do anything to me. At least safely exiting the secret realm won't be a problem. If he could snag some treasure from the Black Dragon Emperor, that would be a windfall." At this moment, the furious roar of the Black Dragon could be heard from afar, atop the solitary peak in the central arena. It was evident that it felt its 4 Golden Lord monster subordinates had been dealt with by the invading outsiders. Lin Yi chuckled, ignoring it. No matter how angry it was, what good would it do? If it had the guts, it should come out and fight me. He began to quietly close his eyes to rest. Soon, this dark tide was relatively brief, lasting only 7 or 8 hours. Time to start the final cleanup. To clear the dungeon, eliminating the monsters and obtaining the key to the inner city are both essential. It might be difficult for others, but for Lin Yi, it was just a matter of wasting a bit of time. Little Jean sped through the air, under Lin Yi's direction, occasionally letting out provocative roars towards the distant Black Dragon. Lin Yi wanted to anger the Black Dragon, laying a small foundation for entering the inner city later. Shared vision. Through the sight of the ancient war tree, the small monsters had nowhere to hide. Purple flame meteor. The blazing fire meteors continuously harvested the lives of the small monsters. All were instantly killed. Killed LV-33 Dark Spider, gained experience plus 617 points. Killed LV-32 Hellhound, gained experience plus 432 points. Killed LV-35 Great Hellhound, gained experience plus 827 points. The log bar kept refreshing, and another 100,000 experience points were credited. Little gold, to the next place. Lin Yi rode the Holy Dragon, completely becoming the god of death in this underground world. The roar of the Black Dragon echoed frequently, filled with immense frustration. A dignified epic Black Dragon Emperor. If it weren't for the restrictions imposed by the world's will, how could it be? Ridden by a little bug, who then made it poop on its head. Lin Yi chuckled, encouraging Little Gold to provoke even more. Be angry. Roar. The more upset you are, the happier I am. In this joyful hunt, as the last wave of purple flame fire meteor fell, all the monsters in the underground city were finally cleared. A look of joy appeared on Lin Yi's face. Hell-level dungeon secret realm finally cleared. At this moment, a dazzling golden light burst forth in the dark sky. It was the world's will, judging Lin Yi's performance this time. The golden light curtain in the sky began to swirl, and images gradually emerged. The purple flame fire meteor and the earth prison were harvesting the lives of the dark monsters. First, the Wolfman King was beheaded, followed by the black-scaled dragon being devoured. Finally, the Half-Lich and the Hound Demon Lord were simultaneously confronted, turning them into charcoal. The methods Lin Yi displayed were simply breathtaking. Unfortunately, this spectacular scene could only be seen by him. Tisk. Tisk. Lin Yi sighed. This can be considered my first true solo dungeon clear. SSS rating. The golden light curtain in the sky finally froze, and the world's will gave the final evaluation. Although he had anticipated it, when the SSS rating truly appeared before his eyes, Lin Yi couldn't help but show an excited expression. Congratulations on successfully clearing the hell-level dungeon, Underground City Outer City. Congratulations on receiving a 1 million experience points reward. Congratulations on obtaining the epic level treasure, Invisibility Stone. Congratulations on obtaining the special treasure, Resurrection Stone. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Underground City Outer City. You can stay in the underground world for 3 days, after which you will be forcibly teleported out of the underground city world. An epic level treasure. Lin Yi's eyes widened. The surprise came so suddenly. It was a gray, unremarkable little stone, about the size of an egg. There wasn't even a hint of pattern on it. No. One would think that this was an epic level treasure. Invisibility Stone grade, epic attributes, can be embedded into equipment, can actively trigger to enter an invisible state when not in combat, will not be exposed if not actively attacking enemies, can evade detection from epic level and below. Note, this is a stone that can become invisible. Possessing it means you have the whole world. I hope you are a gentleman with a sense of justice. Seeing the effect of the invisibility stone, Lin Yi instantly became excited. He had been thinking about how to gain some benefits after entering the inner city using the crystal key, but now, with the appearance of the invisibility stone, it suddenly opened his mind. What could be more enticing than the Black Dragon's treasury? Heaven is truly helping me. Lin Yi directly placed the invisibility stone on the victor's pendant. With a thought, he instantly felt himself becoming ethereal. It wasn't the usual kind of invisibility that assassins had, but a phasing from the spatial level, as if he were in another layer of space. As long as Linny didn't actively expose himself, even if there were area attacks sweeping through the area where he stood, they wouldn't be able to force him out of his invisible state, nor could they cause any damage, because it seemed like he was standing there, but in reality, he was in another interstitial space. The other treasure was the special resurrection stone. It was also an egg-sized stone, but unlike the gray invisibility stone, the resurrection stone was covered in various golden patterns, looking quite valuable. Resurrection stone grade, special attributes, can be placed in storage equipment to take effect. The bearer of the resurrection stone can be fully revived once after being killed, automatically activated. Note, this is a reward from the world's Wolf 4. Geniuses. It pains him to see a fallen genius. What the heck? Even though Linny usually remained calm, he couldn't help but exclaim at this moment. The resurrection stone truly lived up to its name, allowing Linny to come back to life. It's important to note that this wasn't a game. This was a real world, and dying meant death. There was no chance for a do-over. But the resurrection stone before him was indeed such a miraculous treasure. Linny excitedly tucked it away, as it would give him immense confidence. This dungeon is just too exhilarating. Linny couldn't help but marvel again, with hundreds of pieces of equipment worth tens of billions of huaxia coins. Just the rewards from this dungeon alone were enough for him to establish a small family clan. If he called out, followers would surely come in droves. With such substantial financial backing, forming a large mercenary group would be no problem. Additionally, there was enough experience to level up to LV35. He just needed to wait until he got out to promote to a silver class professional. Moreover, there were 5 pieces of LV35 platinum equipment, a silver skill book titled Dark Canopy, and even an epic treasure, the Invisibility Stone. And the greatest gain of all, the Resurrection Stone. After a quick calculation, Linny couldn't help but gasp. Such rewards surpassed what others would gain after dozens of dungeon runs. Oh right, there's this too. Linny pulled out the key to the inner city he had obtained earlier. After clearing the dungeon, the functions of this white crystal had all been unlocked. Key to the inner city of the dungeon grade, special attribute, can break through the inner city barrier when the dark tide descends. Can be used in the main world to enter the LV70 hell level dungeon, the inner city of the dungeon. Requirement, LV51 or above. Looking at the drastically changed attributes of the crystal key, Linny's pupils constricted sharply. The inner city of the dungeon was actually a LV70 hell level dungeon secret realm. This meant that the black dragon must be an epic level dragon. Damn! Linny couldn't help but complain. It requires at least LV51 to enter, but doesn't that mean anyone who goes in is doomed? LV51 was just the threshold for becoming a platinum, and challenging the black dragon 2 levels higher was practically asking for death, wasn't it? It's unrealistic to think about clearing this secret realm now, but sneaking in to take a look is still possible. I still have 3 days. I can stay here. I should be able to wait for the dark tide to descend, and then I can use the key to get in. Linny had an invisibility skill, the protection of the goddess of victory, and even the resurrection stone. He felt the risk was worth taking. Listening to the distant roars of the black dragon, Linny couldn't help but smile slightly. You want to deal with me? This time, you came knocking on my door. With that, Linny rode the holy dragon and sped towards the central inner city. He planned to wait at the edge of the inner city barrier before the dark tide descended, then sneak in at the right moment. After all, while his invisibility techniques were impressive, they couldn't hold up for too long. Before long, Linny arrived at the outskirts of the inner city. It was clear that the closer he got to the core area, the more exquisite the buildings became. Even the decorative plants appeared more vibrant. Let the waiting begin. Linny closed his eyes to rest or to tease the holy dragon, Little Gold. Ever since he discovered by chance that Little Gold was a female holy dragon, Linny found it quite amusing to play with her. Watching her get flustered yet reluctant to bite him was truly delightful. 2 days later. This time, the dark tide had an exceptionally long interval before it erupted. Linny almost began to doubt whether his luck had run out. I hope I won't have to wait 3 days only for the dark tide not to start, Linny thought anxiously. If that were the case, he would have wasted 3 days for nothing. After a few more hours passed, as the night deepened on the horizon, Linny knew the dark tide was about to begin. In the blink of an eye, endless darkness enveloped the entire underground world. Unlike before, there were no more cries of monsters this time, because they had already been cleared out by Linny. From this perspective, Linny had done them a small favor. ZZZZ. This is the first time Linny has observed the inner city barrier corroded by the dark tide up close. However, the barrier set by the worlds will cannot be easily breached, even by an epic level black dragon. Although the dark tide is terrifying, it cannot erode its way through. Before long, the roar of the black dragon finally disappeared. Based on Linny's observations over the past few days, this creature must have gone to rest. The opportunity has come. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he immediately activated his invisibility skill, followed by the sky shield being cast upon him. Harnessing the power of the dark tide, he charged forward in an instant. Zzzzz. The sound of dark power eroding the shield was enough to make one's teeth ache. Lin Yi quickly took out the white crystal key, and immediately he saw streams of magical power rushing towards the black barrier. In an instant, a slight gap was torn open. Without hesitation, Lin Yi spread his phantom wings and sped forward. Invisibility. Almost simultaneously, the invisibility function activated, and Lin Yi vanished from his spot. Although he had the fool's mist and was not afraid of being detected by the black dragon, there would still be subtle traces when breaking through the barrier. If he were caught on the spot by the arriving black dragon, wouldn't his plan be ruined? Meanwhile, the black dragon, who was preparing to sleep inside the castle, suddenly opened its eyes. I must have sensed something wrong? How could this barrier possibly be breached? Damn it! Once I get out, I must enjoy myself thoroughly and find a beautiful elf to relax with. The black dragon's eyes were filled with brutality, and then it slowly closed its eyes to continue resting. After Lin Yi entered the invisibility state, he let out a sigh of relief. From now on, as long as he didn't take the initiative to act, the black dragon would definitely not be able to discover him. Lin Yi leisurely surveyed the internal environment. The first thing that caught his eye was the towering solitary peak and the spiral staircase. Atop the solitary peak was the castle belonging to the Black Dragon Emperor. Below the solitary peak, however, were exquisite and magnificent buildings, far superior to those outside. To Lin Yi's surprise, the inside was completely empty, with not a single figure in sight. Could it be that this inner city only has the Black Dragon? Could it be that he has eaten all the monsters? Lin Yi couldn't help but speculate, then shook his head and flew towards the solitary peak. He still had a few hours left and needed to make the most of his time. With the phantom wings, Lin Yi easily leaped up, not needing to climb the stairs step by step. Soon, Lin Yi arrived at the top of the solitary peak. A massive black structure appeared before him. It was at least 100 times larger than a human castle, and perhaps even more. Every building was magnified many times over. Go find the treasure vault. Hearing that the black dragon was sleeping, Lin Yi felt even more at ease and began to quickly search the entire building. He only had one chance to act, so he had to find the most precious item. Not long after, Lin Yi helplessly stood in front of the castle's vast hall, which was over 1,000 meters high. Because everywhere else was empty, with nothing of value. The only remaining place was the hall where the black dragon slept, the only place Lin Yi had yet to visit. The snoring was thunderous, and Lin Yi took a deep breath, resolutely stepping into the vast hall. Lin Yi's 1.8-meter tall figure appeared incredibly small at the entrance of this hall that was over 1,000 meters high. Soon after, the massive figure of the black dragon appeared before Lin Yi. This monster is so enormous? Even though the black dragon was merely lying there, its length reached several hundred meters. If it fully stretched out, wouldn't it be close to 1,000 meters? The dragon's tail, filled with black spines, could produce a chilling sonic boom with just a gentle flick. The white airflow expelled from the black dragon's nostrils was clearly visible. If one got any closer, even an ordinary bronze-class adventurer would likely be blown away in an instant. Lin Yi even doubted whether he could break through the black dragon's scales. Don't mention himself, even the current LV-32 Holy Dragon seems as small as an ant in front of the black dragon. Black Dragon Emperor Caesar level, LV-80. An epic peak powerhouse, and a giant dragon at that. Thinking back to when he had previously provoked such a terrifying black dragon in the outer city, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This is really thrilling. The Black Dragon Emperor was indeed terrifying, but Lin Yi had the invisibility stone in hand. What was there to be afraid of? Lin Yi took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and began searching for treasures in the spacious hall. The entire hall resembled a small city. An ordinary person could spend quite a bit of time just walking around. Fortunately, Lin Yi had the wings of the underworld, allowing him to move at incredible speed. Soon, his gaze locked onto the area beneath the black dragon. There, he saw a pile of sparkling gems and various pieces of equipment constantly shimmering. Each item was spaced far apart. Some were completely crushed beneath the dragon, while others only revealed a corner. Lin Yi's eyes were almost red with excitement. Gold, platinum, even epic items. No wonder I couldn't find anything. It turns out you were sleeping on top of them. According to legend, giant dragons love to hoard treasures and preferred to sleep on top of their loot. It seemed that was indeed true. At that moment, Lin Yi spotted a robe radiating golden light. Just by its design, he could tell it was definitely a mage's robe. Epic robe. In an instant, Lin Yi's breathing quickened, and he kept shouting in his heart, "Hurry up and roll over." The Black Dragon Emperor's loud snoring echoed through the hall, but there was no sign of him rolling over. Lin Yi was so anxious that he wanted to grab his staff and poke the dragon's tail. He could only take one treasure. Once he chose to act, he would inevitably expose his invisibility. At that point, there would be no more chances. Lin Yi patiently waited as time slowly passed. 2 hours had gone by. His time in the underground world was running out. 1 hour, 30 minutes, 15 minutes. Just as Lin Yi was About to give up and casually pick up a nearby piece of platinum equipment, the Black Dragon Emperor rolled over. Finally rolled over. Linny suppressed his inner excitement, seizing this fleeting opportunity to quickly grab the epic robe. Oh! Linny's eyes lit up. There's even a black crystal. Unexpectedly, beneath the robe lay an unknown black crystal. The other treasures were too far to reach, but this easily accessible black crystal was something he couldn't let slip away. No matter what it was, he would take it first. The Black Dragon's treasures couldn't possibly be worthless. At the very least, they would be golden gems. Swish! After grabbing the robe and the black crystal, Lin Yi's figure emerged from the interlayer space. This unfamiliar aura suddenly appeared in the hall. The Black Dragon Emperor, who had been sleeping, immediately opened his eyes, his awareness snapping back into place almost instantly. The epic level power far exceeded Lin Yi's imagination. The Black Dragon roared, "Little bug, you seek death." Even the killing of all his subordinates in the outer city hadn't made him this furious. The Black Dragon never expected that this little bug would sneak into the inner city while he was sleeping and attempt to steal his treasures. Roar! The dragon's roar created a massive wave of sound, sending items throughout the hall flying as if a small earthquake had occurred. His enormous pupils were filled with murderous intent, fixated on the thief before him. He had already stored all his treasures in his storage space, but the 2 stolen items could never be returned. The roaring wave crashed against Lin Yi, but it didn't tear him apart as the Black Dragon had imagined. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and layers of solid divine golden light erupted around Lin Yi. Blessing of the Goddess of Victory. An invincible state for 10 seconds, at least against beings below the divine level. Lin Yi smirked, looking smugly at the furious Black Dragon, and raised a middle finger. Little Black Dragon, goodbye. See you next time. Roar! The terrifying Black Dragon's breath devoured everything, and the insane Black Dragon Emperor even swept through the hall he was in. The entire hall was engulfed in a sea of black flames, turning to ashes. However, after the dragon's breath, Lin Yi's figure had already vanished. Seeing the Black Dragon Emperor collect all the treasures, Lin Yi naturally wouldn't linger any longer. It would be too funny if he ended up in trouble. Roar! The Black Dragon was driven mad with rage. Damn little bug. I will find you. I will definitely find you. I will tear you apart and trample your soul underfoot for 10,000 years. But when they meet next time, it might just be him trembling before Lin Yi. On the other side, the elf tribe. Catherine had been waiting here, never leaving. She even entrusted the tribe's daily affairs to other elder elves. At this moment, she paced back and forth in the tent, her face showing immense anxiety. 5 days. A full 5 days, and there was still no news from Lin Yi. Lin Yi only needs to kill one of the 4 major lord monsters. He can obtain 30 dark crystals, so why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that he failed? Catherine was burning with impatience, her mind racing with various speculations. Sigh. If Lin Yi can't do it either, then we might really have to resort to the last plan. Catherine's mood was incredibly heavy. If the last plan was truly activated, the outcome would only be slightly better than becoming a dark elf. She absolutely wouldn't do it unless it was absolutely necessary. Buzz. Just as she was lost in thought, a sudden soft hum came from the mother tree of the elves, and the black vortex began to tremble. Instantly, it caught Catherine's attention, and her heart tightened. Is it out? Did he succeed? Catherine hurriedly ran outside, her gaze fixed on the black vortex. Swish! With a soft sound, a familiar young figure appeared before her. Lord Lin Yi, you finally came out. Catherine was overjoyed. My prediction was right, the elf tribe is saved. Tears even shimmered in her eyes, and she couldn't help but hug the newly appeared Lin Yi. Just a second ago, Lin Yi had given the Black Dragon Emperor the middle finger and was satisfied as he exited the dungeon. But the next second, before he could laugh and celebrate, he saw Catherine rushing over. Catherine, you're not planning to ambush me, are you? The thought just crossed his mind before it vanished. Because Lin Yi quickly felt an incredibly soft sensation, as if he had fallen into cotton candy. And a bit suffocating. Catherine's chest was somewhat ample, likely the result of her full development after becoming a mature elf. Lord Priest, the fruits. I've placed the fruits here. In the distance, Lena witnessed this scene, her eyes filled with disbelief. My goodness, what am I seeing? Lord Priest and Lord Lin Yi are actually. She felt an overwhelming shyness, dropped the fruit basket, and covered her face as she ran away. What bad thoughts could a young girl have? It was just her imagining a touching love story. In her eyes, Catherine and Lin Yi were simply a perfect match. They were both so good-looking and powerful. Lena's sudden appearance caused Lin Yi's experience to end prematurely. Catherine almost immediately turned her back, snapping out of her excited state. Oh my goodness, what did I just do? Catherine's face turned as red as an apple. After all, she grew up in the elf tribe, and her understanding of humans mostly came from books. Faced with this situation, she was instantly at a loss. Lin Yi wore a smile, savoring the incredibly soft sensation from just now, with Catherine's flushed ears faintly visible. Seeing that Catherine had not yet calmed down, Lin Yi decided not to rush. He began to examine the 2 treasures he had snatched from the Black Dragon. The first was that epic robe. It was a wide long robe with strands of black patterns interwoven along the edges, giving it a mysterious appearance. On the robe, the fierce and imposing dragon head was vividly lifelike. It seemed as if it was about to burst forth from the robe itself. Black Dragon Robe Grade, Epic Attributes, Spirit plus 100,000. Magic Resistance plus 100,000, Defense plus 100,000, Damage Reduction 20%, with the skill Black Dragon Roar. Can instill fear and intimidation effects on enemies whose rank does not exceed Epic, lasting 10 seconds, specific duration depending on level, requirements, LV40 and above. Hiss. Lin Yi's eyes widened, unable to suppress a gasp, his eyes sparkling with surprise. There were a total of 5 traits, each more powerful than the last. Moreover, the 20% damage reduction meant that wearing this robe was equivalent to having a spell resistance shield at all times. The accompanying skill, Black Dragon Roar, was equally formidable. It could even affect epic level powerhouses, which was the most terrifying aspect. Ha ha, Linny grinned, it's worth the 2 or 3 days I spent waiting. I hit the jackpot. This time, an epic equipment specifically for mages was absolutely priceless. Perhaps even the 4 great families of Jiang City could not produce such epic equipment. LV40, it won't be long, I can reach LV35 soon. Just a few levels, it will be quick. Linny felt a surge of excitement as he carefully stored the Black Dragon robe. Then, he looked at the black diamond crystal, his eyes instantly widening. He rubbed his eyes, almost thinking he was mistaken. Source of Darkness Grade, Special Attributes, can sever the pollution from the source of darkness, completely closing the passage to the underground city. Wow, I just happened to touch something like this? Linny felt that his luck was good enough to buy a lottery ticket. The function of this item seemed simple, but its preciousness was no less than that of the previous Black Dragon robe. What did this mean? Once this source of darkness was used, it could completely resolve the pollution of the Elven Mother Tree. Moreover, after this passage was closed, only he could use that crystal key to enter the inner city of the underground. Not bad. Linny looked at Catherine's graceful silhouette, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. This elf was quite alluring too. Then, Linny cleared his throat and said with a smile, Catherine, the task you entrusted to me has been completed. Suddenly, Lin Yi's voice gently rang out, finally pulling Catherine back from her shy state. She quickly turned around, looking at Linny with eager anticipation. Lord Linny, did you obtain the dark crystal? Linny smiled and nodded slightly. Yes, I got it. Catherine clasped her hands in front of her chest and bowed deeply. On behalf of all the people of the Elven tribe, I thank you for your great kindness. With these dark crystals, the pollution suffered by the Elven Mother Tree could be effectively alleviated. Linny accepted the gratitude calmly, smiling. I did get the dark crystals, but upon hearing this, Catherine's heart suddenly tightened. Could it be that there weren't 30 pieces? But the quantity is a bit much. I wonder if you can handle it? Linny deliberately teased, causing Catherine's mood to fluctuate like a roller coaster. Catherine pouted. Lord Linny. She couldn't help but imagine, could it be over 100 pieces? As for more, she dared not think, because the 4 Golden Lord monsters in the underground city were each extremely difficult to deal with, let alone completely eliminate them. Catherine knew that humans always accumulated strength before unleashing it, becoming more formidable as time went on. Especially some of the geniuses among them, their potential was simply incredible. But Linny was still very young, he shouldn't be that powerful. Linny stopped teasing Catherine and, under her astonished gaze, took out all the dark crystals. Seeing this scene, Catherine's mouth dropped wider and wider. 30, 60, 90, she counted carefully, afraid this was all a dream. There were actually a full 180 pieces. Linny searched through the dungeon and discovered 60 dark crystals. My heavens, Catherine murmured. Lord Linny, I can't be dreaming, can I? Previously, the elves had to take great risks, perhaps bringing back only a few, at most a dozen. Truly, without comparison, there is no harm. Linny crossed his arms and leisurely watched Catherine lose her composure. I must say, it really had a unique charm. There was a hint of innocence amidst her maturity, making her incredibly adorable. Gulp. Catherine struggled to speak. Lord Linny, you didn't clear the entire dungeon, did you? She wasn't foolish, so many dark crystals couldn't possibly come from just slaying a Golden Lord monster. Linny calmly nodded. Yes. Hiss. Catherine lost her composure again, her small mouth inhaling sharply. In a daze, the handsome young man before her seemed to slowly overlap with the mage figure she had predicted. Catherine's attitude completely shifted to one of respect. Lord Linny, I request that you hand over these dark crystals to the elf tribe. This is extremely important for our future and I will give you ample rewards. Linny gently nodded. Of course. Although these dark crystals were precious, they held no practical use for Linny. Only by trading them with the elf tribe could their maximum value be realized. Linny could sense that Catherine's attitude towards him was changing repeatedly. At this moment he was undoubtedly the guest of honor in the elf tribe, holding the highest status. Even some not overly excessive requests could be made. After Catherine carefully stored the dark crystals, Linny casually said, Catherine, this time entering the dungeon, I can feel that the power of darkness is endless. even if we use dark crystals to eliminate the dark power within the elf mother tree. But this is only a temporary solution, treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Catherine's expression froze and she helplessly said, "There's nothing we can do about it. But for now, we can only delay the infection of the elf mother tree. I won't hide it from you, if there are no dark crystals, once the elf mother tree is completely polluted, even we would fall into becoming evil dark elves. This is something we cannot bear." Catherine began to trust Lin Yi, even sharing such a terrifying consequence with him. "You are a genius among humans. You must know that this world will merge again. At that time, we can only hope that the elf god descends to help us completely resolve this issue." Lin Yi suddenly realized in his heart, no wonder Catherine had been so easily manipulated by him before, as the consequences were so severe. "Catherine, forgive me for speaking bluntly. Even if the world merges, can the elf god truly descend? Are you sure the elf tribe can still receive her protection?" Lin Yi's seemingly calm words made her face pale slightly. This was something she had always been unwilling to admit. In fact, Lin Yi had already noticed. When he first entered the elf tribe, he felt the absence of the light of faith. It was clear that the elf tribe had already been abandoned by the gods. The elf tribe will not be abandoned by the gods. Catherine seemed to want to struggle, but the confidence in her words was something she didn't even believe herself, leaving her in a state of confusion. At this moment, being so brutally torn apart by Lin Yi, she felt somewhat at a loss. Lin Yi once again stirred Catherine's emotions and suggested, "Why place hope in the gods? Since you know the source of darkness, why not try to resolve it?" Catherine's expression darkened. "The black dragon Caesar is an epic peak dragon. I am no match for him." Seeing that Catherine had completely entered his rhythm, Lin Yi chuckled. "What if I can help you resolve the source of darkness? Completely severing the pollution of the elf mother tree from the dungeon?" A glimmer flashed in Catherine's eyes. "That's right. Lord Lin Yi is still very young. In a few years, he might even be able to defeat the black dragon Caesar." At this moment, Catherine's mind was suddenly enlightened. "If Lord Lin Yi can help us in the future to resolve the source of darkness, then our elven tribe will become your loyal followers." Catherine was also a decisive person. After recognizing the reality, she immediately made her decision. According to the prophecy, the future Lin Yi could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods, absolutely not inferior to the elven deity. If he could truly resolve the hidden dangers of the elven tribe, then what would it mean to pledge loyalty to Lin Yi? Hearing Catherine's words, a hint of excitement flashed in Lin Yi's eyes and he almost clenched his fist and laughed out loud. He suppressed it and calmly said, "Really?" Catherine replied firmly, "I represent the elven tribe to form a contract with Lord Lin Yi. If Lord Lin Yi can resolve the source of darkness of the mother tree of elves, then the elven tribe will forever be loyal to Lord Lin Yi." A solemn oath was uttered from Catherine's lips. Then, Lin Yi repeated it. The two of them immediately felt a subtle connection binding them together. If Lin Yi fulfilled the agreement in the future, the elven tribe would need to pledge loyalty to him. Otherwise, they would face severe punishment from the will of the world. Lin Yi felt a sense of relief in his heart, and a smile couldn't help but curve at the corners of his mouth. No matter how many treasures he obtained, nothing could compare to the satisfaction of the elven tribe. Just the value of Catherine, this epic powerhouse, was immeasurable. Before Lin Yi had fully grown, she could provide him with immense support. With the elven tribe, Lin Yi's influence would directly surpass that of the four great families of Jiangcheng. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. "In that case, I will resolve the elven tribe's dilemma as soon as possible." Immediately, Lin Yi walked to the black vortex in front of the mother tree of elves, under Catherine's puzzled gaze. With a swish, the source of darkness appeared in Lin Yi's hand. It was the same diamond-shaped black crystal, but the terrifying aura contained within it made Catherine's heart tremble. Then, her eyes widened in shock. Could it be? She watched as Lin Yi tossed it away. The source of darkness was absorbed into the vortex before them, and the originally spinning black vortex suddenly came to a halt. Then, it began to spin at an extraordinary speed. Waves of surging power seemed to want to burst forth from within. The terrifying fluctuations made Lin Yi's heart race. He could even faintly hear the furious roar of the black dragon Caesar. At this moment, in the underground world, the black dragon felt the passage to the main world disappear, and he was about to go mad. This meant that his wish to re-enter the main world had completely fallen through. The source of darkness that Lin Yi had taken was truly used to close the dark passage. Roar! Damn thief, you cannot be forgiven, I will never let you go. The black dragon's roar completely faded from Lin Yi's ears. The black vortex before him spun smaller and smaller, eventually transforming into a speck of light, disappearing completely. A gentle breeze swept by, and Catherine suddenly shivered, her eyes still a bit dazed. What had happened? The source of the dark power that had troubled the elven tribe for 50 years was resolved just like that? Catherine's mouth dropped open. Resolved. It really is resolved. She even felt an impulse to cry. This feeling of excitement and joy was stronger than when she had seen 180 dark crystals. At this moment, as long as they used the dark crystals to completely eradicate the pollution suffered by the mother tree of elves, then the elven tribe would regain its vitality. In the distance, Catherine had already sensed the thunderous cheers from the Elven tribe. On behalf of the Elven tribe, I thank you, Lord Linny. Catherine knelt on one knee before Linny, gently kissing the back of his hand. The sensation brought by her red lips made Linny feel a tingle. This was her way of offering her loyalty to him. At this moment, Catherine's eyes were filled with admiration. She did not harbor any resentment because of Linny's previous small schemes. Originally, she thought they would have to wait until Linny became a super strong being to resolve this matter. But now that it could be resolved, what was there to complain about? Get up, Catherine. Linny gently helped Catherine to her feet, his eyes equally filled with joy. With the loyalty of the Wind Spirit secured, the purpose of this journey could be said to far exceed expectations. Linny smiled slightly. There's no time to waste. Let's drive out all the dark power from the Mother Tree of Spirits. As long as the dark crystal was used on the Mother Tree, his promotion task would be complete. Catherine's eyes were equally filled with excitement. She hadn't seen the Mother Tree of Spirits regain its vitality in many years. In fact, many of the newly joined little spirits had never seen what the true Mother Tree looked like. She had been looking forward to this day for a long, long time. Without any hesitation, Catherine began to channel the power within the dark crystal towards the Mother Tree of Spirits. Buzz! The dark crystal immediately erupted with waves of surging energy, even forming visible whirlpools. The dark power within the Mother Tree was being drawn away like water being siphoned, rushing towards the dark crystal suspended in the air. Witnessing this scene, Linny was astonished. He hadn't expected that the Mother Tree, which seemed to be only half polluted, contained such a vast amount of negative energy. It was no exaggeration to say that if this energy were to explode, it could instantly annihilate a platinum expert. Whoosh! The 1,000-meter-high verdant branches swayed gracefully, as if joyfully humming a tune. One of the branches extended towards Linny, gently brushing against him, as if expressing gratitude. Linny looked up at the sky and saw that the once half-black, half-green trunk had completely returned to a vibrant green. At the treetop, the previously lifeless light cocoon was also regaining its vitality. This was the origin place of the spirits, and it was foreseeable that the spirit tribe would soon welcome another wave of little spirits' reproduction. At this moment, Catherine was already so excited that she was in tears, kneeling on the ground and kissing the Mother Tree of Spirits. Because the moment the dark power within the tree was completely cleared, the log section began to scroll wildly. Congratulations on completing the special promotion task, Redemption of the Wind Spirit. Task exceeded, rewards are being calculated. Congratulations, you have obtained the Silver Halo Spirit Redeemer. Meeting the conditions to advance to a Silver Professional, the Halo will automatically activate upon promotion. Spirit Redeemer Halo. The enhancement effects include plus 100,000 mana, plus 30% mental boost, 20% reduction in spell cooldown, 20% reduction in casting time, and full value increase in spirit race friendliness. Hiss. Looking at the Halo's characteristic description, even Linny, who was used to surprises, couldn't help but gasp in shock. It actually included 5 enhancement attributes. Even an ordinary mage obtaining such a boost would see a significant increase in combat power. Not to mention Linny, who was already quite skilled. Just this halo alone was enough to compensate for many disadvantages present in the traditional professional system. Moreover, it was permanently effective and would not weaken as the user's level increased. No wonder it's a special promotion task. The difficulty of completion is high, and the rewards are equally generous. Linny's eyes were filled with anticipation. I can finally promote to a silver professional. Without any hesitation, Linny immediately took out the silver promotion pearl from his storage pendant. This type of special upgrade material was very rare and difficult to obtain from regular monsters. Therefore, at this stage, it was most cost-effective to purchase it directly. But as the demand increased, he would probably have to explore ways to collect them himself later, as they were indeed too hard to come by. For now, there was no need to worry about so many things. Without any doubt, he immediately guided the power of the pearl to infuse his entire body. A tremendous wave of magical energy surged from deep within him. Accompanied by a pure radiance spreading out, it made him appear extraordinarily holy. Successfully absorbed the silver promotion orb, meeting the promotion requirements. Successfully promoted to silver practitioner. Level increased to LV31. Unlocked new skills: Earth Barrier, Frosty Ice Rain, Thunder Sword. However, this was just the beginning. Lin Yi's own experience reservoir, along with the experience stored in the Horn of the Wind Spirit, instantly transformed into the power of promotion, enveloping Lin Yi in layers of white light. He looked like a glowing sun, sacred and inviolable. Level increased to LV32. Level increased to LV33. Level increased to LV34. Level increased to LV35. In almost an instant, he had broken through from LV30 to LV35. The feeling of the power within him doubling made Lin Yi's heart surge with excitement. His overall strength had increased by several magnitudes at that moment. Immediately, he unhesitatingly equipped the latest gear that matched his abilities. One by one, he donned the Lich's staff, Lich's ring, Hellhound cloak. Each piece transformed his aura dramatically. At this moment, Catherine couldn't help but widen her eyes. It seemed unbelievable that such a tremendous change could be triggered merely by a job change. Open attribute panel. Lin Yi felt the transformative process akin to being reborn, and only the data could intuitively reflect all the differences. Level LV35, attributes, strength 40,000, constitution 60,000, spirit 115,000, aura, staff plus 50%, agility 60,000, health 850,000, mana 3,200,000. From any perspective, Lin Yi's strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. Almost all his equipment had been replaced with platinum, and his skills had been significantly enhanced. His main spirit attribute had skyrocketed to 110,000 points. Coupled with the silver aura and the Lich's staff, which provided a 50% boost, it reached an astonishing 160,000. Even a peak silver expert at LV40 would find it hard to match such an achievement. Now, any spell attack he released would deal at least 4 times the damage. With just a gentle swing of his whirlwind slash, he could instantly unleash destruction in the tens of millions. If Lin Yi were to encounter that half-lich again, even with the opponent's dark shield for protection, he could take it down in just a few waves of attacks. Moreover, this didn't even account for the 3 new skills Lin Yi unlocked after being promoted to Silver: Earth Barrier, Frosty Ice Rain, and Thunder Sword. Thanks to his talents, these skills had already reached max level 40. Earth Barrier LV40 can summon a solid barrier made of earth elements to cover allies or designated areas. Depending on the size of the covered area, it can withstand up to Spirit X 500 damage with a cooldown of 1.8 seconds. Unlike before, when he could only protect himself, the Earth Barrier could even protect allies. Furthermore, he could adjust the area size according to his own thoughts. With a spirit attribute of 160,000, the Earth Barrier could even withstand 75 million damage. If he were to venture into a dungeon instance again, it wouldn't be a dream to just charge through. Frosty Ice Rain LV40 can create a cold storm within a diameter of 250 meters, deals Spirit X 200 damage to enemies, causing freezing and slowing effects with a cooldown of 1.8 seconds. Compared to other control-type skills, it lacked strong control characteristics but traded it for a more powerful explosive output. Moreover, it far surpassed group attack spells like Purple Flame Meteor. Finally, there was a new skill for single target strikes, filling in previous gaps. Thunder Sword LV40 guides free charges in the air, condensing them into a sharp blade, launching a fatal attack on the target. Can deal Spirit X 300 damage with a chance of lightning stun, cooldown of 1.8 seconds. My god, seeing these numbers, Lin Yi was extremely surprised. According to the latest mental attribute assessment, just a single Thunder Sword could produce 48 million in damage. In other words, 2 consecutive attacks could completely take down a half-lich. Even if the opponent had a dark shield, it would be useless. Feeling such powerful damage, even he felt like a different person. This was simply enough to directly overpower most Golden Lord monsters of the same level. Currently, although Lin Yi had not yet stepped into the Golden tier, he was absolutely capable of directly challenging Golden class experts, even surpassing them. It should be noted that the average naked main attribute for an ordinary person reaching LV50 is only 1 million. Special professionals might be slightly above the average level, but it would never be too exaggerated, at most 2 or 3 times. However, it is worth noting that Lin Yi's skill consumption, spell cooldown time, and casting speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. Therefore, his overall combat power was not as mediocre as it appeared on the surface. Thus, he firmly believed that he indeed possessed the strength to defeat all Golden professionals. He could be considered the strongest below Platinum. As for whether he could reach Platinum level, it was still inconclusive. It was said that it would trigger a qualitative change. After looking at his attribute panel, Lin Yi couldn't help but let out a sigh. Unknowingly, his strength had undergone a terrifying qualitative change once again. At this moment, relying solely on his own strength, he was already gradually standing at the peak of Jiang City. If one counted the Elven tribe under his command, it was more than enough to crush all forces in Jiang City. At this time, Catherine was staring at Lin Yi in shock, her eyes filled with astonishment. Although Lin Yi's current strength could not be assessed due to the Fool's Mist, the fluctuations that erupted at the moment of his level up were incredibly clear. Catherine couldn't help but start to reflect on her own state when she had advanced to Platinum. It probably wasn't as intense as this. Her heart raced, and her face flushed as she said, "I really didn't expect that Lord Lin Yi would advance to Silver. It seems that following him is a wise choice." She had originally thought it would take 2 or 3 years to break through to Epic. However, judging by the current development, it seemed that it could be achieved very soon. While marveling internally, Catherine grew increasingly respectful of Lin Yi. After a moment, Catherine finally snapped out of her daze and respectfully proposed an invitation. "Lord Lin Yi, let's quickly inform our clansmen that the Mother Tree has regained its health, and formally announce that the entire Elven tribe will pledge allegiance to you." Catherine couldn't wait to convey this exciting news. After all, having such a strong ally undoubtedly provided infinite possibilities for future development. Okay. Lin Yi nodded with a smile in agreement, and the two walked side by side toward the tribe. Catherine consciously fell half a step behind, demonstrating an attitude of respectful etiquette. At the same time, in Jiang City, in a certain mansion, Li Jun's low, angry voice could be heard. Are you sure it was Lin Yi who killed my son? Have you found any concrete evidence? Upon hearing the question, the butler immediately broke out in a cold sweat. In the Li family's hall, the atmosphere was exceptionally heavy. The family guards standing nearby were all nervously sweating profusely. Once a peak golden professional became enraged, it was not something they could withstand. A casual wave of the hand could turn them to ashes. In Jiang City, Li Jun had long been among the small elite at the top of the pyramid. At this moment, beads of sweat were forming on the forehead of the steward. Master, based on my investigation over the past few days, those who have enmity with the young master have no possibility of killing him. Their accomplices all said they had never encountered the young master in the trial tower. Only Lin Yi, his companions Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing, we cannot press for questioning. They visited but were turned away, saying both young ladies had gone to the White Tiger main city, and Lin Yi also went towards the Duanhuan mountain range a few days ago. So, after ruling out all possibilities, the steward quickly stated his deduction under the suffocating pressure. At this moment, he disregarded everything. Whether it was truly Lin Yi's doing was no longer important. What he knew was that if the murderer was not found soon, he would be the next to die. The several corpses outside the manor were the most vivid examples. Good. Very good. So it's Lin Yi, is it? Daring to kill my son. I will make him taste the flavor of blood. And the Cheng family, the Lu family, they must have been involved in this matter as well. I will make them all pay a heavy price. Li Jun seemed like an enraged lion, with lightning even flickering around him. The guards around him did not dare to breathe. Li Jun was very powerful and was a rather rare hidden class, the Thunder Warrior. Go, immediately contact the Blood Kill Tower, request 5 4-star assassins to find Lin Yi and kill him. If possible, try to capture him alive. Also, keep a close watch on Lin Yi's mother's whereabouts. I heard he cares a lot about her. I want him to experience the feeling of having his loved ones tortured to death right in front of him. I will do it myself. A nearly tangible killing intent flickered in Li Jun's eyes. Li Kuang was his only son, whom he had always cherished. How could he not be furious that he died so inexplicably? Understood, master. The steward's pupils constricted, and he immediately responded. 4-star assassins, the top-tier golden assassins, were skilled in assassination and poison techniques. For an ordinary golden class individual, becoming their target was almost a matter of life and death. Not to mention, this time they were dispatching 5 assassins. No matter how astonishing Lin Yi's performance in the trial tower was, he would likely find it hard to escape this calamity. As expected of the master, even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full strength. No wonder such a vast enterprise could be established. The steward thought to himself that if it were up to him, he would probably only hire 1 4-star assassin along with a few 3-star assassins. After all, the fees for the Blood Kill Tower were extremely expensive. As for the legendary top-tier 5-star assassins, their prices were astronomical. The steward then turned and left. With the help of a professional assassin team, he believed they would soon lock onto Lin Yi's location. He couldn't help but mourn for Lin Yi in his heart. What a talented young man, yet he had provoked the master. At this moment, Lin Yi was completely unaware of the situation. Li Jun had already determined that Lin Yi was responsible for his son's death and decided to hire professional assassins to take action against him. Even if he knew this, he might not be afraid. In fact, he would see it as an excellent opportunity for testing. Having just advanced to a silver class, he was in urgent need of a strong opponent to assess his own level. At this moment, just after walking out of the forest with Catherine, the two were surrounded by all the elves around them. It was clear that these elves had sensed the change in the mother tree. The dark power had finally vanished without a trace. They spun around excitedly, and the entire Shilan village erupted with unprecedented vitality. Catherine was beaming with joy, and amidst the cheers of the elves, she pulled Lin Yi up to the central platform of the village. On the platform was a verdant throne, lavishly decorated and engraved with mysterious texts and patterns, symbolizing the highest authority of the village. Usually, this place belonged solely to Catherine. But today, it was Lin Yi who sat there. Catherine showed great respect. Lord Lin Yi, please take a seat. After seeing Lin Yi sit down with a smile, Catherine turned to the many surrounding elves and announced loudly, "Everyone, I believe you all feel it too. The problem that has troubled us for many years has been resolved. Our mother has been completely freed from darkness. In the future, our kin will once again embrace rebirth." As soon as her words fell, the surroundings erupted in jubilation. Although they had sensed the change earlier, when Catherine made the official announcement, the elves could not help but burst into deafening cheers. Shilan! Shilan! The elders wept with their heads in their hands, while the young children sang and laughed. Looking at this group of striking elves, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. They were indeed a sight to behold. Then, Catherine's even more excited words reignited everyone's enthusiasm. "All of this is thanks to Lord Lin Yi. he bravely ventured into the dungeon world, not only saving our village but also completely eradicating that evil force. So from now on, the village of Shilan will forever pledge allegiance to Lord Lin Yi. After speaking, Catherine knelt down, kissing the back of Lin Yi's hand. This was an act of absolute loyalty. Although the world will had already granted its blessing, such a solemn and complete ceremony would undoubtedly make the clansmen feel even more devoted. Lin Yi did not refuse this honor and gently helped Catherine to her feet, saying, "Catherine, I am honored to accept your loyalty." After saying this, he returned a kiss to Catherine's forehead as a sign of acceptance. This meant that Lin Yi truly recognized Catherine as an important subordinate and regarded her as his right-hand woman. Not every follower could enjoy such treatment. Catherine blushed, her eyes shimmering with a hint of daze. The elves below the platform erupted in excitement. With the aura of the elven savior, the elves felt that Lin Yi exuded a closeness that was hard to resist. "Lord Lin Yi, please accept our loyalty." One by one, the elves knelt on the ground, gazing up at Lin Yi on the platform like pilgrims, their eyes filled with admiration. They would not flinch even if it meant giving everything. The elves were quite simple. Once they made a decision, they would not change their minds. Even without the constraints of a contract, Lin Yi firmly believed they would not betray him. In some ways, elves were much easier to get along with than humans. After Catherine first expressed her loyalty, the other elves quickly followed suit. One by one, the beautiful and lovely elves kissed the back of Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi smiled in return, either on their foreheads, cheeks, or hands. The elves blushed with excitement while the others below envied them, hoping to receive Lord Lin Yi's favor as well. The entire loyalty oath ceremony lasted about an hour and finally came to an end. Lin Yi felt his mouth was somewhat numb, but the smile at the corners of his lips betrayed his mood. This feeling was incredibly refreshing. After the ceremony, Lin Yi followed Catherine back to the vine house. As soon as they sat down, Catherine immediately presented him with a cup of carefully brewed tea. Lin Yi took a gentle sip and his eyes lit up. "Delicious. Give me some more, I want to drink this regularly." Catherine smiled and nodded, then began to introduce Lin Yi to the details of Shilan village, including the composition of the population and the situation. Regarding treasures, Lin Yi learned that the entire Shilan village tribe had over 1,000 members. Most of them were at the bronze and silver levels. A small portion were golden and platinum experts, accounting for about 1/10. There are actually over 100 professionals above gold. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled. This was a powerful force. It even surpassed the combined strength of the 4 great families of Jiangcheng. It's a pity there are restrictions. No wonder Lena's strength only returned to its peak state after she returned to the Elven barrier. So it turns out she was suppressed by the world will when she left. Lin Yi felt a slight regret in his heart, but it wasn't important. Even so, Catherine could still exert platinum peak strength in the outside world and even display extraordinary performance in a short time. Then, without hesitation, Catherine said, "Lord Lin Yi, let the Horn of the Wind Spirit stay with you. We will live here regularly and you can summon us anytime you need." Originally, the Horn of the Wind Spirit was a divine artifact of the Elven tribe, capable of communicating with the gods. But now, since they chose to follow Lin Yi, it was no longer needed. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. This was a treasure that could store a large amount of experience points. If he encounters a professional bottleneck, he no longer has to worry about wasting time. Without this horn, Lin Yi would not have been able to advance to a new level so quickly. Although he would not accept all the assets of the elf tribe, he would not be polite about things he could use. "And these few treasures, perhaps you can make use of them," Catherine said without hesitation, respectfully taking out one treasure after another. A surge of joy welled up in Lin Yi's heart as he began to inspect them one by one. Wind Whisper Mask Grade, Platinum Attribute, reduces damage from wind attribute skills by 50%, comes with the skill Spirit's Eye, can detect invisible units up to Platinum level and provides a more detailed attribute panel. An extremely rare cutting-edge mask. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. This type of equipment is very rare. He had updated his gear several times already but had never found anything better than this one. Now he could finally make a change. The functionality of this mask is practical and particularly suited to his needs, especially the accompanying skill, Spirit's Eye, which is much more useful than the Abyssal Eye he had before. Catherine had once used this skill to test Lin Yi's attributes, but because Lin Yi had the Fool's Mist skill, he had not revealed too much information. With great joy, Lin Yi put on the mask and a gentle light merged into his face. High-level masks can choose to display or hide to avoid drawing attention. Then, Lin Yi eagerly looked at the next item. Storm Scroll. Grade, Epic Attribute. After use, it can unleash the epic spell Roar of the Wind, requiring 1 million mana to activate. Without a doubt, this is a life-saving treasure. With Lin Yi's current high mana of 3.2 million, he can fully activate this scroll. Catherine was clearly very thoughtful. She was worried that Lin Yi might encounter insurmountable dangers while out on errands. Wow, an epic spell. I wonder how powerful it is. Lin Yi marveled inwardly, saving it into his storage pendant. This is a trump card for survival, but it's best not to use it if possible. Next, there were 2 skill books. They were silver level spells, Wind Strangulation and Wind Gods. Whip. One is for large-scale area attacks, while the other specializes in single-target attacks. Excitement surged in Lin Yi's eyes. If one were to say what the strongest spells are currently, it must be the Wind attribute. Series. With the enhancement of the Wind Spirit Song, the performance is boosted by a full 40%. Lin Yi quickly skimmed through them, rapidly mastering the spells and instantly leveling them up to the maximum. Wind. Strangulation LV40 gathers wind elements to form a blade storm, strangling targets within a radius of 200 meters. Deals a total of mental X 200 damage to each target in the area, can cause knockback and stun effects. Cooldown time 1.8 seconds. Wind God's Whip LV40 gathers wind elements to form a storm whip, can strike enemies fiercely, dealing mental X 350 damage, cooldown time 1.6 seconds. The effects of Wind Strangulation and Frosty Rain are similar, but with the enhancement of the Wind Spirit Song, the damage will definitely be higher. The same goes for Wind God's Whip. With his current mental of 160,000, it can reach a terrifying total damage of 56 million. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel even more excited, eager to test the extent of his current strength and in need of an opponent for verification. Right now, there are still several days until the seed selection. Competition in the White Tiger main city begins. If he works hard in the remaining days, he should be able to level up 1 or 2 more times. Maybe I can check the Wanbao Pavilion to see if any dungeon secret realms have appeared? Lin Yi pondered, finding it a feasible plan. Oh right, there's also that skill book Dark Canopy. Suddenly, Lin Yi slapped his forehead. He remembered the silver skill book he had obtained from the Half-Lich Inn. The dungeon world. He had gained so much recently that he almost forgot about it. He directly took out the Dark Canopy skill book and gently tapped it. The pages transformed into flowing light, surging into his mind, and the talent activated automatically, instantly maxing out the Dark Canopy. Lin Yi eagerly checked the attributes of the Dark Canopy. Dark Canopy LV40 area type skill can create a shadow area that envelopes allies or enemies. If allies are of the dark attribute, they receive a 150% enhancement. Enemies within the area will take damage of mental X 50 per second, and their vision will be reduced by 50%, with defense and magic resistance decreased by 20% each, cooldown time 2 seconds. Hiss. Lin Yi's eyes widened. The effect of the Dark Canopy surprised him greatly. A powerful area skill that not only assists companions but also weakens opponents while continuously dealing damage. With Lin Yi's current mental value of 160,000, that translates to 8 million points of damage per second. It may seem unremarkable, but this is a sustained damage effect. As long as the enemy stays within it for several dozen seconds, even a Lord-level monster of the same rank would have to retreat. This skill has no fixed area limit. I can adjust the coverage based on my mana. In fact, a professional's moves can only serve as a reference on the attribute panel. In the later stages, whether it's attack power or range of effect, everything can be freely adjusted according to personal needs. After all, reality is not an online game, it is a real world. After a burst of excitement, Lin Yi stood up and took a deep breath. He had stayed in Shilan village for several days. Although he enjoyed his time with the elves, he couldn't just linger indefinitely. Now was a crucial stage for rapidly increasing his strength. Seizing the opportunity of the national trials to earn more resources was key. The seed players in the White Tiger City ranking tournament can at least pass the 26th level of the trial tower. Perhaps there are even more outstanding geniuses. Lin Yi neither belittled himself nor became overly arrogant. Even with the automatic max-level talent assisting him, the opponents might have their own unique secrets. They could be luckier than him, or come from some prestigious family. Han Feng had already advanced his class half a year earlier, so there were definitely such people in White Tiger City, perhaps even more exceptional ones. It wouldn't be easy for him to surpass these individuals in a short time. Time to level up. I can't waste time. With that thought, Lin Yi turned to Catherine and smiled. I should take my leave now. When I need your help in the future, I'll blow this elven horn. Hearing that he was leaving, Catherine was momentarily stunned, a hint of reluctance blossoming in her heart. The more time she spent with Lin Yi, the more she felt at ease with him. Catherine tentatively asked, Lord Lin Yi, can't you stay a little longer? Lin Yi smiled and said, are you reluctant to part? If you stay another day, you'll have to accompany me. In an instant, Catherine's face turned crimson. Lin Yi had thought he would be scolded a bit. However, he saw the woman before him breathing heavily, as if seriously considering the matter. Hiss. Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp. Who could withstand this? Being entangled by so many beautiful elves all day, staying longer would surely lead to disaster. How could he focus on his training? It wasn't time for enjoyment yet. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. No need to rush into these matters. Once his strength reached a certain level, he could play however he wanted. Goodbye, Catherine. I will come back to visit you all another day. Lin Yi laughed heartily and quickly walked out of the Tang house. Then, he summoned the holy dragon Little Jean and soared into the sky. The holy dragon, with its massive 100-meter-long body, amazed everyone around. Previously, Catherine had already told Lin Yi how to enter the elven barrier, so he could now come and go freely on his own. Catherine watched the tall figure disappearing into the distance, her eyes slightly dazed. Lord Lin Yi. After leaving the elven barrier, Lin Yi looked back, all the peculiar landscapes instantly vanished. Even the concentration of spiritual energy in the air dropped significantly. After the mother tree of the elves awakened, the natural forces within the barrier grew increasingly powerful, creating a noticeable gap compared to other places. As Lin Yi drove Xiaojin towards the Duanhuan mountain range, he also began to contact Jiang Fu. Lin Yi, brother Jiang, are there any dungeons above level 35 in Jiang City recently? Jiang Fu, hiss. Little brother, you've reached the silver rank? Lin Yi, yeah, just got promoted. I'm hoping to level up a few more times before the competition. Jiang Fu, don't worry, I'll check for you right away. Jiang Fu, you should go practice in the Duanhuan mountain range first. I only have a few low-level dungeon details at the moment, but I'll let you know as soon as I find something suitable. After hearing Jiang Fu's words, Lin Yi felt a bit helpless. Now I have two choices, either delve deep into the Duanhuan mountain range for adventure. If luck is on my side, I might encounter a hidden dungeon, but that's entirely based on luck and the experience gain would be low. The other option is to farm monsters on the outskirts, although the speed can't compare to dungeons. But if I take my time and spend a little over a week, I can still accumulate a decent amount of experience. After some contemplation, Lin Yi ultimately decided to stay on the outskirts of the Duanhuan mountain range to level up. Compared to the slim chances of exploring dungeons, it was more practical to level up steadily. Immediately, Lin Yi summoned Xiaojin back into the beast space. Xiaojin was quite good for traveling, but it would be counterproductive for leveling. The monsters were likely scared off by its presence, and even if they encountered it, they would be formidable foes. After all, it was too conspicuous. Swish! The wings of the underworld spread out. And with the 100% speed boost from the flying belt, Lin Yi's speed was astonishing. Time to start farming monsters. Although Jiang Fu didn't have any news about dungeon secrets, he sent over a monster distribution map of the Duanhuan mountain range, which was still a great help. Although the movements of those monsters were irregular, having a map was better than blindly wandering around. He swiftly traversed the air. Soon, he locked onto his first prey, LV-38 Forest Grey Wolf. Below, among the winding mountains, a pack of grey wolves larger than water buffaloes was recklessly chasing and tearing apart their prey, numbering nearly 100. I'll choose you guys, it's just right to test the power of my newly learned skill. Seeing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. In an instant, an astonishing chill gathered at the tip of his staff. Frost Ice Rain. Whoosh! The beasts that had been enjoying their meal suddenly looked up, each one terrified as they gazed at the sky. This area was instantly enveloped in a cold world. Countless ice rains fell, turning the ground into a frozen domain. A few wolves attempting to flee seemed to be under a slowing curse, their speed reduced by over 90%. They could hardly move. The sound of freezing echoed continuously, turning the robust grey wolves into lifelike works of art. Some stood, some charged, some bared their teeth menacingly, while others wore expressions of sheer terror. Then, with a bang, all the wolves were shattered by this force, scattering like snowflakes. And this frost ice rain had only just begun. Faced with critical hits reaching tens of millions in damage, the grey wolves with health not exceeding 1 million were simply no match. Even against the Wolf King, the boss monster, there was no suspense. Kill LV-38 Small Monster Forest Grey Wolf, gain experience plus 379. Kill LV-39 Elite Monster Forest Grey Wolf, gain experience plus 1438. Kill LV-40 Wolf King Boss Monster, gain experience plus 15862. The log kept updating, and the experience points surged. A smile crept onto Lin Yi's lips, clearly satisfied with the results of this attack. After using his spell to pick up a few dropped items, the wings of the underworld on his back flapped again, swiftly heading towards the next target. Thus, Lin Yi began his journey of cultivation in the Duanhuan mountain range, although the efficiency is not as high as in dungeons, with its speed and powerful attack power. Lin Yi's leveling speed has already exceeded that of ordinary people by more than 100 times. However, searching for suitable monsters consumed a lot of time. Otherwise, he would have reached a higher level long ago. The higher the level, the harder it is to find suitable monster groups. After a day, kill LV-46 Small Monster Golden Saber-Toothed Tiger, gain experience plus 4,234 points. As a thunderous sword struck down the golden saber-toothed tiger that was pouncing on him, a strong white light suddenly radiated from his body. He leveled up. Level increased to LV-36. In just about a day, he accumulated over 1 million experience points, which is already quite an efficient achievement. At this stage, each level increase would add 10,000 points to the main attributes, along with an additional 5,000 bonus. Lin Yi felt the surging power within him continuously strengthening, and he was instantly filled with excitement. If this trend continues, I should be able to level up again before the competition. To achieve this goal, he would need to fight for at least another 6 or 7 days. It's getting dark, let's return to the camp and rest for now. Lin Yi shook his head, canceling his plan to delve deeper. It was too dangerous here, and it was unwise to take risks. Choosing a steady and cautious approach was the best decision. After resting for a night in Camp 357, Lin Yi prepared to embark on a new journey. However, shortly after he left, several figures quietly appeared from a hidden corner not far away. They were all dressed in the same red cloaks and masks, undoubtedly from the Bloodkill Tower. That must be the target, right? One of the burly figures asked. It's definitely him. Judging by his ability to fly, he should be quite strong. Let's follow him carefully and wait for the right moment to strike. Don't worry, my dagger is coated with poison. Once it touches him, he will lose his casting ability for 5 seconds. At that time, won't he be at our mercy? The assassins whispered among themselves, discussing strategies, appearing very relaxed and confident. This group consisted of 4-star assassins, more than enough to deal with a silver-class professional. Moreover, how could a talent like him emerge from a small, remote town like Zhangcheng? Less talk, let's hurry up and finish this quickly, no dragging. After saying that, they all concealed their presence and swiftly pursued Lin Yi's direction. At that moment, Lin Yi had just encountered a LV-36 Berserk Wild Boar. Seeing this, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and said, well, I might as well use you as a target. The staff in his hand glowed, and a blazing fireball was instantly generated and launched. Fireball. With Lin Yi's current mental power, such a small-scale spell was enough to deal nearly 3 million damage. For the monster in front of him, it was simply child's play. Kill LV-36 Berserk Wild Boar, gain experience plus 325 points. Just as Lin Yi was about to take off and explore again, a sudden chill swept over him from behind. He saw a dagger with a ghostly blue sheen suddenly piercing through the void, aimed directly at his chest. The appearance of this dagger was exceptionally sudden, emanating a faint blue light as if it had grown out of the void. Lin Yi's pupils constricted sharply. 5 golden assassins. Under normal circumstances, a level 50 peak golden professional would have main attributes around 1 million. Although their skill levels were not as high as Lin Yi's, even lower level golden skills were extremely powerful. Coupled with skill bursts, they could deal tens of millions of damage. And now, with 5 golden assassins attacking together, the total damage approached 100 million. This was terrifying. After all, Lin Yi's earth barrier could only withstand over 70 million damage. What made him most uneasy was the blue light on that dagger. This is the deadly mage's grief. I absolutely cannot be hit. Otherwise, I would be like a fish on a chopping board, at their mercy. Before he even had time to guess who had attacked him, Lin Yi's gaze instantly returned to calm. Fortunately, he had been maintaining the earth barrier while in the wild, otherwise he would have been in real danger. Bang! In less than half a second, the earth barrier was completely shattered. Although it had absorbed the force of 3 daggers, there were still 2 left. In that half a second, other mages might have only been able to stare blankly. They could rely on instant cast spell scrolls or skills from their equipment to seek survival. But for Lin Yi, it was enough time to cast a spell. Sky Shield. Hat trick. 2 solid light shields, 1 large and 1 small, swiftly rose up. Although they were not as sturdy as the earth barrier, together they could still withstand over 40 million damage. Clang! In the end, the 2 daggers, even after exhausting their power, failed to completely break through the shields. The 5 assassins before him had exceptionally high concealment skills. They only revealed their figures at the moment of attack. With the crisis averted, it seemed perilous, but in reality it was already under Lin Yi's control. The initial state of being completely unprepared had only brought a slight sense of danger. A strong killing intent surged in Lin Yi's eyes as he coldly said, "Dare to ambush me?" At this moment, the assassins were undoubtedly lurking in a state of invisibility, waiting for the right moment to strike again. But Lin Yi would not give them another chance. Elven Eye. In an instant, Lin Yi's eyes turned a deep green. A mysterious power dispelled the illusions, allowing him to see everything around him. 100 meters away, 5 figures cloaked in blood-red capes looked at him with faces full of terror. Clearly, their previous full-force attack had failed to break Lin Yi's shield, leaving them astonished. It was known that even a level 50 hidden class mage could potentially fall to the combined assault of these 5. Not to mention, the one before them was still not even a silver mage. The leading assassin exclaimed, "The target is definitely not a bronze mage. His strength has greatly increased." According to intelligence reports, just a few days ago, Lin Yi was still a bronze mage. But no matter how abnormal a bronze mage was, it was impossible to reach this level. The footage of Lin Yi's tower challenge was not a secret. After multiple analyses and confirmations, this assassination attempt was made, but they never expected to fail. Even a silver mage shouldn't be this terrifying, right? This kid is simply a monster. The assassins' eyes were filled with shock. When they first saw the footage of Lin Yi's tower challenge, they had sensed his strength. But now, facing him directly, that sense of shock was the strongest. Not good, he has discovered us. One assassin, seeing Lin Yi's gaze sweep over, felt an overwhelming pressure and exclaimed in fear. Upon seeing the distinctly recognizable attire, Lin Yi's expression turned cold. So they are assassins from Bloodkill Tower. Could it be that those who threatened my mother back then have noticed us again? He remembered his mother saying that the group of assassins from Blood Kill Tower had initially wanted to capture her and his grandmother to extract the truth but were stopped by an unknown force. If it wasn't for the matter of the arcane scroll, then who are they here for? Lin Yi's mind raced with speculation, and his killing intent grew stronger. No matter who it is, we'll find out once we capture them. Not a single one of these guys could be spared. The effect of the elven eye rendered the assassins unable to hide. Now that he was on guard, Lin Yi felt no fear. The assassins, realizing their hidden movements had been exposed, exchanged glances, revealing a fierce expression. Let's all attack and kill him. The mage's shield won't recover that quickly, let's seize this opportunity to catch him. If it really doesn't work, killing him is fine too. A few nodded in agreement, and in the next moment, they charged forward. As high-agility assassins, 100 meters was just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! Like arrow shot from a bow, they unleashed various acceleration skills, their speed astonishing. Lin Yi spread his phantom wings, and with the boost from the dragon belt, his speed was equally impressive. Then, he pushed off with his toes. Black Dragon Leap. The black light on the Black Dragon battle boots beneath his feet suddenly burst forth, generating immense thrust. His figure soared into the air at an astonishing speed, the wings of the underworld behind him deftly adjusting their position as spells quietly began to operate. The 5 assassins missed their target, their faces filled with shock, unable to believe that a mage could be so agile. Earth Barrier. A thick, earthy yellow light once again coalesced, layers of shields appearing around Lin Yi. Witnessing this scene, the assassins were left dumbfounded. In just a few seconds, the shields were ready? The leading assassin gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Try again, don't hold back. If it still doesn't work, retreat and regroup at the old place." The assassins responded in unison, understood. The target's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. It was even comparable to some LV-50 genius professionals. Assassins could, to some extent, counter mages, but the premise was that they had to strike true. Once the mage created distance, activated shields, and used control skills to restrict them, the outcome for the assassins was often grim. At this moment, the situation had clearly reached that point. Bang bang bang! The assassins' feet stomped heavily on the ground, creating a fierce gust of wind. They leaped into the air, charging towards Lin Yi. As long as they landed a single strike, the poison would render the mage unable to fight. A cold smile flashed across Lin Yi's face. They don't know when to quit. If these assassins had fled separately, they might have expended a bit more energy. But by attacking him, they were simply seeking their own demise. Sword of Thunder. A powerful current gathered and compressed on the Lich's staff, crackling with energy. In an instant, a magnificent thunder giant sword appeared in the assassin's line of sight. The air was thick with the scent of death. Ordinary mages usually excelled in a specific field. Mages who could perform outstandingly in multiple fields were absolute geniuses. These assassins initially thought that Lin Yi's shield was already very strong and the damage should be relatively weak. But the reality before them completely overturned their understanding. This guy was simply a freak. Damn it! Where did the intel come from? How could there be such a huge discrepancy? At this moment, the assassins were filled with rage. Because Lin Yi had used the Fool's Mist, Blood Kill Tower could not accurately probe his strength. They could only make a simple estimate based on his previous actions. Considering Lin Yi's growth rate, the estimated strength value had also been adjusted upward. However, no one expected. In just a week, Lin Yi's strength had seen such a tremendous increase. Zzzzz. The terrifying thunder giant sword sliced through the air, leaving visible traces in the void. This process seemed lengthy, but it actually occurred in an instant. The target of the Sword of Thunder was the leading assassin at the front. His eyes were filled with fear, and cold sweat broke out all over him. Crescent Moon Guard dual daggers. With a gritted teeth roar, he drew another dagger with his left hand. The two daggers crossed to form a shallow golden crescent moon. By the time they reached the advanced professional stage, both physical and magical professionals gradually mastered certain protective or damage reduction skills. This skill was the ace in the hole for the leading assassin, capable of reducing at least half of the damage. However, this strike of the Sword of Thunder could deal over 50 million damage. Even if halved, he still couldn't withstand it. Boom! Without a moment's pause, the giant sword directly tore through the crescent moon protection. The latter only resisted for 0.1 seconds before vanishing in a flash of lightning, turning to ashes. The leading assassin was instantly pierced by the thunder, extreme pain crashing into his soul, leaving him no time to let out any scream. Minus 26.81 million. Instantly killed. The LV-50 Peak Golden Assassin was slain without any resistance. One could only imagine how terrifying Lin Yi was now. At just LV-36, he possessed the ability to kill LV-50 professionals across levels. Previously, he had been thinking about finding some monsters to test his own level. Unexpectedly, a group of assassins came knocking at his door, serving as practice targets. Lin Yi slightly pursed his lips, his eyes filled with coldness as he scanned the remaining 4 assassins. The four of them shivered simultaneously, the panic in their eyes almost solidifying into a tangible form. The earlier scene had been too horrifying. Since even the captain couldn't hold them off, if it were him going up, wouldn't he meet the same fate? Run! Coming back to their senses, the few of them fought in unison. Lin Yi's icy gaze was as intimidating as that of the Grim Reaper, making them not dare to look back. Their bodies, which were about to charge forward, immediately turned towards the direction of escape. Want to escape? Seeing this, Lin Yi curled his lips. Do you really think you can get away? The green light on his staff shimmered and gathered, the air filled with the fluctuations of wind elements. The remaining assassins felt a chill surge to their hearts, wishing they could sprout wings and flee immediately. Wind strangulation. In the next moment, a terrifying blade storm of wind instantly took shape. The assassins, witnessing this scene, were all scared out of their wits, but the hurricane was clearly faster. Countless wind blades swept across a radius of hundreds of meters, enveloping everything within. The sounds of painful wails erupted. No matter how hard they tried to lessen their injuries, they could not stop the omnipresent blade storm. One by one, they were swept into the air, their bodies cut in multiple places, until they were unrecognizable and drenched in blood. Huff! The storm finally subsided. 3 of them had been torn to shreds, dissipating into the sky. Only the last one remained, having been intentionally spared, but now completely in a deep state of unconsciousness. The storm also added effects of being knocked back and unconscious. Currently, the survivor was severely injured and unable to move. Lin Yi's gaze remained indifferent as he walked over to the assassin. He then summoned the holy dragon, Little Gold. With one hand, he lifted it up and climbed onto its back. If he didn't figure out the mastermind behind this, he would never find peace. Lin Yi briefly used the water ball technique to wake up the unconscious guy, then bound him securely. Tell me, who exactly hired you to come and assassinate me? Otherwise, I'll just throw you down to your death. Behind him, a gale swept by at a height of 1,000 meters, but the assassin's eyes held a hint of determination. Bloodkill Tower, we will never betray our employer. This was one of their rules. If they leaked mission information, even if they survived, they would face severe punishment. Better to die on the spot. Lin Yi had long known this, so he didn't plan on getting the assassin to reveal the truth. Just as the other party was about to speak, a strange light suddenly appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. Truth extraction technique. This was a bronze skill Lin Yi had obtained from Jiang Fu, allowing a person to speak the truth. At the same time, Li Jun received news of the assassin's failed operation. For a moment, he widened his eyes, almost unable to believe his ears. Li Jun glared at the butler in front of him, demanding, "What happened? The mission failed? And several people are dead? Are you sure you hired 5 4-star assassins?" Faced with a series of questions, the butler was already sweating profusely. He felt a wave of confusion about this outcome. Originally, he thought that dealing with a bronze-level mage would be too cautious to send 5 golden assassins to act together. But now that the result was out, his face was slapped hard. The news from Blood Kill Tower said that the intelligence might have been wrong, with 4 of the 5 assassins dead. The other one was missing and likely captured alive by Lin Yi. I don't know either. Useless. Li Jun's face turned exceptionally dark as he kicked him out. With a crack, he directly broke several of the butler's ribs. The butler curled up in a ball, his face pale from the pain, but he didn't dare to make a sound. Could there be someone protecting Lin Yi from behind? But he has already rejected the invitations from the White Tiger Academy and the Mage Association. I've already investigated Lin Yi's family background thoroughly. It's just an ordinary family, but he is closely related to the Chang and Lu families. Could it be that they are behind this? Li Jun's eyes flickered uncertainly, his thoughts racing. If the remaining person is caught, according to the Bloodkill Tower's rule of not disclosing employer information, who can say for sure? No, I can't just sit here and wait. If my identity is exposed, when Lin Yi brings the Chang and Lu families to my door, I will have no chance of escape. Now, I can only take his mother to gain the initiative. With this in mind, Li Jun decided to strike first and immediately turned to the butler, asking, "Have you figured out Lin Yi's mother's daily routine? And how is the family's property being handled?" A few days ago, he had started planning his escape route, selling off his assets for cash. He had even contacted Sakura Country as a backup. The butler quickly replied, "Rest assured, master, everything has been investigated. Yang Mei is usually at home, preparing dinner at this time. If we are to act, now is the best opportunity. As for the asset transfer, it is currently about halfway completed." Li Jun nodded, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. "Just like that, no need to worry about the rest. Lin Yi killed my son Quaner, this debt must be repaid with his life. Let's set off immediately." With that, Li Jun left without hesitation, heading straight for Lin Yi's residence. Lin Yi was still unaware that Li Jun was rushing towards his home. At that moment he was interrogating the only remaining assassin. Although the truth extraction technique was merely a bronze skill, at max level, it could still affect golden professionals. "Who hired you?" It was Li Jun from the Li family in Jiangcheng. Lin Yi immediately understood, so it's him. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't about the arcane scroll, that was fine. It seems my killing of his son has already been exposed. Hiring 5 golden assassins to deal with me is quite a bold move. A cold smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. Too bad he ran into me. If they were platinum assassins, I might have to put in some effort to deal with them. A few golden assassins thinking they can kill me is simply a dream. Since he has already made a move against me, I won't hold back. Just now, he had used the projection crystal to record all the truths spoken by the Blood Kill Tower assassin. With this evidence, Lin Yi had enough reason to directly destroy the Li family. By then, even the city lord of Jiangcheng would have nothing to say. After all, it was the Li family that acted first. Lin Yi looked down at the still-dazed assassin. Does the Blood Kill Tower have an assassin with a tiger head emblem on their cloak? Although many years had passed, that assassin might have changed their insignia, but it never hurt to ask. At this point, the assassin's voice came out in broken fragments. That is, Bloodtooth Tiger, one of the core assassins of the Blood Kill Tower. But I am only an external member, so my knowledge is limited. At this point, the person's veins bulged, as if he was about to collapse. Lin Yi realized something was wrong. The truth extraction technique would place intense mental pressure on the target. Especially when they tried to hide the facts, this burden would peak. The assassin was already starting to lose consciousness, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. Suddenly, the assassin's body went limp, collapsing on the spot with no further reaction. Although it was regrettable not to obtain complete information, the key details were already grasped. First, the mastermind behind the whole affair was the Li family, which was good news. With Lin Yi's current strength, he had no fear of Li Jun. Moreover, he had an entire elven tribe as backup. Second, he learned the identity of the assassin who had threatened his mother years ago. Bloodtooth Tiger? A core assassin of the Blood Kill Tower? It seems the person who acted back then must have a deep connection with the Blood Kill Tower. Core assassins are not just anyone who can be hired. Very well, it seems I must pay a visit to the Blood Kill Tower. Lin Yi's eyes burst with brilliant light, having made up his mind. The Blood Kill Tower also recruits peripheral assassins, not just those in the assassin profession. With the effect of the invisibility stone, he could easily handle it. After the seed selection tournament in the White Tiger main city ends, there will still be some time before the national trial competition. I can take a look then. Lin Yi was not in a hurry, casually tossing the already dead assassin off his dragon's back. A fall from 1,000 meters would be enough to turn him into mush. Just as Lin Yi was preparing to return to Zhang City, his phone vibrated with a message from Cheng Badian. Xiaoyi, come back quickly. Li Jun wants to kidnap your mother. But right now, she's not seriously hurt, just a bit scared. Upon reading this message, Lin Yi's gaze instantly turned red, a strong anger radiating from him. Li Jun, you're asking for death. Although Li Jun had previously sent someone to assassinate him, this time threatening his mother ignited an even greater fury within him. At this moment, Li Jun had already been marked by Lin Yi as a target that must die. He did not hesitate, taking out the teleportation rune he had won in the trial tower competition last time. To be cautious, Lin Yi had already set up a coordinate point at home. He initially thought Xiao Jin could bring him home quickly enough. But now, Lin Yi was burning with anxiety. Even the teleportation rune had a 5-day cooldown. In the next moment, a golden rune quickly appeared in the air, forming a portal large enough for one person to pass through. Lin Yi recalled Xiao Jin into the beast space and resolutely stepped inside. Swish! The golden light flashed and disappeared, and when the light faded, Lin Yi had already appeared in his room. Using this special teleportation rune, even a distance of 1,000 miles could be covered in an instant. Immediately, Lin Yi rushed to the living room. He could clearly see that the house was still relatively intact. However, the courtyard outside was in disarray, clearly having experienced a conflict. Many guards from the Cheng family were on alert around the area. Cheng Badian and Lu Jialiang stood in the center of the living room, and even the city lord Han Boyan was present. After all, this was a serious community violence incident. Mom, are you okay? Lin Yi looked at his bewildered and helpless mother, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. Li Jun, I will make you pay in blood. Upon hearing his voice, everyone turned to look. At first, Yang Mei had a hint of confusion on her face, seemingly doubting whether the person before her was an illusion. Until she confirmed that it was indeed her son, she immediately rushed towards Lin Yi. After her husband passed away, Lin Yi had become her only emotional support. With red-rimmed eyes, Yang Mei held back her tears and choked out, "Child, I'm fine, thanks to everyone for helping in time. They said you were assassinated before. I was really scared of losing you." Hearing these words, Lin Yi felt as if something had tightly gripped his heart. "Everything is over, don't worry. All those assassins have been dealt with, it's fine." Lin Yi tried to calm his emotions and comfort his mother. After all, for an ordinary person, facing such intimidation was extremely difficult. Seeing that Yang Mei's emotions gradually stabilized, Lin Yi asked a nearby maid to help her rest first. He then turned to Cheng Badian and Lu Jialiang to express his gratitude. "Uncle Cheng, Uncle Lu, thank you so much this time." If he hadn't entrusted them to provide support in the shadows beforehand, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Cheng, Badian and Lu Jialiang waved their hands, indicating it was nothing, but their expressions were hard to hide their guilt. The incident happened too suddenly. Li Jun is also a peak Golden Thunder warrior. Although he was entangled by the dark guards, by the time we arrived at the scene, he had already escaped using the teleportation rune. Cheng Badian briefly recounted the events that had transpired. Originally, Li Jun had attempted to kidnap Yang Mei to threaten Lin Yi. Unexpectedly, there were always dark guards protecting her, preventing the other party's actions from succeeding. Due to the prior arrangements, both the Chang and Lu families had each deployed 1 gold-tier professional and 5 silver-tier professionals. Such a powerful defense caused Li Jun's plan to ultimately fail. In a moment of desperation, Li Jun was forced to flee the scene. After listening to the report, Lin Yi took a deep breath. Uncle Chang, do you know where he escaped to? We have already sent people to the Li family and captured Li Jun's steward. As he spoke, Cheng Badian immediately ordered the guards to bring him over. At this moment, the Li family steward's face was filled with terror as he hurriedly knelt down and said, I know everything, please listen to me. Li Jun must have gone to Haiyan City in Sakura country to take refuge. He has been making me handle the Li family's affairs and contact important figures in Sakura country for protection. Please spare me, it was all Li Jun who forced me to do this. The steward kept screaming in despair and was immediately dragged away. Such roles were naturally dealt with by others. Upon hearing the location, several people frowned simultaneously. That place was situated on the border between the two countries, a small but semi-militarized town. If he truly hid there, it would indeed be extremely tricky. No matter how powerful Huaxia country was, it could not interfere in the affairs of neighboring countries. Moreover, there were constant conflicts with local forces, making it hard to expect any assistance, unless a powerful individual personally intervened to resolve the situation. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Lin Yi with concern. Very well, Haiyan City, ha. Lin Yi's face showed no signs of wavering. If they refuse to hand over Li Jun obediently, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Others hurriedly advised him not to act recklessly, suggesting waiting for intervention at the national level. But Lin Yi was unwilling to wait any longer. Uncle Chang, Uncle Lu, Li Jun must have left some blood behind during the fight here. Could you please get me a sample? Also, send me any intelligence regarding Haiyan City. Don't worry, I won't do anything foolish. Just because Li Jun was teleported out doesn't mean he arrived at Haiyan City. Perhaps we can intercept him on the way. There's no time to lose, I'm setting off now. After saying this, someone immediately handed over a vial containing Li Jun's blood. Lin Yi could use this to cast a tracking spell. Cheng Badian and the others hesitated but could only nod helplessly. Then we'll go with you. No need, I can move faster alone. As for my mother, I hope Uncle Chang and the others can take extra care for now. Lin Yi didn't want to involve the two families. If he truly had to storm into Haiyan City, it would lead to significant consequences. Immediately, amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, he summoned the holy dragon, Little Jean. Roar! Little Jean spread its wide wings and swiftly carried Lin Yi into the distance. After Lin Yi left, Cheng Badian shook his head and sighed. Let him go. I believe Lin Yi knows what he's doing. We just need to protect his family. Since he dared to plan to hunt down Li Jun, Lin Yi must have been prepared and would never act recklessly. Lu Jialiang nodded and began to clean up the aftermath. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, riding the holy dragon, had already flown outside Jiang City. He held a glass vial containing Li Jun's blood, and the soul crystal on his staff flickered with a faint light. Tracking spell. Earlier, to find the wind spirit, he had cast the same spell. At this moment, a faint beam of light slowly rose from the blood sample and gradually extended in a certain direction. Lin Yi looked ahead, his gaze revealing a hint of coldness. Indeed, it is Haiyan City, but if they think they can hide there, they are too naive. He had already reviewed the information provided by Cheng Badian. Haiyan City was a small town bordering Sakura country and Huaxia country. Although it was called a city, it could at most be considered a small adventurer's town, located on the other side of the Duanhuan mountain range. It usually maintained peaceful relations with Huaxia, but occasional conflicts arose, and the strongest local force was merely a platinum-tier professional. Li Jun must hope to enter Sakura country through Haiyan City. According to the usual procedures, it would take at least a few days before he could be extradited. Time is on our side, he can't escape. The desire for revenge in Lin Yi's heart was hard to suppress. The other party was undoubtedly doomed. If Haiyan City refused to cooperate, then it would be wiped out completely. Lin Yi had the wind spirits under his command, and even platinum professionals were not a threat. The holy dragon continued to move forward, the powerful gusts of wind constantly battering against it, yet not harming it in the slightest. In fact, from the very beginning, he had never intended to intercept Li Jun midway. Instead, he was fully prepared for an all-out war. The reason he didn't ask the Chang and Lu families for help was precisely because he didn't want to drag them into a larger conflict. After all, a single person's goals were easier to conceal. In contrast, large families were prone to being caught up in international incidents, leading to unpredictable troubles. Catherine, please gather the wind spirits and prepare for battle. Immediately, Lin Yi used the horn of the wind spirits to issue the command. Upon receiving Lin Yi's summons, Catherine's eyes widened in surprise. She could fully sense the violent killing intent in Lin Yi's heart. As you command, Lord Lin Yi. Without hesitation, Catherine went to summon her battle-ready kin. Although their strength would be somewhat diminished outside, Catherine could still unleash peak platinum combat power. Even a brief burst of epic-level strength was not a problem. However, excessive use would require some time to recover. Sakura country? Humph. After preparing everything, Lin Yi's heart finally calmed down a bit. His lack of fondness for Sakura country was naturally due to the world-changing events a century ago. Due to the monster invasion, only a few major countries managed to survive, while the remaining small nations were nearly wiped out, and those that survived were left in tatters. At that time, Sakura country took advantage of the situation and united to annex the remnants of Kimchi country. In the end, they stood alongside the other 4 major countries until the very end, forming the current situation of 5 nations coexisting. However, Sakura country and Huaxia country had never been particularly friendly, and they even harbored ambitions. Not to mention, they dared to shelter his enemies. Naturally, they had to be eliminated together. Soon, Haiyan City was right in front of them. In fact, the city might not even be as good as Wulong Town, with at most a few thousand professionals. The one in charge was a LV53 Platinum powerhouse. And there were only a handful of gold professionals, about a dozen. Most were black iron and bronze professionals. The majority of them were the garrison troops of Sakura country, while the rest were free adventurers. At this moment, inside Haiyan City, Li Jun was respectfully sitting in front of a short man. General Zetian, I genuinely wish to ally with Sakura country, and I hope the general can introduce me. The short man sitting in the main seat was Taro Zetian, the ruler of Haiyan City. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, exuding an extraordinary aura. He was a LV53 shadow warrior. Li Jun, your situation is not easy to resolve. You must understand that the council members have always harbored animosity towards Huaxia country. This might be a bit difficult. Taro Zetian said lightly, but his words concealed a deeper meaning. Quickly provide some tangible benefits, otherwise, do you think you can join us? Dream on. Li Jun maintained a smile on his face, but inside he was seething with anger. This damned guy is nothing but a vampire. I've already offered so many benefits, and you still want to squeeze more resources from me. However, he felt quite helpless. After all, under someone else's roof, one had to bow their head. Li Jun handed over a briefcase, a flattering smile on his lips. I understand the rules. Please accept this small token of appreciation, General Zetian. I only hope that General Zetian can look after me regarding my entry into Sakura country. Taro Zetian seemed indifferent as he glanced at the briefcase, but his eyes immediately revealed a look of delight. The items in the hands of a peak gold professional were indeed very attractive. Such benefits, which could be obtained without much effort, were the most pleasing. Entering Sakura country? For him, it was merely a matter of speaking a few words, but he couldn't let Li Jun think that this matter could be easily resolved. What are you talking about, Li Jun? We are friends, your matters are my matters. Don't worry, I'll take care of it within 2 days at most. After hearing Taro Zetian's assurance, the heavy stone in Li Jun's heart finally eased. As long as he joined the Sakura nation, even the Chang and Lu families wouldn't dare to easily come looking for trouble. Just thinking about the previous failed plan filled Li Jun with resentment. He had never expected that Lin Yi would be so cunning, arranging so many bodyguards around an ordinary person. He even attracted the heads of the Chang and Lu families to personally intervene. If he had reacted a moment slower, he would have definitely been unable to return. Damn Lin Yi, just you wait, I will make you pay the price. The murder of his only son had made him feel like a stray dog, wandering aimlessly. Such deep-seated hatred would never end until one of them was dead. Li Jun was determined to hide in the shadows, keeping a close watch on Lin Yi, ensuring that the other would never have a moment of peace. With these malicious thoughts in mind, Li Jun began to communicate with other professionals. He planned to gain better development by befriending local powers. With the support of wealth, Li Jun quickly gained some recognition. As a peak gold tier professional, he was a hot commodity anywhere, and the atmosphere at the gathering was quite harmonious. Just then, a roar suddenly echoed throughout the city. Roar! The massive sound reverberated in the air, causing all the professionals present to involuntarily look up. In the sky, a gigantic golden creature was soaring. It was nearly 100 meters long, with fierce scales, sharp claws, and a spiked tail. Following that, the voice that rang out was filled with boundless killing intent. Li Jun, get out here! All the professionals were stunned. They were merely black iron and bronze level. When had they ever witnessed such a spectacular scene? It's a holy dragon. It really is a holy dragon. It seems like there's someone on it. Oh my god, who is this big shot? Who is Li Jun? This powerful person seems to be looking for him. At this moment, inside the Lord's mansion, Li Jun's face suddenly turned extremely ugly, his fists clenched tightly. This is ridiculous. How could they find me so quickly? As he spoke, his gaze turned to Taro Zetian, who was sitting in the main seat. He was his only support. Taro Zetian raised an eyebrow and said coldly, let's go out and take a look. I want to see who dares to be arrogant in my city. With that, he strode out. Outside the city, more and more people were gathering. When they saw Taro Zetian come out, the crowd immediately parted to make way. In the sky, the one approaching was Lin Yi. The tracking technique showed that Li Jun was right there. A black light swept across the sky, quickly enveloping the entire city in shadow. Dark barrier. Lin Yi looked at Li Jun, who was following a short man out, and the killing intent in his eyes was almost palpable. He absolutely could not tolerate the actions that harmed his mother. Listen well, I am only targeting Li Jun. Hand Li Jun over, and I will leave immediately. At this moment, Li Jun also recognized Lin Yi. Their eyes met, both filled with hatred. General Zetian, he is my archenemy. If you can capture him, I will give you all my wealth. Seeing that Lin Yi had actually chased him here alone, Li Jun was momentarily stunned. Then, a wave of excitement surged in his heart. Now was the perfect time for revenge. Taro Zetian's eyes lit up, revealing a greedy expression. Li Jun's entire fortune was no small amount. Good. Your enemy is my enemy. I will help you catch him, and then you can deal with him however you like. Looking at Lin Yi in the sky, Taro Zetian said sternly, how dare you be so arrogant in my city? Do you really think the Sakura nation is easy to bully? You trash from Huaxia, don't know your place, get down here. As soon as the words fell, an uproar erupted among the crowd. Everyone had originally thought that the one controlling the holy dragon was from the Sakura nation. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a fool from the Huaxia nation. Bastard! A clown from Huaxia dares to run wild in our Sakura nation. Kill him! Kill him! He must be killed! I was just admiring him. We absolutely cannot let him go. He stole our holy dragon. Skin this Huaxia person alive. General Zetian, please take action quickly and capture this arrogant little thief. The members of the Sakura nation harbored intense hostility towards the Huaxia nation. This was mainly because they had been subjected to a special educational approach, setting Huaxia as the enemy to stimulate the ambition of Sakura's citizens. Listening to the malicious words, Lin Yi felt no hesitation in his heart. Since you want to die, don't blame me for being rude. Roar! Sensing his master's decision, the holy dragon Shaoji let out a roar, and its scorching breath sprayed everywhere. Low-level practitioners were instantly turned to ashes by the dragon's breath. You dare! Seeing Lin Yi take the initiative, Zetian Taro was dumbfounded, then filled with rage. I will tear you to pieces. Zetian Taro's eyes were sinister. His body soaring into the sky, even too lazy to conceal his form. As a platinum powerhouse, dealing with such small fry was not a difficult task, was it? Li Jun wore a smug expression, as if he could already see Lin Yi being eliminated. However, the scene before him left him utterly shocked. This is... Li Jun's eyes widened as he saw Lin Yi pull out a blue horn. Woo woo woo! The resounding sound of the horn pierced the sky, and a massive teleportation array was instantly activated. The elves from Shilan village, who had long been prepared, stepped into the magic circle without hesitation, following Catherine. Then, one by one, graceful figures emerged from the magic array, exuding powerful auras. Especially the woman at the forefront, who made them feel a chill in their hearts. Elves! So many elves! Everyone's eyes revealed disbelief. Lin Yi smiled coldly and waved his hand, commanding, kill them all. Today, Li Jun must die, and this city must be destroyed. The elves sensed Lin Yi's unabashed killing intent. Even those who usually loved peace tightened their grips on their bows and staffs. Once, Lin Yi had saved the entire elf tribe. Now that he was in trouble, they would not hesitate to risk their lives. Attack! Catherine called out softly, and all the elves immediately sprang into action. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A flurry of swift arrows sliced through the air, carrying sharp blue light, sweeping towards Black Rock City. Witnessing this scene, the practitioners of the Sakura nation fell into panic. Those who had originally shouted to deal with Lin Yi and wanted to seize the holy dragon were now trembling in fear. Previously, although the dragon's breath was powerful, it was just one dragon. However, now there were hundreds of elves before them, each one strong. Although their power was somewhat diminished in the outside world, they were still not to be underestimated. Especially Catherine herself. The fierce aura she radiated made even Zetian Taro furrow his brows filled with dread. Initially, he had not taken Lin Yi seriously. But with the appearance of this batch of elves, the situation underwent a dramatic change. Damn! This kid actually came prepared. Li Jun, you really are more of a hindrance than a help. Zetian Taro turned back and glared fiercely at Li Jun, no longer maintaining his previous friendly demeanor. At this point, Li Jun could only brace himself and respond, General Zetian, please let us deal with the current situation first, and I will apologize to you afterward. These elves are clearly summoned by Lin Yi. Once we defeat him, the problem will naturally be resolved. Soon, Li Jun grasped the key point. General Zetian, you help me hold off that elf, and I'll take care of Lin Yi. Taro Setita felt a surge of joy in his heart, then sternly commanded, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Everyone listen, kill. At that moment, a rain of blue arrows descended. The professionals outside the city gate fell one after another in an instant. In the face of such a scale of attack, even bronze and silver professionals were as fragile as ants. What did thousands of them matter? They simply could not withstand the assault of these elves. the elven mages stood in the back row, casting various spells to support their teammates, occasionally unleashing offensive spells towards Black Rock City. Unfortunately, the outer perimeter of Black Rock City was protected by a magical barrier, while the bodies of low-level professionals lay strewn across the ground outside. Those inside the city remained unharmed. Watching the tragic state of their compatriots, the professionals inside the city cursed angrily. Damn bastards, how could they launch a sneak attack? It's utterly despicable. And those elven women, if we can catch them, they must kneel and beg for mercy. Various venomous curses filled the entire Black Rock City. Whoosh! Bang! Finally, they launched a counterattack with ranged attacks flying out from within the barrier. Arrows, spears, and various spells, though insignificant on their own, accumulated into a force that could not be ignored. At this moment, Catherine stepped forward. Upon seeing the indestructible barrier and the various attacks directed at her kin, her eyes filled with indifference. Boom! In the next instant, a shocking aura surged into the sky, causing the faces of everyone in Black Rock City to change dramatically. This is epic level. She actually reached such a realm. Everyone was momentarily stunned, originally planning to counterattack. However, the power Catherine displayed made them fully awaken. Each of them clenched their fists, hoping the barrier would hold strong enough. Nowadays, every city was equipped with similar magical barriers. But for smaller places like Black Rock City, even with a barrier, it was relatively weak. Because of this, Catherine chose to go all out without hesitation. Roar of the wind. Catherine's robes billowed, and the emerald staff in her hand erupted with brilliant light, shocking Linny as well. Previously, he had received a scroll about this technique. Above in the sky, dense air particles formed a massive vortex. Whoosh! The howling wind echoed in all directions, and a thick green hurricane instantly covered the entire city. The attacks previously unleashed by the Cherry Blossom professionals were all shattered by this terrifying storm. The blue tornado, accompanied by thunderous sounds, continuously assaulted the city. Everyone felt as if they were in the apocalypse. Such a level of spell was enough to destroy all obstacles. Impossible. How can there be such a level of existence? Li Jun's eyes widened in despair. We must hold on, or it will all be over. This was the only thought in everyone's mind. Even Taro Sedita was no exception. Boom boom. The endless blue storm grew larger and larger, the piercing roar shaking the heavens. Can we hold on? Before they could even feel relieved, everyone's faces turned pale again. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering glass sent chills down their spines. Countless visible cracks spread across the once sturdy surface of the barrier. With a crisp explosion, the entire magical barrier collapsed in an instant. The barrier outside Black Rock City finally shattered. Catherine, hold off the others for me. Try to avoid casualties. If you really can't hold on, use spatial transfer. Don't resist forcefully. After Linny finished giving instructions, he raised his head and shouted, "Kill! Li Jun, I will let you witness true despair." The little golden dragon beneath Linny continuously spewed dragon breath. These low-level professionals were no match at all, being instantly killed one after another. The entire Black Rock City turned into a sea of flames. Frost ice rain. The staff emitted a silvery glow, unleashing a deadly hail of ice that fell within 100 meters, instantly turning each professional into ice sculptures. Immediately after, they were shot to pieces by the elves' arrows, scattering into a sky full of ice shards. Linny was like a god of death, showing no mercy to the people of Sakura Country. He fixed his gaze on the direction of Black Rock City and charged straight ahead. Li Jun was undoubtedly doomed. The entire city was engulfed in flames and screams, the acrid smell of burning flesh constantly invading the nostrils. Crimson flames blazed fiercely, spreading uncontrollably in all directions under the influence of the azure whirlwind. Once the barrier was breached, there was nowhere for the people in the city to escape. Under the shadow of Lin Yi's dark barrier, no one could escape his grasp. When he made his move, he already had a comprehensive plan, leaving no survivors. Help! General Zetian, save us! General, please act quickly, or our entire city will be destroyed. At this moment, Linny began to unleash his spells in rapid succession. Wind strangulation, earth prison, purple flame meteor. A series of powerful spells fell like a torrential downpour, with lives continuously extinguished. The people of Sakura Country were terrified, scrambling to flee into the city lord's mansion, hoping to find refuge under Taro Zetian's protection. Meanwhile, Taro Zetian was equally shocked. Although Catherine had just cast a large-scale high-level spell, causing her aura to wane slightly, she still maintained her platinum peak strength. Kill! At this moment, Taro Zetian could no longer afford to blame Li Jun. After all, a LV50 gold professional still had a significant role in such a situation. Taro Zetian said solemnly, "Li Jun, we will do our best to hold off this elf. You must quickly eliminate that brat." Li Jun nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with fear, but he had no choice but to fight to the death. Kill! The remaining gold professionals in the city lord's mansion followed Taro Zetian as they charged towards Catherine, while Li Jun rushed fiercely towards Lin Yi. Come on! Watching this scene, a cold smile appeared on Lin Yi's lips. Let's see how I slay you. Catherine had already been advised not to get involved in this matter. Thus, she only diverted a sliver of her attention to this side and began to deal with Taro Zetian's attack. Lin Yi and Li Jun had a deep-seated grudge, and both their eyes sparkled with deadly intent. You killed my son, today, either you die or I die. You dare to lay a hand on my mother, even the king of heaven can't save you. There was no time for further words, only one of them was destined to survive. Thunder flash. Die. Li Jun's face twisted in a snarl. As a LV-50 Thunder Warrior, he did not believe he would lose. His massive body surged with lightning, reaching Lin Yi in an instant, swinging his great sword fiercely. Thunder heavy slash. Seeing this, Lin Yi revealed a hint of mockery. Trivial skills, teleport. In the next moment, Lin Yi appeared 100 meters away, and the thunder heavy slash missed its target. Wind God Whip. Taking advantage of Li Jun's momentary disorientation, a pale green energy gathered and took shape. Crack. A blue whip shadow appeared in the air, striking fiercely at Li Jun. Although he reacted quickly and dodged, he was still hit on the arm, and his heavy armor shattered instantly. Minus 9.6 million. Even with defensive skills to reduce damage, he still lost nearly 10 million health points. Li Jun felt a wave of panic. He hadn't expected Lin Yi's magic to be so formidable. No wonder those previous professional assassins had also met their end. With this kind of attack, I can only withstand it 2 more times at most. If I take another hit, I'll be severely injured and fall. As a LV-50 Thunder Warrior, Li Jun only had a little over 20 million health points, and his sense of alertness peaked. On the other hand, Lin Yi felt an immense sense of exhilaration. Any gold opponent, in his eyes, was not to be feared. Dark sky. Lin Yi gently waved his staff, and dense black mist quickly spread out, completely enveloping the surroundings. Seeing this, panic spread across Li Jun's face. The black mist continued to seep into his body, drastically reducing his health points. Moreover, it diminished his visibility and resistance capabilities. Minus 2.61 million. Minus 2.49 million. Every second, his health plummeted further. If it weren't for his defensive skills, he probably wouldn't have been able to last more than 5 seconds. Li Jun's eyes were filled with horror. What kind of terrifying spell is this? Lin Yi saw him darting around in the mist, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. I will make you wish you were dead. Wind strangulation. With a wave of his staff, Lin Yi instantly transformed it into a storm of sharp blades. Ah! The sound of unbearable pain echoed through the mist. Even Zetian Taro, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, was momentarily stunned. It was almost unbelievable what kind of cruel method could elicit such a wail. Countless blades of wind surrounded Li Jun, who was utterly powerless to defend himself. It was as if he were being meticulously dissected by surgical tools, skin being peeled away bit by bit. Every ounce of pain reached deep into his soul. With each tearing of flesh and shattering of bones, finally, the piercing screams faded, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. Lin Yi let out a long breath, the anger in his heart finally released. Since he dared to provoke, he should be prepared to accept the judgment of death. When the dark sky receded, only he remained standing still at the scene. The expressions of all the witnesses were incredibly complex. Lin Yi had actually killed a LV-50 peak gold professional all by himself. It was simply unbelievable. Lin Yi's cold gaze turned to Zetian Taro and the others. Upon seeing this, Zetian Taro's scalp went numb, forcing a smile onto his face. Lord Lin Yi, since Li Jun has already been killed by you, why don't we just call it a day? What do you say? As Lin Yi's gaze shifted, Zetian Taro felt an unprecedented fear. Moreover, the pressure brought by Catherine was extremely formidable. If it weren't for a few gold professionals supporting him, Zetian Taro would have been slain on the spot. Even so, in just a few short minutes, his health points had been cut down by more than half. Zetian Taro forced a smile, trying to curry favor with Lin Yi. Instantly, the professionals from Sakura country fell into complete despair. General Zetian was about to surrender to the enemy, a fact they could not accept. General, how can you do this? We would rather fight to the last moment than bow down to this villain. If you have the guts, kill me. Go ahead. Most of the professionals from Black Rock City had undergone extreme education filled with hostility towards Huaxia country. When encountering each other in the wild, the two sides could hardly coexist, which was one of the reasons for the long-standing conflicts. And now, Zetian Taro planned to bow down. How could these professionals tolerate that? They shouted in righteous indignation, even hurling insults. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, several swift arrows instantly claimed their lives. In front of these elves, low-level professionals were no match at all. Despite the rage boiling inside, Zetian Taro still wore a smile, explaining to Lin Yi, Lord Lin Yi, Sakura country has been neighboring Huaxia country, coexisting peacefully for a long time. Please do not act recklessly and slaughter everyone in the city, otherwise the consequences will be dire. If you agree to stop, I can report that it was the monsters from the Soul Mountain range that invaded, and I guarantee that you won't be implicated. Zetian Taro's posture at this moment was humble to the dust, and this was merely the usual style of Sakura country when facing a strong enemy. Lin Yi sneered, if you had handed over Li Jun earlier, you wouldn't have ended up like this today. To still dare to covet my holy dragon, you are simply overestimating yourselves. Actually, you are quite clever, knowing to delay time for reinforcements to come. So let's make a bet before your reinforcements arrive. Can I completely slay you? Lin Yi's words were filled with mockery, clearly seeing through the other party's thoughts. Now, the defensive arrangements of various countries were largely similar. Every city had an early warning mechanism to respond to emergencies. But Lin Yi was not in a hurry. There was still some time before the alarm would be triggered. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Taro Zishan's expression changed drastically. How could this be? I swear. Before he could finish, Lin Yi interrupted directly. Enough, stop playing tricks. From the moment the operation was deployed, he had no intention of leaving any survivors. Anyone who knew the truth could not continue to live. Just as it was difficult for Huaxia to interfere with Sakura country, the reverse was equally true. Without evidence, if one was to be wiped out, so be it. Catherine, clean up those little minions. Yes, Lord Lin Yi. With a cold command issued, all the elves responded in unison. No. Seeing this situation, Taro Zishan hurriedly tried to plead for mercy again, but no one paid him any attention. Once the order was given, execution was carried out without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was filled with sharp tearing sounds as arrows pierced through flesh and flew forward rapidly. Not a trace of sympathy was displayed on the faces of the elves. Those who offended Lin Yi must die. The remaining survivors fell one by one under the merciless blade. High-level professionals were directly attacked by Lin Yi himself. Frost Ice Rain, Earth Prison, Wind Strangulation. A series of terrifying spells were recklessly thrown out by Lin Yi. Even Catherine, who was watching the battle from the side, couldn't help but feel shocked. How long has it been, and Lord Lin Yi has actually become stronger again? All silver professionals had only one fate under Lin Yi's spells: instant death. And for gold professionals, if they were even slightly weaker, they would also be instantly killed. At this moment, Lin Yi was like a moving spell cannon. His personal output damage was comparable to the combined total of all the other elves. In despair, Taro Zishan felt his heart shatter. He regretted his moment of greed in accepting Li Jun, this ticking time bomb. Now, the only way out was to fight with all he had. Kill for me. If we can hold on until the arrival of the Epic Lord, we can win. Taro Zishan fought while retreating, eventually backing into the Lord's mansion, which had a small defensive barrier protecting it. This was the last batch of survivors left. The others had long been completely eliminated by Lin Yi's spells. With the ability of the Elven Eye, those professionals had nowhere to hide. Suddenly, Catherine frowned slightly and said to Lin Yi, Lord Lin Yi, I sense that an epic powerhouse is approaching quickly, expected to arrive in 10 seconds. Lin Yi's expression was calm. This speed was roughly within his expectations. In fact, the response time of Sakura country was even slower than he had anticipated. Catherine, cast an epic spell again and completely deal with them. After that, hurry back to the elven tribe to rest. Lin Yi knew that after Catherine cast the epic spell, she would fall into a period of weakness. But it didn't matter, the elven mother tree had been healed, and she would soon recover. Okay. Catherine nodded in agreement. Hurricane Arrow Rain. The green staff in her hand erupted with intense light and the violent wind. Elements continued to gather. Then, rows of seemingly real giant arrows densely appeared in the air. Zzzz. The massive arrows tore through the air, creating a fierce sonic boom. The defensive barrier of the Lord's mansion could not withstand it, as if paper was easily pierced. Thousands of giant arrows rained down like a storm, covering every corner. In an instant, all resistors were turned to nothingness, and the entire Lord's mansion became ruins. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi was filled with amazement. Although beneath the epic are all ants, as long as I change my class to an arcanist. Plus with max level talent, surpassing platinum to battle epic is not impossible. At this moment, Lin Yi saw a few flickering lights in the ruins. Those were several pieces of platinum equipment, the relics of Taro Zishan. Other ordinary level equipment had long been reduced to fragments under the powerful impact of spells. Although it's platinum equipment, it's not suitable for mages. Moreover, it might hide some markings. Lin Yi's eyes flashed as he thought to himself, but if used well, perhaps I can set a trap. With that in mind, he immediately decided to collect these pieces of equipment. Even if the situation calmed down in the future, this would still be a considerable fortune. Not long ago, Black Rock City was heavily guarded. Now it lay in ruins, the air thick with the scent of death. But Lin Yi showed no signs of disturbance. The people of Sakura country brought this upon themselves. Moreover, it was in retaliation for his enemy Li Jun's plot against him. Catherine anxiously asked, Lord Lin Yi, the epic powerhouse is about to arrive. What will you do now? The elves could instantly return home using the elven horn, but Lin Yi could not. Don't worry, I already have a plan. You all retreat first. Although the teleportation rune was still on cooldown, Lin Yi had another treasure, the abyss pass he obtained after slaying the demon mage Cassio at the dark altar. This was the perfect opportunity to explore it. If he could enhance his strength there, he could directly participate in the seed selection tournament of the White Tiger main city afterward. If he could secure the top position and claim the first seed, he would not only gain an advantage in the national trials but also receive significant attention. By then, even if the destruction of Black Rock City were to be exposed, it wouldn't matter. The Huaxia Kingdom would never hand over a true genius for the sake of Sakura country. On the way here, Linny had already mapped out the entire process. He had never acted recklessly, even with his murderous intent soaring this time, he did not let it cloud his judgment. After all the elves left, the place returned to silence. The first layer of the abyss, I hope to gain something this time. With that, Linny activated the abyss pass in his hand with his mana. Dark patterns exuding an evil aura immediately spread from the void. Finally, they formed a demonic eye symbol that sent chills down one's spine. Soon after, the demonic eye transformed into a demon gate shrouded in black mist. Linny stepped in without fear. At this moment, only the sporadic sounds of flames burning remained. In black rock tearing through the air. Swish! Just seconds after Linny left, a powerful warrior rushed in from afar, landing on the ruins. This man was named Yamamoto Chuan, a renowned epic wandering samurai from Sakura country. Who did this? How dare they provoke our Sakura country? Seeing such a tragic scene, Yamamoto Chuan was filled with rage. Upon sensing the loss of contact with Black Rock City, he had rushed over at full speed, but he was still a step too late. The entire Black Rock City had been slaughtered, with not a single soul left. Corpses lay everywhere, each death more gruesome than the last. It wasn't a monster attack, it was human professionals. And not just one. Yamamoto Chuan's brows furrowed as he sensed the aura of spells from the residual fluctuations. An epic-level powerhouse attacked Black Rock City? What could be the reason for this? Regardless of the reason, Sakura country will never let you go. Yamamoto Chuan's face darkened as he immediately requested support from headquarters. Black Rock City has been completely annihilated. I request a diviner to come here and track down the culprit. Soon after, a mysterious woman in a kimono appeared, stepping through a black vortex. She was Hanada Yoshiko, an epic-level Onmyoji diviner. Upon seeing Hanada Yoshiko arrive, Yamamoto Chuan, who had been waiting for a long time, revealed a hint of joy in his eyes. Hanada Yoshiko was quite famous in Sakura country as an epic diviner. Many legendary powerhouses regarded her as an esteemed guest. Although both were epic powerhouses, Hanada Yoshiko's status was clearly higher. Lord Yamamoto, could you briefly explain to me what happened here? Looking at the tragic scene before her, Hanada Yoshiko did not show much shock on her face. After all, she was skilled in divination and often saw scenes far more bloody and terrifying than this in the illusory future. At this moment, she began to examine her surroundings as if it were a routine task. Yamamoto Chuan took a deep breath and said, "When I arrived here, the scene was already like this. According to preliminary observations, a group of unidentified forces attacked this place. As for their motives, it is still unclear for now. There are no signs of animal bites on the corpses. First, we can rule out monsters from the soul-disrupting mountains. The magical barrier here was clearly shattered in a short time by an epic mage. Even the Lord's mansion was reduced to dust. Moreover, it seems there was another mage present. The traces of many spells indicate they all came from one person. It is estimated to be a second epic mage, or at least a peak platinum mage. Additionally, I can sense traces of dragon breath, suggesting it might be a holy dragon. This attack was clearly premeditated, allowing for a swift execution and then retreat within a limited time. I suspect it is retaliation from another country aiming to disrupt the momentum of our Sakura nation. After the world merged, the National Fortune Instant Secret Realm is about to open, and many countries are eager to move." By the end, Yamamoto Chuan's tone became heavier. Although some of his speculations were accurate, some assumptions strayed far from the truth. If Linny were here, he would probably find it unbelievable. Just from the traces left on the battlefield, so many details could be analyzed. Indeed, epic powerhouses were not to be underestimated. After listening to his words, Hanada Miko nodded in agreement. After all, the entire situation was changing rapidly, and the secret struggles among countries were intensifying. It was a sensitive period, and small-scale conflicts like this were not uncommon. Therefore, it was reasonable to suspect it was the work of a neighboring country. Yamamoto Chuan added, "In my opinion, it is very likely that it was the hand of Huaxia. Because the two countries were geographically adjacent, the suspicion against Huaxia was naturally significant. No matter who it is, I can find out through divination." As she spoke, Hanada Miko had already collected various mediums from the ruins before her. The robe she wore fluttered gently without wind, and one could even see her alluring collarbone. As she chanted incantations, a piece of beast skin in midair gradually emitted a faint blue light. Yin-yang divination technique. In the next moment, the blue light began to change in the void. As long as the divination was successful, it could evolve into what had happened in Black Rock City before. Even, it could trace back to the true culprit. The corners of Hanada Miko's mouth lifted in confidence. In at most a minute, all truths will be revealed. Yamamoto Chuan nodded repeatedly in agreement. Hanada Miko's divination ability was indeed well known. However, time slowly passed. The blue light continued to change but did not form a concrete image for a long time. Gradually, their expressions shifted from expectation to surprise. especially Hanada Miko, who, seeing the persistently chaotic light, gasped in shock. How could this happen? The occurrence of this situation meant only one possibility: the divination had failed. Yamamoto Chuan's pupils constricted, his face filled with disbelief. Lady Hanada's divination skills are astonishing. Even some legendary beings can succeed in divination. Now, not even a trace has appeared? Could it be that the one who struck was a legendary powerhouse? The two exchanged glances, and a wave of panic surged in their hearts. This matter seems far more complicated than we thought. Both furrowed their brows. If it was indeed the work of a legendary powerhouse, what could their purpose be? Was it revenge? Or a provocation? Against Sakura Nation? Hanada Miko's face was grave. If it truly is a legendary powerhouse, then it is beyond our capability to deal with. I must seek help from my teacher. Yamamoto Chuan raised an eyebrow in shock. Could it be the legendary Yin-Yang master, Lord Chuanqi? Seeing Hanada Yoshiko nod, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This Lord Kawaki is the highest authority in the entire Sakura country. Even demigods must treat her with respect. Don't speak yet, Hanada Yoshiko whispered, then took a deep breath and crushed a special black and white talisman. Soon after, the talisman ignited spontaneously without wind, forming a small light array in the void. Suddenly, an ancient voice emerged from within. Little Hanako, what happened that made you think to seek my help? The old woman spoke gently, but Hanada Yoshiko did not dare to be negligent, respectfully explaining, Teacher Kawaki, I received news today that Heian City has been destroyed. I rushed over to perform a divination, but I couldn't find any trace at all. I suspect it was the work of a legendary powerhouse. So, I would like to ask the teacher to investigate. Which country's powerhouse has taken action against us? The old woman paused, expressing a hint of surprise. That shouldn't be the case. Those above legendary level are bound by rules and shouldn't act recklessly. I'll come take a look. As soon as she finished speaking, a gray-white door appeared out of thin air in the void beside them. Immediately, an old woman holding a black staff stepped out from the gray-white door. A legendary powerhouse, instantly crossing thousands of miles to arrive. Seeing this, Yamamoto Kawa and Hanada Yoshiko immediately bowed. We need Lord Kawaki. We need Teacher Kawaki. Kawaki Yuko waved her hand casually, looking at the desolate Heian city before her, her eyes revealing a hint of silence. 100 years ago, when the monsters first invaded, countless humans perished. Even among humans, suspicion and attacks began to arise. So, for such a scene, Kawaki Yuko was no stranger. An epic mage, with the aura of an elf and a holy dragon. But the last aura is very special. I can't sense it at all. The old woman closed her eyes, murmuring to herself, very strange. Could it be that a big shot has truly intervened? However, as long as I, Kawaki, take action, what does it matter if you are a legendary powerhouse? As Hanada Yoshiko's teacher, her skills in the field of divination were unmatched throughout the entire Sakura country. She extended her finger to lightly tap the air without even using any treasures. In an instant, a silver-gray light burst forth. It spread rapidly like ripples on water, enveloping the entire ruins. Then, beams of light began to converge towards the sky. Their power far exceeded what Hanada Yoshiko had just demonstrated. Seeing the scene, Hanada Yoshiko looked at her with admiration. So many years have passed, and the teacher's divination skills are still so impressive. Yamamoto Kawa, standing beside her, was equally astonished. Kawaki Yuko's eyes sparkled with brilliance, intently watching the outlines of the light that gradually revealed themselves. However, in the next moment, all three exclaimed in unison, how is this possible? The silver light curtain in the sky continued to fluctuate. It seemed to be caught in chaos, making it impossible to discern anything. Yamamoto Kawa was dumbfounded. Even Lord Kawaki can't divine it? Could it really be the work of a demigod? He was filled with fear, feeling as if he might faint. Although an epic mage is considered a powerhouse, in front of a demigod, they are merely like children. Both Yamamoto Kawa and Hanada Yoshiko felt their scalps tingle. It seemed they had inadvertently gotten involved in some major event. Kawaki Yuko's expression was also unusually grave. After all, even when facing some demigod-level beings, she could usually obtain general information. This situation was something she had never encountered before. One could only say that Lin Yi's max-level Fool's Mist was too abnormal. In the entire human world, no one could hope to track him down. A demigod powerhouse taking action personally? That can't be right. Such powerhouses mostly live in seclusion at the ends of the world. Why would they specifically show up to destroy an ordinary city? Chuan Chi Shuzi shook her head repeatedly, feeling that this matter was unreasonable no matter how she thought about it. Or is it that there is a divine artifact hiding the true situation? But if that were the case, what would their purpose be in doing this? Lin Yi never expected that after using the Fool's Mist to obscure everything, it would lead the strong individuals from Sakura country to start speculating wildly. If he knew, he would surely laugh until his stomach hurt. You all don't need to ask more about this matter. I will explain the situation clearly to the Elder Council. A glint of coldness flashed in Chuan Shishuzi's eyes. This city is close to the border of Huaxia country. Moreover, they have always harbored resentment against us. It is very likely that they are behind this. Even if they couldn't find out the truth, they still needed a scapegoat. But, surprisingly, the excuse she casually came up with actually turned out to be correct. Pressure Huaxia country, either hand over the real culprit or provide compensation. You are responsible for fabricating some false evidence to prove that they sent people to attack here. The rest will naturally be handled by specialized personnel. Regardless of how Huaxia country would ultimately respond, Sakura country had to first show a strong attitude to salvage the face of the lost city. Understood. Yamamoto Chuan and Hanada Miko watched her leave, exchanging a glance, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. In a contest of this level, even being an epic powerhouse could not change much of the situation. Fabricating a scene was not a glorious task. If not handled well, it could even put them in danger. But faced with an order from a legendary powerhouse, they had no choice but to comply silently. Soon after, Huaxia country received a condemnation statement from Sakura country. Your country has inexplicably destroyed our Heian city. We hope you can hand over the true culprit. Give us Sakura country an explanation to avoid damaging the relationship between our two countries. In the conference room, the elders looked at the documents in their hands, all revealing a hint of disdainful smiles. The third elder, Lu Jianghua, who presided over the meeting, tossed the protest statement into the trash can. These little punks are still the same, their nature is hard to change. How dare they splash dirty water on our Huaxia country, they really don't know what death is. This meeting gathered only a small portion of the elders. There were men and women of all ages, but without exception, they all had a powerful aura. To become a member of the Elder Council, being a legend was the minimum standard. An elder responsible for intelligence chuckled. I heard that a demigod powerhouse wiped out Heian City. They can't find the real culprit, so they directly pin the blame on us. Don't say this matter isn't our doing, even if it were. It wouldn't be these little shrimp who could say anything. Another elder nodded and interjected. I heard that even the old woman Kawasaki has taken action to investigate. But in the end, she didn't find any substantial information, not even knowing who the opponent was. Everyone felt very pleased. Sakura country had suffered a great loss, which was naturally a good thing for them. Old Zhao, you really took the blame this time. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhao looked helpless. How would I know that the old woman Kawasaki said there were traces of the holy dragon? Coincidentally, my grandson happens to be a dragon knight. That's too far-fetched. Why didn't she say it was done by another country? Ha ha. The people present burst into laughter. The legendary family of the Zhao family in the White Tiger main city had a young genius, Zhao Tianqing, whose awakened profession was indeed dragon knight. Everyone understood that Sakura country was merely trying to take the opportunity to make things difficult for Huaxia country's genius. They even sent a delegation over for exchanges. After the laughter, the third elder Lu Jianghua tapped the table. Everyone, let's continue discussing the process of the national trial. Next, the opening of the National Fortune Secret Realm is the top priority. The matter regarding the Sakura country is entirely your responsibility. Elder Zhao, to prevent your grandson from suffering any losses. After all, he is a genius from our Huaxia country. We cannot allow those petty individuals to bully him. Alright, let's continue the meeting. The crowd nodded solemnly and resumed their discussions. At this moment, Linny was still unaware that his actions had triggered a confrontation between the two countries. He had just stepped into the first layer of the abyss and was immediately captivated by the scene before him. There was no sun in the sky, only 3 blood moons hanging high, and the ground was desolate and barren. A hint of astonishment flashed in Linny's eyes. I've heard that the environment here is harsh, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. For an ordinary human, it would be difficult to survive more than 3 days. Here, no wonder the demons were so fierce in battle. Linny began to recall all the information he had about the abyss. According to records, the abyss was divided into 9 layers, and humans had only ever reached the 6th layer at most. It was said that in the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers there existed demons that could rival gods. These places were forbidden zones that humans could not touch. In the first layer of the abyss, most demons were of bronze or silver rank, meaning LV 40 or below. However, there were also a small number of golden and even platinum monsters, but these were rare and difficult to encounter. This level distribution perfectly matched Lin Yi's need to hone his skills. I've heard that the demons in the abyss are incredibly powerful, even ordinary monsters are scarce. Most of them are elite monsters, and the stronger ones are lord monsters. Not only do they have rich experience, but the drop rate for equipment is also very high, comparable to that of dungeon secret realms. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled. The entire first layer of the abyss is vast, and the demons are mostly scattered everywhere. However, there are also those that gather in groups. Although my strength surpasses that of ordinary golden professionals, if I encounter a demon lord monster attacking in a group, it would still be quite difficult to handle. I should try to hunt those that are isolated. Linny was calculating his plan in his mind, then suddenly shouted, "Summon hellhounds." As he spoke, a wave of black mist rose from the hellhound cloak behind him. Following that, pairs of crimson eyes began to flicker out from the black mist. One by one, black hunting dogs, leaving behind afterimages, sprang forth. LV-35 Elite Monster Hellhounds. It was said that they carried the bloodline of the three-headed hellhound. Go find traces of demons, at least LV-36 or above, preferably elite or lord monsters. Looking at the 10 hellhounds before him, Linny simply issued his command. He decided to use this method to improve himself. During his training in the Abyss, he would rely on quality rather than quantity to win. After all, the experience from a single lord monster was equivalent to that of hundreds of ordinary monsters. If all went well, he might be able to raise his level to the peak of silver before the seed selection competition began. Woof! The hellhounds growled and dashed off into the distance. Linny summoned the holy dragon Little Jean, riding atop it as they soared into the sky. Now, the hellhounds were responsible for scouting. He himself would not be idle, he would strike whenever an opportunity arose, striving to gain more experience and treasures. Roar! After adapting to the new environment, Little Jean appeared particularly excited. Soon, Linny encountered the first demon squad. These were scorpion-tailed monsters, their upper bodies resembling humans but with exaggerated muscular lines in a purplish-red hue. Their lower bodies resembled that of a giant scorpion, with a sharp, barbed tail that glimmered under the blood moon. Scorpion-tailed monster level, LV-37 Elite Monster Health, 7.34 million skills, Scorpion Tail Whip, Lethal Poison Needle, High-Speed Charge. This squad of scorpion-tailed monsters had 10 members, each one an elite monster. For an ordinary silver professional, even one would be difficult to deal with, let alone 10. Of course, this level of challenge was trivial for Linny. It's an outsider. A delicious human. Die. The scorpion-tailed monsters noticed Linny's presence and immediately let out sharp, piercing shrieks. The long spear in hand was raised high, pointing directly at Linny in mid-air, instantly transforming into countless arrows, piercing through the air. However, when Xiao Jin suddenly flapped its wings, all incoming projectiles were deflected away. Linny raised his staff and shouted, "Frost Ice Rain." In an instant, the sky darkened ominously. Tiny, crystalline particles surged from all directions towards the densely packed group of scorpion-tailed monsters below. In just a moment, all the scorpion-tailed monsters that came into contact with the ice crystals were frozen into statues. -41.53 million, -42.70 million, -40.29 million. The meager magical resistance of the scorpion-tailed monsters was utterly ineffective against Linny. Crack, bang. With a series of crisp sounds, the lifelike ice sculptures shattered one by one. All the scorpion-tailed monsters were instantly killed. LV-37 Elite Scorpion-tailed Monster gained experience plus 5,923 points. Killed LV-37 Elite Scorpion-tailed Monster gained experience plus 5,758 points. Watching the experience bar grow rapidly, a glimmer of light flashed in Linny's eyes. As expected, just as recorded, the experience points from monsters here are much higher than those in the outside world. Just by eliminating this batch of scorpion-tailed monsters, his experience points had increased by nearly 60,000. At this rate, with about 120 more small-scale battles of similar size, he would smoothly advance to the next stage. Moreover, with the possibility of encountering various lord monsters from time to time, the entire process could be accelerated by at least 3 to 4 times. Choosing this place to level up was indeed the right decision. Maybe by the time the seed selection competition starts, I'll already be above LV-40. Just as Linny was lost in his beautiful visions of the future, the last 2 lines of notifications caught his attention. Killed 10 demons, achieved the accomplishment Demon Decapitation, gained the title Demon Butcher, Bronze. Continue hunting demons to further enhance the title. Next stage title requires achieving Demon 100 Decapitation. Title? At first, Linny was a bit surprised, but then he was filled with joy. Titles are rare and sought after, somewhat similar to the Silver Halo. They are gifts from the world's will, requiring practitioners to meet certain hidden conditions to unlock. I didn't expect there would be such a benefit. Demon Butcher grade, Bronze attribute, damage to demons plus 10%, a very simple attribute but quite practical. Especially in an environment like the Abyss, it's simply a sharp weapon. A Bronze title can increase damage by 10%. If it continues to level up, wouldn't high-level titles double the effect? That way, Linny's upper limit in the Abyss would undoubtedly become higher. Against these low-level elite monsters, the difference might not be apparent. But if he encounters high-level Golden Lord monsters, the gap would be very obvious. Very good. Linny couldn't help but laugh out loud. Leveling up and upgrading titles don't interfere at all, they complement each other perfectly. He then picked up a few pieces of equipment dropped by the scorpion-tailed monsters and rode Xiao Jin away at high speed. At this moment, the Hellhound finally had a catch. This time, it had captured a lone LV-36 Elite Monster. Little Demon Captain. Level, LV-36 Elite Monster Health, 21.93 million skills, Demon Roar, Demon Charge, Demon Trident. Clearly, this little demon from the Abyss was much stronger than the monsters from the outside world. A LV-36 monster had 21.93 million health. The little demon, holding a trident, sneered, "Human, I'm going to roast you and eat you." In this world filled only with bugs and tree bark, encountering a human was indeed rare. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the little demon was, it was destined to be killed in an instant before Linny. Sword of Thunder. The lich staff in Lin Yi's hand erupted with blinding light. Even the pale red sky was turned purple then, a massive thunder sword descended directly, cleaving the little demon captain in two, its innards scattered across the ground. Kill LV36 Elite Monster Little Demon Captain, gain experience plus 32,583 points. Linny glanced at the progress of the Demon Slaughter achievement, which had suddenly surged by 10, becoming 10 out of 100. TSK, it seems that killing high-level demons will speed up the acquisition of titles. Linny revealed a proud smile filled with excitement. Suddenly, the ground trembled again. On the other side, a hellhound had discovered another little demon. Linny gradually got into the zone, quickly rushing over to eliminate it. Gain experience. Then search for the next target. Eliminate. Gain experience again. The process seemed a bit monotonous, but each harvest made Linny very happy. Aside from spending some time on the road, he hardly needed to expend much energy. Perhaps because the demons in this area were not particularly high level, so they simply couldn't resist. Even a single round of attacks from Linny, even against elite monsters, was enough. Instant kill. Instant kill. All the monsters were being instant killed. Watching the experience bar continuously grow, Linny felt very satisfied. Compared to the outside world, the leveling speed here was simply too fast. Unknowingly, time had passed for over 10 hours. If it were anywhere else, this period would at most allow Linny to gain 1 million experience, definitely not exceeding 2 million. Brush. With the dazzling white light rising, Linny successfully leveled up. Level increased to LV37. In less than a day, he had actually risen from LV36 to LV37. Such speed would astonish anyone if it got out. Even so-called geniuses couldn't compare. They could at most rely on some external forces to barely catch up to this record. After reaching LV37, Lin Yi's mental attribute increased by another 10,000. Moreover, he had slaughtered over 1,000 demons just meeting the requirement to be promoted to a golden title. Demon Butcher Grade, Gold Attribute, damage to demons plus 40% can instill fear effect on targets. It could be seen that after being promoted to the golden title, the extra damage the Demon Butcher dealt to demons had reached a staggering 40%. In addition, a new ability was added, allowing the target to fall into a state of fear. Those originally arrogant little minions could hardly speak upon seeing him, and they couldn't exert their strength in battle at all. However, for stronger demons, this intimidation effect was minimal. Next, it will be a bit difficult to be promoted to a platinum title. The achievement of slaying 10,000 demons is not so easily attained. Linny sighed lightly. I hope that, when the day comes to exit the abyss, I can manage it. The Abyss Passage permit allows the user to stay inside for 7 days, and once the time is up, they must leave. With 6 days left, perhaps a little effort could make it happen. Linny was still quite satisfied with his current achievements. Not only had he leveled up, but he also obtained a golden title. The only regret was that throughout the entire process he hadn't encountered a single Golden Lord monster. But it's not a big deal. I can clearly feel that the further I go out, the higher the quality of the demons. Encountering a Golden Lord monster is just a matter of time. A hint of excitement surged in Lin Yi's heart. If he could take this opportunity to replace all his equipment with platinum, that would be truly amazing. He looked up at the 3 blood moons in the sky, which were already beginning to overlap, and immediately abandoned the plan to continue hunting demons. According to what he had learned in school, there was no concept of day and night in the abyss. However, the gathering and dispersing of the 3 blood moons also followed a pattern. Generally, when the 3 blood moons condensed and overlapped, the chaotic aura of the entire abyss would reach its peak. It would drive demons to lose their sanity, even causing them to explode, which was very unfavorable for walking in the wilderness. At this time, the demons would also hide. Only some extremely powerful demons can barely walk. This process lasts about 8 hours. With this in mind, Linny no longer hesitated and steered Xiaojin towards a cave he had noticed earlier. The cave was incredibly deep, formed from a type of black ore. This ore, known as obsidian, primarily serves to block the frenzied aura of the blood moon. Such places are not uncommon in the abyss and are just right for resting. Crackle. Soon, Linny had a fire going, the flames devouring the air with a sound. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed from a distance. Before long, a clear voice inquired, "Hello, may I rest here?" Linny squinted and saw a human girl appear at the end of the corner. Her gaze was calm and deep, with long, purple hair cascading down her shoulders. Behind her, she carried a bow that was taller than she was. Clearly, her presence in the abyss indicated she was no ordinary person. Su Yunxi felt her luck was quite poor. After finally entering the abyss and having just hunted a few demons, she encountered the overlapping blood moon. That was one thing. In an emergency, she found a black obsidian cave that could shield her from the blood moon's aura. But unexpectedly, there was already someone inside. At this moment, retreating to find another refuge while barely feasible, would undoubtedly consume a lot of time. This was not conducive to her continued demon hunting after the blood moon ended. The purpose of coming to the abyss this time is to further enhance my professional skills. I cannot waste time. Su Yunchi tightly gripped the black longbow in her hands. She was one of the geniuses of the White Tiger Academy, a top seed representing the White Tiger main city in the national trials, having awakened the hidden profession of demon hunter. Su Yunchi looked at the boy sitting by the campfire across from her, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Her first impression was that he was very handsome, with slightly messy short hair and a sharp gaze that revealed calmness. He looked just like a character who had walked out of a comic. It was easy for a girl to develop a good impression, even to the point of being infatuated. He seems to be about my age. Judging by his attire, he should be a mage. Anyone who can enter the abyss is not an ordinary person. Su Yunchi made up her mind that if he was unwilling to let her stay, she would leave immediately. Recklessly clashing with someone whose strength was unknown was not a wise move. Hello, may I rest here? I won't disturb you. Su Yunchi spoke again, her calm purple eyes carrying a hint of request. Although this was unclaimed territory, he had arrived first. Linny examined the girl across from him and had to admit she was beautiful. In terms of looks, she even surpassed many girls he had seen, rivaling Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing. The huge black longbow in her hands made Linny glance at her again. She seems to be about my size. Perhaps she is a hidden profession archer. Linny thought to himself, feeling that encountering someone in this abyss was also a stroke of fate. At this moment, the blood moon was at its peak. If he drove her away, she would likely suffer a bit. Such an action would seem too heartless. Of course, he wouldn't let his guard down just because she was a pretty girl. You can stay, but keep your distance and don't disturb my rest. Linny was not a lecherous person. When out in the wild, one must always remain vigilant. Thank you, Su Yunchi said with a hint of gratitude, feeling a sigh of relief in her heart. Having a place to settle was better than wandering outside. She didn't mind Lin Yi's indifferent attitude. If he were too enthusiastic, it would seem abnormal. Soon, another small campfire was lit in a corner. The two busied themselves with their own matters, not interfering with each other. Suddenly, a slightly muffled snore came from Lin Yi's side. Su Yunchi looked over curiously, her pupils suddenly contracting. Eye in the darkness, a massive figure was slightly undulating, and she instinctively opened her mouth wide. Holy dragon! Perhaps when she entered earlier, Xiao Jin had been silent. Or maybe her attention was entirely focused on Lin Yi, and she hadn't noticed the presence of this holy dragon. Xiao Jin, be quiet. Hearing the boy's apologetic voice brought Su Yunchi back to her senses, confirming that the holy dragon indeed belonged to him. Dragon tamer? I heard that a dragon tamer has emerged from the Eagle Sauce country. Could it be him? Doesn't seem like it. From his accent, this boy should be from our Huaxia country. But he doesn't know me. He might be a genius from one of the other 4 main cities. Su Yunchi was quite confident in herself. If he were a genius from the White Tiger main city, he would likely know her. The boy in front of her was very indifferent upon seeing her. There was no hint of surprise in his words. Clearly unaware of her identity. Maybe he is a profession related to the Holy Dragon. There are indeed many talented professionals this time. A dragon tamer has emerged from Eagle Sauce country, and there's a dragon knight Zhao Tianxing in the White Tiger main city. I didn't expect to casually encounter a profession related to the Holy Dragon in this abyss. It seems that as the National Fortune secret realm is about to open, all sorts of monsters are emerging. Thinking of this, Su Yunchi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As the favored daughter of a legendary family, she knew far more than the average person. From what she knew, this generation of talented professionals was unprecedented. Major families spared no expense to elevate their geniuses' levels. Some even had them directly use platinum or epic spell scrolls to level up. From experience-boosting treasures to items that evade punishment. Some even allowed family members to awaken as professionals a year or more in advance. The means were countless, simply astonishing. In the past, such a massive investment would undoubtedly be seen as wasteful. The resources accumulated could be enough to train several epic powerhouses or even hire legendary ones, but purely to allow geniuses to rise faster, it seemed not worth it. However, this time was different. Everyone was gearing up to compete for that so-called fortune. Some even said that under specific conditions, there might be a chance to attain divinity. If a true god were to emerge from a family during the fusion of future worlds, the rewards would be immeasurable. Therefore, it was worth a shot. Take Su Yunchi, for example. After awakening as a demon hunter, she was immediately supported by the Su family. From then on, she leaped from a side branch daughter to a highly regarded figure within the family. Various astonishing resources surged towards her. In a short time, her level had skyrocketed to LV34. And now, to make Su Yunchi even stronger and prepare her to compete for the top spot in the upcoming White Tiger main city seat selection competition, the Su family spent a great deal to send her into the abyss to level up. Because the exclusive skill of the demon hunter was quite special. If she drank the blood of demons, she could level up quickly. Dragon Knight Zhao Tianxing, Aura Mage Xiao Chenhao, bloodthirsty. Berserker Niopang, and enchanting assassin Xiao Hanbing. The other 4 prodigies of the White Tiger main city are all formidable, each possessing the strength to challenge Purple Gold Lord monsters of the same level. Moreover, it is said that several good seed players have also appeared in the major cities beneath the main city this time. If I want to claim the top spot, I must fundamentally change my professional skills here. Su Yunqi felt pressure in her heart. After accepting such a massive investment from her family, she naturally yearned to achieve something significant. Zhao Tianxing is the most promising candidate for the first seed. If I can kill the demon dragon, it will transform my demon mark. Then, I will have more confidence in dealing with his holy dragon. Su Yunqi silently contemplated, beginning to seriously plan the specific agenda for the next few days. A peaceful night passed. Neither of them was the type to meddle in affairs, and aside from maintaining a certain level of vigilance, they both rested quite well. This left a pleasant impression on each other. As the 3 rounds of blood moon gradually faded, Lin Yi felt the frenzied atmosphere around him quickly dissipating. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw Su Yunqi also opening her purple eyes. Then she nodded slightly. After that, he took Little Jean and walked out of the cave. Roar! Little Jean let out a comfortable long roar and soared towards the horizon. The Hellhound was summoned again, tirelessly rushing into the distance. Let's keep leveling up. Lin Yi was unwilling to waste any time. Watching Lin Yi's figure disappear, Su Yunqi's lips curled up slightly. What an interesting person. This guy was completely different from the flattering suitors that usually surrounded her. In Lin Yi's eyes, she was just an ordinary girl. I need to work hard too. Immediately, Su Yunqi summoned a hellish nightmare with hooves of black flames, mounted it, and charged off into the distance. Unlike Lin Yi's aimless wandering, Su Yunqi had the map provided by the Su family as a guide. At least she was clear about the specific distribution of this unknown abyss, but Lin Yi was unaware of these details. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. Since awakening, Lin Yi had been training himself diligently. Despite having max-level talent, he had never been the slightest bit lax. Especially since learning about the world merging in the upcoming national trials, he was even more so. Lin Yi understood that his advantage lay in his max-level talent. His disadvantage was that his resources were not as good as some geniuses, and his profession was an ordinary mage. The solution was simple. Once he became a golden profession, he would use the arcane scroll to change his class to arcane mage. It was said that an arcane mage, when grown normally, could stand shoulder to shoulder with deities. Almost there. Thinking of this, Lin Yi murmured, I'm already LV37 now. In the next few days, reaching LV40 should be no problem. After the seed selection competition ends, I'll prepare to advance to golden. Then, it will be my true moment of defiance. Lin Yi's face was filled with excitement, while his hands moved without slowing down. Wind's strangulation. The azure blade storm covered the dozen or so LV39 evil spirits beneath him, instantly annihilating them. Kill. LV39 Elite Monster Evil Spirit. Gain experience plus 7,152 points. Kill LV39 Elite Monster Evil Spirit. Gain experience plus 7,381 points. In an instant, his experience increased by nearly 100,000 points. As Lin Yi ventured further out, the level of the demons grew higher. Therefore, the experience gained was also more substantial. Soon, Lin Yi encountered a Golden Lord monster. Scorpion Tail General. Level, LV38 Lord Monster, Golden, Health, 95.1 million Skills, Venomous Bite, Fierce Charge, Lethal Tail Spike. Looking at the attributes of the Scorpion Tail General, Lin Yi felt no fear at all. Instead, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Undoubtedly, this Scorpion Tail General was powerful. Even someone like Su Yunqi could successfully slay it, but it would still require all her effort. However, for Lin Yi, it could be resolved in just a few moves. Sword of Thunder. The lich staff in Lin Yi's hand erupted with dazzling lightning. In the blink of an eye, a large sword shining with thunderous light slashed towards the Scorpion Tail General. Crack! The thunder exploded, nearly cleaving it in half. Minus 46.17 million. If it weren't for the Scorpion Tail General having magic resistance and damage reduction, the single strike would have been enough to reduce its health by 70%. Wind's Divine Whip. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of breaking air rang out as the green hurricane tore through the air, its astonishing speed leaving the target with no chance to evade. In a very short time, it was sliced in two. Even the iron-hard scorpion tail was easily shredded to pieces. Minus 63.57 million. Despite having anticipated this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel quite surprised. Two spells had instantly killed the LV38 Golden Lord monster. His strength was truly exceeding expectations. Killed LV38 Golden Lord monster Scorpion Tail General. Gained experience plus 353,694 points. Experience points rapidly increased, just enough to level up. Level increased to LV38. At this moment, there wasn't much time left before the blood moon converged. Lin Yi collected the equipment dropped by the Scorpion Tail General, among which was a shimmering platinum piece. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. This was the first platinum equipment he had obtained since entering the abyss. Moreover, it seemed to be usable by the mage class. Linny didn't rush to check it, instead guiding little Gold to speed away towards the distant cave he had chosen earlier. Soon, a black cave appeared before him. However, as he approached, Linny couldn't help but be taken aback. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from within. That purple-haired girl from yesterday? What a coincidence! A surge of inexplicable emotions welled up in Linny's heart as he thought about how the hiding place he had chosen had been found by her again. Moreover, this wasn't the first time such a situation had occurred. Even he had to marvel at how absurdly low the probability was. With mixed feelings, he stepped into the cave and encountered Su Yunchi, who also appeared quite astonished. I've seen this person again. Linny let out a bitter smile. Looks like I'll have to trouble you tonight. Looking at the handsome young man before her, Su Yunchi couldn't help but smile inwardly. Yesterday he had taken her in, and today it was her turn to shelter him. This feeling was quite wonderful. Make yourself at home, Su Yunchi said lightly, her voice crisp and pleasant. With the understanding from last night, Linny was clearly more reassuring than a stranger. As for whether this coincidence meant Linny was following her, Su Yunchi quickly dismissed that thought. The abyss was vast, and as a demon hunter, she was no pushover. Being skilled in tracking and hunting, she was quite certain it was merely a coincidence. Thus, she maintained a friendly attitude towards Linny. Linny felt the same, knowing it was just a coincidence, and he also displayed a friendly demeanor. After their encounter yesterday, their defenses had lessened significantly when they met again today, even though they were still each encircled by a campfire. Crackle! The flames danced continuously, dispelling the chill around them. Su Yunchi was in particularly good spirits today. Through her continuous efforts, she had finally leveled up again, reaching LV35. Several of her exclusive skills had also improved. She felt increasingly confident about hunting the demon dragon. It's a pity that the evolution of professional skills has special criteria. No assistance from powers higher than one's own rank is allowed. Otherwise, even a LV40 purple gold demon dragon wouldn't withstand the bombardment of my platinum skill scroll. Su Yunchi felt a bit regretful. In truth, she wasn't overly confident. Although she could almost take on a same level purple gold lord monster, facing a LV40 purple gold demon dragon still felt somewhat daunting. She would have to wait until her level increased further. However, she estimated that reaching LV37 in the next few days would already be quite good. Trying to challenge a LV40 demon dragon at LV37 was clearly unrealistic. Well, I'll just have to give it a try then. Even if I can't kill the demon dragon and can't make my demon mark evolve, I might still be able to outmatch Xiao Tianqing. Her efforts over the past few days had filled her with more confidence. Then, unable to resist, she carefully observed the handsome young man across the fire. It had to be said that the young man before her was exceptionally outstanding in both appearance and demeanor. By some strange twist of fate, she took the initiative to say, "My name is Su Yunchi." Hearing this, Linny was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Linny." After the simple exchange, the air fell silent again. Neither of them was good at finding topics to chat about, and Su Yunchi couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Why did she suddenly say her name, making the atmosphere a bit awkward? Fortunately, Linny didn't seem to mind much. This made Su Yunchi feel relieved, yet also a hint of subtle disappointment. An ordinary boy encountering such a stunning beauty should be very excited to take the initiative, right? But Lin Yi's demeanor was quite indifferent. At this moment he was checking the platinum equipment dropped by the Scorpion Tail General. Scorpion Demon Bracers Grade, Platinum Attributes, Defense plus 20,000, Magic Resistance plus 20,000, Health plus 200,000, with a certain chance, 5%, to trigger a spell critical hit, dealing triple damage. Required level, LV40. There was no doubt that this piece of equipment was much stronger than the Bloodthirsty Bracers. The all-purpose life steal of the Bloodthirsty Bracers was useful for others, but for Linny, it was just average. What he liked most was the attached spell critical hit. Although it only had a 5% chance to occur, if it did, the triple damage was extremely exaggerated. If he had this bracer when dealing with the Scorpion Tail General and got lucky enough to trigger the spell critical hit effect, it would be an instant kill. A glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he promptly swapped out the Bloodthirsty Bracers. Looking at the girl across from him, who had entered a meditative state, he didn't say much and also began to rest. With little Gold on watch, there was no need to worry about danger. A night passed without a word, and the 3 rounds of blood moon quickly dissipated. A new day arrived, and the two opened their eyes almost simultaneously. They exchanged a brief glance before naturally looking away. Let's continue leveling up. Linny was full of energy, guiding little Gold to soar into the sky once more. Su Yunchi did the same, summoning the Hell Nightmare to rush into the distance. Neither of them lingered, although the consecutive encounters stirred some ripples in their hearts. That was all there was to it, and it was unlikely they would meet again. At this point, it was already the 3rd day in the abyss. Linny instinctively moved towards the areas with a high density of demons. His leveling efficiency remained steady, gaining 7 to 8 million experience points a day, showing no signs of decline despite the increase in level. Frosty Ice Rain. Ice droplets fell, enveloping the area, turning each flame demon into an ice sculpture. These half-elemental, half-physical demons were restrained by ice-type spells. Kill LV40 Elite Monster Flame Demon, gained experience plus 14,671 points. Kill LV40 Elite Monster Flame Demon, gained experience plus 17,236 points. A wave of flame demons yielded over 100,000 experience points, instantly making Lin Yi ecstatic. The leveling on the third day continued to go incredibly smoothly. He was just 50 to 60,000 experience points away from leveling up to LV39. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. At this rate, by the time I leave the abyss, I can not only reach LV40, I might even gather enough experience to continue leveling up. The abyss truly was a treasure trove for leveling. Even the first layer was this good. The elf horn could come in handy again at this point. Today, Lin Yi encountered a LV38 Golden Lord monster, the Sawtooth Demon Leader. After successfully defeating it, he obtained another piece of platinum equipment. Rebound armor grade, platinum attributes. Defense plus 50,000, magic resistance plus 30,000, health plus 500,000. With the attached skill counter defense, can block incoming damage once and rebound 20% of the damage. This was a very powerful piece of armor, especially with the attached skill counter defense, which was even more enticing. Unfortunately, it was equipment for the warrior class, which Lin Yi couldn't use. But it wasn't a loss. Platinum equipment always had its value. Just taking it out for trade would have people scrambling to exchange for it. Unknowingly, Lin Yi's wealth began to grow immensely. Of the once incredibly precious platinum equipment began to become increasingly common for Lin Yi. Even the four great families of Jiangcheng did not possess such extravagance. In a sense, Lin Yi had already surpassed the four great families. It wouldn't be long before his own strength would also surpass them. It's worth noting that Lin Yi had only just awakened less than 20 days ago, which was simply monstrous. After tallying his gains, the blood moon in the sky had already begun to gather once more. Looking at the black cave ahead, a glimmer of curiosity flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Could it be that I'll meet her again? Su Yunxi? What a nice name. However, coincidences do not happen consecutively. This cave did not have that familiar figure with purple hair. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head slightly as he entered a resting state. A day of fighting was still extremely exhausting. Meanwhile, Su Yunxi had also stepped into another cave. After waiting for a moment, she did not encounter Lin Yi again. As expected, the previous encounters were all coincidences. Su Yunxi felt a slight disappointment in her heart, then closed her eyes to enter a resting state. A night quickly passed. Lin Yi woke from his sleep, riding Little Gold as he sped off into the distance once more. After 3 days of searching for hellhounds, he had a pretty good idea of which direction had more demons. At this moment, Lin Yi, who had not yet reached full capacity, naturally hoped for more demons to appear. Although leveling up was incredibly tedious, the experience bar that constantly showed progress motivated Lin Yi to strive to become stronger, knowing that effort was essential. Earth Prison. A series of yellow earth spikes pierced through the body of the great demon before him, killing it instantly. Killed LV38 Elite Monster Great Demon, gained experience plus 9,156 points. Killed LV38 Elite Monster Great Demon, gained experience plus 9,371 points. Once again, he harvested nearly 100,000 experience. In the next moment, a rich white light suddenly burst forth from Lin Yi's body. He had only been a few 100,000 experience points away from leveling up yesterday. Level increased to LV39. In just 3 days, he had risen from LV36 to LV39. This speed was simply terrifying. If Su Yunxi knew, she would probably be left speechless. At this moment, she was still a bit away from LV36, and that was with the help of experience-boosting treasures. This clearly showed that their leveling efficiency was not even close. Most importantly, Lin Yi was one step closer to LV40. He only needed to gain another 10 million experience to level up again. Once he reached LV40, Lin Yi could finally equip the long-awaited epic Black Dragon robe. This epic robe, which he had snatched from the Black Dragon in the underground city, required exactly LV40. That massive 100,000 mental attribute boost would cause Lin Yi's damage to skyrocket. By then, Lin Yi's strength would definitely double or more. After adjusting his mood, Lin Yi continued leveling up. Every bit of progress was enough to greatly encourage his otherwise dull heart. Time slowly passed, and 10 hellhounds tirelessly searched for traces of all demons. The hellhounds had undoubtedly played a significant role in his rapid leveling. Little Gold soared in the sky, then cast a spell. After harvesting the demons, he moved towards the next location. Suddenly, a message came from one of the hellhounds, reporting the discovery of a purple gold lord monster demon. Just as this information was transmitted, that hellhound was immediately silenced. Clearly, the hellhound's presence had been detected by the purple gold demon, which instantly killed it. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. He had been in the abyss for so long without encountering a purple gold lord monster. This one absolutely could not be missed. Since awakening, it was the only purple gold lord monster he had faced, the one he had battled in the trial tower against the guardian lord monster, the green dragon Khalees, with Lin Yi's current strength. A golden lord level monster of the same rank is almost no match for him. At most, he can solve it with 2 spells. Only the more powerful purple gold lord level monsters can give him a bit of pressure. A purple gold lord monster might drop epic equipment. Even if it doesn't drop anything, 2 or 3 pieces of platinum equipment are guaranteed. This opportunity must not be missed. Lin Yi rode on the back of the holy dragon and his speed began to soar. On the other side, Su Yunqi was unsure whether her luck was good or bad. Before she could seek trouble with the demon dragon, she unexpectedly encountered a LV38 purple gold lord monster, the evil demon lord. If it were a few days later, when her level had risen to LV37, she might have been able to attempt to fight. But right now, she was still a bit short of breaking through to LV36. Facing a purple gold lord monster that was 3 levels higher than her, she indeed felt a bit powerless. I estimate that even Zhao Tianqing might not be able to handle it. Su Yunqi was somewhat annoyed, her black longbow continuously shooting out arrows at an astonishing speed. The black arrows, infused with spiral penetrating power, dealt terrifying damage. However, they were sliced apart by the evil demon lord, one slash after another. This purple gold lord monster was incredibly agile, especially with its 6 sai-like arms. It could both attack and defend, making it very powerful. Su Yunqi fought fiercely for a long time, always at a disadvantage. Several times, she nearly got killed dancing on the edge of a knife. If it weren't for her deep reserves and numerous treasures, she would have long since run out of stamina. Su Yunqi pursed her red lips. Should I just retreat? If she used a platinum spell scroll to bombard it, she could indeed kill it. But that would be meaningless, a definite loss. Suddenly, she fell into hesitation. At this moment, Su Yunqi was deeply entangled in her thoughts. However, her mind quickly calmed down. She realized she had almost violated the greatest taboo of adventurers, greed. Although killing the LV38 purple gold lord monster in front of her could yield rich experience points and precious treasures, without the corresponding strength, this lord monster would not be an opportunity but rather a deadly threat. Countless adventurers had met tragic ends because of momentary impulses, overestimating their abilities. She had not been at the White Tiger Academy for long, but the repeated admonitions from her mentors were etched in her heart. Do not nurture unnecessary greed, always maintain a sense of awe. Su Yunqi's gaze gradually regained clarity as she stared at the evil demon lord, no longer feeling any attachment. Retreat. Even if she could use a platinum spell scroll to eliminate it, the dropped equipment might not even cover the cost of the scroll. Platinum scrolls are not ordinary items. Even legendary families would not let Su Yunqi use them casually. After making her decision, Su Yunqi immediately began to act. Demon's Bind. She drew her bow and shot an arrow, which exploded in midair into hundreds of tiny black arrows. Like twisted black snakes, they tightly bound the evil demon lord. Seizing this opportunity, Su Yunqi mounted her hell nightmare. Just then, a black hound suddenly appeared before her. This is a hell hound. Could someone else be hunting this evil demon lord? Perhaps there's still a chance? If the newcomer was strong enough, they might be able to team up to kill the lord monster in front of them. Those who could enter the abyss were certainly not ordinary individuals. The hellhound was gradually losing ground in its confrontation with the evil demon lord. At this moment, Su Yunqi simply stopped in her tracks, following the monster from a distance. She wanted to wait and see if the hellhound's master would appear. Before long, a massive holy dragon descended from the sky. Roar! The deafening roar of the dragon echoed in all directions. Upon hearing this sound, Su Yunqi immediately recognized its master. It's him. Lin Yi. Su Yunqi's purple eyes widened in surprise and joy. What a coincidence, they meet again. Lin Yi was standing steadily on the back of the holy dragon, a green glow flickering in his eyes. With the eye of the elf, he quickly locked onto a target not far away. It was a demon lord, towering at 4 to 5 meters, exuding a chilling aura. A little further away, a girl with long purple hair also caught his attention. Lin Yi's heart trembled. Su Yunqi? It's her. He never expected to run into her again on the 4th day after their chance encounters on the previous 2 days. One could only say that this kind of fate was simply incredible. Could it be that she discovered the demon lord first? And it seems she has already engaged in a battle? Lin Yi noticed the faint scratches from arrows on the demon lord's body and immediately understood the situation. He furrowed his brows for a moment, then relaxed. From high above, he could see that Su Yunqi had no intention of attacking again. She was just following the demon lord from a distance. It seems she can't handle this demon lord, so I won't hold back any longer. Lin Yi smiled slightly and carefully examined the attributes of the demon lord. He also gained a further understanding of Su Yunqi's strength. Demon lord. Level, LV38, purple gold, health, 180 million skills, frenzied 6 slashes, scythe black blade, ultimate sharpness, accelerated charge, scythe counterattack. A staggering 180 million health. This was definitely a terrifying existence. Since Lin Yi's awakening, this was the most resilient lord monster he had encountered. However, there was not a trace of fear in Lin Yi's eyes. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. Su Yunqi had already retreated to a distance, clearly not wanting Lin Yi to misunderstand and think she was waiting to be the Yellow Sparrow. What was the true strength of this boy they had met 3 times? His strength should be about the same as mine, let him try first. If he can't handle it either, it won't be too late to invite him to cooperate. Lin Yi certainly noticed Su Yunqi's actions. His impression of the girl improved a bit more, and he could roughly guess her thoughts. Lin Yi chuckled to himself, then there's no chance for her to make a move. At the moment the holy dragon swooped down, the demon lord had already sensed a new enemy. Humans. And a young holy dragon will become my delicious meal. Not being able to kill Su Yunqi before had already made him extremely frustrated. He absolutely would not miss this opportunity. With a piercing metallic clash, the scythe glowing with black light swung like a fan, easily blocking the holy dragon's breath. The damage caused was only about 1 million. For a demon lord with 180 million health, that was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. The holy dragon had reached LV33 by continuously devouring demons. At this moment, Lin Yi's eyes lit up, revealing a joyful expression. Usually, those opponents were killed too quickly, failing to showcase his true power. He longed to find an opponent that could allow him to unleash his full strength. Wings of the Nether. As Lin Yi's wings unfolded behind him, it seemed as if he merged with the darkness. Flying Dragon spreads its wings. The skill attached to the Flying Dragon belt once again increased his speed by 100%. In an instant, Lin Yi transformed into a phantom and flew down from the dragon's back. Su Yunqi watched the battlefield intently. She saw the demon lord jumping up and down like a flea. The 6 scythes in his hand swung in a dense flurry, but Lin Yi deftly dodged them time and again. Could he be a dual cultivation profession of magic and martial arts? Watching the astonishing skills of the opponent, a guess flashed through Su Yunqi's mind. For a moment, she even doubted whether Lin Yi would suddenly draw a giant sword from his staff to engage in close combat. But the next moment, her purple eyes widened in shocked eye. In the brief moment she was slightly distracted. The Lich's staff in Lin Yi's hand erupted with a blinding flash of lightning. Isn't this casting speed a bit too fast? The dazzling lightning quickly gathered in the air, forming a terrifying sword of thunder. Sword of thunder. Lin Yi deftly tapped his staff, seizing the opening left by the scythe of the demon lord. Boom! The massive thunder sword shattered everything, appearing incredibly powerful under the blood moon, and smashed down onto the 6-armed demon lord. Crack! A clear sound of bone breaking echoed as one of the incredibly sturdy scythe arms was directly snapped off. Minus 39.85 million. The raw damage of the thunder sword approached 90 million, and even after most of the damage was mitigated, it was still quite exaggerated. With a single strike, it took out more than 1/5 of the opponent's health. However, a hint of dissatisfaction appeared at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. If the timing of the spell release had been just a bit more perfect, perhaps the damage dealt would have been even higher. At this moment, Su Yunqi was already plunged into deep shock. Her mouth was agape, unable to close. Although she couldn't see the specific damage values, just one spell had severed an arm of a demon lord. One could only imagine how immense the damage was. No way? How could it be this strong? Watching the demon lord roar in anger, she felt that everything before her was somewhat unreal. Is this really the same demon lord I just fought? She had battled for a long time, and perhaps her efforts didn't even match the damage caused by a single spell from him, especially since he was just a boy. About her age, it was even more shocking. Su Yunqi couldn't help but wonder, isn't Lin Yi a freshman like me? Her attention was more focused than ever, unwilling to miss any details of the battle. The performance of this young man was truly delightful. As a mage, he was surprisingly agile. The furious demon lord swung its remaining 5 arms in a relentless barrage of attacks towards Lin Yi. Waves of black blade-like shadows surged forward, but Lin Yi effortlessly dodged them with consecutive teleportations. Even when a few attacks were unavoidable, his earth barrier easily absorbed them without any ripple. Su Yunqi was once again left speechless. As a magic-based profession, it was one thing to have powerful attack capabilities. Who would have thought that his defensive abilities were so outrageous? On the ground, which showed no signs of disturbance, Su Yunqi realized that such strikes were far from reaching the limits of his defense. Could it be that even the purple gold lord monsters have become this weak? Could Lin Yi be a golden tier professional? Various speculations floated through her mind. At that moment, Lin Yi launched another attack. Whip of the Wind God. A surge of green storm energy gathered on the staff, howling into a whirlwind on the abyssal ground. The increasingly dense energy finally compressed into a blue whip. It even faintly revealed physical thorns. Crack! The blue divine whip lashed out fiercely, sending the massive body of the demon lord flying. It spun like a top, its body torn open with a long gash. From its head down to its thigh, it was almost ripped apart, and even its head was nearly shattered from the blow. The Whip of the Wind God was currently the most destructive single-target spell among all the spells Lin Yi had mastered. With various enhancements, it could deal over 100 million points of damage in one go. A single lash dealt over 60 million in damage. The Demon Lord originally had 180 million health, but in just 2 strikes, it had lost a staggering 100 million. This attack power was simply terrifying. Lin Yi was very satisfied with such results. Following that, under Su Yunqi's stunned gaze, the Thunder Giant's sword crashed down once more. The Scythe Demon had not yet recovered from the previous blow when it was struck again, the remaining 80 million health points instantly halved. Su Yunqi widened her eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Such a powerful spell, and the cooldown time is so short?" From the first cast until now, only a few seconds had passed. She found it hard to believe. Logically, shouldn't stronger skills have longer cooldowns? If she knew that Lin Yi could unleash the Thunder Giant sword again in less than 2 seconds, she would probably question her entire existence on the spot. At this moment, the one most terrified was none other than the evil Demon Lord. Now fully awake, it realized that the human before it was nothing like a delicious prey. Instead, it resembled a humanoid monster, even more terrifying than itself. It wanted to escape, but how could Lin Yi allow that? Such a creature that could yield a large amount of experience and equipment could not be let go easily. Lin Yi grinned and lightly waved his staff. Wind strangulation. Layers of razor-sharp wind blades descended, engulfing the evil Demon Lord. Before long, this fearsome enemy was torn to shreds. Although it was a group damage skill, the continuous accumulation of damage was equally shocking. The remaining health of the Scythe Demon dropped to single digits within seconds. Finally, with a loud crash, it fell completely. In Su Yunqi's astonished gaze, countless pieces of equipment and treasures shining with platinum light scattered everywhere. However, at this moment, she had no mind to pay attention to that. She just stared blankly at Lin Yi as if she had seen a monster. This was the purple gold lord monster she had struggled so hard to fight but couldn't defeat. The boy before her had effortlessly taken it down in just a few minutes? After a long while, she took a deep breath and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too abnormal. How monstrous are you, really?" At this moment, Su Yunqi truly witnessed the power of the boy across from her. If this boy was indeed a new freshman like herself, then being one of the 5 prodigies of the White Tiger main city seemed like a joke. She was certain that even the Dragon Knight Zhao Tianqing couldn't reach Lin Yi's level. Other main cities actually have such formidable geniuses? Su Yunqi had already taken it for granted that Lin Yi was a genius from one of the other 4 main cities. Lin Yi, of course, had no way of knowing Su Yunqi's thoughts. At this moment he was completely immersed in the thrill of battle. Unknowingly he had become so powerful. Although the evil Demon Lord was just a LV38 purple gold boss, its strength was still not to be underestimated. For a genius like Su Yunqi, dealing with a monster of this level would still require considerable effort. However, in front of Lin Yi, this monster seemed weak and fragile. Not to mention this purple gold boss, even if several more appeared at the same time, Lin Yi could handle them with ease. Back when he faced the LV30 Green Dragon Khalees, he hadn't been this composed. Yet now, facing the LV38 Evil Demon Lord, he could easily slay it. The difference was simply worlds apart. In just 10 days, his growth rate was nothing short of miraculous. Lin Yi slowly calmed his emotions and then turned his gaze to the loot dropped after the Evil Demon Lord's death. Although this kill didn't yield any epic items, several good things shining with platinum light appeared. Among them was even a skill book. The wings of the underworld behind Lin Yi gently flapped and then landed in front of a pile of treasures. First were those golden equipment, at least 6 or 7 pieces. Although they were rare treasures for most adventurers, they couldn't attract much of Lin Yi's attention now. His standards had risen significantly, unless it was particularly rare. Golden equipment, he wouldn't even spare a second glance. After a casual glance, he tossed them all into his storage pendant. After such a long time, even though the winner's pendant has a vast space, it is now half full. Inside, bronze and silver equipment are piled high, and there are quite a few decent pieces of gold equipment as well. Lin Yi took a deep breath and looked at the 3 pieces of platinum equipment this time. The first thing he saw was an extremely exaggerated black scythe. Its surface shimmered with a strange luster, and the blade was incredibly sharp. Giant black scythe grade, platinum attributes, strength plus 20,000, ignore defense plus 10,000, agility plus 15,000, with the skill black scythe flow slash. Wielding the scythe creates a terrifying aura slash. To Lin Yi's surprise, it wasn't a warrior's exclusive item, it was actually for assassins and archers, a light armor class. He held it in his hand and tried to maneuver it, finding it very comfortable and lightweight. Not only did it look incredibly cool, but its practicality was also quite outstanding. Especially the attached skill black scythe flow slash, which was indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, it wasn't suitable for Lin Yi. He clicked his tongue in admiration and set it aside. These were all part of his foundation, which could be used for exchanges in the future. If he were to establish a family or other forces, they could also be used to reward subordinates. The second piece of platinum equipment was just right for Lin Yi. It was a gray mage hat with a symbol of 2 crossed scythes on it, looking quite cool. Hat of the black scythe grade. Platinum attributes, magic resistance plus 10,000, ignore defense plus 5,000, mana plus 200,000, with the passive trait Black Scythe Light. When casting spells, there is a 5% chance to gain the blessing of Black Scythe Light, dealing true damage. Upon Seeing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. This new hat was far better than the winner's hat. Its base attributes were directly multiplied by more than 10 times and it added an extra 200,000 mana. Most importantly, the passive trait Black Scythe Light. If this trait was triggered while using the Wind God Whip, a single spell could directly deal over 1,000,000 damage, and at most 2 hits would completely take down the evil demon lord. Without hesitation, Lin Yi changed out of his old hat. With this, apart from the 3 pieces of equipment, he was now fully equipped in platinum gear. He wasn't worried about the robe. As soon as he reached LV40, he could switch to the Black Dragon robe. The winner's pendant was just a special storage equipment. This way, as long as he got a pair of platinum gloves, he would have a complete set of platinum gear. It should be noted that even those legendary families were not much better off. Some were even worse than him. After all, low-level platinum gear that meets professional needs is not common, and even if it exists, not everyone can possess it. Lin Yi pushed aside his distractions and looked at the remaining piece of equipment. A pitch-black ring, engraved with the mark of a black scythe. Ring of the Black Scythe grade, platinum attributes, spirit plus 14,000. With the skill Black Scythe, summons a black scythe to strike enemies. Although Lin Yi already had 4 platinum rings, this one was still particularly enticing. Looks like I need to swap out one of the lava ring or frost ring. These 2 rings were won from a bet with the Gao family by Chang Batian and Lu Jialiang. When Chang Muqing and the others gave them to Lin Yi, he jokingly said they were engagement rings. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. However, a swap was still necessary. Every bit of strength enhancement should not be overlooked. Let's swap for the lava ring. Lin Yi didn't hesitate much, even though the attributes of both were similar. The lava ring only increased fire spell damage by 30%, which was far less helpful than the frost ring for Lin Yi. After all, none of the skills he currently mastered involved fire attributes. After putting on the ring of the Black Scythe, Lin Yi turned his attention to the last skill book, a silver-level spell, Spinning Vortex. This was a rare spell that could control both single targets and groups. Lin Yi immediately became interested and began learning without a second thought. With his talent activated, Spinning Vortex instantly reached max level. Spinning Vortex LV40 summons water elements to form a rapidly rotating vortex that traps enemies, allowing for targeted attacks on a single enemy or a group of enemies. When used on a single target, it causes up to a 99% slowing effect, can affect platinum level units, but the actual effect will be reduced by 1/3. For group targets, it causes a 60% slowing effect, effective against gold level units, lasting for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 seconds. Unlike Earth Prison, Spinning Vortex not only locks onto opponents but also does not hinder the subsequent continuous bombardment of other spells. This way, Lin Yi's available means become richer and more diverse. Although there was no experience reward for killing the demon lord this time, just these few pieces of equipment, along with this precious skill book, made him a big winner. At this moment, Su Yunqi finally came to her senses from the shock. Seeing Lin Yi counting the spoils, she immediately stepped forward. Su Yunqi's purple hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, swaying slightly with her steps, breathtakingly beautiful. After the initial surprise, a hint of joy surged in Su Yunqi's heart. Lin Yi's powerful strength gave her unprecedented hope. Perhaps he could help her kill the demon dragon. Lin Yi. Her purple eyes were filled with admiration as she said cheerfully, "Nice to see you again." In fact, Lin Yi had already noticed Su Yunqi approaching him, a gentle smile on her face. It is indeed quite a coincidence. You discovered the demon lord first this time. You won't blame me for stealing it, will you? He joked with polite words, but in reality, everyone knew that whoever killed the wild monster had the skill. Su Yunqi quickly shook her head. How could I? I had already tried to deal with it before you arrived, but I couldn't handle it at all. I was originally thinking of collaborating with you to fight it, but I didn't expect. Your strength is too impressive. She was someone who held herself in high regard, yet after witnessing Lin Yi's abilities, she found herself unable to feel proud. Even Zhao Tianxing, the top of the 5 prodigies in White Tiger City and a dragon knight, had never made her feel this sense of defeat. Sensing the change in her emotions, Lin Yi simply smiled gently. He knew that his performance was enough to shock the seemingly indifferent yet proud girl. Since we've met multiple times, let's formally introduce ourselves, Su Yunqi said earnestly. My name is Su Yunqi, from the Su family in White Tiger City, studying at White Tiger Academy. The 3 unexpected encounters made both of them feel that this connection was incredible. In fact, during their second meeting, Su Yunqi had actively wanted to strike up a conversation with Lin Yi. However, at that time, Lin Yi had not shown much interest in responding. Hearing her introduce herself, Lin Yi couldn't help but be surprised. The Su family of White Tiger City? He had heard of it. It was a very influential ancient family in the area, far from comparable to the ordinary families in Jiang City. Then, with a smile, Lin Yi introduced himself. Lin Yi, an unnamed nobody, originally from a small place in Jiang City, currently a free adventurer. Su Yunqi was so shocked by this answer that she could hardly speak. Jiang City? Wasn't that an extremely remote small city outside the jurisdiction of White Tiger City? So Lin Yi came from such an inconspicuous place. Moreover, he hadn't joined any faction. At this moment, a piece of news that had once sparked widespread discussion resurfaced in her mind. Not long ago, it was said that an exceptionally talented genius had emerged from Jiang City. He miraculously passed the trial tower's 30th level assessment. Even the vice president of White Tiger Academy, Wu Weilong, and the sixth elder of the Mage Association, Xiabin, personally came to invite him. However, he rejected them all, causing a huge uproar in White Tiger City. Some people praised him for his integrity, but more felt that this behavior was overly arrogant and ignorant. The general consensus is that, without strong background support, it would be difficult for Lin Yi to maintain his current growth rate. After all, resources are limited, and without sufficient materials and technical support, relying solely on personal effort makes it hard to break through the bottleneck. If Lin Yi falls behind at this moment, it would be challenging for him to stand out in the national trial competition. However, none of this matters anymore, because the facts have proven that their previous assumptions were completely wrong. As the information about Lin Yi in her mind became increasingly specific, Su Yunqi's expression gradually grew serious, her purple eyes filled with astonishment. "You are the genius from Jiangcheng?" Initially, when she heard this news, Su Yunqi didn't pay much attention. Compared to the 5 great prodigies of the White Tiger main city, the so-called little genius from a common background was hardly worth mentioning. However, when she witnessed Lin Yi kill the evil ghost demon lord with her own eyes, she was utterly stunned. "This is the so-called ignorant little brat you were talking about? What a joke! They said he would fall behind. If this is considered lagging, then as a demon hunter, she would be utterly ashamed." Noticing Su Yunqi's dazed state, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Hey, I was just introducing myself. Is it really necessary to react this strongly?" He raised a hand and waved it back and forth in front of Su Yunqi. Finally, she slowly recovered from her shock and couldn't help but ask, "Are you the one who passed the trial tower in Jiangcheng, reaching the 30th floor?" Upon hearing the question, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown slightly. So even the people from White Tiger City knew about this? When he nodded in confirmation, Su Yunqi immediately understood that her guess was indeed correct. She took several deep breaths, trying to control her excitement. When Su Yunqi looked at Lin Yi again, her gaze was filled with intense fervor. This way, there might really be a chance to successfully eliminate that terrifying demon dragon. Su Yunqi's thoughts were actually quite simple. If it were another genius with an extraordinary background, the chances of her asking for help and being rejected would be very high. But Lin Yi was different. It was said that he came from the remote small city of Jiangcheng and had no background at all. This meant that Lin Yi might lack some precious resources, such as the map distribution of the first layer of the abyss. This gave Su Yunqi the opportunity to negotiate, to team up with Lin Yi to help her hunt the demon dragon. In this way, the growth she would gain would definitely be much more than she had anticipated. The key now was whether Lin Yi was willing to help her. Although it would be beneficial for both parties, she clearly stood to gain more, which made Su Yunqi a bit nervous. She had never thought of using her beauty to make Lin Yi help her for free. She couldn't bring herself to do such a thing. Moreover, Lin Yi was not the kind of person who would be swayed by looks. Su Yunqi pondered for a moment in her heart about what conditions would be compelling enough to move Lin Yi. Then, she cautiously spoke. "Lin Yi, haven't you yet advanced to a golden class? Can I ask you for a favor? The exclusive evolution of the demon mark cannot rely on powers beyond silver. Otherwise, Su Yunqi could directly use a platinum spell scroll to blast the demon dragon to pieces." Lin Yi was still wondering why this purple-haired girl was looking at him with such fervent eyes. After hearing this, he immediately understood. It turned out that after witnessing him slaughter the evil ghost demon lord and seeing his strength, she was now asking for help. Lin Yi nodded slightly, not immediately refusing. "Go ahead and tell me." Su Yunqi quickly said, "I want to ask you to help me hunt a purple gold lord monster, a level LV40 demon dragon. My profession is demon hunter, and the evolution of my exclusive skill requires hunting demons. If the two of us team up, all the rewards will go to you. I just need to extract the demon's power." Lin Yi secretly exclaimed in his heart, "Helping you fight a lord monster is one thing, but splitting the experience points in half? That's absolutely impossible. No matter if the other party is some genius beauty, they shouldn't think they can take advantage of him for free. Once they team up, the experience would immediately be halved, and his leveling efficiency would significantly drop." Although the two had encountered each other 3 times in a row, which could be considered a bit of fate, it wasn't enough for him to take someone along to level up. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, Su Yunqi realized she hadn't explained herself clearly. She quickly added, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not asking you to help me hunt demons for free. I will provide appropriate compensation. You can first hear my conditions." Lin Yi's curiosity was piqued by her interruption, and he looked at Su Yunqi with interest. Su Yunqi continued to explain, "First, I can share with you the monster distribution map of the first layer of the abyss. This will help us find demons that are more suitable for our levels." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression softened slightly. As he gradually leveled up to LV39, he occasionally encountered lower-level monsters, which indeed reduced his leveling efficiency. Having a monster distribution map would certainly speed up the grinding process a bit, but that alone wouldn't make up for the experience loss caused by teaming up. However, Su Yunqi's next words completely dispelled his concerns. Secondly, I have experience doubling scrolls. That can increase the experience we gain by 2.5 times. Even if we team up, you won't gain less experience than if you were grinding alone. It had to be said that Su Yunqi was quite savvy. She knew that for a genius like Lin Yi, the most important thing was the speed of growth. Lin Yi was secretly shocked. This is insane. 2.5 times the experience. If he had this thing, leveling up would be like riding a rocket, incredibly fast. Indeed, coming from a big family made a difference, with all sorts of rare treasures emerging one after another. At that moment, a glimmer of temptation flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Grinding alone is still grinding monsters. Bringing another person along is also grinding monsters. The key is that this not only wouldn't reduce his experience but could actually increase it. If they teamed up, there would be 1.25 times the experience, a 25% increase compared to grinding alone. Moreover, they also had the monster distribution map. This way, efficiency could improve significantly. If operated properly, the experience gain could potentially double. Lin Yi was thoroughly interested. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, Su Yunqi let out a sigh of relief and continued to offer more enticing conditions. These are all additional benefits if you're willing to team up with me. I can give you an LV50 epic staff as a reward for helping me kill demons. However, the staff isn't with me right now. We can sign a contract first and fulfill it after leaving the abyss. This proposal was quite sincere. An LV50 epic staff, even a legendary family wouldn't easily part with it. The cost was indeed substantial. With the conversation reaching this point, Lin Yi had no reason to refuse. After all, it was just about leveling up with Su Yunqi, which cost him almost nothing. He nodded and smiled slightly. In that case, I can agree. But I have one requirement. When killing demons, everything must follow my arrangements. He didn't want a young lady giving orders beside him. Although Su Yunqi seemed rational for now, it was better to clarify in advance. Hearing Lin Yi's agreement, a look of surprise flashed in Su Yunqi's eyes, and she nodded repeatedly. No problem. Whoever is stronger gets to call the shots, especially since she was the one asking for help. The two reached an agreement, both feeling quite satisfied. Su Yunqi's beautiful eyes curved slightly as she extended her delicate white hand and smiled. Then let's have a pleasant cooperation? Pleasant cooperation. Lin Yi smiled as he shook Su Yunqi's hand, feeling a soft and delicate touch. But he wasn't the type to lose himself upon seeing a woman. He gently touched her hand and then let go. This left Su Yunqi with an even better impression of him. After the deal was made, Lin Yi didn't want to waste any more time. Let's go, we need to hurry. I have less than 4 days left in the abyss. Let's start leveling up. Ride my holy dragon. With that, Lin Yi turned and climbed onto the dragon's back. Su Yunqi put away her hellish nightmare and jumped onto the back of the holy dragon, little Jean. Although she came from a prestigious family, it was her first time riding a holy dragon and her eyes were filled with wonder. Can you see which direction has demons above LV39? Let's level up a bit first, then we'll help you deal with the demon dragon. Even though he had just reached LV39, with the help of experience and the monster distribution map, he was sure he could break through to LV40 today. By then, he would change into the black dragon robe. Lin Yi's attributes would skyrocket, making it much easier to deal with the demon dragon. Su Yunqi naturally had no objections. After all, the demon dragon was still some distance away, so they could take their time. At that moment, Su Yunqi finally saw Lin Yi's attributes through the team interface. Lin Yi, LV39, Mage. She was stunned, her eyes wide open. LV39? Even though she had overestimated Lin Yi's level, seeing the numbers still left her in shock. She had consumed so many resources and had only just reached LV35. Yet Lin Yi was a full 4 levels higher than her. Thinking of this, Su Yunqi recalled the predictions of the high-ranking officials in the White Tiger main city. By the time of the seed selection competition, Lin Yi would at most be a silver-tier professional, barely reaching LV33. After the shock, a playful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She was curious to see the expressions of those arrogant big shots when they saw Lin Yi's current level. Su Yunqi was filled with doubt. Why is an ordinary mage so strong? However, considering that they weren't that familiar yet, it would be impolite to directly ask such a personal question. Moreover, even if they became close later, this was still a matter of personal privacy that shouldn't be casually inquired about. With the monster map as a guide, their target was much clearer, and their efficiency was significantly higher than relying solely on the hellhounds to scout. Before long, they arrived at the territory of the LV40 flame demons. Seeing more than 20 flame demons appear before her, Su Yunqi couldn't help but feel nervous. Although taking on a few small monsters was no problem, if the numbers were too great, they would have to adopt a flanking strategy. Otherwise, they would have to consume high-level spell scrolls. In contrast, Lin Yi looked excited. This was far more efficient than before. In the 3 days since arriving in the abyss, the demons they had encountered had rarely exceeded 10. A group of 20 like this was extremely rare. Kill. Su Yunqi quickly readied her black bow to assist. To her surprise, Lin Yi moved even faster than her. Wind strangulation. In the midst of Su Yunqi's astonished gaze, an incredibly dense green light gathered on the lich staff in Lin Yi's hand. Feeling such a powerful magical fluctuation up close was terrifying. Then, these wind elements instantly transformed into tens of thousands of sharp wind blades, surging forward like a cutting machine. Faced with such terrifying power, those semi-physical flame demons were as fragile as tofu. Countless wind blades whistled past, directly piercing through the enemy's bodies and instantly turning them to ashes. Minus 55.81 million. Minus 53.29 million. Minus 57.54 million. A series of high damage numbers appeared one after another. Even killing dozens of times in a row would be no exaggeration. From the perspective of her teammate, Su Yunqi could hardly believe the scene unfolding before her. She couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, this is too outrageous. No wonder Lin Yi leveled up so quickly. Just one move was already equivalent to using a platinum spell scroll. Go! Su Yunqi's little mouth slightly opened, instinctively swallowing, looking incredibly cute. The usually calm and indifferent her appeared particularly adorable at that moment. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but find it amusing. Kill LV40 Elite Monster Flame Demon, gain experience plus 15,719 points. Defeated LV40 Elite Monster Flame Demon, gained experience plus 16,152 points. The log bar rolled quickly, and Lin Yi's eyes were filled with excitement. Due to the effect of the experience-boosting treasure, the experience gained from each kill of the Flame Demon was significantly increased. A total of 20 Flame Demons brought in 300,000 experience points. This was more than double the original amount, almost triple. At this rate, the leveling speed would be at least twice as fast as before. It seemed that by the time he left the abyss, he could not only reach LV40 but even have a chance to push to LV41 or even LV42. With the Wind Spirit Horn in hand, he didn't have to worry about wasting experience points. Su Yunqi watched her experience points soar like a rocket, her heart filled with joy. At this speed, reaching LV39 or even LV40 was definitely not a dream. In contrast, leveling solo could barely get her to LV37, and this was simply a tremendous stroke of luck. Zhao Tianqing, just stay in third place honestly. Su Yunqi secretly rejoiced. If Lin Yi ranked first, then her second place would be reasonable, right? Continue to the next location. Lin Yi's voice rang out, and Su Yunqi immediately began to guide the direction. In the following time, Su Yunqi truly witnessed what it meant to level up at rocket speed. Each wave of monsters was easily defeated, with each wave yielding at least hundreds of thousands of experience points. If the demons weren't so scattered, their leveling speed could have doubled again. Originally just a step away from LV36, Su Yunqi had already leveled up. Her current experience was already close to half of LV37. As for Lin Yi, he had successfully reached LV40. His mental attribute increased by another 10,000, but that was secondary. The most important thing was that Lin Yi finally met the level requirement for the Black Dragon robe. Without hesitation, he immediately equipped it, and in an instant, his mental attribute surged again. After putting on the Black Dragon robe, Lin Yi's mental attribute skyrocketed to 260,000. Coupled with the bonuses from the Silver Halo and the Lich's Staff, his mental attribute reached an astonishing 390,000. Approaching 400,000 mental points, this was already the limit achievable for a LV43 Golden Mage without equipment. It had to be said, Lin Yi's strength was becoming increasingly impressive. At this moment, the only golden equipment he had was the winner's gloves. The rest of his gear was all platinum or above, making his entire outfit incredibly luxurious. For instance, the Thunder Sword had a base damage value close to 120 million. If you also counted the extra damage from the Demon Butcher title, his attacks on demons could soar to an astonishing 170 million. The power of the Wind God Whip was even greater, almost breaking the 200 million mark. Lin Yi couldn't help but click his tongue. This was just too outrageous. Looking at Lin Yi in the Black Dragon robe, Su Yunqi's eyes were filled with curiosity. Although she felt that this robe was extraordinary, she didn't voice her questions. Instead, she set her doubts aside and immersed herself in the joy of rapid leveling. She had initially thought of just inviting Lin Yi to help her hunt the demon dragon. She never expected that this collaboration would bring her such huge benefits. At this rate, her level would soon rise to LV40. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. After returning to the family, I'll see if there are any suitable treasures for Lin Yi as a thank you. In fact, this was a win-win experience for both sides. Not only did Su Yunqi gain a boost, but Lin Yi's own experience growth rate also significantly increased. Lin Yi was in a very good mood at the moment, turning to Su Yunqi and saying, "The blood moon will be gathered in about 2 hours. How about we continue hunting monsters today? What do you think about dealing with that demon dragon tomorrow?" At this point, Lin Yi's tone was filled with excitement. After all, he himself was very much looking forward to the upcoming challenge. Now, after devouring countless demonic creatures, Xiao Jin had also broken through to LV35. The demon dragon was a special kind of dragon. It was said to be a new life form transformed due to a dragon's allegiance to an evil god and the influence of its power. They were more formidable than ordinary dragons. If Xiao Jin could successfully swallow such a demon dragon, it might just trigger its potential transformation. Even if we take a step back, it could allow it to level up several times in a row. When Lin Yi proposed the plan, Su Yunqi immediately agreed. Sure, I'll follow your arrangements. Since entering the abyss, the relationship between the two had become closer and friendlier. The initial reserve had long been cast aside. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. After harvesting 3 million experience points again, the blood moon began to gather in the sky. Xiao Jin flew towards the obsidian cave that had been marked earlier. Upon seeing this familiar scene, both of them couldn't help but smile at each other. Crackle! The familiar campfire rose, adding a touch of warmth to the cold, damp night. However, this time, the distance between them was much closer. It could almost be described as shoulder to shoulder. After a whole day of working together, they had established enough trust in each other. Unlike their first meeting, they were no longer silent. Su Yunqi gently adjusted her purple bangs and took the initiative to start a conversation. Linny, why didn't you want to join the White Tiger Academy back then? After spending a day together and witnessing this extraordinary side of the young man, she was filled with curiosity about Linny. Linny smiled slightly. There's no special reason, I just don't like the feeling of being constrained. This simple reason sounded quite imposing to Su Yunqi. Freedom was something everyone yearned for, but it was not easily obtained. Take Su Yunqi herself as an example. As a member of the Su family branch, after becoming a powerful demon hunter, her status rose dramatically, enjoying endless resources and respect. To outsiders, it seemed glamorous, and her fate indeed changed completely because of it. But it also meant that her future and destiny were now firmly tied to her family. Although a talented woman like Su Yunqi would not fall victim to a marriage alliance, the path ahead was already largely set. If she were to grow, she would need to protect the family and nurture the next generation. The reason why noble families could thrive for generations was precisely because of this deeply rooted traditional concept. Freedom is really wonderful. Su Yunqi murmured softly, a hint of envy in her eyes. But she also knew that without the platform and support provided by her family, she would never have reached her current height. Everything has a price, this is an undeniable truth. True freedom might only be enjoyed by someone as gifted as Lin Yi. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly asked, do you know why this world fusion is being taken so seriously? It is said that they are sparing no expense to hold a national trial to select young talents. As the topic unfolded, Su Yunqi explained, according to internal rumors, it's because of the national fortune secret realm. Lin Yi was somewhat puzzled. Oh? What exactly is going on? Su Yunqi took a deep breath and slowly said, it limits entry to those under 20 years old, and each country can only send a few representatives to participate. What secrets are hidden inside, no one knows. But one thing is very clear. The better the young participants perform, the greater the benefits their country will receive. For example, the growth rate of experience points for professionals doubles, and their comprehension when learning skills significantly increases. This is just the tip of the iceberg. It is said that the secrets hidden within are far more than these. After hearing this, Lin Yi fell into deep thought. Clearly, this matter is of great importance and involves a higher-level power struggle. However, for him, any challenge is the best touchstone on the path forward. No wonder the country takes this matter so seriously. But the country can't be sure whether the National Fortune Secret Realm will open this year or next, right? Lin Yi keenly caught this key information. Su Yunqi nodded and said, exactly, so we are actually quite lucky. If the National Fortune Secret Realm opens this year, we can enter directly. But if we have to wait until next year, the next batch of novice practitioners will also be able to compete with us. But we will have an extra year of growth, making their chances of winning negligible. Lin Yi frowned. What about the last batch? If the National Fortune Secret Realm opens this year, won't they be able to enter as well? Su Yunqi replied with a smile. That's why timing is crucial. The demigods have only recently discovered information about the National Fortune Secret Realm. So, the country's nurturing efforts for the last batch were far less than for us. And we can be 100% sure that we can enter the National Fortune Secret Realm, while they cannot. Lin Yi suddenly understood and couldn't help but exclaim, that makes perfect sense. Since the National Fortune Secret Realm will either open this year or next year, then our batch is definitely the best candidates for cultivation. After all, we have a 50% chance of entering, while the previous 2 batches can only rely on luck. At this moment, Su Yunqi lowered her voice and leaned closer to Lin Yi's ear, whispering, I heard that there's a chance to become a god early inside the National Fortune Secret Realm. That's one of the reasons why the aristocratic families are so fervent. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's heart surged. Becoming a god. This is an almost unattainable dream for everyone. Since the game invaded the world 100 years ago, no true gods have appeared. Among human practitioners, at most just peak demigods. It is said that this is because the world has not fully merged, lacking some essential elements for becoming a god. If there really is a chance to become a god early, within the National Fortune Secret Realm, one could become a deity before the world is completely merged. At that time, one could almost be considered invincible in the world. Even, the Supreme Overlord unifying the 5 nations. No wonder the aristocratic families are willing to spare no effort and exhaust their resources for these talents. Thinking of this, a glimmer of desire also flashed in Ling Yi's eyes. The national fortune secret realm, how wonderful! I must work twice as hard to seize this opportunity. At this moment, Lin Yi looked at Su Yunqi with a bit more gratitude in his eyes. To share such an important secret without reservation truly makes her a trustworthy friend. Su Yunqi felt this closeness and a sweet sensation surged in her heart. If I am lucky enough to enter the national fortune secret realm in the future, you have to promise to let me cling to your thigh. Although she couldn't confirm whether she would qualify to enter, in her view, with Lin Yi's strength, it was almost a sure thing. Ha, no problem. Lin Yi responded with a hearty laugh. The two exchanged glances, and it seemed they had formed a special connection. Su Yunqi couldn't help but turn her face away, a rosy blush spreading across her snow-white cheeks, making her look particularly charming. If their classmates saw this, usually cold goddess showing such a side, they would probably be greatly surprised. After that, the two stopped chatting and entered their respective states of rest, focusing on preparing for the task of hunting the demon dragon the next day. Just as Lin Yi and Su Yunqi fell into a deep sleep in the cave, not far away on the abyssal ground, there was a demon tribe shrouded in a blood-red barrier. The demons here were not as rough and low-witted as people imagined. Instead, they were singing and dancing in a wild celebration. Under the night sky, the bloody moon of the outside world emitted a maddening aura, but this hardly affected the group of demons reveling in joy. The blood-red barrier allowed them to remain unhidden even at midnight. Black bonfires blazed everywhere, with meat from unknown beasts roasting above, sizzling as it cooked. Golden fat dripped into the flames, releasing an enticing aroma that made the surrounding demons drool. It should be noted that such delicacies were quite rare in the abyss. Sitting at the head of the gathering was a thin demon clad in a black robe, who appeared quite frail. However, from the odd gazes of the other demons, it was clear that this was not a character to be trifled with, otherwise he would have been torn to shreds by the demons long ago, replaced by a stronger being in his high position. A LV-45 Golden Lord, the Demon Prophet, a rare golden level demon in the first layer of the abyss. Moreover, he was one of the most powerful among the golden level demons. The Demon Prophet looked down at the demons below, who were continuously celebrating, and his hoarse voice rang out. Someone is wantonly hunting our kin, devouring their flesh and blood. I smell the demon's nemesis, that disgusting scent. Demon hunters, demon butchers. In recent days, within his jurisdiction, those low-intelligence demons had frequently fallen. Although these demons were not considered kin, high IQ demons were also born from them, and they could not be slaughtered indiscriminately. He had come to investigate today but found that his prophetic abilities had lost their effect. These detestable outsiders had actually blocked his perception. He could only sense the presence of demon hunters and demon butchers from the corpses of the demons. The anger of the demon prophet silenced all the demons. Then, he let out a thunderous roar. Roar! Kill them! Turn them into skewers! The abyss is the home of demons, and outsiders are not allowed to run rampant. The demon prophet looked at the agitated demons, and his anger slightly eased. Suddenly, a giant demon, towering 100 meters high like a small mountain, crashed down before the demon prophet with a thud. Giant mountain demon! Giant mountain demon! The demons roared with excitement. The voice of the giant mountain demon was as loud as thunder. Prophet, I am willing to deal with them. The demon prophet nodded in satisfaction. Based on their actions of hunting demons, these outsiders are targeting the two arrogant ones, the demon-dragon couple. You know what I mean, right? The giant mountain demon replied in a deep voice, rest assured, Prophet, I will satisfy you. I will personally capture those two little snakes and the outsiders right before your eyes. Lin Yi was naturally unaware that their reckless slaughter of demons had already attracted the attention of a nearby demon tribe. They even sent the giant mountain demon to ambush them. At this moment, Lin Yi and his companion felt a bit awkward. Perhaps due to their gradually closer relationship, the vigilance between them had lessened. In the middle of the night, at some point, Su Yunqi had actually leaned against Lin Yi's shoulder in her sleep. When they both woke up, their eyes met perfectly. At that moment, Su Yunqi felt her heart race. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red, from her neck all the way to the tips of her ears. That rosy appearance was simply irresistible. Su Yunqi, oh Su Yunqi, how could you lean on someone's shoulder? I almost burrowed into his arms, how embarrassing. She hurriedly turned away, completely unable to meet Lin Yi's teasing gaze, her heart filled with shyness. Su Yunqi was usually cold and had never had such intimate contact with the opposite sex. Let alone sleeping close together, even a handshake had never happened. This sudden closeness left her somewhat flustered. Her feelings for Lin Yi had originally been mere admiration for a strong individual, but now it seemed to have transformed into something more, a hint of different emotions. Let's go, let's hurry and help you hunt the demon dragon. Lin Yi's voice rang out as he walked to the cave entrance. Although the topic had shifted rather abruptly, it felt like a great relief to Su Yunqi. Ah, okay, I'm coming. She let out a gentle sigh, yet felt an inexplicable sense of loss. He seems not to care much. The two climbed onto the back of the holy dragon and sped off into the distance. Lin Yi secretly smiled, having already seen through Su Yunqi's little thoughts, finding it quite amusing. This proud daughter of heaven clearly had no experience with the opposite sex, looking adorably foolish. It's completely different from when I'm with Mu Qing and Wan Cheng. This little episode quickly passed. They only had 3 days left before they would be forcibly expelled from the abyss. Following the directions on Su Yunqi's map, Xiao Jin swiftly flew towards the direction of the demon dragon. This time, they didn't specifically seek out demons to level up, only eliminating some enemies they encountered along the way. Frost Ice Rain. Lin Yi lightly tapped his staff and a silvery light erupted, as if to freeze the entire void. With his mental attribute reaching an astonishing 390,000, every spell became extremely terrifying. In an instant, all the demons below turned into ice sculptures. Xiao Jin didn't even need to pause, completing the harvest effortlessly. He's become stronger. Su Yunqi's eyes were filled with amazement. How did he do it? The aura mage Xia Chenhao was already recognized as a genius mage in the White Tiger main city, but compared to Lin Yi, he's just a small fry. Watching the experience points rise rapidly, Su Yunqi's eyes squinted into slits. I have to say, this feeling is just too exhilarating. Even without deliberately hunting demons, they had earned over 1 million experience points. Lin Yi, however, didn't care much. He had already advanced to LV40 Silver Peak. Unless he upgraded to gold, his strength wouldn't see a significant increase in the short term. Now he began to silently accumulate experience points, so that when he advanced to gold, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. After the last wave of demons fell, a black stone mountain appeared before them. The black peak towered into the clouds, resembling a giant sword, standing between heaven and earth. One could vaguely sense a wave of heat emanating from within the mountain. This was an unerupted volcano. Su Yunqi's expression gradually became serious as she whispered, "We've arrived. Ahead is the territory of the demon dragon." According to their family's intelligence, this demon dragon was a LV40 purple gold lord monster. Although Lin Yi had easily killed the evil demon lord before, she still instinctively felt a wave of tension. Lin Yi nodded, but his gaze remained calm and steady. Roar! Suddenly, the holy dragon Xiao Jin let out a fierce roar. Roar! From the black stone mountain, another incredibly violent roar erupted. Its might surpassed that of Xiao Jin. Following that, before their eyes, a shadow nearly 200 meters long flew out from the mountain. The demon dragon flapped its 4 fleshy wings, its enormous blood-red eyes exuding a sense of oppression. Demon Dragon Urgia, female, level, LV40 Lord Monster, purple gold, health 280 million skills, demon bloodline, dragon sensing, dragon breath, 4-winged flight. Seeing this information, Su Yunqi's heart grew heavier. Compared to the previous evil demon lord, this demon dragon was at least twice as strong. Especially with its 280 million health, it was enough to instill fear. Weak humans, once I catch you, Livica will surely be very happy. This boring life can finally have new toys to relieve the monotony. Unexpectedly, the voice of such a ferocious monster was surprisingly pleasant to hear. It wasn't as hoarse and rough as imagined, but the malice that seeped through those words made Su Yunqi's face change dramatically. There's actually another demon dragon? She quickly realized that perhaps this female dragon had recently found a mate, and the intelligence was already outdated. What should we do? Should we still fight? On the other side, the demon dragon, if its strength were even greater, the situation would become even more critical. Therefore, she couldn't help but look at Lin Yi, seeking his opinion. However, in the face of such a challenge, Lin Yi wore an excited expression. He now possessed nearly 400,000 mental points, and casually casting a silver spell could deal over 100 million damage. Thus, he was not concerned about this so-called powerful opponent. Don't be afraid, just leave it to me. You just need to protect yourself and help out at the right moment. After saying that, Lin Yi spread his wings and charged towards the demon dragon. Dragon soaring. The skill attached to the dragon belt was still as useful as ever, allowing the bronze skill, Shadow Wings, to keep up with Lin Yi's combat needs. But if I get the chance, I still need to find a new flying skill. At that moment, the demon dragon on the opposite side let out a mocking voice. Lowly human, dare to challenge the great demon dragon? Can your spells really penetrate my scales? Clearly, the abyss was too dull, and this demon dragon was a bit of a chatterbox. Quick, call your little crawlers behind you and come at me together. After all, you are a holy dragon. Yet you willingly let yourself be controlled by a human. How embarrassing. Hearing the demon dragon's incessant chatter, a cold glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Less talk, and take this. With that, he prepared to cast a spell to give the opponent a profound lesson. Suddenly, the thunderbolt light began to gather on the lich's staff, immediately making the demon dragon feel threatened. It suddenly realized that it might have made a fatal mistake, but it was all too late. Lin Yi's casting speed was simply unbelievable. Even Su Yunqi hadn't fully drawn her bowstring, and the black arrow hadn't left the bow. A massive thunder sword had already formed in front of Lin Yi. Thunder sword. Accompanied by a spine-tingling crackle of electricity, the thunder tore through the air, forming an incredibly powerful giant sword. The giant sword, with its devastating momentum, instantly cleaved towards the demon dragon. Seeing this scene, the demon dragon felt a chill run down its spine. Its blood-red dragon eyes reflected the massive sword made of purple lightning. Caught off guard, it could only urgently unleash its dragon breath, trying to envelop the thunder sword to weaken its power. However, all these efforts were in vain. The current thunder sword, under the demon butcher damage enhancement effect, had a base damage of around 170 million. This damage was unfathomable even for a peak gold tier professional. Only a platinum powerhouse could possibly inflict such astonishing damage. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder sword effortlessly broke through the defense of the dragon breath. It then heavily struck the demon dragon, piercing through shields, slicing through thick scales, and penetrating the entire dragon's body. It even nearly severed its wings. Minus 99,990,000. Such a massive damage value left the demon dragon dizzy. Even with various defenses that absorbed part of the attack power, the force carried by the thunder sword was still astonishing. This strike took away a full third of the demon dragon's health. Hiss. Suyunchi, standing not far away, widened her eyes, her mouth forming a round shape. The bow and arrow in her hand were forgotten for a moment due to her shock. How can it be this monstrous? She had witnessed Lin Yi's powerful skills against other minor demons, which brought terrifying effects. But in front of her was a LV40 purple gold lord monster. How could it be compared to ordinary small monsters? Nearly 100 million damage made her head spin. She knew that even if she went all out, she could barely deal a few million damage. In contrast, the strength Lin Yi displayed was almost dozens of times her own. The gap between us is just too vast. After the shock, it quickly turned into helplessness, but soon this feeling was replaced by joy. After all, if Lin Yi was strong enough, it would mean that dealing with the demon dragon would be much smoother. Perhaps he could eliminate this enemy before the second demon dragon arrived. Maybe he could even take down the second one as well? Su Yunqi's breathing quickened. If she could really defeat these two demon dragons, her demon mark would surely receive a significant boost. Su Yunqi felt a rush of exhilaration, but the demon dragon Urgia was completely panicked. It had lost over a third of its health in a single blow. Did this mean that just 2 more hits would send it straight to meet its great-grandmother? Roar! Livica, help me! The mother dragon's roar pierced through space, reaching the ears of the male dragon who was hunting not far away. It was utterly flustered and desperately called for its mate. The human before it was simply a pervert among perverts. It had thought it could gather more playthings, but instead, it had become someone else's plaything. Lin Yi heard the roar and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Only now do you realize you need your husband's help? It's too late. In fact, Lin Yi could completely use the dark barrier to envelop this area, directly kill the mother dragon in front of him, and then leave. But he clearly wasn't satisfied with just killing one demon dragon. 2 demon dragons might just allow Xiao Jin to level up to LV40 directly. Xiao Jin, your luck has come. Lin Yi even stood his ground, using the earth barrier to withstand the demon dragon's breath and other attacks. At this moment, the earth barrier could withstand 160 million damage. Even a low-level platinum professional might not be able to break it in one hit. Whip of the Wind God. A blue divine whip extended from the tip of the staff. Lin Yi waved it lightly, as if he were a deity administering punishment, severely punishing the demon dragon. Crack! The terrifying sound of the whip echoed through the void, even threatening to tear space apart as the divine whip struck the demon dragon fiercely. All defenses seemed incredibly weak, and black blood splattered everywhere. With one lash, it even directly severed the dragon's tail. If the demon dragon hadn't dodged quickly, its head would have been smashed. Minus 120 million. This damage was even more terrifying than the previous thunder sword. The demon dragon's eyes were filled with fear as that terrifying power seemed to want to devour its very soul. One more hit, and I'm done. Livica, hurry up. Just as the mother dragon fell into extreme panic, an angry dragon roar came from afar. Su Yunqi's expression changed dramatically. The male dragon was coming, and judging by the sound, it was likely more than just LV40. Human, spare Urgia, and I can give you any treasure you desire. Otherwise, I will make you pay a heavy price. A powerful voice came from the distance, and the male dragon's speed was incredibly fast, as if it had burned its own blood essence to rush over. Lin Yi sneered in response. Oh, still trying to threaten me? In the distance, the male dragon Livica was extremely anxious. Seeing his injured wife, he wished he could fly over to save her immediately. But even if he urged his bloodline with all his might, he couldn't teleport instantly. He could only let out a roar, trying to intimidate Lin Yi. Lin Yi paid no attention to this, a cold smile appearing on his face. Just in time. I'll take care of you too. Demon Dragon Livica, male, level, LV42 Lord Monster, purple gold, health, 740 million skills, Demon Bloodline, Dragon Sensing, Dragon Breath, 4-winged flight. Looking at this staggering 740 million health, Su Yunqi felt a wave of oppression in her heart. Even if she stood still, she would have to shoot thousands of arrows in succession to possibly kill the opponent. Moreover, each arrow had to be fired with all her strength. This was simply a nightmarish scene that sent chills down her spine. How could such a powerful enemy be something a silver professional could handle? Linny, can we deal with this? At this moment, the demon dragon Urgia saw her husband charging over. A glimmer of hope shone in the red pupils. Just hold on a little longer, until Levica arrives. The human in front of me will soon become a corpse. With these thoughts, Urgia spat out dragon breath even more frantically, attacking the defensive shield in front of Linny. The barrier rippled violently, showing it had taken quite a hit, but it remained unbreakable. On the other side, Suyunchi held her black bow, continuously shooting at the demon dragon. The arrows exploded, causing a certain degree of damage under the effect of the demon mark. She hoped to eliminate this mother dragon before the public dragon arrived. However, Linny didn't seem in a hurry. His body suddenly radiated a strong light, a skill that came with the black dragon robe. Roar! Black dragon roar! This skill could instill fear in creatures below the epic level. The air rippled visibly, and the sound was terrifying. Seeing this scene, Suyunchi's eyes widened. This must be epic level equipment. Hiss! Linny actually has epic equipment? Isn't he supposed to be without a background and lacking resources? Why does it look like he's richer than me? The two demon dragons were also stunned, especially the male dragon Levica, who instantly fell into deep fear as if his soul was being devoured. He even forgot the basic skill of flying and plummeted straight to the ground. This state of fear could last at least 5 to 6 seconds. Witnessing this, the giant dragon Urgia was filled with terror. No! Levica, wake up! Wake up! Roar! Roar! She let out a deafening roar, trying to awaken her partner, but all her efforts were in vain. Linny nodded in satisfaction. The first use of the black dragon roar skill was indeed very powerful. He turned to the giant dragon Urgia, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Stop shouting, soon you'll both be going to hell together. Linny slightly raised the staff in his hand, and purple lightning began to flicker. A massive thunder sword reappeared above his head. Urgia could hardly believe the scene before her. This terrifying thunder sword had cooled down so quickly. No! No! The demon dragon roared madly, spewing out scorching dragon breath, nearly smoking its throat. However, the thunder sword remained as sharp as ever. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the thunder sword instantly pierced through the mother dragon's throat. All the howls were choked deep in the throat as the thunder sword pierced through the skull. Black blood poured down like a torrential rain, splattering onto the surrounding purple ground, looking particularly eerie. The demon dragon Urgia finally fell. Kill LV40 Purple Gold Lord Monster Demon Dragon, gain experience plus 1931532 points. Such a rich experience made Linny beam with joy. What made him even happier was the dazzling light bursting forth. Platinum! 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 This harvest was even richer than the last time he killed the Demon Lord. Linny even saw many skill books and other treasures. However, now was not the time to sort through the spoils. There was still a demon dragon in fear waiting for him to deal with. A giant hand formed from mana suddenly reached out, collecting all the dropped equipment into the storage pendant. Linny looked at the dazed Suyunchi and smiled. What are you still dazed for? Quickly evolve your skills. At this moment, Suyunchi was completely stunned. She never expected this battle to end so easily, although she knew in her heart that Linny was very strong. Witnessing everything firsthand brought a shock and impact that made her gasp several times. Clearly, they were both young, but Linny seemed more like a powerful being from another era in her eyes. Moreover, judging by the current situation, the other LV42 demon dragon was also likely to fall at Linny's hands. A surge of excitement welled up in her heart. This abyssal journey led to Linny, truly my greatest fortune. Sitting on Xiao Jin's back, landing beside the corpse of the mother dragon, Suyunchi began to absorb the power of the demons for her transformation. She hoped to complete the transformation as soon as possible so she could play a role in the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin quietly devoured the flesh and blood of the demon dragon, the two of them unaffected by each other. Soon, the giant dragon Urgia was completely consumed, becoming a meal for Xiao Jin. This scene left Levica heartbroken, even though he was paralyzed by fear. Yet he could still clearly feel the changes around him. Watching helplessly as his partner's corpse was devoured by the enemy, his heart was filled with overwhelming hatred. But perhaps he still did not know that he was ultimately just one of the prey. In this world, the law of the jungle is the only rule. The wings of the underworld behind Linny suddenly stretched out, like a bolt of black lightning, instantly entering the attack range. At this moment, the demon dragon was still in a state of fear, probably with only a second or two left. Seizing this opportunity, Linny decided to cast a powerful spell again. Facing the defenseless demon dragon, choosing the spell with the highest damage was undoubtedly the best strategy. Whip of the Wind God. With a light shout, a cyan long whip rapidly formed at the tip of the lich's staff, then whistled out. Crack! A terrifying sonic boom exploded in the air as the cyan divine whip shot out, striking fiercely against the demon dragon's wings. Instantly, the demon dragon's 4 pairs of flesh wings were completely torn apart with a shrill explosion. Black-purple blood and flesh splattered everywhere, falling onto the purple-black ground, making a sizzling sound. Flesh flew everywhere, and the damage directly pierced through half of the demon dragon's body, making it look particularly hideous. Minus 170 million. The demon dragon could only barely resist a small portion of the damage with its own magic resistance. Due to being in a state of fear, it could not activate any damage reduction skills. The originally massive 740 million health points instantly dropped significantly. More importantly, after losing 4 flesh wings, even though it could still fly, the demon dragon's speed was greatly hindered, making it much easier to deal with. Roar! Finally free, the demon dragon let out an angry roar to the sky. The excruciating pain in its body was bearable, but the anger and hatred in its heart burned like a raging fire. Seeing its beloved wife being torn apart and devoured, the pain deep in its soul drove Levica nearly insane. Although for most demons, the bond between partners is not deep for this demon dragon, the companionship with Urgia had long become an indispensable part of its life. They supported each other through many long and tedious times, establishing a deep friendship between them. Damn ants, I will make you pay the heaviest price. My lover is dead, and you will accompany her to hell. With that, the demon dragon opened its mouth and spat out a black sphere several hundred meters in size. The terrifying energy emanating from it made even Lin Yi's expression change slightly. The base damage had already reached 8 million, and with such a massive amplification, the damage would likely exceed 100 million. And this black sphere seemed to have locked onto Lin Yi, forcing him into a corner with no way to retreat, leaving him with no choice but to take it head-on. Fortunately, Lin Yi was well prepared, continuously chanting spells. Dark Shield. This protective spell granted by the Lich's Ring immediately formed an invisible barrier in front of him. Earth Barrier. A thick, earthy yellow shield quickly rose, wrapping Lin Yi layer by layer. Then, Lin Yi cast the Sky Shield. If the first 2 protective barriers could not hold, this third layer of defense could still withstand nearly 80 million damage. Once all 3 shields were ready, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Destruction Sphere. The demon dragon Levica roared, and the black sphere in its mouth was finally fully formed. The demon dragon's blood-red pupils were filled with ferocity, and a black orb of light, driven by a furious will, crushed towards the human before it. Even the earth was rolling, with exaggerated cracks tearing open its surface. Su Yunqi was drawn in by this terrifying commotion, her eyes wide with horror. If it weren't for Lin Yi's unwavering confidence, she would have been unable to resist using a spell scroll to protect him. The lethal strike of the LV-42 Golden Lord monster was terrifying beyond belief. Not to mention silver tier professionals, even gold tier ones would struggle to withstand it, being killed in an instant. Yet Lin Yi remained calm and composed. In that initial moment he was somewhat surprised, but as the black orb of light fully coalesced, he appeared even more steady. With a thunderous boom, the massive black orb instantly engulfed Lin Yi. The deafening explosion echoed for a long time across the purple earth. A powerful shockwave swept out in all directions. Even the distant Blackstone Peak was nearly sheared in half by this force. Zizzizizi, a sharp, piercing sound came, as if the demonic power that corroded everything was eroding the first layer of Lin Yi's shield. Although the black orb had lost some of its power, it still slammed hard against the shield. Can it hold? Su Yunqi couldn't help but feel anxious, silently praying. If it truly couldn't withstand it, they would have to choose to retreat temporarily. However, she wasn't too worried about Lin Yi's safety. A few days of interaction had given her a rough understanding of his character. This guy always acted only when he was completely sure. Even if he really couldn't hold on, he would definitely have a backup plan. The demon dragon roared in jubilation, seemingly believing it had successfully avenged itself. After a long while, the darkness that filled the air slowly dissipated. A bottomless pit suddenly appeared, but it made Su Yunqi's expression brighten, because amidst the ruins, that familiar figure still stood proudly, not a hair out of place. Even the flowing robe remained as graceful as ever. With multiple layers of defense stacked, even such a terrifying energy ball struggled to break through its protective circle. Truly monstrous. No wonder it could astonish the demon dragon. How is this possible? It had to be known that this was its strongest trump card. With this ultimate move, it could easily confront monsters of a higher level. On the other side, a fierce battle intent ignited in Lin Yi's eyes. Finally, after so long, he had encountered a decent opponent. It had almost broken through his shield. But since it hadn't penetrated, it was now your turn to face punishment. My shield regenerates every few seconds, while your black orb clearly doesn't move that fast. A cold smile crept onto Lin Yi's lips as the lich staff in his hand radiated a ghostly blue light. Spinning vortex. A pale blue stream of water extended from the tip of the staff. Rapidly spinning, it formed a terrifying vortex. The demon dragon, which had already suffered wing damage and lost speed, fell into an extremely disadvantageous state once again. It had nearly lost all mobility, moving as slowly as a snail. In short, it was a living target. I hope you can hold on for 5 more seconds. Lin Yi's eyes were filled with killing intent. Having been hit with a major move right off the bat, he was still holding back a surge of energy. Next, it's my time to perform. Let me show you what a spell machine gun looks like. Linny watched the demon dragon struggle madly, and the staff in his hand began to glow. With a full 5 seconds of control time, the demon dragon had completely turned into a live target. Sword of Thunder. Purple lightning quickly gathered, forming a massive sword of thunder. Boom! The thunder sword shot out at an incredible speed, striking the almost immobile demon dragon. With nearly 170 million damage, it was only slightly less than the previous destructive orb. And such a spell was effortless for Linny. In contrast, the demon dragon needed a long time to cast its skills again. Faced with such an attack, the demon dragon had nowhere to escape. It could only summon all its bloodline power, hoping to withstand this wave of assault. However, that was merely a delusion. Boom! The thunder giant sword struck the demon dragon fiercely, producing a deafening roar. Minus 83.69 million. Although it was not as terrifying as the damage dealt to the mother dragon before, it was still quite considerable. Witnessing all this, Su Yunchi was so astonished that her mouth fell open. This man had crossed great realms to battle the purple gold lord monster, yet he could still inflict such astonishing destructive power. He was simply a monster. Su Yunchi's purple eyes were fixed on Lin Yi's back, lost in thought. This was a dangerous signal. When a woman begins to feel curiosity towards a man, it is essentially the beginning of her downfall. Lin Yi, of course, was unaware of this. At this moment, his mind was filled with excitement. The thunder sword exploded on the demon dragon's body, causing high damage while igniting his passion completely. All along, although his own strength had been continuously improving, he had never found a sufficiently powerful opponent. Especially after donning the black dragon robe. Even the same level purple gold lord monsters could not withstand his few attacks. Now, this demon dragon had clearly become the best target. For others, 5 seconds might not seem like much, but for Linny, it was enough to cast 7 or 8 spells. Whip of the Wind God. A whip shadow blowing with azure light instantly lashed out at the demon dragon, which barely defended with its sharp claws. As its speed severely decreased, this had become its only means of defense. Crack! A crisp sound echoed in the air, accompanied by the demon dragon's painful howl. This attack brought yet another wave of astonishing damage, reducing the demon dragon's originally high health of 740 million by more than half. Fear began to spread in its eyes, but it was overshadowed by a raging fury. Lowly human, once your spells start to cool down, I will make you understand what pain truly is. Generally speaking, although mages have strong attack power, their skill cooldown times are often long. As long as they endure the current frenzy of attacks, a turning point in their chances of victory will appear. Unfortunately, Linny was not an ordinary mage. Then just wait and see. The control effect lasted less than 2 seconds, while the time taken to cast a single spell was even less than half a second. Wind Strangulation. Since the two main skills had not yet cooled down, Linny simply chose to unleash another area attack spell. Layers of azure wind blades intertwined and rushed straight towards the demon dragon. Sizzle, sizzle. The effect of this attack exceeded expectations. Because the demon dragon was almost immobilized, its defensive area was quite effective. The sharp wind blades continuously scraped against its scales. Roar! The sky was filled with shattered dragon scales drifting in the wind, and the demon dragon let out a terrifying wail. Minus 47.65 million. Although the total damage was not as high as the previous 2 single target skills, it successfully filled the gap. Meanwhile, a new round of the Thunder Sword was also ready. The power of the max level skill finally showcased itself at this moment. Usually, the monsters Linny encountered could be completely dealt with without him needing to cast his second spell. But now, facing the Thunder Sword's renewed assault, the demon dragon was on the verge of going insane. Such a powerful spell was ready again so quickly. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible, the demon dragon roared. This human must have used some treasure to forcibly shorten the cooldown time. Increasing fear spread in its eyes, although even it itself did not realize this. Minus 81.50 million. Still the Thunder Sword, but the damage was clearly higher. As the scales on the demon dragon were extensively damaged, its magic resistance continued to decline. Just as it let out a sigh of relief, it nearly bulged its eyes in shock. A blue divine whip appeared on the staff in Lin Yi's hand. He then swung it fiercely, causing the demon dragon's heart to tremble in fear. No! How is this possible? The demon dragon exclaimed. Is there really such a powerful mage in this world? Even the son of the god of magic couldn't do this. The demon dragon's body finally began to shake, and even its other claws started to tremble. Crack! In the next moment, the blue divine whip struck the demon dragon's head, producing a crisp sound. If it hadn't turned its head in time to dodge, the demon dragon's fierce eyes would have been blown apart. Although it escaped this calamity, a deep crack still ran from its neck to its back. Minus 110 million. Another devastating blow. Now, the demon dragon had less than 200 million health left, and the swirling vortex had just over a second left. The demon dragon's eyes were filled with horror, and even its overwhelming hatred paled in comparison. The exaggerated damage caused by that spell was astounding. Frosty ice rain. Tiny, bone-chilling raindrops began to fall. When they landed on the severely injured demon dragon, they immediately formed clusters of ice flowers. The remaining scales on its body quickly froze and then shattered. Instantly, the already scarce health of the demon dragon was further reduced. Just as the swirling vortex came to a stop, the demon dragon, which should have immediately retaliated, had the first thought of fleeing. That's right, the dignified LV-42 purple gold demon dragon was actually fleeing in panic before a mere LV-40 human mage. With its 4 wings broken and blood flowing from all over, the demon dragon used its remaining 2 legs to flee desperately. In its heart, Linny had already become the most terrifying monster. Seeing this scene, Su Yunqi's mouth formed a round shape as she rubbed her eyes. She could hardly believe this was real. An LV-42 purple gold demon dragon was actually being beaten by a human? If she told anyone, few would believe it. She looked at Linny and a hint of admiration rose in her eyes. Admiring strength is human nature, and Su Yunqi was no exception. Linny was just too cool. Want to run? Dream on. Lin Yi's eyes revealed a sharp aura. Black Dragon Leap. As soon as he finished speaking, the black dragon boots on his feet suddenly shone with dazzling light. Then, they erupted with powerful thrust. Coupled with the speed boost from the phantom wings and the flying dragon behind him, Lin Yi's speed skyrocketed to a shocking level. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on the demon dragon's back. Facing an unprepared enemy, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. Whip of the wind. With this loud shout, the blue divine whip swung out again. It struck the demon dragon's legs directly, and blood splattered like flowers blooming. The sky was filled with splattered black blood falling to the ground. Minus 110 million. This terrifying damage from the strike directly put the demon dragon into a severely injured state, and fear completely occupied its heart. Lin Yi showed no mercy, not giving his opponent a moment to breathe. Thunder Sword. In an instant, a purple thunder giant sword fell from the sky, piercing the demon dragon's heart. With a tremor, black blood gushed out like a fountain. Minus 99.85 million. Almost 100 million in damage caused the demon dragon to die on the spot. Throughout the battle, aside from the initial devastating light ball that caused Lin Yi a bit of trouble, the demon dragon was basically suppressed the entire time, unable to retaliate at all. At this moment, an excited smile spread across Lin Yi's face. Compared to before entering the abyss, his strength had clearly increased significantly. Not only had he reached the peak of silver, but with the addition of the epic robe, his combat power had multiplied. I wonder if I would have the strength to fight if I encountered a low-level platinum powerhouse now? If given the chance, Lin Yi truly hoped to give it a try. Even if he ultimately couldn't defeat the opponent, the platinum powerhouse shouldn't think about killing him. Kill. LV-42 Purple Gold Lord Monster Demon Dragon. Gain experience plus 3751749 points. The abundant experience made Lin Yi smile even more happily. But what excited him the most were the various colors of light blooming in the air. The drops of equipment, skill books, scrolls, and gems amounted to dozens of types. A quick glance revealed that at least 5 or 6 of them were platinum treasures. Moreover, there was even an epic treasure. It was truly a bountiful harvest. Lin Yi suppressed his excitement and swept the treasures before him into his storage pendant. This was something they had agreed upon earlier. Lin Yi helped Su Yunqi hunt the demon dragon, and all the spoils belonged to him. After all, Su Yunqi's role in this mission was mainly to guide the route. At most, she contributed a few million damage with a few arrows when taking down the mother dragon. Compared to Lin Yi, this was truly insignificant. You two, come over here. Lin Yi called out with a smile. Quickly absorbed the essence of power contained within this demon dragon. Don't let it go to waste. At this moment, Little Gold's already large body swelled even more, almost catching up to the previous mother dragon. Even its light golden body had a hint of black, turning into a majestic black gold color. Oh, it seems Little Gold is not just leveling up. It appears to be evolving? Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt an immense anticipation. After its transformation, Little Gold would definitely be stronger than it was now. After receiving permission, Little Gold let out a joyful roar and then dashed off into the distance. Watching its eager demeanor, Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Su Yunqi beside him also looked at him in surprise. She knew very well that this operation was of great significance to her personally. Taking down 2 powerful demon dragons in succession, one of which was LV-42, was enough for her demon mark to achieve a qualitative leap. Thank you, Lin Yi, Su Yunqi said sincerely, her purple eyes sparkling with gratitude. If it weren't for Lin Yi, she probably wouldn't have been able to deal with that mother dragon, let alone be in such a favorable position now. Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand. Everyone takes what they need, you should go. Alright, I'm going to absorb the power of the demon dragon now, and we'll chat later. Su Yunqi nodded repeatedly and walked towards the corpse of the demon dragon in the distance. Lin Yi then found a large stone to jump onto, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. The rewards from 2 purple gold demon dragons were absolutely astonishing. First was the mother dragon, Urgia, which dropped several precious treasures. Aside from skill books, all equipment below gold was automatically filtered out. Lin Yi was already quite wealthy, to the extent that he even surpassed the 4 great families of Jiangcheng in some respects. Just his set of platinum luxurious equipment would make the four families envious. Not to mention, there were some pieces of equipment he couldn't even use. The first thing that caught his eye was a great sword, with the body of the sword carved with a demon dragon roaring towards the sky. Demon Dragon Greatsword Grade, Platinum Attributes, Strength plus 30,000, Constitution plus 15,000, Ignore Defense plus 15,000, with the attached skill Dragon's Tooth, unleashes the power of the dragon within the sword to charge forward. This powerful greatsword, whether in basic attributes or additional skills, was incredibly tempting. If an ordinary warrior encountered it, their eyes would probably turn red with envy, drooling at the sight. If Linny were to release this great sword, there would definitely be peak golden professionals willing to serve for 10 years just to possess it. This is what they call being extravagantly wealthy. Linny admired it for a while before putting the great sword away. Next, there were 3 pieces of platinum equipment: Shadow Leather Armor, Immortal Totem, and Demon Dragon Shield. Each one was very powerful, but unfortunately, Linny couldn't use any of them. These pieces of equipment would have to be stored for now, to be used for trading with others in the future or to reward subordinates. He didn't pay much attention to these things because the skill book in front of him was enough to make him forget all his dissatisfaction. Silver Flight Skill, Dragon Wings. The previous bronze nether wings had already given Linny exceptional mobility. Now with the dragon wings, it was easy to imagine that Linny's combat power would continue to rise. Without hesitation, Linny reached out and gently tapped the page, instantly learning the skill. The talent effect took effect immediately, and the dragon wings reached max level. Dragon Wings LV40, summon 2 pairs of dragon wings to soar in the sky with no limit on flight height. Flight speed increased by 40 times, cooldown time 10 seconds. Looking at the max level attributes of the dragon wings, Linny couldn't help but laugh wildly in his heart. This was simply too powerful. In comparison, the previous nether wings had become utterly useless. Not only was there no limit to flight height, but as long as he could withstand it, he could fly as high as he wanted. Most importantly, the speed boost had skyrocketed from the original 10 times to 40 times, equivalent to an overall speed increase of 4 times. This meant that Linny could dodge most attacks just by relying on speed. The invisible boost to his strength was even comparable to an increase in mental attributes, adding tens of thousands of points. Dragon Wings. The staff in Linny's hand flickered with a faint black light. Then, with a whoosh, 2 pairs of broad dragon wings suddenly spread out from behind him. They were much more imposing than the previous nether wings, displaying a hint of black and gold. Each pair of wings was 2 meters long, and when fully spread, they could almost envelop Linny entirely. At the same time, they possessed excellent defensive capabilities. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 wings gently flapped, and Linny's figure instantly appeared 100 meters away, without leaving a trace. After the speed increase of 4 times, it was incredibly fast. My goodness, this is hardly different from teleportation over short distances. Linny's eyes were filled with joy. Very good, truly a generous demon dragon. Looking at the mother dragon, Urgia, he smiled again at the last item it dropped. It was a deep blue gem, the size of a dragon's eye, suitable for a mage's exclusive platinum treasure. Source of magic grade, special attribute, magic points plus 1 million, mana. Recovery 0.1% per second, casting cost reduced by 50%. In a sense, this source of magic gem was no less than any epic grade equipment. No wonder it's called the source of magic. With it, I won't have to worry about mana anymore. Linny was sure that even legendary families didn't possess such a rare treasure. Just the first LV40 demon dragon had brought him such great surprises. Linny couldn't help but look forward to what equipment the second LV42 demon dragon would drop. First, there was a black and gold cloak engraved with a demon dragon spiraling in a blood-red sky. Blood-colored demon dragon cloak grade, epic attribute, constitution plus 300,000, defense plus 400,000, magic resistance plus 400,000, with the skill dragon's eye. Can see through all invisible units below epic grade and can mark the target with a death mark, increasing the next attack's damage by 50%. LV42, I estimate I can take it down quickly. Linny said confidently, this trip to the abyss will be enough for me to accumulate enough experience to advance to LV43, or even LV44. Once I participate in the seed selection tournament, I can reach the gold level. Linny stored the blood-colored demon dragon cloak and began checking the remaining platinum-grade equipment. Demon Dragon Gauntlets, Black Flame Heavy Armor, Blood-Colored Blade, Demon Gun. The attributes of these 4 pieces of platinum equipment were quite good, completely comparable to the previously dropped Demon Dragon Greatsword. The last piece was the Platinum Gloves Demon Dragon's Hand. Great, I've finally gathered a full set of platinum equipment. The hand of the Demon Dragon Grade, Platinum Attribute, Defense plus 10,000, Magic Resistance plus 10,000, Health plus 150,000, with the skill Demon Dragon's Claw, can transform into the Demon Dragon's Claw to block incoming attacks. The basic attributes are decent, after all, they don't reach the epic level. But the most important thing is the accompanying skill, Demon Dragon's Claw. This is not an attack skill, but an exceptionally outstanding defense skill. When activated, its protective effect can even rival the Dark Shield on the Lich's ring. In this way, Lin Yi's survival ability has undoubtedly improved significantly. This demon-dragon couple really turned out to be unexpectedly good people. Lin Yi smiled as he turned his gaze to the remaining 2 skill books. Golden Skill Book, Destruction Sphere. Lin Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Oh my, they even dropped this skill? The most impressive thing the demon dragon left him was this Destruction Sphere. Its power is even more terrifying than when he used the Wind God Whip. This golden spell is definitely a rare item, comparable to many exclusive skills of hidden professions. Once I learn this skill, it will definitely surpass the power unleashed by the demon dragon. Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt a glimmer of anticipation in his heart. With his automatic max level talent, he indeed has enough capital to say so. In his hands, any spell skill can surpass its original limits. Lin Yi carefully stored the Destruction Sphere skill book into his storage pendant. These are precious resources that will help him establish a foothold in the future. The other silver skill book is the dark magic spell, Death's Claw. Without any hesitation, Lin Yi immediately began to learn it. The talent kicked in, causing Death's Claw to rise directly to max level. Death's Claw LV40 summons all dark elemental power around to strike the enemy with lightning speed. Deals X480 base mental damage with a continuous corrosion damage of 10 mental attribute points per second. Cooldown time 1.6 seconds. So strong. After reading the skill description, Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim. A full 480 times mental attribute damage. It's even more powerful than the Thunder Sword. Not to mention the continuous corrosion effect added to subsequent attacks. This is definitely a lethal strike. With this new move, Lin Yi has added another powerful trump card. After carefully counting all his gains, Lin Yi felt very good and couldn't help but stretch. Watching his strength increase little by little, this feeling is truly wonderful. At this moment, Lin Yi glanced at Su Yunqi's figure in the distance and felt a sense of relief. If he hadn't encountered this purple-eyed girl back then, even if his combat power was strong, it would have been difficult to find a shortcut to get here. Without a map, relying solely on the Hellhound to explore such a vast abyss is simply unrealistic. My experience pool is about to be full, plus the more than 200 million experience points accumulated using the Wind Spirit Horn. That should be enough to support my leveling needs for a while. And the Demon Butcher title should also be upgraded to platinum level soon. I should be able to achieve this goal today. Lin Yi appeared quite eager for the upcoming changes. Just the golden level title already provides 40% additional damage to demon creatures. By then, this value will probably double, Lin Yi murmured. Right now, I'm practically a demon nemesis. Meanwhile, in the distance, Su Yunqi was radiating a rich black light. Clearly, she was undergoing a transformation. Demon Hunter is also a powerful hidden profession. It's even more exaggerated than my Demon Butcher. Lin Yi felt a bit envious. Hidden professions are indeed much stronger than ordinary ones, whether in attribute growth, profession characteristics, or exclusive skills. If it weren't for his max level talent, he wouldn't even be able to keep up. But speaking of which, once I can be promoted to gold rank, I can use the Arcane Master Job Change Scroll. At that time, not only will I become a hidden class, but I will also be the top existence among hidden classes. Just thinking about how powerful he would be in the future made Lin Yi extremely excited. At that moment, Su Yunqi finally completed her transformation. A black light flowed over her delicate body, adding a touch of allure to her originally stunning beauty. Su Yunqi excitedly opened her eyes, feeling the changes happening within the demon mark, a sensation that made her blood surge. After absorbing the power of 2 demon dragons, she could deal an additional 200% damage to the holy dragon. Lin Yi, thank you so much. Su Yunqi walked up to Lin Yi and expressed her gratitude once again. If Lin Yi were a girl, she would have been unable to resist jumping up to give him a kiss to express her inner joy. Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand, signaling her not to mention it, then continued to gaze into the distance. At this moment, little Jean had also entered a critical period of transformation. Looking at everything before her, Su Yunqi couldn't help but exclaim, the potential of this holy dragon is truly astonishing. It might even be stronger than Zhao Tianqing's fire attribute holy dragon. Hearing this, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and asked, I often hear you mention this person named Zhao Tianqing. Is he a dragon knight? He still didn't know that Zhao Tianqing had already taken the blame for him in the destruction of Black Rock City. Su Yunqi became serious. That's right, he is recognized as the #1 genius in the White Tiger main city. This guy is really powerful, especially since the Zhao family has a deep background, with elders in the family holding important positions in the Elder Council. For someone like him who relies on the Holy Dragon, resources are incredibly important. Therefore, his growth is far more exaggerated than that of ordinary people. Even with the transformation of the demon mark, she didn't dare to say she could definitely defeat Zhao Tianqing. But he is definitely not your match. A hint of admiration was revealed in Su Yunqi's words. Growing to such a level all on his own, Lin Yi was the true peerless genius. Having witnessed Lin Yi kill the demon dragon in its entirety, she had long admired him to the core. Roar! Just as they were speaking, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed throughout the sky. The two turned to look at the source of the sound, and they saw that Little Jean had successfully completed its evolution. Little Jin's current length exceeded 200 meters, perfectly between the sizes of the two previous demon dragons. Its appearance had undergone a tremendous change. The originally light golden body was dyed a more dazzling and domineering dark gold color. Every part of its body, scales, horns, and claws, all shimmered with a strong metallic luster, exuding a sense of overwhelming power. Lin Yi looked at this change with great joy, carefully checking the updated attribute panel. Holy Demon Dragon, Growth Stage, Level, LV40 Lord Monster, Purple Gold, Health 340 million Attack Power 3.25 million Skills, Demon Dragon Bloodline, Demon Dragon Breath, Demon Dragon Devour, Demon Dragon Dread, Demon Dragon Regeneration. After devouring 2 demon dragons, Little Jin's level not only soared to LV40, even its bloodline underwent a transformation. Successfully merging the Demon and Holy Dragon bloodlines, it became the Holy Demon Dragon. Now, it was even stronger than the same level demon dragon, Urgia. With a staggering 340 million health, 3.25 million attack power, and a series of powerful skills. If you factor in the 10% boost from Beast Mastery, it was simply unbelievable. One must say, following in Lin Yi's footsteps, Little Jean was becoming more and more monstrous. At this moment, Su Yunqi's eyes were filled with astonishment. She felt that even now, she might not be able to defeat Little Jean. I'm afraid we'll have to wait until we reach LV40 to have any hope. Lin Yi was quite satisfied with Xiao Jin's transformation as he took Su Yunqi onto the dragon's back. Let's go, we need to make the most of our time leveling up. We only have a little over 2 days, we can't waste it. Su Yunqi nodded obediently. The magic dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky. Its speed more than doubled compared to before. However, soon Lin Yi's brows began to furrow. Su Yunqi quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Yi's expression was serious as he said, "It seems a group of demons is surrounding us." In the distance, the hellhounds had noticed the situation. Could it be that the intelligent demons from the abyss have discovered us? A hint of surprise appeared on Su Yunqi's face. The abyss was filled with a large number of low-intelligence demons, which made up the largest group in the entire abyss. Most of the demons Lin Yi had previously eliminated belonged to this category. In addition, there were also high-intelligence demons that had even formed their own unique civilization. These high-intelligence demons evolved randomly from low-intelligence ones with no discernible pattern. Some elite monsters might suddenly become intelligent, while some golden lord monsters could still be quite empty-headed. It was said that this evolution was closely related to the blood moon of the abyss. Lin Yi nodded. That's right, all the hellhounds I sent out have been discovered by them. According to the last report, these demons even know how to arrange their formations, clearly targeting us. It's probably because we've hunted too many demons these past few days. There was no fear in Lin Yi's eyes. Instead, there was a hint of anticipation. He had just acquired some powerful new skills and treasures. He was quite eager to test his new strength. A mere 1,000 demons dared to come and provoke them. They really didn't know what they were getting into. Su Yunqi's eyes were also filled with excitement. Her previous shock was a reflexive instinct. But she quickly realized, with Lin Yi around, what was there to be afraid of? In the first layer of the abyss, aside from some deeply hidden monsters, Lin Yi could almost be said to walk through it with ease. Moreover, she had just undergone a transformation in her professional skills. She also wanted to feel how much her combat power had increased. Roar! Xiao Jin sensed his master's thoughts and immediately let out a roar towards the distant demons, challenging them. On the distant horizon, a dark mass of demons was flying towards the two. They were surrounded on all sides, firmly locking down their escape route. Among this group of demons were flying demons, evil spirits, and scorpion-tailed demons. Each of their eyes burned with the desire to fight. About half of them were elite monsters, while the other half were lord monsters. Seeing such a terrifying lineup before her, Su Yunqi couldn't help but gasp. But she quickly calmed down, as Lin Yi beside her appeared very composed. Boom! Boom! The sound of the earth shaking grew louder, as if some colossal creature was rapidly approaching. When they finally saw the enormous figure ahead, both of them were stunned. It was a massive, mountain-like fat demon, standing hundreds of meters tall, with a waist nearly 100 meters thick. Its body was covered in dense black fur, resembling a layer of weeds. The layers of fat looked like naturally formed armor. Its eyes were as large as ponds, and the breath it exhaled formed white steam. It carried a giant wolf-tooth club hundreds of meters long on its shoulder, creating an extremely shocking image. Su Yunqi swallowed hard. This is way too big. But deep down, she didn't feel much fear, because Su Yunqi knew that in this terrifying place, as long as she followed in Lin Yi's footsteps, any danger they encountered could be resolved. Giant mountain demon level LV43 Lord Monster, Purple Gold, Health, 1.32 billion Skills, Giant Mountain Bloodline, Giant Mountain Guardian, Fat Armor, Giant Club Swing, Earthquake, Giant Mountain Charge. Su Yunqi widened her eyes, staring at the 1.32 billion health points, her heart sinking instantly. The reason for such a high health pool was closely tied to its massive size and powerful bloodline. This Even if it stands still and lets me shoot, I'd still take forever to whittle it down. Su Yunqi marveled inwardly, finding it even more troublesome than the previous demon dragon. However, Lin Yi seemed unconcerned, even appearing somewhat pleased. The reason was quite simple. Although this giant mountain demon had jaw-dropping health and defense capabilities, its attack power was not particularly impressive. In fact, one could say it was even weaker in this regard than the demon dragon Levica, clearly a typical tank-type lord monster. And this was precisely the type of enemy Lin Yi excelled at dealing with. After all, his spell damage was high, and his cooldowns were short. So next, he just needed to patiently chip away at the opponent's health bit by bit. It's worth noting that the giant mountain demon's attacks were far less destructive than the demon dragon's annihilation orbs. He could even withstand them with the earth barrier without much trouble. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't this just a perfect target for leveling up? Meanwhile, the giant mountain beast across from them roared, "Cunning insects, obey the guidance of the demon prophet. I will capture you back to the Cat Asa tribe for punishment. Stand still and don't resist. Otherwise, I will show you what cruelty truly means." Although the giant mountain demon spoke in a deep voice, it was quite coherent, displaying considerable intelligence. Unlike the low-intelligence demons encountered before, these demons were smarter and stronger. Cat Asa tribe. It is said to have nearly 10,000 high-intelligence demons, along with a powerful demon prophet. Our ancestors warned us never to provoke the demons of the Cat Asa tribe. Su Yunqi slightly tilted her head, educating Lin Yi in a whisper. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Besides this batch, are there more demons in the tribe? It seems our last 2 days in hell won't be too dull after all. After saying this, a fierce flame ignited in his eyes, making Su Yunqi's heart race. You're not thinking. Lin Yi grinned but didn't answer directly. Let's deal with this foolish guy first. At this moment, the giant mountain demon, seeing Lin Yi and Su Yunqi, completely ignored them. 2 beams of black light shot from its enormous pupils, piercing through the void towards the 2 little bugs. The great giant mountain demon is speaking to you. Are you deaf? Lin Yi remained unfazed, and the earth barrier instantly expanded. The black light splashed against the earth barrier, creating only a few ripples before vanishing. Lin Yi had no intention of acknowledging the noisy giant mountain demon before him. He tilted his head towards Su Yunqi and smiled. Get ready to kill. Protect yourself. With so many demons, Su Yunqi naturally had to contribute. Let's take out these smaller ones first. Okay. In an instant, the 2 of them and the dragon sprang into action. Roar! The transformed holy demon dragon, Little Jean, became even more brutal and bloodthirsty. It could no longer contain its frenzied power and wanted to unleash it soared high, spewing black gold dragon breath, and demons fell one after another beneath its breath. Su Yunqi rode atop the Hell Nightmare, and as one of the 5 prodigies of the White Tiger main city, her strength was certainly not to be underestimated. However, due to Lin Yi's presence, she appeared somewhat overshadowed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Black ghostly arrows, imbued with the power of the demon mark, swiftly claimed the lives of the demons. Ordinary elite monsters could not withstand a single arrow from Su Yunqi and were instantly killed. At least she was a genius capable of single-handedly taking on a purple gold lord monster of the same level. Dealing with some elite monsters and ordinary lord monsters was still very easy for her, but the most abnormal one had to be Lin Yi. Suddenly, behind him, 4-winged magic dragons unfurled with a whoosh. Those cool black and gold wings were not only impressive in appearance but also astonishing in speed. Lin Yi, undaunted, charged directly into the most densely populated area of demons with the earth barrier activated. Frost ice rain. An extreme chill erupted from the tip of the lich's staff. Droplets of icy rain fell like dense bullets, landing on the ground. They covered an area of hundreds of meters, approaching 100 demons. Crack, crack. The sound of dense frost freezing echoed across the entire battlefield. Following that was an incredibly crisp explosion sound. The monsters turned into ice sculptures by the ice rain were simply no match for him. -131 million. -129 million. -133 million. A series of damage numbers popped up in front of the naked damage of 136 million from the frost ice rain. Whether elite monsters or lord monsters, they were treated equally. Instant kill. Instant kill. Still instant kill. Killed LV41 ordinary lord monster flying demon, gained experience plus 76,519 points. Killed LV40 elite monster evil demon, gained experience plus 15,375 points. Killed LV41 elite monster saw demon, gained experience plus 27,316 points. The log was crazily refreshing, and the experience from these high intelligence demons was clearly much richer. One wave down, and it was 3 to 4 million experience points. Su Yunqi watched all of this filled with admiration, feeling a significant gap between herself and Lin Yi. At this moment, Lin Yi's experience pool was instantly filled. If Lin Yi had no bottleneck right now, he could instantly reach LV42. However, it wasn't a big problem. With the Horn of the Wind Spirit in hand, the extra experience wouldn't go to waste. Awesome! This is simply exhilarating. Lin Yi felt every pore in his body stretching. These experience points coming to him were truly delightful. And the treasures that dropped all over the ground made him feel even more elated. However, while Lin Yi was enjoying himself, the giant mountain demon was furious. The human in front of him not only completely ignored him but also brazenly killed his subordinates right in front of him, which was simply intolerable. Damn bug, you're asking for death. Giant club strike. As the giant mountain demon shouted nonsense, its enormous body charged fiercely at Lin Yi. Its arm muscles bulged like a mountain. The exaggerated black iron club swung, creating a wind howling sound that made one's scalp tingle. Yet, Lin Yi seemed utterly unafraid. Flying dragon spreads its wings. The already fast speed, enhanced by the dragon wings, surged again, almost like teleportation. The black iron club couldn't even touch Lin Yi, falling far short. Clearly, the dragon wing skill greatly enhanced Lin Yi's combat power. Earth prison. Lin Yi gently raised his staff, and a thick yellow light burst forth. The light instantly covered an area of hundreds of meters. Once again, it harvested the lives of nearly 100 demons, causing his experience points to soar by several million. Lin Yi looked at the furious giant mountain demon in front of him, a teasing smile appearing on his face. Fool, if you have the ability, come chase me, huh? In fact, he had no intention of dealing with this giant mountain demon first. The reason was simple: his demon butcher title was already on the verge of being promoted to platinum. First, he needed to take down these demons to complete the qualitative change of the demon butcher. At that time, the extra damage to demons would surely advance further. Hunting down a lone giant mountain demon would be even more efficient. Saving time was Lin Yi's instinct. Otherwise, the terrifying health of 1.32 billion still made Lin Yi feel a bit of a headache. Considering the various defensive skills of the giant mountain demon, it would take some time to kill it. So, completing the qualitative change of the demon butcher title first was the right path. Wow, wow, wow. Damned humans, I will kill you. The giant mountain demon even began to forget his plan to capture Lin Yi alive. He was so filled with hatred that he just wanted to grind Lin Yi into meat paste. The giant club swung repeatedly, but such clumsy attacks were simply too slow in front of Lin Yi's dragon wings. The speed of the max-level dragon wings allowed Lin Yi to move even faster than many golden melee classes. Only unavoidable attacks would be met with the earth barrier to withstand them. However, the output of the giant mountain demon was nothing compared to the 160 million shield value of the earth barrier. Moreover, if the earth barrier really couldn't hold up, switching to the sky shield would pose no problem at all. It could be said that Lin Yi was least afraid of prolonged battles. Unless someone could kill him in one hit, Lin Yi's resilience would drive his enemies to despair. Generally, the enemies he encountered rarely required him to engage in a prolonged fight. Thus, Lin Yi was like walking a dog, continuously leading the giant mountain demon around while harvesting the lives of demons in waves. The demons fled in fear, but in the face of the dragon wing's incredible speed, they couldn't escape at all. The enraged giant mountain demon roared, chasing after Lin Yi and attacking continuously, yet he couldn't touch Lin Yi at all. Terrifying damage erupted, and each demon was killed in an instant. Kill LV42 Ordinary Lord Monster Flying Demon, gain experience plus 87,532 points. Kill LV40 Elite Monster Evil Demon, gain experience plus 13,592 points. Kill LV41 Elite Monster Scorpion Demon, gain experience plus 25,619 points. The log kept refreshing, and Lin Yi's efficiency was more than 20 or 30 times faster than the combined efforts of Xiao Jin and Su Yunqi. The experience points from the Horn of Wind were rising at a visible speed. By the time all the other demons were slain, the horn, capable of storing 220 million experience points, was filled to 1/5. Over 40 million experience points were enough for Lin Yi to level up to LV43 and still have some left. What excited Lin Yi the most was the transformation of the Demon Butcher title. After slaying all the demons, this golden title finally transformed into Platinum. Demon Butcher, Platinum, Grade, Platinum. Attribute, damage to demons plus 120%. Demons below Purple Lord monsters will be affected by fear, and damage from demons is reduced by 30%. At that moment, Lin Yi felt his strength had once again reached a new level. Looking at the now Platinum Demon Butcher title, Lin Yi was so excited that he could hardly express it. Most importantly, this title allowed him to reduce damage by 30% when attacked by demons. Now, Lin Yi felt he could act even more recklessly. The defense of the earth barrier was already ridiculously strong. Now, with the additional damage reduction, even if he directly withstood the giant mountain demon's full force strike, he could probably handle 4 or 5 hits without issue. Not to mention, when combined with other defensive skills, such as Dark Shield, Sky Shield, and Dragon Claw, the giant mountain demon would be left with nothing but despair. At this moment, Lin Yi was overjoyed. Now, with this Platinum Demon Butcher title, his ambition to annihilate the Cat Asa tribe was suddenly uncontrollable. What demon prophet? Is it strong? Lin Yi sneered and muttered to himself. I just wonder how long it can hold up against a professional killer like me who specializes in slaughtering demons. But right now, the priority is to deal with the giant mountain demon in front of me. At this time, the ground was littered with the corpses of demons. Only the giant mountain demon remained, gasping and roaring. Such a massive body, following Lin Yi's rhythm, was exhausting an incredible amount of stamina. With each breath it took, thick white mist sprayed out from its nostrils. Moreover, beneath its originally dark skin, blood-red stripes began to faintly emerge. Little bug, even if you kill all the demons, what good will it do? Can you escape for a lifetime? In the distance, Su Yunxi and Xiao Jin did not step forward to help. Lin Yi wanted to test the damage after the demon butcher's transformation. At this moment, having dealt with all the demons, Lin Yi clearly would not waste any more time playing house with the giant mountain demon. I want to see just how thick your 1.32 billion health really is. As soon as he finished speaking, the tip of the lich's staff began to flicker with an exceptionally strong black light. This energy, filled with the aura of death, made it difficult for Su Yunxi, even from a distance, to breathe. Is this a new spell? She thought in surprise. This guy has hidden so many powerful tricks, truly unfathomable. The black energy gradually gathered, forming layer upon layer of thick black mist in the air, almost tangible. In the blink of an eye, the black mist took shape, and a terrifying black claw appeared above the giant mountain demon's head. Claw of death. Upon seeing this, the giant mountain demon's expression changed drastically. Giant mountain guardian. A strong sense of crisis enveloped him, and the giant mountain demon activated his strongest defensive skill. Put. The black claw, accompanied by a terrifying corrosive sound, fiercely clawed at the giant mountain demon. The clear sound of flesh being pierced echoed in all directions, and continuous damage notifications popped up. With Lin Yi's current mental attribute of 390,000, the raw damage of the Claw of Death was over 120 million. Adding the 120% bonus from the platinum title, that amounted to a terrifying 270 million. What a horrifying effect! Even with the giant mountain demon's defensive skill and magic resistance reducing more than half of the damage, it was still enough to exceed 100 million. Now that was truly formidable. If the demon butcher's title hadn't transformed, Lin Yi's strike would have only dealt tens of millions in damage. It was nowhere near as satisfying as it was now. Refreshing. Lin Yi was indeed very happy. Su Yunxi, however, was already so shocked that she couldn't speak. Lin Yi always brought her endless astonishment, as if the power hidden within him had no limits. This monster, he has become stronger again. Su Yunxi was well aware that in the previous battle against the demon dragon, whose defense was far inferior to the giant mountain demon, Lin Yi hadn't dealt such terrifying damage. And now, with one strike against the giant mountain demon, he had actually caused 120 million in damage. Wouldn't that mean nearly 200 million against the demon dragon? Could he kill a demon dragon in just 4 attacks? At this thought, her lips parted slightly and she gasped. This rate of growth was just too exaggerated. While others slowly improved step by step, Lin Yi was rapidly leaping over one step after another. This was an entirely different concept. Zizizizi. The terrifying dark corrosion continued. Minus 2.15 million. Minus 2.15 million. Minus 2.15 million. Every second, terrifying damage erupted from the giant mountain demon. It almost made Su Yunxi doubt whether the giant mountain demon in front of her was real. She couldn't help but shoot an arrow. Demon meteor arrow. The black arrow shot through the air like a meteor, incredibly fast, and instantly pierced the giant mountain demon's arm. Minus 680,000. Looking at her damage that didn't even break a million, Su Yunxi was speechless. The damage she dealt was even lower than the corrosive damage caused by Lin Yi's spells. Her mindset collapsed. This was too unfair. It wasn't that the giant mountain demon was weak, but rather that Lin Yi was a freak, far surpassing a normal silver-class professional. Even a gold-class professional probably wouldn't be this abnormal. Su Yunxi's mindset crumbled, but Lin Yi was naturally unaware. At this moment, he was enjoying the battle more and more. The giant mountain demon before him was just a thick-blooded target for him to ravage at will. It seemed to have a lot of health, but in reality, it posed less of a threat to Lin Yi than the previous demon dragon. With spells raining down, almost all of them dealt damage exceeding 100 million. Dark sky. Darkness instantly enveloped the abyssal land, shrouding even the massive body of the giant mountain demon. Both resistances were reduced by 20%, and vision was decreased by 50%, making the giant mountain demon even more uncomfortable. It had completely become a living target. Not only that, the continuous damage caused by the dark sky could stack with the corrosive damage from the Claw of Death. Minus 10 million. Minus 10 million. Minus 10 million. Even with its staggering 1.32 billion health points, it couldn't withstand such an onslaught. Moreover, Lin Yi would not give it any time to catch its breath. Ha! The giant mountain demon unleashed all its power, throwing a black iron rod that smashed heavily against Lin Yi's shield. Crack! The earth barrier faintly heard the sound of cracking, yet it still stood firm against this heavy blow. The demon butcher title played a crucial role in reducing damage by 30%. TSK, out of tricks, huh? Linny remained unfazed. In 2 seconds, the earth barrier would recover to its peak state. And what about you? You've thrown away your weapon, and it's not just about taking hits. Wind God Whip. The Azure Wind God Whip lashed out fiercely, tearing apart the folds of the giant mountain demon's black skin, causing a disgusting black-brown pus-like liquid to ooze out. Minus 140 million. The damage from the Wind God Whip was undoubtedly the highest, especially since the giant mountain demon had its resistances reduced by the dark sky. The damage it took was even more exaggerated. At this moment, the giant mountain demon's health had dropped below 400 million. From an original 1.32 billion health points, it had lost 70% in just a short while. Su Yunqi's gaze was distant. Ever since she tested that arrow earlier, she had completely given up on the idea of attacking. After all her efforts, she still couldn't match the damage caused by Lin Yi's passive attacks. Honestly, gaining experience without causing trouble was her place. She looked at Lin Yi, and unknowingly, her focus shifted from damage to his looks. So handsome. Su Yunqi suddenly woke up, her face slightly flushed. No way, Su Yunqi, are you also infatuated? She quickly averted her gaze, her heart racing like a startled deer. Thunder Sword. The massive Thunder Sword, following Lin Yi's intent, transformed into a 100-meter giant sword, slashing towards the giant mountain demon's arm. The control of a max-level spell was unmatched by anyone else. Roar. Accompanied by the giant mountain demon's painful roar, the Thunder Giant Sword struck down, severing a massive arm at the root. As the battle progressed, the giant mountain demon's condition worsened, and Lin Yi finally seized the opportunity. The giant mountain demon was also ruthless. Grabbing its severed arm, it swung it fiercely at Lin Yi. It was no less formidable than the previous black iron rod. Boom! Immediately after, there was a loud explosion. The black severed arm exploded, showering the area with a sky of black pus. With a nauseating corrosive aura, it enveloped Lin Yi. This was the giant mountain demon's true killing move. Severed limb explosion. However, it was also a skill that harmed itself as much as it harmed the enemy. Facing such a terrifying skill, Lin Yi smirked, his expression unchanged. Demon Dragon Claw. Dark Shield. Lin Yi's demon dragon gloves radiated light, and the black demon dragon claw extended from the void. It then closed, firmly protecting Lin Yi within. The dark shield followed closely, and behind it was the earth barrier. If that wasn't enough, the sky shield was ready at any moment. Lin Yi looked incredibly relaxed. Compared to the previous demon dragon's destruction sphere, this skill was still somewhat inferior. It was just the black pus that was even more disgusting. Lin Yi's gaze turned cold. Disgusting thing, hurry up and die. Looking at the giant mountain demon covered in black pus, with even some disgusting bugs crawling all over it, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel revulsion. Wind God Whip. The azure light erupting from the Lich's staff became the final killing blow. The Wind God Whip lashed through the air, striking fiercely on the giant mountain demon's head in its terrified gaze. Bang! It was like a whip striking a watermelon, instantly shattering it. Black brain matter, brown blood, and white shattered bones were scattered all over the ground, the stench overwhelming. Minus 180 million. The terrifying damage exploded, and the light in the giant mountain demon's eyes gradually faded. Kill LV43 Purple Gold Lord Monster Giant Mountain Demon. Gain experience plus 4,513,692 points. The incredibly rich experience made Lin Yi beam with joy. What excited him even more was the radiant glow all around, especially the most dazzling light among them. Epic. Once again, an epic treasure. Lin Yi was overjoyed, never expecting his luck to be this good. Without hesitation, he used his magical hand to wrap around and collect all the treasures into his pendant. This area had already been completely tainted by the giant mountain demon's corpse, the foul air suffocating. Even Xiao Jin was unwilling to approach the body, let alone devour it. Let's change locations first. Lin Yi stepped onto Xiao Jin's back and smiled at Su Yunqi. Today's harvest was truly bountiful. Just from the experience gained, it was a solid 50 to 60 million. This was enough for Lin Yi to level up to LV43 and beyond. At this moment, there wasn't much time left before the blood moon gathered again. The two of them decided to follow the map's direction and head towards the Kadesa tribe. Lin Yi smiled at Su Yunqi and said, "How about we go all out for the last 2 days? Destroy the Kadesa tribe. The rewards would definitely be richer than this leisurely hunting of demons." Su Yunqi was taken aback. Although she had suspected it before, when Lin Yi actually proposed this suggestion, her heart couldn't help but surge with waves of excitement. But soon, a flush appeared on her fair and delicate face. "Alright, let's do it." The thought of annihilating a demon tribe was exhilarating. After all, the gains from this trip to the abyss had already far exceeded Su Yunqi's expectations. Not only had her level reached LV38, but she had also hunted 2 demon dragons. This greatly enhanced her demon mark and other exclusive skills. Now, she was completely confident in ranking among the top among the 5 great prodigies. Even against Dragon Knight Zhao Tianqing, she dared to fight. Moreover, the worst outcome of failure would merely be an early exit from the abyss. With the various treasures prepared by the Su family, encountering danger wouldn't be a problem. And with such a powerful Lin Yi by her side, perhaps they could really annihilate the Cat Asa tribe? I can provide spell scrolls. I still have 10 platinum level 1s and 1 epic level 1. According to the Su family's intelligence records, demon tribes like this one have powerful magical shields to block the blood moon, so we must break through them to kill our way in. Su Yanxi didn't want to just tag along for experience. After all, they had originally agreed to only help hunt the demon dragons. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up instantly. What a rich person. He only had 1 epic spell scroll, the Roar of the Wind. Alright, then we'll go meet the Cat Asa tribe tomorrow. Destroying the Cat Asa tribe would almost conclude this trip to the abyss. After all, the seed selection competition was about to begin soon. Both of them were not the type to dawdle. Once they made up their minds, they began discussing plans. A tribe with nearly 10,000 high intelligence demons certainly couldn't be casually invaded. Soon, they finalized their plan, and the holy demon dragon Xiaojin flew swiftly. The distance to the Cat Asa tribe was not short. Along the way, they hunted demons and earned 2 to 3 million experience points. If it had been before, they would have been delighted. However, after experiencing the massive tens of millions of experience points from the giant mountain demon, it felt somewhat bland. This made them even more eager for the upcoming trip to the Cat Asa tribe, which would definitely be another feast of experience points. Time passed, and the blood moon finally gathered again. The two of them rushed into a nearby obsidian cave just as the blood moon converged. At this moment, Lin Yi finally had the opportunity to take stock of the various treasures dropped by the giant mountain demon. First, there was that epic treasure, a mountain-shaped crystal stone shimmering with a dark brown glow. This was the crystal of the giant mountain. It could help one comprehend a brand new powerful skill. Crystal of the giant mountain. Grade, epic attribute, can allow a practitioner to comprehend the next tier of skills, based on existing abilities, up to a maximum of platinum level. Note, the crystal of the giant mountain has the highest compatibility with earth attributes, making it most likely to comprehend powerful skills. After reading the description, Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp. If he used this treasure now, he could comprehend a powerful golden skill based on his current spells. If he waited until the golden stage to use it, he might unlock an even higher platinum skill. It truly is a formidable treasure. However, Lin Yi found himself in a dilemma. Using it now would grant him a more advanced golden skill immediately. This would give him a greater advantage when he later wiped out the Cat Asa tribe. He would also have a solid chance in the seed selection competition. Even the golden promotion trial task would be much easier. But if he waited to use it until after reaching golden, he could comprehend an astonishing platinum skill then. This would be a tremendous boost to his combat power. Both choices had their pros and cons, but before long, Lin Yi had made up his mind. Having tangible benefits in hand was far better than mere daydreaming. Moreover, once he successfully advanced to a golden powerhouse, the resources he could obtain would only get better. It was decided. Lin Yi activated the crystal of the giant mountain without hesitation. As for which spell to use as a reference for comprehension, it was naturally the earth barrier. This earth attribute protective shield was clearly more compatible. It was most likely to yield a powerful defensive spell. Lin Yi's output was already sufficient. Instead, it was his defensive capabilities that needed to rely on the skills attached to several pieces of equipment for supplementation. Any output was based on the foundation of his survival. If the shield was strong enough, he could ignore all damage. Lin Yi would show everyone what a true spell machine gun looked like. Buzz! The crystal of the giant mountain in Lin Yi's hand emitted streams of black light, instantly flooding into his mind. The spell mark symbolizing the earth barrier exploded in an instant. In that moment, an unprecedented inspiration erupted. Countless earth elements cheered, and a new spell mark gradually formed. Golden skill, Earth Guardian. The talent activated automatically, and the Earth Guardian instantly reached max level. Lin Yi eagerly looked at this golden defensive spell. Earth Guardian LV50 can summon earth elements to cover designated targets and areas, capable of withstanding damage of mental X 1000, cooldown time 1.4 seconds. Hiss. Looking at the outrageous attributes of Earth Guardian, Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp. With his current mental attribute, he could withstand 390 million damage. Not only that, the strongest aspect of Earth Guardian was its coverage area. It could easily envelop an area as large as a football field. Moreover, unlike the Earth Barrier, where the defensive capability decreased as the coverage area increased, this spell was practically a small-scale barrier. Lin Yi's eyes were filled with joy. Now that he had the Earth Guardian, he was even more confident in wiping out the Cat Asa tribe. Lin Yi took a deep breath, allowing his excited heart to gradually calm down, and then looked at the next treasure. It was a yellow shield, covered in sharp barbs. It looked exceptionally heavy, as if it were a massive door panel. Combining both attack and defense, it was clearly a top-tier equipment custom-made for shield warriors. Giant Mountain Shield level, Platinum attribute, Strength plus 30,000, Constitution plus 30,000, damage reduction by 20%, and comes with the skill Giant Mountain Guardian, summons the power within the shield to form a barrier. TSK, this is definitely the super ultimate shield that shield warriors dream of. Unfortunately, Lin Yi couldn't really make use of it. The next few pieces of equipment were the Giant Mountain Greatsword, Giant Mountain Armor, and Giant Mountain Belt, but almost all of them could only be used by melee classes. The attributes of the Giant Mountain Belt are quite impressive, even slightly stronger than Lin Yi's Flying Dragon Belt. However, the 100% flight speed boost and the crucial skill Flying Dragon Wings make it irreplaceable, unless something significantly better comes along. Additionally, 2 skill books dropped: Giant Mountain Block, exclusive to Shield Warriors, and Giant Mountain Amplification, usable by all professions, both of which are golden skill books. As levels increase, obtaining such items becomes increasingly difficult. Typically, one only has the chance to acquire them when defeating Purple Gold Lord monsters. This skill can enhance physical attributes. A bit more health is always good, Lin Yi said with a hint of joy in his eyes. After all, having more skills is never a burden. Soon, the inventory of treasures dropped by the Giant Mountain Magic Explosion was completed. The biggest gain was the acquisition of the golden skill, Earth Guardian. Moreover, the Earth barrier had not disappeared. It can be said that Lin Yi's defensive capabilities have increased several times over. The Abyss is truly a wonderful place. Now, Lin Yi's storage pendant was piled high with various equipment, treasures, and skill books. A rough count showed they were in the thousands. Since entering the Abyss, he had hunted at least tens of thousands of demons, most of which were elite monsters, in addition to the gains from the dungeon earlier. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Yi's wealth has already surpassed that of the 4 great families of Jiang City. For the 4 great families to produce platinum equipment, they still need to consider a few things. But now, the platinum equipment that Lin Yi doesn't need is already approaching 20 pieces. If one were to count the epic and platinum equipment on him, he would be an absolute tycoon. If these pieces of equipment were sold, they wouldn't even be measurable in Huaxia coins. According to Su Yunxi, Huaxia is currently planning to implement a new currency to facilitate transactions and prevent currency collapse. Once successful, the Huaxia coin will be used by ordinary people and low-tier professionals. This new currency will be exclusive to high-tier professionals. However, it is still in the trial phase, and it is said that various families want to get a piece of the pie. But this is not a field Lin Yi can participate in for now. His only goal at the moment is to increase his strength. I must secure first place in the seed selection competition. The subsequent national fortune secret realm is crucial, and it might be the key to my rise. A glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. After that, I will fully focus on advancing to a golden professional and transition to an arcane mage. At that time, I will definitely be able to look down on all platinum professionals. I might even be able to arm wrestle with diamond-level powerhouses. Then I can start preparing to enter the blood-killing tower. I need to figure out what my faceless father is really like so I can give my mother an explanation. With this thought, Lin Yi turned his gaze to Su Yunxi. Do you know how to quickly become an outer killer of the blood-killing tower? Lin Yi had previously learned that becoming an outer killer of the blood-killing tower involved various assessments. Blood-killing tower? Su Yunxi was slightly taken aback, then suddenly realized, you want to become an outer killer of the blood-killing tower to earn resources, right? This was a natural connection to make. Lin Yi had no background and did not wish to be constrained. Therefore, becoming an outer killer of the blood-killing tower was indeed a good choice. The blood-killing tower has extensive intelligence networks, and completing tasks can yield rich rewards. Lin Yi nodded slightly, not revealing his true intentions. After all, this matter was of great importance. With the fool's mist in play, as long as he didn't speak, no one could guess. Su Yunxi spoke cheerfully. Then you really asked the right person. The blood-killing tower is indeed a massive organization, spanning the 5 main cities, with branches everywhere. Many families have connections with them, even allowing their family members to become outer killers for training. Because outer killers have no restrictions. Let me tell you quietly, tasks like assassinating important figures from the Sakura Nation and Eagle Sauce Nation are all completed by peripheral assassins. If you want to quickly become a peripheral assassin of the Bloodkill Tower, all you need is the Bloodkill Order. As she spoke, Su Yunxi took out a blood-red diamond-shaped token from her storage equipment, engraved with the words Bloodkill. Here, it's for you. With this token, you can directly become a peripheral assassin at the Bloodkill Tower branch in the White Tiger main city. Lin Yi hesitated. What about you? This token must not be easy to obtain, and he didn't want to owe anyone a favor for nothing. Su Yunxi smiled slightly, her purple eyes incredibly captivating, completely shedding the cold demeanor she had when they first met. I'll just get another one from my family later. You helped me a lot this time in the Abyss, so I want to thank you. Just accept it. Lin Yi, not wanting to be overly polite, nodded and accepted the Bloodkill Order, feeling a bit more grateful towards Su Yunxi. By the way, I heard that besides peripheral assassins, the Blood Kill Tower also has its own cultivated direct assassins? Su Yunshi gently nodded. That's right, I remember that direct assassins are divided into 3 types. The Shadow Leopard, which specializes in intelligence, the Blood-Toothed Tiger, which specializes in assassination, and the Flying Dragon, which specializes in exploring secret realms. However, their direct assassins are all trained from a young age. They are controlled by different factions within the Blood Kill Tower. Lin Yi's spirit suddenly jolted. This information was crucial. As long as he knew who was behind the Blood-Toothed Tiger, he could very likely trace back to the true mastermind. At that moment, a surge of excitement welled up in Lin Yi's heart, though he did not show it. Su Yunshi continued speaking. Generally, the direct assassins of the Blood Kill Tower are not part of the same system as the peripheral assassins, but there are some rare tasks that they execute together. Even some outstanding peripheral assassins can be promoted to direct assassins, but that's quite difficult. In any case, if you join the Blood Kill Tower later, you'll have the chance to interact with them. Lin Yi nodded. I understand. Thank you, Su Yunshi. Su Yunshi playfully wrinkled her nose. Hey, we've fought side by side for so many days. Why are you still being so formal? Just call me Yunshi. If the people of White Tiger Main City knew that the cold goddess Su Yunshi was being so proactive, they would surely be dumbfounded. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback, then smiled. Then I'll call you Yunshi from now on. You're a few days older than me, so I'll call you Brother Lin. Su Yunshi's eyes curved like crescent moons, clearly in a very good mood. She didn't know why, but she felt very relaxed and comfortable around Lin Yi, without any pressure at all. Lin Yi also smiled lightly, feeling quite fond of Su Yunshi. Unconsciously, the distance between them had closed significantly. After chatting for a while, they tacitly stopped and entered a resting phase. The slight smile at the corners of Su Yunshi's mouth revealed her joy. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. The blood moon scattered again, and the two opened their eyes simultaneously, as if they were in sync. Let's go! They exchanged smiles and set off towards the distance. The abyss was vast and boundless, with countless demons lurking within. But it was known that in this nearby area, the Cat Asa tribe was the absolute overlord. Any demon that awakened its intelligence would be guided to the Cat Asa tribe to undergo a ceremony and become a member of the tribe. Su Yunshi looked serious. Brother Lin, according to the intelligence from the Su family, the demon prophet is now very likely a LV-45 or even LV-46 purple gold lord monster. The tribe has nearly 10,000 intelligent demons, and there are definitely not a few lord monsters among them, so we need to be careful. Lin Yi gently nodded, a fighting spirit surging in his eyes. The stronger, the better. Let the Cat Asa tribe draw a perfect conclusion to this journey into the abyss. Lin Yi's heart burned with passion as he rode the holy demon dragon, Little Gold, racing forward. After traversing an unknown distance, a massive blood-red shield gradually emerged on the distant horizon. The enormous blood-red shield seemed to have suddenly erupted from the ground, perfectly merging with the abyssal earth. It was said that this shield was a gift of wisdom from the demon god, a protection granted to the wise demons. It could withstand the erosion of the blood moon, allowing them to avoid hiding in the obsidian caves. As long as they remained within the area covered by this shield, they would be safe even under the blood moon's gaze. This should be the Cat Asa tribe, right? Lin Yi activated his elven eye, taking in everything in the distance. The area covered by the shield was at least comparable to Blackrock City, if not even more expansive. However, the situation inside the shield was unclear. He could only occasionally catch glimpses of a few demons coming and going. Su Yunshi nodded and said, "That's right, this is the Cat Asa tribe. According to our family's records, this shield is a protective barrier granted by the demon god. Only epic-level power can break it." Faced with such a powerful tribe housing nearly 10,000 demons, Su Yunshi knew that every step had to be taken with utmost caution. She then took out 3 platinum spell scrolls and 1 epic spell scroll from her storage equipment and handed them to Lin Yi. You have more abundant mana, so it's most suitable for you to activate the epic spell. This way, we have a chance to break the shield. But she frowned and continued, however, the current problem is how we can approach the shield without being detected by them. If we are interrupted during the casting process, the consequences will be severe. Epic spells are not to be trifled with. As Lin Yi took the scrolls, he returned the platinum scrolls, keeping only the epic one. The platinum scrolls would only cause trouble, and their power was at most slightly stronger than Lin Yi's spells. As for the epic spell scroll, it contained a fiery meteor spell. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have a way." After clearing the outer city of the dungeon, he had received a reward from the world will, and the invisibility stone was just what he needed. Relax, don't resist. Lin Yi's gentle voice rang out as he lightly touched her arm, beginning to draw out the power of the invisibility stone. Soon, waves of magical energy quickly enveloped the two of them. Buzz. After a slight vibration, the two of them and the dragon instantly entered a layer of space. Another epic treasure. How many epic treasures does Lin Yi have? Could it be that he has other hidden forces behind? Him? Su Yunqi felt an immense curiosity, but this was Lin Yi's privacy, so she didn't ask further. When she felt Lin Yi holding her wrist, her heart raced a few beats and a faint sweetness quietly arose. Little Gold, stop above that shield. Lin Yi held the epic scroll in his hand, ready to activate it at any moment. Soon, Little Gold darted through the layer of space and flew above the Cat Asa tribe. Observing closely, he could clearly see the scene in the gathering area below. Every day, a large number of demons returned to their nests to rest or fought each other. The allowed skirmishes were among their few pleasures. Lin Yi sneered, and the vast mana within him began to surge into the fiery meteor scroll. Cat Asa tribe, the arena. A gaunt demon dressed in a long black robe sat on a 100-meter-high throne made of obsidian, looking down below. As the highest leader of the tribe, the demon prophet enjoyed many privileges. At this moment he was eagerly watching a fierce battle below. A four-armed demon wielding scythes was on the verge of severing the scorpion-tailed creature, the transparent crystal scorpion tail. The surrounding demons roared and cheered, their voices rolling like thunder. Tailoi! Tailoi! The frenzied cheers further ignited the enthusiasm of the evil demon. The scythe in his hand danced rapidly, transforming into a black whirlwind that the scorpion-tailed monster could not withstand. With a muffled thud, a claw covered in blood viciously grabbed the scorpion's tail. Without mercy, he tore it apart. Immediately following, the evil demon, seizing the advantage, delivered two swift slashes that directly severed the scorpion-tailed monster's head. The crowd erupted in excitement. Guldong, Guldong. In front of all his kin, Tai Luoi actually tilted his head back and drank the black demonic blood from the scorpion-tailed monster's skull in one gulp. Tai Luoi, Tai Luoi. The surrounding demons were even more exhilarated, their cheers echoing through the skies. Beside them, the demon prophet, witnessing this scene, smiled and clapped his hands. He turned to the flying demon next to him and remarked, Tai Luoi is indeed a young demon, with great potential, worthy of our careful cultivation. The flying demon respectfully replied, all thanks to the prophet's discerning eye. I believe that soon he will become a fierce general under your banner. Just as the two were conversing, the prophet suddenly furrowed his brow. Giant Mountain should have gone out yesterday, why hasn't he returned yet? Upon hearing this, the flying demon was momentarily taken aback, then explained he might have been delayed on the way. After all, he took 1/5 of the tribe's elite with him. I don't think they should run into any trouble. However, an ominous premonition lingered in the demon prophet's heart. Almost at that moment, a powerful aura emanated from the distance, shaking the protective shield violently. The demon prophet abruptly raised his head, his expression changing drastically. Not good, it's an epic level spell. Flame Meteor. At the same time, Lin Yi felt 1,000,000 mana points evaporate instantly within him. Not everyone could casually use spell scrolls. The higher the level of the scroll, the more mana it required. Generally speaking, only golden class professionals had enough mana to use epic level spell scrolls. But Lin Yi, however, found it effortless. His mana had already reached over 3 million, far exceeding that of ordinary people. He saw an incredibly dense gathering of fire elements. The already blood-red sky became even more crimson. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs, resembling meteors, continuously appeared, covering the entire Cat Asa tribe. Lin Yi and Su Yunqi were both in awe, witnessing an epic spell from such a close distance. Especially since Lin Yi was the one casting it, the experience was even more profound. Rumble. The flame meteors struck the blood-colored shield, producing a violent tremor. Wave after wave, the blood-colored shield showed visible cracks at an alarming rate. It was like a complete piece of glass suddenly shattering under a heavy blow. Bang! An incredibly crisp sound resonated through the sky. The blood-colored shield, granted by the demon god, was instantly obliterated. Everything beneath their feet became clear before their eyes, perfectly matching the terrified expressions of the demons. A strong killing intent flickered in Lin Yi's eyes, without a hint of hesitation. Kill! As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon wings behind Lin Yi unfurled instantly, detaching from Xiao Jin's back. Meanwhile, Su Yunqi directly knocked an arrow, preparing to coordinate with Xiao Jin. This was a plan the two had discussed long ago. Lin Yi would fight alone, while Su Yunqi and Xiao Jin would work together, maximizing their efficiency. Frosty ice rain. Taking advantage of the demon's complete lack of reaction, Lin Yi showed no mercy as he looked down at the demons in the arena. His eyes were filled with excitement. This was all experience points. Ice-cold raindrops fell steadily, covering an area of several hundred meters. Due to the crowd watching the arena, many demons were shoulder to shoulder. The density of the demons was far greater than when they had previously formed battle lines. Crack, crack. Almost instantly, 400 to 500 demons turned into ice sculptures, shattering into pieces. Kill LV40 Elite Monster Evil Demon, gained experience plus 3,154 points. Kill LV40 Lord Monster Evil Demon Captain, gained experience plus 31,542 points. Kill LV41 Elite Monster Flying Demon, gained experience plus 25,172 points. Kill LV42 Elite Monster Evil Demon. Gained experience plus 29,527 points. The log bar suddenly went crazy. With over 3 million experience points, it was simply exhilarating. At this moment, the shattered ice sculptures of demons finally woke the demons up, who then scattered in fear. Wind Strangulation. The second spell struck again. The raging bladestorm was like layers of swirling knives catching up to the fleeing demons. After all, it was only a fraction of a second. No matter how they tried to escape, they wouldn't spread out too much. Instantly, nearly 400 demons fell, and another wave of millions of experience points was obtained. This densely packed demon arena was simply a paradise for Lin Yi. Just casting a spell could take away hundreds of demons. On the other side, Su Yunxi and Xiao Jin's cooperation was also quite good. Although not as glorious as Lin Yi's achievements, they had still killed nearly 70 to 80 demons after 2 waves. The rich rewards from their sudden ambush were simply maddening. In just a few seconds, they gained experience points that others would need 10 days or half a month to possibly obtain. Earth Prison. Lin Yi's third spell struck again, but this time it did not achieve the desired effect. Under the coverage of the Earth Prison, layers of black mist continuously condensed, completely eroding the giant hand made of earth elements and the earth spikes. Magic Dispel. A voice filled with immense anger came from afar. Lin Yi looked closely and saw a thin demon wrapped in a black robe leaping towards him like lightning. The magic that had just dispelled his earth prison was indeed cast by the demon prophet before him. Damn human, demon butcher, you dare to run rampant in the Cat Asa tribe. It's the demon prophet. Lin Yi understood in his heart and looked at the attributes of the demon prophet. Demon prophet. Level, LV45 Lord Monster, Purple Gold, Health 1.12 billion Skills, Prophet's Shield, Magic Immunity, Magic Dispel, Dragon Flame, Black Light Spear, Death Beam, Teleportation. Looking at the attributes of the demon prophet, Lin Yi's spirit shook. Goodness, if it weren't for the golden skill Earth Guardian obtained from the Earth Barrier, this is really a bit difficult to fight. Su Yunxi was also a bit nervous. Although she was prepared, she couldn't help but feel her heart race upon seeing the powerful attributes of the demon prophet. However, in a battle of this level, she couldn't be of much help. She could only try to take Xiao Jin and kill more other demons to help Lin Yi share the pressure. Demon Butcher. The demon prophet's eyes were filled with rage. I smell the scent of the giant mountain demon on you. It seemed that the giant mountain demon and those 1,000 elite demons had been completely wiped out. Lin Yi smiled slightly and said, "You mean that stinky big guy?" "Yes, I did kill him." His nonchalant words instantly made the demon prophet even angrier. "I will make you pay an incredibly heavy price. I will extract your soul and bury it beneath every tile in the Cat Asa tribe, letting you be trampled by demons every day. With your hands stained with demon blood, Butcher, you will be cursed by demons." The demon butcher before him was very strong, but there were many demons on his side, so he wasn't afraid of not being able to kill him. Demons kept rushing in from all directions, overwhelming him. Even though Lin Yi had previously slain over 1,000, there were still 8 or 9,000 powerful demons left. The strength of these demons should not be underestimated. Fortunately, the speed of the dragon wing gave Lin Yi ample room to maneuver. "Then I will wait and see." As soon as the words fell, a burst of dazzling silver light erupted from Lin Yi's staff. Frost Ice Rain. By the time he finished speaking, the skill had already cooled down again. In the furious gaze of the demon prophet, terrifying icy raindrops poured down once more. Instantly, hundreds of demons were killed in seconds. In fact, even more than before. With the arrival of the demon prophet, the other demons seemed to trust him enough. They densely surrounded Lin Yi again, giving him room to maneuver. Scatter. Seeing this scene, the demon prophet roared in anger. Upon hearing the demon prophet's furious roar, the surrounding demons immediately scattered in panic. The spell Lin Yi cast was simply too terrifying. No ordinary demon could withstand it. The horrifying damage value reached over 100 million, even Golden Lord monsters could not endure it. As for the other demons, they were destined to be killed in an instant. Wind Strangulation. Lin Yi naturally would not let this excellent opportunity slip by, immediately unleashing another area attack spell. A violent storm of razor-sharp winds swept through, lifting countless demons and shredding them into meat paste and blood. The originally green storm was instantly stained with bright red blood, creating an exceptionally horrifying scene. Lin Yi's log was updating frantically. The experience points from the wise demons were incredibly rich. After these 2 waves of battle, over 1,000 demons perished at Lin Yi's hands. He instantly gained 6 to 7 million experience points. The experience pool of the Wind Spirit Horn was also rapidly increasing at a visible rate. "Damn humans, daring to ignore me!" The demon prophet, without holding a staff, extended his bony hand from his black robe, grasping at the void. Strange demonic whispers echoed above the arena. This ancient incantation, unlike human magic, was cast at an extremely fast speed. Dragon Flame. Black flames erupted from the demon prophet's hands. In an instant, they gathered into a dragon made of black fire. Roar. This black flame dragon let out a deafening roar. It then charged straight at Lin Yi, the air filled with scorching heat. Facing this Seeing Lin Yi's expression became more serious, yet he showed no fear. The golden spell he had just learned, Earth Guardian, gave him immense confidence. Boom! In an instant, the black flames completely engulfed Lin Yi's figure. In the distance, Su Yunxi, who was closely watching the battle, felt a sudden tightness in her chest. Although she had confidence in Lin Yi, she couldn't help but worry upon seeing such a shocking sight. The demons cheered at this scene. Prophet! Prophet! However, this joy did not last long. As the sea of black flames gradually receded, a golden shield appeared before all the demons, perfectly protecting Lin Yi. Not only was the defense of Earth Guardian intact, but even the general shield showed no signs of damage. The 30% damage reduction effect brought by the platinum title Demon Butcher was also significant. How is this possible? The once confident demon prophet was stunned, and the demons behind him were equally astonished. Seeing this change, the stone in Su Yunxi's heart finally fell. She began to work more freely with Xiao Jin to deal with the remaining demons. The synergy between the human and the dragon was exceptional. Their combat power was incredibly strong, practically unstoppable. Feeling the still solid Earth Guardian, Lin Yi revealed a proud smile. You can't even break my defense? Then it's my turn to attack. Dark Canopy. The lich staff in his hand emitted a faint glow. Immediately, a large area of black mist rapidly spread out, covering hundreds of meters of space around. Lin Yi decided to first eliminate the demon prophet in front of him. After that, the remaining demons would just be moving experience points. Ziz. Under the dark canopy, the damage reached 30 million per second, something that ordinary people could not withstand. Suddenly, dozens of demons caught off guard were instantly killed by this terrifying attack. Even their bodies vanished into nothingness within the black mist. The remaining demons quickly retreated, their eyes filled with fear. Very good, now no one will disturb us, Lin Yi said coldly, looking at the demon prophet across from him. That last strike had filled Lin Yi with confidence in his own strength. Without the help of other demons, the demon prophet before him would definitely not be able to break through his Earth Guardian. Even if he managed to force a breakthrough, he would surely be too weak to continue attacking. Sensing the other party's intentions, the demon prophet's expression changed drastically, but he had no time to think of a counter-strategy. Lin Yi immediately cast a spell without hesitation. Thunder. Sword. A massive sword crackling with arcs of lightning appeared out of thin air, flying towards the demon prophet at incredible speed. With a 120% damage bonus from the demon butcher, the direct damage of this thunder sword reached an astonishing 260 million. Prophet's shield. In a moment of desperation, the demon prophet quickly raised a dull gray protective barrier. Strange runes appeared on it, releasing an unfathomable aura. But this was far from comparable to Lin Yi's max-level Earth Guardian. Boom! The thunder sword, carrying terrifying power, instantly shattered the prophet's shield. Although the residual force only caused 10 million damage, it was not a big deal. Lin Yi had plenty of spells left. His expression remained unchanged, and in less than half a second, another spell took shape. Whip of the Wind God. The azure whip of the Wind God lashed out fiercely, striking the demon prophet. Minus 170 million. The terrifying damage erupted, and the demon prophet's face instantly turned pale. Without the prophet's shield, relying solely on magical immunity was not enough to negate all the damage. This attack directly took away nearly 1/6 of the demon prophet's health. The demon prophet's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was also quite decisive, seizing the moment when his magic dispel was off cooldown to strike again. This time, the target was the dark canopy. After just a brief exchange, he realized he was no match for the human mage before him. Whoosh! The black mist enveloping the entire blood-red Colosseum suddenly dispersed at a visible speed. The demon prophet roared madly, "All demons, heed my command, kill with me." He couldn't break through the human shield alone, so what about the attacks of thousands of demons? He didn't believe the human before him was that strong. In an instant, all the demons entered a frenzied state. Without the interference of the dark canopy, the demons charged fearlessly towards Lin Yi. Some demons even began to throw ranged skills directly. Death Beam. The demon prophet's face twisted with rage as his withered hands conjured a black beam of light, shooting towards Lin Yi. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi's expression changed. With so many demons plus the demon prophet, even his Earth Guardian would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. Dragon's Flight. The skill attached to the dragon belt was activated, and the already incredibly fast dragon wings moved even faster, almost leaving no afterimage. Lin Yi abandoned his plan to continue attacking and focused on dodging the incoming damage. In an instant, he teleported to avoid the greatest threat, the Death Beam. As for the remaining demons' attacks, he dodged as much as possible. Bang bang bang. Venom, spears, black fireballs, all were inconspicuous skills, some of which couldn't even break through Lin Yi's magic resistance. But little by little, they still managed to inflict considerable damage. Lin Yi's Earth Guardian suddenly burst into golden fragments with a loud bang. Before the demons could react with surprise, Lin Yi was already prepared, casting the Earth Barrier on himself again. Although it wasn't as powerful as the Earth Guardian, a shield value of 160 million was still quite formidable. 1 second. 2 seconds. Linny remained incredibly calm, waiting for the cooldown of the dark canopy. Alright, looking. At the increasingly dense gathering of demons, Linny smirked coldly and said, I'm waiting for my skill cooldown. What are you waiting for? Waiting to die? As he spoke, the Lich's staff erupted once again with an incredibly brilliant black light. The familiar black mist instantly enveloped the entire arena. Ziz! The terrifying sound of corrosion echoed continuously, and the demons let out screams. Minus 29.71 million. Minus 26.53 million. Minus 28.69 million. Terrifying damage. Appeared every second. Elite demon monsters were almost instantly killed, and ordinary lord monsters met the same fate. Only some high-level lord monsters had a chance to survive for a second before breaking through the black mist. The demon prophet widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, how is this possible? Why is your spell cooldown so short? His original plan was good, to use magic to disperse the dark mist and then let the demons swarm in, but reality was harsh. As Linny was a complete freak, such a powerful dark canopy had a cooldown of only 2 seconds. This was simply absurd. Linny sneered, how is it impossible? There are even more impossible things. Now, with only 2 left to fight, he had to seize the time to take down the demon prophet in front of him. Claw of Death. Black light gathered on the Lich's staff, and black claws formed instantly, fiercely clawing at the demon prophet. Without the prophet's shield, he could only rely on magical immunity to withstand it. But Lin Yi's spells were not so easy to resist. Minus 150 million. Another burst of over 100 million damage. The title of Demon Butcher allowed Lin Yi to deal damage to demons that was far beyond what a silver mage should be capable of. Even a peak golden mage wouldn't be this freakish. Not only that, the corrosive damage from the Claw of Death, along with the dark canopy, assaulted the demon prophet's body. Minus 14.5 million. Minus 14.5 million. Minus 14.5 million. Every second, astonishing damage erupted from the demon prophet. The demon prophet had tried to counterattack, but it was utterly useless. Whether it was the flame of the magic dragon, the beam of death, or the spear of black light, none could break through Lin Yi's Earth Guardian. And even if they barely broke through, Lin Yi could easily transition with the Earth Barrier. Sword of Thunder. Whip of the Wind God. Claw of Death. 3 powerful silver single-target spells were used in succession. The demon prophet's health was visibly dropping at an alarming rate, and in an instant, it was already below 300 million. Finally, the magic dispel cooldown was complete. The demon prophet couldn't wait to use this skill to disperse the dark canopy before him. His last hope was the other demons from the Kadesa tribe. He could only hope that Lin Yi wouldn't be able to cast a third dark canopy in a short time. Dark canopy. However, when the familiar black mist enveloped them again, the demons dropped their weapons and lost the lives of over 1,000 demons. The demon prophet was utterly despairing. Human, the great demon god will watch over you. You, the demon butcher. The demon god will not spare you. The demon prophet, furious, could only resort to empty threats. Lin Yi scoffed, demon god? If he has the guts, let him come to the main world and find me. Sword of Thunder. The terrifying giant sword struck, and the demon prophet's head was instantly shattered by the thunder. The brown brain matter was just beginning to rise when it was instantly evaporated by the lightning. Minus 180 million. The horrific damage completely emptied the demon prophet's health. With a bang, the sky exploded with light. A massive explosion. Lin Yi's eyes filled with immense surprise. He saw 2 epic glows alone. Not to mention the pile of platinum treasures, there were even several skill books. Absolute jackpot. Lin Yi suppressed his excitement and swept away the spoils in front of him. Now was not the time to count his gains. He then turned his gaze to the surrounding demons. As the dark sky dissipated, the demons finally saw the situation in the arena clearly. The headless corpse of the demon prophet lay there, still fresh. The prophet is dead. The prophet was killed by this human. Avenge the prophet. The demons shouted their slogans with thunderous voices, but their actual actions were disgraceful. One by one, they scrambled to escape, hoping that someone else would confront this powerful human. Lin Yi slightly curled his lips. Not a single one of you is getting away. This was all his experience. Points. Dark barrier. The gem at the tip of the Lich's staff in his hand emitted a strong black light. A wide barrier instantly rose, enveloping the entire Kadesa tribe. The demons became trapped like fish in a barrel. Some demons, in terror, attacked the dark barrier before them, but the barrier was incredibly thick and could not be broken in a short time. Let's fight. We'll take on this monster. It was particularly comical for a group of demons known for their brutality. To say this, the demon's eyes turned blood red, fully entering a desperate state. However, in the face of absolute power, desperation was nothing but a joke. Dark sky. Lin Yi didn't even need other skills. The dense, corrosive black mist spread out from him in an instant. Previously, he had to deal with the demon prophet, but now he had the time to spare. The demons before him could not escape the coverage of the black mist. Minus 35.69 million. Minus 33.47 million. Minus 31.23 million. Terrifying damage erupted, and the demons were all killed in an instant. Even those with thicker health could only last a few more seconds. Aside from the demon prophet, the other demons were nothing but rotten fish and shrimp in Lin Yi's eyes. Su Yunxi, on the side, had long since entered a state of stupor. After all the hard work she and little Jean had put in, they were still no match for Lin Yi, who casually waved his hand. It was truly disheartening. When the last demon's scream faded away, the Cat Asa tribe was completely annihilated, leaving only a scene of devastation on the battlefield. At this moment, the once bustling Cat Asa tribe had become silent. Only the abyssal earth remained, with the occasional sound of the wind howling. The blood of the demons pooled like a river, dripping from all around. Most of the corpses lay sprawled on the blood-soaked arena, resembling a scene from a hellish battlefield. However, Lin Yi's expression showed no signs of fluctuation. Humans and monsters were natural enemies. When they met, it was either you kill me or I kill you. If he were weak, it would be him lying on the ground. Little Jean, go start your feast, Lin Yi said with a smile, looking at little Jean, who could no longer contain himself. With nearly 10,000 demon corpses, it might just help. Little Jean successfully crossed the threshold of LV41 or even reach LV42. Roar! Little Jean excitedly roared and began to devour the flesh and blood around him. Lin Yi took a deep breath and began to tally his gains. Su Yunxi consciously spread out in the Cat Asa tribe, looking for anything worth noting. After organizing everything she could report back to her family, this was a legacy passed down through generations. The abyssal area map that Su Yunxi had earlier was collected step by step by the ancestors of the Su family after entering the abyss. Lin Yi didn't pay much attention to this, as he wouldn't be returning to the first layer of the abyss. Even if he entered the abyss again, it would likely be the lower layers. At this moment, he first opened the horn of the wind spirit and glanced at the experience points inside. 160 million. This made Lin Yi's breath quicken instantly. It could be said that even without any other gains, just this terrifying amount of experience points made the trip worthwhile. Plus, with the 22 million experience stored in his experience pool, that made a total of 180 million. To level up from LV41 to LV42 required 20 million experience points. LV44 to LV45 required 50 million experience points. This meant that once Lin Yi advanced to a golden profession, just relying on this accumulated experience points, he could directly level up to LV45, and there was even a surplus of 20 million experience. Once the seed ranking tournament is over, I'll immediately work on advancing to gold. As for completing the trial task to become a gold professional right now, it was unrealistic due to the lack of time. If he happened to get stuck in some secret realm for 10 days or half a month and the seed ranking tournament ended, it would truly be a situation of tears without a cry. Lin Yi took a deep breath and laid out the treasures dropped by the demon prophet and several other powerful lord monsters in front of him. Various colors of light flickered, especially the 2 epic treasures and a few skill books. Lin Yi, who had just adjusted his mood, couldn't help but feel excited again. It was an absolute jackpot. He reached out and picked up the first epic treasure, which was a brown parchment scroll. It felt very soft to the touch, engraved with ancient runes. Just a glance made Lin Yi freeze on the spot. Hidden Profession Prophet Transfer Scroll Grade, Epic Attributes. After use, one can transfer to the Hidden Profession of Prophet and anyone can use it. This was actually a transfer scroll for a hidden profession. Prophet. Most importantly, there were no requirements. This meant that even an ordinary person could use it. Lin Yi's eyes lit up with ecstasy. The first thing that came to his mind was not himself, but his mother. This had always been a source of worry for him. If one day he gained endless life but his mother aged and passed away, that would be the greatest regret. And now, the method to become a professional was right in front of him. As long as Yang Mei used the scroll, she could immediately become a hidden profession prophet. As for the subsequent level and realm improvements, Lin Yi could think of ways to handle that later. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh, feeling happier than ever before. This was even more comfortable than receiving a legendary piece of equipment. As for transferring himself, that would be pure waste. After all, Lin Yi had a god-level Archmage transfer scroll, which was much stronger than the prophet profession. Moreover, he was about to advance to a gold professional, and at that time he would be able to use it successfully. Lin Yi carefully stored it away before looking at another epic treasure. It was a black ring glowing with a ghostly light, featuring a grotesque demon skull with a faint blood glow emanating from within the skull. Ring of the Prophet Grade, Epic Attributes, Spirit plus 200,000, Mana plus 2 million, with the additional skill Prophetic Tracking. By activating the power of the Prophet within the ring, one can perform prophetic tracking on a target using a medium, with the target's level not exceeding epic. Requirements: LV45 and above, 200,000 Spirit Attribute boost for Mage-type professions, which was even more exaggerated than the Black Dragon robe, and the accompanying skill, Prophetic Tracking, was truly formidable. With a simple medium, one could initiate prophetic tracking on a target. It could even track down scattered information about epic creatures, which was the most terrifying aspect. It seems that the prophet profession is quite powerful. In the future, I can help my mother level up and it might have a miraculous effect at a critical moment. Linny couldn't help but think. Although he couldn't equip the ring of the prophet for now, it wasn't a big deal. As long as he advanced to gold, his level would immediately soar to LV45. By then, he would naturally be able to equip it. As for the several pieces of equipment that followed, they were all platinum grade. Moreover, most of them could be used by mages. Staff of the prophet grade, platinum attributes, spirit plus 100,000, ignore defense plus 50,000, with additional effect spirit attribute plus 20% and the accompanying skill shield of the prophet, can form a shield that envelopes the entire body, resisting incoming damage. Requirements, LV45 and above, mage-type profession. This staff was undoubtedly much better than Lin Yi's lich staff. A full 100,000 spirit boost was no less than low-level epic equipment. However, the level requirement was also LV45, but Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry. Previously he had signed a contract with Su Yunqi, promising to take her to hunt the demon dragon and level up in exchange for an epic staff. If the epic staff turned out to be useful for him at that time, he wouldn't need the prophet's staff anymore. The remaining pieces of equipment were all similar. The basic requirement was above LV43, which intensified Lin Yi's desire to advance to gold rank. There was only one piece of equipment that caught Lin Yi's eye. Prophet's boots grade, epic attributes, agility plus 20,000, spirit plus 20,000, with the skill teleportation, teleport 500 meters in any direction, cooldown time 20 seconds, requirement, LV40 or above, mage class. This pair of seemingly ordinary mage boots truly surprised Lin Yi. The substantial 20,000 spirit boost brought Lin Yi's spirit attribute to an astonishing 280,000. If he included the Lich's staff and the silver halo, that would be a total of 420,000. Undoubtedly, Lin Yi's strength had risen once again. What excited him even more was the accompanying skill, teleportation. Although the 20-second cooldown was far from his max-level skills, it was still quite useful. Immediately, Lin Yi replaced his black dragon battle boots. After checking his equipment, Lin Yi began to tally his skill books. 2 golden skill books and 1 silver skill book, all usable by mages. The golden skill books were Dragon Flame and Death Beam. These were powerful skills used by the demon prophet, and he never expected to obtain them all. The silver skill book was the Black Flame Shield, another shield skill. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. A life-saving skill could never be too many. He stored the 2 golden skill books and clapped his hands, instantly learning the Black Flame Shield. His talent activated automatically, and the Black Flame Shield reached max level. Black Flame Shield LV40 forms a black flame around the body for protection, creating a black flame mark inside. That triggers automatically upon receiving an attack. Can withstand damage equal to Spirit X380, while dealing continuous damage of Spirit X20 to targets that touch the black flame, with a cooldown of 1.6 seconds. A smile couldn't help but curve at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. A very powerful skill. The key point was that the Black Flame Shield could trigger automatically upon taking damage. If he were to be ambushed by an assassin without any defenses, he wouldn't fall into a passive situation. Moreover, the Black Flame Shield could also counterattack. With Lin Yi's current terrifying spirit strength of 420,000, the continuous damage could reach a horrifying 8.4 million. Newly promoted gold rankers might not be able to withstand that. Then, Lin Yi couldn't help but stretch, his eyes filled with joy. Promote to gold rank, then switch to Arcane Mage. Once I equip a few more epic items and learn the several golden spells I already have, my strength will surely increase by dozens of times. So far, if he counted the epic staff promised by Su Yunqi, along with the blood-colored dragon cloak that had dropped earlier and the prophet's ring, Lin Yi had a total of 3 epic items. As for golden skills, he had 4 in total: Destruction Sphere, Dragon Flame, Death Beam, and Mountain Amplification. Once he learned them all, Lin Yi's strength could only be described as monstrous. I still have more than a day to stay in the abyss. I can't waste it. This is a leveling paradise. I must earn at least 10 million experience points. After eliminating the Cat Asa tribe, he could only continue to sweep through the low-intelligence demons in the abyss. But they were still much better than the monsters outside. Lin Yi looked around, but Su Yunqi's figure had disappeared. He didn't think much of it. After all, the Cat Asa tribe was quite large. There were many buildings, already showing signs of remarkable civilization far beyond those primitive low-intelligence demons. At this moment, the holy demon dragon, Little Jean, was happily devouring the surrounding demon blood. Hoo. As the giant mouth of the little golden dragon opened wide, a terrifying suction created a white vortex, pulling everything around it inside. Countless demon flesh and blood were continuously devoured and digested, causing the little golden dragon's aura to surge rapidly. Roar! The little golden dragon howled to the sky, its form expanding continuously. What was originally a body close to 200 meters suddenly surpassed 300 meters and continued to grow. Roar! With the last bit of demon flesh completely consumed, the little golden dragon let out an incredibly comfortable roar. Under the blood moon, the black golden dragon's wings spread wide, blocking out the sun, exuding an imposing presence. The little golden dragon successfully transitioned from its growth phase to its juvenile phase. Linny couldn't wait to open the little golden dragon's attribute panel. Holy Demon Dragon, Juvenile. Phase, Level, LV42 Lord Monster, Purple Gold, Health 1.12 billion Attack 8.78 million Skills, Dragon Bloodline, Dragon Breath, Dragon Devour, Dragon Dread, Dragon Regeneration. After reading this formidable attribute, Lin Yi's eyes were filled with excitement, but then a hint of regret followed. Unfortunately, after the little golden dragon advanced to LV42, the attribute bonus from the Black Iron level Beast Mastery skill is completely useless. It seems I need to find an even more powerful Beast Master skill when I get the chance. Nevertheless, the little golden dragon's strength still far exceeded expectations. Even Su Yunqi might not be able to defeat the current little golden dragon, even with the enhancement of the demon mark. By the way, where did Yunqi go? Just as he was thinking this, Su Yunqi's urgent voice suddenly echoed from a nearby building. Lin Gu, come quickly. Hearing Su Yunqi's call, Lin Yi looked up. A church-like building came into view. It was entirely black, with an unknown demon demigod statue atop it. It seemed to be staring back at him, giving off a somewhat evil and mysterious vibe. He had been too focused on slaughtering demons earlier to notice the buildings around. Now, upon closer inspection, Lin Yi's heart tightened. He almost thought that Su Yunqi had encountered a hidden demon attack or some unknown crisis. The wings of the dragon behind him instantly unfurled, and with the speed of a flying dragon, Lin Yi crossed a distance of 1,000 meters in just a few breaths, diving into the building. Inside the black church, it was exceptionally spacious, with no extra buildings in sight. The imagined crisis scene did not appear. Su Yunqi was standing there perfectly fine, though. Her face was filled with shock. Lin Yi asked in confusion, Yunqi, what's wrong? Su Yunqi turned her head, the shock still clearly visible in her purple eyes. Lin Gu, look at that. Following Su Yunqi's pointing finger, Lin Yi's pupils instantly constricted. A demon statue towering hundreds of meters stood there, with 6 wings sprouting from its back, 4 horns atop its head, and a tail full of barbs. Especially striking were the crimson bloodlights in its eyes. It looked as if it were about to come to life, evoking a sense of fear. This was also the reason for Su Yunqi's shocked exclamation. Suddenly, a faint blood-red glow began to gather from all directions, converging into the blood eyes of the demon statue, making those eyes appear even more animated. It seemed as if it would spread its wings and soar at any moment. Hiss! Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp, a look of caution appearing in his eyes. This statue gave him an extremely ominous feeling, even a sense of impending disaster. Su Yunqi furrowed her brows tightly, worriedly saying, Lin Gu, this statue is not simple. I suspect that we have killed too many demons, disturbing the deities of the Cat Asa tribe. Lin Yi nodded, his thoughts aligning closely with Su Yunqi's. The situation before them indeed resembled the scene of a deity descending with a manifestation of faith. It was said that 100 years ago, when the game and the real world merged, the deities had wanted to descend into this realm and turn all its beings into followers. But they ultimately found that the world's will was too terrifyingly suppressive. Therefore, they could only send down manifestations of faith. Once, some small nations were enslaved and brainwashed by deities, praying day and night together. The power of faith. However, with the emergence of legendary and even demigod beings among the practitioners of Blue Star, this situation has never occurred again, because they would be besieged by the demigods. The cost of a deity descending with a manifestation of faith is enormous, and the losses after being destroyed would be extremely severe. If the benefits do not meet the costs, naturally, they would not do it again. So, 100 years later, it is basically impossible to see the arrival of a deity's manifestation of faith. The current 5 nations are much stronger than they were 100 years ago. If a deity does not come in person, they would suffer a great loss. And now, Lin Yi and his companion unexpectedly encountered a certain demon god, a descending manifestation of faith in the first layer of the abyss. Su Yunqi suggested, how about we return to the main world? Although the two could still stay in the abyss world for another day and a half. Returning like this would undoubtedly waste this opportunity. However, there was no choice when facing a deity. Even if it was just a manifestation of faith, the two would have no chance of winning. No matter how confident Su Yunqi was in Lin Yi, she felt uncertain at this moment. Lin Yi was somewhat silent, unwilling to retreat back to the main world so easily. The blood light in the demon statue's eyes gradually intensified, and the sense of crisis became even more pronounced. Suddenly, Lin Yi's heart shook, and a crazy idea began to rise. Yunqi, if I remember correctly, the deity's descending manifestation of faith can be interrupted, right? Su Yunqi's delicate body trembled violently, her pink lips slightly parted in astonishment. Brother Lin, you can't be thinking of. It was too crazy. A mere silver practitioner actually dared to strike at a deity? But for some reason, an extreme excitement surged from the depths of her heart, even making her fair face turn crimson. That's right. To think that just because the manifestation of faith hasn't descended yet, they want us to leave in such a disheveled manner, it's simply a dream. The key is, the deity cannot descend for no reason. Since they are spending such a great cost to descend, it must not be just to eliminate us. So there is only one possibility: there is a treasure here that the deity also needs to pay attention to. A hint of fervor appeared in Lin Yi's eyes and his heart began to race. So what if it's a deity? Interrupt your descent and you are nothing. If you have the guts, come to the main world and then let you die without a burial place. As for whether they would be hunted down after the worlds completely merged, Lin Yi had thought about it too. But by then, Lin Yi's strength might not even fear a deity. What's there to be afraid of? Let's do it. Lin Yi steeled his heart, and the holy demon dragon that had just been stored in the beast Master Space was immediately summoned. As long as the attacks caused are sufficient to destroy the faith medium in front of them, then the deity cannot descend with a manifestation. Su Yunqi also shouted, then let's give it a try. Without hesitation, the two sprang into action without any delay. Immediately, the two and the dragon launched a fierce attack on the demon statue before them. Sword of Thunder, Dragon's Breath, Demon Explosive Arrow. In an instant, various fierce attacks surged towards the demon statue ahead. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed. The once surging bloodlight of the demon suddenly stagnated, showing signs of instability. And on the statue, black fragments began to fall. -120 million, -25.79 million, -6.72 million. 3 damage values erupted in succession, revealing the demon statue's health, or rather, its durability. It had a whopping 100 billion. Effective. Lin Yi and Su Yunqi's eyes lit up, both feeling each other's surprise. Although the statue's durability was exaggerated, the fact that they could deal damage was good enough. If it's effective, keep going. Without a doubt, Lin Yi was the absolute main force. Not only because Lin Yi's damage was high, but also because his spell cooldown time was extremely short. After Su Yunqi used her skills, she could only rely on normal attacks and wait for cooldowns. However, Lin Yi's spells continued to come one after another, showing no signs of stopping. The combined damage from Su Yunqi and Xiao Jin seemed to be only 1/5 or even 1/4 of Lin Yi's. But in reality, it might not even reach 1/10. Dark Canopy. In this prolonged battle, the effect of the Dark Canopy was surprisingly good. Small accumulations could lead to considerable damage. Sword of Thunder, Whip of the Wind, Claw of Death. There was no need to cast other area damage spells. After releasing these 3 single target spells, the first spell would cool down just in time. This created a perfect spell loop. Lin Yi had completely transformed into a human cannon, and facing such a live target was even more terrifying than a platinum mage. Su Yunqi watched in astonishment. This scene was simply too exaggerated. Damage in the hundreds of millions erupted one after another. While she was casting one skill, Lin Yi had already unleashed 3 or more. And while she waited for her skill to cool down, Lin Yi continued to bombard relentlessly. She further witnessed Lin Yi's monstrous strength. Su Yunqi was filled with admiration. Big brother Lin is definitely the #1 prodigy of the White Tiger main city. Zhao Tianqing isn't even worthy to carry big brother Lin's shoes. The durability of the demon statue began to drop at a visibly rapid pace. 100 billion, 95 billion, 90 billion. Every 30 seconds or so, it would lose about 5 billion health. The vast majority of this was due to Lin Yi's efforts. In just 5 or 6 minutes, the durability of the demon statue had dropped to around 50 billion. The demon statue before them was continuously shedding fragments. The originally evil and imposing tall statue had not only lost 3 of its 6 wings but also the barbs on its demon tail had lost their luster. The descent of the demon god was being obstructed, and the bloodlight in the demon statue's eyes kept trying to condense but was repeatedly shattered by Lin Yi's spells. Be careful. With his attention highly focused, Lin Yi instantly noticed the abnormal movement of the demon statue. He saw that the blood-red eyes suddenly shot out beams of bloodlight, sweeping towards him and Su Yunqi. Lin Yi's expression changed slightly. Earth Guardian. A pale golden rune barrier instantly enveloped both of them and the dragon, resisting the invasion of the bloodlight. Zizzizizi. The sound of corrosion echoed, making onlookers' hearts race. Without the premise of the descent of the Faith Avatar, casting power from several layers of the abyss incurred too much cost. It was weakened by at least 10,000 times, if not more. Therefore, in the end, it was completely blocked by Lin Yi's Earth Guardian. Lin Yi sneered, "Oh, are you getting anxious?" The first few layers of the abyss were just like the main world. Divine beings could not descend. The closer one got to the front layers, the harder it became to descend, and the demon god had no way to do anything. If this is all you can do, then you're bound to get anxious. Lin Yi's lips curled up as he began to unleash even more ferocious spells. Damage in the hundreds of millions erupted continuously. Apart from the few minutes of bloodlight earlier, the demon statue had fallen completely silent, passively taking hits. It was likely that upon seeing Lin Yi's Earth Guardian refreshing in less than 2 seconds, it realized it was hopeless. After all, casting power from such a distance caused severe faith loss for the demon god. If it continued to release, it would only vent its anger without achieving anything, leading to even greater losses. Divine beings had lived for countless years and naturally knew how to calculate this. Lin Yi's lips curled slightly. So boring. Is this how you stop resisting? If he had any awe towards the gods before, after this encounter, he saw them as nothing more than slightly stronger monsters. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of ambition. One day, even the gods will bow before me. Su Yunshi's purple eyes sparkled as she watched the astonishing scene of Lin Yi bombarding the demon statue. The waves in her heart were no less than those in Lin Yi's. Brother Lin, you're so handsome. No girl could resist this scene. The allure was deadly. Su Yunshi's heart raced, and her face felt a bit flushed. After stealing a glance at Lin Yi, she dared not continue and could only focus on shooting arrows at the demon statue in front of her. Although the damage she caused was far less than Lin Yi's, it still added up to a considerable amount. 30 billion, 20 billion, 10 billion. Soon, amidst such a barrage, the demon statue's durability had dropped below 1 billion. From 100 billion down to 1 billion, no silver tier practitioner could achieve that. But Lin Yi did. At that moment, the bloodlight in the demon statue's eyes suddenly shone brightly. The originally silent statue actually spoke. Human, I am the demon god Riscaro, and I remember you. Take good care of the things in your hands. After the world merges, I will come to find you. The seemingly calm words, however, conveyed an immense anger that Lin Yi could feel. The suppressed rage was palpable, even a fool could sense it. Lin Yi was undaunted by the threat from a deity across from him. His reaction was to raise his middle finger defiantly. If you have the guts, come in your true form, I'll take you down too. In just over 20 days since awakening, he had already gained such formidable strength. By the time the world truly merged, he might even be a god himself. There were countless demon gods in the abyss, and this one before him might just be a lowly minor god. What was there to fear? The audacity of threatening a deity made Su Yunshi instinctively hold her breath. Very well. You are very good. The demon god Riscaro was utterly enraged. But Lin Yi did not give him another chance to speak. Thunder Sword, Wind God Whip, Death Claw, Human. The familiar spell combo was unleashed 3 times before the demon god could finish his threat. The already wobbling demon statue completely collapsed. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying explosion, the massive statue shattered into countless fragments. Even the entire black church began to tremble, with debris falling from the ceiling. Lin Yi, shield raised, scooped up Su Yunshi and shot up towards the sky. Rumble! The booming sounds continued, and the once mighty black church was instantly reduced to ruins. Lin Yi couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement, feeling an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Not only had he intercepted a demon god's faith avatar, but he had also defiantly raised his middle finger. The feeling was indescribably satisfying. Brother Lin, can you put me down now? Su Yunshi's weak voice sounded, held in Lin Yi's arms. Her face had turned beet red, even her purple eyes seemed to glisten with moisture. This was her first intimate contact with a male, and she felt some strange reactions within her body, leaving her puzzled. She even couldn't help but squeeze her legs together. Oh, okay. Lin Yi didn't think much of it, and with the wings of the demon dragon behind him, he gently landed on the ruins of the church and set Su Yunshi down. Su Yunshi's pretty face was flushed, and she quickly changed the subject. Brother Lin, it seems there's a light flickering over there. Lin Yi turned to look, and an immense sense of anticipation rose in his heart. What treasure could make the demon god go to such lengths to send down a faith avatar? What could it be? Among the rubble of the black church, too, black lights were flickering amidst the debris. They were items that had exploded out of the demon statue. Lin Yi had previously speculated that the demon god was so eager to descend, it couldn't just be for revenge against a small tribe's followers. If every tribe did that, the demon god would be too cheap. So, Lin Yi had realized at that moment, it must be the Cat Asa tribe that possessed something the demon god needed. This was also a crucial reason that solidified Lin Yi's determination, and now, he had bet right. Brother Lin, this time it's mainly your effort. These 2 items should belong to you. If it weren't for Lin Yi, there was no way Su Yunshi could have worn down that exaggerated 100 billion durability value, even if she fought to the death. That was simply not something a silver tier professional could achieve. Just recalling the process from earlier still sent a thrill through her. Being able to participate in intercepting the descent of a divine avatar, Su Yunshi was already very satisfied. I can show off to that girl Han Bing later. Does she really think she can surpass me? Hee. A smile crept into her heart. The enchanting assassin Xiao Hanbing, one of the 5 prodigies of the White Tiger main city, the 2 were good friends. Due to Xiao Hanbing being an assassin-type professional, during their occasional sparring, she would often have the upper hand, subtly putting Su Yunshi at a disadvantage. But now, after meeting Lin Yi, Su Yunshi's level had already risen to LV40. Her class-specific skills had also evolved, and if they were to face off again, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. At that time, I will definitely make that girl drop her jaw in surprise. With that thought, Su Yunshi's eyes sparkled with delight. She felt increasingly grateful for meeting Lin Yi during her journey in the abyss, otherwise, how could she have made such great progress? Seeing Su Yunshi consciously step aside, Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. If the 2 items were something Su Yunshi needed, he wasn't the type to be stingy. After all, when breaking the barrier of the Kadesa tribe, Su Yunchi had contributed an epic spell scroll, which was of great value. Whoosh! The giant magical hand swept away the rubble, revealing two black beams of light that instantly showed their true forms. A pair of black wings and a small demon statue. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi was taken aback. First, he looked at the black metallic wings, which were engraved with demonic patterns emanating in arcane power. Demon Wings Grade, Special Attributes, Strength plus 20,000, Spirit plus 20,000, Constitution plus 20,000, Agility plus 20,000, with the added feature of flight. Requirements, related to demon-type professions. Without a doubt, this was an extremely powerful piece of equipment. Special position equipment is rare and almost equivalent to free attributes, especially with all 4 attributes boosted by 20,000, and the ability to fly freely as soon as it was equipped. However, when he saw the requirements, Lin Yi instantly felt helpless. The demon-type profession seemed tailor-made for Su Yunchi. Yunchi, this is yours. Lin Yi directly tossed the black wings over. This was what Su Yunchi deserved. Having gained so many benefits, giving her a pair of wings he couldn't use was hardly unfair. Su Yunchi first received the demon wings in surprise, then her eyes lit up with joy. The demon wings, they matched perfectly with her demon hunter profession, greatly enhancing her agility once equipped. For a marksman, speed and agility were undoubtedly crucial. This would further boost her combat power. Thank you, Brother Lin. If it weren't for her shyness, Su Yunchi would have wanted to hug Lin Yi tightly. Lin Yi smiled slightly, no need to be polite. After fighting side by side for several days, Lin Yi had already considered Su Yunchi a friend. He was never stingy with friends. Su Yunchi's earlier unhesitating gift of the Blood Kill Order was something he had firmly remembered. Swish! Su Yunchi couldn't wait to equip the demon wings, the small black wings fluttering slightly behind her. This made her already alluring figure even more enchanting. Su Yunchi was in a very good mood, not just because of the power of the demon wings. More so, it was because this was a gift from Lin Yi, which made her heart feel sweet. I remember my family seems to have a pretty good wing equipment too. She began to scheme in her heart. As for Lin Yi, he completely noticed Su Yunchi's reaction and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. On the surface, Su Yunchi seemed aloof, but in reality, her heart was as pure as a blank sheet of paper, commonly known as a silly sweet girl. If one were to encounter a scumbag, they would likely be deceived to the point of despair. Fortunately, I'm not a scumbag, I'm just a lover of all, Lin Yi thought with a strange notion, then turned his gaze to the demon statue before him. I hope it's a treasure I can use. He had a vague feeling that this demon statue was the key reason why the demon god was willing to go to such lengths to descend in a split form. It was a black demon statue, only the size of 2 palms, looking like a miniature version of the previous massive statue. But unlike before, this statue had not 6 wings, but a full 8 wings. It looked extraordinarily imposing. However, the demon statue before him did not appear to be complete. Great Demon God Statue, left, grade, Artifact Fragment Attributes. Main attributes sealed, only a complete artifact can lift the seal. Can unleash the power of the Great Demon God within the statue, all attributes x10, effective against all below divine beings. Cooldown time 15 days. Note, this is a divine demon statue, allowing divine beings to continue their journey. Hiss. Looking at the attributes of the demon statue, Lin Yi gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. An artifact. It was actually an artifact. Although it was just a fragment, it couldn't hide the fact that it was an artifact. The Great Demon God statue, so it can help the demon god ascend. No wonder that unknown demon god was so eager to descend. He must have another statue in his possession. Once gathered, perhaps this demon god could become an even more powerful deity. It's likely that the Kadesa tribe stumbled upon this Great Demon God statue by chance, but before they could send it over, I intercepted it. Ah, what a windfall for me. Lin Yi was filled with excitement, unable to contain his laughter. An artifact fragment. Even if it wasn't a complete artifact, its power was not to be underestimated. Unleashing the power of the Great Demon God within the statue, all attributes x10. What does that even mean? If Lin Yi were to use this feature now, his mental attribute would instantly soar to 4.2 million. With just one spell, it would deal over 1 billion damage. Platinum level experts would nearly be targets for slaughter. Even more terrifying was that this Great Demon God statue was effective against all beings below divine status. This meant that even if Lin Yi ascended to epic, legendary, or even demigod, it would still be effective. This was undoubtedly Lin Yi's strongest trump card. He couldn't help but look forward to how terrifying the complete attributes of the Great Demon God statue would be. However, it seems that when the world merges, I will inevitably have to confront this unknown demon god. This was a grudge that obstructed his path, and the demon god would surely see Lin Yi as a thorn in his side. TSK, let's see who kills whom then. Lin Yi's eyes were filled with dominance, showing no fear whatsoever. He carefully stored the Great Demon God statue, knowing that with a cooldown time of 15 days he couldn't use it recklessly. As his trump cards increased, Lin Yi's foundation grew ever richer. When Su Yunqi saw Lin Yi's incredibly joyful expression, she knew that the demon statue must be an extraordinary treasure. Although she was curious, she also understood that such matters shouldn't be pried into. Moreover, having received the demon wings gifted by Lin Yi, she was already quite happy, with no other thoughts arising. Lin Yi smiled at Su Yunqi and said, "Let's go, we continue leveling up." It was a rare opportunity to come to the abyss, and it couldn't be wasted. There was still a day and a half left. Although it was impossible to harvest as richly as the Cat Asa tribe, gaining another 10 million experience would still be good. In the outside world, if nothing was discovered, high-difficulty dungeon secrets would yield only 1 to 2 million experience in a day. Su Yunqi nodded, naturally having no objections. Although she had reached LV40, her experience pool was not yet full. Moreover, she didn't want to go back just yet. Deep down, she wanted to spend a little more time with Lin Yi. Roar, standing on the back of the dragon, the two raced towards the distance once again. After the holy demon dragon Xiaojin was promoted to LV42, its speed became even faster, and the efficiency of hunting demons increased as well. Time flew by, and Lin Yi and Su Yunqi became increasingly in sync. One guided the direction, while the other was responsible for killing monsters. Heavenly fire meteor. In the sky above, red fireballs fell rapidly. The accompanying high temperature distorted the air, creating a terrifying scene. Such a horrifying output was naturally not something mere elite monsters could withstand. Instantly, more than a dozen flying demons were killed in an instant. Killed LV41 elite monster. Flying demon, gained experience plus 15,497 points. Killed LV41 elite monster flying demon, gained experience plus 14,162 points. Killed LV41 elite monster flying demon, gained experience plus 12,371 points. The log bar was scrolling wildly, and they had nearly 200,000 experience points in hand. The two immediately rushed to the next location. The monster map only recorded the general distribution. The specific locations still needed to be searched by hellhounds for more efficient monster hunting. It is worth mentioning that, while hunting demons, Lin Yi unexpectedly obtained a silver spell from a Golden Lord monster, which was the heavenly fire meteor he had just released. Heavenly Fire Meteor LV40 summons fire elements to form high-temperature fireballs covering a radius of 280 meters. Deals a total of mental X 220. Damage to each target within the area, can produce a burning effect, cooldown time 1.6 seconds. Covering a radius of 280 meters, the damage was outstanding. Heavenly Fire Meteor had already become Lin Yi's strongest area damage skill. After this last day of frenzied hunting, Lin Yi once again slashed through 12 million experience points, 2 million more than expected. It must be said that Su Yunqi's experience-boosting treasure was truly delightful. If I have the chance, I must find such a treasure. My growth speed will surely be faster. However, Lin Yi also knew that such treasures were rare and hard to come by. Only those powerful families with deep foundations had one or two in stock. Some were even consumable experience scrolls used up one by one. Many treasures were dropped during the world fusion in precious secret realms. Some even needed to be brought out from the Tower of Heaven, making them hard to find in ordinary circumstances. At this moment, Lin Yi couldn't help but remember that he still had an invitation to the Tower of Heaven. It was obtained when he cleared the Jiangcheng Trial Tower, but it could only be used after reaching Platinum. Lin Yi felt invigorated. Platinum? It won't be too far away. At this time, they were nearing the final moments of the abyss. Standing on the dragon's back, Lin Yi did not continue hunting demons but instead reflected on his gains. First was his level, which had skyrocketed from LV36 upon entering the abyss to LV40. And it didn't stop there. If he counted the experience reserves in the Horn of the Wind Spirit, he could reach LV45. If it weren't for the bottleneck restriction, he could have surged up 9 levels. What an exaggerated thing this was, even if the demons in the abyss had rich experience. An ordinary person could not reach such an exaggerated level. Before Su Yunqi met Lin Yi, her goal was only to reach LV37. For others, it was even worse, far from being comparable to Lin Yi. As for equipment, there was also a complete overhaul. What was once a few pieces of golden equipment had completely transformed into a full set of platinum. He even changed into an epic black dragon robe. His strength had absolutely skyrocketed. The quantity of other equipment at various levels was equally astonishing. There were thousands, an absolutely massive fortune. Thinking about it this way, the gains from the abyss journey were simply outrageous. At this moment, the 4 great families of Jiangcheng combined might not be as wealthy as Lin Yi. Lin Yi came back to his senses and smiled at Su Yunqi, who was peeking at him, saying, "Yunqi, shall we meet again at the White Tiger main city?" Su Yunqi gathered her scattered emotions. The longer she stayed with Lin Yi, the more reluctant she felt. Then it's settled. We'll meet at the seed ranking tournament. Su Yunqi nodded firmly, a sense of anticipation rising in her heart as she playfully said, "Big brother Lin, when we meet at the seed ranking tournament, you must go easy on me." Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh heartily. Of course. As they spoke, Su Yunqi's waist-length purple hair began to shimmer, signaling that her time in the abyss was drawing near. Big brother Lin, see you then. After hurriedly saying this, Su Yunqi's figure instantly vanished into the magic circle before him. Lin. He also began to feel the oppressive force from the abyss urging him to leave quickly. He took a deep breath and changed out of his luxurious gear into the victor's outfit. Linny hadn't forgotten that he had entered the abyss after destroying Black Rock City. When he exited, he would also be near Black Rock City. The protection of the goddess of victory was crucial. If he encountered an attack upon exiting, it would come in handy. Buzz. Waves of energy spread out, and a black vortex appeared before Linny. Unlike the scene when Su Yunqi left, their methods of entry were completely different. Linny took a deep breath, glanced back at the abyssal land that had allowed him to grow so quickly, and a smile crept onto his lips. He had a feeling he would return here again. Without a moment's hesitation, Linny turned and stepped into the black vortex before him. Swish! The disorientation caused by crossing the world barrier was unavoidable. However, as Linny's strength grew, his resistance to this disorientation also became stronger. He felt only a slight dizziness before reappearing in the main world. Seeing the bright sunlight of the main world again, Linny felt a wave of comfort wash over him. At the same time, his hands moved swiftly, directly activating the fixed-point teleportation rune. Buzz! Another wave of golden ripples spread out, and a golden magic circle unfolded in the void. Linny felt a weight lift from his heart. Not being attacked was the best outcome. He then stepped into the circle. The golden magic circle slowly faded, and Linny crossed thousands of miles to appear in his home. Just as Linny vanished, two powerful figures emerged from a nearby portal. It was Yamamoto Chuan and Hanada Miko. Linny's guess was correct. Sakura Country had indeed sent two epic powerhouses to lie in wait nearby. The two had sensed the teleportation wave and rushed over immediately. However, they were still a step too late. Linny's actions were simply too swift, leaving them no time to react. They only caught a glimpse of a figure wearing a green mask, seemingly young. The two exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Damn it! Teacher Chuanqi was right. The one who destroyed Black Rock City likely didn't leave directly. Instead, they used some method to teleport to another dimension. Hanada, why don't you try divining again for the person who just appeared? Yamamoto Chuan suggested, and Hanada Miko didn't hesitate to comply, immediately performing another divination. Her magical energy fluctuated, and her alluring figure wrapped in a yin-yang robe appeared even more exquisite. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and the yin-yang hexagram before her suddenly shone brightly. However, before the surprise in her eyes could fully bloom, it was extinguished immediately. Seeing this, the two understood all too well. That person just now was indeed the one who destroyed Black Rock City. It completely matches the previous divination result. We can't see anything. At this moment, Hanada Miko felt a sense of defeat. But thinking of Teacher Chuanqi, a legendary existence who couldn't even divine it, made her feel much better. What do we do now? Report it, let them worry about it. Our mission is complete. I've noted the equipment characteristics of that person just now. Although finding someone based on equipment features isn't the best method, it's better than having no leads at all. We need to continue applying pressure on the Huaxia Kingdom. That dragon Knight Zhao Tianqing is a very powerful genius. Being able to interfere with his strength growth is also a contribution to our Sakura Kingdom. I heard that the White Tiger main city is about to hold a professional competition. At that time, we can send Lord Chuanqi Yamamura to lead a team for a genius exchange. This is a perfect opportunity to suppress the talents of the White Tiger main city and showcase the might of our Sakura Kingdom. The two quickly devised a plan. Shifting the damage they received onto other countries was their usual tactic. Linny, of course, was unaware of all this. It was only in the last second before stepping into the teleportation array that he vaguely sensed an inexplicable fluctuation in space. But he shook his head and ignored it. With the full-level Fool's Mist in place, no human in the main world could see through him. He was very confident about this. After returning home, Linny couldn't help but throw himself onto his familiar bed. So comfortable. After battling in the abyss for 7 consecutive days, hunting demons every day, he would have found it quite dull if not for the rich rewards. It only got better after Su Yunqi joined him. But no matter what, home was still the most comfortable place. Linny had just lain there for a moment when he suddenly heard Yang Mei's voice from downstairs. Xiaoyi, are you back? She faintly heard a sound from Lin Yi's bedroom. Lin Yi had once told her that he placed the fixed-point teleportation rune in his bedroom. Since Lin Yi had chased after Li Jun on his dragon and had been out of contact for 7 days, Yang Mei had been quite worried. Hearing a sound now made her excited. Mom, it's me. I'll rest for a bit and come down later. Lin Yi replied, which immediately brought tears of joy to Yang Mei's eyes. It's good that you're back, good that you're back. You rest first, I'll prepare something to eat for you, no need to rush down. Yang Mei said repeatedly, knowing that her son was safe was the greatest relief. Even though Chang Badian and Lu Jialiang had repeatedly assured her of Ling Yi's safety, she could only truly relax upon seeing him. She wiped away the joyful tears at the corners of her eyes and began to busy herself in the kitchen, her steps becoming much lighter. The aroma of stir-fried pork belly wafted through the air, quickly whetting Lin Yi's appetite. What had he been eating in the abyss these past few days? He flipped over and immediately got up from the bed. Moments later, Lin Yi was devouring the stir-fried pork belly with chili and garlic greens in front of him. Even though his current worth surpassed the 4 great families of Zhengcheng, allowing him to afford any delicacies, he still preferred the simple home-cooked dishes made by his mother. Delicious, delicious, Lin Yi praised repeatedly. Yang Mei's eyes were filled with smiles as she playfully scolded, "You, slow down, there's more in the pot." Lin Yi nodded continuously. Yang Mei didn't ask Lin Yi where he had been these past few days. Knowing she was just an ordinary person who couldn't help much, she could only advise, "Shall we, next time you encounter such matters, don't act impulsively, you must think twice before acting." Lin Yi smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. "Mom, don't worry, I only act when I'm sure. If Li Jun dares to lay a hand on you, I will definitely not let him go." Seeing the lingering worry on his mother's face, Lin Yi reached into his pendant and pulled out a parchment scroll, a hidden class profit transfer scroll. "Mom, this is an early birthday gift from your son, see if you like it," Lin Yi said with a grin as he handed over the transfer scroll. Yang Mei was momentarily distracted by Lin Yi's gesture, forgetting what she wanted to say, and could only helplessly accept the parchment. She was a bit curious, not knowing what gift her son had given her. As she reached out to open it, Yang Mei's eyes widened in disbelief, almost unable to comprehend what she was seeing. Her hands trembled slightly. It was actually a class change scroll. Moreover, it was for a hidden profession. During this time, she had been diligently studying a lot about professions, so she naturally understood the value of this scroll. After the world merged, everyone had a chance to awaken upon reaching adulthood. If the awakening failed, there were still opportunities to become a professional. Treasures like the profit class change scroll were one of those opportunities, but most were just ordinary professions. "Xiaoyi, you should keep it for yourself. Such a precious class scroll, wouldn't it be a waste for me to use it? I heard from Uncle Chang that the seed selection competition in White Tiger City is about to start. This opportunity is quite rare, and every bit of strength you gain is especially valuable." The more Yang Mei spoke, the more resolute she became, pushing the profit scroll back. Although she longed to become a professional herself, her son's future was far more important. Back then, Lin Jinan had considered letting Yang Mei become a professional, but he had never found a suitable hidden profession. Ordinary people could only use a class change scroll once. He wanted to find a powerful profession for his wife, so he had delayed. Unexpectedly, unforeseen circumstances arose, and he never had the chance again. Lin Yi raised the corner of his mouth. "Mom, you're being silly. Don't I still have an Archmage class change scroll? That one's much stronger than the Prophet. Besides, even without changing classes, my strength can easily crush them. Isn't it just the seed ranking competition in White Tiger City? Watch me easily take the first seed." 2. Comfort Yang Mei, Lin Yi rarely boasted. In fact, it wasn't really boasting, it was an undeniable fact. Lin Yi's strength was far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. This Yang Mei was somewhat swayed, and Lin Yi directly threw out his trump card. "Besides, I'm going to be a god's man in the future. Can you bear to leave me all alone in this world 100 years from now?" This time, Yang Mei was completely moved, looking at Lin Yi with affection. "Alright, then Mom will accept your good intentions." Just thinking about Lin Yi being lonely 100 years later made her heart tremble. If she became a professional, her lifespan would be longer, and she could accompany Lin Yi. That's more like it, hurry up and use it. Seeing that he had persuaded Yang Mei, Lin Yi felt a weight lift off his heart. He looked at Yang Mei expectantly as she gently tore open the parchment scroll. Immediately, beams of white light began to envelop her. Buzz! An invisible wave spread throughout the small courtyard. Lin Yi quickly cast a dark barrier, completely enveloping his home to prevent the wave from dissipating. Yang Mei's eyes had unknowingly closed. Her body began to slowly float in mid-air, surrounded by a gentle white light. She looked like an angel descending to the mortal realm, her originally gentle demeanor becoming even more approachable. Lin Yi could sense that his mother's physique was continuously improving. In fact, her functions were gradually restoring to the peak state of her youth. Soon, Yang Mei's body slowly descended from the air, the white light completely retreating within her. When she opened her eyes again, her aura had completely transformed. Lin Yi hurriedly asked, "Mom, how do you feel?" Yang Mei's eyes were filled with surprise. "I feel better than ever, my body is warm all over. There's a magical power nourishing my body." Lin Yi nodded repeatedly, quite excited. "How much can you increase your main attributes by 1 level, and what about your class characteristics and exclusive skills?" This was what he was most curious about. After all, he was just an ordinary profession. Yang Mei calmed her mind to sense it quietly, then truthfully said, "I am now LV1, with 22 points in the mental main attribute, and the other 3 attributes are 11 points each." Lin Yi understood in his heart that the basic attribute bonus of the hidden profession, profit, was 2.2 times that of an ordinary profession. This was already considered excellent among many hidden professions. Lu Wanqing's Storm Archer also had a 2.2 bonus. The currently known strongest hidden professions had a basic attribute bonus of around 2.5, with Dragon Knight being one of them. As for the profession traits, I've only just awakened one prophet aura. The effect allows me to predict the future actions of a target across a realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was instantly stunned. Wow, that's so powerful. Just as a level 1 novice, such a formidable profession trait had emerged. Predicting across great realms meant that when Yang Mei became platinum, she could predict the fluctuations of epic powerhouses. This was an incredibly abnormal existence in the entire Sakura country. Only the old lady Chuanqi had this ability. The skills are 3, Prophet's Shield, Prophet's Fire, and Prophet's Divination. 1 for attack, 1 for defense, and 1 for prophecy, which was quite comprehensive. Listening to Yang Mei describe the skill bonuses, Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel. They were indeed stronger than ordinary skills. If it weren't for his automatic max-level talent, encountering these hidden professions would have meant certain death for him. However, it was clear that the prophet profession leaned more towards support. Its combat ability wasn't strong, but it had an astonishing enhancement in prophecy. If the level continued to rise, not only would new profession traits awaken, but the power of the hidden profession would become even more pronounced. No wonder it's a hidden profession. Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He had a premonition that the basic attribute enhancement of the arcane mage would definitely surpass that of the Dragon Knight. It's coming soon, very soon. Lin Yi maintained a calm demeanor and smiled. Mom, wait for me to think of a way to help you level up later. There were treasures that could exempt part of the experience penalty, allowing stronger players to lead the way for leveling up. After all, his mother didn't like fighting, she just needed to level up. Yang Mei nodded, saying, we'll talk about it later. I can now level up by meditating and using prophecy. The prophet profession was quite special, considered a blend between combat and life professions. Using prophecy could also increase levels, serving as another way to level up, but it wasn't as fast as killing monsters. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy and nodded repeatedly. This was even more perfect. Looking at Yang Mei, who had become a professional, he couldn't express how happy he was. With no worries on his mother's side, the next step was to fully uncover the truth from that year. After chatting with Yang Mei for a while, Lin Yi headed out towards the treasure pavilion. Having just returned from the abyss, he needed to handle some items. Of course, the main thing was still Jiang Fu's message. After days of intelligence gathering, he had discovered some clues about the Blood Kill Tower's arrival in Jiang City 18 years ago. With anticipation in his heart, Lin Yi soon arrived at the treasure pavilion. Jiang Fu had been waiting there for a long time, and upon seeing Lin Yi, his eyes were filled with respect. Ever since he expressed his allegiance last time, Jiang Fu had devoted himself to working for Lin Yi. During this time, he had also heard about the matters concerning Black Rock City and even vaguely guessed some of the truth. At just 18 years old, having awakened for less than 20 days, he already possesses such terrifying strength. Although Jiang Fu didn't know the specific means Lin Yi had employed, his strength spoke for itself. Brother Lin's talent is unparalleled in the world. In the future, he will definitely surpass the epic level, even reaching legendary status or standing at the pinnacle of the mortal realm as a demigod. He knew this was the opportunity of a lifetime. To show Lin Yi enough value was the only way to truly hold on to this super strong leg. Lin. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Jiang Fu momentarily didn't know how to address him. Calling him Brother Lin seemed a bit presumptuous, but other titles didn't seem quite right either. This was the change brought about by the increase in strength. Lin Yi smiled slightly, noticing Jiang Fu's awkwardness, and teased, what's wrong? Has Brother Jiang become so shy after just a few days of not seeing each other? At present, Lin Yi was still not fully developed, and Jiang Fu was one of the few talents he could rely on. Moreover, Jiang Fu had indeed helped him a lot. Brother Lin, please come in quickly. It's not that we haven't seen each other for a few days, your strength has become even more formidable. For a moment, I feel a bit intimidated. Jiang Fu chuckled self-deprecatingly, but inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that Lin Yi was telling him not to worry too much, everything was just as usual. He followed half a step behind Lin Yi and welcomed him inside. Once the door to the private room was closed, Jiang Fu immediately turned around to report the previous news. He was perceptive and knew what Lin Yi cared about the most. Brother Lin, I've finally made some progress on the matter I've been inquiring about for you. Lin Yi's expression was solemn as he said, let's hear it. Jiang Fu took a deep breath and slowly said, the tiger head design you described on that blood-red cloak. It represents the Blood Kill Tower, a faction of elite assassins known as the Blood Tooth Tiger. Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged. He had already heard this information from Su Yunqi. Jiang Fu observed Lin Yi's reaction and realized that this information did not pique his interest, so he continued, in addition, from 20 years ago until now, the Blood-Tooth Tiger has operated in Jiang City a total of 10 times, but each time they returned empty-handed. He keenly sensed Lin Yi's intent in inquiring about the Blood Kill Tower. Moreover, he had extended the timeline by 2 years, covering several cities around Jiang City to meet Lin Yi's needs as much as possible. Lin Yi's spirit jolted, and he looked at Jiang Fu with increasing admiration. The 10 missions of the Blood-Toothed Tiger must have included the one that entered Jiang City back then. There were even other missions that had taken place but were thwarted by unknown forces. Lin Yi frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Can we find out the specific individuals involved in these 10 missions? Only by knowing who carried out the missions back then could he trace the clues to find the true mastermind behind it all." "Yes." Jiang Fu nodded firmly and said, "It will just take some time. Most of this information I obtained by exchanging with the managers of Wanbao Pavilion under the jurisdiction of the White Tiger main city. If I could become a powerful manager at Wanbao Pavilion in the White Tiger main city, then I could definitely get my hands on these detailed pieces of information. Give me a month and I can be promoted to manager of the White Tiger main city." Jiang Fu had not been idle during this time. Thanks to Lin Yi's equipment and treasures, along with the support of the Chang and Lu families, his auction was doing quite well. After some more activities, he would surely be promoted. But Lin Yi shook his head. "A month is too long. Can you speed it up? Just let me know what help you need." A month was too long. He couldn't wait that long. Jiang Fu gritted his teeth and said, "If I have enough treasures to smooth out relationships and hold a few more auctions spanning nearby city clusters, once I boost the performance, I can do it in no more than half a month." Wanbao Pavilion valued business capability. Above all, if he could exceed expectations, he could be promoted out of turn. Lin Yi nodded and waved his hand. "Is this enough?" Clatter. In Jiang Fu's astonished gaze, treasures poured out like a stream. In the blink of an eye, they piled up into a small mountain. The various colors of light emanating from them left him in shock. Bronze, silver, gold, even platinum. Jiang Fu's breath quickened as he looked at the platinum treasures, hardly believing his eyes. It had only been half a month, and Lin Yi had amassed such astonishing wealth. However, this was still less than a third of Lin Yi's total wealth. "That's enough, completely enough. With these treasures, in 10 days, at most 10 days, I can present the detailed information to you, Brother Lin." Jiang Fu was excited, his legs trembling. Originally, he wanted to hand over the platinum treasures he had exchanged to Lin Yi, but seeing how Lin Yi treated the platinum equipment so casually, he realized that he seemed to be falling behind Lin Yi's growth pace. "I need to sell these treasures quickly and try to exchange them for an epic treasure for Brother Lin." He secretly made up his mind. If the platinum treasures were useless to Lin Yi, then it had to be an epic treasure. Hearing Jiang Fu's assurance, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. 10 days' time was just about right, coinciding with the end of the seed selection competition, and he would have completed the golden promotion task by then, becoming a golden professional and then transitioning to an arcanist. His strength would definitely be the strongest below epic. If he counted the great demon god statue as a trump card, he could even stand up to epic. By then, he would go find that assassin from back then, and he would be almost certain of victory. Just pay attention to the operations yourself. Feel free to use the expenses for these treasures. Also, keep an eye out for some relatively rare golden skill books and platinum skill books. Lin Yi casually instructed, as skill books beyond golden were becoming increasingly scarce. Although he didn't hold out much hope, it would be nice if he happened to come across some. The main thing was still the intelligence. That was what Lin Yi cared about the most. To gather such rare intelligence, the activity funds would definitely be astronomical. After all, precious information wouldn't be given away for free. "I will keep an eye out for you." Jiang Fu nodded repeatedly. Half a month ago, Lin Yi had left a pile of treasure equipment for him to help sell. Especially under the name of the Shadow Demon Lord, he had indeed made a fortune. "There's one more thing, regarding Black Rock City," Jiang Fu said in a low voice, which immediately made Lin Yi's heart tighten, but he wasn't overly worried. On that day, a powerful person used divination and learned that there was a holy dragon involved in the destruction of Black Rock City. Therefore, it was determined that our White Tiger main city's genius, Dragon Knight Zhao Tianqing, has a great deal of suspicion. Recently, the Sakura country has been continuously condemning this. They even sent their geniuses over to challenge Zhao Tianqing. But the Zhao family only had an elder respond, and Zhao Tianqing has not appeared. He should be focusing on improving his strength. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. He had heard Zhao Tianqing's name again, but he didn't expect that he would be taking the blame for himself. In recent days, the geniuses from Sakura country have defeated several well-known geniuses from White Tiger main city, pushing towards the level of the 5 great prodigies. There are rumors that Sakura country wants to send someone to challenge the first seed after the seed selection competition in White Tiger main city. Jiang Fu elaborated, and Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. They really didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. If the people from Sakura country dared to come later, he would definitely let them know what it meant to have an ironclad reputation. "Got it," Lin Yi said calmly. Jiang Fu couldn't help but remind him, "Brother Lin, you must not be careless. The 5 great prodigies of White Tiger main city, Dragon Knight Zhao Tianqing, Demon Hunter Su Yunqi, Halo Mage Xia Chenhao, Bloodthirsty Warrior Niu Pang, and Enchanting Assassin Xiao Hanbing all have the strength to clear the trial tower. They all have the ability to kill purple gold lord monsters of the same level on their own. Especially Dragon Knight Zhao Tianxing, who has a blazing red dragon as his mount. His strength is terrifying. The other 4 also have strong backing and abundant resources, each with their own formidable means. In Zhang Fu's mind, Lin Yi's talent was definitely higher than that of these 5. However, having suffered setbacks without a powerful background, his foundation was still a bit shallow and he might run out of steam later. Lin Yi nodded and said, "Don't worry, I have a plan." Su Yunqi had just parted ways with him in the abyss. He still didn't know her level. Compared to others, she was indeed quite extraordinary. But in front of him, she was just a little sister. Seeing Lin Yi so calm, Zhang Fu was shocked. From what he knew of Lin Yi, he was always one to plan before acting, never shooting arrows in the dark. Lin Yi's confidence only indicated that he was sure he could defeat the 5 great prodigies. Zhang Fu couldn't help but gasp in surprise. What kind of powerful ally have I just embraced? A look of anticipation flashed in his eyes. The upcoming seed selection tournament in the White Tiger main city promised to be quite a spectacle. Lin Yi merely smiled and offered no explanation, believing that results would speak for themselves in due time. Alright, focus on your own matters. If there are any developments in the intelligence, notify me immediately. For now, just work at the Wanbao Pavilion. This is definitely not your final destination. Lin Yi patted Zhang Fu on the shoulder and left with a smile. Zhang Fu was a good steward, and if a floating city were to be established in the future, perhaps he could help manage it. With a floating city, the Arcanists could even slay deities with their demigod forms. However, the cost of building a floating city was also quite enormous. Most Arcanists would need to accumulate resources for a long time before they could establish one. Perhaps the underground city of the Black Dragon Emperor is a good foundation? Lin Yi's thoughts drifted a bit far, but creating a floating city would definitely be an epic endeavor. Watching Lin Yi's departing figure, Zhang Fu trembled with excitement. He knew that Lin Yi had fully accepted him. If Lin Yi were to establish a family or a power in the future, his position as steward would be secure. Filled with motivation, he tucked away the treasures before getting busy. Obtaining detailed intelligence in 10 days was no easy task. The network of interests involved was quite vast, something that ordinary people couldn't handle. After Lin Yi left the Wanbao Pavilion, he immediately went to visit the Chang and Lu families. If it weren't for Chang Badian and Lu Jialiang's strong support back then, his mother would likely have been captured by Li Jun, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. After being busy chasing Li Jun, and then spending 7 days in the abyss, it was only right to pay a visit now. Without needing to say much, upon seeing Lin Yi, both of their reactions were identical, first joy, then shock. Ever since Lin Yi destroyed Blackrock City 7 days ago, the news had been spreading. Fortunately, Chang Badian, Lu Jialiang, and Han Boyan had initially joined forces to seal the information. Thus, Li Jun's escape to Blackrock City and Lin Yi's emergence with the Holy Dragon from Zhang City remained unknown to others. Upon learning that Blackrock City had been destroyed and that a Holy Dragon had appeared, the 3 were utterly astonished, knowing it must have been Lin Yi's doing. A dignified platinum powerhouse could easily annihilate a small military city at will. Did that not imply that Lin Yi had already gained power beyond platinum? Although they didn't know where this power came from, their shared understanding was that Lin Yi's future was limitless. Han Boyan even made another trip to the White Tiger Academy just to ensure his mentor wouldn't miss out on such a genius. Lin Yi, of course, was unaware of all this. He then selected some low-level golden equipment and other treasures to give to the Chang and Lu families. They had helped protect his mother, so it was only right to offer some tokens of gratitude. After all, he would still need the 2 families to continue sending people for protection. Lin Yi's generosity naturally shocked the 2 once again. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yi had already reached the pinnacle of Zhang City, looking down upon everyone. And this was only 20 days after his awakening. Such a growth rate was absolutely terrifying. After returning from the 2 families, Lin Yi spent peaceful time at home with Yang Mei. The mother and son enjoyed this rare moment of tranquility without any interruptions. It wasn't until the next day that Lin Yi turned to look at Zhang City, the city he had lived in for 18 years, filled with emotion. He then resolutely stepped into the teleportation array heading to the White Tiger main city. A new journey had begun. The seed ranking tournament. Meanwhile, in the White Tiger main city, the Su family. Su Yunqi, dressed in a black and purple long dress, accentuated her already enchanting figure even more gracefully. Greetings, miss. Any servant passing by who saw Su Yunqi would bow respectfully. Such ancient families placed great importance on etiquette. Everyone knows that Su Yunqi is the strongest among the younger generation of the Su family, destined for a bright future. There are even hopes that she could become the family's guardian. Su Yunqi merely nodded slightly, her face expressionless, exuding an air of coldness. This was completely different from her demeanor when she was beside Lin Yi. Having just returned from the abyss, she had rested for a moment yesterday, and was summoned by the family head today. The purpose, of course, was to see how much Su Yunqi had progressed. The family head will surely be astonished. This time, Thinking of her terrifying improvement, her mood brightened and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve slightly. Miss Yunshi, the family head is waiting for you inside. Upon arriving at the study, the butler at the door responded with utmost respect. Su Yunshi nodded gently and stepped into the study. Family head, I have arrived, she said softly, looking at the elegant middle-aged man before her. This man was none other than Su Tai, the head of the Su family, a true epic powerhouse. As for why he wasn't a legendary powerhouse, it was because family heads generally need to manage many affairs. They rarely have time to enhance their own strength, so the strongest often do not take on the role of family head. The legendary powerhouses of the Su family are usually kept as a deterrent and are not easily mobilized. In this era where demigods do not emerge, the appearance of a legendary powerhouse is enough to suppress all nuclear-level existence. However, as the head of a legendary family, Su Tai's strength was not weak either. It was Su Tai who, against all odds, vigorously nurtured Su Yunshi, the daughter of a branch family. In the end, Su Yunshi successfully passed the trial tower and was promoted to one of the 5 prodigies of the White Tiger main city. This silenced many in the Su family who were unconvinced. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was a favor for recognizing her talent. Su Tai held the brush and completed the final stroke, outlining 4 large characters. National Fortune's Secret Realm. Su Yunshi knew that this was the place that families were fighting to enter. The opportunity to become a deity was something everyone desired. To step into the realm of the divine before the world merged, the benefits of which need not be elaborated. The Elder Council of Huaxia had seized this pain point, continuously providing time for geniuses to grow. From city trials to main city seed rankings and then to national trials, they were promoted step by step. Instead of starting directly with the national trials, the goal was to maximize the exploitation of the family's foundations, allowing them to cultivate the strongest generation of geniuses. Only then could Huaxia stand out in the National Fortune's Secret Realm. Families wanted opportunities to become deities? Fine, here you go. The premise is that you must cultivate strong enough geniuses, otherwise don't even think about it. This has led to an increasing competition among the major families. Under the immense resources, the geniuses have become increasingly monstrous. The National Fortune Secret Realm, 1,000 troops crossing a single log bridge. I wonder who will ultimately benefit. Su Tai looked at the 4 characters National Fortune Secret Realm he had written, shaking his head with a smile, then turned to Su Yunshi. Yunshi, how are the gains from this trip to the abyss? Su Yunshi said nothing more and directly shared her attribute panel with Su Tai. This was the most straightforward way. Originally, Su Tai was still smiling, but he immediately widened his eyes in shock. LV40. The second stage of the demon mark, with an added damage bonus against the Holy Dragon? Su Tai was completely stunned, unable to help but rub his eyes. Yet those plain characters LV40 remained firmly in his line of sight. Yunshi, well done. He had initially thought that if Su Yunshi could reach LV37 in the abyss, it would already be quite impressive. Even if she couldn't compete for first place, being in the top 3 would still be hopeful. But he never expected she would reach LV40. The difference between LV37 and LV40 was not trivial. With the attribute bonuses of the Demon Hunter, the primary attribute difference brought by the 3rd level was nearly 70,000. Not to mention the numerous enhancements to her exclusive skills. Seeing the shock on the family head's face, Su Yunshi felt a sense of delight in her heart, and her gratitude towards Lin Yi grew infinitely. If it weren't for Lin Yi, how could she have achieved such a significant improvement? If the family head knew about Brother Lin's extraordinary performance, he would probably be left speechless, she thought to herself, chuckling inwardly. Then, Su Tai continued, Yunshi, this time you even have a bit of hope to compete for the first seed position. Su Yunshi's face showed a moment of astonishment as she silently thought the family head shouldn't know about Brother Lin's existence. With my current strength, while I may not be able to easily defeat Zhao Tianqing, I shouldn't be left with only a slim chance, right? Seeing Su Yunshi's shocked expression, Su Tai gestured for her to sit on the pearwood chair opposite him. Yunshi, you may not know, but recently a genius has emerged from the White Tiger main city, named Luo Xinyuan. Luo Xinyuan? That's right, he is not originally from the White Tiger main city, but a genius from a platinum family in the sub-city of Yen City. Not only has he cleared the trial tower, but it is also rumored that he has already advanced to a golden profession. As he spoke, Su Tai's eyes were filled with seriousness. It is said that Luo Xinyuan is very likely the destined child favored by the world's will. Destined child? Su Yunshi raised her eyebrows in surprise, unable to help but exclaim. It is said that as the world begins to merge completely, some destined children will appear. But this Luo Xinyuan was the first to come into everyone's view. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain how a genius from a platinum family could surpass the 5 prodigies of legendary families and become the first to advance to a golden profession. Su Tai took a deep breath and said slowly, this seed ranking competition is crucial. The Elder Council has allocated a large amount of resources for rewards. Most importantly, it will have a significant impact on the upcoming national trials. The higher the seed, the greater the advantage. So, Yunqi, you must do your utmost to compete for a higher ranking. In any case, if Luo Xingyuan really advances to a golden profession, then his chances for the first seed position will likely be much greater than yours. Fortunately, you've reached LV40, so you can still compete with Zhao Tianxing for the second position. Although the Zhao family has encountered some troubles recently, Zhao Tianxing's strength is still rapidly increasing. He is expected to reach LV39 or even LV40, so Yunqi, you must not be careless. After regaining her composure, Su Yunqi returned to her calm demeanor. So what if he was a golden professional? She had seen beings even more monstrous than golden professionals. Brother Lin could defeat LV45 purple gold lord monsters. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile. Even if Luo Xingyuan is really a golden professional, he may not necessarily be the first. Su Tai asked in surprise, do you think you can defeat him? Su Yunqi smiled slightly and said, I can't, but someone definitely can. Swish! A dense light from the teleportation array enveloped Linny, and when he opened his eyes again, the world before him had completely transformed. Stepping out of the teleportation array, towering buildings surrounded him. On the wide avenue, various rare pets and mounts were everywhere. The streets were filled with many high-level professionals. But what shocked Linny the most was the enormous white tiger statue that he could see just by looking up. Standing in the center of the city, it was several thousand meters tall, resembling a real white tiger. This was not just a decoration, but a powerful divine object that could protect the area, the true core of the White Tiger main city. The other 4 main cities also had their own divine beasts: the Azure Dragon, Qilin, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu. It is said that the 5 divine beasts respond to each other from afar, protecting the entire Huaxia nation. No wonder it's the White Tiger main city. It is far beyond what Jiang City can compare to. Everything before him felt fresh to Lin Yi. This was his first time in the White Tiger main city, as Huaxia nation enforced a strict household registration system. If it weren't for the city's household registration, staying in this city for long would be nearly impossible. Forcing oneself to remain would mean facing exorbitant housing prices that could keep an average person busy for several lifetimes. Even ordinary professionals need not think about it. Only silver professionals have that kind of capital. Naturally, Lin Yi now qualifies. It all depends on whether he wants to or not. After establishing a foothold in the White Tiger City, I can bring my mother over. In terms of safety, this place is definitely safer. Lin Yi thought this as he spotted 2 familiar figures in the distance. Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing. One is pure, the other passionate. Lin Yi had informed the 2 girls before he arrived, but he didn't expect them to be waiting for him at the teleportation array. Lin Yi! Lin Yi! The 2 girls exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him, their eyes sparkling with delight. Since coming to the White Tiger Academy for further studies, it had been nearly half a month since they last saw Lin Yi, and their longing had become unbearable. If it weren't for the public setting, they might have already rushed over. Although their relationship had not yet been defined, in their hearts, they had already considered themselves Lin Yi's women. During this time, they had occasionally contacted Yang Mei, which helped them adapt to the future mother-in-law relationship. Back at home, Lin Yi had grown tired of Yang Mei's praises for the 2 girls, and she had been asking when he would bring them into the family. Seeing Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing, Lin Yi felt equally delighted. Qingqing, Wanqing, long time no see. Lin Yi responded with a smile, walking alongside the 2 girls. Instantly, passers-by cast envious glances at them. Even in White Tiger City, the 2 girls were exceptionally stunning, goddess-level figures. Upon arriving at the White Tiger Academy, they had attracted countless attention. The 3 of them got into the prepared vehicle, with Lin Yi squeezed between the 2 girls, enjoying the blessings of having both by his side. Their relationship was merely a layer of paper away from being broken through. They just needed an opportunity. I prepared gifts for you. Before the 2 girls could speak, Lin Yi pulled out several pieces of equipment and skill books. These were all golden or platinum treasures he had obtained during this time. Looking at the precious gifts in his hands, the 2 girls were first shocked, then their faces lit up with joy. It wasn't because the gifts were platinum, but because they were given by Lin Yi. They could feel the deep affection behind his gesture. Chang Muqing couldn't help but turn her head to look at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with love that even a fool could see. Lu Wanqing's eyes were even more watery, as if they were about to spill over. If it weren't for the presence of another person, the 2 might have already expressed their feelings to Lin Yi. Thank you, Lin Yi. A barely audible whisper escaped the lips of the 2 girls. If it weren't for Lin Yi's extraordinary hearing, he might not have caught it. He smiled slightly, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. The vehicle sped down the main road, and the 3 of them remained silent. Soon, they arrived at a hotel next to the central square of White Tiger City. The seed selection competition was the next day, and they planned to rest here. After getting out of the vehicle and settling into a quiet private room in the hotel, the 3 began to eat and chat. A few talented individuals also emerged in the recent seed selection competition. Chang Muqing was as lively as ever, excitedly talking about how Lin Yi had directly advanced to the seed ranking competition, while other competitors, including Han Feng, still needed to go through the selection rounds to qualify for the final ranking competition. It's a pity that both Wanqing and I fell a bit short. In our entire Jiang city, besides you, only Han Feng passed the selection. The two girls looked somewhat dejected, regretting that they couldn't fight alongside Lin Yi. Over the past half-month, both girls had made rapid progress. They had not only broken through to bronze but had also reached level LV28. However, it was of no use. The lowest tier entering the seed ranking competition was the peak of bronze, which was LV30, and they were all powerful hidden professions. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. You both didn't make it through. Lu Wanqing nodded and said, Han Feng was only able to barely advance to a silver tier practitioner under the dedicated training of Vice Dean Wu Weilong. But I estimate he won't go far. I've heard that the top tier in the White Tiger main city generally ranges from LV32 to LV35, and the 5 great prodigies are even more impressive. It's said that they have all reached LV40. Lin Yi, you must be careful. However, she was merely reminding him. In fact, she was full of confidence in Lin Yi. Just from the platinum equipment he casually took out earlier, it was clear that Lin Yi's strength was extraordinary. The scene from when they had ventured into the Jiang City trial tower together was still fresh in her mind. This man had given them too much shock. In their hearts, Lin Yi was synonymous with miracles. During these days at the White Tiger Academy, they had also heard some remarks doubting Lin Yi, but they dismissed them all. They knew that everyone underestimated Lin Yi, and they were just waiting for him to shine in the seed ranking competition. Lin Yi merely smiled slightly, his confident demeanor leaving the two women mesmerized. The three chatted until late at night, and the two women simply decided to sleep at the hotel. The next day, in the early morning, Lin Yi could already feel the hot atmosphere in the air. The entire White Tiger main city seemed to be boiling. The seed ranking competition was an unprecedented grand event for the entire main city. It was related to the upcoming national trials, where the geniuses of White Tiger main city would compete alongside the geniuses from the other 4 main cities. The stronger the geniuses, the more it symbolized a brighter future for the main city. Even though they all belonged to the Huaxia nation, the main cities would still compete with each other. Especially the residents within the main cities placed great importance on this. People from the 5 main cities all believed that their own main city was the strongest. Competitiveness is human nature, and the upper echelons of Huaxia nation were happy to see it. Some healthy competition would only benefit the development of the country. So, as dawn broke slightly, from the noble families of the city lord to the common folk, everyone was up early. In fact, some people had even started reserving seats the night before. On the edge of the central square, a long queue could be faintly seen. This was a grand event concerning the fortune of the main city, and everyone was paying close attention. Even outside of White Tiger main city, all the various cities within the territory were also watching closely. Everyone was looking forward to their city's genius standing out and bringing glory to their city. Jiang City was no exception. At this moment, the upper echelons of Jiang City, organized by City Lord Han Boyan, had all gathered. Everyone was eagerly waiting. This time, Jiang City had 2 geniuses breaking through the competition. One was the City Lord's son, Han Feng. The other was Lin Yi. Everyone was filled with anticipation, hoping that the two of them could achieve excellent results. The ordinary citizens of Jiang City even spontaneously began cheering for Lin Yi, organizing various support teams. When Lin Yi cleared the trial tower, the golden rain of light blessed the entire Jiang City, and everyone felt indebted to him. It could be said that Lin Yi's reputation in Jiang City was absolutely the highest. Meanwhile, Yang Mei had also started her live stream early in the morning. Her nervous hands clasped tightly in prayer, hoping her son could be invincible. Xiaoyi, you must do your best. You will always be mom's pride. Lin Yi was naturally unaware of everything happening in Jiang City. However, he could fully feel the fervent atmosphere in White Tiger main city. In the streets and alleys, discussions were buzzing. At this moment, just slightly opening the hotel window, one could hear all sorts of different voices. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Let's get to the central square. If we wait any longer, we'll miss it. This time, I must see up close the unparalleled grace of our main city's 5 great prodigies. Just wait and see. Our Yen city's Luo Xinyuan will suppress your 5 great prodigies. Get lost. Our Tianqing city's Lu Xingyu is equally strong. Don't get too proud. Our Jiang city's Lin Yi is the one who cleared the trial tower. Who do you think you are? What are the 5 great prodigies? Lin Yi can suppress them with just one hand. People from every city were supporting their own geniuses. Even if they knew they couldn't win, they would rather lose face than lose the battle. Before the match, they would just hype it up. For a moment, the 5 great prodigies of the White Tiger main city became a target. It seemed that any genius from a small city could suppress the 5 great prodigies, making people laugh and cry at the same time. Lin Yi even heard his own name among them. Clearly, there were also professionals from Jiang City who had traveled thousands of miles to support him on site. This warmed his heart. A confused baby voice first sounded, followed by a delicate scream, unmistakably from Chang Muqing and Lu Wancheng. Three of them had been enjoying their conversation more and more yesterday and ended up drinking a bit. Lu Wanqing almost passed out immediately, while Chang Muqing was slightly better off. However, she wasn't in great shape either, and after a few rounds of drinks, she also lay down. At this moment, waking up was undoubtedly a bit dizzying. Linny glanced at the two of them and said softly, Muqing, Wanqing, hurry up and wash up, we'll be leaving soon. After getting drunk yesterday, both women boldly expressed their feelings. The words Lin, I like you still echoed in his ears, causing a surge of tenderness in his heart. The seed ranking competition officially started at 9 o'clock and it was only 7:30. Now, so there was still time. The two women nodded repeatedly, almost fleeing to the bathroom, not daring to look Linny in the eye. Soon, after washing up, the two finally recovered from their shyness. Chang Muqing wore a white dress that perfectly outlined her exquisite figure. Lu Wanqing, on the other hand, donned a red light armor that accentuated her alluring silhouette. That kind of understated sexiness made Lin Yi's eyes light up. She also linked her arm with Lin Yi's other side. Go, let's go. The two women exchanged smiles. Having adapted to their new identities, naturally transitioning from calling him Lin Yi to Gu, they no longer viewed each other as rivals. After all, the more they experienced, the more they understood. A man as outstanding as Lin Yi would not have just one woman in the future. In this world, it was quite normal for powerful professionals to have several wives. The law never prohibited it, it all depended on personal willingness. Lin Yi smiled slightly, linking arms with the two women as they walked toward the central square, receiving countless envious glances along the way. The central square of the White Tiger main city was vast enough to accommodate 1 million spectators at once. Long lines were forming everywhere. As spectators entered in an orderly manner, Lin Yi and the two women headed toward the other side. Hello, this is the contestant passage. If you are a seed contestant, please show your proof. You can only bring 3 people in to watch at the same time. If not, please use the other passage. Two women in kipeos stepped forward to block Lin Yi and the others, but their attitude was very respectful. After all, Lin Yi looked extraordinary. Coupled with the two stunning girls by his side, even if he wasn't a seed contestant, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Lin Yi wasn't the type to be ostentatious. He smiled and presented the seed contestant proof that Wu Weilong had given him. Upon seeing the proof, the two staff members became even more respectful. Contestant Lin Yi, please this way. There are 40 minutes until the seed selection competition officially begins. You can wait in hall number 1. Lin Yi nodded and was about to lead the two women in when a gentle voice sounded from behind them. Wanqing, you're here too? Lin Yi couldn't help but frown slightly and turned to look. He saw a young man in a light blue robe striding over. He looked somewhat handsome, with a touch of nobility in his demeanor. Clearly, he came from an extraordinary background, but he couldn't compare to Lin Yi's handsomeness. Upon seeing Lin Yi's frown, Lu Wanqing felt a pang of anxiety and quickly explained, Gu, don't misunderstand, this person has nothing to do with me. As she spoke, her eyes were already misty with urgency. After finally getting close to Lin Yi, she wished she could strangle the man who was clinging to her. Chang Muqing leaned close to Lin Yi's ear and whispered, Gu, this person is called Xia Chenhao, one of the 5 prodigies of the White Tiger main city. As soon as Wanqing arrived at the White Tiger Academy, for some reason, she got entangled with this guy. Don't misunderstand Wanqing, her heart is entirely with you, and she has never paid any attention to this Xia. The two women had been at the White Tiger Academy for half a month, and their bond had deepened. Chang Muqing didn't want this kind of incident to make Lu Wanqing lose Lin Yi's trust. Lin Yi chuckled silently, pinching Lu Wanqing's fair face. Seeing her on the verge of tears, he couldn't help but smile. Silly girl, what are you thinking? I know what kind of person you are, you don't need to pay attention to this fly. The reason Lin Yi frowned was merely a male instinct reacting to another man affectionately calling his woman. After so many years of interaction with Lu Wanqing, how could he not know her character? Lin Yi sneered inwardly. He had heard of the Halo mage Xia Chenhao, but he never took it to heart. To put it bluntly, the 5 prodigies of the White Tiger main city were nothing in front of him. Lu Wanqing's anxious heart immediately relaxed. Then, she turned to glare at Xia Chenhao and scolded, I told you not to call me Wanqing, we are not familiar. Xia Chenhao, who had just approached with excitement, suddenly froze, especially when he saw Lu Wanqing intimately linking arms with Lin Yi. A shadow of gloom instantly appeared in his eyes. Sorry, Lu classmate, I was just too happy to see you. In my excitement, I forgot. I won't call you wrong next time. A gentlemanly smile crept onto Xia Chenhao's face, and then he casually asked, Lu classmate, who is this brother? Before he could finish, He had already turned around, wrapping his arms around Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing, completely ignoring Xia Chenhao. Lin Yi certainly saw through Xia Chenhao's hypocritical demeanor. If he had threatened him with a few words, he might have thought a bit higher of him, but now, this was truly beneath him. Watching the 3 completely ignore him as they left, Xia Chenhao, who had originally worn a gentlemanly smile, instantly turned extremely gloomy. Lu Wanqing, you filthy bitch, I thought you were a pure ice goddess. I didn't expect you to be so proactive with another man. Just another piece of trash. A surge of rage rose within him, but he forcibly suppressed it. With a hint of a sunny smile on his face, he turned to the nearby staff and asked, "Excuse me, who was that seed contestant just now?" He knew that Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing had both been eliminated. Therefore, this man he didn't recognize must be a seed contestant, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to use the contestant passage. The two staff members certainly recognized Xia Chenhao. However, seeing the three ignore him indicated that they were not to be trifled with, leaving them a bit at a loss. "It's fine, it won't implicate you, that person isn't so petty." Xia Chenhao suppressed the urge to blast the two in front of him with a spell and maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. That young man just now is named Linny from Zheng City." Upon hearing this, a flicker of realization flashed in Xia Chenhao's eyes. Wanting to pursue Lu Wanqing, he had naturally investigated her situation thoroughly. Is he the one who cleared the trial tower with that trash Lu Wanqing? I heard he also cleared the trial tower but foolishly rejected the invitations from the White Tiger Academy and the Mage Association? Ha! Just a country bumpkin without any background. Doesn't he know that in this world, besides talent, resources matter too? He probably hasn't even reached LV33 yet, right? Xia Chenhao glanced at his own impressive LV38 level, a hint of superiority flashing in his eyes. "Very well, I hope you can last a few more rounds. At that time, I'll crush you thoroughly. So that Lu Wanqing, that worthless piece of trash, knows just how blind her judgment is." The fact that his goddess was someone else's lapdog was something Xia Chenhao, the young master of a legendary family, could not accept at all. With a cold snort in his heart, Xia Chenhao strode inside. At this moment, in hall number 1, Lu Wanqing wore a worried expression. As she said, "Ego, Xia Chenhao seems sunny and open-minded on the surface, but in reality, he is narrow-minded and petty. I'm worried he might target you in the seed ranking competition." Linny patted her delicate hand, reassuring her, "Don't worry, he's not worthy." He had absolute confidence in his own strength. Lu Wanqing felt a bit relieved, but her heart was filled with guilt, believing she had brought trouble to Linny. Chang Muqing quickly pulled Lu Wanqing aside, softly comforting her. She appeared lively and carefree, but her heart was incredibly delicate. After Xia Chenhao entered, he merely sneered at Lin Yi's direction and chose not to make a fool of himself. Soon, as one seed player after another arrived, the previously quiet hall began to buzz with activity. There were a total of 151 professionals participating in this seed ranking competition. Each one was at least at the peak of bronze, a presence that dominated the city. "Brother Lin, you three arrived so early?" Suddenly, Han Feng's surprised voice rang out. Lin Yi and the others turned to see Han Feng walking in with 3 others. They were all quite young, likely the younger generation of the Han family, here to witness the event. "Han Feng, congratulations." Lin Yi had a good impression of Han Feng. He was the only one who didn't obstruct him during the trial tower in Jiangchang. Han Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. "What's there to congratulate me on? I'm only at the level of being eliminated in the first round. There are too many geniuses this time." He had come to terms with reality, initially thinking that under the special training of the Wu-Wei Dragon Master, he could achieve good results. But now it seemed a bit unlikely. Those who could break into the seed ranking competition were almost all from legendary families or higher. He could only barely tag along. However, you might have a chance to break into the top 8. Han Feng's eyes were filled with envy. Lin Yi's talent was evident. If he were willing to join a major force, he might even have a chance to replace some of the 5 great prodigies. At that moment, a light, bell-like laugh came from not far away. "Top 8? You really underestimate Brother Lin." Everyone turned to see a purple-haired girl walking over. She had a captivating figure, and a hint of a smile graced her cool face. It was none other than Su Yunxi. Besides, Su Yunxi was a petite girl with a curvy figure. In terms of looks, she might be slightly inferior to Su Yunxi, but her alluring body completely overshadowed Chang Muqing. The 2 daggers at her waist glimmered with a pink light, sending a chill down one's spine. This girl was none other than the enchanting assassin, Xiao Hanbing. She looked at Lin Yi with curiosity, wanting to know what charm he possessed that made her best friend approach him. "Brother Lin, we meet again." Su Yunxi's lips curled into a faint smile, and her joy was evident in her voice. However, upon seeing the 2 girls on either side of Lin Yi linking their arms with him, a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. This Brother Lin, unexpectedly a flirtatious seed. Lin Yi nodded slightly and smiled. "Yunxi, good to see you again." Noticing Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing's curious gazes, Lin Yi turned and softly said, "I went to the abyss a while ago and got to know her there." The 2 girls naturally wouldn't say much from the moment they decided to accept Lin Yi together. They knew there would likely be many future sisters. At this moment, Han Feng and the others finally reacted, their eyes filled with shock. Demon Hunter Su Yunxi, Enchanting Assassin Xiao Hanbing, 2 of the 5 great prodigies of the White Tiger main city. They actually know Lin Yi, and it seems their relationship is quite good. Could it be that Lin Yi is far stronger than I imagined? A ripple of emotion stirred in Han Feng's heart, and his gaze on Lin Yi changed instantly. He had originally thought that for Lin Yi, To reach the top 8 without abundant resources was already a monstrous feat, but now, it seemed his potential was far greater. He had heard that Su Yunqi was one of the top-ranked among the 5 great prodigies. Her cold and aloof nature meant that gaining her recognition suggested Lin Yi's strength was very likely on the same level as the 5 great prodigies. The thought made Han Feng suck in a breath of cold air. Yunqi, aren't you going to introduce me to this handsome guy? The little lowly next to them said with a grin, her arms crossed over her chest, her clothes looking as if they were ready to burst. Su Yunqi quickly introduced them. This is Big Brother Lin Yi. He helped me a great deal in the abyss a few days ago. Big Brother Lin, this is my best friend, Xiao Hanbing. She's also a famous genius from White Tiger Main City. Xiao Hanbing proactively extended her right hand, her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked at the ridiculously handsome man. Su Yunqi had been bragging to her earlier, saying that she was absolutely going to be amazed this time. And it seemed Su Yunqi's own strength had improved significantly. A woman's intuition told her that this might be closely related to the man in front of her. Lin Yi smiled and nodded at Xiao Hanbing. He held her soft, smooth hand, but only for a moment before letting go. It instantly left Xiao Hanbing with a good impression. After a few casual chats, she couldn't find any clues and began to lose interest. Alright, let's meet again when we have time. The seeded playoffs are about to begin. Good luck, everyone. We're heading over now. With that, she pulled the slightly reluctant Su Yunqi away to join some familiar friends on the other side. Noticing how distracted Su Yunqi was, Xiao Hanbing couldn't help but let out a delicate huff. Hey! You're one of the 5 great prodigies of White Tiger Main City, the cold goddess in the eyes of so many. Seriously, what is with you? Didn't you see that guy has a woman on each arm? What are you still standing there for? Do you want to be his 4th? You used to tell me how much you hated playboys. So why do you look so lost in thought? What kind of magic does that guy have? Su Yunqi quickly covered Xiao Hanbing's mouth, a hint of dejection in her eyes. But she quickly recovered, shaking her head. Binger, you don't understand. It's only normal for a prodigy like Big Brother Lin to have a few women. Xiao Hanbing snorted, completely unable to understand. What? Is he more of a prodigy than Zhao Tianqing? I never saw you act like this toward him. Yunqi, has being in love put a spell on you? Her best friend today was like a completely different person. Su Yunqi lightly touched her forehead, knowing that no matter how she tried to explain, Xiao Hanbing wouldn't believe her. She could only smile helplessly. You'll see for yourself. After saying that, Su Yunqi went to sit on the other side and rest, but she couldn't help glancing at Lin Yi from time to time. This behavior only made Xiao Hanbing even more curious. Just what is his deal? How could he have captured Yunqi's heart? Meanwhile, the 2 women beside Lin Yi, Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing, couldn't help but tease him. Brother Yi, when did you charm Sister Yunqi? Even one of the 5 great prodigies of White Tiger Main City is lost in thought over you. The 2 girls weren't jealous at all, instead, they were a little pleased. The fact that Su Yunqi, the devil hunter and one of the 5 great prodigies, liked their man only proved how outstanding he was. Lin Yi gave a helpless smile and reached out to affectionately pinch their cute noses. As for Su Yunqi, he had felt her interest, more or less, back in the abyss. He never expected that after just 2 days apart, she seemed to have fallen even deeper. He certainly had a good impression of Su Yunqi. As well, she was a girl who was a top choice in both looks and family background. He particularly appreciated her character. She knew when to act and when to hold back, and she understood what was appropriate, just go with the flow. He shook his head and didn't think much more about it, beginning to close his eyes and rest. Beside him, Han Feng was filled with envy. It was one thing to have 2 stunning beauties by his side, but even one of the 5 great prodigies, Su Yunqi, was smitten with Lin Yi. He shook his head, a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. Compared to Lin Yi, he, the young lord of Jiangcheng, felt like a mere rookie. Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. However, deep down, he held great admiration for Lin Yi. To have come this far without resources, his talent and abilities were unimaginable. Han Feng was filled with anticipation. Since it's not just the top 8, then I'll see where your limits lie. At this moment in the hall, as more and more seed contestants arrived, the atmosphere grew increasingly heated. The circle of geniuses was quite small, and many of them knew each other. Zhao Tianqing is here. Suddenly, a shout rang out, and the entrance began to stir. Most people's gazes instinctively turned, even holding their breath unconsciously. A tall, masculine-looking young man walked in, his expression impassive as he casually found a spot to close his eyes and meditate. The nearby seed contestants immediately lowered their voices. A name carries weight, and the presence of Dragon Knight Zhao Tianqing, who was rumored to be the #1 genius of the White Tiger City, made him a hot favorite among the top seeds. Watching the imposing Zhao Tianqing, Xia Chenhao felt a twinge of jealousy. Although he was also one of the 5 great prodigies, his reputation was nowhere near as resounding as Zhao Tianqing's. This time I will prove myself. Zhao Tianqing, don't get too cocky. In the distance, another indifferent-looking young man's eyes flickered with a hint of fervor. Zhao Tianqing, after today, I, Luo Xingyuan, will prove to the world that I am the #1 genius of White Tiger City. The unspoken rivalry among the geniuses didn't need much elaboration. Ding! With a resounding chime, the time had already reached 9 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Central Square, where we will witness the grand event of White Tiger City today. Who is the strongest prodigy of White Tiger City? Let's wait and see. In the sky, a middle-aged man in a white robe laughed heartily. This was the Lord of White Tiger City, the legendary powerhouse, Xiao Yinchuan. He was also the father of the enchanting assassin, Xiao Hanbing. The vast central square was filled with crowds, each person sitting in the viewing seats gazing up at the sky. And in the very front, those with the clearest view were all prominent figures. Heads of legendary families, high-ranking officials of White Tiger City, representatives from Wanbao Pavilion, the Battle Tower, the Mage Association, and even Blood Kill Tower. Powerful forces had all sent representatives. This was an absolute grand event for White Tiger City, and all parties took it very seriously. Even behind each of those geniuses, there were shadows of great powers. In a sense, this was also a game of strategy among the major forces. As Xiao Yinchuan's voice fell, the emotions of the ordinary spectators were instantly ignited. Zhao Tianxing, Su Yunqi, Luo Xin Yuan, Lin Yi. The shouts of the audience echoed everywhere, cheering for their favored geniuses. It was evident that Zhao Tianxing's name was the loudest. Next were a few others among the 5 great prodigies. After all, this was the home ground of White Tiger City. Luo Xingyuan had already gained fame, and with some recent hype, his cheers were also considerable. As for Lin Yi, it was merely a few supporters who had rushed from Jiangcheng shouting, completely overshadowed by others. In such fervent adoration, it was easy to get swept up in excitement. Even Lin Yi's calm demeanor couldn't help but stir with ripples of emotion. Then, Xiao Yinchuan's voice continued to resonate. In this seed ranking competition of White Tiger City, a total of 151 seed prodigies are participating. Among them, 7 have created an unprecedented miracle by clearing the trial tower. Zhao Tianxing, Su Yunqi, Niu Peng, Xiao Hanbing, Xia Chenhao, Luo Xingyuan, and Lin Yi. The 7 prodigies, having cleared the entire trial tower, can skip the rigorous ranking process and directly enter the top 16. As soon as these words were spoken, the venue erupted with countless cheers. Xiao Yinchuan allowed the audience to express their emotions freely. As for the remaining 9 prodigies in the top 16, they will be selected from the remaining 144 seats through a series of eliminations. The top 5 ranked prodigies will qualify to participate in the national trials. The remaining 144 prodigies, please prepare yourselves. The ranking battles will commence after the draw. After a brief pause, Xiao Yinchuan's voice suddenly rose in intensity. This year's seed ranking competition in the White Tiger main city will take place within the White Tiger illusion realm. Geniuses, let go of everything. Bet all your glory and fight. In such a fervent atmosphere, even the legendary strongman Xiao Yinchuan felt his emotions surging. Immediately, a dozen powerful figures seated in the front row soared into the sky, all pointing towards the symbol of the White Tiger main city, the towering White Tiger statue. In an instant, an incredibly rich platinum light shot out from the tiger's eyes. It seemed to form a virtual platinum world in that moment. Then, it continuously evolved, creating countless terrains that flickered. This world formed a projection, steadily landing in the center of the main square, visible to all. This is the White Tiger illusion realm. Geniuses entering it can fearlessly face death, as dying inside will instantly revive them outside. Now, I declare the seed ranking competition of this year's White Tiger main city officially begins. With this final statement, the atmosphere reached a climax filled with raucous cheers. Even in the cities beneath the White Tiger main city, the same excitement prevailed. Those who couldn't attend the live event were spontaneously cheering for the geniuses in their own cities. The people of Jiang City were overjoyed to see Lin Yi directly enter the top 16. Each one was beaming with happiness. In Hall 1, Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing were equally delighted for Lin Yi. Out of 151 participants, 7 had already been predetermined for the top 16. The remaining 144 were competing for 9 spots, meaning they would need to endure 4 rounds of competition to reach the final 16. And this was just the beginning. The top 16 could be said to be the true starting point. Only by securing a spot in the top 5 could one gain the opportunity to participate in the national trials. These geniuses were more or less aware of the matters concerning the national fortune secret realm. Each one was brimming with determination, eyeing the surrounding geniuses with hawkish gazes, as no one knew who their next opponent would be. However, with 7 predetermined spots, the 5 great prodigies were indeed deserving of their titles. Luo Xingyuan's reputation also soared. The entry of these 6 into the top 16 was seen as justifiable by the other geniuses. Yet Lin Yi, who had not made a name for himself, had directly entered the top 16 solely based on his record of clearing the trial tower half a month ago. This immediately sparked discontent among many. Without the support of a major force, this person might have just recently advanced to silver. At best, he's only LV33. Many here are stronger than him. One can only say, he's just a lucky kid managing to exploit a loophole in the rules, but that's all there is to it. However, from another perspective, whoever encounters him in the top 16 will also be a lucky one. I really hope it's me. Hearing those slightly sarcastic remarks, Chang, Mooching and the two women were extremely indignant and were about to retort, but Linny simply held them back, calmly shaking his head. Meeting me is a stroke of luck? Heh, you'll find out how tough the pot is when the time comes. A smile crept onto Lin Yi's lips, completely ignoring the intentions of Xia Chenhao and others who wanted to see him make a fool of himself. When the time came, each of them would encounter him and wouldn't even know how to cry. Lin Yi was not the least bit anxious. At this moment, outside the hall, the call for the 144 geniuses to come out and draw lots had already begun. One by one, the geniuses hurriedly left the hall in an orderly fashion, heading towards the location of the White Tiger Illusion Realm. Seeing Han Feng's slightly nervous expression, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile and encourage him. Brother Han, you got this. Han Feng nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped out boldly. The seed ranking competition in the White Tiger main city had finally begun. The draw is complete, and I announce that the competition for the top 16 officially starts now. The voice of City Lord Xiao Yinchuan echoed in the sky. Instantly, everyone's anticipation reached its peak. One by one, the geniuses gradually appeared before millions, causing the crowd to erupt in cheers. Ah, Lu Xingyu is so handsome. I say, Lu Xingyu should go straight into the top 16. I really don't know what the City Lord is thinking. What does it matter if someone clears the trial tower in half a month? The strength from half a month ago can't compare to now. That boy named Lin Yi really took advantage of the rules. Forget it. Anyway, Lu Xingyu is strong. Climbing step by step is enough to advance to the top 16. It's just a bit troublesome, nothing major. Among them, a handsome boy named Lu Xingyu was undoubtedly the most popular presence. In the eyes of many spectators, he was more qualified than the unknown Lin Yi to be entered into the top 16 early. Although many had their doubts, the rules were set and no one could change them. Lu Xingyu reveled in the crowd's cheers, his eyes filled with pride. He glanced towards hall number 1, feeling indignant. That guy who took advantage of the rules. Once I enter the top 16, I will make you pay. In Lu Xingyu's view, Lin Yi had snatched his spot in the top 16, forcing him to advance step by step, which seemed to have little impact. But in reality, it would expose a lot of his strength, allowing his opponents to prepare in advance. Buzz. Amidst everyone's eager gazes, the platinum light continuously split apart. Suddenly, the White Tiger Illusion Realm cracked open into a total of 72 small worlds. From 144 to 72, it perfectly divided into 72 battlefields. Evenly scattered across every corner, everyone could see each battlefield and specifically lock onto the one supporting their favored genius. Please, seed players, enter the corresponding battlefield according to your draw. As Xiao Yinchuan's voice fell, one by one, the seed players stepped into their respective illusionary small worlds. Han Feng felt a bit nervous as he stepped into the small world number 24 where the draw took place. In an instant, he found himself in a green plane. Fortunately, my class is the Fierce Dragon Swordsman, which can fully exert its strength on the plain terrain. I hope I draw a weak opponent. Han Feng kept praying in his heart, even though he said he was prepared for an early exit. But who wouldn't want to advance to the next round? Buzz. With a flash of light, Han Feng's opponent appeared, a tall and sturdy boy with a serious expression. Han Feng's face lit up with joy as he quickly recalled the information he had gathered on the competitors. It seems this person is only at the peak of bronze, at most just like me, having just advanced to silver level. There's hope. The sturdy boy opposite him clearly had the same thought, their reactions mirroring each other. Please, both players, get ready. The battle will start in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3. As the countdown ended, in an instant, the two figures charged at each other. The sturdy boy opposite was a special melee class. Their strengths were quite similar, making the battle exceptionally intense. All those watching the live broadcast far away in Jiang City felt a tightness in their hearts. While it was certainly exciting that Lin Yi had secured a spot in the top 16, they also hoped Han Feng could achieve a good result. Fortunately, Han Feng did not disappoint everyone. After a fierce battle, he successfully defeated his opponent and advanced to the next round. Seeing this scene, everyone in Jiang City couldn't help but break into smiles, especially the city lord Han Boyan, who was even more excited and clenched his fist. The prominent figures of Jiangcheng beside him all spoke in admiration, making Han Boyan's face beam with joy. Lin Yi saw Han Feng win and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and smile. Han Feng's strength has improved quite a bit, much stronger than when he first challenged the tower. With this level of strength, if he gets a bit lucky, he might have a chance to enter the next round. This kid still says he's going to be eliminated in the first round. The Dragon Knight is indeed a good profession, even though Han Feng's level is only LV31. He can even spar with some LV32 geniuses. Chang Mooching chuckled softly. It's quite impressive, and it has something to do with you, Egu. Lin Yi asked curiously. Oh? How is it related to me? Didn't you refuse the invitation from Vice President Wu Weilong before? He was thinking of training Han Feng vigorously to prove that your refusal was a mistake. Lin Yi couldn't help but facepalm. This was too childish. At that moment, Lu Wanqing smiled and said, "Look, Han Feng is up for the next round." Instantly, it drew the attention of both of them. The originally 72 small worlds had already turned into 36, and Han Feng stood in the 12th small world. The arrangement of the matches was very tight, and since the White Tiger Illusion Realm has the characteristic of restoring to full status, the next round immediately began after the 72 matches ended. Seeing Han Feng's opponent, Chang Muqing frowned and said, "It's him." Han Feng's luck is a bit unfortunate. Who? Lu Xingyu, one of the strongest among the top 5 prodigies, the most formidable contender for the remaining 9 spots. The three looked over and could see that Han Feng's expression was somewhat grim. Han Feng still had the joy of victory lingering on his face. But upon seeing Lu Xingyu slowly appear across from him, it immediately turned pale as paper. Damn it, how did I run into him in the second round? This luck is just too bad. It was said that Lu Xingyu was a LV-35 dual-wielding warrior, also a powerful hidden profession. This battle would be tough. I can only give it my all. Han Feng quietly waited for the countdown to end. Unexpectedly, Lu Xingyu spoke up. "You also come from Jiangcheng?" Hearing Lu Xingyu's words, Han Feng was momentarily stunned. He instinctively nodded, thinking that the other party had some connection to Jiangcheng. But in the next moment, a cold smile crept onto Lu Xingyu's lips. "That's good. It seems you're not as lucky as another genius from Jiangcheng. Just right, I'll collect some interest from you first." Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition rose in Han Feng's heart. Suddenly, he saw the dual blades in Lu Xingyu's hands burst forth with dazzling white light. Swish! Lu Xingyu's figure instantly lunged forward. Almost in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Han Feng. Clang! The dual blades clashed with the long sword, and Han Feng's figure was sent flying back, his health plummeting. The battle was about to erupt. Both were melee professions focused on speed, and the fight was simply dazzling. It was a visual feast, and everyone from Jiangcheng was sweating nervously. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. Everyone heard Lu Xingyu's words. Is this dissatisfaction with my entry into the top 16, wanting to find some sense of presence through Han Feng? You better not miscalculate. He murmured softly, but Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing had already sensed the chill in his tone and obediently linked their arms with Lin Yi. The battle quickly reached a turning point. It could be said that Lu Xingyu was completely toying with Han Feng, suppressing him. Throughout, Han Feng was covered in wounds, already on the brink of collapse. Given the situation, the next strike would likely result in Han Feng being instantly defeated. A regrettable end. However, a slight change occurred. Swish! Lu Xingyu, trailing after images, caught up to Han Feng's flying body. Instead of choosing to finish Han Feng off, he turned the back of his blade and struck fiercely against Han Feng's cheek. Instantly, several of Han Feng's teeth flew out, blood filling his mouth. Although the White Tiger Illusion Realm does not allow for true death, the pain is very real. Then, Lu Xingyu stomped hard on Han Feng's head with another kick. The damage was controlled with extreme precision, causing Han Feng to let out a painful scream without dying and exiting the White Tiger Illusion Realm. A smirk appeared at the corner of Lu Xingyu's mouth as he taunted, "Want to exit? Then just surrender." Choosing to surrender in front of countless people is the greatest humiliation for a genius. It's even worse than death. Everyone understood that Lu Xingyu intended to torture Han Feng. Han Feng could either humiliate himself by surrendering or endure the painful beating. Han Feng's eyes widened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth and saying, "You wish? If you have the guts, kill me." Surrendering would be a disgrace to his master. He simply couldn't do it. Lu Xingyu's expression twisted into a snarl as he coldly laughed. "Very well. I want to see just how tough your bones are." Crack! Another sharp sound echoed as Han Feng's thigh bone was brutally broken by the back of the knife, completely losing his ability to resist. What followed was an extremely cruel and violent slaughter. Han Feng's appearance was utterly tragic, and some spectators could hardly bear to watch any longer. Only a few die-hard fans continued to cheer, shouting praises like how handsome Lu Xingyu was. The entire Jiang city fell silent, and Han Boyan's eyes were filled with rage. Seeing his son being tortured like this made his fists crack with tension. "You bastard! Don't let me run into you in the wild." Han Boyan roared in anger, and many prominent figures in Jiang City also found it hard to watch. Meanwhile, at the scene, the Lord of the White Tiger main city, Xiao Yinchuan, frowned slightly. Although he disapproved of such behavior, it did not violate any rules, so it was difficult to stop. Wu Weilong's eyes were icy as he gritted his teeth at the head of the Lu family beside him, saying, "The Lu family has truly produced an extraordinary genius." The head of the Lu family was a middle-aged man with a sinister face who responded with a smile, "I don't deserve such praise from Wu Weilong." Like father, like son, this man was equally ruthless. In hall number 1, Lin Yi's eyes were filled with killing intent as he coldly said, "Very well, if you encounter me, you will pay the price." He knew that a significant part of the reason Han Feng was being tortured was due to jealousy from that person for entering the top 16 ahead of him. Han Feng was targeted simply because he came from Jiang City, revealing the narrowness of his opponent's heart. Bang! Will you surrender? Accompanied by Lu Xingyu's furious voice, Han Feng was kicked around like a ball, his body no longer resembling a human. At this moment, many began to admire Han Feng's spirit. Not everyone could endure such beatings without surrendering. Even several prominent figures looked at him with newfound respect, and Wu Weilong even planned to cultivate him as a successor. Compared to this, Lu Xingyu's actions seemed increasingly cheap. "Pa! You wish to? You worthless scum!" Lu Xingyu was infuriated and was about to strike again. But, at that moment, a platinum light enveloped the two. The battle was not infinite. Once the time was up, they would be teleported out. As for the outcome, it would be judged comprehensively based on performance in battle and the amount of health lost by both sides. Teleported to the central square, Han Feng felt a sense of rebirth. The pain from being brutally tortured earlier made him shiver involuntarily. He concealed the hatred in his eyes and turned to leave. Since he had failed, he naturally would not stay here to be humiliated. Lu Xingyu snorted coldly, "Consider yourself lucky." Then, he glanced in the direction of Hall Number 1 and raised a middle finger in provocation. Lu Xingyu knew that Lin Yi must be watching him. The battle continued. From 36 to 18, then from 18 to 9. Lu Xingyu charged forward triumphantly. Although he was narrow-minded, it had to be said that Lu Xingyu was very strong. Among these 9, they were all extremely formidable existences. In the end, the remaining 9 from the top 16 were all decided. Everyone went completely wild, continuously cheering for the names of the geniuses they supported previously. Han Feng's incident was merely a trivial matter in the eyes of most people. It did not affect their continued support for Lu Xingyu. In fact, many believed this was the real battle. After intense fighting, the remaining 16 strong have been determined. After a short break, we will immediately begin the most intense quarterfinals. Xiao Yinchuan's voice brought the atmosphere on site to a climax. One genius after another took the stage, eliciting countless cheers. When Lin Yi appeared, everyone in Jiangcheng was incredibly excited. With Han Feng brutally eliminated, Lin Yi had become Jiangcheng's last hope. It was still the drawing lots segment, and Lin Yi remained very calm. Even when passing by Lu Xingyu, he didn't spare him a glance. He was merely suppressing his anger. Han Feng's earlier experience had left him with a pent-up frustration. Unlike the previous rounds, there were only 8 matches in this quarterfinals, so they would not occur simultaneously but one after another. Soon, the break time ended. Amid the eager anticipation of the crowd, Xiao Yinchuan's voice rang out again. "I announce that the first match of the quarterfinals officially begins. Lin Yi versus Lu Xingyu." In an instant, the venue erupted with astonishing cheers. Lin Yi opened his eyes, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "Very good, it seems the organizers are helping me." On the other side, Lu Xingyu was equally delighted. "Ha, truly, heaven is aiding me. I didn't expect to stumble upon such an opportunity. I am indeed the chosen one, as long as I defeat him. If I win this match, I can advance to the semifinals and directly qualify for the national trials." Thinking this, he felt an overwhelming excitement in his heart. In the central square of the White Tiger main city, a rich platinum light continuously gathered. The previously scattered small worlds once again formed a complete White Tiger illusion realm. The geniuses stood at the very center, allowing everyone to see them clearly. First match of the quarterfinals, Lin Yi versus Lu Xingyu. Compared to the previous 16-strong competition, the current battle was where the real essence lay. Especially this first match, its value was exceptionally high. At this moment, as Lin Yi and Lu Xingyu gradually walked out from the backcourt, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Far away in Jiangcheng, Han Boyan and others wore serious expressions. The tragic fate of Han Feng was still fresh in their minds, and everyone felt a pent-up frustration, hoping Lin Yi could vent this anger. Others might not know, but Han Boyan, Cheng Badian, and Lu Jialian were well aware that it was Lin Yi who had destroyed Black Rock City. Lin Yi's strength was definitely beyond everyone's imagination. Meanwhile, Yang Mei, who was watching the live broadcast, was filled with worry. The scene of Lu Xingyu brutally killing Han Feng still lingered in her mind. She feared her son might also end up in such a dire situation, and her heart tightened. "Xiaoyi, you must be safe." On site, everyone's thoughts were varied. Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing also showed some concern. Although Lin Yi's nonchalant attitude towards the platinum treasures indicated his strength, they still felt uncertain. In contrast, Su Yunxi was the most relaxed. She was the only one who knew Lin Yi's true power. Not only was he at level LV40, but he could also directly kill at LV45 Purple Gold Lord. Monster! If she herself was not his match, how could Lu Xingyu be? "Don't worry, my 2 younger sisters. Brother Lin's strength is far beyond what you imagine." Seeing Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing's worries, Su Yunxi took the initiative to strengthen their bond. This made Xiao Hanbing next to her roll her eyes, displaying an expression of, "You're hopeless." But at the same time, she couldn't help but feel curious. What kind of magic did Lin Yi possess that could so thoroughly impress her proud friend? While most people were worried about Lin Yi, other geniuses envied Lu Xingyu's good fortune. Sigh, why wasn't it me who drew Linny? That guy Lu Xingyu is really lucky. Who says otherwise? Now Lu Xingyu has basically secured a spot in the top 8. If he wins one more match, he will qualify for the national trials. Actually, it's this guy, named Linny, who was asking for trouble. Clearly talented but overly self-important, he rejected the invitations from Vice Dean Wu Weilong and Elder Xiebin. Yeah, otherwise how could he have fallen to such a state where everyone is vying to take a bite? The remaining geniuses in the top 16 spoke with a hint of mockery. Wanting to pursue freedom? It's simply being unaware of one's own limitations. Luo Xinyuan shook his head. The only opponent in his heart was Zhao Tianqing, and the others were hardly worth mentioning. Zhao Tianqing didn't even glance at them, completely unconcerned. In his mind, he was already number 1. The so-called competition was just a formality. Only Xia Chenhao looked at Linny with a cold smile, murmuring to himself, "What a pity, I originally wanted to personally teach you a lesson. I didn't expect you to run into Lu Xingyu so soon. Looks like I'll have to find another opportunity to beat you up later." His eyes were filled with malice, as everyone had their own thoughts. The two young figures on the square had already stepped into the White Tiger illusion realm. Buzz! A platinum light shone down, and the world spun around. Lin. He opened his eyes again and immediately found himself in a snowy landscape. The countdown continued to ring, and everyone was eagerly anticipating the spectacular battle between the two geniuses. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the two did not start fighting right away. Lu Xingyu raised an eyebrow and said coldly, "You seem to be quite displeased with me? Oh, I just remembered. Didn't I just turn one of your Jiancheng competitors into a dead dog? Heavens, you're not angry, are you?" Lu Xingyu's actions were very exaggerated, and the signs of performance were quite obvious. He believed he had Linny in the bag, so he wasn't in a hurry. Linny, on the other hand, remained exceptionally calm. The reason he wasn't rushing to attack was that he wanted to see what kind of antics this clown would pull next. TSK, not talking? Lu Xingyu smirked, mocking. "You're not thinking about how to beg for mercy, are you?" He tried to see a hint of fear on Linny's face, but there was none at all, which made him very uncomfortable. Originally a mute who couldn't speak. TCH, soon you'll get to experience what pain really feels like. Lu Xingyu smiled with a fake grin, his impatience growing as the dual blades in his hands suddenly burst forth with white light. Linny snorted coldly, "Are you done? Once you're done, get ready to welcome the pain." Their exchange was clearly heard by everyone. Instantly, it stirred up the emotions of the crowd. The incident where Lu Xingyu had brutally killed Han Feng was brought up again by some. Only then did everyone realize that Han Feng was actually a competitor from the same city as Linny. Now, was Linny going to take revenge for Han Feng? Everyone was incredibly excited. It was finally time to take action. Whoosh! In the sight of Wu Weilong and others, Lu Xingyu dashed across the icy plain with dual blades in hand. He was completely unaffected by the frost, even leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Silver Moon Dual Blade Slash. Lu Xingyu leaped high, his dual blades transforming into 2 silver moons. Nearly 10 meters of silver blade energy suddenly slashed towards Linny. Although he was narrow-minded, he did not underestimate his opponent in battle. He went all out from the start, not giving Linny a chance to create distance. Seeing Lu Xingyu's fierce attack, his supporters erupted in thunderous cheers. What is Linny doing? In everyone's eyes, Linny seemed to be frozen in place, not moving at all. A mage, during combat, should not stay in place without creating distance. If such an agile class catches up and disrupts the rhythm, even if they are a few levels higher, they would be suppressed. Not to mention, in the eyes of the crowd, Linny was even at a lower level than Lu Xingyu. Doesn't he know that a mage's shield needs to be used at critical moments? At this moment, Wu Weilong felt an immense disappointment in his heart. He had originally hoped that Linny would create a miracle, but now it seemed difficult. Without the system's training, even the most talented individual has limitations. Beside him, the head of the Lu family spoke in a sarcastic tone, mocking, TSK, Director Wu has a good eye. He recognized this genius at a glance, but unfortunately, the person is unwilling. Hearing this only fueled Wu Weilong's anger further. Just as he was about to retort, in the next instant, both of their pupils suddenly constricted. On the field, Linny hadn't even raised his staff. He merely snapped his fingers lightly, and instantly, a layer of faint golden runic shield enveloped his entire body. Earth Guardian! Bang! In an instant, a crisp sound of blade energy colliding rang out. The ferocious silver moon blade energy struck against the faint golden shield, yet not even a ripple was disturbed as it dissipated into nothingness. This silver moon blade energy could be considered quite good, even capable of dealing 2 million damage. But in the face of Lin Yi's terrifying shield of 420 million, it was as if the blade couldn't even break through. Even if it did break, another one would come in a second. Surprised? The sinister smile on Lu Xingyu's face instantly froze. How is that possible? He could feel that his dual blades were like striking a great mountain, not even breaking the skin of the shield. Lin Yi's gaze was indifferent. Is this the attack you take pride in? He was not just killing. He aimed to crush the spirit. He wanted to trample on Lu Xingyu in the very field he was most proud of, which would be more painful than killing him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yi put away his staff and walked towards Lu Xingyu with confidence. Come, attack me. Lin Yi's cold voice sent a shiver down Lu Xingyu's spine. A strange fear flickered in his eyes, quickly replaced by rage as he shouted, "You're seeking death." His eyes bulged, even blood vessels appearing. The faint blue glow of his dual blades suddenly intensified. Dual blade power boost. In the next moment, his attack power surged instantly by double. Dual blade chain slash. In an instant, Lu Xingyu leaped high into the air, then struck down with incredible force. The dual blades moved like a windmill, their after images vanishing. With the boost of the dual blades, Lu Xingyu's output could even approach 4 million. Gritting his teeth, Lu Xingyu roared in fury, "If one blade doesn't work, I'll come with another." "I don't believe your turtle shell is that hard." Lin Yi's indifference was even more unbearable than being cursed at. However, amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, bang bang, bang, came another series of crisp slashing sounds, the faint golden shield standing firm like a mountain, not even a ripple breaking the surface. 4 million damage? Not even 1% of the shield could be broken. Lin Yi glanced at him, coldly saying, "Continue, haven't you eaten?" Seeing this situation, the audience was filled with shock. Did we underestimate Lin Yi from the very beginning? Wu Weilong was first taken aback, then filled with wild joy, laughing at the head of the Lu family beside him. Of course my judgment is good. The little thing from the Lu family can't even break through his defense, haha. Instantly, the head of the Lu family turned pale. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyu grew even angrier. He began to lose his rationality, continuously slashing with his blades. Dual blade explosive slash. Bang. Silver moon jump slash. Bang. Overlord blade slash. Bang. However, no matter how hard he tried, the crisp sounds of impact continued, but the golden shield remained unchanged, not even showing a hint of fading. Impossible. Impossible. What kind of shield is this? I've accumulated damage of several tens of millions, how can it still not break? Lu Xingyu felt like he was going insane. After dozens of powerful slashes, his blades were about to dull, but that golden shield stood like an insurmountable mountain forever. Blocking his path, Lin Yi remained as calm as ever. Is that all? Outside the arena, Han Feng felt an immense sense of relief seeing the once arrogant Lu Xingyu in such a pitiful state. The crowd in Jiangcheng erupted in laughter, with Han Boyan even tearing up from excitement. But it was clear that this was just the beginning. With such little skill, you dare to come out and embarrass yourself? To be honest, this level of output isn't even enough to tickle me. Lin Yi calmly stated the facts, his words laced with disappointment. Lu Xingyu's eyes were already bloodshot. His area of expertise was being so contemptuously trampled underfoot. The key was that he had no way to retaliate. Don't get too smug, you're just relying on your turtle shell. You can't do anything to me, come at me if you dare. Lu Xingyu regained a bit of his composure and roared. After enduring so long without fighting back, he assumed Lin Yi was not good at attacking. Lin Yi shook his head slightly, mere psychological warfare was not enough. The torment Han Feng endured, Lu Xingyu must experience tenfold. Then as you wish. A chilling smile crept onto Lin Yi's lips as green wind began to swirl around his fingers. He didn't even need a staff to deal with Lu Xingyu. Even without the staff's enhancement, a casual silver spell from Lin Yi would deal over 100 million in damage, far beyond what Lu Xingyu could withstand. The green wind elements continued to gather, and in the stunned gaze of everyone, a blade-like storm of wind, several 100 meters long, instantly took shape. Wind's strangulation. This was undoubtedly the most brutal spell Lin Yi had mastered. When used to kill monsters, almost every creature would suffer immensely before dying. The dense wind blades would precisely flay and dismember, 100 times more terrifying than slow slicing. Lin Yi usually refrained from using this spell for farming, as it was too cruel. But now, against Lu Xingyu, it was just right. Enjoy it, waste. As Lin Yi finished speaking, the terrifying blade storm immediately enveloped him. Ah! In the next moment, Lu Xingyu's shrill screams echoed across the icy plains of the White Tiger Illusion realm. In an instant, the green storm engulfed Lu Xingyu. He attempted to resist, forming a blade shield with his light blue dual swords, constantly blocking the incoming wind. Blades. Dual blade shield. The dual blade warrior was not only skilled in offense due to the nature of his dual swords, his defense was not inferior to that of a typical shield warrior. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to break through his defense. But Lin Yi was clearly not an ordinary person. With a staggering 420,000 in mental attributes, the raw damage of wind strangulation reached 84 million. If you factor in the 40% enhancement from wind attribute spell damage, that would be 120 million. Clearly, a mere LV-35 dual-blade warrior could not withstand that. Bang bang bang. The crisp sounds rang out in succession, and all of Lu Xingyu's supporters grew tense. The green wind blades seemed endless as they surged toward Lu Xingyu, clashing continuously with the dual swords in his hands. Lu Xingyu's forehead bulged with veins, beads of sweat dripping down, his pupils filled with horror. So, Lin Yi is not only excellent in defense, but it seems his attack is quite formidable too. Hiss. Everyone underestimated Lin Yi. Yeah, Lu Xingyu seems completely outmatched. Is this the foundation of a genius who cleared the trial tower? I originally thought Lu Xingyu had the strength of a top-tier talent, but it seems he's still quite lacking. Look, Lu Xingyu seems like he can't hold on any longer. At this moment, the audience's hearts surged with waves of shock. Lin Yi had slapped everyone in the face with his actions. It may sound lengthy, but the endless assault of wind blades lasted only a second or two. Lu Xingyu used all his strength, but he couldn't budge that terrifying blade storm. He was even swept up into the sky by the storm. Crack, crack. The two platinum warrior swords in his hands began to emit sounds of unbearable strain. How is this possible? Lu Xingyu was terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body, as the swirling blades of wind made his scalp tingle. Without his battle knives, he would be nothing but a lamb to the slaughter. If he were outside, he could easily pull out 2 new battle knives. But the competition rules only allowed him to wear 1 set of equipment. Moreover, he was not allowed to change equipment or use any disposable treasures. During the battle, bang! Suddenly, a crisp shattering sound echoed. 2 pale blue long knives were completely shredded by the wind blades, turning into tiny particles. At this sight, everyone gasped in shock. The first among the 5 great prodigies, Lu Xingyu, had not even lasted 2 seconds after making his move. Lu Xingyu trembled all over, having exhausted all his defensive skills, but it was utterly futile. A single wind blade seemed manageable, but the numbers were endless. Moreover, they came in waves, leaving no room for respite. At this moment, Lu Xingyu was filled with fear. What kind of spell is this? What level is he? LV37? LV38? But in the next instant, he could think of nothing else. The excruciating pain had completely engulfed him. Ah! Lu Xingyu's agonizing wails echoed across the icy plains, sending chills down everyone's spine. Gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed repeatedly in the central square. The power of the dual knives surrounding Lu Xingyu had been completely scattered. First, the battle knives shattered, then his light armor. Finally, it was his flesh and blood. The sound of wind blades slicing through flesh sent shivers through everyone. Under Lin Yi's precise control of his max-level spell, layers of thin skin were continuously peeled away, causing injury without killing. This was far more skillful than the way Lu Xingyu had brutally killed Han Feng before. As blood-red scars began to surface on his muscles, they were immediately covered by the next wind blade. This terrifying pain was 100 times worse than death by 1,000 cuts. If it weren't for dealing with Lu Xingyu, Lin Yi rarely used this spell even when fighting monsters. After all, it was too brutal. Lin Yi's gaze was indifferent, showing no signs of emotion. Dealing with a petty person like Lu Xingyu naturally required using his own methods against him. A smirk appeared at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth as he taunted, "Surrender, and I'll spare you. How about that?" Surrendering would undoubtedly make a person the object of everyone's disdain. Transforming from a genius adored by all into a rat despised by everyone was more painful than killing him. Ah! Lu Xingyu could only continue to wail in agony, lacking the strength to refute Lin Yi. He knew that if he surrendered like this, he would never be able to hold his head high in the future White Tiger City. Hee, let's see how long you can last. Lin Yi rarely felt such anger. Even if Lu Xingyu targeted him directly, it wouldn't matter. But because he dragged others into this and inflicted such harsh treatment, he had to retaliate. Otherwise, anyone would think they could bully him in the future. Outside the arena, Han Feng's eyes were already red. He couldn't bear the humiliation of being brutally killed by Lu Xingyu before. But now, Lin Yi was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Instantly, all the pent-up frustration in his heart was released. Good, good, well done. Han Feng suppressed the urge to cry, suddenly bursting into laughter. Those nearby couldn't help but turn back repeatedly. When they saw it was Han Feng, they finally understood. Han Boyan was even more excited. Ha, this is so satisfying. Whoever dares to touch a hair on Lin Yi in Jiangcheng in the future will be my mortal enemy. Previously, Han Feng had been brutally killed by Lu Xingyu. The hatred in his heart had nowhere to go, and he almost wanted to storm into White Tiger City. But he also knew that the Lu family was powerful, far beyond what a small city lord like him could contend with. Now that Lin Yi was retaliating, he felt an immense sense of gratitude. Hearing Han Boyan's declaration, the prominent figures in Jiangcheng all expressed that they would not be enemies with Lin Yi. It was a joke, everyone knew without Han Boyan saying it. A genius of Lin Yi's caliber, an epic was not his final destination. To be enemies with someone like him was practically asking for death. Even Gao Anping, the head of the Gao family, had no thoughts in that direction, treating the previous 4 pieces of platinum equipment as gifts. After all, his son Gao Jipeng was simply not on the same level as Lin Yi. However, some felt that Lin Yi's methods were exceptionally cruel. What the hell? Why is this kid so vicious? The other party has no power to resist, yet he still strikes with such malice. Exactly. Brother Xingyu's knife was clearly shattered. Lin Yi could have won directly. Fans of Lu Xingyu were in tears, denouncing Lin Yi's ruthlessness. But there were also those who stood on Lin Yi's side. TCH, when your brother Xingyu was dealing with others, why didn't you speak up? What? When your brother Xingyu tortures others, it's all good because he's handsome? But when others torture your brother Xingyu, it's cruel. Pfft, go to hell with your double standards. Moreover, this voice was becoming increasingly prevalent. Especially after understanding the previous incident where Lu Xingyu had tortured Han Feng, it became even more so. Many even believed that Lin Yi was standing up for his friend, clearly a man of loyalty and righteousness. Supporters of Lu Xingyu were immediately beaten back, not daring to speak further. Meanwhile, Lin Yi naturally gained a large number of new fans. At this moment, besides the original fans from Jiangcheng, many others, upon learning of Lin Yi's deeds, began to take an interest in and identify with this proud young man. Lu Xingyu's flesh had long been reduced to nothing. However, under Lin Yi's precise control, his health remained within a certain limit. Lu Xingyu screamed in madness, but the wind blades showed no mercy. Flesh and bone were stripped away layer by layer. And the key was that his consciousness remained extremely clear. When the wind blades began to sweep over the bones exposed beneath the skin, Lu Xingyu finally couldn't hold on any longer. His screams sounded like those of a demon in hell, and there was still a long way to go before the match ended. Is this your level of endurance? Han Feng is 100 times stronger than you? Lin Yi's calm words rang out, making the audience in Jiangcheng feel immensely relieved. At this moment, the head of the Lu family could no longer contain himself. His face was dark, and the anger in his eyes seemed ready to take form. City Lord Xiao, I request to terminate the match. Before Xiao Yinchuan could respond, Wu Weilong sneered coldly, on what grounds? City Lord Xiao, the match must not be terminated. When Han Feng was tortured earlier, he had asked the head of the Lu family if the match could be terminated, only to receive a refusal. Now that his own son was suffering, he wanted to end the match? Dream on. Xiao Yinchuan frowned slightly, his gaze falling down. The legendary might of a strong man was fully revealed, making the head of the Lu family feel a chill in his heart. The match is ongoing, no one can terminate it. City Lord Xiao. The head of the Lu family was anxious. Xiao Yinchuan turned his gaze, showing no other expression. I said, no one is allowed to interfere with the match. Can't you understand? The Lord of the White Tiger main city was not just any legendary strongman. If he truly got angry, most people present would be finished. The head of the Lu family was momentarily stunned and could only lower his head and say, understood, City Lord Xiao. Xiao Yinchuan paid no attention to whether the head of the Lu family harbored resentment. He simply watched the match in the White Tiger illusion realm, murmuring to himself, this kid has something. That shield just now and the current blade storm seem to be of a very high level. Perhaps everyone has underestimated him, he might bring some nice surprises. He began to look forward to Lin Yi's next performance. In the White Tiger illusion realm, Lu Xingyu's wails had completely turned hoarse. Those who are unaware would surely think that he had suffered for a long time. But in reality, it was merely a brief 10 seconds. Yet, those 10 seconds were 100 times more painful than the torment Han Feng had endured before. Lu Xingyu could no longer bear it, his soul trembling as he let out a wail. I surrender. I surrender. At this moment, he could no longer care about face or dignity. The excruciating pain made him abandon everything. Wow. When Lu Xingyu ultimately chose to surrender, the entire arena erupted in an uproar. The martial spirit of the White Tiger City was the strongest in all of Huaxia. Here, one stood to die rather than kneel to live. Every practitioner who left White Tiger City adhered to this belief. Even in real adventures, this was the case, let alone in the White Tiger illusion realm, where one could be resurrected after death. That was why Han Feng had gritted his teeth and persevered. In fact, as the competition progressed, even the women had fought to the death before exiting the White Tiger illusion realm. Lu Xingyu was the first to surrender. I really didn't expect Lu Xingyu to have such little willpower. So disappointing, I had been supporting him all along. Sigh, who isn't? It's really speechless. What a disgrace, truly a disgrace. Pa. Still the number one genius beneath the 5 great prodigies, what a useless thing. After Lu Xingyu's surrender, many who had originally supported him instantly turned against him. Aside from a few extreme die-hard fans, the vast majority of fans began to angrily insult him. In the martial land of White Tiger City, Lu Xingyu could forget about ever holding his head high again. He would be ridiculed for life. Fans could accept being unable to win, but they absolutely could not accept surrender. In White Tiger City, surrender was an absolute disgrace. After Lu Xingyu exited the White Tiger illusion realm, he was still immersed in the intense pain from earlier. The look he cast at Lin Yi was filled with fear. Even though his body was intact, he could still recall the torment of flesh and bone being scraped away layer by layer. But the continuous insults from the crowd made his face turn pale. Originally considered a rising star, a genius adored by many, in an instant he became the object of everyone's disdain. Get out! Get out! The shouts surged like a tide, causing Lu Xingyu's body to tremble even more violently. He was just an 18-year-old boy. How could he possibly withstand such a drastic rise and fall? Who needs your support? You should be the ones to get lost, Lu Xingyu shouted frantically as he rushed toward the edge of the square. However, that shout was destined to bring him even more criticism and scorn. Watching Lu Xingyu's miserable exit, Lin Yi felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He had never provoked the other party, yet had been targeted for no reason. This outcome was the best possible. At that moment, Xiao Yinchuan's voice suddenly rang out. In the first match of the top 8, Lin Yi wins. As the words fell, Lin Yi, standing in the center of the square, instantly became the focus of the entire crowd. Waves of astonished and shocked gazes were directed at him, quickly coalescing into cheers that shook the heavens. Lin Yi, Lin Yi, Lin Yi, Lin Yi. Originally with few supporters, Lin Yi officially entered everyone's sight. There was no doubt that in the first match of the top 8, Lin Yi had completely proven himself with his strength and gained the recognition of many. Standing in the center of the arena, Lin Yi welcomed the attention of the crowd. This was Lin Yi's first battle, yet he shattered all doubts. Countless people gazed at the tall and upright young man, whose looks were beyond compare. If it came to handsomeness, Lin Yi could declare himself the champion. Wow, I just realized that Lin Yi is so handsome. I've decided, he is now my new idol. Damn it, a fair weather fan. Get lost, I love whoever I want to love. Don't you think Lin Yi is so cool for standing up for his friend? Well, that's true. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and some new fans continuously praised him. After learning the backstory, Lin Yi's act of standing up for Han Feng indeed attracted many fans. At this moment, someone finally pointed out the key issue. Ahem, putting looks aside, don't you think Lin Yi's strength is what we should really focus on? Hiss. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have overlooked it. If I remember correctly, Lin Yi almost crushed Lu Xingyu just now, right? That's right. First, there was that extremely strong shield. Lu Xingyu struck at least 20 or 30 times and still couldn't break Lin Yi's shield. Hiss. Lin Yi's shield can't possibly withstand tens of millions of damage, can it? That's terrifying. It's very possible. And don't forget that terrifying output just now. Although Lu Xingyu isn't good at defense, it also shows that Lin Yi's output is extremely frightening. I speculate that Lin Yi's level must be very high. LV 37? LV 38? He might even surpass some of the 5 great prodigies. As for combat power, Lin Yi is definitely on par with the 5 great prodigies. He is absolutely a super dark horse. Everyone completely accepted this speculation. It was the most realistic inference. But Lin Yi, all alone and without any support from a faction, had actually reached the level of the 5 great prodigies. This left everyone dazzled and even a bit dizzy. It seemed a bit too powerful. The big shots from the White Tiger main city, including Wu Weilong, were equally shocked. No way? How could Lin Yi have such strength? At that time, when Lin Yi rejected the invitations from the White Tiger Academy and the Mage Association, many had predicted that he would inevitably fall behind the 5 great prodigies. But now, Lin Yi was proving to everyone with facts that he had not fallen behind, but had even surpassed them. Is this for real? The geniuses had grown to this level in just half a month. Only they knew how many resources had been spent during that time. They simply couldn't believe that someone could match the efforts of an entire legendary family by themselves. But the fact was, it had happened. Even the city lord, Xiao Yinchuan, looked on with deep curiosity. Could it be that Lin Yi is the chosen one? The third elder of the Mage Association's eyes lit up as he proposed this possibility. After all, there was still a Luo Xingyuan around, with a platinum family background, even surpassing the talents of legendary families. He had been the first to advance to a golden profession. This was simply terrifying. Back when they were testing their skills in Zhang City, Han Boyan and others had also speculated whether Lin Yi was the chosen one. However, this possibility was immediately dismissed by Xiao Yinchuan. Impossible. There has never been a case of 2 chosen ones appearing under one main city. The arrangement of the 5 ministers in Huaxia is very particular. Such a situation cannot occur. I suspect that there is a force secretly nurturing Lin Yi, perhaps even a demigod-level powerhouse. Xiao Yinchuan's expression turned serious, causing everyone to gasp in shock. He wasn't making a baseless guess. It was because Zhang City was indeed very special. There had been signs of peak forces stirring in the past, which made him connect the two. Seeing the astonished gazes of everyone, Xiao Yinchuan couldn't help but smile. Of course, I'm just speculating, I don't know the specifics. However, Lin Yi indeed has the qualifications to compete for the top 5. You all don't need to rush, let's wait for things to settle down before discussing. That's true, right now, we are only in the top 8, so there's no need to hurry. Exactly, we can make plans after the results come out. The big shots all breathed a sigh of relief, but in their hearts, they couldn't help but think more about Lin Yi. A seemingly solitary genius was indeed very enticing. They also wanted to test the waters to see if there really was someone backing him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yi slowly walked back to hall number 1. Immediately, he was met with curious or odd gazes. The geniuses who had previously mocked Lin Yi had all quieted down. With Lu Xingyu being crushed, who would dare to provoke Lin Yi? Didn't they see Lu Xingyu's miserable fate? At this moment, Lin Yi was synonymous with ruthlessness and a vengeful spirit in the hearts of these people. Xia Chenhao snorted coldly from the corner, turning away from the triumphant Lin Yi. Don't get too proud, you only defeated a Lu Xingyu. What's there to be arrogant about? Do you really think that defeating a piece of trash means you can stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 great prodigies? It's simply ridiculous. In Xia Chenhao's view, if he faced Lu Xingyu, he could crush him just as easily. Moreover, he was a hidden class aura mage, so there was no reason to fear other mages. Especially since Lin Yi was just an ordinary mage, he felt even less intimidated. A glint of coldness flashed in Xia Chenhao's eyes as he coldly remarked, that useless Lu Xingyu, it seems I have to deal with him myself. As for Zhao Tianqing and Luo Xingyuan, who had been resting with their eyes closed, they hadn't paid any attention to the battle. But upon hearing Lu Xingyu's screams, they couldn't help but open their eyes in shock. They saw the scene of Win's strangulation mercilessly slaughtering Lu Xingyu. Zhao Tianqing frowned slightly, then regained his composure. Not bad, should be about on par with Xia Chenhao's strength, but that's about it. Luo Xingyuan felt the same, a confident smile on his lips. No matter what trump cards you have, you won't stir up any waves in front of me. As Lin Yi calmly stepped into the hall, he reveled in the admiration of Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing. Brother Yi, you're amazing. Lin. He smiled and nodded at Su Yunqi, who also looked at him with admiration, then turned to chat quietly with the two women. Instantly, envy flickered in Su Yunqi's eyes. Hey, this guy Lin Yi really has some skills. With the strength of the 5 great prodigies plus such handsome looks, how can you be so attentive to him? Xiao Hanbing playfully patted Su Yunqi's rear, laughing. Su Yunqi shot her a reproachful glance, knowing her friend was a mischievous one and probably didn't take Lin Yi too seriously. She shook her head slightly, her words filled with admiration for Lin Yi. Binger, just keep watching. Brother Lin is indeed very handsome, but that's definitely not what makes him attractive. You better pray that in the upcoming matches you don't run into Brother Lin. Only she knew that the strength Lin Yi had displayed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Xiao Hanbing watched Su Yunqi's retreating figure, proudly shaking her fist, her soft chest swaying slightly. If this young lady encounters him, he'll definitely kneel at my feet. Reactions varied among the crowd. Lin Yi's first battle brought the atmosphere to a climax. Everywhere, discussions erupted, but everything must come to an end. At this moment, all chatter ceased with Zhao Tianqing's appearance. Following that, a wave of cheers erupted. If we were to talk about popularity, Zhao Tianqing was undoubtedly number 1. At least, for now, Lin Yi couldn't compare. Zhao Tianqing, I want to have your babies. Outside, cheers filled the air. Zhao Tianqing calmly stepped into the White Tiger illusion realm, appearing in a hilly area. Opposite him stood his opponent, one of the 9 contestants who had fought their way out of 144 geniuses. His strength was also quite impressive, having reached LV35, though his combat power was slightly inferior to Lu Xingyu's. However, at this moment, the genius's face was as pale as paper, his mouth twisted in bitterness. A person's name carries weight, and Zhao Tianqing's popularity was built on solid achievements. Not only had he cleared the trial tower, but his speed was also unmatched in the White Tiger main city. He knew that facing Zhao Tianqing left him with no chance of victory. If he had encountered someone else, perhaps he would have had a chance to advance. But against Zhao Tianqing, this was where it ended. He silently lamented his bad luck, feeling even worse off than Lu Xingyu had been. Zhao Tianqing crossed his arms and said indifferently, make your move, or you won't have any chance at all. The genius opposite him took a deep breath, offered no rebuttal, and then struck first. Kill. Ultimate Fury. Storm Arrow Rain. His profession is a berserker archer. In an instant, arrows shot out like a storm. The sky was dark with them, as if countless people were bending their bows and shooting arrows together. Truly a one-man army. It must be said that any genius who made it to the top 16 is no simple character. However, Zhao Tianqing merely shook his head lightly. Shihong, come out. Roar. In the next moment, accompanied by a dragon's roar, a massive flame-red dragon, over 200 meters long, appeared in front of everyone. The imposing and fierce red dragon made everyone watching tremble with fear. Zhao Tianqing stood on the back of the red dragon, holding a gigantic dragon spear that seemed to pierce through everything, exuding an overwhelming aura. Dragon Star Spear. The red dragon roared and spewed flames, instantly drowning all the arrows shot by the genius opposite him. Then, the spears of light surged forward in an instant, right in front of that person. It was like piercing through a layer of white paper, and immediately all defenses turned to dust. Instant kill. The genius who made it to the top 16 was directly annihilated. The power of the dragon Knight was evident. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock, their eyes filled with horror. Following that, there was an unparalleled cheer. Zhao Tianqing. Zhao Tianqing. Zhao Tianqing returned to hall number 1 with indifference, closed his eyes to rest, and appeared exceptionally proud. But to others, he had earned that right. Su Yunqi originally thought that after her training in the abyss, she would be able to easily surpass Zhao Tianqing. But given the current situation, it was uncertain. Only Lin Yi looked on with indifference. It was just that He could see that this first genius of the White Tiger main city seemed to unconsciously be competing with him. The instinct to exert full force, creating such a shocking effect, was to overshadow the impact Linny had made earlier. In the guest seats of the central square, a group of people from the Sakura country suddenly changed their expressions upon seeing the red dragon. They respectfully addressed a young man beside them. Colonel Kawasaki, is it him who destroyed the people of Black Rock City? The young man called Colonel Kawasaki had a hint of battle intent in his eyes, but he shook his head slightly, uncertain. It shouldn't be. Colonel Kawasaki once said that the holy dragon that appeared in Black Rock City was of the earth attribute, not fire. However, it doesn't rule out the possibility that he used a temporary attribute conversion treasure. We must keep a close watch on him. Yes. A cold smile appeared in Colonel Kawasaki's eyes. Compete, no matter who among you gets first, I will crush you all. In front of countless people, I will trample you down. Amidst the countless cheers, the geniuses took the stage one by one. The third was Luo Xingyuan. Following him were the demon hunter Su Yunqi, the enchanting assassin Xiao Hanbing, the halo mage Xiao Chenhao, and the bloodthirsty berserker Niu Pang. Each of them was more ferocious than the last, facing their opponents with either overwhelming force or instant kills. They truly showcased to the world what the five great geniuses were. Instantly, the impact brought by Linny and Zhao Tianqing was greatly diminished. The atmosphere on site was like a roller coaster, with one climax after another, making everyone shout in excitement. The techniques of the geniuses dazzled the audience, leaving them unable to distinguish who the stronger one was. My God, this generation of geniuses is just too powerful. I can hardly believe my eyes. These are actually professionals who just awakened not long ago. I really look forward to the upcoming battles. As the last battle concluded, the top 8 were finally revealed. Linny, Zhao Tianqing, Luo Xingyuan, Su Yunqi, Xiao Hanbing, Xiao Chenhao, Niu Pang, and Li Sisi. Congratulations to the 8 of you for entering the final 4 competition. With the voice of City Lord Xiao Yinchuan, everyone's emotions were ignited. The top 4. This meant that at least 4 of the 5 spots were confirmed. As for the last spot, it would be contested among the last 4. In the end, the 5 of them would represent the White Tiger main city in the national trials. What an honor that was. The implications behind this were even more exciting for the various noble families. Thus, the path to the national fortune secret realm had taken a significant step forward. Everyone's eyes were bright with anticipation for the upcoming battles. At this moment, these 8 geniuses were undoubtedly the most watched stars. The entire White Tiger main city was focused on this event. Although most people were still unaware of the matters concerning the national fortune secret realm, just the duels between these talents were enough to thrill them. From the powerful aristocrats to the common folk, everyone was eagerly discussing who would make it into the top 4. But without a doubt, no one dared to make any guarantees. Based on the strength displayed by these individuals so far, each one had a chance. Amidst this atmosphere of expectation, the first match of the top 4 finally began. First match of the top 4, Zhao Tianqing versus Li Sisi. As the city lord, Xiao Yinchuan's voice fell. Both the audience on site and those watching the live broadcast from various places erupted in excitement. Zhao Tianqing! Zhao Tianqing! Ah! Zhao Tianqing is so handsome! Dragon Knight! Dragon Knight! This is amazing. My brother Tianqing drew the best lot. Indeed, Li Sisi is definitely the weakest among these 8. It seems Zhao Tianqing is about to secure the first spot in the top 4. Li Sisi was a delicate-looking round-faced girl, a rare totem master among the practitioners. Being able to emerge from 144 geniuses and finally make it into the top 8, her strength was naturally not weak. Her level was also as high as LV35, not inferior to the previous Lu Xingyu at all. But everyone still held little expectation. So far, only Linny and Luo Xingyuan had shown some strength. As for the others, they all fell short. No matter how much they boasted before the match, or how hopeful they were to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 great prodigies, once they stepped onto the battlefield for real combat, the gaps became evident. The 2 entered the White Tiger illusion realm together, and the round-faced girl's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Just one step away. Just one step away. I would have a chance to advance to the top 4. Why did I have to face Zhao Tianqing? She knew her chances of winning were slim. If she had faced Lin Yi, Xiao Hanbing, or Niu Pang, she might have had some confidence. But against Zhao Tianqing, there was no possibility at all. Li Sisi tried to buy time, sweetly saying, "Brother Tianqing, I'm also your fan." However, Zhao Tianqing remained aloof as always. The fiery red dragon made its entrance, its roar deafening, filling everyone with awe. Zhao Tianqing said indifferently, "I'll give you the chance to strike first." Li Sisi's face turned pale, knowing her beauty trick would be useless. Damn it, she cursed inwardly, taking a deep breath to prepare for her all-out effort. One totem after another was summoned. Meanwhile, the people from Sakura country began to observe the details, comparing them with the traces of the holy dragon that appeared in the ruins of Black Rock City. Make sure to look closely. Colonel Kawasaki's gaze was sharp. Even if the chances were slim, he wouldn't let it go. A human who could control a holy dragon was undoubtedly a top genius. Zhao Tianqing rarely revealed his red dragon in public, and at this moment, everyone was filled with curiosity. Seeing this, Niuzhan, the head of the Niu family, sighed. It is said that this red dragon of Zhao's was brought over from the edge of the world, and Elder Zhao paid quite a price for it. Everyone knew that there were almost no holy dragons in the main world. At most, there were only sub-dragons or dragon-blooded creatures. That's not a small price at all. It is said that Elder Zhao even used the favor of a demigod for this dragon. Egg. This red dragon is even stronger than an ordinary holy dragon. Su Tai, the head of the Su family, revealed a secret with a smile. This made Zhao Kongning, the head of the Zhao family beside him, roll his eyes. Those who learned of this for the first time were all taken aback. Just for a dragon egg, such a huge price was paid. I really don't know how many resources and efforts were spent on the subsequent training. It can be said that every genius is a money-eating beast. For example, the Su family spent a considerable amount to allow Su Yunshi to enter the abyss. So the dragon egg is this rare. No wonder the Sakura nation has been so fixated on the matter of Black Rock City. A strong warrior from the battle tower couldn't help but exclaim. Understanding the reasons behind it, everyone had heard about the destruction of Black Rock City 10 days ago. Immediately after, the Sakura nation expressed its condemnation of the Huaxia nation, believing that Zhao Tianqing was responsible for the incident. The reason was simple: traces of the holy dragon appeared at the scene in Black Rock City. Naturally, Zhao Tianqing became the best scapegoat. Speaking of Black Rock City, everyone suddenly became interested. Those people from the Sakura nation really have too much time on their hands. How could a small military city with a platinum powerhouse station there possibly be the work of a young man who just awakened 20 days ago? They must be thinking with their backsides. Exactly. Someone capable of such a feat is most likely at the peak of platinum, or even an epic powerhouse. I heard that even the old lady Kawasaki couldn't find the murderer. There are suspected traces of a demigod. Hiss. A demigod is actually involved? This little life is truly insane. It's just chaos everywhere. If you ask me, the Elder Council should just kick them out. Why bother with them? The big shots of the Elder Council must have their own plans. However, the city lord should know some insider information. With this remark, everyone's gaze turned to Xiao Yinchuan. After all, as the lord of the main city, he held a significant position in the Huaxia nation and surely knew more than others. Xiao Yinchuan pondered for a moment and slowly said, actually, the incident in Black Rock City could very well have been done by a young person. Moreover, it is highly likely that it was one of this generation's young people. The Elder Council also sent people to investigate. There were traces of a soil attribute holy dragon at the scene, and it was also a young dragon. Not only that, but there were also extremely powerful magical traces. It was determined that the perpetrator was at least at the peak of gold, or even comparable to platinum. Although this young person relied on some external force, most of the actions were done by him alone. The Sakura nation knows this as well, understanding that it couldn't have been Zhao Tianqing. They just want to take advantage of the situation. After saying this, Xiao Yinchuan glanced at the foreign guest seats, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. It was clear that the Elder Council of the Huaxia nation had some experts who had discovered many clues. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, then shook their heads in disbelief. Is there really such a powerful presence among this generation's young people? Peak gold? Even comparable to platinum? Zhao Tianqing might not even be able to defeat an ordinary peak gold professional, right? After all, that's a whole major tier difference. It's probably not one of this generation's young people. The Elder Council must have misjudged. At this moment, everyone was filled with doubt. They would never believe that someone who had just awakened for 20 days could be comparable to a platinum powerhouse. Xiao Yinchuan shook his head and did not elaborate further. He also had some confusion, but it seemed the Elder Council was unwilling to delve deeper, so he did not continue to inquire. This topic was quickly brushed aside, and everyone's attention returned to the White Tiger Illusion realm. As Li Sisi filled the surroundings with totems, a powerful aura suddenly erupted. Totem masters are a very rare profession, with all their abilities tied to the totems. If a totem master is well prepared and enhances various totem powers, then challenging higher tiers becomes as easy as eating and drinking. A hint of joy appeared in Li Sisi's beautiful eyes, her whole body shimmering with various lights as she charged towards Zhao Tianqing. She saw a glimmer of victory, but it was destined to be illusory. Zhao Tianqing remained cold and proud, the holy dragon roaring as it soared into the sky, becoming nearly unstoppable in the unity of man and dragon. Because dragon knights can share part of the holy dragon's attributes, making them incredibly overpowered, the massive dragon spear was incredibly terrifying, seemingly capable of piercing through the void, each thrust carrying a fierce momentum. Li Sisi, stacked with totems, was completely no match and was suppressed in just a moment. As everyone expected, Zhao Tianqing won decisively. Looking at that powerful young figure, it was as if the crowd saw a rising star of tomorrow, slowly ascending. It was foreseeable that, given time, Zhao Tianqing would undoubtedly become a formidable powerhouse, even capable of protecting a region. Zhao Tianqing! Zhao Tianqing! The cheers from the crowd were as enthusiastic as ever as Zhao Tianqing returned to Hall Number 1 to rest amidst countless fiery gazes. Master Zhao, congratulations, congratulations. Your family has produced a prodigy, securing a spot in the top 4 ahead of time. He has already gained the opportunity to enter the national trials. When the National Fortune's secret realm opens, he is likely to enter. And judging by the situation, it's far from over. With Zhao Tianxing's strength, winning the championship is almost a sure thing. Master Zhao, you must support us more in the future. Zhao Tianxing's overwhelming victory undoubtedly left all the big shots in awe. This was a powerful young man. In their hearts, the probability of Zhao Tianxing winning the championship was extremely high. There should be no one who could rival him. Zhao Kongning couldn't stop smiling, repeatedly cupping his hands and saying, "Not at all, we should support each other. We're all from the same main city." Saying this feels distant. Everyone felt an immense envy, knowing that the Zhao family had truly risen. Once they entered the National Fortune's secret realm, it would be something they could never compare to. Even Xiao Yinchuan felt a twinge of envy. His daughter, Xiao Hanbing, although one of the 5 great talents, still had an uncertain chance of making it to the top 4. At this moment, inside Hall No. 1, Xiao Hanbing nudged Su Yunqi with her elbow and teased, "So, I told you Zhao Tianxing is stronger than Lin Yi, right? Isn't this kid the one who was interested in you back then? Why not consider him?" Of course, she was just joking with her best friend. Su Yunqi's expression remained calm, showing not a hint of fluctuation. "He's okay, I guess?" After witnessing Lin Yi's monstrous strength, her threshold had already risen significantly. Although Zhao Tianxing's displayed power was strong, it truly failed to stir her emotions. The blazing red dragon? Brother Lin's holy demon dragon feels even more impressive. Is that all? Xiao Hanbing's voice suddenly rose, exasperated. "It seems you've really been poisoned by love. There's no saving you." She now completely believed that her best friend had a love filter. That's why she thought Lin Yi was stronger than anyone else. Rolling her eyes, she decided to observe the reactions of others. Almost everyone was shocked, their eyes filled with wariness towards Zhao Tianxing. Even Luo Xinyuan was no exception, his eyes reflecting caution and intense fighting spirit. Only Lin Yi remained calm, not paying much attention, still chatting and laughing with Chang Muqing, enjoying the company. This made Xiao Hanbing even more frustrated, feeling it was unfair for her best friend. "I want to see what kind of charm you have. I hope we can meet and I can personally test your worth." She held no ill will towards Lin Yi, but simply developed a rebellious mindset due to Su Yunqi's constant defense of him. "Didn't you say Lin Yi was strong? Then I will prove he is not." However, Xiao Hanbing's thoughts were destined to be in vain. Just then, her father Xiao Yinchuan's voice rang out from outside. Second match of the top 4 competition, Lin Yi vs Xia Chenhao. Wow! As soon as the words fell, the entire venue erupted, even more excited than during Zhao Tianxing's match. The reason was simple. The former had forcefully suppressed Lu Xingyu, proving with solid results that he was indeed a genius of the same caliber as the 5 great talents. The latter had always stood atop the White Tiger main city, overlooking all the young talents, one of the 5 great prodigies. The illustrious mage Xia Chenhao. They are all top talents of the same level, and they are all mages. Undoubtedly, this battle is even more exciting than the previous one. Lin Yi, Xia Chenhao, Xia Chenhao. The entire venue was cheering for the two names, but Xia Chenhao's cheers were noticeably louder. After all, the White Tiger main city is his home ground, and his foundation is much deeper. My god, I'm so excited. The battle of the top talents. The battle of mages. If I remember correctly, these two should be the only 2 mages in the top 8 this time. Whoever wins will be the strongest mage of this generation. Exactly, this is not only a competition for the top 4 but also a contest for the strongest mage. It's of great significance. Countless people were excitedly discussing. Upon hearing that he was matched against Lin Yi, Xia Chenhao was first taken aback, then he burst into silent laughter. He looked over at the other side, where Lu Wanqing was snuggled up next to Lin Yi, and jealously said, "Very good, very good. Truly, heaven is helping me. I didn't expect to be matched against you. I'm not a waste like Lu Xingyu. I will make you understand what the 5 great talents truly mean. Get ready to enjoy the feeling of falling from the peak to the bottom." Xia Chenhao kept roaring in his heart as he strode out of the hall. Lin Yi naturally felt that thick malice, but he didn't take it to heart at all. Just a clown. He smiled lightly at Lu Wanqing and the other girl, saying, "I'll be right back." Lin Yi's calm demeanor couldn't help but draw the attention of the talented individuals present. Xiao Hanbing curled her lips but ultimately couldn't help but remind him, "Hey, Lin Yi, you should be a bit more vigilant. The aura mage is a very strong mage profession and might counter you." Lin Yi was slightly taken aback, not expecting Xiao Hanbing to kindly remind him, and he smiled faintly, "Thank you." Then, under the gaze of everyone, he also strode out of the hall. Central Square. The roar of cheers had completely drowned out the 2 talents. The battle for the strongest mage of this generation was about to begin. Lin Yi, brother Lin Yi is the coolest. Lin Yi is the strongest mage in my heart. Take down that arrogant Xia Chenhao. You're talking nonsense. Lin Yi wouldn't even be worthy to hold his shoes. That's right. Those who challenge the 5 great talents don't have a good ending. Li Sisi is a prime example. Get lost. Do you think Xia Chenhao is Zhao Tianqing? Besides, our Lin Yi is much stronger than Li Sisi. As the two talents appeared, the atmosphere on site instantly reached a climax. The fans of both sides were unyielding, each believing their idol was the strongest. Although Lin Yi had slightly fewer fans, the proportion of girls among them was quite high, mainly because Lin Yi's looks were undeniable. In terms of handsomeness, no one else could compare. Therefore, the fighting power of Lin Yi's fans was even stronger, with one person able to take on three without stopping. Xia Chenhao's fans could only angrily drop harsh words. We'll see the real skills under our hands. The roar of cheers gradually subsided, because Lin Yi and Xia Chenhao had already stepped into the White Tiger illusion realm. To avoid affecting the battle of the talents, everyone consciously held their breath and focused on watching. In the front row of the audience, the big shots were also discussing the two. Who do you think will win in the end between these two little guys? Someone initiated the conversation. It was the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion. An elder from the Mage Association chuckled lightly. Based on the visible strength right now, Lin Yi completely has the strength of the five great talents. It's a 50-50 chance for both. A tall and strong man from the battle tower shook his head. 50-50? I don't think so. Don't forget, Xia Chenhao is a hidden profession, the aura mage. Compared to Lin Yi, he has a significant advantage. I guess it's more like 60-40. Long before the trial tower, Lin Yi's profession was revealed to be an ordinary mage. In fact, the elder of the Mage Association, Xiebin, even used a hidden class transfer scroll as a condition to invite Lin Yi to join the association. This was no secret among the high-ranking officials of the White Tiger City. A few people nodded in agreement, clearly in support. In reality, if it weren't for Lin Yi showcasing his astonishing strength during the battle with Lu Xingyu, no one would have believed that Lin Yi had any chance of winning. To guess a 50-50 or 60-40 chance was already quite generous. A strong figure looked at the ever-smiling Xia Yuanhang beside him and teased, seeing how confident the head of the Xia family is. He must have a plan in mind? Could it be that he has some big move waiting to shock us? Xia Yuanhang waved his hand and smiled lightly. Not at all, it's just that this kid Xiaohao is working hard. He just leveled up to LV38 the day before. Yesterday. He said it was nothing, but the pride in his words was evident to everyone. The crowd was somewhat shocked. LV38. In just over 20 days, he had jumped from a newly awakened practitioner to LV38. This speed was indeed quite remarkable. As far as everyone knew, among the five great prodigies, this level could rank among the top. They couldn't help but feel envious. The Xia family was likely to secure another spot. I really have to congratulate the head of the Xia family in advance. You must help us out more in the future. Everything is still up in the air. It's too early to say these things now. Xia Yuanhang repeatedly downplayed it, but his words had basically turned this spot into something the Xia family could claim. Xiao Yinchuan glanced at Xia Yuanhang, his heart filled with shock. Despite his best efforts to train, Xiao Hanbing had only just reached LV38. The aristocratic families are truly sparing no effort for the national fortune's secret realm. Meanwhile, Wu Weilong looked on with deep regret. It's such a pity for that kid Lin Yi. If he were willing to bow his head and join a major force, his strength would surely be much greater than it is now. Not to mention LV38, he could even reach LV40. He might even have a chance to be number one. Just thinking about this made him feel a pang of heartache. He should have invited Lin Yi a few more times back then. If before he thought Lin Yi had a 50-50 or 60-40 chance, when Xia Yuanhang mentioned that Xia Chenhao was already LV38, everyone became even less optimistic about Lin Yi. Although Xiao Yinchuan had said that Lin Yi had the shadow of a demigod behind him, that was ultimately just speculation. While everyone was discussing, Lin Yi and Xia Chenhao had already entered the White Tiger illusion realm. Soon, the two appeared in a dense forest, with ancient giant trees rising from the ground. This evolving illusion realm was incredibly realistic. Lin Yi could even smell the vibrant life force. Opposite him, Xia Chenhao wore a white robe and held not a staff, but a magical orb. Seeing this, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Aura mage? It does seem like he has some skills. Of course, he was just curious about this profession. As for what Xia Chenhao was, he didn't take it to heart at all. Xia Chenhao's eyes were filled with malice, but he maintained a gentle demeanor. Lin Yi, I know you have never taken me seriously from the beginning to the end, but I want to tell you that I am the man most suited for Wanqing. He wanted to display absolute strength to suppress Lin Yi, perhaps even win over Lu Wanqing's heart. The thought of playing with him and then discarding him was exhilarating. Just imagining such a scene made Xia Chenhao's heart tremble with excitement. After all, he was an LV38 aura mage. Lin Yi could never be his opponent. As soon as these words fell, the crowd erupted in an uproar. I seem to smell gossip. Are these two rivals in love? Who exactly is this Lu Wanqing that can make two extraordinary prodigies compete? I know, Lu Wanqing is also a student of this year's White Tiger Academy. Also from Jiancheng, it's said that she is Lin Yi's confidant, while Xia Chenhao seems to have been pursuing Lu Wanqing all along. Damn, what a shocking scoop. This is going to be a good show. The gossip flames in everyone's eyes suddenly blazed. Lu Wanqing's pretty face flushed with anger, and Chang Wuqing quietly comforted her from the side. A hint of disgust flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he said lightly, "Do you know? The best place for a fly is the trash can, not buzzing around in front of others." Anger rose in Xia Chenhao's heart, but he still spoke gently. "Lin Yi, you are not worthy of classmate Wan Qing. She deserves a better choice. If you love her, I hope you will let her go voluntarily. How about we make a pact? Whoever loses will never be allowed to approach Wan Qing again." Xia Chenhao's expression was full of deep affection, moving many young girls. What a modest gentleman, a lovesick genius. Lin Yi snorted coldly, his gaze gradually turning indifferent. "What a disgusting fly. If you mention Wan Qing again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Not just in the white tiger illusion realm. Wan Qing is not an object, and someone like you doesn't even have the qualification to get close to her." Upon hearing this, a chill rose in Xia Chenhao's heart for some reason. He wanted to mock again, but when he met those cold eyes, he froze in place, his momentum completely diminished. In the end, Xia Chenhao spat out fiercely, "In that case, I will defeat you thoroughly. Let everyone see who is the strongest mage of the younger generation." Lin Yi completely ignored him, quietly waiting for the countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the final second of the countdown ended, an astonishing cold light suddenly burst from Lin Yi's eyes. "Buzzing fly, get lost." The lich's staff in his hand emitted wisps of black light. Swish! Then, the dragon wings behind Lin Yi flapped, rushing towards Xia Chenhao at high speed. What incredible speed! Xia Chenhao's heart tightened. Lin Yi was so fierce he hardly seemed like a mage, but more like a melee class. Just as the battle began, he was about to charge into the range of both their spells, ready to start a close combat. This made everyone watching feel their blood boil. Xia Chenhao's face twisted in rage as he shouted, "You want to clash with me head-on? You must be joking." The pale blue spell orb in his hand suddenly burst forth with brilliant light. It formed several spell halos, encircling himself. What is a halo mage? It means that with each level up, they can select several spells. These become halo spells, achieving instant casting. Compared to other mages, whose casting times are lengthy, the instant casting of a halo mage is undoubtedly quite powerful. This is also why Xiao Hanbing previously said that halo mages would somewhat restrain Lin Yi. Just think about it, while you are still casting, the opponent's spells are already coming at you. In just 2 or 3 rounds, you will completely fall into their rhythm. The intensity of firepower is not even on the same level. Not to mention, halo mages also have professional characteristics and attribute boosts. Xia Chenhao's lips curled slightly, proudly stating, "Although I can't compare to the legendary arcane mages who can cast every spell instantly, but my halo mage is not something any random person can compare to." Since his debut, apart from a few of the 5 great prodigies, he had not taken anyone else seriously. Having been ignored by Lin Yi for so long, he had long been holding back a surge of anger. He was determined to make Lin Yi pay the price and crush him underfoot. Hurricane flight. The cyan halo on Xia Chenhao flickered, soaring into the sky. Thunder fire divine spear. In an instant, another halo on Xia Chenhao, glowing with both thunder and fire, was activated. This was a Thunderfire composite spell with incredibly fierce attack power. With his nearly 300,000 mental attribute, Xia Chenhao could even deal millions in damage. "Lu Xing, you can't break your defense. You don't think I can't break it either, do you?" Xia Chenhao's lips curled into a cold smile, a powerful confidence surging within him. Both spells were instant cast, so Xia Chenhao struck first. Instead, he initiated the attack. Instantly, the spectators gasped in awe. The big shots nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "The Aura Mage can actually cast spells instantly, how impressive." It seems Xia Chenhao's strength is indeed superior. The smile in Xia Yuanhan's eyes was about to overflow. He was quite satisfied with Xia Chenhao's performance. Boom! A crystalline spear, shimmering with both thunder and fire, shot towards Lin Yi. At that moment, everyone held their breath for Lin Yi. However, there was not a hint of fluctuation in Lin Yi's gaze. "Instant cast spell? You think that's enough? Earth Guardian." The lich's staff in his hand radiated a faint golden light. Immediately, a faint golden rune shield enveloped Lin Yi. Lin Yi's casting speed is also incredibly fast. Isn't he just an ordinary mage? Some were puzzled by this scene. But little did they know, the casting time for a max-level Earth Guardian was 0.2 seconds. Moreover, with the enhancement of the Silver Aura, it was at most 0.1 seconds. Although it wasn't instant, it was still extremely fast. No matter how fast the Thunderfire Spear was, it couldn't instantly cover 100 meters to strike Lin Yi. He had more than enough time to react. In an instant, the Thunderfire Spear crashed against the Earth Guardian. Just as everyone expected a tremendous explosion, bang, it was merely a light, crisp sound of collision. That terrifying Thunderfire Spear vanished without a trace. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Xia Chenhao was even more stunned. He knew the damage of the Thunderfire Spear best, at least tens of millions. Yet now, it struck Lin Yi's shield without causing a ripple. Although he hadn't intended to break the shield in one hit, it should have at least shattered it. Partially, right? This can't be real. Can his shield withstand 50 to 60 million or even 100 million damage? If the shell is this hard, then let's try a few more times. Xia Chenhao gritted his teeth and launched another attack. A spell. ring in his hand flickered with light, refreshing the cooldown of the Thunderfire Spear. Thunderfire Spear, Thunderfire Spear, Thunderfire Spear. This ring was an extremely precious treasure, capable of refreshing the cooldown of spells 3 times in a day. Now, Xia Chenhao used all of it on the Thunderfire Spear. Stacked together, that's over 30 million damage. I don't believe you can withstand that. A glimmer of confidence gradually returned to Xia Chenhao's eyes, but the tension still lingered in his heart. There was no way. The first Thunderfire Spear had made no impact, leaving him greatly shaken. Boom boom boom. 3 Thunderfire Spears were instant cast, carrying 3 times the ferocity of before, rapidly crashing towards Lin Yi. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued, afraid to miss a single detail. Lin Yi should dodge, right? However, Lin Yi had no intention of evading. He let the Thunderfire Spears crash against the Earth Guardian. The imagined scene of the shield shattering still did not occur. Although the faint golden shield showed some ripples with a slight indentation, that was all. The Earth Guardian, with a shield value of 420 million, was not something that could be easily broken. Everyone's eyes widened, and the crowd erupted in astonishment. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From the end of the countdown to now, it had only been a second or two. Lin Yi wore a slight cold smile, the Lich's staff in his hand already beginning to glow. You've had your fun, now it's my turn, right? As Lin Yi prepared to counterattack, the crowd was still immersed in the shock from earlier. That terrifying trio of Thunderfire Spears had only caused Lin Yi's shield to dent slightly? Hiss! Just how powerful is Lin Yi's shield? Could it be that Lin Yi has taken the path of defense? This is unbelievable. Just relying on this shield, Lin Yi is already in an invincible position. I even suspect that Zhao Tianqing might not be able to break through this layer of shield? That shouldn't be the case, but Zhao Tianqing would probably have to expend a lot of effort to do so. Lin Yi's shield is simply too thick, it can withstand at least tens of millions of damage. At this moment, everyone was discussing animatedly. In Hall Number 1, Zhao Tianqing and Luo Xinyuan both wore serious expressions. Although Xia Chenhao was not as strong as them, he was no ordinary opponent. And now, if even Lin Yi's shield couldn't be broken, it could only mean one thing. The strength of Lin Yi's shield far exceeded everyone's imagination. Interesting, finally a decent opponent has appeared. A smile crept onto Zhao Tianqing's lips, and his interest in Lin Yi gradually grew. But it was just interest, he was very confident in himself. Meanwhile, Luo Xinyuan's face was filled with fighting spirit. Very good, it seems that besides Zhao Tianqing, there's another person worth my attention. Clearly, Lin Yi's performance had completely shocked everyone, and the big shots fell silent. Xiaoyuan Hang, who had been so proud earlier, now wore a rather ugly expression. Lin Yi must have spent all his time comprehending the shield skill. Therefore, his shield skill level is very high. In this case, his spell damage capability must be lacking. He also can't break through Xia Chenhao's defense, and once it turns into a war of attrition, a Halo mage will definitely be much stronger than an ordinary mage. This was the best explanation he could come up with. Look, Lin Yi is about to counterattack. This shout immediately drew everyone's attention. In the white tiger illusion, amidst the dense forest, Lin Yi soared into the sky. The two mages began a chase, one pursuing and the other fleeing. Flying dragon spreads its wings. Lin Yi's speed instantly doubled, with the dragon wings behind him racing like the wind. In an instant, he closed a significant distance. Then, the lich staff in his hand erupted with a dazzling light. Whirlwind slash. Against Xia Chenhao, Lin Yi didn't even need to use silver spells. Even the bronze level spell Whirlwind Slash, under the enhancement of his 420,000 mental attribute, could deal over 70 million damage, far beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. Whoosh! The blue rotating wind blade was at least 20 to 30 meters long. Compared to the previous Thunderfire Divine Spear, it looked much more terrifying. Hiss! Why do I feel Lin Yi's output is also quite terrifying? I get it, Lin Yi must be best at wind spells. Seeing this scene, someone outside suddenly exclaimed in amazement. Xia Chenhao's pupils suddenly constricted, he felt a strong elemental power from the rotating cutting blue wind blade. This wind blade was frighteningly strong. How is this possible? Isn't he just an ordinary mage? It's one thing to cast spells quickly, but why is the power of his spells so fierce? Xia Chenhao was baffled, but he had no time to ponder. The blue wind blade was incredibly fast, and in an instant, it was upon him. Gritting his teeth, Xia Chenhao's face twisted in a fierce expression. You don't think you're the only one with a shield, do you? As he spoke, a water blue halo around him began to flicker continuously. Just before the wind blade reached him, the light blue shield instantly expanded. Azure Barrier. Xia Chenhao was very confident in his shield. This was a silver shield skill that the Xia family had spent a huge price to acquire. After diligent training, its level was quite decent, enough to withstand 20 million damage. Since Lin Yi specialized in shields, his attack power must not be that impressive. This wind blade before him might not be as strong as it seemed. What if it was just a paper tiger? However, this thought shattered in less than half a second. Sizzle! A crisp tearing sound rang out, and the light blue shield was torn apart by the wind blade as if it were a layer of thin paper. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. What the hell? Others can't even break his shield, but he pierces through others' shields like it's paper? No one would think that Xia Chenhao's shield was weak. There was only one possibility: Lin Yi's output was equally formidable. Everyone stared at that young, upright figure, lost in thought. Since the battle began, Lin Yi had given everyone too many shocks. The eyes of the fans lit up. Many were captivated by this wild and domineering fighting style. Damage immunity. Xia Chenhao saw the wind blade approaching and could only use his strongest trump card to immunize himself from the impending damage. The orb in his hand erupted with a soft glow, instantly dissipating the terrifying green wind blade into nothingness. Chain blink. Xia Chenhao dared not continue. He had exhausted his few silver halo spells and needed some cooldown time. What remained were the solidified bronze halo spells and black iron halo spells. In a battle of this level, they were utterly useless. As for ordinary spells, the casting time was too long. He didn't believe Lin Yi would give him that opportunity, so it was better to focus on dodging. With his halos glowing, Xia Chenhao instantly created a distance of several hundred meters, wanting to wait for the next round of spells. Watching Xia Chenhao flee in embarrassment, completely at a disadvantage, all the big shots were stunned. 60-40? 70-30? In that moment, those who had previously said Lin Yi was far inferior to Xia Chenhao felt their faces burning. This was too embarrassing. 70-30? Lin Yi 7, Xia Chenhao 3? Fortunately, everyone's attention was on the battle. All were in a state of shock, and no one mocked him. Lin Yi looked at his spinning wind blade, which had been evaded, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, it was not unexpected. This had been anticipated. These geniuses, each backed by powerful forces, naturally had some strong equipment and skills. A damage immunity skill was perfectly normal. A smirk crossed Lin Yi's lips. Want to escape? Can you? I want to see how many times you can immune damage. Teleportation. Lin Yi looked at Xia Chenhao, who had created a significant distance with his blinking, and immediately used the skill attached to the prophet's foot. Whoosh! His figure suddenly vanished from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already not far from Xia Chenhao. In Xia Chenhao's terrified gaze, Lin Yi's staff began to emit a brilliant blue light. This time it wasn't the whirlwind slash, but the wind strangulation he had previously concocted for Lu Xingyu. Since Xia Chenhao was so arrogant, he certainly had to suffer a bit. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that any trash could come and step on him in the future? Wind strangulation. The blue blade storm appeared, instantly causing an uproar in the arena. In many people's eyes, this spell was quite brutal. Watching the live broadcast from outside, Lu Xingyu couldn't help but shiver. He thought of his own inhumane torment, and a trace of resentment appeared in his eyes. Damn it! Damn Lin Yi! Xia Chenhao, too, was horrified, goosebumps rising all over him. Thinking of Lu Xingyu's fate, he didn't want to be tortured and then have to surrender. Not only would he be disgraced, but he would also suffer. Heavy armor spell. Earth wall spell. The halos on his body flickered continuously as he cast several defensive spells. Xia Chenhao didn't want to sit and wait for death. The silver spell halos hadn't cooled down yet, so he could only use lower-level spell halos as substitutes. He didn't expect to block anything. Delaying for a bit of time would be fortunate. However, all of this was in vain. The massive blade storm was unstoppable. All spells were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. How could over 1,000,000 damage be just for show? The earth wall shattered. The water shield tore apart. The heavy armor was ground to dust. One defensive measure after another was crushed, not even delaying for 0.1 seconds. Xia Chenhao's eyes widened. He was completely exposed to the wind strangulation. Then, he understood Lu Xingyu's feelings back then. Ah! The chilling scream echoed again in the central square, instantly making everyone feel a shiver down their spines. This is just too terrifying. In the center of the storm, Xia Chenhao was even worse off than Lu Xingyu back then. After all, he was a fragile mage, while Lu Xingyu was at least a melee class. The wind blades sliced through flesh, shattered bones, and severed spinal cords, layer by layer. The agony was so profound it felt like it pierced the soul, 100 times more painful than death by 1,000 cuts, and few could endure such torment. Lin Yi's eyes were filled with indifference. How dare he covet his woman? Wasn't that asking for death? Xia Chenhao had to be made to suffer a bit. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Xia Chenhao's willpower was clearly stronger than Lu Xingyu's, and he was enduring more pain. The screams continued to echo as he held on, refusing to surrender, not wanting to end up like Lu Xingyu. Suddenly, a tide of elemental energy spread from the center of the storm. Instantly, Lin Yi's control over the wind strangulation was lost. Put! A sharp wind blade swept through, and Xia Chenhao's head was instantly severed. His body was instantly shredded by the wind blades, turning the originally green storm into a hue of blood. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Using the elemental tide for suicide, you really are something. He saw clearly that Xia Chenhao had exhausted all his strength to disrupt his spell's control. Choosing to seek death actively was the worst option, but it was better than surrendering and being disgraced. Lin Yi didn't care. After all, Xia Chenhao had received the punishment he deserved. If he were to be blind again next time, what awaited him would be far worse than mere physical pain. Lin Yi's gaze was icy as he looked at Xia Chenhao. Xia Chenhao's eyes flickered, not daring to meet Lin Yi's gaze. The soul-piercing pain from earlier still lingered, making him shiver involuntarily, and he no longer had the arrogance he once did. At this moment, the crowd, witnessing the battle's abrupt end, gradually snapped out of their stupor. Then, a wave of cheers erupted. Lin Yi! Lin Yi! The entire venue was filled with shouts for Lin Yi, the victor is king, and the loser is a bandit. This is an unchanging truth throughout the ages. In an instant, Lin Yi's popularity soared. Countless people were deeply impressed by Lin Yi's stunning performance. The battle was short, but it showcased unfathomable strength. Before the match, everyone thought it would be a 50-50 chance, with Xia Chenhao having the upper hand. But who could have imagined such a result? Damn! No wonder he's my idol. He can actually crush Xia Chenhao head on. Wow! 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 That was amazing. I declare Lin Yi as my forever god. The strongest mage of the younger generation, truly deserving of the title. This is the first of the 5 great prodigies to be defeated. The others must be feeling a sense of crisis. Now, among the remaining few, only Su Yunxi was already aware. Zhao Tianqing, Niu Peng, and Xiao Hanbing all wore serious expressions. Especially Xiao Hanbing, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes filled with disbelief. Although she was confident she could defeat Xia Chenhao, she never expected to crush him so decisively. She couldn't help but exclaim, "This Lin Yi's strength is actually this powerful?" Beside her, Su Yunxi immediately wrapped her arms around her waist and whispered with a laugh, "Now you know how formidable brother Lin is, right? And this isn't even his limit," she added playfully, blowing a gentle breeze. Xiao Hanbing felt a jolt of electricity run through her, even a bit dumbfounded. This isn't even his limit? No way. Xiao Hanbing wanted to argue, but thinking back to the previous slaps in the face, the words stuck in her throat. Is Lin Yi really this strong? For the first time, she began to feel a desire to explore this man. Meanwhile, the big shots fell into silence. Each of them wore awkward expressions, coughing repeatedly. Before the match, very few had high hopes for Lin Yi. The most optimistic among them merely thought it would be a 50-50 contest against Xia Chenhao. However, reality was a slap in the face. Lin Yi used his stunning performance to show everyone what it truly meant to be the strongest mage of the younger generation. Xia Yuanhang's expression darkened. He had originally thought that with Xia Chenhao facing Lin Yi, the qualification for the top 4 was practically in the bag. But he never expected Lin Yi to be hiding his strength so deeply. The qualification for the national trials slipped away, and he felt as if he had swallowed a fly. The sympathetic glances from those around him made him feel even more nauseous. It was too painful. Wu Weilong raised his hand halfway, watching Lin Yi's figure leave the center of the square, his expression somewhat dazed. Initially, he lamented that if Lin Yi joined a faction, he might even have a chance to win the championship. But now it seemed that Lin Yi had a great chance of winning as well. Everyone wasn't foolish. It wasn't that Xia Chenhao was too weak, but that Lin Yi was too strong. This kind of performance was completely on par with the strength to confront Zhao Tianqing directly. What do you think? Does Lin Yi have a faction backing him? At this moment, the old topic was brought up again, instantly jolting all the big shots into deep thought. Previously, the Lord of the White Tiger main city, Xiao Yinchuan, had mentioned that Lin Yi likely had a faction secretly nurturing him. There was even a possibility of a demigod's shadow. At first, people didn't believe it too much, thinking that a demigod wouldn't likely intervene. But now, they had to consider this possibility. There should be, otherwise how could one person reach this level? But Lin Yi's profession is an ordinary mage, which is a bit hard to explain. Old Wu, you had contact with Lin Yi before, what do you think? As soon as this was said, everyone's gaze turned to Wu Weilong. Hearing this, Wu Weilong fell into contemplation. To be honest, he wasn't sure anymore. At that time, both I and old Xie offered Lin Yi generous conditions, but he decisively rejected us. We initially thought it was because this young man was too proud. But now it seems, perhaps it was the power behind him that made him not need to join other organizations? As for his profession, everyone knows that some hidden profession transfer scrolls can only be used after reaching a certain level. I once promised Lin Yi to help him transfer to a powerful hidden profession, but he didn't seem interested at all. Now that I think about it, it's very likely that the people behind him have already provided him with a strong hidden profession? Wu Weilong elaborated, sharing his speculation. This immediately made those around him nod continuously. It seemed to make sense. Without resources and backing, to reach this level alone was incredibly abnormal. Even the chosen one couldn't achieve that. Sigh, I said, where could there be such a wild genius? It seems we don't know which faction has secretly nurtured him, planning to take a share of the national fortune. Someone sighed, and everyone looked at the big shots sitting around, filled with suspicion. It was very likely one of those old schemers. Only Wu Weilong and a few others still had some doubts in their hearts. Does Lin Yi really have someone behind him? Forget it, we'll know if we keep watching. If Lin Yi wanted to reach the top, he still had to defeat 2 even stronger opponents, which would inevitably reveal more of his methods. By then, perhaps they would be able to see something. Meanwhile, the third match of the top 4 competition had already begun. Third match of the top 4 competition, Su Yunxi vs Xiao Hanbing. In the next moment, the atmosphere on site reached an unprecedented climax. There was no helping it, these two were too special. Among the 5 great prodigies, they were the only 2 females, and both were stunningly beautiful young women. Su Yunxi, dressed in black light armor, perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Coupled with her eye-catching black longbow, it added a touch of dominance to her presence. Su Yunxi, Goddess Yunxi. Ah! Cheers and shouts erupted everywhere. Su Yunxi's popularity was even comparable to Zhao Tianqing, making her the number 1 popular goddess. Xiao Hanbing's popularity was also impressive, though slightly less than that of her peers. Xiao Hanbing, Ice Goddess, I will always support you. The cheers around her made even the big shots smile. Xiao Yinchuan's eyes were filled with joy, clearly pleased with his only daughter. The city lord is truly fortunate to have such an outstanding daughter, everyone complimented, feeling a twinge of envy in their hearts. After all, figures like Xia Chenhao and Zhao Tianqing were not the biological children of these family heads, at most, they had some blood relation. Xiao Yinchuan waved his hand and laughed. It's also because Binger is hardworking. However, Binger and Su Yunxi are about equal in strength, so this battle is hard to predict. Of course, this was a modest remark. He knew his daughter was indeed stronger than Su Yunxi. Meanwhile, Su Yunxi and Xiao Hanbing had already stepped into the White Tiger illusion realm. The two shared a sisterly bond. Although they didn't defer to each other, they didn't see victory or defeat as overly important either. As long as they gave their all, whoever won would win. Both were extremely proud genius girls and would never allow the other to hold back. Xiao Hanbing teased with a grin, "Little Yunxi, I won't go easy on you, so don't cry if you lose later." As good friends, they often sparred, but generally, Xiao Hanbing held a greater advantage, roughly a 60-40 split. Su Yunxi smiled slightly. "Binger, don't underestimate me. You'll see how much your sister Yunxi has improved during this time. You definitely won't be my match." With her level reaching LV40, her exclusive skills had also seen significant enhancements. Su Yunxi boasted that aside from Zhao Tianqing, she could defeat the other 3 of the 5 great geniuses, so she felt quite relaxed at the moment. Hearing her sister's confidence, Xiao Hanbing's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she said sweetly, "Then I'll start." As she spoke, her figure flickered and instantly entered a state of invisibility. The enchanting assassin was skilled in swift attacks, instant kills, and charm. Unbeknownst to her opponent, the moment a head fell, they wouldn't even realize when the other had approached. Seeing this, Su Yunxi's eyes flashed with caution. The black longbow fell into her hands with familiarity, and she quickly nocked an arrow. A cluster of dark arrows, glowing with a ghostly light, covered a certain area. Ahead! Demon Storm Arrow. The black arrows blotted out the sky, descending like dark clouds. Xiao Hanbing, now invisible, was filled with shock. How has little Yunxi's skill improved so quickly? They often sparred, so she was naturally familiar with her skill progression. This rain of black arrows had increased in both coverage and lethality by several times compared to before. And this was just the beginning. Next, the 2 girls unleashed their techniques. Each time it seemed they were in a dire situation, they would turn the tables and nearly counter-kill each other. Both were at the same level among the 5 great geniuses, with little difference in strength. The spectators were thrilled by such a battle. Su Yunxi was also somewhat shocked. She had originally thought she could easily defeat Xiao Hanbing. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hanbing's resilience was so strong. Her strength was even more concealed than during their usual sparring sessions. "You big ice girl, so you were holding back all this time. Just wait until I get back, I'll spank you." It seemed that their usual sparring was about a 30-70 split, but Su Yunxi didn't know that Xiao Hanbing's shock was even stronger than hers. Has little Yunxi taken some drugs? Why is she so fierce? Every single skill seems like she's on a blood rush. They're all so terrifying. Waves of pressure came crashing down. It seemed like they were locked in a fierce battle, but Xiao Hanbing was completely at a disadvantage. Most of the time, it was Su Yunxi taking the initiative. The battle continued, a peak showdown between an assassin and a marksman. Seeing this, Lu Wanqing couldn't help but sigh. As a storm archer, I really fall short compared to sister Yunxi. Linny couldn't help but smile in comfort, thinking that he really needed to take good care of the 2 girls and level up to enhance their strength. After all, they were his women, and he naturally couldn't let them down. At this moment, the battle in the White Tiger illusion realm was finally nearing its end. In the end, it was still Su Yunxi who was more skilled and emerged victorious. When Xiao Hanbing's body was pierced by an arrow and slowly turned to light, the atmosphere in the arena reached a climax. Goddess Yunxi, Goddess Yunxi. From this moment on, Su Yunxi was undoubtedly the number 1 female prodigy of White Tiger City. After Xiao Hanbing exited the illusion realm, she touched her chest, which seemed to carry a hint of pain, and immediately huffed, "You little Yunxi, jealous that I'm older than you, specifically shooting at me." Saying this, she began to playfully tussle with Su Yunxi. "Oh, I was wrong. Wasn't that because you didn't control the battle well? I was wrong, Binger." After a moment, their playful scuffle came to an end. Xiao Hanbing finally couldn't contain her shock and asked, "Yunxi, how did you suddenly improve so much?" She still found it hard to believe how Su Yunxi had suddenly surpassed her. Moreover, it wasn't just by a little bit. Su Yunxi smiled mysteriously. "Didn't I go to the abyss for training a while ago? Guess who I met? Who? When she saw Su Yunqi's gaze turn towards Lin Yi, Xiao Hanbing was instantly struck by lightning, her expression somewhat dazed. Is it him? Lin Yi, so your improvement is all because of him? In that moment, Xiao Hanbing was completely stunned. After seeing Su Yunqi nod affirmatively, she couldn't help but gasp. The way she looked at Lin Yi no longer held any doubt. Her best friend's formidable strength was brought out by Lin Yi. So how terrifying must Lin Yi's strength be? At that moment, her curiosity about Lin Yi reached its peak. Her big eyes sparkled, unable to resist looking over. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Yinchuan was also shocked after seeing his daughter defeated. He hadn't expected Su Yunqi to possess such powerful strength. Immediately, he glared at Su Tai. The Su family head is quite deep in hiding. Su Tai was still receiving compliments from everyone and quickly humbly replied, not at all, it's just that Yunqi was lucky. She achieved this because she encountered someone else's help. He couldn't help but recall earlier when he said that Luo Xinyuan was very likely a golden professioner, and Su Yunqi's mysterious smile, someone will definitely surpass him. Who exactly is this person Yunqi mentioned? Could it be Lin Yi? Su Tai's speculation was naturally unknown to Xiao Yinchuan. He originally thought his daughter could go even further, but now, she could only compete for the last 5th spot. However, judging from the eliminated Li Sisi and Xia Chenhao, they shouldn't be Xiao Hanbing's opponents, so there was still a chance. Therefore, Xiao Yinchuan didn't lose his composure too much. After a short break, the final match for the top 4 officially began. Luo Xinyuan vs Niu Peng. This battle was also highly anticipated. The former was one of the 7 who had also cleared the trial tower and was subtly rumored to be the child of destiny, said to possess the strength of a golden professioner. Originally, his reputation could even rival the 5 great prodigies, but in the previous battle from the top 16 to the top 8, his opponent wasn't very strong. This led to Luo Xinyuan's momentum being overshadowed by Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi's opponents, whether it was Lu Xingyu in the first match or Xia Chenhao in the second, were extremely powerful existences, yet both were crushed by Lin Yi. In comparison, everyone naturally felt Lin Yi was stronger. At this moment, Luo Xinyuan was holding back a surge of anger, wanting to prove that he was stronger than Lin Yi. He had absolute confidence in this. Now everyone is saying that Zhao Tianqing and Lin Yi are the destined rivals. In this match, I will let you know just how wrong you are. At this moment, in the White Tiger Illusion realm, Luo Xinyuan looked at the muscular Niu Peng across from him, a hint of arrogance in his eyes. A bloodthirsty berserker, huh? You're unfortunate to have met me. In this match, you will become the stepping stone for me, Luo Xinyuan, to shock the world. Hearing such arrogant words from Luo Xinyuan, Niu Peng immediately became furious. He was the least popular among the 5 great prodigies, but that did not mean his strength was low. Bloodthirsty berserker was an extremely powerful profession. In close combat he was ferocious, becoming even more savage as his health decreased and he could enter a bloodthirsty rage state. He was undoubtedly a madman in life and death battles. In terms of strength he was completely on par with Xia Chenhao and perhaps even surpassed him by a considerable margin. At this moment his body was enveloped in blood energy and his muscles swelled further. He looked like a mountain of flesh, completely unlike an 18-year-old boy who dares to speak recklessly, treating us 5 great prodigies as stepping stones. Do you think you're Lin Yi? Upon hearing this, Luo Xinyuan narrowed his eyes, a surge of unnamed anger rising within him. Very well, then I'll see what kind of quality you 5 great prodigies really have. Just when everyone thought it would be another fiercely matched battle, the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded, even standing up involuntarily. Buzz. Accompanied by a faint rumbling sound, a faint golden halo appeared around Luo Xinyuan. The audience outside the arena was stunned, and someone exclaimed in shock, "Golden halo? Luo Xinyuan is actually a golden class." A young man who had just awakened for about 20 days had already advanced to a golden class. In that instant, the rumors about Luo Xinyuan were once again brought up. It's confirmed. Luo Xinyuan is indeed the chosen one. Apart from this explanation, no one could think of any other answer. Even the big shots gasped in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. He really is the chosen one. The impact of speculation and confirmation was entirely different. Niu Peng has no hope now. Everyone shook their heads, and the head of the Niujia family looked extremely grim, not expecting such a freak to exist. I don't believe it. So what if he's a golden class? I, Niu Peng, am not afraid of you. Niu Peng was initially stunned, then angrily entered a berserk state. Luo Xinyuan felt the overwhelming gazes on him and couldn't help but laugh maniacally. As you wish. Fight. In an instant, the two began close combat. Luo Xinyuan's profession was fighter, a rare hidden class skilled in close combat. Niu Peng's bloodthirsty berserker was a top-tier melee profession, wielding a massive axe with great might. If Luo Xinyuan were a silver class, even at LV40, their battle would be exceptionally fierce. But now, Luo Xinyuan was a golden class, and the gap was just too vast. At this moment, practical combat proved everything, almost overwhelmingly crushing. The massive golden fist prince struck Niu Peng one after another, showcasing the fighter's dominance without a doubt. No matter what means Noping employed, it was utterly futile. He could only passively take the hits. The entire battle lasted a very short time before it was directly declared over. Luo Xingyuan proved with his strength that he was completely on par with Lin Yi and even far surpassed him. The shock brought by the golden class left everyone dumbfounded, trembling with excitement. The dramatic changes in the battle made them unable to look away. At this moment, Luo Xingyuan's popularity soared almost vertically. Some even believed that Zhao Tianqing would not be his opponent. After all, the gap between gold and silver was too great. With the final match of the top 4 competition concluding, the 4 finalists were finally revealed: Lin Yi, Zhao Tianqing, Su Yunqi, and Luo Xingyuan. Next, it would be an even more intense battle between the 2 strongest. As the list of the top 4 was announced, the atmosphere on site reached an unprecedented climax. Some people were so excited they became oxygen deprived and had to be carried out. Today's seed ranking match had everyone shouting with excitement. First, the 144 geniuses competed for the top 16 spots, completely stirring up the crowd's emotions. One battle after another left people breathless. Following that was the even more intense competition for the top 16. Lin Yi emerged dramatically, first crushing Lu Xingyu with overwhelming force. Then, he directly eliminated Xia Chenhao, one of the 5 prodigies. He claimed the title of the strongest mage of the younger generation. If before, everyone thought Zhao Tianqing had the greatest chance of winning, with Lin Yi and others continuously showcasing their strength, people quickly changed their minds. However, there was one point where everyone agreed. Originally, the favorite to win was Zhao Tianqing, but since Luo Xingyuan revealed his strength as a golden professional, he had become the new favorite to win. Watching Luo Xingyuan slowly walk back to the hall from the White Tiger Illusion Realm, everyone's gaze was drawn to him. A glint of caution flashed in Zhao Tianqing's eyes. Is he really the child of destiny? But I estimate he's at most LV41, definitely not exceeding LV42. Even if he is the child of destiny, reaching this level is already quite extraordinary. Very well, I admit you put a bit of pressure on me, but who will win is still uncertain. Zhao Tianqing began to truly regard Luo Xingyuan as a rival. Even Lin Yi before was only someone he paid slight attention to. In his mind, it was Luo Xingyuan and himself competing for the final championship. With that thought, Zhao Tianqing continued to close his eyes and conserve his energy, preparing to face this formidable opponent in peak condition. Meanwhile, Su Yunqi was shocked for a moment but quickly regained her composure. After all, Su Tai had already warned her that Luo Xingyuan was very likely to have advanced to a golden professional. So she was somewhat prepared, knowing she might not be his match, but brother Lin would definitely be able to defeat him. Just thinking about how Lin Yi had defeated a LV45 Purple Gold Lord Monster, and even intercepted a Divine Faith avatar, filled Su Yunqi with confidence in him. Xiao Hanbing looked at her best friend, who was so calm, and couldn't help but say, "Your brother Lin won't even be able to beat Luo Xingyuan, right?" Su Yunqi smiled confidently. "Just watch slowly, Binger." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanbing's heart instinctively tightened, and her breathing quickened. No way? Is he that abnormal? He doesn't even regard the golden professional Luo Xingyuan as a threat? After saying this, she couldn't help but glance at Lin Yi, just in time to meet his bright eyes. Instantly, she felt a daze, and her cheeks flushed bright red. Lin Yi smiled slightly, and was immediately poked in the side by Chang Muqing, who pouted and playfully said, "Brother Yi, I see Xiao Hanbing has looked your way many times. Come on, confess, when did you two get together?" Lu Wanqing also joined in, and the three began to whisper and tease, completely ignoring Luo Xingyuan's displayed strength. In fact, Lin Yi truly didn't regard him as a threat. At most, he was a bit curious about the title of the Child of Destiny. Child of Destiny? Golden Professional? I'll still beat you up. Lin Yi chuckled to himself, having absolute confidence in his own strength. On the field, Luo Xingyuan walked down, receiving waves of enthusiastic gazes, and he felt immensely satisfied with this feeling. That's right. I, Luo Xingyuan, am destined to be the #1 genius of the White Tiger Main City. Even the #1 genius of Huaxia, the White Tiger Main City, is just my starting point. Coming from a platinum family, suppressing the talents of these legendary families gave him a great sense of accomplishment. I, Luo Xingyuan, am the beloved child of destiny in this world, the protagonist of this era. He recalled how he had inexplicably passed the golden trial task and couldn't help but smile slightly. He had originally thought he wouldn't make it in time, but unexpectedly, at the last moment, he passed directly. Although his level was only LV41, the golden halo combined with the doubling of basic attributes, his strength had increased several times over. He believed he could definitely secure first place. Looking at Luo Xingyuan, completely drowned in the cheers, the prominent figures of the White Tiger City couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect Luo Xingyuan to be such a golden professional. At this rate, he's basically a sure thing. This Luo Xingyuan comes from a platinum family, perhaps he can negotiate later. If we could collaborate in training, we might even get a share of the national fortune's secret realm. Many powerful figures had the same thought in their minds. City Lord Xiao Yinchuan collected his astonishment and his voice spread in all directions. The battle for the top 4 has concluded. Let us congratulate Linny, Zhao Tianqing, Su Yunqi, and Luo Xingyuan for entering the finals. At the same time, congratulations to them for qualifying to enter the national trials, representing our White Tiger City. As his words fell, the entire venue erupted in cheers like a mountain roaring and a tsunami crashing. The names of the 4 soared into the sky, and even the whole White Tiger City was the same. In every corner of this vast city, the thunderous cheers could be heard. Even the 1,000-foot White Tiger statue seemed to tremble faintly. Within White Tiger City, it was even more so. Jiang City, City Lord Han, Boyan and others were almost ecstatic. Their city had produced such a monstrous genius. To compete in the national trials was an extraordinary honor. Jiang City will celebrate for 3 days. Everyone gets 3 days off. Once this news spread, Jiang City was instantly immersed in a sea of jubilation. Everyone felt proud. Lin Yi had completely become a legend in Jiang City, and the younger generation regarded him as an idol. Chang Badian and Lu Jialian were both grinning from ear to ear, and the envious glances directed at them could almost lift them into the sky. They knew that all of this was brought by Lin Yi. We've hit the jackpot. Lu Jialian couldn't help but laugh heartily, causing Chang Badian to facepalm, and then he too burst into laughter, which only made others more envious. It was foreseeable that once Lin Yi grew up, the Chang and Lu families would also experience a qualitative leap, a height they might not reach even after decades or even a century of hard work. At this moment, they only regretted not having given birth to a beautiful daughter with great talent. After a brief moment of jubilation, the competition had to continue. Xiao Yinchuan smiled and allowed the audience to vent their emotions. Then, the battle for the last spot began. The exciting competition for the championship and runner-up is about to start. But before that, we will first determine the last spot for the national trials. The audience on site erupted in excitement again. Those eliminated geniuses still had quite a few loyal fans. This was their last chance. Li Sisi, Xia Chenhao, Xiao Hanbing, and Niu Peng. The matches were still 2-on-2. In the end, only the strongest would prevail. So, luck didn't matter. First up was Li Sisi versus Xia Chenhao. Xia Chenhao seemed to vent all the resentment from being bullied by Lin Yi here, showing no mercy. A series of spells gave Li Sisi no chance, showcasing the power of the Halo Mage to the fullest. Then, with a Thunderfire Divine Spear, he sent Li Sisi away. Next was Xiao Hanbing versus Niu Peng. Niu Peng's bloodthirsty rage was quite formidable. When in a berserk state, even Xiao Hanbing was unwilling to confront his sharpness head-on. However, Xiao Hanbing was no fool. As an agile profession, the enchanting stabber only needed to maneuver, ultimately dragging Niu Peng down to victory. The final spot was contested between Xiao Hanbing and Xia Chenhao. This battle was incredibly intense, both fighting with all their might for that last spot. The audience watched in thrill as both revealed their trump cards. In the end, Xiao Hanbing proved to be the superior fighter, seizing the moment when Xia Chenhao's spell cooldown left him vulnerable. She unleashed the skill charm Sting. Silently, she advanced to Xia Chenhao's side and struck, severing his head in one swift motion. With that, all 5 slots for the White Tiger City in the national trials were filled. Xiao Hanbing became the 5th contestant to step forward. All of Xiao Hanbing's supporters were overjoyed, tears of happiness streaming down their faces, while Xiao Yinchuan let out a deep sigh of relief, his eyes filled with joy. Xiao Hanbing herself felt a weight lifted off her shoulders as she smiled and embraced her best friend, Su Yunqi. Xiao Yunqi, let's give it our all from here on out. Everyone knew that even more thrilling battles awaited them. The competition for the championship and runner-up was just around the corner. Although the 5 slots for the national trials had been secured, the rankings among the top 5 were still different, and so were the rewards. After all, the treatment in the national trials would also vary. Just like Lin Yi, who had cleared the trial tower, could directly enter the top 16 without having to fight his way up level by level. The same principle applied to the national trials. After a short break, I announced that the championship and runner-up competition officially begins. The first match, Lin Yi versus Luo Xingyuan. The atmosphere, which had cooled slightly during the break, was instantly reignited by Xiao Yinchuan's words. Wow, the first match is a bombshell. The strongest mage of the younger generation faces the chosen one? Is it really going to be this crazy? A showdown between 2 dark horses? Everyone went wild, expressing their excitement through cheers. Undoubtedly, in this seed ranking competition, both Lin Yi and Luo Xingyuan were super dark horses. Originally not well known, they had easily defeated 2 of the 5 great talents, even taking their places. Now, new rankings for the 5 great talents had emerged at lightning speed, consisting of these 5 who were about to compete in the national trials. This left Xia Chenhao and Niu Peng with faces as dark as a pot bottom. However, what everyone was most focused on was not this, but rather how spectacular the duel between Lin Yi and Luo Xingyuan would be. Watching the 2 young figures walking towards each other, the crowd erupted. Lin Yi, Luo Xingyuan, Luo Xingyuan. Lin Yi, dressed in a black dragon robe and wielding the Lich's staff, exuded an air of mystery and charisma that could outshine all the other talents present. The audience's enthusiastic cheers and the jealousy in the eyes of other youths spoke volumes. Luo Xingyuan, on the other hand, wore light yellow armor that revealed his toned muscles. While not as visually striking as Niu Peng's physique, he was certainly not to be underestimated, as he possessed terrifying explosive power. The golden gauntlets on his hands sparkled, making him impossible to dismiss. As the two entered the White Tiger illusion realm, the cheers of the audience gradually subsided. Millions of eyes were fixed on them, afraid to miss any thrilling detail. The scene transformed into an incredibly treacherous forest of stone peaks. Columns of stone, resembling long spears, shot up into the sky. Some were dozens of meters tall, while others reached hundreds, rising and falling in an orderly fashion. The prominent figures watching this scene instinctively held their breath. To be honest, as the competition reached the semi-finals, the strength displayed by these four had exceeded their expectations. Except for Su Yunqi, who seemed slightly weaker, the other three appeared to have not yet reached their limits. Who do you think is most likely to win this battle? A powerful priest asked, but awkwardly fell into silence as no one responded. It was understandable. Previously, during Ling Yi's match against Xia Chenhao, everyone had eagerly participated, even boldly predicting a 70-30 or 60-40 chance, only to be slapped in the face by the outcome. Now that Lin Yi was stepping into the ring again, everyone fell silent. Although many believed that Luo Xingyuan had a better chance of winning, given that he was the only golden class fighter present who knew if Lin Yi had any hidden cards up his sleeve. What if he revealed himself to be a golden class fighter as well? That would leave everyone dumbfounded. In the end, it was still the city lord, Xiao Yinchuan, who broke the silence. I think it's a 50-50 chance. Perhaps Lin Yi's odds are slightly lower, but it definitely isn't a 6-4 situation. Because his daughter, Xiao Hanbing, had made it to 5th place, he was in a good mood. But it was clear that his prediction was quite conservative. He was also afraid of being proven wrong. Of course, the reason everyone was hesitant to make bold claims was mainly due to previous speculations. If Lin Yi truly had the shadow of a demigod behind him, then the outcome was uncertain. I guess it's about the same. I think the same as the city lord. Great minds think alike. Exactly, Luo Xingyuan and Lin Yi are both strong. At first glance, it's hard to say who is better. Only after they fight will we know. Everyone was smiling, playing along with Xiao Yinchuan's words. They all cared about their reputations and didn't want to be embarrassed. However, Su Tai, the head of the Su family, smiled slightly and offered a different opinion. I actually think Lin Yi has a better chance. I guess it's a 6-4 in his favor. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Brother, you really dare to make a prediction? Su Tai wasn't just speaking casually. He had noticed during the break that Su Yunqi treated Lin Yi differently. He wasn't a fool and quickly realized Lin Yi must be the unparalleled genius she encountered in the abyss. With Yunqi's proud nature, she wouldn't casually praise someone, especially a young man. There's only one possibility: Lin Yi's strength definitely far exceeds what everyone imagines. Then, the probability of Lin Yi defeating Luo Xingyuan is quite high. When I say 6-4, it might even be conservative. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Su Tai felt a surge of superiority. This comparison, I'm definitely winning today. Seeing Su Tai's confident demeanor, everyone was filled with suspicion. Does the head of the Su family have some insider information? Su Tai grinned and said, what insider information could there be? I just simply feel that this little guy Lin Yi still has some hidden cards we don't know about. However, the pride in Su Tai's eyes made it hard for people to believe his words. It felt like being scratched by a cat inside. Head of the Su family, stop keeping us in suspense, just tell us. Yes, that's not fair. We grew up together and you're still hiding things from me? Hurry up and tell us. The big shots were genuinely curious and urged Su Tai to speak. Watching his peers, who were also epic or even stronger legendary figures, complimenting him, Su Tai's vanity was instantly satisfied. But to be honest, he didn't really know what hidden cards Lin Yi had. His judgments were more based on his understanding of Su Yunqi and her few words. So, Su Tai could only pretend to be profound. How should I put it? Anyway, I got the information from special channels. Lin Yi's strength will definitely not be weaker than Luo Xingyuan's. Anyway, the battle is about to start, so everyone can just watch. This answer, of course, wouldn't satisfy everyone. But looking at Su Tai's smiling yet silent expression, they all wished they could beat him up, but they couldn't force him to continue. Waves of thought stirred in everyone's hearts. Because of Su Tai's words, they became even more eager for the battle. However, not everyone believed that Su Tai truly had insider information. For example, Xia Yuanhang, the head of the Xia family. Xia Chenhao had previously been brutally defeated by Lin Yi, losing the national trial qualification that was within his grasp. This made Xia Yuanhang experience a drastic fall from grace. Therefore, he had a very poor impression of Lin Yi. Hearing Su Tai praise Lin Yi at this moment naturally made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, the relationship between the Xia and Su families was already quite poor. Xia Yuanhang snorted coldly, his expression full of disdain. What insider information does he have? You're just looking out for Lin Yi because you saw the Su family's little girl getting close to him. What's there to guess? Luo Xingyuan is a golden professional, the destined child. Lin Yi is definitely not his match. Just wait for Lin Yi to be defeated. Do you really think any random cat or dog can defeat the destined child? The crowd was slightly stunned, not expecting Xia Yuanhang to clash with Su Tai. Su Tai's eyes narrowed, and he smiled at Xia Yuanhang. If the head of the Xia family doesn't believe it, then so be it. Why belittle two juniors? In that case, why not make a bet with me? Let's bet on the outcome between Lin Yi and Luo Xingyuan. How about that? Su Tai felt a bit of anger. He just wanted to show off, and yet you had to come and annoy me? Xia Yuanhan's temper flared as well, snorting coldly. Let's bet. How about 10 experience boost scrolls? Just right, my family's Yunqi has been using the experience boost scrolls quite a lot lately and needs to replenish. Anyway, your Xia family won't be needing them soon. Su Tai's words were sharp, subtly mocking Xia Chenhao for not being able to enter the national trials. Hearing this, Xia Yuanhang became even angrier, his eyes nearly spitting fire. You old fool, 20 scrolls. Whoever doesn't come as a grandson. Xia Yuanhang's thought was simple. If he won those 20 experience boost scrolls from the Su family, he could slow down Su Yunqi's leveling speed. Then, if he got eliminated in the national trials and couldn't enter the national fortune secret realm, the outcome would be no different from his own family. The crowd was shocked to hear the two betting 20 experience boost scrolls. They're going this big? But instead of stopping them, everyone was eager to watch. Such a spectacle was rare. 20 scrolls it is. I'm not afraid of you. Lord City Master, please bear witness. Su Tai snorted coldly and turned away, no longer paying attention to Xia Yuanhang. However, once his rationality returned a bit, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. 20 experience boost scrolls were not ordinary treasures. Even legendary families would need a long time to accumulate them. Lin Yi, you better step up. If you really win, I'll give you 10 scrolls. Previously, those were just guesses, and although he felt confident, any unexpected turn could lead to a huge loss. After a moment, Su Tai felt slightly reassured and began to watch the match seriously. As Lin Yi and Luo Xingyuan entered the White Tiger Illusion Realm, the highly anticipated Dark Horse competition was finally about to begin. In the Stone Peak Forest, thick stone pillars shot up into the sky. The two chose a pillar to stand on, and below them was not solid ground but an endless abyss, looking extremely terrifying. It was clear that if they fell, they would surely meet a gruesome end. To be honest, before the match started, I didn't take you seriously at all. I didn't expect that in the semi-finals, it would be you standing opposite me. Suddenly, Luo Xingyuan broke the silence first. It was preparation time, and a little small talk was fine. Both of them were not from the White Tiger main city, sharing some common ground. Originally, among the younger generation of the entire White Tiger city, only Zhao Tianqing could be my opponent, but now there's you, Lin Yi. Luo Xingyuan's words slowly came out, expressing his recognition of Lin Yi. This immediately excited everyone. Wow, what a show of confidence. Ever since he crushed Niu Pang, Luo Xingyuan has completely stopped hiding. This guy is really cool. I have to say he's a bit arrogant, but if I had his strength, I might be even more arrogant. I'd kick the stray dogs on the street. What incredible confidence and dominance. Looking at the entire younger generation, only Zhao Tianqing and Lin Yi caught his eye. But undoubtedly, other geniuses were offended. Su Yunqi, Xiao Hanbing, Xia Chenhao, and Niu Pang all snorted coldly. There was a cold light in their eyes, but then they shook their heads helplessly. Although Luo Xingyuan was quite arrogant, the strength of a golden professional granted him that qualification. As it stood, only Lin Yi and Zhao Tianqing displayed the kind of strength that warranted such recognition. Even Su Yunqi fell short. Everyone thought Luo Xingyuan was already arrogant enough, but Lin Yi's next words left everyone in a daze. He raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone inexplicably calm. Unfortunately, from the beginning until now, I have never regarded you as an opponent. Even if Luo Xingyuan had reached the level of a golden professional, what of it? Had he not killed numerous LV41 and above purple gold lord monsters? Moreover, that wasn't even his limit. At most, Luo Xingyuan was just the chosen one, which was enough to make Lin Yi glance at him a couple of times. Other than that, he was really no different from the other 5 great prodigies. However, the crowd did not think so. They were all stirred up. Damn, I thought Luo Xingyuan was arrogant enough, but I didn't expect Lin Yi to be even more so. Although I don't know where Lin Yi's confidence comes from, I suddenly feel fired up. No matter the outcome, just for this line, I'm a fan of Lin Yi now, so domineering. Everyone hoped to see a situation where the tip of a needle met the point of a wheat ear. Right now, the scene of the two confronting each other was exactly what they had imagined. They were all so excited that their hands and feet began to tremble. Hearing Lin Yi's arrogant words, Luo Xingyuan surprisingly did not get angry. He just shook his head and sighed. You are a bit worse than I imagined. It seems that in the end, only Zhao Tianqing is worthy of fighting me. Clearly, he took Lin Yi's calm words as a counterattack against himself. Lin Yi was slightly speechless. This guy was indeed a bit narcissistic. It was probably because he had been the chosen one for too long that he had lost sight of himself. Since that was the case, this battle would let him re-recognize this world. Did he really think being the chosen one made him invincible? Lin Yi stopped speaking and just shook his head slightly. Luo Xingyuan also lost interest in talking, everything would be proven by strength. At this moment, the countdown had already entered the last 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, fight begins. Bang! As the sound fell, Luo Xingyuan stomped his foot, instantly shattering the stone pillar beneath him. The golden light burst forth from the gauntlets in his hands as he charged towards Lin Yi. The fighter excelled in close combat and was a very versatile profession. With dual resistances, crowd control, reduction, defense, output, and control, he was strong in every aspect. If a fighter got close, using a series of combo attacks would usually result in a one-hit kill. Dragon Rising Fist. A golden dragon-headed fist imprint emerged from Luo Xingyuan's hand. A single Dragon Rising Fist was enough to send an opponent flying and produce a stunning effect, a favorite opening move among fighters. Seeing Luo Xingyuan's fierce assault, the crowd couldn't help but sweat for Lin Yi. Demon Dragon Wings. But Lin Yi remained incredibly calm, 2 pairs of black wings instantly unfurling, his speed skyrocketing as he soared into the sky. Luo Xingyuan followed closely like a shadow. Tiger Kick. The fierce tiger energy erupted from his legs, his speed suddenly reaching its limit as he leaped towards Lin Yi. He even surpassed the speed of the demon dragon wings, leaving behind trails of golden after images. Flying dragon spreads its wings. Lin Yi shouted, his speed instantly doubling. Luo Xingyuan also activated some skill, his speed increasing. Again, charging towards Lin Yi like a fierce dragon. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Probably comparable to the strength of the giant mountain demon. No wonder he was the chosen one, he truly had some skills. Just these few moves alone were not something someone like Xia Chenhao could compare to. But Lin Yi was clearly not Xia Chenhao, he was very adept at dealing with close combat professions. Teleportation. Lin Yi instantly created distance between himself and Luo Xingyuan, the lich's staff in his hand already glowing with a green light. Whip of the wind. The Azure Divine Whip burst forth from the tip of the staff, instantly igniting excitement among all of Lin Yi's fans. Here it comes. Lin Yi's most skilled wind magic. The Azure Divine Whip lashed at the air, leaving behind thick white streaks. Witnessing this scene made Luo Xingyuan's scalp tingle. Just how monstrous is this guy's spell output? With Lin Yi's impressive 420,000 mental attribute boost, the current Wind Divine Whip approached a staggering 170 million raw damage. If I take this hit head-on, I fear I might end up seriously injured. I absolutely cannot take it directly. At this moment, Luo Xingyuan was utterly shocked. He felt that even if he activated various damage reduction skills, he might not withstand this whip. Am I the golden class player, or is he the golden class player? In that instant, Luo Xingyuan even began to doubt himself. Crack. In the audience's view, the Wind Divine Whip came crashing down. Luo Xingyuan immediately darted around like a little mouse, jumping back and forth on the stone pillars to evade the terrifying Divine Whip. Boom! One by one, the stone pillars shattered and collapsed under the strikes of the Wind Divine Whip, producing earth-shattering sounds that made everyone swallow hard. Previously, when facing Lu Xingyu and Xia Chenhao, everyone merely thought Lin Yi's spell damage seemed a bit high, with the most impressive aspect being that terrifying shield. But now, with the stone pillars continuously collapsing and Luo Xingyuan jumping around, not daring to take it head-on, everyone finally realized that Lin Yi's output capabilities seemed to be on par with his defense. Hiss. Damn it, even the golden class Luo Xingyuan doesn't dare to take it head-on. How monstrous must this be? I almost thought Luo Xingyuan was a fake golden class player. This is ridiculous, a golden player being chased by a silver one? Looking at it this way, it seems Lin Yi wasn't exaggerating before. Everyone was shocked, each one dumbfounded. At this moment, Luo Xingyuan also felt quite frustrated. Just a moment ago, he had been boasting, but now he was being chased all over the place. Several times, the Wind Divine Whip nearly struck Luo Xingyuan, making his hair stand on end. Just the residual waves brushed against him, causing him to lose a significant amount of health. With just one spell, Lin Yi had put Luo Xingyuan in a position of exhaustion. Who was stronger or weaker was evident. Luo Xingyuan's eyes flickered, and he cursed inwardly, damn it. Using a big move right from the start? Not playing by the rules. In his view, Lin Yi must have wanted to catch him off guard, delivering a decisive blow. It's useless. While this might make me a bit flustered at the beginning, the gap between gold and silver is beyond your imagination. Luo Xingyuan snorted coldly, the golden halo around him flickering momentarily. The power granted by the golden halo began to surge, enough to reduce damage by 30% and control by 30%. Charge. Seeing the wind element scattering in the Wind Divine Whip starting to dissipate, Luo Xingyuan's eyes lit up as he seized the opportunity. The chance has come. A brilliant golden light erupted from him, and his figure shot forward. However, Lin Yi would not give him the opportunity. Watching Luo Xingyuan darting around, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile slightly, a faint blue light flashing on his staff. Spinning vortex. In an instant, the water elements surged and gathered. In a flash, they formed resilient spiraling streams, wrapping around Luo Xinyuan layer by layer. From a distance, it looked like a large blue dumpling. Luo Xinyuan's face showed horror. Damn it, is this big move free? After being entangled by the light blue water flow, his speed plummeted. If it weren't for the 30% control effect and control time reduction from the golden halo, he would have been crawling like a turtle. Feeling the resilience of the water flow, even if he struggled with all his might, he would likely be controlled for several seconds. Watching the light on Lin Yi's staff flare up again, Luo Xingyuan couldn't help but feel a surge of dread. Was it really necessary to be this outrageous? Using a big move like a basic attack? At this moment, watching Lin Yi unleash one powerful spell after another on the field, not only did Luo Xinyuan's heart surge with waves of shock, but the other spectators felt the same. Gulp, gulp. The sound of people swallowing their saliva rose and fell in unison. Isn't Lin Yi only skilled in wind magic? How did he suddenly conjure such a formidable water spell? It might not stop there. Look at his stance. The next spell is probably going to be lightning-based. Hiss. Not only is he proficient in so many types of magic, but each one is so powerful. With this casting speed, I feel like he's almost on par with the legendary Archmage. At this moment, Xia Chenhao's expression was equally grim. When he fought Lin Yi before, he was easily slaughtered without realizing it. Now, watching from the sidelines, he noticed that every spell Lin Yi cast was not only terrifyingly powerful but also had an incredibly short casting time. Archmage? Impossible. It's said that Archmages can cast spells instantaneously. They are a legendary hidden class. Although Lin Yi casts spells quickly, he can't possibly be an Archmage. What exactly is his class? Could it be that when he was in the tower, he used some special item to block the trial tower's perception? This was the confusion of everyone. They would never believe that he was just an ordinary mage. Lin Yi is definitely an extremely powerful hidden class. Lao Su, do you know something? The big shots from Baihu main city all looked towards Su Tai, hoping to get some answers. Even the city lord, Xiao Yinchuan, felt the same way. Su Tai's earlier confident demeanor was still fresh in everyone's minds, but Su Tai just smiled slightly, appearing inscrutable. Everyone, please remain calm, just watch closely. We must leave some suspense in this matter, right? The crowd was instantly speechless, each one wishing they could grab Su Tai and give him a good shaking. Their teeth ground together, making Su Tai's scalp tingle. But little did they know, Su Tai was just as bewildered. Damn, what do I even know? Who knew this kid would be so abnormal, beating up the destined child of a golden class? This is simply outrageous. Now, he finally understood where Su Yunqi's confidence came from. Such strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Even those who had faith in Lin Yi never imagined it would turn out like this. Look, it seems Lin Yi is about to deliver a finishing blow. This shout immediately captured everyone's attention. They saw the blue vortex of water tightly binding Luo Xingyuan. No matter how he unleashed his punches and techniques, he couldn't break free from this magical flow. This caused his speed to plummet, although he was still fast compared to an average person. Dodging Lin Yi's magical bombardment was clearly impossible. In Lin Yi's hand, the Lich's staff began to gather terrifying flashes of lightning. Zzzzz. The crackling sound of lightning piercing through the air made Luo Xingyuan break out in a cold sweat. Why is every spell this guy casts so abnormal? Bound by this damned water flow, I will definitely be hit by this spell. At that point, I might be instantly killed. Even if I'm lucky, I'll still be heavily injured. No, it seems I can only use that move. With that, Luo Xingyuan made up his mind to absolutely use his trump card. He would not allow himself to be defeated by a peer, especially not by someone of a higher tier. That would be an absolute humiliation. Sword of Thunder. Lightning radiance continuously gathered in front of Lin Yi, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a massive sword covered in runes. It was nearly 100 meters long and looked incredibly fierce. The heat and pressure emanating from it left the audience in awe. Compared to Xia Chenhao's Thunderfire Spear, it was simply unworthy. Boom! The purple lightning giant sword seemed ready to tear apart the void before it, roaring as it pressed down towards Luo Xingyuan. Luo Xingyuan can't possibly lose like this, right? Watching Luo Xingyuan, who was still struggling in the blue water flow, everyone felt their hearts leap to their throats. This battle was simply too exciting, more thrilling than a roller coaster. At this moment, Lin Yi's fans were even ready to cheer. But Luo Xingyuan clearly would not be defeated so easily. Golden Bell Body. Luo Xingyuan shouted. And a golden bell shimmering with golden light immediately enveloped him before merging into his body. In the next instant, Luo Xingyuan transformed into a small golden figure. It's actually a body skill. Lin Yi is in trouble now. Some knowledgeable experts exclaimed in shock. The people nearby quickly asked for an explanation, and the expert elaborated. The so-called body skill is a type of skill that is extremely rare among fighters. Once in the body state, one is immune to control and damage, which is quite overpowered. You could say that a fighter with a body skill is in a completely different state. But historically, fighters only comprehend the body skill at the platinum level. Luo Xingyuan truly is the child of destiny. He has just advanced to a gold profession and has already comprehended the body skill. I must say, he is truly favored by the heavens. Upon understanding this, the people nearby were instantly dumbfounded. Then, is Lin Yi in danger? Immune to control and damage. If this body state lasts even a little longer, won't Lin Yi be directly smashed? Just a moment ago, they thought Lin Yi was about to win and defeat Luo Xingyuan in an instant. But in the next second, Luo Xingyuan unleashed such a powerful body skill. The tide of battle had turned, a complete 180-degree reversal. Everyone stared intently at the battlefield, watching as the golden figure of Luo Xingyuan laughed maniacally. Lin Yi, this was originally a trump card prepared for Zhao Tianqing. I didn't expect it to be forced out by you. You can be proud of yourself. With that, he simply leaped lightly and instantly broke free from the constraints of the blue water flow. The rotating vortex, which could reduce speed by 99%, seemed to have become ineffective. Not only that, but the Thunder Giant's sword also struck Luo Xingyuan almost simultaneously. However, it caused no damage at all. Luo Xingyuan was like a fierce tiger, directly shattering the Thunder Giant's sword. With an overwhelming force, he charged fiercely towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi watched this scene, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Body skill? That's right, it's the body skill. My golden bell body can last for 5 seconds. If you can't last 5 seconds, be prepared to face defeat. Luo Xingyuan even openly stated the duration of his body skill, hoping to shake Lin Yi's confidence. But Lin Yi merely chuckled. Just 5 seconds. Earth Guardian. His staff emitted a faint golden light, and a golden rune shield immediately enveloped him. Following that, other defensive skills, such as Dark Shield, Dragon Claw, and so on, were all fully prepared. He truly did not believe that a single Luo Xingyuan could break through his shield. The Earth Guardian had a shield value of 420 million. It was not just for show. Moreover, a shield every second? 5 seconds? If you can deal tens of billions in damage, then I'll admit defeat. Lin Yi's expression was calm. He didn't even dare to say he could deal tens of billions in damage in 5 seconds. Just based on Luo Xingyuan? Did he have the right? At this moment, the teleportation skill had not completely cooled down, and knowing he couldn't avoid Luo Xingyuan's attacks in this body state, Lin Yi simply stood straight on the stone pillar, waiting for Luo Xingyuan to attack. Seeing the golden shield Lin Yi had raised, a hint of ferocity flashed in Luo Xingyuan's eyes. Watch me break your shell. Rising Dragon Fist. Under the tense and expectant gazes of everyone, the golden dragon-shaped fist imprint pressed down towards Lin Yi. Roar. One could even faintly hear the golden dragon roaring, its might extremely terrifying. With Luo Xingyuan's current LV41 strength attribute exceeding 700,000, a single skill could deal 20 to 30 million damage. Bang! The golden dragon fist slammed against the golden shield, producing only a faint crisp sound. However, Luo Xingyuan was not surprised. He had never expected a single strike to break the shield. After all, there was the cautionary tale of Xiaochenhao. Unlike the instant explosive power of mages, the sustained damage of a fighter was top-notch. Luo Xingyuan's eyes hardened, gritting his teeth. I want to see just how tough your turtle shell really is. With 5 seconds of invulnerability, he could unleash a combo that would deal over 100 million, even 200 million damage. He didn't believe Lin Yi's shield could be that abnormal. Wolf Eagle Claw, Fiery Tiger Strike, Fierce Tiger Kick, Overlord, Fist. Luo Xingyuan unleashed one move after another, his assault like a torrential storm, leaving the audience in a daze. At first, the spectators were nervously sweating for Lin Yi, but slowly, 1 second, 2 seconds, the expressions of the crowd began to shift. They noticed that Luo Xingyuan was even using his teeth in his attacks, yet that faint golden rune shield remained as solid as ever, showing no signs of breaking. In fact, it wasn't that there were no signs. Cracks had appeared on Lin Yi's shield, but to completely shatter it, they were still far from it. Damn, Lin Yi's shield is incredible. Who just said Lin Yi couldn't last 3 seconds? Step up. Apologize immediately. I, Lin Yi, am the only true god. Just based on this shield, he's already in an invincible position. Who among the younger generation dares to challenge him? Lin Yi's fans erupted, starting to bombard the chat. Meanwhile, Luo Xingyuan was filled with disbelief, roaring in his heart, this can't be real. How can a silver mage have such an insane shield? He had almost dealt 200 million damage, yet this shield showed no signs of breaking at all? Soon after, a deep sense of panic rose within Luo Xingyuan. The duration of the invulnerability skill was coming to an end. He watched as the rich golden light gradually faded and his figure was sent flying back. He had already seen the familiar light blue glow emanating from Lin Yi's staff. A hint of mockery flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Is that all? To be honest, he had prepared for Luo Xingyuan to break his Earth Guardian and then use other shields to hold on. Little Luo, you've let me down a bit. Lin Yi shook his head slightly. As expected, I shouldn't have had any expectations of you. Just as Lin Yi had said before, he had never considered Luo Xingyuan a rival. Luo Xingyuan felt incredibly stifled but had no way to refute it. After all, the facts were as they were. He had exerted so much effort yet was still being casually beaten. At that moment, Luo Xinyuan felt like a clown. Those harsh words from earlier felt like slaps to his face. Now, he was filled with a sense of defeat. But Lin Yi would not give him any breathing room. If you're done, then it's my turn. In Lin Yi's eyes, Luo Xinyuan without invulnerability was not much different from Xia Chenhao. Spinning vortex. The light blue swirling water band appeared again, firmly wrapping around Luo Xinyuan's retreating figure, causing his speed to plummet once more. Luo Xinyuan became a moving target again. Seeing this, the audience stood up excitedly, their eyes glued to the scene. The outcome would soon be decided. Let's see how many hits you can take. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, his staff bursting with crackling lightning. Sword of Thunder. A massive purple lightning sword, accompanied by a terrifying roar, crushed towards Luo Xinyuan. In that moment, Luo Xinyuan felt as if the sky was collapsing. Just because he had relied on the Golden Bell's explosive defense to withstand the Sword of Thunder earlier, it didn't mean he could ignore its terrifying power. Mystic Turtle Block. Unyielding Will. Several damage reduction skills were activated, and Luo Xinyuan assumed a defensive stance, feeling slightly more at ease. Boom! In the next instant, the Thunder Sword finally struck Luo Xinyuan. Various rays of light burst forth, and one could even hear the low growl of the mysterious tortoise. But it was all in vain. The thunderous giant sword crushed everything in an instant. Put. Luo Xinyuan was almost torn in half, his organs spilling out in a chaotic mess. Blood continuously gushed from his mouth, and the pale fragments of bone were clearly visible. The surrounding light blue water was stained red. Although he barely managed to block the attack, Luo Xinyuan paid a tremendous price. He was gravely injured. And it was an extremely serious injury. You've got some resilience, huh? You actually managed to withstand my strike. Hearing Lin Yi's voice, Luo Xinyuan nearly died on the spot. But soon, he had no other thoughts. Because the staff in Lin Yi's hand had once again burst forth with a green light. Whip of the Wind God. The familiar green whip spread out, making a crackling sound as it lashed out. Luo Xinyuan immediately showed a look of despair, his eyes filled with bitterness. He knew he was about to lose. Crack! Lin Yi showed no mercy. The green whip struck Luo Xinyuan's battered body, instantly exploding it. Blood rained down, and Luo Xinyuan transformed into light and vanished. The entire White Tiger illusion realm gradually calmed down, leaving only Lin Yi standing alone atop the stone pillar. The black dragon robe billowed continuously, giving off a sense of invincible loneliness. Everyone stared blankly at that young, upright figure, unable to believe their eyes. The entire central square fell silent, until Xiao Yinchuan's voice rang out. In the first match of the championship, Lin Yi wins. Although Xiao Yinchuan struggled to maintain his composure, his heart was in shock. The next moment, the entire square erupted into a boiling sea of excitement. Lin Yi! Lin Yi! The whole square was chanting Lin Yi's name, and everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. Whether they were Lin Yi's fans or not, their hearts were filled with admiration. To be honest, before the match started, even Lin Yi's fans had little confidence, merely instinctively supporting their idol. There was no way around it. Luo Xinyuan, a golden class professional and the chosen one, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, Lin Yi had shattered their perceptions with undeniable facts. Damn, Lin Yi is really amazing. Fighting above his level, not only did he not fall behind, but he also shattered Luo Xinyuan's pride. Ah, this is so satisfying. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? Before the match started, it's not that Luo Xinyuan is weak, it's that Lin Yi is indeed too strong. In short, Lin Yi is awesome. God Lin! God Lin! Some old fans who had followed him from Jiangcheng began to shout Lin Yi's nickname from Jiangcheng. God Lin! Previously, when Lin Yi was not well known, calling him God Lin so arrogantly would have likely drawn a backlash. But now, it was just right. God Lin! God Lin! Many fans were stirred up, and the deafening cheers made all the young people envious. This popularity clearly surpassed Zhao Tianqing. Lin Yi's performance was simply too dazzling. Moreover, based on the strength he had displayed so far, Lin Yi had become the biggest favorite to win the championship. Even Zhao Tianqing was not as strong, having been able to decisively defeat the golden class professional Luo Xinyuan. The audience naturally believed that Zhao Tianqing would not be Lin Yi's opponent. If it weren't for Zhao Tianqing's long-standing reputation and a glimmer of hope, everyone would have already regarded Lin Yi as the champion. At this moment, Lin Yi slowly walked out of the White Tiger illusion realm, naturally receiving cheers from the entire audience. Meanwhile, Luo Xinyuan, who had been trampled upon, felt utterly defeated, his whole being appearing lost and dejected. Ever since Luo Xinyuan learned that he was the chosen one, he had been very proud. He even took it for granted that he was the protagonist of the era, with others merely serving as a backdrop. However, Lin Yi had managed to challenge him above his level and suppress him forcefully. As Luo Xinyuan watched Lin Yi walk past him, he clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Lin Yi, this time I lost to you, all the honor goes to you. but next time, I will definitely take it back. Although Luo Xingyuan was defeated, the sharpness in his heart had not diminished. His greatest confidence was that he was the chosen one. This defeat made him realize clearly that he had been somewhat lax lately. From today onwards, he would work even harder to improve his strength and seek revenge for this loss in the national trials. Lin Yi shook his head with a smile, looking directly into Luo Xingyuan's eyes, and calmly said, "You have no chance at all. You will only see my back as I walk further away, until I disappear from sight." After the seed ranking competition, Lin Yi would be promoted to a golden professional and would change his job to the god-level hidden profession of arcane mage. By then, Lin Yi's monstrous talent would be even more exaggerated. With the arcane mage and the automatic max level talent, Lin Yi would be at his complete form. Right now, Luo Xingyuan might still have a slight level advantage against Lin Yi, but when they meet next time, even that small advantage would vanish and the gap would only grow larger. After saying this, Lin Yi waved his hand and left. "Don't get too proud. When the national trials come, I will let you know what it truly means to be the chosen one." Lin Yi's calm gaze undoubtedly pierced Luo Xingyuan's heart, and he shouted angrily at Lin Yi's back. He had already made up his mind that after this competition he would accept the invitations from those factions. Luo Xingyuan's determination after feeling shame was something Lin Yi naturally did not know, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. An opponent he had defeated could never surpass him. At this moment, Lin Yi had just entered the hall. Two delicate figures immediately threw themselves into Lin Yi's embrace, and it was none other than Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing. Facing the incredibly adoring gazes of the two women, joy rose in his heart. No matter when, being admired by his women was always a delightful thing. "Brother Yi, you are so amazing." The two women spoke with awe, even more fervent than crazy fans, looking as if they wanted to devour Lin Yi on the spot. Lin Yi smiled slightly, holding the two women as they rested together. This time, Xiao Hanbing finally did not continue to look at him with displeasure. It seemed she also acknowledged that a genius like Lin Yi having several women was a normal thing. Her expression was full of daze, still immersed in the shock of Lin Yi defeating Luo Xingyuan. Xiao Hanbing elbowed Su Yunqi's shoulder and murmured, "Yunqi, you knew all along, right?" Su Yunqi withdrew her envious gaze from Chang Muqing and the others, chuckling, "Of course, I told you long ago. Brother Lin's strength is very strong. If you don't believe me, what can I do?" Looking at her best friend's dazed expression, she found it quite amusing, and a sense of pride surged within her. "Look, this is my brother Lin." Xiao Hanbing felt frantic. "Who knew the strength you mentioned was this strong?" Luo Xingyuan, a golden professional, was completely crushed. "If I went up, wouldn't I be suppressed in no time?" Just thinking about it made Xiao Hanbing's face flush, her soft chest rising and falling, outlining a breathtaking beauty. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianxing's expression became completely serious, losing all the earlier ease and comfort. Even when Luo Xingyuan displayed the strength of a golden professional, it hadn't made him this cautious. But Lin Yi brought immense pressure. That always calm young man seemed like a mountain, suddenly looming over all the talents of the White Tiger main city. Zhao Tianxing felt the blood in his body starting to burn fiercely. "In the final battle, let me see who is truly stronger." He suppressed his slightly trembling body due to excitement, then closed his eyes to adjust his state. Soon, it would be the battle between Zhao Tianxing and Su Yunqi. At this moment, on Xiao Yinchuan's side, many big figures were still immersed in shock, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. A prominent figure familiar with Su Tai exclaimed, "Old Su, you really have been hiding deep. Come on, tell us, do you know which force is behind Lin Yi?" Others were no exception, starting to bombard Su Tai with questions. Clearly, after witnessing the Son of Destiny, Luo Xingyuan, being thoroughly defeated by Lin Yi, everyone understood that there must be a powerful force nurturing Lin Yi in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to make a stunning impact. For a prodigy of this level, if they claimed to have achieved it all on their own, they wouldn't believe it even if you beat them to death. Wu Weilong sighed softly, his eyes filled with regret. No wonder he was so decisive in his refusal back then. "I was still thinking of inviting Lin Yi after the competition. It seems now that there's no need for that." This was the sentiment of many powerful factions, including the Mage Association. Everyone speculated that the force behind Lin Yi was at least legendary. It was even possible that there was a demigod behind him. How could they compare to such a presence? Looking at the many angry glares, Su Tai grinned and said, "Ahem, well, I can't say that." He lamented inwardly, feeling like this was getting out of hand. If he didn't provide an explanation now, he would really be besieged later, and a beating was inevitable. Being targeted like this in public was embarrassing to even think about. He decided to be vague and muddle through. But to others, this sounded like something else entirely. Everyone suddenly realized it was confirmed. The force behind Lin Yi was very likely a demigod. If a head of a legendary family was so wary, what else could it be? Seeing the looks of realization on everyone's faces, Su Tai breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled at Xia Yuanhang. "Master Xia, don't forget the 20 experience boost scrolls. On behalf of Yunqi, I thank Master Xia for his kindness in advance." Xia Yuanhong's expression darkened. He felt like he had lost both the lady and the soldiers. But he wouldn't go back on his word, only grumbling, "I know, I'll give them to you later." After saying that, he no longer looked at the smug corner of Su Tai's mouth. He feared that if he kept looking, he wouldn't be able to resist giving him a slap. As time passed, the many prominent figures finally began to calm their excited hearts. Xiao Yinchuan took a deep breath and then loudly announced, "The second match for the championship and runner-up officially begins, Zhao Tianqing vs Su Yunqi." As the words fell, the atmosphere in the venue surged once again. It wasn't because of this battle, but because once it ended, the final championship battle would be next. With the stunning performances of Lin Yi and Luo Xingyuan earlier, the crowd's anticipation for this match was not as high. But the championship was different. Even though everyone believed that Lin Yi had a great chance of winning, if he didn't win, there would still be suspense. And that suspense was the most attractive part. If it weren't for this match, which was necessary to determine the final two, everyone would probably want to skip it. However, it wasn't that exaggerated. The showdown between the popular goddess Su Yunqi and the dragon knight Zhao Tianqing was still very much worth watching. Who do you think has a better chance of winning, goddess Yunqi or Zhao Tianqing? I think it's still Zhao Tianqing, although I really like goddess Yunqi. She should be a notch below him. Exactly, from the previous matches, Zhao Tianqing hardly used his full strength. But when goddess Yunqi fought against the ice goddess, we could almost see her limits. In that case, the final match should be Zhao Tianqing against Lin Yi? That's highly likely, but we can't rule out the possibility of goddess Yunqi pulling off an upset. Let's wait and see. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, the two stepped into the White Tiger illusion realm. The intertwining platinum light suddenly revealed a vast wasteland. The open view of the wasteland offered no advantage to either side. Whether it was the Dragon Knight or the Demon Hunter, they could both unleash their full combat power in this terrain. Zhao Tianqing, let me see your strength and whether you can surpass me after my transformation. In the abyss. At this moment, Su Yunqi's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. She had originally thought that reaching LV40 and evolving her exclusive skill would allow her to battle Zhao Tianqing. In fact, she believed she could win. However, after observing the previous battles, she realized she had underestimated Zhao Tianqing. His level should also be LV40, and his various skills and combat techniques are equally well honed. If I can win, that would be best. If not, I must force him to reveal all his strength. This way, Brother Lin can better handle the upcoming battles. Although she knew Lin Yi might not care, Su Yunqi couldn't help but want to do something more. Zhao Tianqing shouted coldly, "Fight!" As the countdown ended, the two instantly entered combat mode. Roar! The fierce and imposing flame-red dragon was summoned once again. Zhao Tianqing stood on the dragon's back, wielding a dragon spear as he charged towards Su Yunqi. Su Yunqi, not to be outdone, spread her demon wings behind her. Her already swift speed became even faster, almost rivaling that of the flame-red dragon. She held a black longbow with dragon hunting arrows adorned with mysterious magical runes dancing between her fingers. These were arrows she had specially prepared, dealing extra damage to the holy dragon. Demon Mark. A wondrous power pulsed in her palm, the exclusive power of the demon hunter infused into the dragon hunting arrows. Although the demon hunter's damage boost against demons was the highest, having hunted 2 demon dragons before, she could also deal extra damage to the holy dragon. Demon Dragon Slaughter Arrow. Black dragon patterned arrows flew towards the red dragon, causing Zhao Tianqing's expression to change. He sensed a threatening aura from them. "I underestimated you a bit. However, this alone is far from enough to defeat me." Zhao Tianqing smiled confidently, and the blood-red dragon spear in his hand burst forth with brilliant light. In an instant, it formed a blood-red protective shield, completely enveloping him and the red dragon. Dragon Shield. Dragon Knight Charge. The blood-red dragon shield completely blocked the demon dragon slaughter arrows. Although it was on the verge of shattering, Zhao Tianqing was not one to just take hits. The red dragon roared and breathed out flames, and Zhao Tianqing seized the opportunity to charge. The massive dragon body crushed down like a shadow, enough to suffocate an ordinary person. Su Yunqi's face changed dramatically. She hadn't expected her demon dragon slaughter arrows to be unable to break Zhao Tianqing's dragon shield. This is troublesome. She knew that if she only had a second attack to break the shield and deal damage, her damage frequency would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. Dragon Knights can share some attributes with their dragon companions. In a direct contest of health, I am definitely no match for him, so I can only maneuver. Su Yunqi's demon wings fluttered rapidly behind her, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. The two immediately began an intense chase in the wasteland. There was no doubt about the strength of Dragon Knight Zhao Tianqing. Although he was not as brutally overwhelming as Lin Yi had been, he clearly surpassed Su Yunqi, who found herself at a disadvantage and was almost being beaten down. Whoosh! Another black arrow shot out, exploding into a brilliant blood flower on the red dragon's body. However, Su Yunqi knew that her defeat was only a matter of time, and a bitter smile crept onto her lips. It seems there's no way around it. It's time for my final battle with Brother Lin. Suddenly, her gaze became resolute. In that case, let me be a stepping stone for Brother Lin and see just how capable you are, Zhao Tianqing. If she was to lose, she would make it worthwhile. Su Yunqi was not someone to be easily defeated. It was impossible. Rapid evasion. Su Yunqi moved like a black sprite, incredibly agile. She leaped back and forth in the wilderness, narrowly dodging the red dragon's fiery breath and Zhao Tianqing's spear light. Everyone held their breath for Su Yunqi. It was as if she were dancing on a tightrope. The archer is also a fragile profession. Once Zhao Tianqing seizes the opportunity, it is almost a certainty that they will be instantly killed. But Su Yunqi is fearless. Demon explosive arrow. The black arrow glows with a ghostly light, instantly swelling under the enhancement of the demon mark. It plunges into the red dragon's chest like a thick black spear. A massive spray of blood erupts, causing the red dragon to let out a thunderous roar. The damage from the successive arrows accumulates, and the power of the demon makes the red dragon instinctively feel a sense of disgust. Zhao Tianqing quickly reassures the red dragon, his gaze towards Su Yunqi flashing with surprise. I underestimated you. It seems that without using my true abilities, I really can't deal with you. He put away the slight contempt he had in his heart. The girl before him was very powerful. Aside from himself, she was enough to be the best among the original 5 prodigies. But I am the Dragon Knight Zhao Tianqing. The thought of the family mission he bears ignites a fierce fighting spirit in Zhao Tianqing's eyes. I cannot lose, nor will I lose. Let this be a warm-up for my final battle with Lin Yi. A powerful aura gradually emanates from Zhao Tianqing. Holy dragon power, empower me. Roar. With this roar, the fiery red dragon beneath him lets out a deafening roar. Zhao Tianqing seems to merge with the red dragon, their bloodlines appearing to connect. Everyone is stunned by this scene, with some exclaiming in horror. Is this sharing some attributes with the holy dragon? Generally speaking, only an extraordinarily talented dragon knight can achieve this. The compatibility between a dragon knight and a holy dragon needs to be cultivated step by step. Only with a high enough compatibility can this move be executed. Moreover, the higher the compatibility, the more attributes are shared. Looking at Zhao Tianqing's aura now, it is already on par with the previous Luo Xinyuan. Heavens, why are there so many prodigies this generation? Is it really a great era about to arrive? Some spectators couldn't help but exclaim, their pupils shrinking to pinprick size. Zhao Tianqing's holy dragon power enhancement is akin to Luo Xinyuan's dominance body. Only extremely gifted individuals can master it in advance. In a sense, Zhao Tianqing is even more astonishing than Luo Xinyuan. After all, he is only at the silver rank. Luo Xinyuan watches this scene, his fists clenching. Involuntarily, his eyes filled with seriousness. He originally thought that after losing to Lin Yi, the others would not be his match. But now it seems that Zhao Tianqing, who has revealed his trump card, is almost on par with him. Damn it! My background is still holding me back. After this, I will accept their invitation. Next time, I will definitely amaze everyone. Luo Xinyuan finally begins to let go of his pride as the chosen one. Previously, several legendary level powers had approached the Luo family for negotiations. Even the head of the Luo family was quite tempted, but Luo Xinyuan was too proud. He believed he was the chosen one and was unwilling to be subordinate to others. After being struck down repeatedly, he finally adjusted his mindset. On the field, Su Yunqi's expression is grave. Is this your trump card? She knows that she should almost stop here. After Zhao Tianqing's holy dragon power enhancement, his strength has more than doubled. Both his power and speed are the same. Kill! Zhao Tianqing roars, riding the holy dragon into battle, resembling a god of death. The imposing aura makes countless people feel shaken. Those who originally had little expectation for this match can't help but become interested again. Boom! 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 The golden dragon spear tears through the air and Su Yunqi reveals all her trump cards, straining to block. But ultimately, there comes a time when she is exhausted. She feels unwilling. Damn, if only I could master the demon transformation of the demon archer. Then perhaps I would still have the strength to fight. After dealing some damage to the red dragon once more, Su Yunqi continues. Finally, Zhao Tianqing seized the opportunity. A flash of dragon spear light tearing through the air, instantly killing his opponent. In the next moment, Su Yunqi transformed into light and vanished. Dragon Knight. Zhao Tianqing, victory. Zhao Tianqing. Zhao Tianqing. In an instant, the fans in the audience began to scream his name. Everyone had thought that Lin Yi was almost guaranteed to win the championship. After all, even the golden professional Luo Xinyuan had been defeated by Lin Yi. So naturally, Zhao Tianqing was expected to be even less formidable. But no one had anticipated that Zhao Tianqing actually possessed such a powerful trump card with the blessing of the Holy Dragon's power. For a moment, the final outcome seemed to hold a hint of suspense. Although Zhao Tianqing was certainly no match for Lin Yi now, what if he had another hidden card? Su Yunqi returned to hall number 1, her expression somewhat helpless. Xiao Hanbing had already come to greet her, her pretty face filled with astonishment. My goodness, Xiao Yunxi, you were too ruthless. So you weren't using your full strength when you fought me just now. Su Yunxi revealed a hint of bitterness at the corner of her mouth, sighing, "It doesn't matter, that guy Zhao Tianqing is hiding too much. With the blessing of the Holy Dragon's power, I suspect his attributes might even surpass those of a golden professional." Xiao Hanbing nodded in agreement. Indeed, this guy usually looks so arrogant, but I didn't expect him to be such a schemer. But speaking of which, he definitely isn't as strong as your brother Lin. As she spoke, Xiao Hanbing began to make playful faces. Ever since Lin Yi suppressed Luo Xinyuan, she had completely changed her view of him. Knowing he was a monstrous genius, her curiosity only grew. Su Yunxi's face turned slightly red. She tilted her head in thought for a moment before walking towards Lin Yi, softly reminding him, "Brother Lin, be careful. I suspect that Zhao Tianqing's Holy Dragon Power Blessing isn't even his strongest card." This was her intuition during the battle. It seemed Zhao Tianqing hadn't gone all out. Although she had made him exert some effort and forced out a hidden card, she still felt there was something deeper hidden away. Lin Yi looked at the tall and stunning Su Yunxi before him, a warm feeling rising in his heart. "Yunxi, thank you for the reminder. But it's fine, don't you know my strength? Whatever hidden cards he has won't matter." Lin Yi's confident words immediately jolted Su Yunxi awake. "That's right, Brother Lin can easily slay even a LV-45 purple gold lord monster. He even led me to slaughter the 10,000-strong demon Katasar tribe. Such strength is completely unmatched by peers." She was just worried and couldn't help but want to talk to Lin Yi, which was why she came over to remind him. Then, Su Yunxi barely maintained her cool as she returned to her position, her heart still racing. She thought that she might really be starting to like Lin Yi. Just a little. Watching Su Yunxi's shy demeanor, Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing couldn't help but cover their mouths and giggle. The two of them understood this point best. The appearance of a girl in love was basically the same. Outsiders couldn't tell, but the two who had been in the same state could see it at a glance. "Arigo has charmed another genius girl. I see Sister Yunxi is also interested in you. Why not find a chance to win her over?" Chang Muqing mischievously whispered in Lin Yi's ear, instantly making his heart flutter. Who wouldn't be moved by a stunning beauty like Su Yunxi? However, Lin Yi had never liked to take the initiative. Just let it happen naturally. Saying this, Lin Yi raised his hand and lightly patted Chang Muqing's little pert bottom. The three of them giggled softly, envying those around them. At this moment, with the battle between Zhao Tianqing and Su Yunxi coming to an end, the two strong contenders were finally decided. It was Lin Yi and Zhao Tianqing. Everyone was incredibly excited, but they all held back. Because before that, there was still one more battle, which was between Luo Xinyuan and Su Yunxi. It would determine who was third and who was fourth. The battle quickly began. The fight between Luo Xinyuan and Su Yunxi was rather uneventful. After all, Luo Xinyuan was the chosen one. Although he was ruthlessly crushed by Lin Yi, it didn't mean he was weak. Being a golden class professional was no joke. Originally, Su Yunxi could have put up a fight against Luo Xinyuan. But once Luo Xinyuan activated his golden bell body, all suspense was lost. The 5 seconds of the golden bell body was something few could withstand. That kind of torrential assault was enough to suffocate anyone, and Su Yunxi helplessly fell again. Thus, the rankings of the three remaining champions in the national trials were finalized. Third place, Luo Xinyuan. Fourth place, Su Yunxi. Fifth place, Xiao Hanbing. What was about to follow was the final showdown, which would decisively determine the first and second places. Who was stronger, Lin Yi or Zhao Tianqing? Who would be the ultimate champion? Countless people were eagerly anticipating this result. The crowd was in an uproar. The match hadn't even started, but the air was already charged with excitement. Everyone was animatedly discussing with friends or even strangers nearby. "Come on, let the match start already. It's driving me crazy, don't stop our Lin God from winning the championship. Hey, that's too much. Our Tianqing hasn't lost yet. I admit Lin Yi is strong, but do you really think he'll definitely win in the end? Isn't that obvious? What chance does Luo Xinyuan have against our Lin God? Do I need to repeat it for you? Well, maybe our Tianqing still has some hidden cards. In any case, until the last moment, who knows what the result will be?" Undoubtedly, most people were fervent supporters of Lin Yi. His performances in the consecutive battles were nothing short of stunning. Although Zhao Tianqing also showcased impressive strength during his fight against Su Yunxi, that level of power was not enough to defeat Lin Yi. Even many of Zhao Tianqing's fans lacked confidence, merely hoping for a miracle. On the foreign guest side, the people from Sakura country had fallen into a deep silence. In the White Tiger main city, one powerful genius after another emerged. The chosen one Luo Xinyuan, the strongest mage Lin Yi, and the Dragon Knight Zhao Tianqing filled them with a sense of oppression. I have to say, the Huaxia country truly has an abundance of talent. Just in the White Tiger main city, there are 3 geniuses who are not weaker than me. If we count the other 4 main cities, who knows how many prodigies there are. No wonder Huaxia is considered the #1 country among the 5. Colonel Kawasaki sighed deeply, a hint of caution appearing in his eyes. In fact, he had no confidence against any of the 3. Hearing their Genius youth say this. All the people from Sakura country looked horrified. Colonel Kawasaki, if you have no confidence, should we cancel the final plan? Colonel Kawasaki raised his hand to stop their words, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. No need, I have other means. With so many geniuses in Huaxia, one must be eliminated. Otherwise, when the National Fortune Secret Realm opens, we will suffer greatly. These plans of Sakura country were, of course, unknown to outsiders. Meanwhile, whether in the White Tiger main city or in the major cities under its jurisdiction, everyone was looking forward to this final battle. Who would be the #1 genius of White Tiger City would be conclusively determined in this fight. In Jiang City, Cheng Batian took a deep breath, looking at Lu Jialiang beside him, and sighed. I never dreamed Lin Yi could make it this far. They knew Lin Yi was strong, but they hadn't anticipated he would be this strong. They even wondered if, in half a month, neither of them would be Lin Yi's match anymore. Who says not? Lu Jialiang smiled wryly, then joy spread across his face. Fortunately, this kid is our son-in-law. We may lack other skills, but our daughter's taste is absolutely top-notch. She picked such a prodigious genius at a glance. The two burst into laughter, instantly drawing the envy of Han Boyan and the others. Meanwhile, Yang Mei was alone at home, overwhelmed with emotion as tears streamed down her face. She had only hoped that her son could grow up healthy and become a respected professional. But who would have thought that Lin Yi would be so exceptional? Not only had he become a genius in Jiangcheng, but now he was also set to rise to the top among the younger generation of the White Tiger main city. What an honor this was! She couldn't help but touch the crystal necklace around her neck. It was just an ordinary necklace, but it was the first gift her husband had given her. Yang Mei silently recited in her heart, Jinan, can you see? Our son is so outstanding. If you are watching over us from above, please bless him, so that his path of growth ahead is smooth sailing. As if hearing Yang Mei's call, the ancient jade faintly glowed. Even the sky above Jiangcheng seemed to shimmer with light. Han Boyan seemed to sense something, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. But after carefully sensing, he found nothing, so he dismissed the thought. The most important thing at that moment was still the final battle. At this moment, amidst the anticipation of everyone, the city lord, Xiao Yinchuan, finally began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, next, I will witness with you all a historic moment for the White Tiger main city. The final championship battle, Lin Yi versus Zhao Tianqing. Who will be the strongest prodigy of the White Tiger main city? Let us wait and see. As his words fell, the entire venue erupted into a frenzy, shouts echoing into the sky. Lin Yi, Zhao Tianqing, Zhao Tianqing. Without a doubt, Lin Yi's cheers were several times louder than Zhao Tianqing's. From being relatively unknown to now being at the peak of popularity, Lin Yi's rise was nothing short of extraordinary. So many people were captivated by Lin Yi's stunning battles. Not just in the central square, but throughout the entire White Tiger main city, it was the same. Soon, two young figures slowly walked into view. Lin Yi remained as calm as ever, while Zhao Tianqing clenched his fists, a burning fighting spirit swelling within him. Once upon a time, he had been the brightest star of the White Tiger main city. But now, that title belonged to Lin Yi. I will reclaim all the glory that belongs to me with my own hands. Although he was in the position of a challenger, Zhao Tianqing didn't care. All he desired was victory. Watching the two slowly enter the White Tiger illusion realm, everyone erupted in excitement. It's starting. It's finally starting. Lin Yi is definitely the most monstrous genius in the history of our White Tiger main city. Alas, Zhao Tianqing is just born at the wrong time. If it were in previous years, he would undoubtedly be a figure who could dominate an era, but unfortunately, he met Lin Yi. There are just too many geniuses in this generation. It feels like a great era is about to arrive. Recently, while adventuring in the wild, I vaguely felt that the monster spawn rate has increased. I wonder if it's just my imagination. In any case, the stronger our geniuses in White Tiger City, the better. Whether it's Lin Yi or Zhao Tianqing who wins, I believe they will surely carry the glory of the White Tiger main city and continue to shine in the national trials. Various discussions erupted from the crowd below. Xiao Yinchuan glanced at the people beside him and smiled as he asked, everyone, who do you think will achieve the final victory? Upon hearing this, the big shots exchanged glances. Wasn't it obvious? Luo Xingyuan had already been defeated, and Zhao Tianqing's strength was about the same as his. What made him capable of defeating Lin Yi? But seeing Xiao Yinchuan's calm smile, everyone instantly understood. There must be some insider information. Does the city lord know something? The head of Wanbao Pavilion was full of curiosity and quickly inquired. Xiao Yinchuan did not answer but instead asked, what do you think is the strongest aspect of a dragon knight? Isn't it the blessing of the holy dragon's power? That's for ordinary dragon knights. Why not ask Xiao's head if he is willing to reveal a bit? After all, this is the final battle, so it doesn't matter if this bit of information gets exposed. Let's just consider it a casual chat to pass the time, but I still need to ask the opinion of the person involved. Everyone turned to look, only to discover the usually low-key Zhao family head. Although there was a hint of seriousness on his face, he showed no signs of despair or helplessness. Old Zhao, you've been hiding deep. Hurry up and tell us, it's the last battle anyway, there's no need to hide anymore. A familiar big shot immediately urged. Zhao Kongning was a serious middle-aged man, and upon hearing Xiao Yinchuan point this out, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Our Zhao family prides itself on being well hidden, almost no one knows. I didn't expect it to be known by the city lord. This news was only known to a few core high-level members of the Zhao family and the demigod they had sought help from. Since Xiao Yinchuan was aware, it meant the information had leaked from that demigod. Thinking of this, Zhao Kongning silently mused. They say Xiao Yinchuan has connections everywhere, with a demigod backing him. I originally thought it was just a rumor, but it seems to be true. Now, at this moment, the curiosity of the others was completely piqued. Quick, tell us, don't keep us in suspense. By now, there was indeed nothing left to hide. After all, when they encountered Lin Yi later, it would inevitably be exposed. Zhao Kongning cleared his throat and slowly said, Tianqing is not just a dragon knight, he has also awakened the sacred dragon bloodline of his ancestors. Sacred dragon bloodline? Many big shots couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Zhao Tianqing in the White Tiger Illusion realm, all gasping in shock. A dragon knight who has awakened the sacred dragon bloodline. That situation was entirely different. This was getting more and more interesting. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, a platinum light descended in the White Tiger Illusion realm and the scene spun around. The two appeared at the edge of a volcano that was about to erupt. The high temperature distorted the air and a terrifying power brewed within the volcano as if it was about to explode at any moment. Clearly, this was a battle scene rich in fire attributes, which was more advantageous for Zhao Tianqing. But that was normal. The battle scenes in the White Tiger Illusion realm appeared randomly. After all, luck is also a form of strength. A glimmer of joy flickered in Zhao Tianqing's eyes as he slowly spoke. To be honest, I never imagined that my final opponent would be you, and that I would be in this challenger position. There was a hint of disappointment in Zhao Tianqing's words, but more than that, there was fighting spirit. I must admit, you have this strength. You are the strongest among my peers that I have encountered. He was an incredibly proud person, but upon seeing the formidable strength displayed when Lin Yi and Luo Xinyuan fought, he had to acknowledge that if he only used his conventional strength, he would be no match for Lin Yi. But I will not give up. I will fight until the last moment to honor the glory of the Dragon Knight. Feeling Zhao Tianqing's indomitable will, everyone present erupted into thunderous cheers. Regardless of the outcome, Zhao Tianqing's demeanor was loved by many. Lin Yi slightly nodded, assessing Zhao Tianqing across from him. Clad in golden dragon armor and wielding a dragon spear, his expression was resolute. Although he wasn't particularly handsome, he exuded a strong presence. The first time he heard Zhao Tianqing's name was when he encountered Su Yunqi in the abyss. The more he learned, the more he realized how remarkable this person was. In the White Tiger main city, he cleared the trial tower in the shortest time. He soloed a purple gold lord monster of the same level, even defeating those 1 or 2 levels higher. He soloed hell-level dungeons. These achievements were indeed impressive. Although not as monstrous as Lin Yi, in the eyes of ordinary people, he was practically a legend. If Lin Yi hadn't appeared this time, there was no doubt that Zhao Tianqing would soon reach the top, solidifying his title as the #1 prodigy of the White Tiger main city. Although you are very spirited, I still have to tell you, in my eyes, you are no different from Luo Xinyuan. Lin Yi's words were calm, without a hint of fluctuation. Although Zhao Tianqing gave him a feeling that was even stronger than Luo Xinyuan. So what? Up until now, Lin Yi hadn't even used his full strength. He had merely been slightly serious. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Luo Xinyuan's face darkened instantly. This damn, still wanting to drag himself out to be humiliated. That's your opinion. I will prove the truth with my strength. Zhao Tianqing showed no anger, taking a deep breath to adjust his state to the best. Roar! As the countdown for the White Tiger Illusion realm ended, a terrifying dragon roar echoed through the sky. The fierce flame-red dragon appeared before everyone in an instant. Especially in this volcanic environment, the flames burning around the red dragon surged even more. Zhao Tianqing, holding the dragon spear and standing on the dragon's back, seemed to merge with the holy dragon. Instantly, his momentum began to rise dramatically, even faintly able to stand toe-to-toe with Lin Yi. It must be said that if we only consider appearances, the Dragon Knight is undoubtedly a very cool profession. The spectators below were all taken aback. Lin Yi curled his lips just as he was about to summon the dragon wings to soar into the sky. However, his expression slightly changed as he sensed Xiao Jin's agitation. Xiao Jin sensed the red dragon on the opposite side, wanting to come out and give it a good beating. Lin Yi's face showed a strange expression. It is said that when two holy dragons meet, they are usually incompatible. Unexpectedly, it was indeed the case. Even from the Beast Master space, it wanted to come out and beat someone up. Xiao Jin, you really are something. Lin Yi chuckled inwardly. Fine, since you want it, I'll give you this opportunity. In the abyss, Xiao Jin not only transformed into a holy magic dragon but also leveled up to LV42. In terms of strength, even the previous Luo Xingyuan might not be a match. If Xiao Jin took action, perhaps he wouldn't even need to lift a finger to win. Wouldn't that be too boring? But since Xiao Jin was so restless, he might as well let her out for some fresh air. With that thought, a rich white light burst forth from the lich's staff in Lin Yi's hand. In an instant, it transformed into a massive magic circle. Then, amidst the astonished and dazed gazes of everyone, a gigantic figure stepped out from the magic circle, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky, letting out a thunderous roar. Roar! The body, over 200 meters long, was even more impressive than the flame. Red dragon opposite. The holy magic dragon was born. Looking at the holy magic dragon that lay at Lin Yi's feet, the central square fell into silence, with everyone's mouths agape. After a brief silence, a collective gasp filled the air. Hiss! Did I see that right? Lin Shen actually has a holy dragon? Damn it, it's almost over, and you tell me you also have a dragon? Two holy dragons meeting, this is going to be a good show. Why do I feel like Lin Shen's holy dragon is even stronger than Zhao Tianxing's holy dragon? You're not wrong. I even feel that Luo Xingyuan might not be able to defeat Lin Shen's holy dragon. Damn, so it turns out he wasn't even serious when dealing with Luo Xingyuan before? The crowd's astonishment was beyond words, and Luo Xingyuan, with a face full of frustration, clenched his fists. When this holy dragon appeared, he realized how ridiculous he was. He couldn't even defeat the opponent's pet, which showed that Lin Yi hadn't taken him seriously at all. Damn it! I am the destined one. Luo Xingyuan roared inwardly, seeing the holy dragon beneath Zhao Tianxing and Lin Yi. He wished he could immediately throw himself into the embrace of the legendary forces. He completely let go of his previous restraint, wanting to do whatever it took to enhance his strength. This feeling of being looked down upon was simply too suffocating. But the ones whose expressions changed the most were the people from Sakura country. Another holy dragon? And it's of the earth attribute? When the holy magic dragon Xiao Jin appeared, everyone from Sakura country stood up in agitation. Colonel Kawasaki felt a surge of anger. Damn it! So it turns out the one who destroyed Black Rock City was him. It wasn't Zhao Tianxing at all. We've all been played. This Huaxia pig is so cunning. Although it was just a soil attribute holy dragon, how could there be so many coincidences in the world? Holy dragons were already rare, let alone one that matched the attribute. Lin Yi's series of performances also demonstrated his immense strength. With a little help, destroying Black Rock City was entirely possible. Someone gritted their teeth and said, it must be him. Once their match is over, we must make the White Tiger main city hand over this murderer. But Colonel Kawasaki snorted coldly, naive. Lin Yi is most likely the champion. This time. Don't say we have no evidence and are just guessing. Even if we did have evidence, they wouldn't hand Lin Yi over to us. Especially at this critical moment when the National Fortune secret realm is about to open. The importance of a genius far exceeds that of ordinary times by more than tenfold. So what should we do? Wait for their match to end? I have my own methods. Colonel Kawasaki's eyes flickered constantly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, in another area where the big shots were located, it was equally silent. After a long while, someone finally broke the silence, murmuring, so the soil attribute holy dragon? Does that mean Lin Yi was the one who destroyed Black Rock City? Zhao Konding shook his head helplessly, smiling bitterly. So it was this kid Lin Yi who made Tianxing take the blame? Everyone was shocked not only by Lin Yi possessing a holy dragon but also by the revelation that the true culprit behind the destruction of Black Rock City was indeed Lin Yi. They had previously said it was impossible for this generation of young people to have done such a thing, but when the facts were laid out before them, they had no choice but to believe it. How could there be so many coincidences in the world? The destruction of Black Rock City happened 7 or 8 days ago. How powerful must he be now? Hearing the discussions around him, even Zhao Konding couldn't remain calm. He had originally thought that if Zhao Tianxing forcibly activated the Holy Dragon's bloodline, he should have the strength to fight. But now it seemed a bit precarious. Every time everyone thought Lin Yi was about to unleash his full power, they realized it was just the tip of the iceberg. Wu Weilong sighed softly, and there's one more thing you all overlooked. There are demigods helping to cover up the events behind Black Rock City. So it means Lin Yi must have a demigod nurturing him from behind. Xia Yinchuan's eyes were filled with shock, and he finally couldn't help but say, I was thinking about this ever since you mentioned it. Now, I am finally certain. Have you noticed that Lin Yi's surname is the same as that of the fallen one from 18 years ago? It is said that that person also visited Jiang City. Upon hearing Xia Yinchuan's reminder, all the big shots thought of something. Suddenly, they felt as if struck by lightning, their eyes filled with awe. The events that occurred in the White Tiger main city back then were still vividly remembered by everyone. At that time, they were probably just young people, far from the power and strength they had now. But they had heard their parents discuss the stakes in detail. Many forces were overturned. It was definitely a bloody storm. Hiss. The events from back then reportedly involved the Lin family's internal strife. 3 demigods from the Lin family even fell, with one said to have unleashed a curse before dying. The remaining 2 also fell out and split into 2 factions. Someone instinctively wanted to continue speaking but was immediately stopped by an older, big shot beside him, sternly saying, "Silence. Do not speak recklessly about the matters of the demigod families." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent. The demigod families were absolutely at the pinnacle of Huaxia. They didn't even need to rely on the main city. They could occupy a territory on their own, truly a nation within a nation. For instance, the seed ranking tournament held by the main city would not even see participation from the demigod families. And the Lin family was the most elite among the demigod families. The 3 Lin brothers back then were extremely dazzling figures in Huaxia. Unfortunately, the Lin family experienced internal strife 18 years ago. The 3rd son perished, and the 1st and 2nd sons completely severed ties. What was once the Lin family in its prime split into 2 factions, falling to the lower ranks of demigod families. Yet, even so, a demigod family is not something ordinary people can meddle in. Xiao Yinchuan warned in a deep voice, "You all better forget about what happened today. These are merely speculations. Regardless of whether Lin Yi has any connection to the Lin family, this is not something we can involve ourselves in. We should regard Lin Yi as the genius of our White Tiger City." Xiao Yinchuan's warning immediately sent a chill through everyone present, and they nodded in understanding. Such matters are unpredictable and could even affect the entire White Tiger City, which is far beyond what they could bear. Xiao Yinchuan knew the events of that year even more clearly. It is said that the 3rd son of the Lin family obtained some treasure but was ambushed to death by his own brothers along with other demigods. In the end, the remaining 2 brothers of the Lin family also fell out. It's best not to get involved in such disgraceful affairs of a demigod family. It's better to pretend we don't know. Even the fallen Lin family is not something we can provoke. Xiao Yinchuan thought this in his heart and then spoke again. Later, everyone present, let's make a pact. No one can disclose what happened today. The tranquility of White Tiger City must not be disturbed. As for Lin Yi, he is the genius of our White Tiger City, understood? Xiao Yinchuan's legendary strength was immediately evident, winning unanimous agreement from everyone present. Who knows which side Lin Yi is on, the remaining brothers of the Lin family, or perhaps a backup left by the one who fell. If they are not careful, they might end up flattering the wrong person and not even know how they died. The best course of action is to keep quiet. That should be the case. The lord of the city is right. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Xiao Yinchuan's expression eased slightly as he smiled. Regardless, Lin Yi represents us in battle for White Tiger City. If he can achieve good results in the National Fortune Secret Realm, then our White Tiger City will also be rewarded. For now, let's just watch the competition. Everyone also breathed a sigh of relief and turned their attention to the 2 young men in the White Tiger Illusion Realm. At this moment, Zhao Tianqing was first taken aback, then a look of anger appeared on his face. How could you possibly have a holy dragon? Looking at the holy demon dragon, which was even stronger than the fiery red dragon, Zhao Tianqing's eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, he suddenly reacted. What the hell? Are you the one who made me take the blame? Zhao Tianqing's face turned pale, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. For days, he had been accused by the people of Sakura country of being the murderer who destroyed Black Rock City. Although it did not cause any substantial loss, it was truly disgusting. Now seeing Lin Yi's holy demon dragon, he realized that Lin Yi was the real culprit, and he was just the unlucky guy taking the blame for Lin Yi. Although the main blame lay with Sakura country, seeing the true murderer standing in front of him, he couldn't help but curse. Lin Yi certainly knew what was being said on the other side. Earlier, when he heard that Zhao Tianqing was taking the blame for him, he found it quite amusing. But at this moment, he naturally could not admit it. Lin Yi shrugged his shoulders, feigning innocence as he said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Zhao Tianqing snorted coldly, "Stop pretending. Did you destroy Black Rock City or not?" Upon hearing this, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. The news of Black Rock City being destroyed by Sakura country was a significant event. Everyone had basically heard about it, and now hearing Zhao Tianqing's tone, it seemed that Lin Yi was responsible? What the hell? What did I just hear? A shocking revelation. Black Rock City was actually destroyed by Lin Shan? Incredible. It can't be true, right? It's quite possible. I have insider information that the one who destroyed Black Rock City also has a dragon. In that case, Zhao Tianqing is taking a huge blame for Lin Shan. I'm going to die laughing. Most likely it's true. Look over there at the foreign guest seats. The people from Sakura country are practically itching to eat Lin Shan alive. What? They wouldn't actually capture Lin Shan, would they? I'm suddenly a bit worried. Child, are you silly? This is Huaxia. Even if they had 1,000 guts, would they dare to capture him? So what if Lin Shan destroyed Black Rock City? I can only say, Lin Shan did a great job. That's right, who would dare to take Lin Shan away? I would be the first to object. Suddenly, I feel Lin Shan is even cooler, haha. In an instant, everyone's gaze towards Lin Yi became even more fervent. Sakura Country and Huaxia are sworn enemies. Destroying Black Rock City is definitely a plus in the eyes of many spectators. Although Linny denied it, everyone could see that it was indeed his doing. Linny casually laughed. Hey, hey, hey. Whether or not I destroyed Black Rock City, are we still fighting or not? Not responding directly was the best answer. Zhao Tianqing curled his lips. Don't think just because you have a dragon, you can be arrogant. The holy dragon can only unleash its maximum power in the hands of a dragon knight. Shi Hong, let's go. As he spoke, the fiery red dragon, unable to contain itself any longer, let out a thunderous roar and charged towards Xiao Jin. Lin Yi's lips curled. Slightly, he knew Zhao Tianqing was speaking the truth. But it wasn't a big deal, Xiao Jin's level was high. Roar! The holy demon dragon also let out a deafening roar, its dark golden dragon horns pointing angrily at the sky, its wings spread wide as its speed skyrocketed. In the shocked gazes of everyone, two streams of intense dragon breath collided. The previous battle of the holy dragon was straightforward, even rarely using dragon language magic. Crushing the opponent with dragon breath and dragon body was the way to showcase one's strength. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the demon dragon's breath clearly overpowered the fiery dragon's breath. Zhao Tianqing's expression changed drastically. His holy dragon has already reached the golden stage. How is that possible? My Zhao family has poured all its efforts just to get Shihan to LV40. What right does he have? With such confusion, Zhao Tianqing quickly retreated on his red dragon. Boom! The demon dragon's breath grazed the scales of the red dragon, instantly flipping its scales and revealing the burned and corroded flesh beneath. Then it slammed down onto the volcano below. Immediately, the volcano, which was about to erupt, exploded completely. A pillar of flame shot into the sky, scattering like fireworks, a magnificent sight. Roar! The volcanic eruption accentuated Xiao Jin's proud dragon roar, making it even more imposing. The victory in the dragon breath duel sparked a glimmer of excitement in the eyes of the holy demon dragon Xiao Jin, and standing atop Xiao Jin's head, Linny appeared even more powerful. Everyone seemed to see an unparalleled powerhouse rising slowly. All were dumbfounded, gazing at this scene. The boy riding the holy demon dragon was destined to be etched in their hearts for a lifetime. Holy dragon's power enhancement. At this moment, Zhao Tianqing felt an indescribable frustration. As a dragon knight being defeated by someone else's dragon, what kind of situation was that? Am I not worthy enough for you to make a move? Looking at Lin Yi, who stood with his arms crossed, Zhao Tianqing was completely enraged. In an instant, he activated the trump card he had used against Su Yunxi. Zhao Tianqing and his red dragon's aura completely merged into one, and the momentum of both man and dragon surged instantly. Come again. Zhao Tianqing wielded his dragon spear, commanding the holy dragon to charge. But Lin Yi's expression remained completely unfazed. It wasn't that he looked down on Zhao Tianqing and didn't want to make a move, it was that the holy demon dragon beneath him had been yearning for a fight. Since there was no rush, he might as well let Xiao Jin have a good battle. Roar! Xiao Jin's dragon eyes were filled with excitement. Although she was a female dragon, she was quite combative. She let out a roar towards the sky, and a rich black golden light burst forth from her dragon body, a manifestation of activating the demon dragon's bloodline. With a spiked and fierce dragon tail, she struck out fiercely, even more formidable than Xia Chenhao's Thunderfire Divine Spear. The dragon's tail lashed out, sending the flame-red dragon flying repeatedly. Faced with Zhao Tianqing's dragon spear thrust, Xiao Jin remained completely unperturbed. The black-gold dragon claws shimmered with light as they swung forward with force. Clang! Bang! Sizzle! The sounds of the dragon's body colliding and tearing apart echoed continuously. The ferocity of the holy demon dragon revealed to the world for the first time, absolutely stunning everyone. Meanwhile, Lin Yi simply sat atop the dragon's body, not intervening in the battle at all. Yet, the holy demon dragon Xiao Jin was managing to hold its own against two opponents without losing ground. Damn! Is Lin God that ruthless? Not even lifting a finger, just letting a dragon suppress everything? If he had summoned this dragon from the start, wouldn't these people never even get to see Lin God's face? Turns out Lin God was just playing house before? I even suspect that Luo Xinyuan might not be able to defeat this dragon. Wow, it's really hard to imagine just how strong Lin God is. He seems to have no limits. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The more ferocious the holy demon dragon became, the more impressive Lin Yi appeared. A single pet could suppress all geniuses. What more could be said about its master? But Zhao Tianqing was even more frustrated. He had originally thought that by using the power of the holy dragon, he could force Lin Yi to act. He never expected that even the holy dragon before him was powerless. Despite giving it his all, he was only able to match the strength of the other's pet. What was this? Was this something to be proud of? I can't take it anymore. You brought this on yourself. A madness gradually surfaced in Zhao Tianqing's eyes. He was not just a dragon knight, he was a dragon knight with the bloodline of the holy dragon. Once the holy dragon bloodline was activated, the power it granted would multiply. However, his holy dragon bloodline had not fully awakened yet. If he forced its use, the cost would be significant, but he couldn't care less. If he were to suffer such a humiliating defeat, he simply could not accept it. In the future, whenever people mentioned Zhao Tianxing, there would inevitably be a mocking remark. This guy couldn't even defeat Lin Yi's dragon pet. With that thought, Zhao Tianxing immediately stopped hesitating and commanded the red dragon to retreat. Boom! Suddenly, a domineering aura began to rise from Zhao Tianxing's entire body, an unknown flame igniting within him. Puff, puff. The sound of flesh bursting was particularly evident on the areas of his neck, wrists, and face exposed outside his armor. In an instant, he was covered in fiery red dragon scales. Even 2 dragon horns, each an inch long, sprouted from his head. Holy! Dragon bloodline, activate! In just a brief moment, Zhao Tianxing transformed into a dragon man, his aura surging several times. Over. Seeing Zhao Tianxing's drastically changed appearance, everyone was horrified, collectively gasping in shock. A perfectly normal dragon knight suddenly turned into a dragon man? An expert in the know swallowed hard and murmured, so it's the holy dragon bloodline. Zhao Tianxing is not just a dragon knight, he is a dragon knight with the holy dragon bloodline. Someone nearby quickly asked, what is the holy dragon bloodline? A platinum level expert chimed in. We all know that some people confuse with the bloodlines of other races. For example, elves, dwarves, orcs, etc. The holy dragon bloodline is one of them, but it's extremely rare. Zhao Tianxing's ancestors must have fused with the holy dragon bloodline. This is a case of atavism. Is the holy dragon bloodline very strong? Of course it's strong. There are even legends that if the holy dragon bloodline is developed to a certain extent, one can transform into a dragon, perfectly inheriting the attributes of the holy dragon. Upon hearing this, those nearby gasped in awe, their eyes filled with shock. Perfectly inheriting the attributes of the holy dragon while also possessing human skills? How terrifying would that be? It was almost unimaginable. Zhao Tianxing can now transform into a dragon man. It seems his holy dragon bloodline has been developed quite well. This time, perhaps there will be a good show to watch. Everyone's eyes sparkled with anticipation, originally thinking that this match would be a complete domination by Lin Yi. But they never expected that Zhao Tianxing had such a hidden card up his sleeve. Suddenly, the match was filled with suspense again. Only Luo Xinyuan's face was full of defeat. From the moment Zhao Tianxing unleashed the holy dragon bloodline, he knew he was no match for him. At that moment, he fully realized that being the chosen one did not mean he was invincible. If he didn't adjust his mindset, he would surely fade into the crowd in the future. Gritting his teeth, an unprecedented fighting spirit rose in his eyes. Next time, I will definitely amaze everyone. The big shots of White Tiger City were also shaken. Zhao Tianxing activated the holy dragon bloodline, unleashing an incredibly powerful strength. At this point, it was basically time to determine the winner. The outcome was about to be revealed. Inside the White Tiger illusion realm, Zhao Tianxing felt the powerful force surging through him, and his confidence soared. He looked at Lin Yi and shouted, now I should be worthy of you making a move, right? Looking at Zhao Tianxing, who had transformed into a dragon man, Lin Yi's eyes were filled with astonishment. Yunqi really guessed right, this guy actually had a trump card. A hint of battle intent slowly rose in Lin Yi's heart, and he couldn't help but laugh aloud. That's good, otherwise, winning the championship like this would be too boring. He stood up from Little Gold's back, unafraid, like an emperor sitting up seriously for the first time to assess his opponent. To show my respect for you, I will defeat you personally. Lin Yi's words were incredibly calm, but the confidence within them soared to the heavens, making everyone's hearts tremble. Zhao Tianxing laughed in anger. Then come, let me see your true strength. Kill. Zhao Tianxing's pupils turned into crimson vertical slits. There was a hint of madness, no longer the rationality from before. Holding the golden dragon spear, he charged forward like an invincible war god. Flame Dragon Spear Strike. In an instant, a dragon-shaped spear of pure flame surged toward Lin Yi and Little Gold. Lin Yi's lips curled up, and the Lich's staff in his hand instantly burst forth with light. Blessing of the Elves. This was the skill granted by the wind spirit of the Platinum Ring. It was enough to enhance his mental attributes by 10%, a skill Lin Yi rarely used. But now, he wanted to conclude this final battle of the qualifiers with a perfect ending. A greenish light enveloped Lin Yi, instantly raising his mental attributes to an exaggerated level of 450,000. Earth Guardian. The pale golden shield looked fragile, but everyone knew it was as solid as a mountain. Even if Luo Xingyuan stood still and attacked for 5 seconds, he couldn't break it. However, this time was different. The shield Lin Yi cast not only enveloped himself but also covered the holy demon dragon beneath him. What is Lin God doing? If the shield expands to such a large area, won't its defensive capability decrease significantly? Seeing this, everyone felt a wave of confusion. Basically, all shields have a critical value. Within this critical range, the shield's value does not change. But if it exceeds that, then as the coverage area increases, the shield will correspondingly become weaker. This shield won't be broken by Zhao Tianxing, will it? The crowd outside became excited. Was Lin Yi's undefeated myth about to come to an end? But little did they know The max level Earth Guardian would not decrease in defensive capability with an increase in coverage area. Dare to underestimate me? In Zhao Tianqing's crimson dragon eyes, flames seem to burn. You will pay the price for this. Boom! In the shocked gazes of the crowd, the flaming dragon spear struck fiercely against the pale golden shield. Layers of glass-like flames splashed outwards, connecting with the fiery mountain below. The entire White Tiger illusion realm had transformed into a world of flames. However, Lin Yi's faint golden shield remained calm and undisturbed. The eyes of everyone were filled with shock. They could hardly imagine where the limit of this shield lay. This, even an ordinary peak gold tier professional or a weaker platinum tier professional wouldn't have such a terrifying shield, right? Wu Weilong's words immediately made those around him gasp in astonishment. As the match progressed, Lin Yi's shield had not only not been broken, but it hadn't even shown signs of cracking. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Zhao Tianqing's output was quite impressive. By his estimation, after transforming into a dragon man, Zhao Tianqing's strength was even equivalent to a LV-44 purple gold lord monster. Although he was not as strong as Lin Yi, the difference was not too great, probably around half. After casting the Elf's Blessing, the shield value of the Earth Guardian soared to 450 million. Even if Lin Yi himself tried to break the shield, it would take a while to do so. Lin Yi said softly, a strong attack, but it's useless. His intention was to acknowledge, but to Zhao Tianqing, it sounded incredibly harsh. The holy dragon bloodline within Zhao Tianqing boiled completely, his aura becoming increasingly fierce, clearly activating the bloodline within him. His strength would indeed be greater, but it would come at a tremendous cost. Even the red dragon under him would likely have to regress by more than 10 levels. At that point, he would have to consume vast resources to restore his level. Don't get too proud, kill. Zhao Tianqing, blinded by rage, made the flames on his dragon spear surge even more violently. The spear's light split the air, making onlookers' hearts race with fear. Aside from Lin Yi, any other genius facing such an attack would not last long. Even Luo Xingyuan would have to concede defeat. It must be said that Zhao Tianqing was undoubtedly a powerful genius. Even without Lin Yi's appearance, this destined child, Luo Xingyuan, would have been suppressed. How can I let you keep attacking? A glimmer of battle intent also emerged in Lin Yi's eyes. He had been watching Xiao Jin in the One Dragon battle for a while, and he felt a bit itchy to join in. Claw of Death. A thick black light enveloped Lin Yi's staff. Swish! In an instant, a massive black dark claw was formed. It was shrouded in a rich corrosive black mist, fiercely clawing towards Zhao Tianqing, tearing through the air. Nearly 140 million raw damage was no joke. Zhao Tianqing instantly felt a terrifying crisis enveloping him, and his expression changed drastically. He felt a chill pouring down from the top of his head. Even the madness in his eyes faded somewhat. The fiery spear light struck the dark claw, dimming it slightly, but it still possessed a terrifying might. Guardian of the Flame Dragon Spear. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Tianqing swung the dragon spear, unleashing layers of fiery spear light that surged forward, forming a fan-shaped spear shield. The red dragon beneath him wanted to help, but before it could unleash its breath, it was suppressed back by a breath from Xiao Jin. Boom! The dark claw of death collided with the flame dragon spear, sending a large amount of black smoke and fiery light splattering. Although the sharp claw tore through the spear light, its power was greatly diminished. In the end, it was withstood by the red dragon, causing only around 10 million damage. Nevertheless, the red dragon let out a painful roar. The corrosive effect of the dark claw was continuously eroding its flesh. Lin Yi's eyes were cold and indifferent. Xiao Jin, go play with it. With that, he spread his dragon wings, sending Xiao Jin to pounce on the red dragon. Zhao Tianqing was still gasping for breath. The previous skill had consumed a tremendous amount of his energy. Although he had blocked Lin Yi's claw of death, his arms were trembling. Even the dragon scales beneath his arm armor had shattered in many places. Roar! Xiao Jin let out a furious roar and directly engaged the red dragon in a life and death struggle. Dragon tails whipped, dragon horns charged, dragon claws tore, and close-range dragon breath sprayed. Everywhere was splattered with dragon blood and flying scales. The two colossal creatures, each over 200 meters long, fought fiercely, creating an unparalleled visual impact. This was the true battle of the holy dragons, and everyone watched with blood boiling. Awesome! It's just too awesome. In my lifetime, I actually get to see two pure-blood holy dragons fighting. I can brag about this to my grandson in the future. Ha! As the two holy dragons clashed, Lin Yi and Zhao Tianqing naturally wouldn't just watch. Zhao Tianqing's eyes were filled with heaviness, unable to imagine that after activating the holy dragon bloodline, he still couldn't shake his opponent even a little. The overwhelming pressure felt less like facing a peer and more like confronting an epic elder from his clan. Lin Yi's expression was solemn as he said, lightly, you have 1 minute. Otherwise, little Jean will tear your dragon apart. Feel free to use any means you have. The LV-42 Holy Demon Dragon could easily crush the opposing Flame Red Dragon. If he wanted to deal with Zhao Tianqing, it wouldn't be difficult at all. But he wanted to see what other tricks this genius had, perhaps something that would surprise him unexpectedly. However, Zhao Tianqing had already exhausted all his means. How could he still have a trump card? A violent battle intent rose in his crimson dragon eyes. Fight. At this point, any harsh words were meaningless. Zhao Tianqing knew he had no choice but to fight. Even if he lost, he had to lose heroically. Zhao Tianqing soared into the sky, the golden dragon spear ablaze with flames, aimed at Lin Yi. Lin Yi shook his head slightly, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Forget it, since you have no trump card left, let's end this battle. 1 minute. It was a limit for Zhao Tianqing, not for Lin Yi himself. Sword of Thunder. Lin Yi lightly tapped his staff, and a massive purple thunder giant sword instantly collided with the dragon spear. There was no suspense, the golden dragon spear was immediately crushed. It even emitted a sound of unbearable trembling, almost severed on the spot. Boom! Zhao Tianqing was like a cannonball blasted into the volcano by the terrifying impact of the thunder sword. In an instant, the volcano erupted again, creating an incredibly brilliant flower of flames. Lin Yi did not pause for a moment. A silvery light began to flicker on his staff. In the next instant, the fiery world was suddenly showered with rain, an extreme cold. Ice rain. Frost ice rain. In the face of this terrifying ice rain, everything was frozen. The burning splashes of flame were no exception, forming beautiful ice flowers in the void. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone was astonished. To cast an ice attribute spell in such a scorching fire attribute environment, and with such terrifying power, it was simply unimaginable how strong Lin Yi's abilities were. Crack, crack. The volcano's mouth was completely frozen, turning into an ice mountain, and Zhao Tianqing was trapped inside. The audience swallowed hard. After Lin Yi unleashed his full power, Zhao Tianqing had almost no ability to fight back. Boom! A golden dragon spear burst out from the center of the ice mountain, and Zhao Tianqing's face was extremely pale. He was enveloped in frost, clearly on the brink of his limit. Lin Yi was surprised. It seems that after activating the Holy Dragon bloodline, Zhao Tianqing's health has increased a lot? Logically, this strike should have been enough to kill Zhao Tianqing, but it didn't. However, it wasn't a big deal, it just meant one more spell. When the battle would end completely depended on Lin Yi, how long he wanted to prolong it. Now, Lin Yi didn't want to drag it out any longer. Whip of the Wind God. The Azure Divine Whip cracked and lashed, ultimately becoming a finishing blow. A hint of despair appeared in Zhao Tianqing's eyes. The gap was just too vast. Activating the Holy Dragon bloodline was merely a delay. It was simply too difficult to defeat the young man opposite him. Smack! Accompanied by a crisp sound of flesh bursting, Zhao Tianqing was directly turned into a mist of blood by the long whip. In the distance, the two holy dragons that were fighting immediately stopped. The red dragon, whose wings had been torn apart, instantly transformed into specks of starlight, gradually dissipating in the white tiger. Illusion realm. The holy demon dragon roared to the sky, letting out a cheer in the posture of a victor, circling constantly beside Lin Yi. She finally crouched before him. She knew that her current strength was entirely a gift from her master. Lin Yi smiled slightly, standing atop the head of the holy demon dragon. Roar! Everyone looked at Lin Yi, who stood on the dragon, suppressing all the talented individuals at the peak, and fell into a daze. In that moment, the young, upright figure became eternal. Whether in the central square, the White Tiger City, or the major cities under its jurisdiction, all the spectators watching the seed selection competition fell into a profound silence. Their pupils reflected the young figure, standing invincibly on the holy demon dragon. After Zhao Tianqing activated the Holy Dragon bloodline, everyone thought the battle had taken on new suspense. At the very least, it would be a fierce contest between dragons and tigers, a back-and-forth struggle among the talented. Who would have thought it would be a crushing defeat? Moreover, it was a merciless crushing. Lin Yi was like an unfathomable abyss, forever beyond limits. No matter how powerful his opponents appeared, he steadily suppressed them, always delivering surprises. From the initial battles against Lu Xingyu, Xia Chenhao, to Luo Xinyuan, and finally Zhao Tianqing, Lin Yi proved with his strength that he was the true prodigy, the rightful king of talents. After a brief silence, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. In the stillness, everyone gaped, unable to react. Then, waves of fervent gazes arose. When the white tiger illusion dissipated, all the cheers erupted instantly. God Lin! God Lin! King of talents! King of talents! First talent! First talent! At this moment, thousands of words converged into those fervent shouts. All the admiration and cheers were dedicated to Lin Yi, who stood at the center. Zhao Tianqing looked at Lin Yi, who was welcoming all the cheers, with a complex mood. He originally thought this position belonged to him alone, but Lin Yi's appearance told him that he was still far from it. There was unwillingness in his eyes, but more was admiration. You truly deserve the title of the first talent of White Tiger City more than I do, but I won't give up. Zhao Tianqing clenched his fists, determination flashing in his eyes. A true genius would never be defeated by a single failure. At this moment, Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing had already embraced each other, laughing and jumping, their hearts filled with pride and sweetness. Although they had great confidence in Lin Yi, when they saw him truly reach the top, they couldn't help but cheer with excitement. Su Yunqi's eyes were also filled with joy, quietly cheering in her heart. Xiao Hanbing was initially dazed, unable to believe her eyes. Then, she let out a deep breath, completely convinced by Lin Yi, even feeling a hint of admiration. How could one not admire such a Lin Yi? Dominant, a prodigy. Meanwhile, far away in Jiangcheng, everyone was cheering. Although they knew Lin Yi was a genius prodigy from Jiangcheng, when he reached the peak of White Tiger City, everyone still felt it was unbelievable. City Lord Han Boyan laughed heartily. This completely exceeded his expectations, something he wouldn't even dare to dream of. Chang Badian and Lu Jialiang laughed without restraint. Tonight, we won't return until we're drunk. We won't return until we're drunk. This made others envious, knowing that Lin Yi was the son-in-law of both families. This time, the Chang and Lu families were truly going to prosper. Yang Mei, alone at home, was overwhelmed with excitement. The white light of the prophet flickered. Beside her, tears silently streaming down. It revealed her inner turmoil, yet also immense heartache. Outsiders only saw Lin Yi's brilliance, but as his mother, she knew how much effort he had put in to reach this point, how many hardships he had endured in secret. Xiaoyi, you will always be mom's pride. Her son being this outstanding was something she had never dared to imagine. The only thing she could do was to ensure her son didn't worry and take care of the logistics well. When his son gets tired, he has a warm harbor to retreat to. At this moment, the entire White Tiger main city erupted with astonishing cheers. Lin Yi's performance was simply too dazzling, pushing through without any opponents. If anyone else had reached the top, they could never have garnered so many supporters. The big shots of White Tiger main city also appeared extremely excited. This little guy is truly impressive. I originally thought that Zhao Tianqing activating the Holy Dragon bloodline might turn the tide. Who would have thought it would end up like this? It's simply unbelievable. Yes, Zhao Tianqing was already incredibly talented. One can only say Lin Yi is even more monstrous. He doesn't seem like an 18-year-old at all. But thinking about the forces behind him, it seems to make sense. Forget it. Such a prodigy is not something we can covet. Where do you find so many wild geniuses? For us to pick up the scraps? Wu Weilong and others shook their heads in regret, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Lin Yi, climbing to the top. No one could question Lin Yi's potential. The many big shots continuously expressed their astonishment. Logically speaking, at their level, the geniuses they had seen were as numerous as fish in a river. But someone as abnormal as Lin Yi was truly rare, even unprecedented. Zhao Tianqing's displayed strength was already incredibly formidable. In the past decade, he could suppress his peers, but unfortunately, he encountered Lin Yi. Zhao Kaining looked at the somewhat dazed Zhao Tianqing in the distance with regret, shaking his head and sighing. Why must there be E when there is Xing? But it may not be a bad thing. Let Tianqing experience a small setback. In the future, he might still be able to regain his footing in the national trials. Zhao Kaining still had great confidence in Zhao Tianqing's Holy Dragon bloodline. If he could fully develop the Holy Dragon, he would undoubtedly reach an unprecedented height. Moreover, the most important point. After the seed ranking competition, the four geniuses, including Zhao Tianqing, would surely receive more resources from various forces. This is similar to investment. If the genius one nurtured fails to enter the national trials, one can pay a price to invest in others. If they can achieve something in the national fortune secret realm in the future, they can also share in the benefits. It is foreseeable that, apart from Lin Yi, the first prodigy supported by a demigod, the other four geniuses would undoubtedly receive countless olive branches. Perhaps several legendary forces would unite to cultivate a genius. This would not be inferior to an ordinary demigod-level force. Of course, the distribution of interests involved would require some negotiation. Everyone continued to marvel at Lin Yi's prodigiousness, and so did the city lord, Xiao Yinchuan. Listening to the thunderous cheers from the central square, he finally came back to his senses. Immediately, Xiao Yinchuan soared into the sky. He stood beside Lin Yi and announced loudly, "The championship battle is over, Lin Yi wins. I declare that the first prodigy of this seed ranking competition is Lin Yi." His slightly paused words ignited everyone's passion completely. Lin God, first seed. I knew it, supporting Lin God back then was definitely the right choice. All the way from Jiang City, Lin God has never disappointed me. Haha, from today on, I am also a loyal fan of Lin God. I will follow Lin God to the national trials and witness him reach the peak. Everyone kept shouting, even starting to envision the future. Lin Yi calmly accepted the fervent gazes of admiration, feeling a bit stirred inside. I must say, this feeling is quite wonderful. And this is all brought by strength. The seed ranking competition is over. I can soon start working on advancing to gold. Then, I will change my profession to an arcanist, making up for my career shortcomings. By then, even Zhao Tianqing and Luo Xinyuan can be easily suppressed and killed. After the national trial, even if I encounter the strongest opponents, I will remain completely unflustered. Xiao Yinchuan stood beside Lin Yi, a hint of astonishment rising in his eyes. In his perception, Lin Yi had only been excited for a moment before gradually regaining his composure. This level of temperament was simply astonishing. After all, he was just an 18-year-old boy. If it were someone else, they would have probably been unable to contain their joy. This made Xiao Yinchuan's evaluation of Lin Yi rise even higher, and he secretly nodded in his heart. Perhaps I can ask him for help with Binger's matter later? Although, he might be connected to the demigod family, the Lin family. But as long as I don't involve myself in those matters and simply ask him for help, it should be fine, right? Xiao Yinchuan thought this while allowing the surrounding audience to express their excitement. After a long while, the cheers gradually faded. Xiao Yinchuan smiled slightly and spoke again in a loud voice. Then I announced that this seed ranking competition is officially over. First seed, Lin Yi. Second seed, Zhao Tianqing. Third seed, Luo Xinyuan. Fourth seed, Su Yinxi. Fifth seed, Xiao Hanbing. The above 5 outstanding individuals will represent our White Tiger main city in the upcoming national trials. Tomorrow, you can go to the City Lord's mansion to collect the rewards for this seed ranking and learn about the relevant matters of the national trials. Xiao Yinchuan continued his speech, and the applause and cheers from the audience were unending. This seed ranking competition could be considered a complete success, with each battle leaving everyone exhilarated. Lin Yi's eyes were filled with anticipation. What would the reward be? For achieving first place in the seed ranking? Jiang City was able to reward a platinum treasure, so White Tiger main city should at least have an epic treasure, right? Or even a legendary one. The remaining 4 geniuses were also led by the ceremony staff towards the center of the square. The end of a competition naturally required a concluding ceremony. But at that moment, a loud and cold voice suddenly rang out. Wait a minute. Upon hearing the voice, everyone was taken aback and immediately looked up towards the source. At the end of their gaze was the foreign guest seat where the Sakura country representatives were seated. The speaker was Colonel Kawasaki, who had led the young people from Sakura country to exchange ideas in White Tiger main city. He was a standout among the younger generation of Sakura country, even comparable to Luo Xinyuan and Zhao Tianqing. Colonel Kawasaki was dressed in a robe of yin and yang colors, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. At this moment, his face was filled with anger, but his eyes were exceptionally clear. It was evident that he had deliberately chosen this moment to make a scene. Xiao Yinchuan frowned deeply as he looked at Colonel Kawasaki striding towards him. This young man was merely a junior. Under normal circumstances, a casual slap from him could bury the opponent in the ground. But now, since the other party represented Sakura country for the exchange, the significance was entirely different. Does Colonel Kawasaki not know why I am halting this grand event of White Tiger main city? I need a reasonable explanation. In fact, he had already guessed the reason. From Colonel Kawasaki's furious expression as he stared at Lin Yi, it was clear. It was most likely related to the incident in Haiyan City. Sure enough, Colonel Kawasaki coldly snorted and said, City Lord Xiao, regarding the destruction of Haiyan City in Sakura country. Now, we have found the culprit. It is him, Lin Yi. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Although some had speculated earlier that Lin Yi was the one who destroyed Haiyan City, that was only known to a small circle of informed individuals. Now, with Colonel Kawasaki's declaration, it left everyone dumbfounded. Lin Yi is actually the one who destroyed Sakura country's Haiyan City? Damn, a hero. Awesome, Lin Yi. I would call you the strongest. The audience was ecstatic. This was unexpected. Who would have thought that after the conclusion, there would be such explosive news? Watching the excited emotions of the people from Huaxia around him, Colonel Kawasaki's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. Meanwhile, Xiao Yinchuan's expression also gradually cooled down. As far as I know, not long ago you all believed that our White Tiger City's second seed, Zhao Tianqing, is the one who destroyed Black Rock City. You even went so far as to protest to the Elder Council of our Huaxia nation. What? Now that Lin Yi has become the first seed, do you want to frame him instead? As soon as the words fell, Xiao Yinchuan was furious. His entire aura surged forth like a raging storm, instantly overwhelming Colonel Kawasaki across from him. Colonel Kawasaki's expression was one of horror. He was so focused on exposing Lin Yi that he forgot that the man before him was a genuine legendary powerhouse. In an instant, his bones let out groans under the unbearable pressure, as if they would crumble to dust at any moment. The experts from Sakura country behind him looked shocked. They hurriedly rushed forward to help bear the pressure, repeatedly shouting, Lord Xiao, please calm down. We are not framing anyone, we have evidence. Xiao Yinchuan snorted coldly, and then retracted his aura. He certainly hadn't thought of directly crushing Colonel Kawasaki. It was just a lesson. He couldn't stand to see this person being arrogant in front of him. Colonel Kawasaki gasped for breath, as if he had survived a disaster. He suppressed the shock and anger in his eyes and calmed himself, saying, Lord Xiao, it's not that I wish to offend you. It's just that my master, Kawasaki Yuko, previously divined in Black Rock City. The conclusion was that the culprit possesses a soil attribute Holy Dragon. Your city's genius, Lord Lin Yi, also possesses such a soil attribute Holy Dragon and is incredibly powerful. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Even if Lord Lin Yi is not the culprit, he must have a close relationship with the real culprit. I asked Lord Xiao to have him cooperate with our investigation into this matter. The incident in Black Rock City is of great importance. If it cannot be resolved properly, it will severely affect the relationship between our two countries. I urge Lord Xiao to consider this carefully. After speaking to Xiao Yinchuan, Colonel Kawasaki turned to Lin Yi calmly and said, Lord Lin Yi, you wouldn't want your personal interests to affect the relationship between our two countries, would you? Such consequences are not something you can bear. Colonel Kawasaki gradually regained his composure, placing himself on a moral high ground. Before Lin Yi and Xiao Yinchuan could respond, the surrounding crowd erupted first. Shut the hell up. Black Rock City was destroyed by a soil attribute Holy Dragon. Lord Lin also has a soil attribute Holy Dragon, so are you saying that Black Rock City was destroyed by Lord Lin? If your father stands to urinate, and I stand to urinate, does that mean I'm your father? What a damn annoying day. A perfectly good ending had to be messed with. Are you bored? Even if we take 1,000 steps back and say that Black Rock City was destroyed by Lord Lin, so what? Not satisfied? Get the hell out. Get out. Get out. The stinking dogs of Sakura, get out. The angry clamoring merged into an ocean, drowning the Sakura delegation, leaving them with extremely ugly expressions. The slight anger that had risen in Lin Yi's heart instantly dissipated into nothingness. He inexplicably found the audience around him somewhat endearing. Xiao Yinchuan also held back a smile in his eyes and said lightly, Colonel Kawasaki, did you hear that? If there's nothing else, don't delay the important matters of our White Tiger City. I'll treat this offense as if it never happened. If there's a next time, humph. Xiao Yinchuan snorted coldly, causing Colonel Kawasaki's heart to tremble. But he still stubbornly stared at Lin Yi and said, Lord Lin Yi, please consider the bigger picture. As a man, if you can't even admit to what you've done, what kind of man are you? Lin Yi certainly wouldn't be provoked into using magic. He scoffed, you say Black Rock City was destroyed by me, where's the evidence? You can use all sorts of means, but if you can provide any evidence that I destroyed Black Rock City, then I'll willingly submit to execution. How about that? He had max-level Fool's Mist, allowing him to evade all means, and he felt no panic at all. Although everyone knows that it was he who destroyed Black Rock City, admitting it out loud is a different matter entirely. Only a fool would do such a thing. Colonel Kawasaki was instantly at a loss for words. If there were evidence, would he need to scheme like this? He could simply send strong warriors from Sakura country to capture him. If at that time, Huaxia country refused to release him, they would definitely be attacked by the other 4 countries. Colonel Kawasaki's eyes flickered continuously as he said fiercely, Lord Lin Yi, why beat around the bush? There is an old saying in Huaxia, one person does the deed, one person bears the consequences. If today, Lord Lin Yi behaves in this manner, then in the future, a city of Huaxia will surely be attacked. At that time, the fall of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of lives will be due to Lord Lin Yi. Doesn't Lord Lin Yi feel even a hint of guilt? Lin Yi's expression changed. Instantly, anger beginning to rise in his eyes. Although he was not a saint, if it truly was because he destroyed Black Rock City that a city in Huaxia was retaliated against and destroyed, it would indeed weigh heavily on his conscience. Do you dare to threaten our Huaxia country? Are you seeking death? Xiao Yinchuan was furious, his eyes flashing with terrifying lightning, as if he was about to strike out in anger at any moment. But Colonel Kawasaki remained unafraid. He knew he could never be killed here. The ensuing dispute was not something Xiao Yinchuan could bear. Colonel Kawasaki declared proudly, this is not a threat, merely a warning to you all. Since the murderer is not Lin Yi, then the matter concerning Sakura country could just as easily happen to Huaxia country. If Lord Lin Yi is willing to cooperate with us in investigating this matter, then perhaps we can find the true culprit. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but narrow his eyes, a strange thought arising in his mind. This person seems to be targeting me. Or, rather, targeting the first seed. No matter who ascends to the position of the first seed, there will surely be various reasons waiting. He instantly understood the other party's intention, which was to weaken Huaxia's strength for the future national fortune secret realm. What a clever scheme! Knowing the other party's purpose, Lin Yi gradually regained his composure and said lightly, what if I refuse to cooperate? If you refuse to cooperate, then you are guilty and must be the murderer. Colonel Kawasaki's eyes shot out a gleam, coldly shouting, as a member of Sakura country, capturing the murderer is an obligation. Since you, White Tiger Main City, are unwilling to release him, then I challenge you to a life and death battle. Lin Yi, do you dare to accept? Colonel Kawasaki finally revealed his true intention. He wanted to engage Lin Yi in a life and death battle. A life and death battle means that both sides fight until one side is dead. Only one can survive, and the victor will possess everything of the other. From the very beginning, Colonel Kawasaki never thought that White Tiger Main City would easily let him take Lin Yi away. No matter how foolish a country is, it wouldn't treat a monstrous genius like this. Only a brainless fool would do such a thing. Therefore, his goal has always been to force Lin Yi into a life and death battle. Moreover, only by killing Lin Yi in this battle would he be able to leave safely. As for whether Lin Yi would agree, he also had his own preparations. If you agree to a life and death battle with me after this battle, regardless of whether you are the murderer or not, I can represent Sakura Country to sign a contract, wiping the matter of Black Rock City off the books. From now on, Sakura Country will no longer concern itself with this matter. I have heard that White Tiger Main City has a strong martial spirit. Today, witnessing the battle of your city's talents, I am filled with admiration and cannot help but want to seek your guidance. Is it possible that Lord Lin, the talent, does not dare? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. To entice with benefits and pressure with reputation, truly a good tactic. Since you are seeking death, then I shall satisfy you with the martial spirit of White Tiger Main City. If Lin Yi were to refuse the life and death battle invitation from a peer of Sakura Country, then his newly acquired title of first talent would undoubtedly be stained with a significant blemish. Previously, Lu Xingyu had already been disgraced by surrendering. If Lin Yi were to show cowardice and refuse to fight, although everyone could understand, his admiration in their hearts would undoubtedly diminish greatly. It must be said that Colonel Kawasaki had an exceptional grasp of human nature. Moreover, this was also the consistent insidious style of the little Japanese. You came prepared, huh? But why is someone so eager to seek death? Lin Yi smiled, a brilliant smile, yet his eyes were filled with killing intent. Before he could speak, Xiao Yinchuan's expression had already changed drastically beside him. This was a life and death battle for the younger generation. He couldn't forcibly stop it, but an ominous feeling arose in his heart. Xiao Yinchuan turned to Lin Yi and whispered, Lin Yi, you mustn't agree. After he has seen your strength, if he still dares to propose a life and death battle, he must have a trump card against you. Hold your breath for now. Later, I'll take you to Sakura Country to reclaim your honor. Xiao Yinchuan had already made plans. A prodigy like Lin Yi absolutely must not be lost. Even if it meant losing a bit of face today in the White Tiger Main City, he would accept it. Once this matter was settled, he would report to the Elder Council to prepare a trump card. He planned to take Lin Yi to crush the geniuses of Sakura Country and make sure to reclaim that face. The surrounding audience, upon hearing Colonel Kawasaki's invitation for a life and death battle, looked increasingly grim. Everyone knew this was a blatant scheme. Accepting the challenge, Lin Yi was very likely to face a life and death crisis. Refusing the challenge would mean the White Tiger Main City would be utterly disgraced, unable to hold its head high from then on. Today's seed ranking competition would become a joke. If even the number one prodigy of the White Tiger Main City dared not face the challenge, then the other geniuses were nothing but trash. Anger flared in the eyes of the crowd, yet they felt utterly helpless. After all, the opponent had sent a young person. Moreover, it was a reasonable life and death challenge, with no flaws to pick. The opponent saw Lin Shin crush the top and still dared to propose a life and death battle. He must have been prepared with a big move long ago. Lin Shin, you mustn't act impulsively. This damned insidious little Japanese, I should have known better than to let these dogs in to watch the match. Sigh, it's so complicated. I hope Lin Shin refuses to protect his own safety, but I also hope Lin Shin can brutally slaughter this little Japanese in the life and death battle, showcasing the might of our White Tiger Main City. Who isn't? Let's see, everything depends on Lin Shin's own decision. At this moment, everyone was filled with rage, glaring at the people from Sakura Country, wishing they could drown them in spit. Meanwhile, the people from Sakura Country were all high and mighty. Seeing Lin Yi seemingly caught in a dilemma, they were all extremely excited. Colonel Kawasaki's eyes sparkled with intensity as he pressed further. What? Could it be that Lord Lin Yi dares not? TSK, I really didn't expect the number one prodigy of the White Tiger Main City to be such trash. Sorry, Lord Lin Yi. It's my fault for having too high expectations of you. Colonel Kawasaki slightly bowed, being quite theatrical. This instantly made Zhao Tianqing and Luo Xinyuan's faces look extremely ugly. This was an insult to everyone. But at this moment, they couldn't speak out, because Lin Yi hadn't said anything yet. The only one who could make a decision was him. No one could choose for him. Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight arc, as he coldly said, if someone is seeking death, how could I refuse? Colonel Kawasaki thought he had already seen all of Lin Yi's strength, but in reality, Lin Yi's full strength had not been displayed at all. Not only that, but Lin Yi's strongest trump card was the great demon god statue. Once the power of the demon god was activated, all attributes would be amplified tenfold, that Lin Yi would be the strongest. As for Colonel Kawasaki on the opposite side, no matter what kind of trump card he had, with his level and rank, he could never possess an overwhelming strength. After all, any trump card needed one's own strength to support it. Therefore, Lin Yi was completely unafraid of this so-called life and death battle. He just found it somewhat amusing. What kind of insignificant characters dared to scheme against him? But that was fine too. Taking this opportunity, he decided to deal with the tale of Black Rock City. Otherwise, it would indeed be a problem. However, he wouldn't simply agree to a life and death battle. After all, he had to make Colonel Kawasaki pay a greater price. You think you can call for a life and death battle just with a baseless cancellation? Are you dreaming? Since you want to kill me, then bet your life and the lives of those behind you. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. You and I will engage in a life and death battle, and we will sign a contract. If you lose, all those behind you will die. The word die rang out powerfully, instantly shocking everyone. The expressions of the surrounding audience shifted from worry to astonishment, ultimately transforming into fervor. Lin is amazing, so domineering. This is the Lin I know. No matter your schemes, I will break them with my strength. It should be like this. Do you really think our White Tiger City's top genius doesn't care about face? Want to fight? Bet your life. Everyone was incredibly excited, looking at the pale-faced people from Sakura country. The delegation that came for the exchange, besides the genius Colonel Kawasaki, also included 3 legendary figures and 10 platinum-level warriors, which was undoubtedly a significant force. Lin Yi's thought was simple. He had been provoked continuously and wanted Sakura country to pay a price. The Sakura warriors behind Colonel Kawasaki had flickering eyes, their expressions turning gloomy in an instant. When it came to their own lives, they began to waver. But Colonel Kawasaki showed no hesitation, instead sneering. You think you can scare off the warriors of Sakura country this way? Don't dream. If we are to gamble, do you think I am afraid of you? Everyone, it's time for us to contribute to Sakura country. The people behind him gritted their teeth in unison. All depends on Lord Kawasaki's decision. Although Colonel Kawasaki was young, he was appointed by the Elder Council of Sakura country as the head of the delegation. Therefore, even epic-level warriors had to obey his orders. Let's sign the life and death contract now, under the witness of the world will. Everything is fair, and no one dares to go against it. Colonel Kawasaki, fearing Lin Yi might back out, eagerly took out a blood-red contract scroll. This was a special contract scroll for life and death battles. During the process, no one could intervene, otherwise they would face severe punishment from the world will. Seeing Colonel Kawasaki's actions, Xiao Yinchuan's expression grew increasingly serious. But at this point there was no room for negotiation, so he could only remind Lin Yi, be careful. His eyes were icy. Today, he had been caught off guard and schemed against by Sakura country. In the future, he would definitely return the favor 1,000-fold. Lin Yi nodded slightly, showing no fear. Let's sign the contract. He looked at Colonel Kawasaki across from him, his eyes filled with killing intent. Did he think he had him figured out? Just wait, he would show him. The two signed their names on the contract. Subsequently, the power of the contract firmly locked onto each of the strong members of the Sakura delegation. Once Colonel Kawasaki fell, these people would also meet their end. For some reason, looking at Lin Yi's consistently calm demeanor, a hint of unease surged in Colonel Kawasaki's heart. But thinking of the trump card he held from Sakura country, he felt slightly reassured. Soon, a fiery determination rose in his eyes. Find and eliminate the culprit behind Black Rock City and kill them on the spot. Moreover, I will severely undermine the prestige of White Tiger City, and I will definitely be rewarded by the Elder Council when I return. At that time, surpassing those few will not be impossible. With this thought, Colonel Kawasaki couldn't help but dream of the future. Buzz. Soon, the contract was completed, and waves of energy began to rise from the blood-red contract. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, strands of blood-red power continuously spread and intertwined, forming a blood-red battlefield. Lin Yi and Colonel Kawasaki were instantly drawn into it. With a loud bang, the blood-red battlefield closed. To reopen it, one side's blood must be used as a catalyst. In the life and death battle, it only ends with death. Watching the two step onto the blood-soaked battlefield, everyone couldn't help but feel tense. Although they had great confidence in Lin Yi, the worry was inevitable. Especially for Yang Mei, her heart was tightly clenched. Seeing her son being forced into a life and death battle made her hands and feet cold. No mother can bear to witness such a scene. She couldn't help but close her eyes and began to pray. Cheng Muqing, Lu Wanqing, and others felt the same way. No matter how intense the previous seed ranking matches were, they never threatened anyone's life. But the current life and death battle could indeed be fatal. Below the blood-soaked battlefield lay a ground resembling a blood-red chessboard. All around was a blood-drenched expanse, seemingly boundless. Lin Yi and his opponent stood facing each other, and Colonel Kawasaki could no longer contain his wild laughter. He laughed so hard he bent over, even tears streaming down his face. As the dust settled and they entered the blood-soaked battlefield, he no longer concealed anything. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi, you are truly a superfool. Just by being provoked, you agreed to a life and death battle. I originally thought you were different from the others, but it seems you are just as brainless. Yes, your strength is impressive, I admit. But have you ever thought about why I would choose you for a life and death battle? I, Colonel Kawasaki, would I do something without confidence? Fool, let me use you as my stepping stone. Colonel Kawasaki laughed wildly, and his laughter changed the expressions of everyone present. Although they had long suspected that Colonel Kawasaki had a trump card, once everything was revealed, their hearts sank. This challenge was not going to be easy. At this moment, they could only hope that Lin Yi's strength was even greater. Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly, "Do you think you have me figured out?" That incredibly calm statement sent a shock through the crowd. Colonel Kawasaki stopped laughing and said coldly, "You will never know what kind of existence you are about to face. Come forth, Yamata no Orochi." In an instant, under the astonished gazes of everyone, the entire blood-soaked battlefield began to tremble and the blood-drenched space suddenly cracked open. A terrifying giant creature gradually squeezed out from the fissure. The monster was over 500 or 600 meters long, with 8 heads and 8 tails, its heads resembling dragons and its eyes as red as blood moons. Its back was covered in moss and trees, while its belly was rotting and oozing foul black blood. It looked hideous and terrifying. Even the holy demon dragon would seem like a small pudding in front of such a monster. It was indeed the Yamata no Orochi, a legendary creature from the ancient Sakura kingdom, an existence of divine level. However, the Yamata no Orochi summoned by Colonel Kawasaki clearly did not reach that level. It was merely a projection, but even so, it was still quite powerful. Colonel Kawasaki was panting heavily, his face pale as paper, but his expression was filled with excitement. His profession was a yin-yang summoner, and with his own strength he certainly couldn't summon such a powerful monster. But with the legendary treasure bestowed by the Elder Council, he could barely manage it. In fact, even without Lin Yi's appearance, the Sakura Kingdom had long been prepared to challenge the top genius of the White Tiger City. Lin Yi squinted slightly, and the attributes of the Yamata no Orochi appeared before him. Yamata no Orochi, Summon Projection, Level, LV51 Lord Monster, Purple. Gold, Health, 11.3 billion Attack, 120 million Skills, Yamata Bloodline, Yamata Shadow, Space Traversal, Flame Affinity, Ice Affinity, Dark Affinity. A LV51 Platinum Purple Gold Lord Monster, the projection of Yamata no Orochi. Seeing this, Lin Yi was also somewhat surprised, especially that long list of skills and affinities, which dazzled the eyes. It is said that the Yamata no Orochi has 8 snake heads with different attribute affinities, and it seems to be true. TSK, no wonder it is a monster of legendary status, on par with the gods. Even a mere projection possesses such formidable strength. Lin Yi surveyed the menacing and fierce Yamata no Orochi before him, unable to suppress his amazement. As for pressure, to be honest, there was none. He had even prepared himself for the possibility that Colonel Kawasaki would unleash his peak platinum techniques. Unexpectedly, he had merely summoned a LV51 Purple Gold Lord Monster. He was simply projecting his own experiences onto others. Not everyone was as abnormal as he was. "Now can I count on you, my dear Lord Lin Yi?" Colonel Kawasaki said, standing atop the central head of the Yamata no Orochi, his eyes filled with mockery. He felt certain of his victory. Watching the terrifying Yamata no Orochi, everyone in the White Tiger main city changed their expressions dramatically. That insidious little rat, how dare he not play by the rules? With such pathetic strength, how could he possibly summon a LV51 Purple Gold Lord Monster? Damn! Lin Yi is in danger. I really want to stab those treacherous bastards with a sword. Lin Yi shouldn't have agreed. The Sakura Nation is clearly targeting the pride of our White Tiger main city. They want to kill Lin Yi and weaken our strength. I really hate this. Lin Yi is still so young, with an unlimited future ahead. I will remember this grudge. If Lin Yi unfortunately falls today, I will make the Sakura Nation pay a heavy price in the future. Me too, damn the Sakura Nation, I will make them pay, and in the future, I will definitely take down a few Sakura dogs. At that moment, worry was etched on everyone's faces. A LV51 Purple Gold Lord Monster was something that an 18-year-old could not handle. Would such a monstrous genius fall today? The moment the Yamata no Orochi appeared, everyone's hearts sank. No matter how stunning Lin Yi's previous performance had been, it was impossible for him to fight 2 levels higher. Moreover, the Yamata no Orochi summoned by Colonel Kawasaki was not just any ordinary purple gold Lord Monster. Xiao Yinchuan almost instantly crushed the armrest of his chair, his face filled with uncontrollable anger. Damn the Sakura Nation, good, very good, what a great scheme. He knew that the Sakura Nation was definitely targeting the National Fortune Secret Realm, intending to weaken the strength of Huaxia. Xiao Yinchuan made up his mind. This matter must make the Sakura Nation pay a price. If anything happened to Lin Yi, he would definitely repay them in kind. However, his gaze towards Lin Yi was filled with pity. A genius of such caliber, caught in a scheme and facing a life and death crisis, was a failure. On his part, he should have firmly rejected Colonel Kawasaki's invitation for a life and death battle. Wu Weilong and others felt the same regret but were powerless to help. I just hope the forces behind Lin Yi have prepared enough trump cards for him. Although the blood-colored space limited the use of many one-time treasures, some extremely rare items could still be used inside. Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing also had pale faces, even though they had confidence in Lin Yi. Seeing the terrifying Yamata no Orochi still inevitably filled them with worry, their hearts tightly clenched. The 2 women exchanged glances, each seeing the other's determination. If Lin Yi were to fall like this, they would undoubtedly seek revenge against the Sakura Nation for the rest of their lives. However, deep down, both still had faith in Lin Yi. In their eyes, Lin Yi was synonymous with miracles. Once, during their trials in Jiangcheng, he had repeatedly broken limits, turning the impossible into possible. This had long left a deep imprint in their hearts. Su Yunshi felt the same. She had once traveled with Lin Yi in the abyss and knew he had slaughtered a LV-45 purple gold lord monster. But now they were facing a LV-51. Even she couldn't help but feel a twinge of despair at this moment. Big brother Lin, a genius like you can never be defeated by such despicable scum. You must hold on. Xiao. Hanbing felt her fluttering heart and couldn't help but grasp her right hand, offering encouragement with his gaze. In that moment, no matter who it was, even Luo Xingyuan and Zhao Tianxing, who had just been defeated by Lin Yi, did not wish for his downfall. Luo Xingyuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lin Yi, you haven't fallen to me yet. I won't allow you to die. Zhao Tianxing closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze was filled with brilliance. If you die today because of a petty scheme, I will surely avenge you when I reach the peak in the future. Zhao Tianxing had been defeated by Lin Yi, but he said nothing. Yet, in his heart, he held a deep admiration for Lin Yi. It was as if he sensed the worries of the crowd, and Colonel Kawasaki laughed even more wildly. His gaze towards Lin Yi was filled with mockery, thoroughly enjoying the process. A genius, far stronger than himself, helplessly falling into his hands. Such a sense of achievement was simply unparalleled. Although it was aided by external forces, he only cared about the result, not the process. The people of Sakura country were always like this. Ha ha ha. I will tear you apart piece by piece in front of everyone. And then, I will sacrifice you to the great Yamata no Orochi. Colonel Kawasaki raised his arm and shouted, his eyes filled with fervor. He tried hard to capture even a hint of fear on Lin Yi's face. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Lin Yi's expression was exceptionally calm, not a ripple of emotion to be seen. Instead, he looked at him as one would look at a clown, the curve of his lips making Kawasaki quite displeased. Are you done? Lin Yi's calm words echoed across the blood-soaked battlefield, as composed as ever. Just like before in the seed-ranking matches, no matter how powerful the opponent, he remained this calm. It was this composure that made everyone's hearts tremble, staring blankly at the tall young man. Could it be that Lin Shen has a trump card? At that moment, a surge of hope welled up in everyone's hearts. Facing the LV-51 purple gold lord monster, others would probably be so scared their legs would go weak. But Lin Yi's expression had not changed at all from beginning to end. This level of mental fortitude was far beyond ordinary people. Of course, this was also the confidence brought by his immense strength. Stop pretending. In this blood-soaked battlefield, it's either you die or I die. No matter how calm you act now, it won't change the fact that you must die. Colonel Kawasaki snorted coldly, not believing that Lin Yi had any other means. The life-and-death battle he initiated was quite sudden. Lin Yi couldn't possibly have such a treasure by coincidence. Based on his previous observations, Lin Yi's displayed strength was roughly around the level of a LV-45 purple gold lord monster. Even if Lin Yi had some hidden abilities, the Yamata no Orochi projection he summoned would easily be able to kill Lin Yi. Hearing Colonel Kawasaki's confident words, Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, not wanting to say much more. The Yamata no Orochi was undoubtedly powerful. With a staggering 11.3 billion health points, it would likely take 100 or 200 spells to deal with it. But let's not forget, if Lin Yi activated the great demon god statue, his attributes would increase tenfold. Then, his output would also increase tenfold. At that time, Lin Yi's damage would reach a terrifying 10 billion or even 20 billion. No matter how strong the Yamata no Orochi was, it would be nothing more than that. This was also the source of Lin Yi's unwavering calmness. First, let's see if I can handle it myself. If not, then I'll use the great demon god statue. Lin Yi resolved in his heart. After all, the great demon god statue was Lin Yi's greatest trump card, with a cooldown time of a full 15 days. Dragon wings. Flying. Dragon spreads its wings. The lich staff in his hand erupted with specks of black light. For dazzling and domineering dragon wings instantly unfolded from Lin Yi's back. He soared into the sky, reaching the same height as the Yamata no Orochi. In that moment, the figure of the young mage was destined to become eternal in everyone's hearts. Lin Yi didn't want to waste any more words with Colonel Kawasaki in front of him. In his eyes, this treacherous little Japanese man was already a dead man. Elf's blessing. A green light enveloped him, and Lin Yi's mental attributes soared to 450,000 once again. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Lin Yi's staff waved continuously. One spell after another stacked up, the speed astonishing everyone. This was much faster than what Lin Yi had shown before. Colonel Kawasaki stood there with his arms crossed, sneering continuously, waiting for Lin Yi's output to arrive. He was particularly confident against the Yamata no Orochi. Dark sky. In an instant, a rich black light burst forth from Lin Yi's staff. It formed an incredibly dense black mist that spread throughout the space in an instant, even enveloping the Yamata no Orochi within it. Unfortunately, although the instant kill damage reached a staggering 18 million, the Yamata no Orochi's magic resistance was equally high at 19 million. Even considering Lin Yi's effect of ignoring defenses, he can only deal around several 100,000 in instant damage. Compared to the Yamata no Orochi's 11.3 billion health, it was undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. However, it wasn't a big problem. Lin Yi merely used the dark sky to reduce its dual resistances and lower its line of sight. Watching the mockery in Colonel Kawasaki's eyes, Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged. In the next moment, the black dragon mark on his black dragon robe suddenly erupted with brilliant black light. The skill attached to this epic robe showcased its ferocity once again. Black dragon roar. Roar. In an instant, an incredibly terrifying roar echoed throughout the blood-red space. Visible white ripples spread out, almost instantly reaching the Yamata no Orochi. Colonel Kawasaki's expression changed drastically, feeling a terrifying pressure enveloping him. He then fell into an uncontrollable state of fear, and the Yamata no Orochi beneath him was the same. The spectators outside erupted in cheers. Lin God is amazing. I knew Lin God wouldn't just lose like that. Just after making a move, he had already gained a slight advantage. Hope surged in everyone's hearts, their eyes shining brightly. But this was just the beginning. Next, amidst the astonished expressions of everyone, Lin Yi's performance was just getting started. What is a spell machine gun? This is it. Thunder Sword. Wind Whip. Death Claw. In just a little over 1 second, the lich staff in Lin Yi's hand burst forth with various colors of light. 3 powerful spells were unleashed in an instant, and for the first time, Lin Yi went all out in front of everyone. That's right. When he fought against Zhao Tianqing and others before, Lin Yi hadn't been completely serious at all. Otherwise, with his spell cooldown time, he would hardly give the opponent any chance to react. 3 spells in 1 second, aside from Luo Xingyuan, who could withstand it with his body, the others would basically be instantly killed. Damn! So this is Lin God's true strength? This is freaking terrifying, way too scary. Wait, are you saying that Lin God wasn't serious before? Everyone trembled with excitement. Just this one move made everyone see hope. The Thunder Giant Sword, the Azure Whip, and the Black Claw all slammed towards the Yamata no Orochi. Boom! 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 The earth-shattering sounds of collision rang out, and the completely unguarded Yamata no Orochi was immediately struck, its scales flying off, black blood splattering everywhere. Lin Yi's luck was off the charts, triggering a 5% chance of a spell critical hit from the Scorpion Demon Bracers. The Thunder Sword dealt 3 times the damage. Minus 290 million. Minus 110 million. Minus 105 million. 3 terrifying damages exceeding 100 million burst forth from the Yamata no Orochi, accumulating damage directly reaching 500 million. This caused the Yamata no Orochi's health to drop by nearly 1/20. Hiss. The sound of people gasping in shock filled the air, and everyone fell into a state of astonishment. Even Xiao Yinchuan and the others were no exception, their mouths agape. They could clearly see that at this moment, Lin Yi was not relying on any external force at all. Although the specific damage values were not visible, the continuously exploding blood holes on the body of the Yamata no Orochi made it evident. This round of output was quite powerful. What the hell? Is this really an 18-year-old young man? Xiao Yinchuan couldn't help but exclaim, completely losing the demeanor of a legendary powerhouse. At this moment, many prominent figures felt a genuine surge of hope in their hearts. To be able to inflict such terrifying damage on the Yamata no Orochi. Then next, as long as Lin Yi can withstand its attacks, the hope of victory is very high. Everyone knew that this was the most critical moment. Roar! Roar! In the next instant, terrifying hissing sounds of snakes echoed continuously, sending chills down their spines. The 8 snakeheads all directed their gaze at Lin Yi, enough to terrify an ordinary person. Colonel Kawasaki was filled with horror. He had just entered a state of fear, but his perception of the outside world remained. Seeing Lin Yi's monstrous damage, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. Fortunately, I pulled him into the life and death battle. Otherwise, such a genius would definitely become a major threat to my Sakura country in the future during the National Fortune's secret realm. Facing such an attack, he finally realized how terrifying Lin Yi truly was. If he weren't relying on the Yamata no Orochi, he would have been killed in an instant. Kill him. At this moment, Colonel Kawasaki finally lost his previous arrogance, his eyes filled with apprehension. He feared that any further changes might occur and wished he could immediately kill Lin Yi. The Yamata no Orochi let out a long roar, and then all 8 snake heads simultaneously spewed out beams of various colors. Fire, frost, lightning, poison, everyone's hearts tightened instantly. This was a critical moment. If Lin Yi could withstand the Yamata no Orochi's attack, it would mean a great chance to defeat this beast. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous. It was well known that mages were fragile. A hint of caution flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Earth Guardian. The pale golden rune shield reappeared, instantly easing everyone's hearts. In the previous battle, the brilliance of the Earth Guardian had left a deep impression on everyone. However, in the next moment, everyone's hearts tightened again. Although Lin Yi's dragon wings dodged several beams rapidly, the remaining beams still inevitably struck the pale golden shield. Boom! The terrifying sound of impact echoed through the heavens and the earth. Crack, crack. Just 2 beams nearly penetrated Lin Yi's golden shield. Fine cracks began to appear, showing that the Earth Guardian was reaching its limit in an instant. There was no choice. Although the shield value of 450 million was thick, the Yamata no Orochi's attack power of 120 million was not to be underestimated. The cumulative damage from the 8 beams was close to 2 billion. And the subsequent beams carried an incredibly dense destructive force. Everyone instinctively widened their eyes, their breaths halting, their minds going blank. Could it be that Lin Yi is going to fall just like this? Fortunately, at this critical moment, Lin Yi's teleportation technique came into play, flashing slightly. In an instant, he appeared hundreds of meters away, narrowly avoiding the remaining beams. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief, but a shadow of worry rose in their hearts, because it was evident that Lin Yi was struggling to cope with the Yamata no Orochi's attacks. That invincible golden shield was on the verge of breaking. Lin Yi sighed. Just a brief exchange made him realize it was still too difficult for him to fight 2 levels higher. Perhaps, after changing to an arcane mage, he could achieve that. But for now, it was still too hard. The attack power was not an issue, the key was that he couldn't withstand the damage. It seems I can only use my trump card. A hint of regret flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. The cooldown time for the great demon god statue was 15 days, unless it was a critical moment. He didn't really want to use it. But it wasn't a big deal. As long as Colonel Kawasaki was dealt with, everything would be fine. Seeing Lin Yi's sigh, everyone couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Could it be that even Lin Shen has no way to handle this? Yang Mei's face, which had just improved, instantly turned pale again. The others were not much better off. One by one, their expressions became extremely grim. The disparity was simply too uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Colonel Kawasaki let out a sigh of relief in his heart. To be honest, Lin Yi had put immense pressure on him before, especially when the Black Dragon roar had plunged him into a state of fear. The terrifying and exaggerated damage had left him dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that this was the damage dealt by someone his age. 3 spells had directly taken away nearly 1/20th of the Yamata no Orochi's health. It was simply monstrous. After all, Lin Yi was just a silver tier practitioner. This shocking impact made him tremble with fear. He almost thought he was going to crash. Fortunately, the Yamata no Orochi was strong enough, and Lin Yi's golden shield was finally broken, allowing him to relax completely. The breaking of a mage's shield meant something everyone understood all too well. At this moment, Colonel Kawasaki regained his original arrogant demeanor. TSK, I thought you were something special, but it turns out you only have these 3 tricks? Without your shield, let's see how arrogant you can be. Lin Yi's calm expression made him extremely displeased. Colonel Kawasaki couldn't wait to see Lin Yi's defensive collapse. It would greatly satisfy his twisted psychology. However, this was destined to disappoint him. Lin Yi looked at Colonel Kawasaki, who was bouncing around like a clown, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. 3 tricks? Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. After making up his mind, Lin Yi immediately began to communicate with the great demon statue in the pendant. In the next moment, amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, an incredibly domineering black aura surged from Lin Yi, soaring into the sky. It was as if a sinister laughter echoed through the heavens and the earth, and everyone seemed to hear the whispers of demons. Then, Lin Yi's entire being became eerie, and the smile at the corner of his mouth sent chills down people's spines. Figures like Xiao Yinchuan stood up almost instantly, their eyes filled with shock. Is that a demigod artifact? Or the power of a divine artifact? Everyone collectively gasped, hardly believing their eyes. Especially Xiao Yinchuan, as a legendary powerhouse, he was extremely familiar with powers of higher dimensions. He knew that this was definitely not the kind of power that a legendary treasure could exhibit. Lin Yi is indeed backed by a demigod force. Everyone exchanged glances, solidifying this speculation. However, soon after, a hint of fervor and relief rose in their eyes. Lin Yi actually had such a trump card hidden away. It seemed that the battle still had a chance for reversal. In an instant, everyone's spirits lifted again, and waves of hope began to emerge. They had originally considered that the force behind Lin Yi might have prepared a trump card for him, but they didn't think it could be used in the blood-soaked battlefield as the restrictions were too severe. But unexpectedly, it was indeed possible. The audience in the White Tiger main city fell silent, each one clenching their fists tightly. They were afraid of disturbing Lin Yi as he unleashed his power, yet their eyes were filled with unanimous anticipation. They had not expected another reversal. Lin Yi still had an astonishing trump card. Su Yunqi's eyes first showed shock, then slowly revealed realization. This aura is the treasure that Brother Lin obtained when intercepting the demon god's faith avatar. No wonder he has always been so confident. The admiration in Su Yunqi's eyes was about to overflow. At this moment, she knew it was secure. Lin Yi felt that his state was unprecedentedly good. A massive force surged within him, almost threatening to burst him apart, with an overall attribute increase of tenfold. Not only his mental attributes but also his strength, physique, and agility. What's more critical is that this increase is not just added to the base attributes. It's an overall enhancement. This means that Lin Yi's mental attribute is not increased tenfold from a base of 100,000, but rather from a base of 450,000, increased tenfold. That's the most outrageous part. My current mental attribute has reached 4.5 million. Any silver spell can deal damage in the range of billions, even up to 2 billion. The Earth Guardian can defend against a whopping 4.5 billion damage. Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel in his heart. He was incredibly strong now. Even the LV-51 Purple Gold Lord monster, the eight-headed serpent projection, was not something he took seriously. If the fragments of the divine artifact are already this powerful, I can't imagine how monstrous a complete divine artifact would be. Lin Yi was filled with anticipation, and then the dragon wings of magic flickered slightly. After a tenfold increase in agility, Lin Yi's speed was already extraordinarily fast. If he faced the previous 8 beams of light again, he was even confident he could dodge most of them. Of course, with the Earth Guardian's shield value of 4.5 billion, he wouldn't fear taking hits either. Billowing black smoke continuously poured out from Lin Yi's body. Within the curtain formed by the black smoke, it seemed as if demons were roaring. It made Lin Yi appear godlike, as if a deity had descended into the mortal realm. Seeing such a terrifying Lin Yi, Colonel Kawasaki's expression turned to one of utter shock. The previously arrogant smile abruptly stopped, as if someone had grabbed him by the throat, making it quite comical. How is this possible? Why does he have such a powerful trump card? I prepared for this life and death battle in advance. Could it be that the forces behind him have equipped him with several semi-divine artifacts? Thinking of this, Colonel Kawasaki's eyes gradually reddened. The aura emanating from Lin Yi made him feel extremely uncomfortable. That sense of oppression was even more intense than the 8-headed serpent beneath his feet. It immediately drove him into a state of madness. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It's just an illusion. 8-headed serpent, kill him. Colonel Kawasaki roared. Roar! The 8 serpent heads let out a long hiss, and once again various beams of light spewed forth. But this time, Lin Yi did not dodge. A mocking smile played on his lips. He even spread his dragon wings of magic and actively met the attack. Although he could evade, there was no need. He wanted to destroy the mind of this disgusting little man step by step. He wanted him to fall into despair before brutally slaughtering him. Only then could he vent the anger in his heart. Boom! The 8 beams of light struck Lin Yi's golden shield. However, unlike the previous 2 beams that nearly shattered his shield, this time, even after enduring the impact of 8 beams, Lin Yi's golden shield remained completely unscathed, at most slightly dented. The cumulative damage from the 8 beams could reach nearly 2 billion. Yet, in front of Lin Yi's shield of 4.5 billion, it was still insignificant. Colonel Kawasaki was utterly stunned. The brilliant glow of the shield shattered any lingering fantasies he had. He shook his head in disbelief. How is this possible? No matter how arrogant he had been before, it was all based on the assumption that he had a trump card prepared. But when things spiraled out of control, Colonel Kawasaki was no better off than an ordinary person. A trace of disdain flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. His temperament was far inferior compared to Zhao Tianqing and Luo Xingyuan. Relying on this 8-headed serpent, huh? Then I will completely destroy your confidence. Lin Yi snorted coldly, and the staff in his hand suddenly erupted with a thunderous light. The crackling electricity connected into a sheet far surpassing any previous moment. Sword of Thunder. Under Colonel Kawasaki's horrified gaze, a thunderous giant sword, several hundred meters long, gradually materialized from the void. Boom! The thunderous giant sword, carrying terrifying might, swiftly slashed towards the 8-headed serpent. The rolling waves continuously surged, leaving deep white marks in the air, making onlookers swallow hard. This spell was simply like a miniature epic spell, incredibly terrifying. Everyone in the White Tiger main city was eagerly watching. After a tremendous roar, the thunder giant sword directly severed one of the heads of the 8-headed serpent. Minus 1.123 billion. The horrifying damage appeared in Lin Yi's vision, bringing a look of delight to his eyes. Just the damage caused by this spell was more than 10 times that of before. It directly cut off 1/10 of the 8-headed serpent's health. Hiss! The 8-headed serpent let out a long, painful hiss, its massive body, which was 500 to 600 meters long, writhing continuously. With one head severed from its 8 connected heads, the pain was unimaginable. At this moment, everyone, from legendary powerhouses to ordinary citizens, was completely stunned. Damn, so this is Lin Shen's true strength? Wow, we were just worrying for nothing before. I said, how could Lin Shen, such a monstrous genius, be easily provoked by such a petty person? Lin Shen is truly terrifying. You can never know where his limits lie. Although this is aided by special powers, if his own strength wasn't formidable enough, he probably couldn't achieve this level. Exactly, it feels like he surpasses other geniuses by at least 2 levels. The crowd gasped in amazement, returning to their previous excitement. The heavy stone in their hearts finally lifted. Upon seeing that the 8-headed serpent's attacks couldn't break the shield, while Lin Yi's spells could easily sever one of its heads, everyone knew that in this life and death battle, Lin Yi was guaranteed to win. Ha, these little days let you scheming and plotting. Now you see how it feels. This is called lifting a stone to smash your own foot. I want to see how they cry this time. The crowd looked at the people from Sakura country, their eyes filled with mockery. At this moment, the members of the Sakura country delegation looked as if they had lost their loved ones. Now, they could only hope for a miracle. Kawasaki-kun, you must do your best. If Colonel Kawasaki was defeated, they would die alone. With him, the power of the worlds will does not allow defiance. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Colonel Kawasaki was completely stunned, but Lin Yi's output would not stop like that. Whip of the Wind God. The power of the Azure Divine. Whip surged forth, exceptionally fierce. With a crisp sound, the snake head symbolizing the power of flames was instantly exploded. In an instant, it turned into a sky full of black blood mist. Minus 1.345 billion. In less than a second, the 8-headed serpent transformed into a 6-headed serpent. Even a peak platinum powerhouse might not have such destructive power. As everyone erupted in thunderous cheers, some couldn't help but gasp in shock. This was just too monstrous. At this moment, Colonel Kawasaki finally recovered from his stupor and hurriedly began to urge the 8-headed serpent to counterattack. Space shifting. A silver snake head suddenly erupted with mysterious spatial power. The massive body of the 8-headed serpent instantly vanished from its original spot, reappearing right beside Lin Yi. 8 snake tails struck out simultaneously, their might incredibly terrifying, as if they were going to tear the sky apart. Useless, give up struggling. Lin Yi's calm words were incredibly domineering, like a demonic sound echoing in Colonel Kawasaki's ears. At this moment, he finally understood the helpless feelings of Luo Xinyuan and Zhao Tianqing. The golden shield stood like a great mountain. The 8 snake tails struck against it, unable to shake it even a little. As long as the shield couldn't be broken instantly, every second that passed would keep Lin Yi's shield at its peak state. This was completely beyond what other mages could compare to. Seeing this scene, Colonel Kawasaki was utterly desperate. Claw of Death. The dark claws of death, like a scythe of doom. Amidst the painful cries of the 8-headed serpent, it was once again reduced to a 5-headed serpent. A hint of mockery appeared in Lin Yi's eyes, as Colonel Kawasaki had previously wanted to play cat and mouse, then he would give him a taste of his own medicine. Next, Lin Yi thoroughly demonstrated what it meant to be a true mage. Sword of Thunder, Whip of the Wind, Claw of Death. He didn't use any other spells, just these 3, cycling through them. Each spell was enough to deal over 1 billion damage and could even sever a head. Every time this happened, the central square erupted with incredibly loud cheers. Everyone was enjoying the process of Lin Yi systematically torturing Colonel Kawasaki. Previously, Colonel Kawasaki's arrogance had left everyone holding their breath, but now, it was time to return the favor tenfold. Colonel Kawasaki was completely panicked. He had thought about counterattacking. However, in front of Lin Yi, that counterattack seemed utterly ridiculous and completely futile. Lin Yi maintained a steady pace, severing the heads of the Yamata no Orochi. He wanted to make Colonel Kawasaki taste despair to the fullest. That was what would satisfy him. Finally, looking at the now headless Yamata no Orochi, all 7 heads had been cut off. An 8-tailed beast. It looked quite comical, and the two wanted to laugh. I will end you. Lin Yi sneered, and a sword of thunder shot out once more. The massive thunder sword completely engulfed the Yamata no Orochi. The last snake head instantly turned to dust under the terrifying power of the thunder. With its health already below 1 billion, it was emptied in the blink of an eye. The entire process was incredibly brutal, a complete crushing, leaving the spectators exhilarated. Lin Yi looked down at Colonel Kawasaki, who had fallen onto the blood-soaked chessboard, and a killing intent gradually emerged in his eyes. Keeping this little man alive was simply to let him truly experience what pain meant. Previously it was psychological torment, now it would be physical. You plotted against me? Then be prepared to face the pain. Seeing Lin Yi's indifferent gaze, Colonel Kawasaki began to tremble. In his desperate eyes, the lich's staff in Lin Yi's hand had already begun to emit a green glow. Wind strangulation. Watching the terrifying blade storm, Colonel Kawasaki shrieked for mercy. No. No. Spare me. Lord Lin Yi, I know I was wrong. Spare me. The pain endured by Lu Xingyu and Xia Chenhao was still fresh in his memory. He didn't dare to try anything, so he directly chose to plead for Lin Yi's mercy. However, Lin Yi would show no mercy. The blade storm had already enveloped him. Ah! In the next moment, a chilling scream suddenly erupted. Ah! Colonel Kawasaki's cries echoed across the blood-soaked battlefield. Everyone couldn't help but shiver, especially Lu Xingyu and Xia Chenhao, who had tasted that pain before. That feeling of fear resurfaced in their hearts. The previous two had either surrendered under the pressure or disturbed the elemental storm, leading Lin Yi to kill them. But at this moment, Colonel Kawasaki could neither surrender nor disturb the elemental storm. Lin Yi had consciously prepared for this. Colonel Kawasaki could only be skinned and dismembered layer by the blade storm. The continuous pain he felt was at least 10 times worse than what Lu Xingyu and Xia Chenhao had experienced, making it almost unimaginable. Layer upon layer of wind blades continuously scraped across Colonel Kawasaki's body. Strips of flesh were torn away, as precise as a butcher carving a cow. The control of a max-level spell was no joke. The blood gradually stained the green wind blades, even turning them a light red. Ah! Colonel Kawasaki let out a heart-wrenching scream. Spare me. Lord Lin Yi, spare me. I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. The deep, soul-crushing pain even made him forget he was in a life-and-death battle. No one would escape alive, unless one side's blood opened up this space. Otherwise, no one could get out. Lin Yi certainly wouldn't let him go. At first, Colonel Kawasaki still had the strength to plead for mercy. But soon, that plea transformed completely into a desire for death. Kill me. Kill me. Please, just kill me. I can't take it anymore. The cries grew weaker and weaker. He had thought about breaking the balance of the storm midway, but how? Could Lin Yi, who had long been prepared, allow him to succeed? When it came to spell control, Lin Yi was leagues ahead of his peers. Previously, he had been disrupted by Xia Chenhao's spells when he was unprepared. Now that he was ready, Colonel Kawasaki had no chance of success. The wind blades, now a pale red, continued to slice through. Colonel Kawasaki had already lost his human form, resembling a skeletal frame stained with bits of flesh. And now, even that little bit of bone was being torn apart in the swirling chaos. Between the openings of his skull, it seemed Colonel Kawasaki was still pleading for mercy. But no sound came out, as his vocal cords had long been damaged. Everyone swallowed hard, unable to imagine the pain of being tortured to death like this. Suddenly, they seemed to understand the actions of Lu Xingyu and Xia Chenhao earlier. Yet, no one felt Lin Yi was cruel. Instead, they found it exceptionally satisfying. This is how these little days should end. For hundreds of years, these dogs have committed unforgivable crimes. I say, they should have been wiped out long ago. Well done, Lin God. This is what a true man of our Huaxia country looks like. I really like Lin God more and more. This is just too exhilarating. Look at those people from Sakura country around us, each one looking like they've lost their mother. It's simply hilarious. All I can say is, those who do evil will bring about their own demise. After this battle, everyone's admiration for Lin Yi reached new heights. His reputation surpassed all geniuses, and even combined, they could not match Lin Yi's exaggerated popularity. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones being ground to dust sent shivers down their spines. For Colonel Kawasaki to endure for so long was already a testament to his extraordinary vitality. Bang! With the final crisp sound, after enduring endless pain, Colonel Kawasaki finally turned into a pile of powder. Lin God! Lin God! Seeing the dust settle, the cheers that had been suppressed erupted all at once. From the earlier oppression of Colonel Kawasaki summoning the Yamata no Orochi to Lin Yi's swift counterattack that instantly suppressed the beast, everyone's emotions were finally released. That young figure became eternal in that moment. Lin Yi smiled slightly, exhaling a breath of relief. Feeling the power of the demon god statue gradually fading, he felt a bit reluctant. This sense of power was truly overwhelming. But it's not a big deal. Once I advance to gold and my level rises to LV45, I will definitely possess such formidable power, or even stronger. The power boost from the demon god statue was merely a preview of the strength he would have after advancing to gold. A giant magical hand swept out, instantly collecting all the items that Colonel Kawasaki had dropped. The other equipment wasn't particularly noteworthy, just some platinum-level items that Lin Yi had no use for. However, one treasure caught Lin Yi's eye. A legendary-level treasure? Is this what he used to summon the projection of Yamata no Orochi? It was a dull black snake fang, looking unremarkable, but it was indeed a rare legendary treasure. Yamata no Orochi's fang grade, legendary attribute. A summoner can use this as a medium to summon the projection of Yamata no Orochi. Specifics depend on the user's level, up to epic level, and can be forged into equipment. TSK, this is definitely a treasure that every summoner dreams of. Colonel Kawasaki, a LV40 summoner, can summon a LV51 Yamata no Orochi. Then if it's a peak golden profession, wouldn't it be able to summon a LV61 epic projection? Lin Yi's eyes were filled with amazement. If he were willing to trade it, it would undoubtedly be a treasure of immense value. There were plenty of summoners willing to kneel and trade with him, but only a fool would put it up for exchange. If I find suitable materials later, I could try to forge it into equipment. Perhaps I could obtain a legendary item. This was a legendary grade material, not something that could be easily obtained. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with joy. He hadn't expected such a windfall. In a sense, Colonel Kawasaki was definitely a money-bringer. After carefully storing the fangs of Yamata no Orochi, Lin Yi turned his gaze to the corpse of Yamata no Orochi beside him. This was a resource that couldn't be wasted. Even if it was just a summon projection, it still contained considerable flesh and blood power. Xiao Jin, come on, the feast. Lin Yi cheerfully summoned the holy demon dragon, whose eyes were filled with surprise. Ever since following Lin Yi, she had never lacked resources. She let out an excited roar and immediately pounced on the corpse of Yamata no Orochi. The real Yamata no Orochi was a powerful monster comparable to a deity. Although what lay before them was just a projection, it still held significant benefits for the holy demon dragon, enough for her to level up 2 tiers. Amidst the astonished Gazes of everyone, the holy demon dragon continuously devoured Yamata no Orochi, one head after another going into her mouth. The aura around the holy demon dragon surged, her body growing several dozen meters taller. Zhao Qianqing could only smile wryly at this scene. He felt the desire of the flame-red dragon. Previously, in a desperate battle, he had forcibly activated the holy dragon bloodline within him. The flame-red dragon had not only failed to advance but had also dropped several levels. Meanwhile, his opponent, the holy demon dragon, was leveling up continuously, which made him feel incredibly frustrated. Zhao Qianqing could only comfort himself, resolving to fully focus on raising the flame-red dragon's level after this matter. By the next national trial, he would surely redeem himself. Roar! The holy demon dragon's feast finally came to an end, and seeing Xiao Jin had already transformed into a LV44 exaggerated level, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile, slightly, feeling very satisfied. At this moment, the blood-red space around them began to slowly fade. After Colonel Kawasaki's demise, the space formed by the life and death contract naturally began to collapse. Standing once again in the central square of the White Tiger Main City, the cheers that erupted were like a mountain roaring and a tsunami crashing, instantly engulfing Lin Yi. God Lin! God Lin! Everyone genuinely felt happy for Lin Yi. Meanwhile, on the other side, the previously arrogant people from Sakura country began to show signs of fear. From the moment Lin Yi stepped out of the blood-red space, the power of the worlds will begin to take effect. No, don't! Whether they were platinum or epic powerhouses, at this moment they all became incredibly fragile. The power of the worlds will could not be defied, even by deities. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi was filled with astonishment. In an instant, those who had been standing there just moments ago were reduced to dust. A gentle breeze blew, leaving no trace behind, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. Yet, no one felt any pity in their hearts. Those who commit wrongful acts will surely meet their demise. It was nothing more than that. If the people from Sakura country had quietly watched the match, it would have been fine. But they had jumped out seeking death. Who could they blame? Even if this matter were brought to the Five Nations, no one could find fault with it. After all, there was a contract for life and death battles. Lin Yi let out a slight sigh of relief in his heart. After this matter, the aftermath of destroying Black Rock City had finally passed. From then on, he no longer had to worry about it and could fully devote himself to advancing to gold. Following that, the closing ceremony of the seed ranking competition in White Tiger Main City continued, as if the earlier events had never happened. Only when everyone looked at Lin Yi with increasingly astonished expressions did it become clear that he had indeed suppressed an LV51 purple gold lord monster. Although he had external assistance, it was enough to demonstrate Lin Yi's terrifying abilities. Those big shots had completely given up on the idea of recruiting Lin Yi. They did not know that the power Lin Yi unleashed in the end came from the demon god statue, but it was evident that this treasure was definitely not something a young man could possess. Everyone could only sigh in their hearts, this child is not an ordinary talent. The national trial will be his true moment of soaring. Regardless, Lin Yi is a genius figure who has emerged from our White Tiger Main City. If he can achieve something in the national fortune secret realm in the future, our White Tiger Main City will also share in the glory. In any case, Lin Yi's appearance is undoubtedly a great boon for us. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Lin Yi calmly accepted the champion trophy handed to him by Xiao Yinchuan. Lin God! Lin God! At that moment, Lin Yi was destined to become the new king of the younger generation in White Tiger Main City. From a remote small town to this step, those who understood Lin Yi were deeply moved by his monstrous talent. A large number of people became Lin Yi's supporters. If anyone wanted to take action against him, just the spittle of these people could drown them. This was undoubtedly another protective charm for Lin Yi. Sometimes, the power of public opinion should not be underestimated. In a society that values rules and civility on the surface, even legendary families would not dare to openly confront a genius like him who was in the prime of his life. Even Lu Xingyu had long received warnings from his family not to secretly play tricks on Lin Yi. In short, from now on, Lin Yi would be a signature figure in the entire White Tiger Main City, and there could be no mistakes. 5. Remember to go to the City Lord's mansion tomorrow to collect the rewards for this seed ranking competition. Also, the specific matters regarding the national trial will be informed to you as well. Hearing Xiao Yinchuan's reminder, Lin Yi nodded slightly, and a sense of anticipation surged in his heart. The reward for being first in the seed ranking competition. It couldn't be small, right? Looking at the approaching Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing, whose eyes seemed to glisten with excitement, Lin Yi knew it would definitely be a sleepless night. A good celebration was in order. Just won the championship, it should be reasonable to have a little drink to celebrate, right? The next day, Lin Yi felt a slight soreness in his waist. However, it wasn't a big deal. After moving around a bit, the soreness gradually disappeared. After all, he was an LV40 Silver Peak professional, even a mage wasn't that fragile. It was just that the battle had been a bit intense. Lin Yi tidied up his attire and headed straight for the city lord's mansion. He wouldn't let small losses lead to big ones. While the gentle countryside was nice, strength was fundamental. Otherwise, if he encountered an insurmountable opponent in the future, it would be too late for regrets. Take this Colonel Kawasaki for example. If it weren't for Lin Yi's own powerful strength and the trump card of the demon god statue, he would have truly been finished. Lin Yi moved forward. Although it was his first time in White Tiger main city, with various signs and maps, he wasn't worried about getting lost. Along the way, there were discussions everywhere about yesterday's seed ranking competition. Everyone still had astonishment in their eyes, and most of the topics revolved around Lin Yi. There was no way around it. Lin Yi's performance yesterday was simply too stunning. Lin Yi felt secretly pleased. In his heart, fortunately, he had done some disguising, or he would have definitely been overwhelmed by enthusiastic fans. Soon, the city lord's mansion appeared before Lin Yi. Compared to the city lord's mansion in Jiang City, the one in White Tiger main city was much more grand. It covered a vast area, resembling a small castle. It wasn't luxurious but exuded an incredible majesty. The two white tiger statues at the entrance were lifelike, looking like miniature versions of a 1,000-foot white tiger. "Brother Lin, you're here too." Beside them, Su Yunqi's voice rang out with surprise, looking as if she had just arrived. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "What a coincidence, Yunqi, did you just arrive too?" At the same time, he nodded to Xiao Hanbing to greet her. Xiao Hanbing, standing next to her, slightly curled her lips. Only she knew how utterly obsessed her best friend was. Dragging her here early in the morning was all to have a chance encounter with Lin Yi. It should be noted that this was Xiao Hanbing's home. This is ridiculous. Although Lin Yi was a prodigy, was it really necessary to go this far? Well, he is quite handsome. Xiao Hanbing rolled her eyes inwardly, but her curiosity about Lin Yi only deepened. What kind of charm did Lin Yi possess that made her aloof best friend show such a stark contrast? Su Yunqi nodded demurely, her eyes filled with shyness and determination. After returning home yesterday, she had completely understood her feelings. Upon seeing the presence of Chang Muqing and Lu Wanqing, she realized she could no longer wait. Otherwise, who knew where she would end up in the future? So she decided to take the initiative. Leading to the scene before them, Su Yunqi obediently stood beside Lin Yi, and the three of them chatted casually as they stepped into the Lord's mansion together. "Brother Lin, I heard that the rewards this time are quite generous. It is said that there is a chance to enter the battlefield's secret realm." Upon hearing Su Yunqi's words, Lin Yi's eyes widened. Battlefield's secret realm? The so-called battlefield's secret realm was an extremely rare instance. It typically appeared at the edges of two merging worlds, completely controlled by the 5 great nations. Ordinary adventurers had no chance of seeing it. In the battlefield's secret realm, the experience points and drop rates of monsters even surpassed those of regular instance dungeons. But it was also very dangerous, with monsters from another world rushing in. Compared to the main world, the monsters that had been assimilated for 100 years were even more powerful. Seeing a glimmer of interest in Lin Yi's eyes, Su Yunqi quickly added, "That's right, it's the battlefield's secret realm. The minimum requirement to enter is at least gold rank. Among the 5 of us, everyone except Luo Xinyuan needs to be promoted to gold rank first. It is said that other main cities have similar arrangements. This national trial is very competitive. Everyone is giving it their all. The main city is also generous with resources, hoping we can grow to our fullest potential." Xiao Hanbing chimed in, "That's right, my father also mentioned it to me. This time, several exceptionally talented individuals have appeared in other main cities, so we must work hard not to be surpassed." Su Yunqi quietly explained that Xiao Hanbing's father was Xiao Yinchuan, the lord of the White Tiger City. Lin Yi's eyes were instantly filled with amazement. These prodigies, apart from himself, all came from extraordinary backgrounds. If it weren't for his max-level talent cheat, even those with hidden professions wouldn't stand a chance against him. He nodded slightly, and the three continued to chat, though it was mostly the 2 girls talking while Lin Yi listened attentively. In terms of information and intelligence, he indeed lagged behind. Soon, the 3 stepped into the hall of the Lord's mansion, where Zhao Tianqing and Luo Xinyuan had long been waiting. Upon seeing Lin Yi walk in with the 2 girls, a hint of envy flashed in their eyes. Su Yunqi and Xiao Hanbing were among the top goddesses of the White Tiger City. Now, they were walking so closely with Lin Yi, any man would feel a pang of envy. "Finally, everyone is here. Then I'll start telling you about the matters that brought you here." Xiao Yinchuan smiled and nodded upon seeing Lin Yi and the others enter the Lord's mansion. "There are 2 main matters. First, the rewards for this seed ranking competition, and second, regarding the upcoming national trial." As he spoke, he lightly clapped his hands, and a number of elegantly dressed maidens stepped forward, each holding a purple gold wooden tray covered with red cloth. "Lin Yi, you are the first place in this seed ranking competition. This is the reward from the Lord's mansion, a legendary grade treasure. As for the others, each will receive an epic grade treasure." As soon as the words fell, the expressions of the crowd varied greatly. Lin Yi was delighted, while the other 4 were filled with envy. It is known that legendary treasures are highly coveted, even by the heirs of various legendary families, especially Luo Xinyuan, who, coming from a platinum family, felt this even more acutely. The first was a legendary treasure, while the others were epic treasures. This clearly shows the gap between the first and the others, as the level of attention received is completely different. This is also a rule set by the city lord's mansion. No matter where it is, people will always pay more attention to the first. As for the second, it may seem like just one place apart, but in reality, it is a world of difference. Lin Yi lifted the red cloth on the purple gold tray in front of him, a hint of anticipation rising in his heart. The envious gazes from those around him were completely ignored. What came into view was a golden pearl, shimmering with the pressure of a holy dragon, looking incredibly beautiful. But compared to its appearance, its attributes were even more delightful. Holy Dragon Pearl grade, legendary attributes, can transform into a pure-blooded holy dragon when used by a sub-dragon creature. A pure-blooded holy dragon can break through to legendary without any bottlenecks. Undoubtedly, this treasure should be an extremely rare existence in the city lord's treasury. Moreover, it should have been carefully selected specifically for Lin Yi. Everyone knows that Lin Yi has a powerful holy dragon. Looking at the holy dragon pearl before him, Lin Yi felt an immense joy. In his heart, it was simply a timely blessing. It is known that before reaching the epic level, the holy dragon has no bottlenecks, only needing to continuously devour the best dragon blood creatures. But after reaching the epic level, it is no longer just about devouring blood and flesh. If he has the holy dragon pearl in front of him, it means that Xiao Jin can maintain rapid growth before advancing to legendary, keeping pace with Lin Yi. Originally, Lin Yi was still thinking about how to keep Xiao Jin's growth rate the same as before. Now he finally doesn't have to worry. It can be said that compared to other legendary treasures that he cannot use for the time being, this holy dragon pearl is quite suitable for Lin Yi. Just by looking at Zhao Tianqing's envious expression beside him, one can tell how precious the holy dragon pearl is. Although he also received an epic treasure related to the holy dragon, compared to Lin Yi's reward, it was like a small witch compared to a great witch. Everyone was satisfied as they put away their rewards. They continued to look expectantly at Xiao Yinchuan, as everyone had received some news to varying degrees. Xiao Yinchuan smiled as he watched the reactions of the little ones and continued. In addition to this first reward, there is also a quota for entering the battlefield's secret realm. That place is sufficient to support your rapid growth. When you 5 advance to golden professionals, you can come to report to me and I will send you over. I hope you do not slack off. Within 10 days at most, you need to advance to golden, otherwise, this quota will be cancelled. The meaning was very clear: if you want the quota, then hurry up and level up. However, this was not a difficult task for those present. Luo Xinyuan was already a golden professional, and aside from Xiao Hanbing, who was LV38, the others were all LV40. They just needed to complete the golden advancement task. Everyone held their breath. Although Lin Yi had heard before that Su Yunqi mentioned there would be rewards for the battlefield secret realm, when the reward was confirmed, he couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. This way, he would have a place to level up after advancing to a golden professional. If the national trial started a little later, he might even have the chance to advance to platinum. In the next moment, he heard Xiao Yinchuan solemnly say, "The last thing is about the national trial. At that time, the 5 major main cities will compete on the same stage, and the specific selection method has not yet been announced. But one thing can be confirmed: even the heirs of demigod families will participate. If you want to achieve good results and obtain the final qualification to enter the national Fortune's secret realm, you must give it your all." When he mentioned the demigod families, he glanced at Lin Yi. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt puzzled, not understanding what the city lord, Xiao Yinchuan, meant. As for the other 4, a sense of urgency immediately arose in their hearts. The heir of a demigod family. What is a demigod family? It is a family established by a demigod standing at the pinnacle of the human world. Independent of the 5 main cities, some demigod families even have more than one demigod. Young people emerging from such powerful families are absolutely extraordinary. The resources they enjoy are definitely beyond their imagination. On this point, they have a lot of say. Currently, the news from the Elder Council is that the national trial will take place in a month. You all should strive to work hard during this month. Only Lin Yi felt relatively indifferent. He had come this far relying solely on himself. No matter what epic family, legendary family, or demigod family, he would suppress them all. Lin Yi did not believe that after he transitioned to an arcanist, there would be peers who could surpass him. Perhaps there wouldn't even be anyone who could put up a fight, so he was fearless. In a month, if I gain enough in the battlefield secret realm, perhaps I can advance to a platinum profession before the national trial. Lin Yi felt a slight joy in his heart. Crossing 2 tiers in a month sounded astonishing. But if he transitioned to an arcanist, Lin Yi had this confidence. According to the information Zhang Fu had passed to him, arcanists at least had 2 extremely powerful professional traits. The first was instant spellcasting. The second was true damage. Although he didn't know the specific attributes, one thing was certain: either trait was extremely powerful. Xiao Chenhao, a Halo mage, was already formidable with just a few solidified spells. It was hard to imagine how powerful it would be if every spell could be cast instantly. Moreover, for Lin Yi, the basic attribute bonuses of hidden professions were also incredibly beneficial. The basic attribute bonus coefficient for Dragon Knights is 2.5. Arcanists will definitely be no less, perhaps even reaching 2.8 or even 3. For Lin Yi's max level spells, any increase in mental attributes could bring about significant changes. Not to mention, it could be several times the increase. Once this matter is done, I'll go complete the golden trial task. Thinking of this, his heart couldn't help but heat up. Since the first day of his transition, he had received the Arcanist transition scroll left by his father, and now it was finally going to be used. Seeing the distinctly different expressions of the few little ones, Xiao Yinchuan smiled inwardly, knowing that his words had put some pressure on them. Alright, there's no need to worry too much. You are all unparalleled geniuses, chosen from 1,000 in my White Tiger City. Work hard, and you will surely have a place in the national trial. Go on, strive to head to the battlefield's secret realm as soon as possible. The earlier you go, the greater the benefits. As his words fell, the few of them gradually exited the city lord's mansion. When Zhao Tianqing passed by Lin Yi's position, he firmly whispered, "Lin Yi, a temporary failure means nothing. I will work even harder this month, and I will definitely defeat you then." Although he admired Lin Yi, it didn't mean he would give up easily. Moreover, Zhao Tianqing was a genius who had never failed since childhood. Lin Yi smiled slightly. "You won't have any chance." Zhao Tianqing did not refute. After saying that, he turned and left. Only the weak would talk tough. The strong would prove themselves through action. Luo Xinyuan moved his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately kept it all inside. He strode away, choosing to join several legendary level forces to form A to redeem his past shame. Lin Yi chuckled and shook his head. He had now become the target everyone was chasing. But he would not slack off. The gap between him and Zhao Tianqing was destined to widen. Those he had defeated could never catch up to him. At that moment, Su Yunqi walked over, and Lin Yi teased with a smile, "What's up, Yunqi? Are you planning to come and throw some harsh words at me too?" Su Yunqi immediately blushed deeply. She had naturally heard Zhao Tianqing's words earlier. Her purple eyes rolled slightly, exuding a captivating charm that made Lin Yi's heart flutter. It must be said that if Su Yunqi were to act coy towards any boy, no one would be able to resist. Her innate allure was simply irresistible. Su Yunqi explained, "Brother Lin, I came to ask you to go to the Su family with me." Lin Yi looked puzzled for a moment, then heard Su Yunqi laugh. "You forgot, didn't you? Back when we were in the abyss, I promised to give you an epic staff. I picked one out for you, suitable for a gold tier profession, but I didn't bring it this time because I was in a hurry. If you have time, Brother Lin, let's go to the Su family together, it'll be more convenient." After saying that, she nervously looked at Lin Yi. In reality, she hadn't forgotten. She was just hoping to spend a little more time alone with him. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. He almost forgot about this. The epic staff had to be obtained. When the time came to advance to gold, it would be perfect to switch to it. He had originally planned to go to the White Tiger main city's profession advancement monument right away, but since Su Yunqi happened to mention the staff, he decided not to rush. It wouldn't be too late to go after getting the staff from the Su family. "Alright, I'll go with you," Lin Yi said, stepping onto the magical beast carriage heading to the Su family. Xiao Hanbing watched her friend abandon her once again and couldn't help but pout. What a guy who forgets his friends for the sake of beauty. Beside her, Xiao Yinchuan chuckled. "What's this? Is our Binger also interested in Lin Yi? What are you talking about? I'll beat you up." Xiao Hanbing's face flushed, and she made a fierce face at Xiao Yinchuan. Then she dashed towards the back courtyard of the city lord's mansion, her figure appearing somewhat flustered. Xiao Yinchuan was stunned. "No way, right? Did Bai Kai really get picked?" Lin Yi looked at the incredibly luxurious Su family estate before him and couldn't help but marvel. In comparison, the estates of the few platinum families in Jiangqing seemed like rural places. "Brother Lin, please wait here for a moment, I'll go get your treasure," Su Yunqi instructed a nearby maid to serve carefully, then walked off into the distance. Soon, Su Yunqi returned, holding several purple sandalwood boxes. Originally, the head of the Su family, Su Tai, wanted to meet Lin Yi but was ruthlessly rejected by Su Yunqi. She didn't want her rare time alone with Lin Yi to be interrupted. Waving away the remaining maids, Su Yunqi felt a surge of joy. A girl in her blossoming years would be happy even just to be alone with her crush. "Brother Lin, I checked several treasure vaults of the Su family and found that this staff is the most suitable for you." As she spoke, Su Yunqi opened a long wooden box, revealing an incredibly imposing staff. The staff was about 1.2 meters long and entirely golden. The top of the staff was shaped like a dragon's head, with a 7-colored gem held in its mouth. The tail of the staff was entwined with a golden dragon tail, forming a perfect whole. Lin Yi instantly fell in love with this staff at first sight. Holy Dragon Staff Grade, Epic Attributes, Spirit plus 400,000, Ignore Defense plus 200,000, Additional Effect Spirit Attribute plus 20%. Additional Effect: Fire, Water, Thunder, Earth, Wind, Dark, Light 7-element spell damage increase of 30% with the skill Holy Dragon Master increases the attributes of the Holy Dragons under its command by 30%. Looking at the powerful attributes of the Holy Dragon Staff before him, Lin Yi's heart was overflowing with joy. It was too strong. One could only say it was worthy of being a legendary staff. None of the 5 attributes were useless. The base attribute of 400,000 spirit was already impressive, and the additional 20% boost was simply outrageous. Moreover, the 30% increase in 7-element spell damage was even more formidable. In the end, the effect of the Lord of the Holy Dragon can directly increase Xiao Jin's attributes by 30%. Therefore, he can definitely go toe-to-toe with the LV46 Purple Gold Lord Monster. Once he equips this staff, Lin Yi's strength will absolutely rise significantly. He couldn't help but smile. Yunqi, you are so thoughtful. I really like this staff, thank you. Helping Su Yunqi in the abyss was not in vain. She is a person who knows how to be grateful. It was clear that this staff was carefully selected. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel even more fond of Su Yunqi, not just because the staff was powerful, but more so because of this heartfelt gesture. Su Yunqi smiled and said, Brother Lin, there's more. Seeing the joy reflected in Lin Yi's eyes made Su Yunqi incredibly happy, feeling that her careful selection was worth it. Sometimes, liking someone is just like this. Their happiness can make you feel happy too, even happier. Su Yunqi smiled as she opened the remaining wooden boxes, revealing a series of scrolls. Brother Lin, these are some spell scrolls I prepared for you. There are about 10 platinum level scrolls and 1 epic level spell scroll. You can keep them for self-defense. I took so much advantage of you in the abyss before. 1 epic staff is far from enough, Su Yunqi said softly. In her eyes, Lin Yi was still a talented young man from an ordinary background, so she thought to help Lin Yi as much as possible to gain a bit of resources. After all, she had no idea about the speculations of the big shots regarding Lin Yi being a descendant of a demigod family. Lin Yi felt a slight warmth in his heart, genuinely sensing Su Yunqi's intentions. He took the spell scrolls, not being overly sentimental, just keeping this kindness in mind. If Su Yunqi ever needed help in the future, he certainly wouldn't stand by idly. At that moment, he truly regarded Su Yunqi as a friend. The trust between people is sometimes built step by step, slowly. As for these scrolls, they are experience boost scrolls. What we used in the abyss back then were these. One can be used for a day, providing a 250% experience boost. Su Yunqi showcased the last treasure to Lin Yi. This is what the family had asked me to give you, a total of 15. She told a small lie. In fact, Su Tai had given her 10, but she took out 5 from her own share. One must say, a girl in love has her heart completely tied to the one she loves. Experience boost scrolls. Lin Yi's heart surged with excitement. Why do those talented individuals from good families grow so rapidly? One reason is that they don't lack leveling dungeons, and the other is these experience boost scrolls. With these 15 experience boost scrolls, if used well, Lin Yi felt even more confident about advancing to platinum before the national trials. Why would the Su family head give me experience scrolls? I should be a stranger to him. Lin Yi voiced his confusion. Su Yunqi covered her mouth and laughed. It actually has something to do with you, brother Lin. Ah? Su Yunqi laughed as she recounted the bet between Su Tai and Xia Yuanhang over 20 experience scrolls. This left Lin Yi both amused and exasperated. But on the other hand, Su Tai was willing to share so much. The experience boost scrolls were entirely a gesture of goodwill. It was also meant to foster a good relationship. Otherwise, it would be normal not to share something won in a bet. Please thank the Su family head for me. I will definitely visit him when I have the chance. Lin Yi nodded with a smile, acknowledging the kindness. Su Yunqi shook her head and smiled. Brother Lin, there's no need to be polite. The family had originally planned to come and meet you, but he is quite busy, so he asked me to take good care of you. To be alone with the one she loves, Su Yunqi was determined. It's almost noon now. Why don't you stay at the Su residence, have a meal, and then get back to your business? Su Yunqi said with an expectant look. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment and gently nodded. After all, there was no rush. Su Yunqi's eyes instantly sparkled with delight as she hurried to instruct the servants to prepare. Brother Lin, what flavor do you like? Spicy, sweet, or something else? Spicy. It would be even better if there's some stir-fried pork with chili. Wow, you like stir-fried pork too? It's my favorite dish. Lunchtime passed very quickly. Su Yunqi was all smiles, her purple eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Brother Lin, as far as I know, Luo Xingyuan has joined the interest group formed by the major legendary forces led by the Battle Tower. He has already gone to the battlefield secret realm, and he sees you as a rival, so you must be careful. With the Sun of Destiny and the accumulation of abundant resources, Luo Xinyuan's promotion speed will likely be very fast. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nonchalantly nodded. Once he transitioned to an arcane mage, everything would be illusory. And then there are the geniuses from the other 4 main cities. Juke and Xuanwu are not too bad. It is said that in Qilin City and Qinglong City there are also extremely monstrous talents. Additionally, there's Colonel Kawasaki, who died at your hands during the previous life and death battle. His older sister, Kawasaki Heya, is said to be even more talented, so you need to be wary of her revenge. Su Yunqi continuously shared the information she knew, fearing that Lin Yi might suffer losses. This is human nature. Even knowing that her beloved was formidable, she couldn't help but worry. A warm feeling blossomed in Lin Yi's heart, and he couldn't resist patting Su Yunqi's head. Don't worry, I have it under control. This intimate gesture instantly made a blush rise on Su Yunqi's face. The tips of her ears turned pink and her heart felt sweet. Then I won't ramble on, and I wish Brother Lin a smooth career advancement task ahead. They had both mentioned their upcoming plans during the meal. Yes, Yunqi, you should also work hard, and we'll meet again in the battlefield's secret realm. Under Su Yunqi's reluctant gaze, Lin Yi headed towards the career advancement monument in the White Tiger City. As he walked, the advancement monument square soon came into view. Generally speaking, only residents of the city could use the city's advancement monument. But for someone like Lin Yi, a first-day prodigy, it was naturally possible to open a back door. This also saved him the trouble of returning to Jiang City. Compared to the career advancement monument in Jiang City, the one in White Tiger City was much more solemn and grand, with a denser flow of people. After all, in Jiang City, a golden careerist could establish a family. But in White Tiger City, even a platinum might not be enough. Only extremely powerful platinum peak careerists had a slight hope of establishing a family force. The advancement monument was covered in mysterious runes, a manifestation of the world's will which even demigods could not destroy. Disguised, Lin Yi strode forward without attracting any attention. After all, it was just a golden level advancement trial. The requirements for advancing to a golden careerist were not much different from those for advancing to silver. First was experience points, second was skill level, third was the advancement pearl, and fourth was completing the corresponding advancement task. Lin Yi had naturally prepared the first 3 well in advance. Zhang Fu had sent over the golden level advancement pearl earlier. Now he just needed to complete the advancement task. Buzz. As Lin Yi connected his mental energy with the advancement monument before him, an invisible wave enveloped him. Then, a grand, emotionless voice resonated in Lin Yi's mind. The careerist meets the experience points and skill level requirements and can accept the golden careerist advancement task. Would you like to accept it now? Without hesitation, Lin Yi replied, accept. But the next moment, the expected task announcement did not continue. Instead, it continued to inquire. Detected that the practitioner possesses a hidden class arcane mage transfer scroll. The promotion task can be combined with the hidden class transfer task. Would you like to integrate them? Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. He had originally thought that after promoting to gold, he could directly use the arcane mage transfer scroll for his class change. After all, the prophet class he had given to his mother was the same. But he never expected that there was a hidden class transfer task. It seems the arcane mage is indeed extraordinary. Lin Yi pondered, and then excitement surged within him. The greater the difficulty, the more it indicated the power after the class change. The more you invest, the more you gain. This is a law. Choose to integrate the tasks. There was no need to think. He would definitely choose to integrate. Otherwise, he would have to complete the transfer task again. How troublesome. The grand voice of the world will continue to resonate in his mind. The practitioner has chosen to integrate the promotion task and the transfer task. A special promotion task has been issued, recognition of the arcane land. It is rumored that in the arcane land, the origin of arcane magic, there are legacies left by the arcane mages. Gaining the recognition of the residents of the arcane land will complete the task. Note, this task is not unique. Please complete it as soon as possible. The teleportation mark for the arcane land has been issued. Recognition of the arcane land. Lin Yi's spirit jolted, and then a sense of urgency arose. If it's not a unique task, does that mean there are others also undertaking this task? Could there be other arcane mage transfer scrolls? Doubt arose in his heart, but he quickly shook his head. The possibility is low. It's likely that they obtained treasures related to arcane mages. Then, while undertaking the promotion task, it also became a corresponding special promotion task. Previously, when Lin Yi completed the silver promotion task, it had also changed. Fortunately, this time I don't have to search for the wind spirit like last time. I can just directly pass through the teleportation mark to the arcane land. I really wonder what kind of magical place the arcane land is. I need to hurry, lest someone else gets there first. Lin Yi directly told Chang Muqing and the 2 girls that he was going to complete the promotion task, and then without hesitation, activated the teleportation mark. Buzz. In an instant, the white light on Lin Yi's body shone brightly, and with a whoosh, he disappeared from the spot. In the Sakura country, Shurian City, a stunningly beautiful mage girl held a fragment of a mage's book in her hands. The fragment exuded an incomparably profound aura as she communicated with the class promotion monument. Beside her stood a large group of subordinates, all respectfully standing by, while other practitioners had all been asked to leave. The old yin-yang master, Kawasaki, who had appeared during the city siege, also stood nearby. When the girl opened her eyes, the old woman couldn't wait to ask, "So, Kanzuya, is this fragment of the arcane book useful?" This girl was none other than the genius girl of the Sakura country, Kawasaki Kanzuya. Kawasaki Kanzuya smiled charmingly, causing her subordinates to lower their heads, their hearts trembling. "Teacher, I have lived up to your expectations. The fragment of the arcane book you found has indeed triggered a response from the promotion monument. My class promotion task has now changed to the recognition of the arcane land. If I can complete the task, there might be hope to obtain the legendary inheritance of the arcane mage." The old woman's eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded repeatedly, "Very good, very good. If you can obtain one of the class characteristics of the arcane mage, your strength will surely multiply. And if the task completion is high enough, you might even receive the further arcane mage class transfer task." Unfortunately, it is said that 18 years ago, an arcane mage transfer scroll appeared at the edge of the world. In the end, it was obtained by a demigod from the Huaxia country. Otherwise, with your talent, you would definitely be able to transfer to an arcane mage. A flicker of fervor passed through Kawasaki Kanzuya's eyes. "Even without the arcane mage transfer scroll, I will seize this opportunity. Strive to obtain the job transfer mission and become a powerful arcanist. It is said that arcanists are the source of all mages, although I, as an enchanter, am strong as well. But compared to an arcanist, I am completely insignificant. Once I become an arcanist, I will definitely avenge my brother. Although Dazwa is useless, he is still my own brother. If there is a chance later, I will surely carve Linny into 1,000 pieces to honor Dazwa's spirit in the afterlife." Old Lady Kawasaki nodded fiercely. "Revenge must be taken, but not now. Your strength improvement is the most important thing at the moment. Go, be careful. I have done a divination for you. The fate is chaotic and unknown. Do not be careless." Kawasaki Kanzuya nodded gently, then activated his teleportation mark. A burst of light erupted, and the beautiful and enchanting Kawasaki Kanzuya simultaneously vanished from the spot. Eagle Sauce Country, Freedom City. The massive statue of Freedom towers 1,000 feet high, serving as the iconic building of Freedom City and also as the divine object guarding the entire city. It is also the professional promotion square. A handsome golden-haired youth, holding a fragment of an arcane book in his hands, is communicating with the job promotion monument. A rich golden light envelopes his entire body, and the surrounding adventurers are in awe watching this scene unfold. This golden-haired youth is the unparalleled genius of Freedom City, Dragon Tamer William. A young professional capable of commanding the Holy Dragon, he is undoubtedly a prodigy of the highest caliber. A tall, elderly warrior is nervously watching this scene. He is the renowned peak legend of Eagle Sauce Country, Sky Warrior Wilson, famous throughout the 5 nations. As William opened his eyes, Wilson quickly asked, "William, did you succeed?" William smiled slightly. "I succeeded, grandfather. Thanks to you for obtaining this fragment of the arcane book for me. It's a pity that, if it were a complete arcane book, I estimate entering the arcane land would have greater benefits." Wilson's eyes showed some regret. "There's nothing we can do." When the arcane book appeared, the people of Sakura country snatched away the other half. "You must be careful. I suspect they will also take this opportunity to enter the arcane land. The inheritance of arcanists is very tempting. You are already a rare dragon tamer. If you can acquire some of the professional traits of an arcanist, you will undoubtedly become even stronger. The upcoming national fortune secret realm will definitely shine brightly." William smiled confidently. "Don't worry, grandfather. The clowns from Sakura country are not enough to be taken seriously. When the Black Flame King arrives, he will teach them a lesson. Not only will I gain the recognition of the arcane land and complete the promotion mission, I will further explore all possibilities and ultimately obtain the job transfer mission to become an arcanist." That confident demeanor made everyone admire him in their hearts. Thinking of the powerful strength of the Black Flame King, Wilson felt slightly reassured. After all, he was the powerful holy dragon cultivated with the full effort of the entire Zijingwa family. It was at least LV-43, an absolutely invincible existence. In the Golden Promotion Mission, the Zijingwa family obtained the dragon egg earlier than the Zhao family, Wilson had inquired, and the holy dragon from Huaxia country was only LV-40. Moreover, the holy dragon under the Dragon Tamer is the strongest. No matter what, be careful. Gaining the recognition of the arcane land is not easy. There, no external force is allowed. You can only rely on your own abilities to complete the task, so do not be careless. I understand. I will go over now. This task is not the only one. Completing it as soon as possible is the key. Go, my William." Amidst the adoring gazes of those around, the golden-haired William instantly activated the teleportation mark to the arcane land. With a whoosh, in the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. The long-silent arcane land unexpectedly welcomed 3 young geniuses at the same time. Moreover, each one is a rare gem among millions. Swish! After activating the teleportation mark, Linny felt a dizzying sensation as if the world was spinning around him. The disorientation from the spatial transfer was even more intense than when he first traveled from Jiang City to the White Tiger main city. This so-called land of arcane seems to be very far away? A hint of realization rose in Lin Yi's heart. Perhaps it exists within some fragment of a plane. Once the light faded and the feeling of solid ground returned, Lin Yi looked around, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is this the land of arcane? Before him lay a vast expanse of golden wheat fields towering at least 2 people high. It stretched endlessly, resembling a golden ocean. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of wheat towards him. In the center of the wheat field, a few wooden houses could be faintly seen, with shadows moving about. What was most shocking was the massive sky city hovering above the golden wheat fields, rising and falling gently. Various menacing magical artillery and war machines were vaguely visible atop it. Though somewhat damaged, it was easy to imagine its ferocity during its prime. Is this the legendary floating city of the Arcanists? Lin Yi's breath quickened instinctively. Although he had heard of it before, seeing the floating city in person made him realize just how breathtaking it was. The overwhelming aura could be sensed even from thousands of meters away. One could only imagine how terrifying it would be to face it head-on. I must master this power. Lin Yi felt even more eager to transition into an Arcanist. The floating city has a force preventing me from ascending. It seems that to gain the recognition of the land of arcane, I should head towards those wooden houses. I can sense several powerful auras among them. Lin Yi stopped activating the dragon wings as he felt a force obstructing him when he attempted to rise. He chose to walk over, as a sign of respect for the strong. The golden wheat fields parted, releasing a fragrant aroma, automatically creating a path for Lin Yi to pass through. The wooden houses seemed not far away, but in reality, they were quite distant. Even at Lin Yi's speed, it took nearly half an hour for the houses to come into view. At this moment, the full appearance of the wooden houses was revealed. The brown little houses exuded a damp atmosphere, standing just 1 story high. 3 small houses were lined up in sequence, their doors tightly shut. However, Lin Yi could sense the powerful aura emanating from within. Even Xiao Yinchuan couldn't compare from afar. 3 demigod existences? Lin Yi's heart trembled as he pondered how to proceed with the next task. Just then, the wheat fields around him rustled with movement. Following the sound, Lin Yi saw 2 figures emerge from the wheat field one after the other. From the left side, a stunning girl draped in a red robe stepped out. Just a glance was enough to stir certain impulses, as she exuded an undeniable charm. This girl was none other than Kawasaki Kanzuya. On the right side of the wheat field stood a robust blonde youth with a black-winged lizard perched on his shoulder. However, with Lin Yi's keen eyes, he could tell this was a dragon. Lin Yi thought to himself, TSK, a captivating sorceress and a boy with a holy dragon? Are these my opponents for this mission? At the same time, Kawasaki Kanzuya and William were equally taken aback upon seeing the other two. Their eyes narrowed as they realized they were undoubtedly in a competitive relationship. At this moment, the 3 were sizing each other up, but none spoke first. Kawasaki Kanzuya had been relatively calm, but upon seeing Lin Yi's somewhat familiar face, she began to recall the information she had seen, and a storm of emotions surged within her. Following that was an endless rage. It's him, Lin Yi, the murderer of my brother. I didn't expect him to have arrived in the land of Arcane as well. The fragments of the Book of Arcana were clearly taken by the people of the beautiful nation. It must be that golden-haired boy over there. Could it be that Lin Yi entered with another arcane token? No matter what, I will never let you go. Kawasaki Kanzuya was furious inside, but showed no sign of it on her face. Hiding in the shadows gave her a better chance for revenge. Although she was confident in her own strength, she would not underestimate Lin Yi. She composed herself and smiled charmingly, saying, I am Kawasaki Kanzuya from the Sakura Nation, you can just call me Kanzuya. The handsome golden-haired boy across from her seemed a bit dazed, but he quickly regained his composure, looking at Kawasaki Kanzuya warily, and said flatly, Beautiful nation, William. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a force eroding his mind. Fortunately, his mental attributes were strong enough that he was not affected at all, and he calmly replied, Huaxia Nation, Lin Yi. However, in his heart he had already labeled this enchanting girl as a femme fatale. To recklessly use charm on a stranger was definitely not the act of a good person. If it weren't for the unclear situation, if they had met in the wild, Lin Yi would have directly cast a spell at her. The 3 of them had a preliminary understanding of each other's identities, but they remained in a state of vigilance. Seeing this, Kawasaki Kanzuya continued to smile. I assume both of you are here for the inheritance of the arcane masters. This task doesn't necessarily have to be a life and death competition. We need not be so wary. Why not join forces? Coupled with her extremely charming smile, anyone else would likely become her subordinate in an instant. William and Lin Yi remained silent. Just as Kawasaki Kanzuya was about to continue persuading, the first small wooden cabin creaked open. The door swung wide. The 3 of them looked over, their pupils instantly constricting. Out came a demon. This demon appeared to be the same size as an ordinary human. It had 3 pairs of small black wings on its back, and its face was hard to read. but the bloodthirst hidden in its gaze was chilling, as if one were staring at a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Almost the moment it appeared, Lin Yi's body tensed up immediately. The other two were the same, even more so. If the demigod-level demon wished, it could easily kill all three of them with a single gesture, without any suspense. Relax, little ones, welcome to the land of Arcana. You should be glad you didn't meet me in the abyss. The six-winged demon let out a strange laugh, its gaze sweeping over the three. It lingered on Lin Yi for a moment, seemingly surprised. Upon hearing this, the three of them gradually relaxed their tense bodies. William stepped forward, respectfully stating, "Esteemed Demon Lord, I have come to receive the arcane inheritance. Please guide me." The demon nodded slightly and said calmly, "I know you wish to ascend to the floating city and meet the Master's remnant soul to receive the arcane inheritance. However, you must pass our 3 trials." Lin Yi was taken aback. The demigod beings in these 3 wooden cabins were actually servants of the Master of the floating city. It should be known that demigods stood at the pinnacle of the world among the 5 nations. Yet here, in this land of Arcana, they were merely servants of that arcane master. No wonder the legendary arcane master, comparable to a deity, can have demigods as servants. The other 2 were equally filled with shock, and then their excitement grew immensely. If they could change their class to become such a powerful arcane master, the future would be absolutely promising. They might even become true overlords of the 5 nations. The demon sneered, then waved its hand. Instantly, 2 fragments of the Book of Arcana flew out from Kawasaki Kanzuya and William. Following that, they emitted bursts of white light. The fragments merged into one, transforming into a complete Book of Arcana. If you pass the 3 trials, you can use this Book of Arcana to obtain the inheritance of the arcane masters. If you're lucky enough, you might even change your class to become a true arcanist. Upon hearing this, William and the others gasped, their bodies trembling slightly. Changing class to become an arcanist was a tremendous opportunity. But in Lin Yi's heart, a strange thought arose. He always felt that the demon was hinting at something. Why do I feel like this book of arcane knowledge was specifically delivered to me? If I hadn't chosen to merge the tasks earlier, I would have had to find this book of arcane knowledge to complete the class change quest. But now that I've chosen to merge the tasks, as long as I pass the 3 trials, I can directly change my class to become an arcanist. Lin Yi's mind was racing, feeling increasingly odd. Why does it feel like these 2 are specifically sent here to provide me with the nutrients to change my class to arcanist? Of course, the premise is that I must possess overwhelming strength. If these 2 surpass me, then the opportunity to become an arcanist will belong to them? He quickly sorted out the relationship among the 3, but his priority was definitely higher. If he was considered a candidate for arcanist, then the other 2 weren't even candidates. May I ask, Your Excellency, the demon, what are the 3 trials? Kawasakiyoshi also respectfully inquired. The demon glanced at her and said indifferently, "You don't need to know the details of the next 2 trials for now. The first trial is very simple. Bring me 100 golden level angel bones or 1000 silver level angel bones and you will pass the trial." Note that this first trial will eliminate the person who completes the task the slowest. Of course, it's also possible that all of you might die there. You can still give up the task now and exit the land of Arcana, but once the task begins, you cannot choose to give up. The demon's indifferent words immediately shocked the 3. Was this called simple? Especially for Kawasakiyoshi and William, they couldn't hide their shock in their eyes. Angel bones. Only golden-level lord monsters would produce angels, and even though they were powerful geniuses, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. If the first trial was this difficult, how astonishing would the remaining 2 trials be? But giving up was not an option. The cost of obtaining the fragment of the Book of Arcane Knowledge was immense. How could they be scared off by such a little difficulty? Your Excellency the demon, I am willing to accept the trial. Lin Yi was the first to respond. He had enough confidence in his strength. Just 100 golden level lord monsters, level 41 and above, wouldn't be a challenge for him. He had wiped out the Kadesa tribe, which had nearly 10,000 wise demons, so he was not worried at all. Moreover, this heavenly land looked like a great place to level up. It was just right to fill up his experience pool. William and the others quickly agreed. We are also willing to accept the trial. The demon laughed heartily. Very good. Very good. Then I will send you over now. You will head to the angel rebirth pool. Be careful not to be surrounded by the angels. You have 3 days to complete the task, and survival is also your top priority. Only by surviving for 3 days will you activate the teleportation mark on you to return here, so good luck. The demon's slightly mocking voice rang out, and with a slight wave of his hand, the 3 of them instantly disappeared from their spot. After a while, a female voice filled with disgust echoed from the second wooden house. Despicable demon, you actually used the trials left by the master to make them slaughter angels? This is a blatant abuse of power and a great disrespect to the master. The demon scoffed. Me, abusing power? The master wouldn't care about this at all. I just need to help the master filter out suitable successors. But you, noble angel, have long abandoned the land of heaven. Can you not let go of your original faith? I seriously doubt your loyalty to the master. The angel fell silent for a moment and coldly replied, "My loyalty to the master does not require your doubt. Don't worry, I will repay you well for the second trial." The demon said smugly, "Go ahead and kill, I don't care about those demons anyway. That kid just now was a demon butcher. Do you think I'm angry?" the angel retorted. "Is that so? You naturally don't care about ordinary demons. What if it's a six-winged demon of your own kind?" "Humph." The six-winged demon's expression changed this time. "You." Just as the two were about to continue their argument, a cough came from the wooden house at the back and an old man's voice followed. "All right, stop arguing." The previously unruly demon and angel immediately fell silent, their faces filled with respect as they said, "Yes, boss." Clearly, among these three demigods, the unknown old man was even more powerful than the angel and the demon. The old man coughed a couple more times and spoke slowly, "Keep a close eye on your trial tasks. The three who have come this time are all outstanding among humans and have the hope of receiving the master's inheritance. Especially that black-haired boy just now, he has the most hope. If any of them can become an arcanist, then the three of us won't have to remain trapped here any longer. We might even follow the new arcanist to create brilliance, which is more important than anything." The demon and the angel's eyes flashed with fervor as they said in unison, "Understood, boss." But the demon still had some doubts. "Boss, that girl just now is a charm mage, and the other blonde boy is a dragon tamer. The last black-haired boy is just an ordinary mage. I don't even know how he entered the land of Arcana. Why do you say he has the most hope?" The angel also recalled. "That black-haired boy merely has the title of Demon Butcher. Aside from that, compared to the advantages of the other two, he only came through the Arcanist transfer scroll. He has a slight head start, but it seems the other two are stronger." The old man paused for a moment and shook his head. "You can't just look at the surface. Sometimes, a profession doesn't mean much. There are no invincible professions, only invincible people." Just as the angel and demon were about to refute, the old man suddenly said, "The human who came to the land of Arcana 18 years ago was his father." The angel and demon's eyes widened in shock, and a storm surged in their hearts. The memory of their defeat at the hands of that human seemed to linger just yesterday. 18 years ago, a powerful demigod human crossed the barrier. He continuously defeated angels and demons, ultimately reaching a stalemate with the boss, seemingly having made some agreement with him. To think that this human was actually the father of the black-haired boy before them. The angel and demon were instantly speechless. The old man said lightly, "You can see it. There is a power within him that I cannot see through. Perhaps our hope of regaining freedom lies with him." As he finished speaking, a light screen suddenly appeared before the three demigods in the wooden house, and within the light screen were Linny and the other two. In the land of heaven, a bright sun hung high in the sky. Next to them, Kawasaki Kanzuya smiled and said, "It is said that the sun in heaven is transformed from a powerful deity. I wonder if that's true." But neither Linny nor William paid her any mind. Both knew that such an enticing rose was clearly thorny. Linny was surveying the surrounding environment. The living conditions in the land of heaven didn't seem much different from the main world. The place where the three were currently located was in a forest. Linny looked up at the arcane mark on his hand. This arcane mark needs 3 days to activate for the return teleportation. Maybe obtaining 100 golden angel bones isn't the hardest part. Surviving for 3 days is the real challenge. But I have the invisibility stone, so it shouldn't be a big problem. As for the fact that only 2 out of the 3 can clear the level, that would be fine under normal competition. Linny's heart faintly surged with killing intent. Moreover, for some reason, he always felt that the woman named Kawasaki was hostile towards him. Although she hid it well, Linny's intuition could sense a trace of it. Dragon Tamer William, after surveying the surrounding environment, began to use some kind of spell. His nose twitched slightly as he walked towards the south, his voice incredibly cold. "I choose this side. If you want to compete fairly, then so be it. If you dare to interfere with me, that would be seeking death." Linny shrugged slightly, unconcerned. However, a look of anger appeared on Kawasaki's face. Once William had walked far away, she turned to Linny and smiled charmingly. "This beautiful country truly deserves its reputation as a rude nation of the West, far less humble than our eastern countries. Lord Linny, why don't we join forces? If we kill William directly, we will surely be able to enter the second trial. As for the remaining trials, we can rely on our own abilities." Kawasaki's laughter was filled with a murderous intent, completely unlike that of a gentle woman. Linny's heart tightened, and without raising his eyes, he said, "Does Sakura country even deserve to be mentioned alongside my Huaxia country as an eastern nation? If you want to kill, go ahead and do it yourself. I don't have time to play house with you." With that, Linny's dragon wings suddenly unfurled behind him, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the spot, heading eastward. Kawasaki's expression turned extremely ugly, and she gritted her teeth. "Damn those 2 wooden stakes, my charm actually didn't work? I'll make you pay later. Go ahead and hunt the angel's bones, after all, they will all belong to me." She watched the direction Linny had disappeared, her eyes flashing with a fierce, killing intent. Then, with a cold snort, her figure gradually became transparent. This scene made the 3 demigods smile in unison. "Looks like we're in for a good show." Summon the Hellhounds. The hellhound cloak behind Linny shimmered with black light. One by one, black hunting dogs the size of ponies charged out, their hooves and claws ablaze with black flames, looking quite ferocious. When he hadn't encountered Su Yunchi in the abyss, these hellhounds had done great service for Linny. Now, in this unfamiliar place, it was naturally time for the hellhounds to shine. To obtain the angel's bones, one must first find the angels. The land of heaven corresponds to the abyss. The layer we are currently in is probably similar to the second layer of the abyss. Linny pondered, beginning to share his vision with the hellhounds. The holy magic dragon, Little Jean, had long been summoned, and Linny sat patiently on its back, waiting for the hellhounds to make a discovery. In the hellhound's vision, mountains, rivers, forests, and plains. Various terrains flashed by. However, there were no solitary angels to be found. Where are these angels? Doubt arose in Linny's heart. This was far too different from the situation in the abyss. The three demigods looked at the puzzled expressions of the three young people, their lips curling into smiles. It was simple, angels were social creatures. To obtain the angel's bones, one must first find the gathering place of the angels. Then, one must patiently wait for one or two angels to become isolated, otherwise, why would they give 3 days' time? This tests both strength and wisdom. How about it? My idea isn't bad, right? The demon was smug, and the angel couldn't help but snort coldly, while the old man nodded with a smile. Suddenly, the three demigods all exclaimed softly. In the light screen, Linny and the others discovered an angel village. William and Kawasaki each used their methods to cautiously explore, preparing to lure and kill a solitary angel. But when it came to Linny, the atmosphere suddenly changed. What the hell? What is this kid thinking? He's going in alone? The demon demigod's eyes widened in disbelief. This is a village with hundreds of angels, among which there are at least several dozen Golden Lord level angels above LV41. How dare a little LV40 guy be so arrogant? Roar! The roar of the holy magic dragon was incredibly fierce, and the terrifying dragon breath continuously sprayed out, instantly igniting the peaceful village below. Linny stood atop the dragon's head, his eyes filled with indifference. After a little more than half a day of exploration, he finally found this angel village before him. The most prudent method, of course, was to lure and kill them one by one. After all, angels of this level wouldn't possess very high intelligence. With this approach, he only needed to find 3 such angel villages to obtain 100 golden angel bones. 3 days would be more than enough. But Linny clearly did not want to do that. After activating the experience boost scroll, he needed to cherish every second. So, he chose to kill directly. Damn invader, you will be punished by the holy light. The gods will not forgive you. How dare you destroy the angel's home? Shouts of curses came from below. Immediately, figures with white wings sprouting from their backs, enveloped in holy light, soared into the sky. Low-level angels had no distinction of gender, each possessing a neutral face. Watching the angels disturbed by the dragon's breath, Linny silently observed. The strongest was a LV43 Golden Battle Angel, who was also the village chief of this angel village. Battle Angel Galil, village chief, level LV43 Lord Monster,